My name is Lin Ze, a Taoist genius who crossed over from another world. Today, standing on the awakening platform at Tianhai High School, I faced a decision that would determine my destiny. Before the massive awakening crystal, 3 legendary cores of different colors hovered in the air. Among them, a golden core caused an uproar throughout the venue. Golden! It's a golden lord core. Lin Ze is truly an unparalleled super genius among 10,000. Gasps arose from the crowd, teachers' eyes welled up with tears, and the principal beamed with gratification. The golden core represents legend, the dwelling place of gods. Every possessor of such a core has become a legend on Blue Star, like immortal venerable Haotian or warlord Su Ding. In the crowd, my ex-girlfriend Su Yun waved excitedly and called out, "Darling, I knew you were the best. I, Su Yun, will love you forever." She secretly rejoiced in her heart, believing that pursuing me early was her wisest choice. However, Chen Hu in the corner was burning with jealousy. For 3 years, his looks, wealth, and grades, everything about him had been crushed beneath my feet. Now it's time to test our luck, and to his despair, I actually awakened a golden core. Just as everyone expected me to choose the golden core, I slowly reached out and grasped the gray one, which represented the lowest quality. The crowd erupted in shock, thinking I had gone mad for relinquishing the divine sanctuary and choosing the forsaken land abandoned by all. Of course, I wasn't insane. When I crossed over 3 years ago, I awakened a system, my previous life's Taoist arts transforming into a unique ability, crafting zombies. Zombies cultivated to a certain realm become nearly immortal, entities formidable enough to challenge deities. Even more terrifying is that the system-enhanced core can devour others' cores to evolve itself, simultaneously acquiring the troop types, terrains, and resources of the devoured cores. However, the system had remained grayed out for 3 years, displaying a notification that no usable Lord core had been detected, keeping it in a dormant state. I tested the golden and purple cores, but the system showed no response. The light and fire attributes carried by these 2 cores are incompatible with the yin energy required for refining zombies. Only this lowest grade gray core remains. As I approached the gray core, I realized its surging energy was no less potent than the golden cores. At this very moment, the system that had been silent for 3 years finally emitted a crisp sound. Ding! Detected a compatible fusion core. I examined the essence of this core. It is a land of utter despair, the end of the world, a forbidden realm of life. Its characteristic is that all troop types will perish upon generation, and their vengeful spirits will linger endlessly. Moreover, the yin energy is extremely dense, with days shorter than nights. This trait seems tailor-made for crafting zombies. Without hesitation, I grasped the gray core, and as a beam of light shone, it merged into my body. The principal was shocked and dismayed, shaking his head in despair before walking away. The crowd below erupted in an uproar. Su Yun furiously confronted me. "Lin Ze, have you lost your mind? Why didn't you choose the golden core?" I calmly replied, "No matter what my awakening outcome is, you'll always support me and stay with me forever." "Isn't that what you said?" Su Yun angrily declared, "I want to break up with you." "Well, actually I was about to bring it up even if you didn't mention it," I replied indifferently, brushing off her attempted slap with one hand. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Hu's face erupted with ecstatic joy. He was originally one of only 2 geniuses in the entire school to awaken a purple core, yet I overshadowed his glory. Now that I've chosen a gray core, he can finally crush me underfoot. Seeing Su Yun break up with me, he immediately stepped forward to be her knight in shining armor. "Who allowed you to speak to Su Yun like that?" Chen Hu declared with righteous indignation. "Ha, when did a simp like you get a say in this?" I scoffed with disdain. This was Chen Hu's greatest pain. His confession to Su Yun was casually brushed off, and the very next day he witnessed our official relationship announcement. Suppressing his fury, Chen Hu sneered coldly, "Grey Lord Core? The so-called top genius of Tianhai High actually awakened only a Grey Lord Core. You'll slowly be crushed beneath my feet, forever watching my unreachable back from afar. Have you been ordering too much shared meals? Go crazy somewhere else, not here, get the hell away from me," I said speechlessly. Chen Hu, enraged, raised his fist and was about to charge forward but was stopped by the teachers. He pointed at me and shouted, "Fine. Lin Ze, you've got guts. Just you wait. I'd like to see how you handle the Lord assessment 7 days from now." I didn't glance at him, my figure gradually fading into the distance, just wanting to hurry home and enter my own domain. The crowd murmured in discussion, all feeling it was a pity that I had given up the golden core, convinced that I was doomed. Chapter 3, The Divine Ancestor System. First Zombie Refinement. Upon arriving home, Lin Ze returned to his room and extended his left hand. A gray rhombic crystal materialized before his eyes. With a flicker of his thoughts, he entered this land forsaken by the gods. Opening his eyes, a hazy gray sky stretched before him. The weeds on the ground in the forest behind him all bore an eerie gray hue, giving off a lifeless, stagnant feeling. Not far away stood a small wooden hut, and before it lay a massive gray crystal. This was his domain. Territory activating. Territory activation successful. Welcome, esteemed lord. Please name your domain. Let's call it Tianqing City, Lin Ze decided after a moment's thought, naming it after the Taoist temple from his previous life. Territory named successfully. Generating territory information for you. Territory name, Tianqing City. Territory level, LV1. Territory resources, none. Territory buildings, Crystal LV1, Log Cabin LV1. Special attribute, Land of Despair. This is a forgotten land, the final resting place for all living creatures in the world. Lin Ze closed the territory information and immediately activated his system. Ding. Host successfully bound to domain detected. Taoist Ancestor System initiating deconstruction. Ding. Deconstruction successful. Refining system activated. Host may refine any corpse within the domain. Lin Ze nodded, walked to the crystal, and activated the construction function. Currently, only one type of structure could be built, the barracks. A basic barracks required only 10 gold coins and 2 units of wood to construct. Looks like I'll have to go chop down some trees myself. Lin Ze muttered as he opened his personal inventory within the territory. Inside were 3 items, a starter sword, a starter axe, and 100 gold coins. These were the standard items every new lord received. He took out the axe, headed into the woods, and selected a tree that seemed just the right size. With all his might, Lin Ze swung the axe down. Wood +1. Wood +1. Wood +1. The wood appeared directly in his personal inventory after being chopped, and it could be stacked immediately, very convenient. Each tree yielded roughly 7 to 10 units of wood. After working for half a day, Lin Ze successfully gathered 40 units of wood. Wiping sweat from his brow, Lin Ze stowed his axe back into his backpack and returned to the hut. Opening the construction interface, a floor plan of his territory appeared before Lin Ze's eyes. Selecting a spot not far from the cabin, Lin Ze immediately chose to build. Barracks LV1 under construction. Barracks LV1 construction complete. Before long, a small campfire appeared before Lin Ze. This level of barracks didn't even have a proper building, it was a bit too shabby. Lin Ze chuckled to himself before immediately opening the barracks. Barracks. Level 1. Soldier capacity 05. Summonable troop type, human. Summoning requirements, Barracks LV1, Gold X25. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze immediately chose to summon 3 soldiers. A flash of white light appeared, and 2 men and 1 woman materialized before Lin Ze. The moment they materialized, their faces turned deathly pale. They collapsed to the ground and ceased breathing moments later. Seems this land's properties are quite potent. But if someone else attacks my territory, would they also be affected by this trait? Lin Ze observed the 3 corpses lying on the ground, muttering to himself. After a moment, Lin Ze opened the system. Ding! The God-tier Taoist Ancestor System is at your service. Host's current level, 10100. Core devouring progress, 0%. Items available for crafting, none. Deployable formations, none. Zombies available for crafting, white zombie basic. Ding! 3 corpses detected within range. Proceed with zombie refinement? Lin Ze selected yes. Crafting 3 zombies requires 30 wood and 120 seconds. Crafting in progress? A flash of gray light erupted as 3 coffins slowly rose from the ground. A low, guttural growl echoed, and Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction. Judging by the creation process, these 3 were likely ordinary white zombies fearing fire and sunlight, and vulnerable to chickens and dogs. Apart from being immune to fatigue, their other attributes should be no different from ordinary humans. However, as their levels increase, these zombies should grow increasingly powerful. Oh, and it seems my own attributes can influence these zombies too. Lin Ze pondered this as he opened his attribute panel. Lord's personal information. Name, Lin Ze. Level, 1 experience 0-100. Strength, 9, Constitution, 9, Stamina, 10, Agility, 8, Spirit, 11, Magic Resistance, 9, Physical Resistance, 9. Current luck bonus, 1. Elemental bonus, none. Elemental resistance, none. Available attribute points, 0. Available skill points, 0. Combat skills, none. Life skills, none. Perhaps due to his frequent practice of crafting talismans in his past life, Lin Ze possessed significantly greater mental power than ordinary humans. Unfortunately, he still couldn't wield swords or wield lightning magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger in battle. As dusk settled, the 3 coffins on the ground shifted slightly before their lids swung open. Ugh! 3 zombies stiffly bowed toward Lin Ze, all emitting a low growl in unison. Observing the trio, 2 tall and 1 short, Lin Ze selected the middle one, a delicate female zombie, and opened her attribute panel. Name, Little Magnolia. Race, Zombie White Zombie. Max HP, 90. Attack, 13. Level progression, 0-100 requires level 3 barracks for evolution. A newly formed zombie who was once a young maid in the prince's mansion. Not bad, slightly stronger than ordinary human soldiers. Lin Ze nodded and opened the information panel for the zombie beside it. Name, Zhang San. Race, Zombie White Zombie. Max HP, 100. Attack, 11. Upgrade progress, 0-100 requires level 3 barracks for evolution. A newly formed zombie, once the second son born to a military family. What a careless name. Lin Ze sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. However, he discovered that Zhang San's attack power was actually lower than that of the small orchid in the middle. Perhaps it was because the small orchid was female, possessing heavier yin energy, which led to a more complete zombification. Lin Ze opened the remaining corpse to inspect it. Its attributes were slightly weaker than both Zhang San and Xiao Lanhua. It seemed the state of the corpse influenced the zombie's attributes after transformation. If I captured creatures like elves or dragons, could I then cultivate new types of zombies? Come to think of it, I wonder how intelligent these zombies are. Chapter 4, Gathering Resources. Lin Ze pondered this as he retrieved an axe from his backpack, tossing it to Zhang San. He commanded, "Go chop down some trees in the woods." To his surprise, Zhang San actually picked up the axe, gave Lin Ze a slight nod, let out a low growl, and strolled leisurely toward the forest. White zombies were the lowest tier undead. They carried almost no corpse poison and relied solely on biting to attack. They couldn't even jump. However, this forest contained neither chickens nor dogs, creatures feared by white zombies, so Lin Ze had no concerns about their safety. The only basic resources available for gathering in the early stages were wood and stone. Since there was only one axe, the remaining task would be to collect stones. With that thought, Lin Ze immediately issued orders to the remaining two zombies. Go gather stones in the woods. The woods contained numerous small stones that could be mined without pickaxes. Though progress was slower, the advantage lay in the fact that nights were long and days were short in this place, and zombies never felt fatigue. Thus, the resources gathered over a day were still quite substantial. The two remaining zombies bowed in unison, let out a low growl, and then slowly made their way toward the woods. Watching the two white zombies fade into the distance, Lin Ze, who had spent the entire afternoon chopping trees, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He decided to exit the Lord's space and return to reality. Time flowed at roughly a 2-to-1 ratio between the Lord's world and the real world, meaning it was only around 3 or 4 o'clock outside. Lin Ze was about to grab a bite before heading back to figure out how to earn some money when suddenly, the doorbell rang. Strange. Who could be visiting at this hour? Lin Ze frowned but decided to investigate. Opening the door, he was surprised to find Chu Yao, the school beauty of Tianhai High School, standing there. What brings you here? Lin Ze looked at Chu Yao with some surprise. Though she was known as the school beauty and he as the school heartthrob, they had exchanged fewer than 20 sentences over their entire 3 years together. Lin Ze couldn't fathom why she would come looking for him. Well, nothing really. I was just passing by and remembered you live here, so I thought I'd drop by. Unexpectedly, a faint blush appeared on Chu Yao's face as she reached out and handed him a cup of milk tea. I picked it up on my way over. Lin Ze fell silent for 2 seconds. His home was in a villa district, surrounded by mansions and forests. If Chu Yao claimed she just happened to pass by here, Lin Ze couldn't think of any plausible reason other than going up the mountain to chop down trees that would make this a coincidental detour. Plus, this white Pichulong milk tea was only sold on the opposite route from school. This convenient route seemed far too contrived. Could she have poisoned it? A vague thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ze's mind. But then he remembered she was a well-connected young lady of means, with no grudge against him. She probably wouldn't stoop to such a petty act. With that thought, Lin Ze accepted the milk tea and offered a thank you. They stood there in silence for a moment before Chu Yao finally spoke up. How are you preparing for the assessment in 7 days? Chu Yao seemed to have regained that composure, as if a mountain collapsing before her wouldn't faze her. Hearing this, Lin Ze gave a faint smile. I'm fine. Chu Yao seemed slightly anxious, the words "do you need my help" nearly slipping out. But seeing Lin Ze's expression calm yet confident, she held her tongue. Perhaps this man's pride simply wouldn't let him say no. Chu Yao began imagining the storms raging beneath Lin Ze's calm exterior. She didn't ask why Lin Ze hadn't chosen the golden core, because she understood him. Lin Ze rarely did anything without certainty. Even though no one else understood him, Chu Yao remained steadfast in her belief in him. He must have had a reason for his actions. That's good. If you need any help, just give me a call. After a moment of silence, Chu Yao spoke up. She reached into her bag and pulled out a piece of paper with a phone number written on it. Lin Ze looked into her sparkling eyes, and something seemed to click into place. He nodded and took the paper. I will. Thank you. Coming all this way just to bring me a cup of milk tea. Next time you're free, let's grab a meal together, Miss Chu. Lin Ze smiled faintly. Chu Yao's face flushed instantly. She bit her lip lightly and nodded. I was just passing by and picked it up on the way. Oh, you just happened to stop by and picked up my favorite flavor. Lin Ze chuckled, choosing not to call her out. Care to come in for a moment? Seeing that Lin Ze had seen through her lie, Chu Yao's face flushed even redder. Gone was the composed demeanor of the cool school beauty. She now resembled a young girl experiencing her first stirrings of love. I'll pass. I have things to do. I'll head back now. See you next time. With that, Chu Yao lifted her skirt like a startled deer and turned toward the fiery red Ferrari. Alright, then. See you. Lin Ze watched her hasty, almost fleeing figure disappear, then lowered his head to take a sip of his white peach oolong milk tea. Extra sugar, less ice, exactly how he liked it. Sweet. Back in his room, Lin Ze briefly mapped out his next steps before re-entering the Lord's space. In just that short while, his personal inventory had grown by over a dozen units of wood and stone. Seems Zhang San and the others were pretty efficient after all. Lin Ze pondered this as he approached the barracks, considering whether to increase the zombie count to accelerate basic resource gathering. Since zombies didn't occupy barracks slots, Lin Ze could ignore the barracks limit and stack dozens or even hundreds of zombies at level 1 if he wanted. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. First, the combat effectiveness of white zombies was rather mediocre. The urgent priority now was to evolve these 3 zombies as quickly as possible, ensuring their individual combat power far surpassed that of other soldier types. Additionally, lacking spare funds for tools in the early stages meant resource collection efficiency remained low after accounting for costs. He had already thought this through. The flesh needed for zombie evolution could be obtained by buying cheap rabbits, field mice, and the like, gradually accumulating them over time. Within this territory, Lin Ze had already discovered monsters formed from the condensed of vengeful spirits. These creatures weren't living beings, and slaying them yielded substantial experience points perfect for leveling himself up. Moreover, the materials they dropped could be traded for gold coins, exactly what Lin Ze needed. Resolved, Lin Ze retrieved the starting sword from his backpack and equipped it. Equipment, starting sword. Durability, 100%. Weapon quality, white. Attributes, strength +1. A plain and ordinary beginner's weapon. Though this weapon offers almost no bonuses, it's better than nothing. Slashing monsters with a sword is still superior to fighting with bare fists. Armed with his weapon, Lin Ze soon spotted several monsters roaming a clearing near the territory. Monster, Spectre. Level, 1. Skill, Fearful Pounce. Description, a creature formed from the condensed souls of several victims who died tragically. Their wails of grief speak of some sinful deed. Studying the monster's stats, Lin Ze stroked his chin. Normally, newly awakened territories were protected by the way of heaven, preventing monsters from spawning within their borders. Most lords gained experience early on by hunting animals. Compared to monsters, those animals were a tier lower in stats. While they yielded less experience, they offered the advantage of safety. For a level 1 lord and soldiers to go monster hunting was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Chapter 5, Soloing the Ghost. Basic Talisman. This was likely one reason why the core remained gray. Lin Ze pondered silently as he crept toward a lone ghost. While it was difficult for a level 1 lord to kill a monster, who was Lin Ze? In his previous life, he had followed his master down the mountain to exorcise demons at the age of 10. He was certainly no ordinary person. Not only was he proficient in Taoist arts, but his martial skills and weapon mastery were equally formidable. After a quick assessment of the opponent's attributes, Lin Ze struck without hesitation. Swish! The long sword traced a graceful arc through the air, plunging deep into the back of the ghostly spirit that stood with its back to Lin Ze. Woo! The ghost let out a piercing wail, trying to turn its head, but was instantly cut down by 2 successive sword strikes, vanishing into thin air. Wah! With its final wail in this world, the ghost found release. Experience +20. Lin Ze stretched his limbs and moved toward the next specter. In the pitch-black night, the eerie, desolate plain echoed with wails of despair that lingered long after the fight ended. Finally, after the 5th ghost fell, Lin Ze felt a surge of warmth coursing through his heart and spreading to every limb. Lord Lin Ze has successfully reached level 2. A notification sound halted Lin Ze's continued monster slaying. Level 2 already? Then the system should unlock new features too, right? Thinking this, Lin Ze immediately opened the system interface. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new skill. Sword control. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new crafting recipe. Basic Talisman. 2 consecutive notifications left Lin Ze thoroughly satisfied. These 2 skills were no strangers to Lin Ze, both were once his signature moves. Basic Amulet increases defense for all friendly units within a designated small area. Duration, 10 minutes. Recipe materials, Papyrus 1, Cinnabar 1, any Tier 1 defensive material 1. Sword control, combat skill. Activation consumes mental energy, with duration determined by mental strength. Host currently possesses 11 mental energy, allowing activation for up to 10 minutes. Sword control inflicts physical resistance reduction and magic resistance reduction on enemy units that deal damage. Only about 10 minutes, that's pretty short. Still, weakening enemy resistances is a solid effect. The basic talisman, meanwhile, bolsters allied troops, effectively reducing casualties. Its materials aren't hard to find either, making it quite practical. Lin Ze pondered this, then closed the system panel and turned his gaze toward the monsters deep within the plains. He had long sensed the powerful aura ahead. At only level 2, venturing there now would be extremely dangerous. However, if there were some level 4 or 5 monsters, he could try clearing them after crafting the basic amulet and bringing along 3 zombies. With that thought, Lin Ze resumed wielding his sword, beginning to clear the low-level monsters along the outer edges of the plane. With the sword control technique enhancing his speed, Lin Ze cleared monsters even faster. Level 1 ghosts were pierced like sieves by his ghostly flying sword in a single encounter. Experience plus 20. Experience plus 20. Experience plus 20. That should do it. I've nearly completed half of the 3rd tier progress. Since both my mental energy and stamina are running low, I'd better head back and rest. Surveying the now sparsely populated outskirts of the plane, Lin Ze exhaled deeply, sheathed his sword in his backpack, and slipped away silently. This time he'd cleared about a dozen spectral fiends. Luck was on his side. He'd dropped 2 functional materials, tears of grief and resentment. Though both were the lowest tier white quality, each could fetch at least 40 gold coins. After all, this material only dropped from vengeful spirit-type monsters, which were quite rare. It was only due to Lin Ze's territory trait, which caused monsters to respawn at an exceptionally high rate here, that he could obtain 2 so early on. Later, I'd sell these and use the proceeds to buy a defensive material. The remaining gold would go toward purchasing animals for zombie advancement. Once all 3 completed their advancement, he could lead them deeper into the plains to hunt monsters around level 5. Lin Ze pondered this as he approached the crystal and activated the Lord Communication System. This communication system had 3 channels: World Chat, Regional Chat, and Trade Chat. Quickly opening the trade channel, Lin Ze immediately began scrolling through the wanted section. Seeking 1 offensive material, blue quality or higher. Interested parties contact me. Seeking 3 defensive materials, white quality acceptable. Willing to pay 150 gold coins. Interested parties contact me. Scanning the screen filled with purchase requests, Lin Ze selected to view only white quality items. Soon, one message caught his attention. Seeking white quality 1 hun type drops. High demand. I'll take whatever you have. Price to be discussed privately, guaranteed above market value. 2 white quality tears of sorrow. How much will you pay? Lin Ze opened the chat window with this user and inquired. The reply came almost instantly. 70 gold coins per tier. 70 gold coins per tier. This was already far exceeding the market price of over 10 gold coins. Lin Ze was very satisfied and quickly submitted the trade request. The other party accepted, and both parties sent the items into the Lord's crystal. The transaction completed, and 140 gold coins flowed into Lin Ze's pocket. With this money, he could first buy some ducks, rabbits, and other animals, then focus on upgrading the zombies to tier 2. Once they reached tier 2, Lin Ze would begin considering the cultivation of troop types. The system offered 4 distinct evolutionary paths, meaning that starting from the 3rd tier zombies, different species branches emerged. In his previous life, legend held that zombies descended from 4 great zombie ancestors. Each possessed unique supernatural abilities and were said to have once been powerful beings who shook the world to its core. However, Lin Ze couldn't verify the truth of this legend. He only knew that zombies indeed came in different types. The 4 evolution paths offered by the system seemed to correspond precisely to the specialties of the 4 great corpse ancestors. Could elevating my zombie to its peak tier also allow it to evolve into one of those 4 ancestral zombies? A sudden thought struck Lin Ze. Opening the system panel, he saw the evolution branches only extended to tier 3. Beyond that, the outcomes remained shrouded in darkness, likely because his level wasn't high enough yet. Your current level is tier 2. The highest zombie you can craft is a white zombie. You may increase your creation level by evolving zombies. After increasing your crafting level, the initial level of zombies you craft will rise. Current crafting level, 10200. After consulting the system, Lin Ze learned some information about zombie advancement. White zombies can advance directly to the next level by consuming a certain amount of flesh and blood, with no additional requirements. Each zombie that advances grants him a certain amount of experience, which increases the level of the alchemy skill. Chapter 6, Ways to Make Money. With that in mind, Lin Ze immediately opened the trading channel and began purchasing ducks and rabbits. These creatures possessed low attack power and were inexpensive, making them the ideal choice for early-stage zombie advancement. Soon, Lin Ze purchased 5 ducks and 5 rabbits for 10 gold coins. Rather than retrieving them immediately from his backpack fearing they might lose effectiveness upon death, he recalled the 3 zombies diligently at work. Stone had already gathered 90 units, and wood had surpassed 80 units. It seemed the zombies were progressing much faster than he was, likely because they could work non-stop without rest. Lin Ze mused. After about 20 minutes, the 3 zombies finally strolled back to the wooden hut. Seeing this, Lin Ze retrieved 3 ducks from his backpack and tossed them onto the ground. The poor little ducks were instantly killed by the inherent properties of this land the moment they were removed. After tossing the dead ducks onto the ground, it was clear all 3 zombies were visibly restless. Yet Lin Ze remained silent. They seemed hesitant to approach and eat directly, struggling to suppress their craving for flesh. Seems they're fairly intelligent. Wonder if they'll become even smarter after evolving? Lin Ze pondered this as he issued the command to feed. The 3 zombies let out excited growls, immediately sprawling on the ground and tearing into the poor duck with huge bites. Feathers flew everywhere. Lin Ze frowned, then tossed out the remaining ducks and rabbits. After assigning them their tasks, Lin Ze opened their attribute panels. Name, Little Magnolia. Race, Zombie White Zombie. Max HP, 90. Attack, 14. Level progression, 27-100 requires level 3 barracks for evolution. A newly formed zombie who was once a young maid in the prince's mansion. It seems a duck or rabbit could provide roughly 10 advancement points each. Since these three are all tier 1 zombies, upgrading to tier 3 would require at least 100 ducks or similar creatures. The level 3 barracks requirement is easily solved, it only needs basic materials to upgrade. Forget it. Let's just upgrade them to tier 2 today. Lin Ze thought it over and exchanged another 30 ducks, spending 30 gold coins. After tossing the ducks onto the ground, Lin Ze departed. He still had 100 gold coins left. Building city walls wasn't feasible yet, but the monsters on that plane didn't seem to be coming anytime soon. The materials and experience these monsters provided far exceeded those of other new territories. Perhaps I should make something of this. As Lin Ze pondered, his Lord Crystal suddenly began to vibrate. Lord Chen Yeshi has sent you a message. Hey, bro. I'm the one who just traded you the Tears of Sorrow. Do you have more of these monsters? Quite a few. Why? Lin Ze pondered for a moment before replying. Here's the thing, I need a massive amount of vengeful spirit type drops over the next couple days. Any type of drop will do. Could you help me farm some? I'm willing to pay extra. The other party seemed to be sending a mass message, taking about half a minute to reply. Sure. How much extra are you willing to pay? Lin Ze was intrigued. He had already planned to grind monsters on the plains to level up. Now that someone was willing to pay for those drops outright, it meant he could earn extra cash while leveling, why not? Anyway, he had almost no use for those ghost-type drops. Only lords who specialized in undead troops would really need that stuff. I'll pay 20% more for each type of drop. How does that sound? The other party seemed quite eager, immediately offering a high price. Also, I can supply you with some materials and consumables up front like arrows and low-tier armor. How does that sound? Lin Ze's interest piqued, and he immediately asked. Do you have papyrus and cinnabar? Yes, I have papyrus. My domain has reeds. What do you need it for? Isn't that stuff only good for making paper? Lin Ze chuckled and brushed it off with a few casual words. This deal was no loss at all. Not only could he get 20% more than selling the fallen items outright, but he could also snag some materials for crafting talismans for free. As Lin Ze pondered, the other party had already sent a friend request. Lord Chen Yeshi requests to establish friendly relations with you. Lin Ze accepted the request, and a projection of a sizable city instantly appeared before him. Holy crap, bro! Is this your new territory? You're a high school senior? The other party must have seen Lin Ze's territory projection too, letting out an exclamation of surprise. And the color of your domain, is that the inlands? Holy crap, bro, how did you kill the ghosts? A barrage of questions flooded the chat window, leaving Lin Ze with a face full of black lines. Turns out this guy's a real chatterbox. Let's talk business first. How long will your acquisition period last? Lin Ze asked. Since the other party was willing to pay such a high price, it clearly meant they needed it urgently in the short term. By the day after tomorrow. The more, the better. My final project depends entirely on this batch of undead soldiers. A true undead specialized lord. Lin Ze nodded and immediately replied. Alright, I'll start farming them right away. You'll be staying in the lord's space these next few days, right? Of course. I still have a ton of buildings to finish. No time to go out. The other replied with a sigh. Judging by this level 20 lord, he must be a university student. Level 20 was fairly promising for a lord, though Lin Ze didn't bother wondering how old this person actually was. Lin Ze didn't bother to wonder about it. He hurried back to check on the 3 zombies and see how their feeding was going. After all, the event ended the day after tomorrow. Every moment from now on was pure gold. The once dense pile of ducks on the ground had vanished, leaving only a pool of dark red bloodstains. Lin Ze wasn't concerned about sanitation. The soil here would gradually absorb all the duck remains and bloodstains. Before long, this place would return to its original state. Opening the attribute panels for the 3 zombies, Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction. Name, Little Magnolia. Race, Zombie Black Zombie. Class, Tier 2. Max HP, 140. Attack, 19. Level up progress, 11,300 requires level 3 barracks for evolution. A zombie with some experience, its black hair gradually emerging. It was once a young maid in the prince's mansion. Zhang San and the zombie named Chen Chun had both reached Tier 2. Zhang San's health had even surpassed 180 points, with the health bonus from leveling up significantly higher than that of Xiao Yulan and Chen Chun. It seemed Zhang San was best suited for developing into an undead bone zombie, while Xiao Yulan could follow the path of a flying corpse or a ba zombie. As for Zhang Chun, with his mediocre attributes, he might be trained into a soulless, blood-replenishing hair zombie. Chapter 7 Evolution. Second tier zombie, black zombie. Zombie types are incredibly diverse, and their evolution typically spans decades. Yet under this world's unique laws, their evolution speed has undergone a qualitative leap. The complete evolutionary path hadn't fully manifested yet, likely due to insufficient level. Watching the white fuzz gradually fade from the zombie's body, Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction. Black zombies represent the second stage of zombie evolution, akin to a complete overhaul. They no longer feared fire, chickens, or dogs. Their movement speed increased significantly, and their physical strength underwent a qualitative leap. Compared to other level 2 units equipped with low-tier weapons and armor, a black zombie would utterly crush most in a 1v1 confrontation. However, black zombies still feared sunlight. While exposure wouldn't kill them, it would weaken them to a state even weaker than white zombies. Seeing their evolution complete, Lin Ze nodded. He led them toward the dreaded plain. Along the way, Lin Ze issued a command. No sound is permitted without my explicit permission. The second stage zombies showed significantly higher intelligence, capable of subtle changes in their gaze. This development pleased Lin Ze greatly. In his previous life, zombies save for a few exceptionally terrifying entities were mostly low-intelligence creatures that relied solely on their formidable bodies to commit evil. Now, with their newfound intelligence, Lin Ze could confidently deploy them for small-scale engagements. He retrieved the primordial sword from his backpack once more. The plains lay within sight. Wails and strange murmurs echoed around him. Lin Ze gripped his sword tightly and began mapping out his route. The outer perimeter was filled almost entirely with the lowest tier, newly formed ghosts, interspersed with a small number of ghouls. However, many areas were densely packed with monsters, posing a certain risk for Lin Ze, who currently only had 3 zombies at his disposal. Slowly picking them off one by one like before was out of the question, far too inefficient. His sword control technique was still at the basic level 1 stage, lasting only 10 minutes. The most efficient approach was to have the zombies absorb the brunt of the monsters' attacks with their formidable bodies, then finish them off himself. By drawing enough monsters and eliminating them one by one, he could maximize the use of his 10-minute sword control spell. Most monsters on the periphery were only level 1 or 2. Even if 10 or so attacked a single zombie, it would take a while to completely eliminate them, so Lin Ze wasn't overly concerned about safety. When health dropped low, consuming flesh could accelerate recovery. Lin Ze only needed to wait until all 3 zombies were low on health before returning to replenish supplies and let his mental energy recover. This allowed him to clear the outer monsters with maximum efficiency. Without delay, Lin Ze immediately issued a low command to Zhang San. Zhang San, attack each of those 5 white monsters one by one. After attacking them, return to my front. Zhang San stiffly nodded and leaped toward the first specter. The black zombie's primary movement had shifted to leaping. Their jumping ability was astonishing, capable of reaching heights of about 15 feet. After issuing the same command to the other 2 zombies, Lin Ze instantly concealed his figure to avoid detection by the monsters. The 3 zombies executed the order efficiently. Soon, they dragged over a dozen ghosts back to the designated spot and began fighting them head-on. The corpse poison had begun to take shape, and their physical claws served as their weapons. With no inherent counter-relationship between the 2 sides, the battle boiled down to raw numerical combat, quickly resulting in casualties on both sides. Spectres possessed little health, but their vengeful spirit nature instilled a natural fear in most normal races, making them somewhat troublesome. Zombies, however, possessed no such emotions. They mechanically swung their claws, relentlessly tearing into the white monsters. For a moment, the ghosts' wails echoed endlessly, creating a truly eerie spectacle. Lin Ze observed for a moment, noting the black zombie's physical strength exceeded his expectations. Satisfied, he drew his long sword. Swish! Swish! The long sword streaked through the pitch-black night like a bolt of lightning, plunging into the midst of the ghosts in the blink of an eye. The sword danced like a flying shuttle, thrusting and slashing diagonally. With the zombies' assistance, the dozen ghosts were wiped out in less than 2 minutes. Truthfully, even without Lin Ze's intervention, victory for these 3 zombies against the ghosts was merely a matter of time. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze immediately turned his attention to another group of ghosts. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Lin Ze had cleared over 30 ghost monsters, dropping a total of 4 tears of sorrow. In this brief span, his experience bar surged rapidly, leaving him just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 3. However, his mental energy was nearly depleted, and the 3 zombies' health bars were also looking precarious. Stowing his loot, Lin Ze led the 3 zombies back to the cabin. After buying more ducks and tossing them to the zombies, Lin Ze headed straight back inside. The cabin wasn't large and was somewhat Spartan inside, but at least it was clean and offered shelter from the elements. After a busy day, Lin Ze needed some proper rest. The real world offered greater comfort, but it would consume more time. With the assessment looming in 7 days, Lin Ze planned to spend every night in the Lord's world from now on. Closing his eyes, a wave of sleepiness immediately washed over him like a tide, and Lin Ze drifted off into a drowsy slumber. The next day, dawn had already broken. Lin Ze rose, washed up briefly with river water, and headed straight for the Lord's Crystal. His backpack contained significantly more materials than before. This was because, before going to sleep the previous night, Lin Ze had instructed Zhang San and the others to eat and then head into the forest to gather resources, returning only as dawn approached. Daytime in this world lasted only about 6 to 8 hours, considerably shorter than in the outside world. But that was fine. With such a day-night cycle, the zombies would have more time to work. After finishing his ablutions, Lin Ze opened the Lord's chat channel and sent the tears of sorrow to Chen Yeshi. "Bro, you're efficient," the other replied, immediately transferring the gold coins. "Oh, and about that papyrus you mentioned yesterday, I've got some extra. I've sent it over. Your neighbor has sent you papyrus 16. Stacked a backpack?" Lin Ze smiled faintly and accepted. "Thanks." Lin Ze replied. "No need to thank me. It's not like it's worth much. I've got reeds growing everywhere here, they're a real pain. Bro, help me farm a few more drops, and I'll hook you up with some later." The other replied. This guy was genuinely straightforward, at least he didn't beat around the bush. Lin Ze chuckled, sent him an okay, then closed the chat. Opening the trade channel, Lin Ze purchased some pre-ground cinnabar and 2 pieces of the lowest grade defensive materials. Chapter 8, The Mysterious Blood Knight. These were all items needed to craft basic protective talismans. Let's see how effective the system-generated talismans are. Lin Ze said as he activated the system. Ding! The Divine Tao Ancestor System is at your service. Host's current level, 2,295,300. Core devouring progress, 0%. Craftable items, basic amulet. Deployable formations, none. Craftable zombies, white zombie basic. Current crafting level, 16200. Only 2 EXP for leveling a zombie to tier 2? This skill seems tough to upgrade. Thankfully, both talismans and zombies count toward crafting progress. Wonder how to boost talisman EXP? Lin Ze pondered, then issued the system command. Craft a basic protective talisman. Ding! You have sufficient materials. Proceed with crafting now? Lin Ze selected yes. Loading. Loading complete. The 3 items Lin Ze had taken out suddenly floated up, beginning to spin around each other. Amidst a blinding flash of white light, the 3 objects collided violently, ultimately coalescing into a talisman covered in incantations. Lin Ze reached out and took the rudimentary protective talisman in his hand, carefully sensing the power contained within it. Moments later, he opened his eyes. It's slightly weaker than the ones I draw myself, but it's still a decent piece. I wonder if I could draw talismans myself. Host may choose to independently craft talismans during the refinement process. However, please note that independent crafting may result in failure or diminished efficacy of the final product. Host, please consider carefully. Is that so? Lin Ze smiled. That's quite user-friendly. For talismans I'm skilled at crafting, I can use the manual option. For those I'm less proficient with or those with mediocre effects, I can simply let the system handle the crafting. This way, precious materials could be used to craft talismans with optimal results. It also allows for rapid, system-assisted mass production of commonly used talismans. Lin Ze wouldn't need to personally craft protective talismans every time these basic items consumed quickly. Basic protective talisman. Quality, white. Effect, grants all friendly units within a 3m radius of 15% defense boost for 10 minutes. This item is consumable and disappears upon use. Lin Ze frowned as he examined the talisman's stats. Even though it had been changed to an area of effect spell, a 10-minute duration felt far too short. Crafting one cost at least 30 gold coins, making it rather poor value for money. However, the talisman's true power likely lies in amplifying armies. Its true terror would only be revealed once both the size of the army and the talisman's effects were significantly enhanced. Combining multiple talismans with different effects was essentially like gaining several additional lord skills. With that thought, Lin Ze stowed the talisman in his backpack. The sun had only just risen, with several hours remaining before sunset. Lin Ze planned to head to the Terror Plains to first reach level 3. He also hoped to scout for any unique items or crops to gather. With his mind made up, Lin Ze shouldered his sword and headed straight for the Terror Plains. Daylight was equally unwelcoming to those vengeful spirit-type monsters. The ghosts wandering the outskirts of the plains had dwindled significantly, with only a few blood-red ghouls moving like the Walking Dead, occasionally letting out a couple of growls. Monster, Ghoul. Level 3. Skills, Frenzied Devour, Bloody Gaze. Description, vengeful spirits gathered upon a pitiful corpse, becoming eternally hungry ghosts that roam endlessly. They will stuff any living creature into their mouths and chew. The ghoul's face was rotting, its jagged teeth exposed, constantly dripping blood-tinged saliva. Its repulsive appearance could terrify several mentally fragile individuals to death. Lin Ze, having seen similar creatures countless times, felt almost no reaction. His sole concern now was whether he could kill this ghoul without drawing the monster's attention. Frankly, daytime visibility was far too high, with almost no cover. The distance between monsters was also much shorter than at night, making this rather tricky. Lin Ze's gaze swept across the nearby plains, assessing the monster's maximum alert range. All this was covered in high school textbooks, and as the top student for 3 consecutive years, Lin Ze had memorized it thoroughly. Just as he pondered, a peculiar creature suddenly caught Lin Ze's attention. Monster, Blood Knight. Level? Skills? Description: a knight's oath is never broken. He kept his word, guarding this land even after death. Silver rank boss. A bizarre creature fused with its warhorse, countless layers of bloodstains coating its battered armor. Clutching a crimson lance, it stood atop a gently rolling hill. A boss? Lin Ze was genuinely startled. This was beyond what he'd expected. Logically, monsters spawning within the domain was still a normal occurrence. After all, darker terrain did tend to spawn creatures. But as a boss capable of leading a wave of monster invasions, it won't spawn within the territory. Beyond its name and description, all information about this monster is hidden, indicating it's at least 10 levels higher than Lin Ze. Its attack power could likely one-shot him instantly. Lin Ze's expression grew somber as he stood observing for a moment. The Blood Knight stood there motionless, like a statue. It seemed he was the type of guard-like boss that only moved when triggered. Lin Ze felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully it was like this, otherwise, Lin Ze wouldn't have dared come near this area. After observing for a while longer and confirming the knight wouldn't roam around on its own, Lin Ze finally felt secure enough to pick a wandering ghoul and draw his starting sword. This sword's attack power was far too low. Perhaps he should find a more suitable weapon when the time was right. Lin Ze pondered this as he slowly approached. The lords of this world could be broadly divided into 2 types. The first type equipped themselves entirely with functional gear, all of which enhanced the combat strength of their armies or specific subordinates, while they themselves commanded from the rear. These lords were known as commander-type lords. The second type equipped themselves partially with functional gear, while the rest featured special effects or high attack power. They personally participated in combat, usually commanding major battles from the center of the army. When necessary, they could even charge into enemy formations to attack. These lords are known as commander-type lords. Most lords opt for the commander path, while only a minority pursue the warrior path. The reason is simple: the larger the scale of operations, the less influence an individual commander can exert on the course of battle. The higher the level, the less advantage a warrior-type lord can exert. Chapter 9: Developing your territory, building walls. Therefore, unless one possesses specific innate talents or equipment, few would choose to become a warrior-type lord. Lin Ze did acknowledge that warrior-type lords held significant early-game advantages and excelled in small-scale engagements. However, given the unique nature of his troops, it seemed he had no choice but to start as a warrior-type lord. Zombies, after all, require considerable time to refine to perfection. Anyway, my martial arts skills aren't bad, and with the enhancement of magic spells, perhaps I should forge my own unique path. Lin Ze pondered this as he snapped his fingers and chanted an incantation. The rudimentary sword in his hand gradually began to float upward. The ghoul was 1 level higher than Lin Ze, its power far surpassing that of a mere level 1 specter. Whoosh! Lin Ze launched his attack first, his long sword slicing through the air and slashing viciously across the ghoul's throat. Gah! The ghoul instantly locked onto Lin Ze, letting out a strange roar as it charged forward like a tank. Its mangled body contained terrifying power. Skeleton claws, sharp as knives, swept through the air with a foul stench, aiming for Lin Ze's head. Lin Ze shifted his feet, dodging with an unusual footwork pattern. This was a cultivation technique known to Taoist priests, called the 7-star step, which could also be employed in combat. After deftly evading the ghoul's claw strike, Lin Ze guided his flying sword to pierce the creature straight through the back. 1 strike. 2 strikes. The ghoul let out an agonized roar, spinning around to locate its attacker, only to find nothing. Seizing the moment, Lin Ze commanded his flying sword to plunge straight down from above, piercing clean through the ghoul's skull. Experience plus 25. Lord Lin Ze has reached level 3. New territory building unlocked. Lin Ze took a slight breath and recalled the flying sword. Level 3. This meant his domain could now be upgraded to the maximum level 3. Moreover, he could now begin constructing city walls. Thinking this, Lin Ze hurried back to the small wooden hut. Sure enough, the Lord's crystal was faintly vibrating. New territory building city walls unlocked. Current territory level 1. Maximum deployable length 50 meters. Current structure is the base model, requiring no gold coins. Subsequent upgrades will require gold coins. Each meter of wall requires 2 units of wood. Deploy immediately. Lin Ze thought for a moment, then began the operation. A blueprint instantly appeared before his eyes. 50 meters. Let's establish a defensive line first. After all, walls can be redeployed later when my level increases. With that thought, Lin Ze instantly erected a wall along the route through the terror plains. A flash of white light erupted, and a 50-meter-long, 1-meter-wide wall instantly rose from the ground. The level 1 wall was constructed of wood and stood only about 2 meters tall. A simple gate stood in the center of this wall. Perfect. Once I reach a level 3 territory, I should be able to construct the basic outline. Later, when I can deploy formations, the defensive capabilities of these walls will increase significantly. Lin Ze thought to himself. He had already mapped out his primary objectives. Within the 7 days before the assessment, he would first enclose his crystals with a basic wall, then upgrade its level to unlock certain formations. As for troops, Lin Ze planned to first upgrade those 3 zombies to their current level cap, then create more zombies as reserves. Once the zombies reached tier 3, they gained the ability to infect other creatures with corpse poison. These infected creatures would serve as the initial cannon fodder troops. He currently possessed 3 zombies, each with a planned progression path. However, rapid development required substantial financial backing. The level cap for troop types was fixed. Before reaching level 11, lords could only command tier 3 troops. To upgrade to tier 4 soldiers, a lord had to reach level 11 or higher. Lin Ze decided to first upgrade his territory to level 2, which would raise the level cap for all facilities within it. To evolve his 3 zombies to tier 3, he needed a tier 3 barracks, which required a level 2 territory to construct. Without hesitation, Lin Ze approached the lord's crystal and emptied his remaining gold coins. Current territory level 1, requirements to upgrade to level 2. Requirements, lord must be level 2, and the barracks building must be present within the territory. You meet the requirements. Spend 200 gold coins to upgrade? Lin Ze selected yes. Having sold 3 tears of sorrow today, he had more than enough gold coins. The lord's crystal erupted in a blinding flash. Lin Ze felt the ground beneath his feet tremble violently several times, as if a sleeping beast deep below had rolled over. Your territory has been upgraded to level 2, expanding its area to 1,000 square meters. Resources within the domain have been refreshed. Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction and closed the interface. The next task was straightforward. Frenetically grinding gold and experience to max out every structure within his domain to its current level cap. A day passed quickly. Accompanied by 3 zombies, Lin Ze relentlessly farmed ghosts and ghouls across the horror planes, reaping substantial rewards. He had little interest in low-level ghosts anymore, focusing only on monsters around level 3 for maximum efficiency. Level 3 monsters dropped loot far more frequently than level 1 ones. After grinding for several hours, Lin Ze's backpack was filled with dozens of ghost drops, mixed with some ghoul loot. Watching his experience bar climb rapidly, Lin Ze rubbed his aching wrists and smiled with satisfaction. Alright, that's enough. Time to head back and heal up. He addressed the 3 battered creatures. The zombies let out a growl and obediently hopped along behind Lin Ze. While grinding monsters today, Lin Ze had noticed something. The flesh and blood of cattle and sheep proved far superior to duck meat in both restorative effects and evolutionary potential. After 2 meals today, the 3 zombies were on the verge of breaking through to tier 3, with both their health and attack power significantly higher than when they first upgraded. Perhaps I should figure out a way to develop agriculture or animal husbandry within the territory. But it seemed no living creatures could survive on this barren land. I wonder if crops would even grow here. Lin Ze stroked his chin, contemplating clearing a patch of land beside the wooden hut to give it a try. Returning to the town that was beginning to take shape, Lin Ze led the 3 zombies to the restaurant he had specially set up. Though called a dining hall, it was really just an open area enclosed by a fence. To prevent the zombies from making a mess while eating, Lin Ze had spent some gold coins to have them eat inside this area. They were to clean up after themselves before coming out. Beside it lay the zombies' quarters, where 3 coffins stood neatly arranged on the bare ground. In his previous life, Lin Ze had studied array formations and understood feng shui. He deliberately chose the spot with the densest yin energy as the zombies' resting place. Though less immediate than feeding, this method allowed their evolution to progress gradually through subtle influence. Bit by bit, it would accumulate into meaningful advancement, aiding their growth. Chapter 10, The Rumor. After purchasing the 3 oxen, Lin Ze promptly dumped them into the zombies' cafeteria. He then exited the Lord's space and returned to real time. After sleeping in the crude wooden hut the previous night, he found himself longing for the soft comfort of his own bed in the real world. However, his purpose in leaving wasn't to sleep outside, but to grab a bite to eat and take a shower. No sooner had he stepped out than his phone, resting on the table, began to ring. Ding 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 ding. Lin Ze picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello? Lin Ze couldn't recall who would be calling him at this hour, so he answered directly. Lin Ze, are you okay? Shu Yao's voice came through the phone, tinged with a barely perceptible note of concern. Me? I'm fine. What's up? Did something happen? Lin Ze asked, a bit puzzled. Haven't you seen the messages in the class group and school groups? Shu Yao asked, sounding worried. No. Lin Ze replied, swiping open his phone screen to find numerous unread messages. The first notification was a trending post from the campus forum. The top genius turned out to be a heartless jerk? Karma's a bitch. The post narrated the entire process of Lin Ze and Su Yun's relationship and breakup from an observer's perspective, though the content was heavily embellished with sensationalized details everyone loved to hear. In this post, Lin Ze was portrayed as a two-faced, two-timing scumbag who deceived his classmate, the innocent girl Su Yun, emotionally. While dating Su Yun, he secretly maintained an ambiguous relationship with another girl. Some even claim to have seen her leaving Lin Ze's home. Concluding the post, the author expressed outrage at Lin Ze's manipulative behavior, condemning his emotional gamesmanship. They claimed that his awakening of only a gray-tier talent was divine retribution for his actions. The overwhelming majority of comments below supported the original poster's stance, while the few defending Lin Ze were instantly slammed with scathing criticism. Are you still listening? Shu Yao's voice snapped Lin Ze back to reality. After reading the post, Lin Ze found it rather amusing. The mix of half-truths and fabricated gossip, presented as a neutral perspective, was clearly a piece written solely to smear him. As a prominent figure on campus, Lin Ze's name naturally generated buzz on the school forum. Those envious of Lin Ze, seeing this blemish appear, pounced on it like dogs smelling poop. His failure to respond promptly only fueled speculation among the uninformed, who assumed he was admitting guilt and avoiding a rebuttal. I'm fine, thanks for your concern. Lin Ze closed the forum's backend before speaking. It's just a bit of gossip. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Lin Ze chuckled softly. Shu Yao fell silent for a moment before replying. I absolutely don't think you're that kind of person. Still, you should probably take some time to address it. A lot of people at school already believe it's true. Alright, I will. Lin Ze replied, pressing his fingertips to his temples. He had a pretty good idea who was behind it. It was most likely Chen Hu. Su Yun might have been involved too. Similar incidents had occurred before, but back then, Lin Ze enjoyed significant favor at the school. The administration had personally stepped in to post statements debunking the rumors. This time, however, the school chose silence. It was likely because the outcome of his awakening had caused the teachers to no longer see him as the academy's hope. Though he found it troublesome, Lin Ze sighed and opened the forum. The innocent will be proven innocent. Lin Ze typed only these 4 words before hitting send. The post garnered several views immediately upon publication. I believe it. The first reply came from Chu Yao. Soon, a fierce war of words erupted below. Lin Ze? What's this loser with his great talent trying to pull? Haven't seen you around these past 2 days. Been hiding at home crying? If you're a man, own up to what you did. Thought he was something special, but turns out he's just average. Cheating scumbag deserves to rot. The insults poured in relentlessly. But soon, some who had been on good terms with Lin Ze stepped forward to defend him. How could someone like Lin Ze cheat? Are you all idiots? Remember how long Su Yun chased him before he finally got him? If he were that kind of guy, how could he have only dated one girl throughout all 3 years of high school? Agreed. Lin Ze was in our class. He rarely chatted with girls and was always polite to classmates. I don't believe he'd cheat. This is definitely a rumor. I don't know Lin Ze personally, but if the school beauty Chu says he's innocent, then I believe him too. +1 to the above. Lin Ze didn't continue scrolling through the replies. Instead, he opened WeChat and added Chu Yao as a friend. She accepted almost immediately. Lin Ze, don't dwell on this too much. The most important thing now is to prepare for the assessment. A comforting emoji followed. Lin Ze smiled faintly, suddenly feeling playful. I'm not really bothered by it. I just wanted to ask, you seem to be paying a lot of attention to me lately. Why is that? Shu Yao paused before replying. No particular reason. Just standing up for what's right. This only solidified Lin Ze's suspicions. Shu Yao had never once stood up for anyone at school, especially not in this situation. Yet she remained adamant she was innocent. Lin Ze refused to believe she didn't have some ulterior motive. Still, Lin Ze didn't press further. He simply thanked her and shifted the topic to her domain's progress. My awakened domain trait is life type, with the elf race as my unit type. I'm about to upgrade to a level 2 domain. Shu Yao replied. She had awakened a purple Lord core, placing her among the top 3 at Tianhai High School. That's impressive. Lin Ze smiled faintly. He had asked to gauge how far ahead he was compared to the others. Judging by this, he would likely still stand above the rest in this assessment. Thanks. By the way, let's add each other as Lord friends. Maybe I can be of some help. Shu Yao still worried about Lin Ze after all. Great talents truly had little chance of making a mark. Sure. Send me your Lord ID. Lin Ze replied. A Lord ID is akin to a phone number in the Lord's world, except this number is unique and non-transferable, permanently bound to the Lord's identity. Every Lord can view theirs at the Lord Crystal after awakening. 182xxxxxxxxxxxxxxx. Shu Yao quickly sent over a string of numbers. After silently repeating it once, Lin Ze committed it to memory. Re-entering the Lord's world, Lin Ze added Chu Yao as a friend at the Lord's Crystal. Lord Chu Yao has accepted your request to form a friendly alliance. You may now begin chatting. Chapter 11, Anomalies. An incomplete world tree. A projection then appeared before Lin Ze. It depicted a lush forest, its vibrant green hues evoking a sense of refreshing tranquility. Lin Ze, did you finish building the city walls so quickly? Chu Yao quickly sent a message. Yeah, my domain is a bit unique. I happen to have some items that could fetch a good price. Is that so? I have some unique products here too. I'll send you some to see if they're useful. The other party has sent you the item Seeds of Life 6. Lin Ze clicked accept and several emerald green seeds appeared in his hand. This is a unique product derived from my domain's inherent properties. Its quality is still somewhat low, but it works quite well. It might help improve your environment. Shu Yao sent another message. Item, Seed of Life. Quality, green. A gift from the Goddess of Life. When planted, it continuously provides vitality to all living beings within range and bears fruit upon maturity. This crop can grow on any terrain and can be upgraded by watering it with spirit elixir. After reading the description of the Seed of Life, Lin Ze grew deeply intrigued, glancing at his own dark and oppressive domain. A gift from the Goddess of Life, huh? I wonder if it'll work in this land of the end? Still, I'm unsure if it might disrupt the Yin energy here. Best to study it first before planting. With that thought, Lin Ze thanked Shu Yao and immediately set out to conduct an experiment. I'll craft another batch of talismans and send her a few. With that thought, Lin Ze selected a patch of land within his domain where the Yin energy was relatively sparse and planted a Seed of Life. Planting successful, growing. Warning. Crop affected by unknown factors, undergoing mutation. The seed that had vanished into the ground suddenly shifted from vibrant emerald green to an eerie dark green. A gray shoot broke through the soil, transforming into a small tree within moments. It gradually stood tall before Lin Ze. World Tree Incomplete Form Sapling. This entity was born from the union of life and destruction, two opposing forces forged a plant capable of bearing the weight of the world. Quality, gold. This is the embryonic form of a god. Try feeding it something brimming with life force. Or something saturated with death force. Lin Ze froze, staring at the sapling emitting a faint green glow. His gaze shifted to the other 5 seeds in his hand. Though he had no idea what this thing was for, judging by its description and name, it seemed like something truly extraordinary. He had never encountered descriptions of such a plant in books or elsewhere. Could it be a special mutant crop? Lin Ze pondered, then placed another seed into the soil. This time, however, the seed didn't begin to grow. Instead, it instantly transformed into a streak of light and merged into the tree. The tiny branch trembled slightly, and a progress bar appeared at the bottom of the interface. 1000 to advancement. Advancement? What would it advance into? Could it be a complete world tree? Lin Ze's mind raced. He tossed the remaining seeds one by one beside the sapling. Just like the first one, they were all sucked into the tree's roots, each adding a small increment to its advancement progress bar. Lin Ze tried watering it again, but nothing changed. Alright, so this tree only seems to like things with a strong life force, or perhaps a strong death force. But I don't recall there being a deity of death, do I? Lin Ze frowned and muttered to himself. However, after pondering for a moment, he dismissed the thought. Now was not the time for research. After all, the tree wasn't going to grow legs and run away. He could study it thoroughly after the assessment was over. The immediate priority was to enhance his own strength as much as possible. Lin Ze thought to himself. Over the next few days, Lin Ze spent his days building his territory and gathering materials. At night, he led his 3 zombies to the horror plains to grind monsters, simultaneously increasing his skill proficiency. Under the intense combat, his sword control skill quickly reached level 3. At level 3, he could now control 5 flying swords simultaneously while reducing mental energy consumption. Lin Ze's own level also reached 5. Lord's personal information. Name, Lin Ze. Level, 5 experience 120-1500. Strength, 18 constitution, 13 stamina, 15 agility, 11 spirit, 20 magic resistance, 13 physical resistance, 13. Current luck bonus, +1. Elemental bonus, non-elemental resistance, none. Available attribute points, 0. Available skill points, 0. Combat skill, sword control LV3. Life skill, alchemy LV1. Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction as he examined his attribute panel. The construction of his domain had already taken shape. All 4 city walls were complete, and most had been upgraded to level 2 walls. Moreover, Lin Ze had unlocked his first formation, the Yin Protecting Yang Guarding Array. This basic formation harnessed the Yin and Yang energies or one of them from the area through the specific arrangement of the heavenly and earthly fiends. Though simple, it proved remarkably practical. Given the area's dense Yin energy, Lin Ze opted not to deploy the full Yin Protecting Yang Guarding formation. Instead, he selected only the 72 earthly fiend stars to arrange a specialized version of the Yin Protecting formation. He positioned one formation at each of the 4 directions covered by the city walls, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of his territory. The territory had now reached level 4, significantly expanding its scope. All 3 zombies had advanced to tier 3 through Lin Ze's frequent feeding. Name, Little Magnolia. Race, Zombie Demon Zombie. Class, tier 3. Max HP, 200. Attack, 30. Level progression, 2600 can evolve again at tier 7. Once a lowly maid in the prince's mansion, her body has undergone a terrifying transformation. A faint aura of demonic energy now lingers between her brows. This was the evolution path Lin Ze chose after careful consideration. Xiao Yulan's attack power growth is exceptionally high, making her well suited for development into a Ba. The growth attributes of a Ba align quite favorably with Xiao Yulan's potential. The term Ba refers to a zombie-like demon capable of wielding magic, akin to a mage in online games. With high attack power and wide area spells, these zombies possess terrifying destructive capabilities. For Zhang San, whose health growth was high, Lin Ze evolved him into the unbreakable bone, a creature with a copper hard head and ironclad skull, as tough as a diamond. This type of zombie resembled a towering golden warrior, boasting immense defense and health akin to a tank in online games. Though cumbersome, its sheer power made it a formidable force capable of holding the line against countless foes. Finally, Lin Ze chose to refine Zhang Chun into a hairy zombie. The defining trait of this zombie type is its extreme resilience, completely immune to mental attacks. Devoid of soul or spirit, it remains utterly unaffected by such assaults. On the battlefield, it can rapidly restore itself by consuming enemy blood, functioning much like a berserker. The foundation for zombie development was now laid. The future would see these three leading the charge in building a massive army. Notably, zombies that had evolved to the third stage possess the ability to convert enemy soldiers into zombies. Soldiers of all races except undead will, upon being attacked by zombies, become possessed by resentment and infected by zombie poison, gradually transforming into zombies themselves. The solution to this curse? Likely, Lin Ze is the only one in the entire world who knows it. Chapter 12, Betrayal. Surveying the fruits of his labor over the past few days, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. It was an architectural gene ingrained in the bones of the nation's people. No one could remain unmoved when examining their own structures. After a brief tour of his territory, Lin Ze arrived at the fenced-off area designated for zombie cultivation. 13 coffins now stood within, though aside from the initial 3 zombies, the rest were merely black zombies that had recently advanced to the second stage. The numbers were still modest for now, but once the assessment began, he should be able to fill out a substantial cannon fodder force. Thinking this, Lin Ze released some cattle from his backpack and tossed them into the zombie cafeteria nearby. Tomorrow was the day of the assessment. Lin Ze was confident he would shine brightly in this trial. Just then, his Lord Crystal suddenly vibrated. "Bro! I passed my finals. Thanks so much for the materials." The message came from Chun Yeshi. "If you hadn't provided me with so many rare drops these past few days, I might have failed. Oh, and your Lord's assessment should be coming up soon, right? I've got something special for you. The other party sent you an item, Elemental Fear Low Tier 1. This is something I overused earlier. It boosts elemental resistance for allies within range, but I don't need it anymore. But I figured you might find it useful during your exam. You're too kind." Lin Ze felt a warm glow in his heart as he replied. These past few days, he occasionally exchanged a few words with Chun Yeshi, and the two had grown much more familiar with each other. Lin Ze knew the other was a sophomore at a nationally top-ranked university and a rare necromantic lord. Though he hadn't mentioned the school's name, Lin Ze sensed that this supposedly top-tier institution couldn't be ordinary. The other had an extremely generous personality and often gifted materials to Lin Ze. "I've got some decent stuff here too, might come in handy for you. It would be impolite not to reciprocate." Thinking this, Lin Ze rummaged through his backpack and sent some items over. "You sent the other party items, Basic Amulet X3. These are special products from my territory that can strengthen your army. However, since my level isn't very high yet, the effect isn't very strong." Lin Ze replied with a smile. Over the past few days, he had already stockpiled over 30 basic amulets, some of which were premium items he had personally crafted. The talismans he crafted himself were more effective than those produced by the system, offering about 5% more damage reduction. "Ha! This thing works pretty well. It's just a bit short-lived. But once you level up, Lin, it should gradually last longer." "That's great. Thanks. I won't bother you while you prepare for the assessment. Best of luck to you." Lin Ze chuckled softly, replied once more, then closed the chat. Item, Elemental Fear Low Grade. Quality, Green. Placement item, grants 8 points of all element resistance to all friendly units within a 100-meter radius after placement. Influenced by a mysterious deity who detests natural elements, this jade carving now equally resists every type of natural element. Studying the object in his hand, Lin Ze smiled faintly before placing it at the center of his territory. A multicolored glow flickered as Lin Ze checked his attribute panel. His elemental resistance had indeed increased by 8 points. Since this item could be obtained from any white chest within a territory, Lin Ze wasn't worried about being accused of cheating during the assessment. Alright, time for a proper rest. After days of non-stop work, Lin Ze had even been sleeping in his lord's space. Since there was little left to improve, he decided to sleep outside tonight. With that thought, Lin Ze left the lord's space. Outside, it was already around 8 in the evening. Feeling the perfectly normal air, Lin Ze took a deep breath. After a quick wash, he lay down on his long-awaited big bed. As the soft quilt enveloped him, Lin Ze's eyelids grew heavy. Before long, he drifted off into sleep. It was a bright and sunny morning. For all senior high school students in Dragon Nation, this was a crucial day. Today marked the beginning of the Lord's Assessment. Everyone's future path would be determined by this assessment. The Lord's Assessment comprised 3 segments, 2 practical combat exercises and 1 written examination. The 2 combat segments involved simulated skirmishes and simulated city defense battles. Professional examiners would conduct the assessments while ensuring the safety of participants to the greatest extent possible. During the exams, examiners will summon low-tier monsters from the world's void realm to serve as adversaries for the students. Despite the examiner's protection, facing mortal enemies for the first time inevitably made the students nervous. Hey, did you hear? This year's assessment is even tougher, several times more complex than last year's. Yeah, I heard they added several new types of monsters that never appeared before. I have no idea how to handle it. Lin Ze had risen early and just arrived at school, naturally overhearing his classmates' chatter. He, however, showed no sign of worry and truthfully, he had little to be concerned about. He was already a level 5 lord, and his domain was developing quite well. Although he only had a dozen or so zombies, dealing with 100 or so level 1 monsters was absolutely no problem. Moreover, he possessed various items from his previous life. Even facing second-tier monsters wouldn't cause him undue worry. Monsters could be converted into zombies, after all. Lin Ze smiled faintly, finding an open spot to sit down and leafing through the candidate handbook for this assessment. Lin Ze? You actually showed up for the assessment? I thought you'd just give up. As he read, a dismissive voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Chen Hu had arrived. Why would I give up? Lin Ze replied without turning his head, seemingly paying Chen Hu no mind. You're just talking tough. With only a Grey Lord Corps, you probably don't even have a barracks. What are you here for? To be a snack for the monsters? Chen Hu continued his scornful remarks, his words quickly drawing the attention of a large crowd. Isn't that Chen Hu? I heard his awakened domain is pretty powerful. His troop type is an orc tribe. Yeah, and he mentioned in the group chat that he's already at level 2 territory. Passing this assessment should be a breeze. Poor Lin Ze is in for it now. He never took Chen Hu seriously before, but now Chen Hu will probably humiliate him in every way possible. The students whispered about the two when suddenly, a sweet, girlish voice drifted in from the doorway. Baby, you're here so early? Chen Hu immediately broke into a smile upon hearing this. He shot Lin Ze a sarcastic glance before turning to greet the girl at the door with a warm smile. Honey, I came early to show you the assessment materials, didn't I? Chen Hu beamed as he pulled the girl speaking at the door into his arms, his eyes brimming with happiness and pride. This girl was none other than Su Yun, whom he had secretly admired for a long time, Lin Ze's ex-girlfriend. After swiftly cutting ties with Lin Ze, Su Yun had decisively chosen Chen Hu, the strongest and most talented backup option among her options. Their conversation quickly drew the attention of all the students present, who unconsciously turned their gaze toward Lin Ze, who remained calmly seated, flipping through the student handbook. Chapter 13, The Assessment Begins. The Bet with Chen Hu. Who would have thought that couple, who seemed so harmonious before, would break up so quickly? Hey, did you guys see that post on the forum? Yeah. The one about Lin Ze cheating, right? Who knew Lin Ze was that kind of person? What's wrong with you? Lin Ze's famous for being a total straight shooter. How could he possibly cheat? Plus, there's not a single detail about the girl in that post. I bet it's just these two. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but Lin Ze, the center of the storm, remained utterly unfazed. How could he not know who was spreading these rumors? He just didn't want to bother with it. The more he tried to defend himself, the more guilty he'd look. Of course, that didn't mean Lin Ze was unprepared. He had already identified every flaw in the post. That photo supposedly showing an unknown girl leaving Lin Ze's house? He'd had it forensically analyzed. It was clearly photoshopped. Su Yun hadn't even visited his home during their relationship, yet Chen Hu had gone so far as to circulate such a photo to draw attention. It was almost laughable. Just as the classroom atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, a striking figure entered. The school's top beauty, Xu Yao, carried 2 breakfast boxes. Her gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Lin Ze's back. Then, something utterly astonishing happened. Xu Yao actually smiled as she walked toward Lin Ze, gently patting his back. Didn't have breakfast? I brought you some. For the first time in 3 years, classmates witnessed Xu Yao speaking in such a gentle tone and to a man, no less. Really? I haven't eaten yet. Thanks a lot. Lin Ze glanced back, grinning as he accepted the breakfast and placed it on the table. So, did you try any of the things I gave you? The breakfast was Lin Ze's favorite rice rolls. He unwrapped the package as he asked. I did. Who knew your territory had such amazing specialties? Too bad I couldn't use them in today's skirmish. Otherwise, I'd have been confident about scoring full marks. Xu Yao replied with a smile. The two chatted cheerfully about today's exam, completely ignoring the couple still hugging behind them. The atmosphere in the classroom grew even stranger. A single thought formed in everyone's mind. When did they become so close? Chen-Hu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment as he stared at Lin Ze's retreating figure. He had just been planning to use Su-Yun to savagely mock Lin Ze, calling him a useless loser who could only watch helplessly as Su-Yun ended up with him. But before the words could leave his mouth, Chuyao, usually as cold as ice, had spoken to Lin Ze in that tone. Judging by their expressions, the relationship between these two was definitely not ordinary. Bringing up Su-Yun now would only invite embarrassment. Su-Yun, however, felt a surge of satisfaction. To her, Lin Ze was nothing but a loser right now. The fact that Chuyao, seemingly blinded, was throwing herself at him was laughable. Su-Yun, who had always felt inferior to Chuyao in every way, despised this perpetually pretentious girl. Yet she never dared voice it, knowing she'd be drowned in criticism by the countless devoted fans of the campus beauty. Her pursuit of Lin Ze had been partly driven by a desire to outshine Chuyao, to prove her own worth. Students, please be quiet. Attention, everyone. Your exam room assignments have been finalized. In 20 minutes, proceed to your designated exam rooms in an orderly fashion. Just as the classroom buzzed with speculation about when the legendary school heartthrob and the Ice Queen had hooked up, the dean of students entered carrying a stack of students' admission tickets. Your assigned exam rooms and specific test times are listed on your admission tickets. Review patiently, and once the assessment begins, stay calm and composed, don't let nerves get the best of you. With that, he began distributing the admission tickets one by one. The students quickly extinguished the flames of gossip in their minds and began reviewing the exam material. Which exam room are you in? Lin Ze glanced at his own admission ticket and asked Chuyao beside him. I'm in A13. What about you? What a coincidence, I'm taking the exam there too, Lin Ze replied with a faint smile. Chen-Hu, overhearing this, sneered coldly. He sat down in front of Lin Ze and said mockingly. What a coincidence, Mr. Top Student Lin. We're in the same exam room. Now we get to witness your heroic dominance over the competition once more. What a treat. Of course. You've been trailing behind me for 3 years now, and this time will be no different. Lin Ze replied with a cheerful smile. Is that so? Genius Lin, have you forgotten that you only awakened a Grey Lord Corps? You haven't even built your barracks yet, have you? What, planning to top the school rankings with just one academic subject? Chen-Hu sneered coldly, his tone brimming with satisfaction. Finally, I can crush Lin Ze under my feet. Chen-Hu thought excitedly, feeling the world was truly smiling upon him. Once he sees his own exam results, he'll probably collapse on the spot, right? Then I'll be able to hold his woman and crush him beneath my feet. Admit it. You'll go from genius to failure in no time. Chen-Hu pointed at Lin Ze triumphantly, his arrogant expression radiating the satisfaction of a long-held grudge finally avenged. Ha! Lin Ze offered him only a smile. You'll soon find out exactly who I am. Besides, you don't need to strut around here. I saw your new girlfriend. How does that saying go? Something like birds of a feather flock together, forever and ever? Wishing you 100 years of bliss together, Lin Ze chuckled. These words ignited Chen-Hu like a barrel of gunpowder, sending him into a rage instantly. Fine. Just wait. All this talk won't help you pass the exam. If your territory isn't torn apart by monsters first, just wait until after the exam my orc army will trample it flat. Chen-Hu snarled furiously. Seeing him like this, Lin Ze gave a mocking laugh and said lazily. Fine, I'll be waiting for you. Su-Yun overheard Lin Ze's words and felt deeply annoyed. Lin Ze, dare you take my wager? Looking at Lin Ze's handsome face, Su-Yun suddenly had an idea. What's the wager? Lin Ze didn't even raise an eyebrow as he casually asked. I'll bet you can't score higher than Chen-Hu. If you lose, you'll have to kowtow and apologize to us. Su-Yun sneered coldly. So? You up for it? Lin Ze finally looked up at the two of them. He had intended to settle the score with them after the exam, but these two had to jump on his face and disgust him. Lin Ze couldn't stand it anymore and agreed directly. Fine. If you lose, both of you will kowtow to me together. Chapter 14, Through Thick and Thin. The Rules of the Trial. Lin Ze smiled at Su-Yun and Chen-Hu, his handsome face radiating confidence. Under his assured gaze, Su-Yun's aura visibly weakened. Why? You only have to kowtow once if you lose, but we have to do it twice if we lose? But with things having come to this, there was no turning back. Su-Yun gritted his teeth and retorted. Chen-Hu, however, cut him off with a cold laugh. Fine. I'll give you that. If we lose, we'll both kowtow to you. Su-Yun opened her mouth to protest, but Chen-Hu leaned close and whispered in her ear. It's fine, Yun. With that useless gray core of his, how could I possibly lose? Su-Yun thought about it and nodded in agreement. Lin Ze was nothing but trash with his gray core. Even her own green core was stronger than his. How could Chen-Hu, who had already awakened his purple core, possibly lose? He'd be a piece of cake to beat. Fine, it's settled then. With that, he shot a disdainful glance at Chu Yao standing nearby. So what if she's the school beauty? Her taste is nowhere near as good as mine. Ending up with a loser? Poof. Just as they were fantasizing about Lin Ze kneeling before them in defeat, Chu Yao, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. How about this? If Lin Ze loses, I'll bow and apologize to you alongside him. Let's have a 2-on-2 competition. Whichever side scores higher in the assessment wins. What do you say? Her gaze turned cold as she fixed it on Su Yun, who was basking in smug satisfaction. You? I? Su Yun was momentarily speechless, hesitating to accept outright. Chu Yao had awakened a purple lord core, while hers was merely green. If they truly competed, how could she possibly stand a chance? But then she thought about it and quickly smiled again. Wait a minute, who said she had to compete against her? This was a 4-person contest, wasn't it? She, Chu Yao, had a purple core, and so did Chen Hu. If their scores were close, wouldn't she be guaranteed to win? Lin Ze only had a gray core. As long as her score surpassed Lin Ze's, victory was hers. This Chu Yao was practically asking for trouble. Su Yun thought to himself, then hurriedly nodded in agreement. Alright. Let's make it a bet. If you lose, you'll bow and apologize in front of the entire school. With that, she flashed a confident smile, as if victory were already hers. Chu Yao turned to Lin Ze, as if seeking his approval. Lin Ze gave her a faint smile and nodded. Then he stood up, looking down at Chen Hu and his companion with an air of superiority as he spoke slowly. I hope you don't go back on your word. If you lose, come over here and apologize properly. He glanced at Chen Hu again. Also, you must clarify the rumors you spread about me. Chen Hu's body stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. I don't know what you're talking about, but this bet is on the table now. No one backs out. He pointed at the crowd of classmates watching the spectacle behind him. These people are all witnesses. Lin Ze nodded, turning back around as he twirled a pencil in his hand. So until this bet is settled, don't bother me again. He spat out the words over his shoulder without turning back. Chen Hu's expression darkened. He snorted coldly, offered no reply, and led Su Yun to sit on the opposite side of the classroom. How dare Lin Ze do this? He's just a gray core, it's obvious he'll lose. Why drag Goddess Chu into this? He must be out of his mind. Probably too proud to back down. Sigh. Poor Chu Yao, she'll be humiliated because of him. Maybe he has some trick up his sleeve? The students buzzed with speculation, none holding high hopes for the bet. After all, a Grey Lord core and a worthless were practically synonymous. Over the years, no one who awakened a Grey Lord core had ever surpassed level 20. To them, Lin Ze's calmness and confidence were nothing but the stubborn defiance of a dead duck. Ding ling ling. Attention all examinees. Please proceed to the examination hall in an orderly fashion. The test will commence in 10 minutes. All candidates are requested to prepare accordingly. The wall-mounted announcement cut through the murmurs. Students rose, gathered their exam materials, and streamed toward the exit. Just wait until you bow and apologize to me in front of the entire school. Chen Hu spat out his final words to Lin Ze before strutting out with Su Yun in tow. Lin Ze's lips curled into a cold smile. Without a word, he picked up his admission ticket and followed suit. The exam hall wasn't far from the classroom. It took less than 5 minutes to reach the location. A middle-aged man with graying hair stood authoritatively at the front of the examination hall. After scanning the room to confirm everyone was present, he spoke in a deep voice. Attention, candidates. I am Wang Yi, the examiner for this assessment. I will be supervising the proceedings. The assessment involves a simulated skirmish. After connecting to the virtual battlefield, proceed to your designated territory. Take inventory of your followers. Any items, equipment, or gear not belonging to you personally are strictly prohibited during the exam. Violators will be immediately disqualified. Understood? The crowd responded in unison that they understood. Wang Yi nodded, then extended his hand to summon the Lord's Core. Several streaks of light appeared before the group, slowly hovering in place. This was a feature only available to lords above level 40, the simulated battlefield. Within it, the creator could pre-deploy any creatures of their choosing. Other lords could enter by touching the battlefield's light. Upon entry, the simulated battlefield automatically integrated with the current lord's territory for a period. Once you're ready, step inside. The exam officially begins in 5 minutes. Your instructors and the principal will be observing your performance. Alright, for the sake of supreme glory, give it your all, everyone. Go! Go! All the students silently cheered themselves on in their hearts. One by one, they swiftly entered the simulated battlefield and began their pre-battle deployments. Lin Ze flashed a faint smile at Chu Yao before entering the battlefield himself. The familiar gray sky reappeared. Lin Ze soon spotted a patch of land with a completely different hue emerging not far from his territory. That was the location for the first exam. This was an encounter battle simulation, so once it began, all territory facilities except for the items in their backpacks and their troop types would be temporarily disconnected. 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the students were all transported into the simulated space. A palpable tension spread through the crowd. Chapter 15, First-Tier Monster Giant Wolf. Lin Ze stuns the entire field. The instructors outside could monitor each student's progress. Their large screens displayed a bird's-eye view of every participant's movements, resembling a strategic game. Not bad. This class has decent quality. Most have already produced around 50 soldiers. Yeah, that must be Chunhu from Class 3. Nearly half his orc soldiers are already second tier. Looks like he's going to score high on this assessment. Shu Yao is doing well too. She has more second-tier elven soldiers than Shenhu, though her overall troop count is slightly lower. Ha! Who's that? Where are his soldiers? Why is he standing alone in the exam hall? Soon, teachers noticed the unusual situation. Teachers gathered around to observe. The principal also stepped forward to take a look, his brow furrowing. Isn't that Lin Ze? This child. Alas, it seems he intends to abandon the exam. Examiners, keep a close eye on him. Should anything seem amiss, teleport him out immediately. The principal sighed with heartfelt sorrow. The scenes from the awakening ceremony played vividly in his mind. Such a promising talent, destined for greatness. The headmaster, lost in thought, shifted his attention away from Lin Ze and toward the other students. Lin Ze wasn't idle either. With minutes left before the monsters launched their assault, he began setting up an array directly on the battlefield. The balance of yin and yang energies in this space was perfect, allowing Lin Ze to complete a full yin protection, yang shield formation. This formation wasn't merely defensive. It could also gather the yin and yang energies absorbed within the array and channel them back to reinforce a target designated by the caster. After making a few simple adjustments to the formation's layout, Lin Ze brushed the dust off his clothes and let out a satisfied smile. Now, it was foolproof. Roar! A bone-chilling roar echoed as several bizarre-looking creatures materialized at the opposite end of the simulated battlefield. First-tier demonic beasts, giant wolves. They sprang up like mushrooms after rain across the battlefield, their bloodthirsty eyes quickly locking onto Lin Ze, who stood there alone. Dozens of giant wolves let out a deafening roar and charged madly toward Lin Ze. They were desperate to tear the youth's body apart and savor his delicious flesh. Watching the charging wolves, Lin Ze smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, 13 coffins slowly rose from behind him. Ugh! A low, hoarse growl echoed as 13 zombies burst from their coffins. Their lifeless eyes and dark, sallow complexions transformed into ghostly black shadows at Lin Ze's wave, charging viciously at the wolves. A yellow talisman with red characters dangled between Lin Ze's fingers, swaying gently in the breeze. 5 long swords had appeared at some point, twisted and crooked in the ground. Their sharp blades glinted coldly, as if foretelling the impending slaughter. Taiyan Huagai, Earthgate Heavenly Door, I tread the U-step, Xin Nuzhenren, Ming Tang sits and lies, hidden and concealed. Lin Ze formed a hand seal with one hand while pinching the talisman with the other, murmuring the protective incantation as his long hair swayed gently in the breeze. Hasten as the law commands. With his thunderous shout, the talisman in his hand erupted in golden light, igniting into a ball of flame that burned itself out, its ashes scattered by the wind. A faint golden light enveloped both the zombies and Lin Ze, emanating an eerie, ancient authority. As the talisman burned, a peculiar mark appeared on Lin Ze's forehead. Then, his eyes snapped open. With a single hand gesture, the 5 flying swords embedded in the ground shot upward. They formed a line in the air, circling tightly around Lin Ze. The zombies had already engaged the giant wolves in combat. Wails, roars, and the sound of flesh tearing echoed incessantly, making it impossible to tell who was the true monster. Go! Lin Ze changed his hand seals again. With a low shout, the 5 flying swords shot forward like meteors, plunging into the pack of giant wolves. In an instant, the wolves at the forefront were nearly annihilated by the combined assault of flying swords and zombies, leaving scarcely any intact corpses. Fear was a rare emotion among monsters, yet this time, Lin Ze clearly saw a flicker of terror in the eyes of these proud, untamed giant wolves. It's not over yet, Lin Ze murmured, a faint smile curving his lips as his hands shifted once more. Rise! He slammed his palm down onto the ground. As his command echoed, the fallen giant wolf corpses began to tremble faintly. Then, the first giant wolf dragged its mangled body to its feet. Then the second, the third. The giant wolves, previously torn apart by the zombies, all rose once more in unison. They turned their bodies and charged toward their fallen comrades. If their hind legs were severed, they crawled on their front legs. If their front legs were severed, they clung to others and dragged themselves forward. This utterly baffling spectacle left both the supervising teacher and the examiners gawking in disbelief. From the moment Lin Ze had set his formation until now, barely 5 minutes had passed. Most other students were still using ranged units to wear down the monsters. Yet Lin Ze had already slaughtered nearly half of them, and not a single one of the 13 bizarre creatures he had summoned had died. Principal, you must see this. The teacher stammered as he rushed to the principal's side, pointing at the screen. HM? What's going on? The principal frowned, assuming some student had caused trouble, and hurried to the screen. But the moment he arrived, he was stunned. The screen showed a landscape covered in blood and corpses. If not for the wolves' distinct features, the principal might have mistaken them for the army fighting the monsters. 13 zombies in flying swords were rampaging freely among hundreds of giant wolves. Their unstoppable aura left the principal speechless for a moment. Assessment? What was there left to assess? This was practically fishing with dynamite. Judging by the footage, even 100 more giant wolves wouldn't be enough to kill these dozen or so pitch-black monsters. Every single ability displayed was beyond anything the headmaster had ever heard of. Whose subordinates are these? After a moment of contemplation, he asked in a deep voice. Principal, it's Lin Ze. The teacher stared incredulously at the name displayed in the upper right corner of the screen before stammering out the answer. Lin Ze? The principal's pupils contracted slightly as he asked in disbelief. Didn't he only awaken a Grey Lord core? How could he be this strong? Could he be cheating? The principal asked doubtfully, but quickly dismissed the thought. Because unit types like this were verified by examiners, their origins absolutely belonged to the examinees before being allowed into the simulation space. Judging by Lin Ze's demeanor, he didn't appear to be cheating either. Bull, who would cheat so blatantly by going on a killing spree? Chapter 16, First Round Assessment Complete. S rank. The principal stroked his chin and immediately ordered in a deep voice. Mark Lin Ze's assessment footage as a priority for immediate review. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the teacher beside him nodded and began operating the system. Soon, Lin Ze's assessment footage was projected onto the central screen. The teacher's eyes were drawn to it. Who is this? Why does his unit type look unfamiliar? He's nearly finished off all the giant wolves? Is this really a senior high student? How could he be this strong? Watching Lin Ze slaughtering the giant wolves on the screen, the teachers were almost speechless. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a student assessment? Why did it feel like a demon extermination operation? What kind of student was this? The teachers swallowed hard and glanced back at the students they had marked as top contenders. Chen Hu's orc army was still locked in a stalemate. Chen Hu himself rode a horse, constantly directing his troops to kite the wolves. This sneaky tactic drove the giant wolves into a frenzy. Shu Yao's elves had engaged the giant wolves head-on. Elven magic and arrows pierced the wolves' bodies relentlessly, creating a scene of intense, drawn-out combat. Turning back to Lin Ze's side. Like a god of war, he moved through the corpses with utter disregard for his surroundings. His feet followed an odd rhythm as the markings on his hands shifted constantly. 5 flying swords, swift as shooting stars, sliced through the giant wolves' bodies, cleaving them apart as easily as cutting through tofu. The soldiers beside him were equally terrifying. A towering humanoid creature charged like a miniature tank, its wolf claws failing to leave even a mark on its body. With every strike it delivered, giant wolves were either crushed flat or shattered into pieces. What exactly is this unit? It's terrifying. Imagine if that hit a person. The teachers all shared this thought simultaneously. At that moment, Lin Ze felt his blood boil, as if he had rediscovered some long-lost sensation. The situation was far better than he'd anticipated. With the amulet's protection, the giant wolves' attacks barely scratched the black zombies. The 3 zombies, now evolved to Tier 3, were like tigers among sheep. A single casual strike could claim the life of a giant wolf. If their corpses remained intact, they would be affected by the corpse poison, rising again as zombie puppets. You have slain a Tier 1 monster giant wolf and successfully converted it into a corpse puppet. Such notifications echoed incessantly within their minds. Soon, the growing number of corpse puppets on the ground gradually freed the zombies from needing to charge to the front lines for the kills. Facing the relentless, ever-growing horde of zombies, the giant wolves could only let out helpless roars before being torn apart by their former kin or the terrifying undead, collapsing onto the ground. As the last giant wolf fell, Lin Ze paused his actions and took a slight breath. Turning back, he saw a shocking trail of blood across the ground, littered with the giant wolf's severed limbs and entrails. About 20 relatively intact wolf corpses had been transformed into zombie puppets, now obediently crouching behind Lin Ze. Seems the monsters are weaker than I imagined. Lin Ze shrugged and approached the teleportation beam. The exam hall's leaderboard instantly flashed a name. Student Lin Ze has completed the exam. Time, 11 minutes 8 seconds. Casualties, 0. Enemy eliminated, 100% overall rating, S. A mechanical alert sounded, and Lin Ze's name and evaluation swiftly appeared on the leaderboards of all major exam halls. Finished the exam in just 11 minutes? With 0 casualties and complete annihilation? What kind of freak is this? The expression on examiner Wang Yi's face, standing at the front, visibly changed. Had he not personally designed this simulated space, he would have suspected a system glitch. However, after quickly reviewing Lin Ze's exam footage, Wang Yi's expression grew even more peculiar. As an examiner with decades of experience, he'd witnessed countless prodigies and geniuses. Yet someone like Lin Ze who relied purely on raw power without any tactical planning was a first. 11 minutes in, and even the students who hadn't passed hadn't been teleported out yet this man had already completed the assessment. Looks like the Dragon Nation is about to gain another prodigy. He sighed inwardly and turned his attention back to the other candidates. Time ticked by, and one by one, students who hadn't finished the test were teleported out, heads hanging low in defeat. Ugh. This test is way too hard. Those giant wolves are so thick-skinned and tough my soldiers couldn't even scratch them. Yeah, they used to only have 70 or 80 wolves, but this time there were 100. They broke through my formation in just a few strikes. And the passing requirement changed from eliminating 60% to 70%. It's just too hard. The failed students grumbled incessantly about the grueling test, each one dejected and crestfallen. The first assessment was crucial if a unit suffered excessive casualties, the second exam was practically impossible. Many hadn't even had time to retreat before their armies were torn to shreds by the giant wolf pack. Wait. Someone's already passed the assessment. Names are appearing on the leaderboard. Suddenly, someone noticed the leaderboard hanging at the front of the testing ground. How is that possible? It's been barely a moment. Holy crap. And it's a 100% annihilation. Full marks. It's Lin Ze. Holy crap. The Lin God. He passed the test with just a gray talent? How is that possible? My cousin awakened a gray core and didn't even take the test. After 7 days, he only had 8 soldiers all old, weak, sick, or disabled. Everyone's gaze was drawn to that familiar name on the leaderboard, none of them able to believe their eyes. The next moment, their gazes turned in unison toward the quiet, black-haired youth sitting in the exam hall's rest area. Lin Ze remained utterly unfazed, as if he'd accomplished nothing more than a trivial task. Just as a few classmates who were somewhat familiar with Lin Ze were about to approach him, a maniacal laugh erupted. Ha 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 ha. Now the top spot in the entire school is definitely mine. Chen-Hu burst into a hearty laugh as he stepped out of his simulation space. His face still bore traces of gray dust and bloodstains, suggesting he'd just endured a fierce battle. Complete annihilation. All in just over 20 minutes. This performance would probably score high even at the provincial level. Chen-Hu muttered excitedly to himself. Soon, he spotted Lin Ze sitting in the rest area, idly flipping through a book. A mocking smirk instantly spread across his lips. Oh? Mr. Top Student Lin, teleported out so quickly? Scared out of your wits by the monsters? Could it be you were disqualified after just 2 minutes inside? He spoke with a teasing tone, his face wearing a smug grin. Lin Ze looked up at him with pity and pointed at the leaderboard. What are you pointing at? Scared you saw me in first place? Chen-Hu's tone dripped with sarcasm, as if he were watching a joke unfold. I'll crush you underfoot. This is just the beginning. Chen-Hu declared arrogantly. Chen-Hu, you might want to take a closer look. Soon, a classmate nearby, unable to tolerate Chen-Hu's attitude, kindly patted his shoulder and said. Chapter 17, The Shocked Crowd. Huh? What? Chen-Hu frowned, following the finger pointing behind him toward the ranking board. His pupils suddenly contracted. His face twisted with disbelief as he gasped. Impossible. This can't be. Lin Ze, how could he? He's just a Grey Lord core, how could he possibly achieve such results? You must have cheated. He spun around in fury, pointing at Lin Ze and bellowing. It must be. Yes, you cheated. How else could you achieve 100% annihilation in just 13 minutes? As Chen-Hu spoke, a sickly flush spread across his face, like a mad dog watching helplessly as his wife was taken. I didn't cheat. Lin Ze finally set down the book in his hands, lazily lifting his head to look at Chen-Hu with a smile. If you don't believe me, ask the examiner. What good does yelling at me here do? The words seemed to snap Chen-Hu out of his rage. He gritted his teeth, spat out a threatening "you'll see," and strode purposefully toward the examiner's desk. Examiner! I'm reporting someone for cheating. Though rage burned within him, Chen-Hu forced himself to suppress his anger. After all, the examiner held the power over his future. He addressed the official in as calm a tone as he could manage. Go ahead. Wang Yi opened his eyes, momentarily stepping out of his observation state. That Lin Ze guy must have cheated. He's a core member of the Grey Lords, how could he possibly get such scores? Chen-Hu muttered indignantly under his breath. Please investigate this thoroughly, sir. The moment the words left his mouth, Chen-Hu saw Wang Yi's brow furrow slightly, his expression growing noticeably colder. I've already reviewed it. The student absolutely did not engage in any cheating. All the units he brought belonged to his territory. Moreover, his personal level is genuinely higher. There's absolutely no cheating involved. Chen-Hu paled at the news and tried to say something more. Wang Yi, noticing his reaction, frowned and coldly retorted. Are you questioning this examiner's competence? Or do you think I'm covering for him? Not at all, Chen-Hu hastily waved his hands. Wang Yi said nothing more, merely giving him a cold glance before returning to oversee the exam. No one spoke again. The collective silence felt more like a mocking rebuke directed at Chen-Hu. He gritted his teeth, turned his head, and glared at Lin Ze with hatred, snapping. Don't get too excited. It's only the first exam. I refuse to believe you passed this test on your own merits. Lin Ze scoffed coldly, looking at him with disdain. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. If you don't believe me, why not find out after the exams? With that, he dismissed Chen-Hu and returned to his seat, resuming his reading. Fine. After the exam. Chen-Hu snorted coldly, knowing it wasn't time to act yet. After hurling his threat, he stormed straight out of the exam hall. Lin Ze had no desire to deal with this spoiled brat, whose psyche had been warped since childhood. But the boy kept pushing his buttons, time and again. If he still showed no remorse after the exam, Lin Ze wouldn't mind stepping in to teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents. As he pondered this, another streak of light flashed by. Xu Yao had also completed her assessment. Though it took a few minutes longer, her elimination rate was slightly higher than Chen-Hu's, earning her an A rating and placing her second overall. You're done already? Spotting Lin Ze seated in the rest area, Xu Yao's eyes lit up as she approached with a cheerful smile. Lin Ze smiled without speaking, gesturing for her to look at the leaderboard. First place. And with an S-grade rating. That's already broken our school's record. Xu Yao's mouth fell slightly open in mild surprise. But if it was you, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Then, she suddenly laughed, as if she understood Lin Ze perfectly. Seeing this, Lin Ze could no longer contain his curiosity. You seem to know me pretty well? Lin Ze stroked his chin, speaking with genuine interest. But we don't seem to have much in common, do we? How would you know about my preferences? Lin Ze was referring to that cup of milk tea from last time. At those words, Xu Yao's face flushed bright red. She stammered for a long moment before finally managing to speak. Nothing. You're so famous at school, it's only natural I know a bit more about you. But under Lin Ze's steady gaze, Xu Yao finally couldn't hold back. She flashed an adorably sheepish expression, stuck out her little tongue, and admitted. Alright, we actually met before, but you probably don't remember. Just as Lin Ze was about to ask more, Xu Yao noticed the curious stares from their classmates. Blushing, she quickly lowered her head and tugged at Lin Ze's sleeve. Let's talk about it next time when we have a chance. For now, let's go prepare for the second exam. Xu Yao's face was as red as a ripe apple, a stark contrast to her usual ice queen persona. Could it be that some little fairy I saved in a past life has reincarnated to repay me? A strange thought flashed through Lin Ze's mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Ah well, if she didn't want to talk about it now, he'd ask after the exams. With that thought, Lin Ze nodded and led Xu Yao out of the exam hall. The second exam wouldn't begin until 2 hours after the first one ended. The first exam was fixed at 2 hours, leaving over 3 hours until the second one. Students who emerged within the first hour were either the bottom-tier failures who hadn't passed the assessment or the exceptionally gifted elite. Lin Ze and Xu Yao clearly belonged to the latter group. How did the first practical test feel? Lin Ze placed a bottle of water he'd bought from the supermarket on the table and asked. It went pretty well. Those monsters weren't as terrifying as I imagined, Xu Yao replied with a smile. Yeah, the giant wolves weren't too scary. After all, they're only first-tier monsters, Lin Ze nodded, unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. But I heard the second assessment later might involve second-tier monsters. Really? The two chatted along this topic, their relationship growing closer without either realizing it. Meanwhile, among the instructors. Staring at the names on the leaderboard, the teachers still found it utterly unbelievable. Lin Ze had shattered the provincial assessment record using a mere Grey Lord core. The principal had been silent for quite some time, repeatedly reviewing Lin Ze's battle records. Principal. Do you think he cheated? Seeing him still silent, one teacher couldn't hold back and stepped forward to ask. The principal remained silent for a moment before finally shaking his head slightly and saying, I doubt it. The troop types and residual energy signatures all match Lin Ze's. Still, this news is simply too astonishing. Our accumulated experience over the years may indeed have been mistaken. The principal sighed softly, then removed his glasses. He pulled a piece of paper from his breast pocket to wipe them clean before speaking again, his voice slow and deliberate. Perhaps, this Grey Lord core of his conceals secrets unknown to the entire world. Chapter 18, A Fierce Enemy. The second-tier monster, the evil rock giant. Soon, 3 hours had passed, and less than 20 minutes remained before the second exam began. Lin Ze was already seated in the exam hall, idly doodling to pass the time. His classmates looked at him with the same envious eyes as before, but no one dared mention the fact that he had awakened a worthless Grey Lord core. What a joke. Lin Ze's name still hung on the rankings. If he was a waste, then what were they? Worse than useless? By noon today, the entire Jiangnan province had released the results of the first assessment. At the top of the rankings was none other than Lin Ze's name. This meant that in this year's assessment, Lin Ze had achieved the highest score in the entire province for this subject. Even if he skipped the next 2 subjects, his score alone was sufficient for university admission. No one dared underestimate him anymore. Everyone was reminded once again of the fear of being dominated by Lin Ze. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The second assessment will begin shortly. Wang Yi glanced at his watch, cleared his throat, and announced. The exam duration remains 2 hours. Should the Lord's Crystal face danger or any of you encounter life-threatening situations, I will forcibly interrupt the exam. There's no need to panic. This assessment will simulate a defensive battle. I trust you've already covered the theoretical knowledge in your studies, so I won't elaborate further. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Once time is up, simply enter the simulated space I've created within the territory. Candidates, begin. As his voice faded, the candidates hurriedly entered their respective domains, beginning to deploy troops and strategize. Most soldiers had sustained casualties during the morning's simulated skirmish, making the prudent use of domain facilities the paramount challenge in this defensive assessment. Lin Ze gave Chu Yao a nod and a smile before entering his own domain. Night still shrouded the domain. The zombie puppeteer wolves converted that morning bowed low upon seeing Lin Ze, emitting submissive growls. Lin Ze had fed them flesh and blood earlier that day, and their wounds had mostly healed. He had even treated those missing limbs, ensuring their overall combat effectiveness remained intact. Of the 13 zombies, only 2 bore severe injuries, the rest were largely unharmed. After being fed flesh and blood, they had fully recovered to their peak condition. Observing his increasingly bustling domain, Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction. Defensive warfare wasn't actually the zombies' forte, as they possessed almost no means of ranged attack in their early stages. Apart from Little Magnolia, the rest of the zombies currently only possessed melee combat capabilities. However, Lin Ze never intended to merely retreat behind the city walls and defend passively. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. If he didn't engage in close combat, how else could he continue expanding his cannon fodder army? Soon, 5 minutes passed. Lin Ze stood atop the high ramparts. The city gates stood wide open below, where 13 zombies and 20 corpse puppet wolves were already arrayed in battle formation. A faint glow appeared in an open field a kilometer outside the city walls, gradually coalescing into a blue portal. A dull rumbling echoed into Lin Ze's ears. 1, 2, 3. Several figures as heavy as mountains gradually came into Lin Ze's view. They were the malignant rock giants. Among second-tier monsters, they rank among the top 3 in combat prowess. With bodies as solid as stone and strength capable of moving mountains, they are titans born amidst countless mountain ranges, unshakable beings. They are the favored children of the earth, able to freely command the power of earth elementals. Following behind them were over a dozen crimson-clad figures. The Fired Demon Clan. A fearsome tribe dwelling perpetually in molten lava, radiating terrifying heat. They revel in slaughter, delighting in scorching every inch of conquered land with their flames. As they stepped forward, the air itself seemed to grow hotter. Fire demons? And rock giants? Why would these 2 monstrous creatures appear in the assessment? They're among the most terrifying beasts. Even a second-tier creature can rival a third-tier monster. A normal lord wouldn't stand a chance against them without at least a level 10 power. Outside the testing grounds, a teacher who had been observing Lin Ze's assessment couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His cry quickly drew the attention of the other instructors and the headmaster. Good heavens! Has the examiner lost his mind? Why would he unleash these 2 beasts to attack the students? This is far too dangerous. Exactly. When I was level 12, I encountered them once and nearly had my entire domain torn apart. The principal's brow furrowed deeply. Contact Lin Ze's examiner immediately and confirm the situation, he ordered moments later. If necessary, terminate the exam. Under no circumstances must Lin Ze be harmed. After the previous exam, Lin Ze's importance in the principal's eyes had reached a whole new level. Understood, principal. I'll contact them immediately. Someone immediately took action, dialing the examiner's number. A moment later, the teacher hung up and returned to the principal's side. Principal, I've inquired. This is an unexpected situation. These monsters infiltrated among the summoned ordinary second-tier creatures. Due to Lin Ze's exceptionally outstanding performance upon entering the arena, the examiner panel temporarily increased the difficulty of his assessment. However, he mentioned these monsters likely aren't in their full forms. They've been weakened by the examiner's domain traits. He will pay close attention to Lin Ze's situation. The principal's expression remained grave, clearly displeased with the examiner's oversight. Yet the assessment had already commenced. Interrupting it now would result in Lin Ze receiving a 0 for this section. Very well. Now we can only hope Lin Ze holds out. If he scores sufficiently in this subject, then this year's provincial top scholar will come from our school. After a moment's hesitation, the principal sighed and did not order Lin Ze's exam to be halted. There was no other choice. Tianhai desperately needed a respectable result. Hang in there, kid. The principal's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Ze's image on the screen, silently praying for him. Lin Ze had also realized the enemies he faced were no ordinary second-tier monsters, and his expression grew grave. 2 types of monsters? This is going to be a real pain, Lin Ze muttered to himself, eyeing the towering rock giants. But giving up easily wasn't Lin Ze's style. Though the enemies were powerful, he wasn't completely defenseless. The zombie's infection ability was the key to this battle. If he could concentrate his firepower and successfully convert one of the malignant rock giants into a zombie puppet before his own losses became too great, then there was still a chance to fight. The corpse poison wasn't limited to transforming the dead. Once it entered a host's body, even if the host wasn't yet dead, it would slowly transform them into a corpse puppet. While the wrath-infused soul and corpse venom had maxed out the evil rock giant's physical defense, its magic resistance remained low. Moreover, the transformed giant wolves on his side were several times faster than the rock giants. If he could stall them long enough, the scales of victory would tip in Lin Ze's favor. Chapter 19, Successful Transformation. The counterattack begins. As for the Fire Demon clan, Lin Ze had long prepared his countermeasures. He would lead the toughest fighters, Zheng San and Chen Chun, to hold off the fire demons. This would buy time for Xiao Yulan and the remaining zombies to successfully convert the rock giant. Then, they could concentrate their firepower to wipe out the fire demons. There was no room for stinginess with items now. Lin Ze hurriedly produced 3 protective talismans, affixing one to the forehead of each of the 3 third-tier zombies. This was the second use of the talisman, a discovery he made after personally activating one. When activated after being affixed to a zombie's forehead, the talisman's effects and duration were significantly extended. The trade-off was that it could no longer be used as an area of effect spell, functioning solely as a single target buff to strengthen allies. A single target talisman lasted about 15 minutes, boosting damage reduction to roughly 22%. Combined with the 8 points of elemental resistance provided by the elemental resistance talisman already placed in the territory, Zheng San should have no trouble holding off a dozen fire demons for a short while. With Zheng San assisting from the sidelines using his flying sword, he might even manage to take down 1 or 2 fire demons. However, the original plan to charge out the city walls to engage the enemy was clearly no longer feasible. To improve their odds, Lin Ze must rely on the Een Guardian array he had set up along the city walls to bolster his forces. After making preparations, Lin Ze issued separate commands to the zombies. Once they damaged the malignant rock giants, they were not to fight to the death but merely to hold them back. With that, he retrieved 3 protective talismans from his backpack and activated them on the zombie giant wolf and black zombies. Flames instantly consumed the talismans, and a yellow aura descended upon the zombies once more. Lin Ze then pulled 5 long swords from his backpack, snapped his fingers in a chant, and unleashed his sword control technique. The first malignant rock giant had already entered the range of the formation. Lin Ze roared, directing his flying swords toward the monstrous creatures. The great battle was about to erupt. Zheng San, shielded by the talisman, charged through several evil rock giants like an unstoppable warrior, heading straight for the Fire Demon clan. Arg! A terrifying roar echoed as the zombies charged like lightning toward the towering rock giants ahead. The 20 corpse puppet wolves, their bodies mangled beyond recognition, charged fearlessly toward them as well. Xiao Yulan, now capable of casting simple spells, stood in the rear, hurling dark green fireballs at the rock giants one after another. The eerie flames clung to them like a flesh-eating disease, eliciting muffled growls of agony from the giants. Meanwhile, the zombies seized the opportunity, tearing viciously at the giants' legs with their sharp claws. The second-tier black zombies could barely breach the rock giants' defenses. Their relentless attacks only left shallow scratches that scarcely qualified as wounds. This won't do. Seeing this, Lin Ze swiftly commanded his flying sword to strike at the rock giants. Don't forget, his sword-riding technique possessed a defense-piercing effect. The flying swords darted relentlessly around the rock giants, moving with the grace and agility of a dragon, leaving a trail of tiny wounds across the monsters' bodies. The rock giants, now marked by the armor-piercing effect, seemed enraged. They swung their massive fists relentlessly, attempting to smash the weapons they detested. Unfortunately, their movements were far too sluggish to keep pace with the flying sword's speed. While the flying swords held the rock giants' attention, the zombies redoubled their efforts, tearing into the monstrous creatures. 1 bite, 2 bites. Through the zombies' relentless efforts, wounds finally appeared on the rock giants' legs. Grayish-brown blood began to drip, fueling their fury. Boom! A dull thud echoed. 1 black zombie failed to dodge in time and was struck squarely by the rock giant. The terrifying force nearly shattered his body. He flew backward, crashing violently into the city wall before collapsing lifelessly. Truly a terrifying monster whose power rivaled that of a third-tier creature despite being only second-tier. Lin Ze witnessed the scene and silently marveled within. Even with the protection of talismans and formations, if he took that punch, he'd likely be finished on the spot. But now was no time for such thoughts. Lin Ze quickly refocused his attention on the battle. The Fire Demon clan was still somewhat weaker compared to the terrifying evil rock giants. Perhaps it was because they specialized in energy attacks rather than physical prowess. With elemental resistance boosting his defenses, their attacks remained devastatingly powerful, yet they couldn't instantly kill Zheng San and Chen Chun in a single blow. While Chen Chun wasn't as tanky as Zhang San, he could rapidly restore his health by drinking blood whenever injured. And this blood, whether from enemies or allies, didn't matter. Whenever a corpse puppet wolf fell, Chen Chun treated them as a blood pack. Whenever he suffered heavy injuries, he'd dash over for a couple of gulps before returning to the fray. Zhang San, relying on his formidable physique, braced against the Fire Demon clan's bombardment while launching fierce counterattacks. The situation gradually reached a stalemate. Several zombies had already been struck by the malignant rock giants, reduced to mangled piles of flesh. Through the zombies' relentless efforts, every malignant rock giant bore several fresh wounds. The zombie poison slowly began to corrode the rock giants' minds. Boom! Another searing fireball flew toward them. Lin Ze dodged it, but the zombie giant wolf behind him was struck head-on. The thick, acrid smell of burning flesh instantly filled Lin Ze's nostrils, making his nerves even more taut. Zhang San and Chen Shun, the two zombies, were already covered in blood and likely couldn't hold out much longer. If the corpse poison didn't take effect soon, they'd likely only last another 10 minutes or so. Just as the crisis reached its peak, a jade-green ripple suddenly surged from behind him, sweeping across Lin Ze's entire domain like a tidal wave. A warm, searing energy surged from Lin Ze's heart, coursing through every limb and bone. He felt an immediate lightness wash over him as both his physical strength and mental energy surged back. Every zombie bathed in this wave erupted in a chorus of excited howls as wounds and severed limbs miraculously began to heal. Feeling this strangely familiar aura, Lin Ze instantly realized something. It was that strange sapling. Who would have thought it possessed such power? Shocked yet undeterred, Lin Ze kept his hands moving, shouting orders for his soldiers to continue battling the monsters. Remarkably, while the green ripples acted like a fountain of life for Lin Ze and the zombies, they caused the demons intense agony after passing through their bodies. Some heavily wounded fire demon tribesmen vanished almost instantly, leaving only dark silhouettes cast upon the ground. Meanwhile, the corpse poison within the evil rock giants seemed to accelerate its growth, causing each of them to emit agonized howls. Success! Lin Ze's heart surged with joy. He could gradually sense the first few malignant rock giants slowly transforming into zombies. He could now control them through the system. All zombies. Counterattack. Chapter 20, the second trial concludes. Lin Ze roared, instantly deploying two basic protective talismans on the spot to enhance the defense of the newly transformed rock giant zombies. Then, he swiftly activated the Grand Formation, reapplying the amplification effect to all his units. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. The remaining zombies, shielded by several successfully transformed corpse puppets, charged toward the last of the demonic creatures. The remnants of the fire demon clan were torn to shreds almost instantly. Heat waves warped the air, and their piercing wails were the last sounds they left behind on this land. As the last malignant rock giant fell, the zombies erupted in excited howls. Then, in perfect unison, they turned toward Lin Ze and performed a kneeling salute. Surveying the utter devastation beyond the city walls, Lin Ze touched his slightly darkened face and finally smiled. This was his first true battle, and for the first time, the once invincible zombie army had suffered casualties. Of the 10 black zombies, only 6 remained. The 3 third-tier zombies were also severely wounded. Zhang San, in particular, had scarcely a single intact spot on his body, though fortunately, his life was not in danger. Of the 20 corpse puppet wolves, only 3 remained. One was barely recognizable, clinging to life by a thread. Had it not been for these 20 sacrificial giant wolves, the outcome of this battle would have been far from certain. At the very least, the zombies would have suffered heavy losses. However, despite the losses, the gains were substantial. 5 nearly intact rock giant corpse puppets knelt respectfully on one knee outside the city walls, their eyes brimming with loyalty. The combat prowess of these creatures was truly staggering. If all of them could be refined to the 3rd stage and evolved into undying bones, what terrifying monsters they would become. Unfortunately, not a single member of the Fire Demon clan had been successfully converted. They were all annihilated by the enraged zombies and Lin Ze's flying sword. Gazing at the charred wasteland, Lin Ze had no time for reflection. He hastily ordered the zombies back to the domain, tossed out some cattle and sheep, then departed the realm, returning to reality. The moment he emerged, countless pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Worry, astonishment, admiration, fear, excitement. The myriad expressions momentarily stunned Lin Ze, but he quickly regained his composure. Lin Ze, you are the pride of Tianhai High School, the principal's voice rang out, his eyes sparkling with unmistakable excitement. He grasped Lin Ze's arm with satisfaction and gave it a firm shake. I knew it. You will absolutely become a great lord. The principal grinned broadly as he slung an arm around Lin Ze's shoulders, his warmth starkly contrasting with the disappointment he'd shown during the awakening. Thank you for your kind words, principal. I just want to know how I did on the exam. Lin Ze gently pushed his hand away, his tone flat. Perfect score. And the highest score ever recorded in our entire provincial capital. The difficulty level of this assessment was just raised to S+. You did exceptionally well. The principal exclaimed excitedly. Applause broke out around them at just the right moment. Candidates who had already exited the exam hall gazed at Lin Ze with looks of admiration. Facing 3 of the top-ranked monsters in the assessment, not only did he avoid having his territory wiped out, but he successfully annihilated and subdued them all. The strength Lin Ze demonstrated had silenced all the voices that had doubted him. Yeah, right. Try facing off against a dozen fire demons and rock giants yourself if you don't believe it. Even the instructors found it astonishing. Those monsters were a headache for them to handle, yet Lin Ze, a new domain lord who had only awakened his domain 7 days prior, had annihilated them outside the city walls. Beyond calling him a prodigy or a genius, they could find no other words to describe Lin Ze. Just as the principal and teachers surrounded Lin Ze, smiling broadly as they invited him to speak at the graduation ceremony, a shrill, exuberant laugh suddenly rang out. Chenhu emerged from the Lord's world, his face radiant with unmistakable joy. 10 tree demons. I defeated 10 second-tier tree demons. This time, I'm definitely number 1. Chenhu bellowed, completely oblivious to his classmates' unruffled expressions. They had all witnessed Lin Ze's battle with those malignant rock giants. Hearing Chenhu get so excited over merely taking down a few tree demons, they couldn't help but find it rather amusing. While tree demons weren't exactly weak monsters, they were at best upper mid-tier. A second-tier tree demon was worlds apart from a second-tier fire demon or a rock giant. A single rock giant could easily take down 10 tree demons. Unfortunately for Chenhu, he was too caught up in his own excitement to notice the others' expressions. Instead, he scanned the area and quickly spotted Lin Ze surrounded by the principal and teachers. A smug grin spread across his face. Well. Out again? Did you just one-shot the monster this time too? Chenhu sneered at Lin Ze, his voice dripping with mockery. Having received a rating 1 level lower than Lin Ze in the first exam, he'd been seething with resentment. How could he not vent it now? Recalling his own near-perfect performance moments ago, Chenhu felt even more confident, his voice rising several notches as he spoke. It's you? Perfect timing. When do you plan to honor your promise? Hearing Chenhu's words, Lin Ze turned around with a smile, his face still radiating warmth like spring sunshine. Chenhu snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. There's no way your second assessment could possibly outrank mine. Aren't you afraid of eating your words now? Lin Ze offered no reply, merely chuckling softly as he gestured toward the ranking board behind him. The rankings were updating in real time. Lin Ze had scored off the charts in both exams, his name firmly planted at the top. Chenhu, though performing quite well in both rounds, still lagged far behind Lin Ze's scores. Converting Lin Ze's ratings to scores, he had achieved perfect marks in both subjects. Chenhu, however, was still over 10 points short of perfection. Though their scores appeared close, the teachers and principal who witnessed both of Lin Ze's assessments knew the truth. Chenhu was only a dozen points behind Lin Ze because the score ceiling was set, he simply couldn't surpass that level. Lin Ze, however, was held back only by the 100-point ceiling. The gap between them was truly staggering. Chenhu stared at the rankings, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Impossible. I took down 10 tree demons. How could my score be lower than Lin Ze's? There must be something wrong. He couldn't accept this crushing disparity and failure, his voice breaking. The principal's face darkened instantly. Wasn't Chenhu basically implying there was foul play in the exam? This was practically slapping him in the face. Chapter 21, The Challenge. Chenhu, humiliated and enraged. Though Chenhu was indeed a top-tier student, he still couldn't hold a candle to Lin Ze, who was practically guaranteed to be the province's top scorer. Therefore, the principal stepped forward directly and barked sternly. Chenhu! Watch your language. This exam was fully supervised by our teaching staff and proctors. There was absolutely no unfairness or violations. His words sobered Chenhu somewhat, yet he couldn't conceal his resentment as he retorted. Why did Lin Ze score higher than me? What was his assessment task? Was it harder than dealing with a second-tier tree demon? The principal snorted coldly and said there was a slight error in Lin Ze's assessment content, but he still completed it with tenacious will and outstanding skill. That is his own strength. He faced a full 8 second-tier malignant rock giants and 13 second-tier fire demon tribes. You should know the strength of these two types of demons, shouldn't you? So he earned full marks. Do you have any objections? The principal's words struck Chenhu like a thunderbolt, leaving him rooted to the spot, stunned for a long moment. Evil rock giants. And fire demons? With so many of them, Lin Ze actually eliminated them all? How is that possible? How is that possible? He's just a worthless Grey Lord core. Chenhu stood frozen, muttering to himself like a dog whose backbone had been ripped out, utterly dejected. The principal would never lie, they had been monitoring every student's exam progress the entire time. Therefore, it was all true. He had lost to Lin Ze once again. Chenhu's mind accepted the truth, yet his stubborn pride refused to acknowledge he was simply no match for Lin Ze. Lin Ze! I challenge you to a lord duel. I refuse to believe your Grey Lord core is that powerful. Chenhu roared ferociously, his unhinged demeanor causing the principal to frown. It seems Chenhu really can't hold a candle to Lin Ze. I had high hopes for him before. The principal observed Chenhu, who was nearly consumed by madness, then glanced at Lin Ze, whose expression remained utterly calm. He silently mused to himself. Stop this nonsense. Focus on finishing your exams first. With your current grades, getting into a good university shouldn't be a problem. As one of the more gifted students, the principal, though displeased, refrained from harsh words and instead offered gentle counsel. But Chenhu seemed to ignore his words entirely, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ze, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Be a man and agree to me. Don't be a coward. Chenhu continued to shout. Lin Ze suddenly smiled. Fine, I accept. Since you insist on courting trouble, I'll do you a favor and help you see reality for what it is. Lin Ze said with a smile. Chen, who clinging to him like a leech, was indeed getting on his nerves. He might as well put an end to it once and for all, ensuring Chen who never bothered him again. Seeing Lin Ze agree so readily, the principal couldn't press the matter further. Clearing his throat twice, he said. Since both of you agree, we'll discuss it after the exams. The school will act as your notary. Chen Hu froze for a moment before nodding fiercely. Fine. Just wait until my orc army tramples your territory to pieces. With that, he trudged awkwardly toward the exit of the exam hall. After waiting for Chu Yao to finish her exam, Lin Ze left the testing site. In the evening, the two took a stroll along the riverbank, chatting at length. Lin Ze discovered that despite Chu Yao's aloof demeanor, she was actually just a socially awkward, airhead homebody. As their conversation deepened, Lin Ze found himself developing peculiar feelings toward this strange young lady. Oh. It's so late already. We should head back, Chu Yao said, glancing at the time with a hint of disappointment. Lin Ze smiled faintly and replied. I'll walk you back. Oh, right, I think I promised to treat you to a meal last time. That does ring a bell. So when do you plan to treat me, Mr. Top Scholar Lin? Chu Yao flashed a mischievous grin. Her tiny fangs and sweet face radiated youthful charm, causing Lin Ze's lips to curve upward slightly as his mood lifted considerably. After the exams tomorrow. What would you like to eat? It was his first time inviting a girl out, and an inexplicable feeling welled up inside him. Whatever you say. Chu Yao's eyes held a strange emotion that made Lin Ze's heart flutter. He'd seen that look before. His junior sisters from his past life often gazed at him that way. Shaking his head to dispel those strange thoughts, Lin Ze pondered for a moment, scratching his head. I don't really eat out much either. Let's decide tomorrow. Chu Yao said nothing, merely nodding gently. Neither spoke again as they walked silently along the riverside under the night sky. Pale moonlight gently caressed their profiles. A soft breeze swept by, carrying the earthy scent of soil and fresh grass. The night's soft focus effect stretched endlessly, blurring into a series of poetic, beautiful scenes. After seeing Chu Yao home, Lin Ze mounted his small motorcycle and rode alone toward his residence. Tomorrow was the cultural exam, Lin Ze's strongest subject. He had scored nearly perfect marks every year for the past 3 years, and this time would likely be no exception. Therefore, he felt no need to prepare. Given the current situation, Lin Ze was virtually guaranteed to be crowned the top scholar of Jiangnan province this time. But this was merely the first step in Lin Ze's rise to dominance. Back home, Lin Ze soaked in the bathtub for nearly half an hour before stepping out contentedly. He stretched out on his plush bed, relaxing. After enduring 2 intense battles today, he was genuinely exhausted. Yet, after witnessing the power of those monstrous creatures, Lin Ze found himself even more intrigued by his life as a domain lord. He found himself curious to uncover why such bizarre creatures existed in this world, and to uncover the origins of the core essence that defined human lords. What exactly were these legendary deities? With these jumbled thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Ze drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Ze finished his morning routine early and headed to school. Today marked the final day of assessments. The students no longer carried yesterday's tension after all, the most grueling tests were behind them. The remaining cultural assessments merely offered an alternative path for those whose scores in the first 2 subjects weren't particularly stellar. The truly elite universities valued the practical performance in the first 2 subjects above all else. Half an hour after the exam began, Lin Ze handed in his paper and left the testing hall. These questions were a piece of cake for him, easily completed. Stepping outside the exam hall, Lin Ze spotted Chen Hu and Su Yun standing there, seemingly in the midst of an argument. Both were flushed red, a stark contrast to their sweet demeanor from the previous morning, causing Lin Ze to chuckle softly. Before going to bed last night, he had briefly checked the campus forum and discovered that the previous post about him had vanished. The school's official account had even published a statement post, sternly criticizing certain students for spreading inappropriate rumors on campus. Though no names were explicitly mentioned, the target was unmistakable between the lines. Students had only just seen Lin Ze's scores that morning, and some had witnessed his terrifying performance in the second assessment. Public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided, with everyone fiercely attacking the 2 instigators of this incident. Chen Hu and Su Yun. Chapter 22, Su Yun's Reconciliation. Lin Ze had never been one to engage in such matters. He didn't post anything deliberately, choosing instead to remain silent. His earlier response had demonstrated his magnanimity to the entire student body, and suddenly, Tianhai was swept by another wave of Lin Ze god fever. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Ze intended to bypass them and continue toward the library, the meeting place he'd arranged with Chu Yao. Lin Ze! Don't go! Chen Hu spotted Lin Ze approaching and called out angrily. His eyes were red like a raging lion's, and the vicious expression on his face bore no trace of the wealthy young master's demeanor he'd once carried. It's all your fault. Why couldn't you just stay a useless? Chen Hu's emotions spiraled out of control as he vented his pent-up frustration at Lin Ze. Lin Ze frowned, his voice icy as he replied. Chen Hu, I've shown you more tolerance than you deserve. I agreed to fight you after today's exam. Now leave me alone. With that, Lin Ze resumed his stride toward the library. Wait. This time, it was Su Yun who called out to him. Su Yun scurried over to his side, reaching out to link her arm through his as before. But Lin Ze coldly pushed her hand away. Baby, please listen to me. Everything I said before was just me lashing out. Yesterday with him was just to get back at you. The truth is, you're still the one I truly love. Can you forgive me? Su Yun instantly adopted a pitiful expression, her eyes reddening as if she might burst into tears at any moment. It was a shame she wasn't in show business. Her talent for emotional manipulation could probably teach a masterclass. Lin Ze stared at her with contempt, utterly unmoved. Slowly, he ground out a single word through clenched teeth. Get lost. Don't disgust me. With that, he walked away without a second glance at Su Yun's stunned eyes or the tears streaming down her face. Watching Lin Ze's heartless retreating figure, Su Yun stomped her feet in frustration, filled with regret. If only she'd known he was so formidable, she never would have brought up breaking up. Now that pretentious woman Chu Yao gets the upper hand. It was infuriating. Su Yun's heart was filled with rage and regret. Lin Ze found a clean table in the library, casually picked up a book from the shelf, and began flipping through its pages. Manual on breeding sows of different temperaments and postpartum care. This was something he'd been wanting to try lately, figuring out if he could find a way to raise some animals within his territory. Relying solely on procurement had been manageable when his army was small, but as his zombie ranks grew, the expenses were becoming a significant burden. Soon, Lin Ze was completely absorbed in the book. In certain territories unsuitable for biological activity, it is necessary to preemptively deploy items that continuously supply vitality for the pigs to grow healthily. Postpartum care for sows must be prioritized. Just as he was engrossed in reading, he suddenly sensed someone standing before him and instinctively looked up. Chu Yao was stifling a laugh, her eyes fixed intently on the book in his hands. Ahem. It's not what you're thinking. This is a perfectly normal science popularization book. I plan to expand animal husbandry within my domain and wanted to see if there's any way to address that domain trait. Lin Ze's face flushed as he explained. Chu Yao nodded, though she still looked like she was about to burst out laughing. The two chatted and laughed their way out of the library, only to find a crowd already gathered at the entrance. Lord Lin, we heard you're challenging Lord Chen Hu to a feudal lord duel? Lord Lin, when did you start dating Miss Chu, the school beauty? After the final exam concluded, these students suppressed for 3 years finally let loose. Their first instinct was to devour every juicy detail of the recent scandal. Perhaps because they were about to go their separate ways, Lin Ze wasn't as cold as before. He picked out some less outrageous questions and chatted with the enthusiastic students for a while. Surrounded by the crowd, Lin Ze made his way down to the library entrance. There, Chen Hu stood waiting, his eyes fixed on Lin with a dark, brooding stare. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. For some reason, Chen Hu spoke to Lin Ze with an unusual calmness. Something's up. Lin Ze instantly sensed something was off. The very same Chen Hu who had seemed ready to devour someone moments ago was now acting so calm it was genuinely off. But Lin Ze didn't say much. After all, this fight was taking place under the supervision of schoolteachers, so he wasn't afraid of Chen Hu pulling any tricks. If Chen Hu dared to openly violate the rules, the school had the authority to revoke his enrollment, effectively barring him from attending university. Chen Hu wouldn't risk his future on a whim. With that thought, Lin Ze addressed him. Enough with the nonsense. How do we fight? Encounter battle or standard lord duel? Standard lord duel. Whoever gets knocked back to their crystal first loses. Chen Hu replied coldly. Lin Ze nodded, then immediately remembered something, a faint smile returning to his face. Chen Hu, I believe we have a bet pending between us? When do you plan to honor your promise to your girlfriend? At the mention of girlfriend, Chen Hu's anger flared noticeably, though he forced himself to suppress it. We'll settle that after we finish fighting. Why should we? I want you to bow and apologize to me first. Then we'll start. Lin Ze snorted coldly. He wasn't some pushover. Since Chen Hu kept picking fights with him time and again, Lin Ze certainly wasn't going to give him any leeway. Fine. But since Su Yun isn't here right now, I'll apologize to you first. To Lin Ze's surprise, Chen Hu agreed immediately. Taking a deep breath, he then bent over sharply in front of everyone present, executing a perfectly executed 90-degree bow. Lin Ze. Chu Yao. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Chen Hu practically shouted it out, the thick hatred in his voice impossible to conceal. Your attitude doesn't seem very sincere, Lin Ze said with a cold smile. Say it again. You. Don't push your luck. Chen Hu glared fiercely at Lin Ze, his teeth clenched. I'm pushing my luck? Lin Ze shrugged his shoulders. An apology should be sincere. Isn't that the most basic principle? You're no match for me, fine. But have you forgotten how to behave like a human being? The words sent Chen Hu into a rage, but he forced himself to suppress his fury and steady his emotions. Just wait until we start fighting. I'll see if you can still be so arrogant then. When that time comes, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Oomph. Just wait for your death, Lin Ze. Chen Hu thought venomously to himself, taking several deep breaths before finally managing to compose himself. He bowed once more. Lin Ze, Shu Yao. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Chapter 23, the challenge begins. Battle against the beast army. His attitude was slightly better this time, and Lin Ze didn't press him further. Nodding, he said. Fine. You pass this time. I'll handle Su Yun myself. Hearing the snickers around him and seeing the admiring glances his classmates cast at Lin Ze, Chen Hu gritted his teeth and nodded. Then, let's begin. After exchanging these words, the two made their way to the school auditorium. This was one of the observation areas where they studied the battles between lords, serving as the classroom for students' practical lord combat theory lessons. Since domain awakening only occurred before graduation, the high school did not have dedicated lord combat rooms. However, with the principal's approval, the teachers had set up a temporary lord combat room specifically for them in the auditorium. The principal was also present. This battle is purely a friendly match. Both sides must stop at the right moment. Under no circumstances are you to directly attack the opponent's crystal or engage in any actions that could harm their territory. Is that understood? The principal stated sternly. Lin Ze nodded. Chen Hu hesitated for a moment before nodding as well. Very well. I will serve as the referee for this match. Now, proceed to initiate your battle contract. The principal nodded, seated himself between the two, and extended his hand first. A crystal sat in the center of the table, an observation crystal for the referee. Before signing the contract, both combatants needed to connect to this crystal, then sign the battle contract, and finally initiate combat. Lin Ze and Chen Hu both extended their hands, linking their domains to the observation crystal. Both territories appeared on the two large screens above the auditorium. The observation perspective mirrored that of the assessment's a strategic, godlike view. Additionally, separate screens displayed the borders and adjacent areas of both territories, ensuring spectators could witness every detail of the duel. Wow! Lin Ze's territory is developing so fast. He's already built level 2 city walls? Judging by this, has his territory level already surpassed level 3? Chen Hu's isn't too shabby either, but it still seems a bit lacking compared to Lin Ze's territory. Am I the only one who finds Lin Ze's territory strange? Why is it so dark? The spectators in the stands murmured among themselves, all intrigued by Lin Ze's peculiar domain. It contained numerous facilities whose purposes were entirely unknown to them, and the troop types within looked exceptionally peculiar. Chen Hu's territory resembled a primeval jungle. Its unique trait was that all soldiers spawned there came with a beast spirit and could transform into beastmen for combat. His level wasn't low either, already a tier 3, and over half his troops had advanced to tier 2. With the battle contract sealed, their territories swiftly bordered each other. Separated by just 3,000 meters, they could already faintly make out each other's city walls. A combat contract was a fair agreement between two lords. All conditions, the distance between territories before battle, the use of all facilities, victory objectives were implemented only after mutual consent. Lin Ze stood atop his own city walls, arms crossed, awaiting his troops to march out. He dared to confront formidable monsters outside his walls facing the insignificant Chen Hu now. There was no reason to cower within his castle. 9 zombies led the charge out of the city gates, followed by 5 malignant rock giants, and finally the 2 corpse puppet wolves. Notably, after their last battle, those 2 corpse puppet wolves had unexpectedly advanced a rank on their own. Now second-rank zombies, their fur had transformed into an eerie black. Their pupils now flickered with the same dark green glow as the zombies, a sight truly terrifying. Roar! The zombies let out a unified, low growl, signaling their readiness to strike at any moment. Lin Ze retrieved his flying sword from his backpack, slung it behind him, then leapt from the city wall, landing steadily atop the head of a rock giant. Advance! Lin Ze gave the command. The dull thud of footsteps echoed like war drums between the two cities, reaching Chen Hu within his own territory. Yet he showed no sign of panic, instead letting out an eerie laugh. Lin Ze. I'll show you the secret weapon I borrowed. Ha 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 ha. He gazed at the 3 peculiar soldiers before him, his face contorting into another maniacal grin. The territories were set only 3,000 meters apart, and soon they clashed in the open field. Chen Hu's side numbered around 30 to 40 orcs, their roles clearly defined archers and infantry. Their exaggerated body paint and fierce gazes seemed to proclaim their bravery. Lin Ze's forces, however, were deployed in a peculiar manner. 5 massive malignant rock giants were undoubtedly the most conspicuous, with several dark-skinned humans trailing behind them, appearing frail and weak. On either shoulder of the malignant rock giant Lin Ze rode, 2 peculiar-looking humans clung. 1 male, 1 female, both pale-faced. Upon closer inspection, their teeth appeared sharp, and traces of blood stained their bodies. Those who had witnessed Lin Ze's previous trials knew full well the terrifying power those frail-looking creatures could unleash. Chen Hu was unaware. He sneered and gave the order to attack. The beastmen immediately raised their longbows high, and arrows rained down like a storm, blanketing Lin Ze and his zombies. Lin Ze remained unmoving, the 5 swords on his back soaring into the air and whirling ceaselessly, slicing arrows in half before they could reach him. The roar signaled the start of the battle. The zombies' formidable bodies allowed them to ignore the arrows entirely as they charged straight toward the beastmen. Behind them loomed 4 colossal figures, towering like gods or Buddhas. Their unstoppable momentum sent a chill through the students watching from the stands. Aren't those the malignant rock giants? Why are they appearing in Lin Ze's territory? Some students who hadn't witnessed Lin Ze's assessment yesterday couldn't help but voice their confusion. An explanation came swiftly from nearby. Lord Lin possesses a unique ability to convert enemies into his own followers. These are all his spoils from yesterday. Chen Hu's expression also grew grave. If he hadn't been prepared, those 5 malignant rock giants could have wiped out his entire domain. Damn it! Why? Why did Lin Ze get such a golden opportunity? Why couldn't the one they worship be me? Chen Hu's face twisted in fury as he watched the giant dispatch several orcs with a single punch. He roared inwardly. Charge! Witnessing the orc tribe suffer heavy losses in a single encounter, Chen Hu could no longer hold back. He summoned the true trump card that had given him the courage to challenge Lin Ze today. Chapter 24, The Vile Chen Hu. Lin Ze turns the tide. As his words fell, 4 warhorses burst forth from behind the orcs, letting out a long, piercing cry as they fixed their fierce gaze upon Lin Ze's zombie army. Flames danced upon their hooves, eerie glows flickered in their eyes, and their bodies were entirely skeletal, not a shred of flesh remained. The riders, cloaked in black robes that hid their faces, each held a white lance in their left hands, an eerie sight. They're undead knights. At least 4th-tier units. Soon, someone recognized the 4 strange figures riding the skeletal steeds and couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Chen Hu actually brought in outside help. How despicable. Exactly. The crowd erupted in a chorus of curses. Using soldiers not under one's command in a lord's duel was considered utterly shameful. It amounted to an admission of inferiority. Though technically not against the rules as long as the reinforcements didn't exceed the opponent's highest tier troops by more than 3 ranks, such despicable tactics still filled every lord with disgust. Chen Hu couldn't hear the commotion outside. His mind held only one thought: to utterly destroy Lin Ze's territory. Turn him into a worthless shell. Die, Lin Ze! Chen Hu roared with a savage grin. 4 undead knights charged at the sound, their warhorses plunging like specters into the zombie horde. Lin Ze's expression grew icy. Chen Hu was truly despicable. Not only did he call in outside help, but he hid them as well. In that case, he wouldn't hold back either. Lin Ze thought, snorting coldly as he summoned his flying swords to converge before him. The talisman in his hand ignited, transforming into a stream of light that enveloped all the zombies. Beside him, Xiao Yulin continuously gathered dark green flames in her hands. The flames flickered eerily, making anyone watching feel as if they were staring at a cold, venomous snake. The fire in her hands was a special spell of flame ignited by compressed energy. Once lit, it clung relentlessly like a bone-gnawing parasite. For what it consumed was the very soul. Earlier, Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi had discussed undead creatures several times. Chen had mentioned that most undead possessed high resistance to physical damage, yet their weakness lay in their intense fear of corresponding purification effects or damage targeting souls. Xiao Yulan's spell was precisely such a soul attack. Lin Ze snapped his fingers and chanted incantations, and the flying sword swiftly coiled around the 4 undead knights. 4th-tier units possessed attributes vastly superior to 3rd-tier ones. For a 4th-tier unit, the lord must be at least level 10 to construct the corresponding barracks. In other words, lords below level 10 cannot produce 4th-tier soldiers. Had the undead knights been 3rd tier, Lin Ze's flying swords could have overwhelmed them with concentrated fire, if not outright killing them, then at least severely wounding them. But 4th-tier units were a different story. The damage inflicted by the flying swords was minuscule, almost negligible. But Lin Ze's true intent wasn't to kill them with the flying swords, it was merely to apply the armor-piercing effect. The real heavy lifting fell to little Magnolia's spells. With a piercing shriek, a churning mass of dark green flame arced through the air, striking one of the undead knights with brutal force. Normally, the undead knight would have dodged this attack thanks to the high movement speed of his hell steed. But Lin Ze's flying swords and several zombies kept him occupied, leaving him vulnerable. The flames abruptly expanded upon contact, instantly engulfing his body. The undead knight let out a muffled groan, accompanied by a pained whinny from his steed beneath him, both visibly writhing in agony. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 death knights were locked in fierce combat with the malignant rock giant and Zhang San's zombies. The rock giant, though incredibly hard, could only barely parry the attacks of the 4th-tier undead knight's lance. Deep and shallow wounds continuously appeared on its body, clearly unable to hold out much longer. Zhang San fared somewhat better. With various buffs enhancing his defenses, he might even surpass the rock giant in resilience. His smaller target size allowed him to hold his own for a time, creating a momentary stalemate. With 4 rock giants and 2 corpse puppet wolves tying down 2 undead knights, and Zhang San leading several black zombies to engage another, the battle grew increasingly tense. Seeing this, Chen Hu urgently ordered all his orc troops to launch a full-scale assault, determined to crush Lin Ze completely. Lin Ze, mounted on his rock giant and accompanied by Little Magnolia, faced this already severely weakened Death Knight. Unable to spare forces to halt the orc reinforcements, he silently accelerated his pace, determined to eliminate the Death Knight first before confronting the orc army. Under the influence of Little Yulan's soul-corroding, illusory flames, the undead knight could barely muster half its strength. It could only let out a furious, unwilling roar, striving to inflict as many wounds as possible on its enemies before death claimed it. Splatter! With the sharp sound of blade-piercing flesh, the ill-fated undead knight finally collapsed, its last breath filled with defiance. Lin Ze summoned his flying sword back to his side, then produced a talisman, affixing it to Little Magnolia's forehead. He instructed her and Zhang Chun to delay the orcs for a moment while he attempted to refine this undead knight into a corpse puppet on the spot. Xiao Yulan nodded and, together with Zhang San, flew toward the charging orc army. Without hesitation, Lin Ze sent the malignant rock giant he'd been riding to assist others. He leapt down from its shoulder and crouched beside the fallen undead knight. Creating a zombie was an incredibly lengthy process, but Lin Ze had some system assistance. These undead soldiers couldn't be infected by corpse poison, so Lin Ze could only attempt to craft them using the system. Ding! Special refinement materials detected within range. Proceed with refinement immediately? Lin Ze's heart leapt with joy as he instantly selected yes. Crafting in progress? Creation successful. This zombie is a special type. Rewarding the host with an additional 10 points of creation experience. Name, 13. Race, undead zombie. Tier 4. Max HP, 1300. Attack power, 70. Level progression? Beyond current level. Originally a knight of the underworld, he was affected by strange energies and transformed into a being that is half corpse, half spirit. It actually worked? But what does this mean? This thing is both undead and a zombie? Lin Ze stared at his attribute panel, utterly perplexed. Forget it. I'll study him properly after the fight. For now, battle must continue. Charge. Leave none alive. Lin Ze immediately commanded the undead knight who had risen back to his feet. He promptly performed a half-kneeling salute before vaulting back onto his horse and charging toward his former comrades. Unlike before, an eerie green glow now surged across his body, and the flames on his warhorse's hooves had turned an unsettling dark green. His spear blazed with a terrifying light as it struck like lightning toward his former comrades. What? How is this possible? Chen Hu watched in disbelief from afar as the undead knights he had summoned turned on each other. Chapter 25, A Resounding Victory. Lin Ze's counterattack. Earlier, he hadn't noticed what Lin Ze had done. He only saw this undead knight collapse to the ground, only to rise again moments later and begin attacking the remaining 3 undead knights. Lin Ze, what the hell did you do? He snarled at Lin Ze through gritted teeth, but Lin Ze didn't even glance his way. Soon, with the help of this rebellious undead knight, the remaining 3 undead knights were defeated one after another, falling unwillingly onto the grey earth. Meanwhile, the Beastmen army had only been engaged in combat with Xiao Yulan and Chen Chun for less than 10 minutes. Beast spirits, capped at Tier 2, struggled to swiftly breach the defenses of Tier 3 zombies. Compounding this, Xiao Yulan and Chen Chun weren't fighting to the death but to draw them out. Thus, the orcs still hadn't managed to kill these 2 Tier 3 zombies. The gravely wounded retreat to the city. The rest of you, counterattack immediately. Lin Ze bellowed the order while simultaneously using the system to convert the undead knights. Of the 3 undead knights, only one had been pulverized by the malignant rock giant's punch and was unusable for reanimation. The other corpses remained relatively intact, so Lin Ze chose to reanimate them immediately. At Lin Ze's command, the remaining black zombies and the 3 relatively intact rock giants immediately advanced toward the orc forces. Chen Hu was overcome with despair. He watched helplessly as those undead knights were mercilessly kicked into submission by Lin Ze and his zombie minions, falling one after another. Fear gripped his heart. What kind of monster was this man? Why couldn't even 4th tier units defeat those creatures? Why? He was clearly just a Grey Lord core. Chen Hu collapsed to his knees in defeat, muttering these words over and over. These undead knights had cost him a fortune, purchased from an elder of his clan. Already disliked by the other party, he had endured countless humiliations just to acquire these 4 undead knights. But Chen Hu endured it all. He just wanted to crush that bastard who'd been oppressing him for 3 years. He would vent all the humiliation he'd endured these years. He was the true prodigy. He was the one everyone should be looking up to. He envied Lin Ze, convinced that every honor bestowed upon him rightfully belonged to Chen Hu. That was why he had swallowed his pride and sought outside help for this battle. But now, everything was ruined. He had failed. Even with outside help, he still couldn't defeat Lin Ze. That perpetually smiling, handsome face now seemed nightmarishly terrifying. Chen Hu knelt in a daze at the rear of the army. The beastmen ahead were slaughtered like chickens and dogs by the arriving rock giants and the undead knights who had risen once more. The zombies relentlessly tore these beastmen apart, as if ripping through Chen Hu's psychological defenses. 10 minutes later, not a single beastman remained standing. Lin Ze glanced at Chen Hu, now ashen-faced, and gave a cold snort. He exchanged a knowing look with Xiao Yulan and the rock giant. They instantly understood and unleashed their abilities. Giant boulders engulfed in flames hurtled toward Chen Hu's territory, smashing the structures within to smithereens. Chen Hu's domain soon resembled a meteor-stricken wasteland, reduced to ruins. The battle concluded, and Lin Ze exited the Lord's domain. The entire arena fell deathly silent, not a single voice breaking the stillness. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. That was a fourth-tier soldier. Combined with Chen Hu's already formidable orc army, any one of them would have been crushed without a fight. And Lin Ze? He won. Not only did he win, but he turned those fourth-tier soldiers into his own minions, who now attacked Chen Hu's forces. A hint of awe flickered in everyone's eyes as they looked at Lin Ze. Very well, the duel is over. Lin Ze is the victor. A hint of shock flickered in the headmaster's eyes, but as a powerful lord, he maintained his composure. His voice remained steady as he announced the outcome. As for Lin Ze's destruction of Chen Hu's territory? He couldn't care less. Chen Hu had brought in outside reinforcements first, and Lin Ze had only destroyed the territory's facilities, not directly shattering Chen Hu's Lord Crystal. Naturally, the headmaster had nothing more to say. Facing the sea of awestruck eyes in the stands, Lin Ze felt nothing. He merely nodded to the headmaster and walked toward Chu Yao, who stood at the foot of the stage. Let's go. We'll grab a bite to eat together. Chu Yao nodded and followed Lin Ze out of the auditorium. The moment they stepped outside, Chu Yao patted her chest nervously, saying, "That gave me quite a scare. When I saw those fourth-tier soldiers, I almost rushed up to interrupt the duel. That Chen Hu is utterly shameless." Chu Yao huffed playfully. For some reason, Chu Yao had been acting more and more like a little girl around him lately. It was such a stark contrast to the image he had of her before. Watching Chu Yao's pouting little face, Lin Ze couldn't help but wonder. Just as Lin Ze was pondering where to take Chu Yao for dinner, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Lin Ze frowned and turned around. Su Yun stood teary-eyed before him, her face brimming with hurt. "Baby, do you really not want me anymore? I admit I was wrong before. I shouldn't have said those hurtful things in the heat of the moment. I know I was wrong now. Can you forgive me? I've always loved you." Su Yun spoke passionately, tears streaming down her face. Her dramatic performance moved onlookers, as if she truly were a devoted and chaste girl. But the onlookers knew exactly what Su Yun had done. Everyone had seen who shouted breakup during the awakening ceremony that day. Instantly, several disdainful glances shot toward Su Yun, and the students nearby quickly began whispering among themselves. "Oh my god. How shameless. Didn't she just call Lin Ze a loser? Now she's wagging her tail begging for reconciliation? That's just ridiculous." Yeah, and right after she dumped Lin Ze, she hooked up with Chen Hu the very next day. What a shameless woman. How dare she come crawling back to Lin Ze? Listening to the whispered gossip around her, Su Yun was filled with regret and remorse, yet she maintained that pitifully helpless expression on her face. Lin Ze couldn't help but snort derisively. "Stop disgusting me. You know exactly what kind of person you are." With that, he turned to leave. But Su Yun grabbed his arm, tearfully recounting their shared moments with such heartfelt emotion that it could break anyone's heart. Yet Lin Ze remained utterly unmoved, his expression cold as he stared at her before abruptly shaking off her hand. A chill settled over Chu Yao's face. Seeing Lin Ze's cold expression, Su Yun felt a wave of despair wash over her. The carefully rehearsed speech she had prepared in her mind seemed utterly useless now. Chapter 26, The Past. Originally, she had planned to use the fact that Lin Ze was her first love as a starting point. She intended to pour out her feelings for him and see if she could win back this perfect boyfriend, gifted with both talent and good looks. But now it seemed too late. Another woman had already appeared by Lin Ze's side. Her classmates all shot her mocking glances, as if watching a clown perform. A flash of anger quickly surged in Su Yun's heart. Fine. If I can't have him, I'll destroy him. With that thought, she suddenly began crying even louder, pointing at Lin Ze and screaming. "You bastard! You took my virginity. You swore you'd love me forever. Now you just want to turn your back on me? You've already found a new lover. You bastard!" Su Yun wept with heart-wrenching intensity, as if she truly were an innocent girl who'd fed her heart to a dog. In reality, forget about her first time, Lin Ze had never even kissed her. Their interactions had been limited to simple hand-holding and hugging, and even those had been initiated by Su Yun. Chu Yao glanced at Su Yun, then at Lin Ze, her expression oddly mixed. Both annoyed and amused, she nudged Lin Ze with her finger and whispered, "Say something already." But before Lin Ze could utter a word, Chen Hu suddenly appeared. His face was filled with disbelief as he pointed at Su Yun and exclaimed, "Didn't you say your first time was with me? You lied to me?" Su Yun was startled by Chen Hu's sudden appearance and momentarily lost his composure. It turned out that after being utterly crushed by Lin Ze, Chen Hu had intended to seek comfort from his girlfriend, Su Yun. But the moment he stepped out, he heard Su Yun's shouts. Already devastated, he felt as if struck by lightning, taking a long moment to process what he'd heard. Once he snapped back to reality, his heart was filled with bitter sorrow, and his anger flared up again. He rushed forward and demanded an explanation. Seeing Su-yun stammering for a long time without offering any explanation, everyone understood. How utterly vicious of Su-yun. She was willing to sacrifice her own reputation just to drag Lin Ze down with her. Though, it seemed someone like her had no real virtue or purity to speak of. Under the piercing stares of his classmates, Su-yun opened his mouth, utterly lost, yet no words came out. It's over. Everything is over. Lin Ze shook his head with amusement. Think before you speak. Don't you know whether you're worthy or not? I won't pursue the matter of you insulting my integrity and taste. You're on your own now. With that, he took Chu Yao away, leaving behind the fake couple about to erupt into a bitter fight. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Ze drove away with Chu Yao, the roar of the engine fading into the distance. Where should we go for dinner? After the intense confrontation, Chu Yao's face flushed as she gently wrapped her arms around Lin Ze's waist and asked. I don't know either. Why don't you pick a place? Lin Ze pondered for a moment before replying. Such a straightforward answer made Chu Yao mentally roll her eyes, though that was precisely the reaction she wanted. Alright. I know a place. Chu Yao flashed a sly smile. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at an antique-style restaurant. The restaurant was located at a famous scenic spot in Tianhai City called Yaohu Lake. The restaurant had an interesting name, Little Fisherman's Pot. This was a local specialty of Tianhai City, made by simmering freshly caught small fish in a pot, then pressing pancakes and various ingredients against the sides of the pot. Families with elderly members often prepared this dish during festivals and holidays. Lin Ze didn't care for fish, and with his parents long gone, he usually spent holidays alone and had never tried this dish. The restaurant wasn't large, but the tables, chairs, and utensils were spotless. Their arrangement was carefully considered, creating an atmosphere that naturally evoked a warm, homely charm. Chu Yao clearly wasn't visiting for the first time, nodding familiarly to a young woman seated in the main hall. Sister Chu, same spot as always? The girl smiled warmly, giving Lin Ze a peculiar look before turning to Chu Yao. The small fish hot pot for two. Chu Yao seemed to blush slightly as she replied. The girl nodded, cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone, and called out to the kitchen. Sis, 2 portions of the small fish hot pot. With that, she gestured to lead them over. This way, please. Following the girl's lead, they soon arrived at a private room on the second floor near the lake at the back of the restaurant. Magpie Bridge Room named after Qin Guan Song Dynasty poem Magpie Bridge Immortal, delicate clouds weave their magic. Please come in. With that, she cheerfully swung open the door and gestured for them to enter. Her mischievous and spirited demeanor was utterly charming. Upon entering the room, the breathtaking view of Yao Lake outside the window immediately captured their attention. The warm orange sunlight reflected off the shimmering turquoise waters, while the chirping of birds echoed from 2 small boats. The afternoon's tranquility and warmth seemed amplified in this scene, leaving Lin Ze slightly moved. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the room, revealing the proprietor's refined taste. The elegant decor of the private room drew even Lin Ze, a man accustomed to grand settings, to utter a quiet sigh of admiration. After they were seated, the young woman brought in a teapot, poured each of them a cup, and said, "Please wait a moment," before stepping out. Lin Ze lifted his cup, took a sip, and couldn't help but praise the tea. Judging by the leaves, it was top-grade Yuhua tea, superior in color, aroma, and flavor. Lin Ze had only tasted such quality once before, at his master's private tea house. But offering such an expensive tea for free to guests? Wasn't the shop owner losing money? Lin Ze found himself puzzled for a moment. As if reading his thoughts, Chu Yao took a small sip and explained. This tea was left here by an elder from my family. The owner has a long-standing relationship with one of our elders, who often dines here. Ah, so that's it, Lin Ze nodded. If it was an elder from Chu Yao's family, that explained it. After all, hers was one of the most prominent families in all of Tianhai City. A moment of silence passed between them. You really don't remember? After a long pause, Chu Yao suddenly blurted out this seemingly random question. What? Lin Ze asked, puzzled. Chu Yao pointed toward Yao Lake outside the window, her face flushing as she said. 3 years ago, we met here. Have you truly forgotten? 3 years ago? Wasn't that precisely the day he had traveled through time? Could it be that the original owner had some history with her? Lin Ze couldn't recall anything at that moment, merely staring blankly at the ripples spreading across the lake's surface. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. You're the girl from that night. Lin Ze blurted out, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Chu Yao nodded, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes. Yes, it was me. Chapter 27, Chu Yao's Confession. Seeing her confirmation, Lin Ze's face softened into an awkward yet graceful smile. It turned out that day was precisely the first day after Lin Ze had traveled through time. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Just as he was about to ask someone for directions, he saw a young girl slip and fall into the lake by the shore, seemingly about to drown. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze jumped in and pulled her to safety. But he soon realized her breathing was already faint. If he didn't act quickly, she might lose her life. With no other choice, Lin Ze had to take emergency measures. Though a Taoist priest, his first aid skills were quite competent. After performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and CPR, the girl's breathing returned and she regained consciousness. Lin Ze felt awkward at that moment. After all, he had just spent a long time kissing and touching her, and now he hadn't even put his clothes back on. He didn't know what to say, so he simply took off his clothes and put them on the girl. After comforting her for a while, he left directly. Adhering to the principle of doing good deeds anonymously, Lin Ze never revealed his name. The events of that day were so overwhelming that Lin Ze spent considerable energy processing this new world of knowledge, gradually forgetting both the incident and the girl. Unexpectedly, despite their single encounter, Chu Yao had remembered his face. And by coincidence, they had crossed paths again at the same school. Chu Yao was equally surprised, taking a long moment to confirm it was indeed Lin Ze. She intended to thank him, but her social anxiety prevented her from speaking up. In Lin Ze's eyes, she gradually became the somewhat aloof school beauty. Later, as she kept observing him from afar, Chu Yao gradually fell for this gentle, kind boy who shone like the sun. This only made her even more afraid to voice her feelings. When Suyun publicly announced their relationship with a photo of them holding hands, Chu Yao felt depressed for a long time, as if a heavy stone had settled in her heart. But she soon realized Lin Ze didn't truly like Suyun. He seemed to use her merely as a tool to fend off his ardent admirers. Only then did her mood lift. After awakening, confessing to him became the deadline Chu Yao had set for herself. That was why she had appeared at Lin Ze's doorstep that day. Still, she couldn't bring herself to speak. On one hand, Lin Ze had just endured such a traumatic event. She feared bringing it up might shatter his will to live, so she held back. On the other hand, she was also worried about Lin Ze's future. Fortunately, from that day onward, their relationship seemed to gradually improve. Both lost themselves in their own thoughts for a moment. Then, suddenly, they both lifted their heads and exchanged a glance. Ahem, it's all fate, it's all fate. To be honest, Lin Ze wasn't exactly a master of romance either. He'd never faced a situation like this before, so he wasn't much better off than Chu Yao. Chu Yao, meanwhile, was flushed crimson, seemingly wrestling with some inner conflict. Lin Ze, I wonder if I could be your girlfriend. After wrestling with herself for a long time, Chu Yao decided to be brave. She took a deep breath and stammered out her confession to Lin Ze. Put. Lin Ze nearly spit out the tea in his mouth. That's so sudden. He frantically wiped his mouth with a napkin, though he couldn't quite explain why he felt so flustered. Perhaps it was because he truly felt something unusual for Chu Yao. Hearing this, Chu Yao thought Lin Ze was rejecting her and hung her head in disappointment. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. This was the first time she'd mustered the courage to pursue love, the first time she'd confessed her feelings to someone she liked. Am I really that repulsive after all? Chu Yao thought sadly. Seeing her like this, Lin Ze grew even more flustered. He hurriedly stood up and walked over to her side. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he still used a tissue to wipe the corners of her eyes. What's wrong? Don't cry. I'll agree to you. Chu Yao fought back her tears, took a deep breath, shook her head, and forced a smile. You don't have to compromise yourself just to spare my feelings. I'm sorry. I was too abrupt. Her pitifully vulnerable, exquisitely delicate appearance left Lin Ze momentarily lost in thought. Admittedly, they hadn't shared any life and death experiences that would leave an indelible mark, but Lin Ze genuinely felt a fondness for her. Perhaps it was because of how Chu Yao had interacted with him these past few days, and the words she had once spoken to him. It was clear she liked him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze finally took Chu Yao's hand. I'm serious about this, but I won't just agree so easily. Zhang, a friend of mine once said that love begins with a bouquet of flowers and a confession. Life needs a little ceremony. As he spoke, his gaze grew deep and tender as he looked into Chu Yao's eyes. I'll find another moment to formally confess my feelings to you. Chu Yao felt flustered by his actions and words. Her wide eyes stared intently at Lin Ze's handsome face, an unfamiliar sensation surging within her heart. The atmosphere grew increasingly tender. Unnoticed, their distance narrowed until Chu Yao, overcome with shyness, closed her eyes. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked. Sister Chu, your double-serving fish hot pot is ready. Outside the door stood the same mischievous young girl from earlier. The lingering intimacy vanished instantly. Lin Ze cleared his throat awkwardly and stepped forward to open the door. The girl held a large pot in one hand, while a wooden cart rolled behind her, laden with an array of colorful ingredients. Lin Ze hurried to help place the pot in the center of the table. The girl skillfully lit a small flame and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Hey! Sister Chu, why is your face so red? She looked at Chu Yao with confusion. Nothing. Nothing. Chu Yao bit her lower lip, her face burning hot. The girl glanced at Chu Yao, then at Lin Ze, and suddenly understood. I won't disturb your meal any longer. If you need anything, just call me. The menu for additional dishes is on the tea cabinet. The girl giggled and dashed out in a flash. After that little commotion, the awkwardness between them vanished. Instead, they chatted and laughed as they ate. Actually, this fish wasn't as bad as I imagined, Lin Ze thought as he ate. By the way, which university are you planning to attend? Shu Yao suddenly asked. I haven't really thought about it yet. What do you have in mind? Lin Ze replied, picking up another small fish. Shu Yao shook her head. With your high scores, I bet plenty of top universities will be lining up to recruit you. Once exams end today, they'll likely start calling you tonight. Shu Yao said with a smile, her eyes brimming with tenderness. After all, our Lin University top student is a once-in-a-lifetime super genius. Better pick a suitable university early, so you won't be overwhelmed by too many offers later. A genius? Lin Ze gave a helpless chuckle and remained silent. But Shu Yao had a point, it was wise to start looking at suitable schools early. Shu Yao's grades were also top-notch, so getting into the same school shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 28, Favor from the Premier Academy of the Dragon Nation. With that thought, he asked. Is there a school you'd like to attend? Shu Yao pondered for a moment, tilting her head as she replied. Of course, the most prestigious academy in all of Dragon Nation, Qingbei University. But I wonder if my grades are good enough to get in. She gave a shy smile after speaking. But if it were you, you'd definitely get in. Lin Ze remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. There was no need to rush about this matter. There were still several days left for him to prepare for the entrance exams. Today's inquiry was merely to get a sense of the situation. Dinner concluded in a cheerful atmosphere. Despite Shu Yao's protests, Lin Ze insisted on covering the bill himself. Afterward, the two strolled along Yao Lake for a while before Lin Ze finally walked Shu Yao home. As he was about to leave, Lin Ze hesitated for a moment before finally saying, I'll decide which university to apply to after your results come out. Also, I'll come see you again in a couple of days. With that, he smiled, waved goodbye, and turned to leave, leaving Shu Yao standing there flushed and flustered. She understood perfectly what Lin Ze meant. She hadn't misjudged him after all. She thought happily, waving gently at his receding figure. Before Lin Ze could take a sip of water after returning home, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Ze hesitated briefly before answering. Probably some university admissions office. Hello? Hello? Is this Lin Ze? The voice on the other end sounded enthusiastic. Yes, it's me. Just as Lin Ze had guessed, it was a university admissions office. We're the admissions office at Jiangnan University. The person enthusiastically invited Lin Ze to apply to their university, mentioning various scholarship benefits and other incentives tailored for him. Lin Ze merely nodded, saying he would consider it. The caller sensed the hint and ended the call after a few polite exchanges. Jiangnan University was a fine institution, but Lin Ze was the provincial top scorer this year. He even had a shot at becoming the national top scorer. Naturally, he wouldn't commit outright to just any top-tier university. Two more calls followed, both from admissions offices of top-tier universities. Lin Ze neither refused nor accepted, simply replying each time that he would consider it. He hung up, pressing his fingertips to his temples. Looks like tonight's going to be a hassle. Better retreat to the Lord's realm for a while. With that thought, Lin Ze returned to his room, summoned the Lord Crystal, and entered the Lord's world. Meanwhile, in an administrative office in the capital city, several elderly men in their 60s sat gathered around a massive projection device. The projection displayed Lin Ze's second assessment ceremony, showing him leading the zombies through the midst of the evil rock giants. The elders watched in silence until the video concluded. Oldly, what do you make of the abilities this boy has demonstrated? After the video ended, an elder who appeared to be the leader spoke slowly. The professor addressed as Oldly pushed up his thick reading glasses perched on his nose and shook his head. This resembles undead-type creatures, yet it surpasses them in power. Moreover, it possesses some ability to convert enemies. In the footage, this child's victory hinged entirely on that technique. Moreover, his familiar abilities are exceptionally versatile. His troop rating could easily crack the top 10 rankings. After Oldly finished, another elder beside him chimed in. Based on our observations, his domain attribute isn't just ordinary gray tier, it's the Endlands. The Endlands, everyone knows what that means. It's a place forsaken by the gods. Anyone possessing such a domain could never become a true lord. Yet this youth has defied the domain's limitations to forge troops it's utterly beyond comprehension. Soon, someone else chimed in. Not only has he created new troop types, but his domain even features numerous facilities none of us have ever seen before. Moreover, he possesses several personal skills we've never heard of. He can wield 5 swords simultaneously, wield scrolls inscribed with mysterious runes, and generates a unique force field to amplify his army's power. This boy, he's practically like a visitor from another world. The elder at the head listened to their remarks without immediate response, instead fixing his gaze on the frozen image of Lin Ze's face. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Do you know? This youth is the child of those two from 13 years ago. At these words, everyone gasped in shock. Is it that undead scourge who single-handedly held back an entire realm? The two who claim to be the lords of the holy angels? They actually have a child? The elder at the head nodded. Indeed. They had already given birth to this child before being swept into the demonic storm. They kept it secret out of fear the child might be harmed by the rebel forces. Therefore, whether it's because of his identity or his abilities, this person must be secured by Qingbei University. Meet every demand he makes as long as it doesn't violate our core principles. The venerable elder declared with unwavering resolve. The assembled elders exchanged glances before responding in unison, yes. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. The leading elder waved his hand as he spoke. The elders nodded, rose one by one, and exited the vast conference room in small groups, leaving only the speakers seated alone. 13 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Tianding's child is already so grown up. In the now empty conference room, the old man leaned back slowly in his chair, his eyes filled with nostalgia and melancholy. In his hand, an exquisite pendant emitted a faint, silent glow. Meanwhile, Lin Ze leisurely directed the rock giants in resource extraction. These sturdy, mountain-like rock giants proved to be the most efficient gathering tools. Their speed at felling trees and hauling stones far surpassed anything the zombies could manage. After the last battle, several more zombies had been lost in the territory, forcing Lin Ze to start the alchemy process anew. Notably, of the original 20 infected giant wolves, only one now remained. After surviving 3 battles, this giant wolf had unexpectedly ascended to Tier 2, its physique becoming more imposing and gaining special attributes. With its advancement to Tier 2, its intelligence had also increased significantly. The most obvious sign of this was that when hungry, it would wag its tail and come to Lin Ze to beg for food. Why does it feel like I'm raising an oversized husky? Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this giant wolf, slightly taller than himself, lying on the ground and desperately trying to look adorable. Alright, time to give it a name. After all, it was one of the second wave of residents here. But what should he call it? Stroking his chin, Lin Ze contemplated the massive husky before him. I'll call you Howling Sky. Chapter 29, Monster Evolution. Beast Zombie Xiao Tian. The giant wolf rolling on the ground seemed to understand Lin Ze's meaning, letting out a joyful howl. Woof! It seemed to have accepted the name. Watching its adorably clumsy antics, Lin Ze couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Tian! Get up! Lin Ze commanded. Woof woof! Xiao Tian obediently stood up, extended his tongue, and gently licked Lin Ze's arm. Ugh! Don't lick me with your tongue next time. Gazing at the torn patch of fabric on his sleeve, Lin Ze's face darkened with exasperation. Xiao Tian immediately sat down obediently, barking twice to show he understood. Name, Xiao Tian. Species, Demon Beast Giant Wolf 2nd Tier Beast Zombie. Class, Tier 2. Max HP, 180. Attack, 20. Level progression, 2300 unlocks new evolutionary branch at Tier 3. Originally a giant wolf from the monster continent, transformed into a bizarre half-beast, half-zombie creature by some terrifying force. Special trait Devour, this creature's bites and claw strikes directly absorb enemy flesh, gradually evolving itself. There is a chance to acquire partial genetic material from the victim, triggering mutations. Studying Xiao Tian's attribute panel, Lin Ze couldn't help but nod to himself. This devouring trait emerged after its second stage evolution. None of the other familiars in his domain possessed it. Judging by the description, Xiao Tian followed the standard evolutionary path of zombies. Beyond that, when devouring enemies in battle, Xiao Tian possessed an additional mutation probability, a trait worth focusing on for cultivation. Perhaps he could use this trait to forge a horde of terrifying monsters possessing countless genes? After petting Xiao Tian for a while longer, Lin Ze pulled out a cow and let it carry it off to eat. The current territory development was nearing its level cap, so it was time to venture into the horror plains to hunt stronger monsters. The plains' actual size far exceeded Lin Ze's initial estimates, occupying roughly a quarter of the territory. Its deepest reaches remained undetectable even to Lin Ze himself. However, the monsters in that plain didn't seem inclined to roam freely. Their activities were confined to the border between the plain and the forest terrain on Lin Ze's side, never appearing near the base he had built. Pulling 5 long swords from his backpack, Lin Ze summoned his undead companions Zhang San, Xiao Yulan, and others, intending to hunt some level 5 monsters today to boost his own level once more. He was no longer the novice he once was. His sword control technique could now be used at full power for about an hour, and he had stockpiled a considerable number of protective talismans, significantly boosting his sustained combat capability. 2 hours passed, and Lin Ze's experience bar had risen another half bar. Level 6 was within reach. Watching the sun gradually rise, Lin Ze returned to his base and sent the zombies out to feed and restore their vitality. Ding! The Lord Crystal emitted a vibrating sound. Bro! Are you in Tianhai City? It was a message from Chun Yeshi, the Necromancer Lord. Yes, what's up? Lin Ze replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. After a moment of silence, a barrage of messages flooded in. No way, it's really you, bro. The national exam results are out, and a student named Lin Ze from Tianhai City is ranked first nationwide this year. At first I didn't make the connection, but then I remembered you're the one who took the exam this year, right? And your name is Lin Ze too. So, is that top-ranked Lin Ze you? Lin Ze pressed his hand to his forehead and smiled wryly. If there isn't another Lin Ze from Tianhai City ahead of me, then it should be me. Lin Ze replied. The other person fell silent for a moment before sending another long string of messages. Holy crap! Dude, you're that awesome? The professors on the board of trustees are gonna be fighting over you now. Ha, never thought I'd meet someone this incredible. By the way, would you be interested in joining our university? The other party extended the invitation with great enthusiasm. Lin Ze thought for a moment and asked. I could consider it. You mentioned your school ranks pretty high. Which university is it? This was merely a polite response. Lin Ze hadn't decided which university to attend yet. Oh, I'm from Qingbei University. The reply nearly knocked Lin Ze off his feet. Quite a top-ranked university, indeed. That's the top institution in the country. Chen Yeshi was being a bit too humorous. It really is a top-ranked, overall decent university. Does your advisor know you're promoting your school like this? Lin Ze silently typed out a reply. Well, bro, I know you're the most loyal guy around. You wouldn't rat me out, right? But I'm dead serious, you know. Your scores have shattered the national records for the past few years. I'm sure our college leadership would welcome a genius like you with open arms. MHM, I'll give it serious thought. If I end up being your junior, you'd better take good care of me. Lin Ze said half-jokingly. Of course. I'll make sure you have smooth sailing through the academy. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Ze exited the Lord's space. The moment he stepped out, his phone rang. Thinking it might be some university admissions office, Lin Ze was about to hang up when he realized it was his homeroom teacher calling. Thinking it might be something important, Lin Ze answered the call. Hello, Lin Ze. I apologize for disturbing you so late. This is the principal speaking. Here's the thing, your results are in. Congratulations. You've achieved the top score nationwide. You're the most outstanding student we've ever taught. The school would like you to come back for a brief speech about 20 minutes if you can spare half a day. Would that be possible? The principal's voice on the other end of the line couldn't hide his excitement. A speech? Lin Ze frowned. He disliked such troublesome affairs, but considering the principal had personally called to humbly request it, refusing outright would be rather rude. Fine, he'd go. He didn't have much else planned these days anyway. With that thought, Lin Ze agreed to the principal's request. Oh, and one more thing. Manhwa University, ranked second nationally, has sent a professor to extend an invitation for you to study at their institution. What do you think about this? Manhwa University? Did they mention a time frame? On the day of the speech. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. I'll discuss it with them then. Since it was just a minor favor, Lin Ze readily agreed. Alright. Get some rest first. I'll have your homeroom teacher send the schedule to your phone later. The principal said cheerfully. Lin Ze gave a brief nod before hanging up. Although Manhwa University was nominally the second-ranked institution, it still lagged significantly behind Qingbei University. Lin Ze wasn't surprised they'd extended an olive branch to him. He had genuinely considered Chen Yeshi's earlier words. After all, Qingbei University's reputation was unmatched both in faculty strength and overall academic standing. It stood as the undisputed pinnacle in the country. Therefore, he had already made up his mind. Chapter 30, Lin Ze becomes an idol. Now, when faced with offers from other universities, he merely responded with polite courtesy. After all, they had shown genuine sincerity by coming to his school in person. With that thought, Lin Ze lay back on his bed and discussed the matter with Chu Yao. Not long after they started talking, a hot post notification from the Academy forum popped up on Lin Ze's phone. Lin Ze was about to swipe it away, but upon seeing the title mentioned him, he tapped in to glance at it. He expected congratulations about topping the exams, but instead found a gossip thread. Overreaching. The love-hate saga of genius Lin Ze, the lick-spit-share guy, and the scheming girl. The title alone was provocative, though the content itself had little to do with Lin Ze. It detailed how, after Lin Ze left that day, Su Yun and Chen Hu had publicly bickered in front of everyone, exposing countless scandals about each other. Things like scheming to cripple Lin Ze, posting rumors to ruin his reputation, and Su Yun only teaming up with him for fame and fortune. All the dirty tricks made Lin Ze cringe. The latter half of the post, however, went into overdrive praising Lin Ze, congratulating him on achieving the top national ranking and so on. It was clear the poster was a seasoned troll, well versed in writing trends and grabbing attention. Below the post, the university's official account had personally posted a lengthy congratulatory message. Countless replies followed beneath it, filled with all sorts of quirky and humorous comments that even made Lin Ze chuckle. After glancing through a few comments, Lin Ze returned to his conversation with Chu Yao about Qingbei University. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of his meeting with the principal arrived. After waking up and eating breakfast, Lin Ze opened his rarely used wardrobe, revealing several formal outfits inside. These had been bought for him 2 years prior by his aunt while she was still in China, but he had rarely worn them since. His everyday style leaned toward casual wear, making it hard to tell he came from a wealthy family. Though he was currently the only one left in his household. After tying his tie neatly, Lin Ze smoothed out his shirt and headed straight out the door. He hailed a taxi, and about 10 minutes later, Lin Ze stood at the school gate. Today was the senior graduation ceremony, and the entire school had been given a half-day off. Consequently, the entrance was rather quiet, with only a few seniors coming and going. Lin Ze's arrival quickly drew countless stares. Damn! Lin Ze looks so handsome today. Who knew he'd look so classy in a suit? He's this year's national top scorer. He's bound for great success. Wonder if we'll ever get this close to him again. Yeah, the principal spent the whole day yesterday bragging about Lin Ze to the freshmen and sophomores. How could he not? Top scorer in the nation, that's a huge honor for our province. I heard a lot of officials are coming to the celebration later. The students chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with admiration and awe as they watched Lin Ze. Some girls couldn't help but swoon. Lin Ze paid them no mind, walking straight toward the school gate. But soon, some students couldn't contain themselves and began approaching him, asking to take photos together. Brother Ze! Let's take a picture together! Someone shouted first, and soon everyone crowded around him. At first, Lin Ze smiled slightly and obliged, but when he saw the endless line forming behind him, he froze. This was turning into a full-blown fan frenzy. If he took a photo with everyone, he'd be photographed to death. The idol effect was terrifying. Better make a run for it. I've got stuff to do. Maybe next time? Quick-witted Lin Ze seized the moment before the students behind him could speak, making his escape with a clever excuse. In a flash, the students surrounding him could only catch a glimpse of his dashing retreating figure. No wonder they call him Lin the God, even his escape is so cool. Watching his receding figure, a girl stroked her flushed cheeks and murmured. Once safely inside the school, Lin Ze headed straight for the principal's office. He'd noticed the strange looks he was getting from fellow students on the way. Lin Ze! You're here! The principal greeted him warmly, his tone as kind as a benevolent grandfather who had watched him grow up. The ceremony is still a little while away. Would you like to read from the prepared speech? We've prepared a speech for you. The principal said with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. You've done a tremendous service for Tianhai City, no, for the entire Jiangnan province. The Minister of Education will be here shortly. He mentioned wanting to speak with you privately. Oh, and the admissions officer from Manhwa University is waiting nearby. You might want to go over and learn more about their program. The principal patted him on the shoulder. Lin Ze nodded, glanced at the draft, then set it aside. I'll handle the speech myself. I'll head over now. Principal, please continue with your work. With that, he nodded to the principal and prepared to leave. All right, go ahead. I'll have someone find you before you go on stage. Take your time exploring the campus. Be sure to come back and visit this old man of mine often in the future. The principal said with a smile. I certainly will, Lin Ze replied before stepping out of the principal's office. Stepping out of the office, he knocked on the door next door. A woman's voice soon answered from inside. Come in. The tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable air of superiority. Lin Ze frowned slightly but entered anyway. Inside sat a woman in her 30s, fiddling with her phone. Her thin lips and sharp cheekbones gave her a distinctly sharp and critical appearance. You're Lin Ze? Noticing the newcomer, the woman lifted her head and gave Lin Ze a scrutinizing look. Yes. A subtle air of superiority in her tone slightly irritated Lin Ze. Well, we've heard you achieved the top score nationwide. Would you be interested in attending our university? Our university is currently ranked second nationally, and we expect a challenge for the top spot soon. If you join us, we can offer significant tuition reductions and access to certain benefit programs. The woman seemed confident Lin Ze would agree immediately. With a haughty smile, she picked up a brochure about Manhwa University from the table and handed it to him. Take a look. Our campus environment and faculty are both top tier. Lin Ze frowned, deeply annoyed by her attitude. Out of courtesy, he accepted the brochure and gave it a cursory glance. After finishing, he prepared to decline. Sorry, I think I need more time to consider. If you don't mind, I'll take my leave now. Lin Ze set down the brochure and spoke in a flat tone. The woman across from him seemed taken aback by his immediate refusal, a hint of surprise flashing across her face before turning to indignation. Do you look down on our school? She snorted coldly. Chapter 31, The Harassment from Manhwa University. Lin Ze frowned but still patiently replied. That's not what I meant. I just need some more time to think it over. With that, he turned to leave. But just then, the woman sneered coldly. I think it's because you're unworthy of the position. How could a mere Grey Lord Corps possibly achieve such high results? You must have resorted to some underhanded tactics. Her eyes narrowed with disgust as she looked at Lin Ze, as if he were nothing but trash. Lin Ze froze, his expression gradually turning cold. He never imagined that a university ranked among the top 2 in the nation could harbor such a foolish professor. Wouldn't someone verify whether this achievement was genuine or not? Besides, he hadn't even asked for her help. What exactly was this woman feeling so superior about? His tone grew less polite as he replied coldly. If you have any doubts about my grades or anything else, you can take it up with the Assessment Oversight Committee. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Also, I suggest this professor eat more walnuts. I think you need to supplement your diet. Stop right there. Seeing Lin Ze actually dare to talk back, the woman felt even more annoyed. In her view, such an obscure, backward place could never possibly produce any kind of genius. As a professor at Manhwa University, she possessed ample academic credentials. How dare this greenhorn speak to her like that? She needed to teach him a lesson. You'd better watch your tone. Do you have any idea what kind of institution Manhwa University is? Do you think I can't make every school refuse to admit you with a single word? The woman stood up haughtily, addressing Lin Ze. Lin Ze gave a cold laugh, his expression amused. Your esteemed institution certainly has a domineering reputation. Based on what you've said, what exactly should I do? He was eager to see what else this outrageous teacher could spout. Seeing Lin Ze seemingly willing to back down, a smug look spread across the woman's face. Oomph. Good for you for knowing your place. Fine, I'll let bygones be bygones. Just apologize to me and come sign this enrollment agreement. Don't get any ideas. If it weren't for that bunch of old fools on the board of trustees insisting on admitting you, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this godforsaken place. I really don't know what those board members were thinking, passing up all those purple and gold core students to recruit you, a worthless gray core lord. She glanced around with obvious disgust. Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle dryly. Well, your esteemed institution truly has an eye for talent. If I may ask, what position do you hold at your esteemed institution? At this, the woman perked up, lifting her chin proudly. I am currently the youngest faculty member at Manhwa University, the deputy director of admissions. Then you must be exceptionally capable? Lin Ze feigned surprise, inwardly chuckling to himself. He had already discreetly assessed her earlier. She was at most around level 30, not even matching some grade directors at Tianhai High School. The fact that she showed no reaction to his assessment spoke volumes. He'd heard rumors that Manhwa University was filled with privileged offspring, but he hadn't quite believed it. Now it seemed almost certainly true. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of eccentric the admissions director at their school was to send such a person to negotiate. Wasn't this just deliberately pushing people away? The woman on the other end was suddenly flustered by Lin Ze's remark, stammering for a moment before finally managing to spit out, of course. Lin Ze couldn't be bothered to waste any more time on this dim-witted woman. He turned and walked away. I suddenly feel unworthy of such a prestigious institution as yours. Compared to your elite students, I'm nothing but a failure. So please, take your leave. Lin Ze said lazily as he walked away. The woman froze, then instantly realized she'd been played. Rage surged through her, and she shouted. Stop right there. Lin Ze ignored her completely, continuing on his way. I said stop. Didn't you hear me? Her fury intensified. You're a worthless lord with a gray talent. Manhwa University kindly extended you an invitation, and this is how you treat us. Do you think I won't invalidate your academic record? Lin Ze paused, now feeling annoyed himself. You're being downright unreasonable. Choosing which school to attend is my prerogative. Lin Ze turned around and said coldly. Is this the kind of behavior expected from the prestige of your Dragon Nation's second academy? Threatening us if we don't comply? Seeing Lin Ze halt his steps, the woman snorted coldly and declared haughtily. So what if it is? I'm a member of the Yi family from the capital. Dealing with a worthless nobody like you is as easy as drinking water. If it weren't for the admissions office's performance metrics, who would bother with a worthless nobody like you? The woman sneered, her face radiating superiority. Lin Ze's expression turned icy. But before he could speak, a resonant voice suddenly boomed from the doorway. Well done, the domineering Yi family. Well done, Manhwa University. I'll be damned if I don't see how you plan to handle Lin Ze today. Bang! The door burst open as an imposing elderly man entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 30s. Lin Ze glanced sideways. At a single glance, he sensed an overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from the old man, the very presence befitting a true overlord-level lord. Continue. I'm eager to see what skills Yi Wujian's disciples and followers possess, daring to threaten others like this? The old man snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the woman with an authority that commanded respect without needing anger. He spoke slowly. The woman seemed startled by his imposing presence, but quickly regained her arrogance, retorting haughtily. And who are you? What gives you the right to address my grandfather by name? What business is this of yours? Hearing her retort, the old man smiled rather than grew angry. The middle-aged man beside him looked at the woman with pity and shook his head gently. Well, the descendants of the Yi family have certainly made something of themselves. My name is Luo Kegong. I am currently a professor at Qingbei University. What is your name? The old man spoke slowly, his piercing gaze sharp as blades, making the woman almost unable to meet his eyes. I'm Yi Ling. Though unfamiliar with the name, the fact that he claimed to be a professor at Qingbei University suggested he was no ordinary man. Yi Ling finally felt a twinge of fear, her tone softening slightly. Yet years of being raised as a young lady still lent her words a hint of superiority. Professor Luo, I'm only here on orders to speak with this student. I hope I haven't offended you? As for what I said earlier, it was merely a jest. Speaking off the cuff shouldn't be illegal, right? Yi Ling insisted stubbornly. Hearing this, Luo Kegong merely gave her a faint look of contempt and ignored her. Instead, he walked over to Lin Ze and suddenly took his hand. You've grown so tall. Looking at the flustered Lin Ze, Luo Kegong smiled faintly, his eyes filled with a mix of nostalgia and affection. Chapter 32, Qingbei University steps in. Lin Ze's true origins. Moments later, he released Lin Ze's hand. Rest assured, I'll handle this matter properly. He pulled his phone from his pocket, flipped through the contacts, and dialed a number. Hello? Old Luo, what's up? Fancy a drink? The voice on the other end was booming, loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Judging by the tone, the caller seemed to be on good terms with Luo Kegong. Oomph. Old Yi, you've got yourself a fine granddaughter. Luo Kegong didn't respond, only snorting coldly. Ha? What's going on? Which of my blind-ass juniors pissed you off? Tell me what happened. If they messed up, let me know, I'll beat the crap out of them. After all, they were longtime comrades in arms. As soon as Luo Kegong spoke, Yi Wujian on the other end of the line roughly understood the situation. Do you remember Lin Tianding? That boy made so many sacrifices back then to protect the Dragon Nation. There's a boy left behind, just turned 18 this year. He's a real credit to his family, scored first place nationwide on the exams. But that girl from your family, Yi Ling, threatened him, saying she could invalidate his results with a single word. After Luo Kegong finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Hand the phone to her. After a moment, Yi Wujian finally spoke, his tone no longer cheerful but heavy with suppressed anger. Yi Ling took the phone, flustered, instinctively trying to justify herself. Before she could utter a word, a storm of furious roars erupted from the other end. You've really outdone yourself. What the hell was wrong with you? How dare you speak to Lin Tianding's son like that? Who taught you to disgrace the Yi family like this? You're Xiaoqi's daughter, aren't you? Well done. You two are quite the pair. Get yourselves back here tonight. Both of you will kneel on the reflection platform and reflect on your actions. Yi Wujian's furious voice on the other end left Yi Ling too terrified to breathe, her earlier arrogance completely vanishing. Apologize to me right this instant. Then get your asses back here. After a full 4 or 5 minutes of yelling, Yi Wujian finally dropped this line before slamming the phone down. Yi Ling felt as if she'd been granted a pardon. She hurriedly handed the phone back to Luo Kegong, her cautious demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier self. She didn't know who Lin Tianding was, but judging by her grandfather's furious tone, she realized the people before her were likely extremely influential. She might have had the confidence to act haughtily toward the children of ordinary folk, but when faced with genuine power and privilege, Yi Ling dared not show even a hint of her spoiled brat temperament. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Flustered and at a loss, Yi Ling didn't even know whom to apologize to, her heart filled with regret. Luo Kegong ignored her, instead turning his benevolent gaze toward Lin Ze and asking, Lin Ze, how do you wish to handle her? Lin Ze was still pondering Luo Kegong's earlier words. At this question, he shot Yi Ling a look of disgust. Let her leave. Luo Kegong nodded, his expression instantly turning icy as he barked at Yi Ling. Get out. Did you think I was inviting you? Only then did Yi Ling dare to move, slinking out the door like a disgraced thief. Rest assured, once we reach the capital, I'll handle this matter. I'll have her come personally to apologize to you. Once she was gone, Luo Kegong turned to Lin Ze with a gentler tone. Now, let's get down to business. Lin Ze, what do you think of Qingbei University? Luo Kegong said cheerfully, pulling Lin Ze to sit down at the desk. Looking at the elderly man before him, Lin Ze paused, then decided to first ask Luo Kegong about the matter concerning someone named Lin Tianding. Lin Tianding was the name of Lin Ze's father. Although he himself had traveled through time and never met him, the original host seemed to have held him in deep affection. In the original body's memories, both his father and mother had left him around the age of 5 and never returned. After that, he had been raised by his aunt and uncle. Now it seemed his 2 biological parents, whom he had never met, might have been of extraordinary status. Mr. Luo, let's set this matter aside for now. I want to know the Lin Tianding you mentioned earlier, is he my father? Lin Ze gathered his thoughts before asking. Luo Kegong seemed to have anticipated this question. He sighed softly and nodded. They were both graduates of Qingbei University and elite members of our Dragon Nation's military. Back when I was still in the army, your father was my most capable subordinate. When you were 5 years old, they were swept into a chaotic fragment of spacetime while resisting an invasion from the demon world and went missing. Luo Kagong's tone was heavy with sorrow, revealing the profound bond he shared with Lin Tianding. Lin Ze nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Well, I never imagined it would be like this. Lin Ze suddenly recalled his own master, a pang of sadness welling up within him. He quickly changed the subject. Master Luo, you mentioned earlier that you represent Peking University? Hearing this, Luo Kagong nodded, his face once again lighting up with a kind smile. Yes. As the son of Lin Tianding, your achievements have even surpassed your father's in his prime. I've come to extend an invitation for you to study at Qingbei University. Your potential is truly remarkable. I believe your future achievements will surpass even your father's. Luo Kagong's eyes brimmed with admiration. He waved to the middle-aged man beside him. This is the director of admissions at Qingbei University. Let him introduce our institution to you first. Lin Ze waved his hand. That won't be necessary. As the top university in Longhua, what high school student wouldn't know about it? Seeing this, Luo Kagong chuckled and said, all right then. If you have any requests, feel free to make them. As long as it doesn't break the law, Grandpa Luo will find a way to fulfill it for you. Seeing the affection in Luo Kagong's eyes, Lin Ze felt genuinely moved. Though he'd only met the old man today, his current attitude was beyond reproach. With such goodwill shown, coupled with the prestige of Qingbei University, the top institution in Longhua, what reason did Lin Ze have to refuse? Alright, Grandpa Luo. I don't have many requests. I just want to ask you to check the scores of one of my classmates. Can they get into Qingbei University? Oh? A classmate? Boy or girl? Hearing this, Luo Kagong's smile grew even broader. A girl. Lin Ze felt distinctly uncomfortable under that oddly unsettling smile, suddenly recalling the feeling from his past life when his master caught him secretly taking his junior sister to the Lantern Festival. The two old men's faces overlapped, revealing a surprising resemblance. This unconsciously boosted Lin Ze's favorability toward Luo Kagong. Great. Great. What's your classmate's name? Is she pretty? Luo Kagong's smile grew even broader, radiating a playful energy that contrasted sharply with his earlier demeanor. Lin Ze found himself unexpectedly charmed. However, Director Jiang beside him was practically grimacing, and he quickly cleared his throat twice. Realizing his line of questioning was indeed a bit inappropriate, Luo Kagong quickly extinguished the gossip fire that had just ignited within him. He nonchalantly cleared his throat twice as well. Ahem. Ahem. I'm getting sidetracked. Chapter 33, Care from an Elder. Of course it's fine. What's your name, young man? Luo Kagong's smile vanished as he looked at Lin Ze with solemn seriousness, though his gaze remained gentle, as if observing a younger relative. Her name is Chu Yao. She goes to the same school as me. Lin Ze replied. Luo Kagong nodded, then gave Xiao Jiang a knowing glance. Xiao Jiang instantly understood, pretended to pull out his phone and scan a few things, then spoke with a warm smile. Miss Chu's scores meet our college's admission standards. If she submits her application today, her acceptance letter should arrive the day after tomorrow. How could Lin Ze not see the exchange between the two men? Even if Chu Yao had scored 0 on the exam, they'd probably say the same thing. Who would have thought this father's former superior still held such favor toward him? Lin Ze nodded thoughtfully before replying. Alright, I have no further questions. Luo Kagong nodded back, his face beaming as he addressed Lin Ze. Great. Grandpa Luo will have Xiao Jiang draft an admission letter for you. Once you arrive in Beijing, Grandpa Luo will personally come to pick you up. I hear you have a speech to give later. I won't disturb you now. How about we have dinner together tonight? Certainly, Mr. Luo. Thank you for your kindness and support. Seeing the other man's warmth, Lin Ze, not one to be ungrateful, replied respectfully. Luo Kagong smiled warmly, nodded, stood up, and patted Lin Ze on the shoulder. Go ahead and get back to work. Once your graduation ceremony wraps up, Grandpa Luo will come pick you up. With that, he waved goodbye to Lin Ze and departed with Director Jiang. After Luo Kagong departed, Lin Ze sat in the office and started chatting with Chu Yao on WeChat. Soon, it was time for the graduation ceremony speeches. Though Lin Ze wasn't usually a talkative person, improvising some fluffy inspirational platitudes posed no problem. Under the intense gaze of over 1,000 students below, Lin Ze delivered his speech without breaking a sweat. After the speech, several more activities followed, but Lin Ze found them too tedious. He bid farewell to the principal and prepared to leave. He was no longer just a prominent figure at Tianhai High School, he had become a prominent figure throughout the entire Jiangnan province. During the speech event, several provincial and ministerial level leaders had personally approached him to shake his hand and offer their congratulations. What Lin Ze failed to notice, however, was, in a dark corner, a pair of eyes filled with venomous hatred fixed on him. Lin Ze, my life, everything I had, you destroyed it all. I'll make you pay for this. Glaring at Lin Ze, who stood radiant on the stage, Chen Hu gritted his teeth in fury. Hatred and jealousy threatened to consume him entirely, and a vicious plan began to take shape in his mind. Just wait. I'll make you taste real suffering. Shenhu muttered to himself, fixing Lin Ze with a piercing stare as if he could devour him whole before turning and walking away. After greeting the principal and others, Lin Ze prepared to leave the school. It was already past 11 in the morning, and lunchtime would soon arrive. Lin Ze had agreed to have lunch with Luo Kegong and planned to head home first, waiting for Luo Kegong to contact him before heading out. Though he hadn't given Luo Kegong his phone number, Lin Ze knew such a minor detail was practically trivial for a professor at Qingbei University. However, just as he stepped out of the campus gate, the phone in his pocket rang. It was a number from Beijing. So soon? It's not even lunchtime yet? Lin Ze thought to himself as he answered the call. It was Director Jiang from the admissions office he'd met that morning. He first asked if Lin Ze had any other matters to attend to. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he instructed Lin Ze to wait by the school gate for a moment, promising he'd come to pick him up shortly. Lin Ze had no choice but to park his small motorcycle at the school gate. Less than 10 minutes later, an Audi pulled up in front of him. Xiao Ze, it's okay if I call you that, right? Luo Kegong, sitting in the passenger seat, smiled warmly at Lin Ze. Of course, you're my senior, Lin Ze replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Ze got into the car. 10 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of an upscale Chinese restaurant. This is the first time I've come to see you since you grew up. Ah, these years have been tough on you. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come find me. Looking at Lin Ze, who now towered over him, Luo Kegong couldn't help but recall the hearty laughter from his memories, letting out a soft sigh. As he spoke, he reached out and ruffled Lin Ze's hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Lin Ze hadn't been treated this way in a long time. Feeling a bit awkward at first, he could only smile and nod in agreement. The three entered the restaurant together and were guided by a waiter to the private room Luo Kegong had reserved in advance. After sitting down and pouring a cup of tea, Luo Kegong spoke first. Xiao Ze, how have you been these past years? Has anyone been giving you a hard time? Do you have enough money to get by? The concern warmed Lin Ze's heart. He shook his head. No, I'm doing fine on my own. I've gotten used to it. Seeing how mature and independent he had become made Luo Kegong's heart ache even more. He silently vowed to make it up to this poor kid. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about returning to see Lin Ze. He simply feared causing him trouble, so he had never come back, only silently keeping tabs on Lin Ze's well-being. Until a few days ago, when he learned Lin Ze had placed first in the national assessment. Overjoyed, he seized this opportunity to bring him to the capital for proper care. They chatted for a while longer as the dishes were nearly all served. Let's eat, Xiao Ze. You too, Xiao Jiang. Xiao Ze, you need to eat more, look how thin you are. Luo Kegong picked up a piece of lamb, placed it in Lin Ze's bowl, and said cheerfully. In truth, Lin Ze wasn't thin at all. He had a slender build, with muscles that weren't exaggerated but still defined. The lunch concluded in a cheerful atmosphere. During the meal, Luo Kegong shared many stories about his father, giving Lin Ze a deeper understanding of this stepfather figure. After the meal, Luo Kegong walked Lin Ze back to the school gate. Enjoy your time back home. If you want to travel, just call Grandpa Luo. I'll have someone arrange your itinerary. Alright then, goodbye Xiao Ze. When you get to the capital, let Grandpa know I'll come pick you up. Luo Kegong waved at Lin Ze, his voice tinged with reluctance. After today's meeting, Luo Kegong found himself growing fonder of this young man. Not only was he capable and well-read, but he also knew his manners and wasn't socially inept. Plus, he was quite handsome. For an elderly person, having such a capable young relative was truly a blessing. Chapter 34, The Basic Killing Seal. Lin Ze waved back, equally fond of the old man. After all, having almost no family since his transmigration felt rather lonely. Lin Ze had spent several New Years alone, and he couldn't help but miss his fellow disciples and that mischievous yet endearing master from his past life. Now, suddenly having an elder who cared for him so deeply felt rather nice. After bidding farewell to Luo Kegong, Lin Ze finally mounted his small motorcycle and rode home. He had plans to meet Chu Yao tomorrow, intending to make a formal confession to her. Ever since their last meal together, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate. Yet, because of what Lin Ze had said, they still hadn't officially acknowledged their feelings. Therefore, Lin Ze decided to arrange a date and then make his move himself. For that, though, he needed to prepare a few things in advance. After a busy afternoon, Lin Ze finally got everything ready for tomorrow. If the weather forecast wasn't completely off, tomorrow should be a nice day. Satisfied with his accomplishments, Lin Ze nodded to himself and hopped on his scooter, heading home. Soon, Lin Ze arrived home. After a quick dinner, he returned to his room. With nothing else planned for the evening, Lin Ze intended to enter the Lord's space to level up to level 6 and study the peculiar tree. During the last assessment, the tree had suddenly undergone a transformation, granting Lin Ze and his allied forces a full attribute recovery. Since then, however, it had remained completely still. Lin Ze had fiddled with it extensively afterward, but it showed no response. Could this thing actually be a living entity? Might it someday yield some super rare treasure? And hadn't Yao Yao mentioned before that this kind of tree bore fruit? I wonder if the one in my domain will bear fruit. Lost in speculation, Lin Ze swiftly entered the spatial realm. Taking several capable undead with him as usual, Lin Ze prepared to head to the terror plains. Just as he was about to leave, the giant wolf Xiao Tian, who had been crouching by the entrance of Lin Ze's wooden hut, suddenly let out 2 howls, as if pleading for Lin Ze to take it along. Though it was only a second-tier creature, its thick hide and tough constitution meant it shouldn't pose much danger. After a moment's thought, Lin Ze decided to bring it along. It was starting to resemble a husky more and more. Whenever Lin Ze was away, the beast would run wild throughout the territory, biting this and that, and occasionally harassing the diligent rock giants at work. When Lin Ze caught it doing this, he banished it to the doorstep of his cabin, ordering it not to venture more than 5 meters away while he was gone. Failure meant 3 days of grass-chewing punishment. Only then did the dog settle down. However, even after its advancement, Lin Ze had never taken it into battle. This was the perfect chance to see what progress it had made. Now, Lin Ze no longer needed to hide in the outer regions of the plains. Level 3 and 4 monsters posed almost no threat to him, he could simply let his zombies handle them. Soon, they arrived. Zhang San and Little Magnolia, having advanced to level 3, grew increasingly intelligent. They scarcely needed Lin Ze's instructions, knowing instinctively what to do. Lin Ze merely gave the command to begin. They each sought out several monsters and commenced a new round of grinding. Xiaotian crouched beside Lin Ze, brimming with eagerness, but without Lin Ze's command, he dared not charge in. Xiaotian, go bite those monsters over there. See them? The white and red ones. Lin Ze patted its head and pointed his finger in a specific direction. Xiaotian let out an excited growl and, following Lin Ze's direction, shot forward like a white bolt of lightning. The monsters Lin Ze had pointed out were special cases among the mobs. Though low level, they possessed unique properties. He sent Xiaotian to hunt them because the dog had a devour trait, and Lin Ze wanted to test if it worked on these creatures. Watching Xiaotian charge forward and swallow a pitiful ghost in one gulp, Lin Ze ceased paying attention to the creature. Instead, he pulled a long sword from his backpack and began grinding monsters himself. Amidst the monsters' agonized screams, Lin Ze's experience bar steadily climbed, and soon, he broke through to level 6. Lord Lin Ze has reached level 6. Territory facility level caps have been updated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching level 6. New crafting recipes unlocked. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the new recipe, Basic Slaughter Seal. Several notification sounds halted Lin Ze's actions. A new alchemy recipe? A new talisman. The Breaker Killer Talisman. The thing was practically entry-level among offensive talismans. Wonder what new effects it would have after blending with this world? Lin Ze thought to himself, then opened the system panel and clicked on the newly acquired Breaker Kill Seal recipe. Basic Killing Seal, upon use, attacks all enemy units within range while granting allied units within the area a temporary attack boost. This effect stacks up to 3 times. Required materials, Papyrus 1, Cinnabar 1, any aggressive material 1. Just as he'd expected, the crafting materials were similar to those for a basic protective talisman, but its effects were surprisingly decent. First, it could be used as a one-time area attack. Plus, it had a buff that boosted allies' attack power, not bad at all. However, the amplification level seemed rather low. Lin Ze immediately checked the detailed stats. Each layer of the Shattering Kill Talisman increased allied attack power by 5%, stacking up to a maximum of 15%. That was actually pretty decent. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the zombies still spawning, and resumed grinding monsters. After about another hour of grinding, Lin Ze finally led them back to base. Woof! Along the way, Xiaotian circled excitedly around Lin Ze, seemingly trying to convey some message. Watching Xiaotian bounce around frantically, Lin Ze couldn't help but smile. He reached out to pat its big head, suddenly noticing something odd about the texture. Previously, Xiaotian's fur had always felt prickly to the touch, but now it was incredibly soft and smooth. Moreover, its fur seemed noticeably softer than before, almost as if it were gently swaying in the breeze. The entire dog, oh wait, the wolf. The entire wolf seemed to have taken on a ghostly aura. Could it be that devouring had evolved a new trait? Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, immediately opening its attribute panel. Name, Xiaotian. Species, Demon Beast Spectral Giant Wolf Tier 2 Beast Zombie. Class, Tier 2. Max HP, 180. Attack, 20. Level progression, 140-300 unlocks new evolutionary branch at Tier 3. Originally a giant wolf from the Demon Beast continent, transformed into a bizarre half-beast, half-zombie creature by some terrifying force. Special trait Devour, this creature's bites and claw strikes directly absorb enemy flesh, gradually evolving itself. There is a chance to acquire partial genes from the defeated enemy, triggering mutations. Acquired mutation attributes, Spectral Form. Spectralization, immune to partial physical damage during combat while inherently inflicting low-tier creature fear, weakening enemy combat effectiveness. Indeed. This creature has quietly undergone a mutation. Lin Ze felt immense joy and couldn't resist patting its head again. It feels even better now. Chapter 35, First Date Stop. Back at the base, Lin Ze sold off another batch of loot and picked up a few cheap white offensive materials before settling into the gazebo built for him by the rock giant. He brewed a pot of hot tea. Base construction was now steadily progressing. Though lacking agricultural and livestock development, both defenses and living conditions had significantly improved since the beginning. This tea was a gift from Chun Yeshi, who claimed it was a specialty from high-altitude territories, possessing the ability to restore mental energy. After taking a few sips, Lin Ze suddenly thought of the sapling. Compared to when it had first been planted, it had grown slightly, though it still hadn't sprouted any leaves. Standing bare and leafless, it looked rather peculiar. Holding his teacup, Lin Ze crouched beside it and reached out to touch its slender trunk. No reaction. Taking another sip of tea, Lin Ze pulled a small jar from his backpack and poured a little water onto the tree. This was the spring water Chu Yao had given him, said to contain the essence of life and aid plant growth. After several attempts, it seemed to have some effect, though the progress bar remained unchanged. Perhaps the life elements it contained weren't sufficient. Thinking this, Lin Ze poured the remaining water onto the plant in one go. After the water was poured, the sapling suddenly swayed twice and emitted a faint emerald glow. Ha! Lin Ze stared at it in confusion, but it quickly returned to its original state. Puzzled, Lin Ze opened its interface panel and discovered a change had occurred. World Tree Incomplete Form Sapling Stage. This entity was born from the union of life and destruction. Two opposing forces have forged a plant capable of bearing the weight of the world. Quality, gold. This is the embryonic form of a god. Try feeding it something brimming with life force. Or something saturated with death force. Progress to advancement, 71,000. 75%. A new progress bar appeared beneath the attribute panel, devoid of any description. What's going on? Lin Ze felt curious and couldn't help but fiddle with the little tree a few times. Anger +1. A peculiar number suddenly appeared above the tree. Lin Ze stared in surprise, only to find that the progress bar beneath the tree, still devoid of any information, had increased by 1%. Boredom +1. Is this thing turning into a spirit? Lin Ze thought in astonishment as he watched the tree continuously spew out numbers representing emotions. Then, he decided to conduct an experiment. The results matched his suspicions exactly. When Lin Ze watered it, fertilized it, or sang to it, positive emotion values would appear above the tree's crown. When Lin Ze touched it or lit a fire nearby, the tree emitted numbers representing negative emotions. It really is becoming sentient. Lin Ze suddenly found it fascinating, growing curious about what might happen once that peculiar progress bar filled up. He could distinctly sense an aura within the tree that wasn't his own. Perhaps this tree could bring him unimaginable change. But it was already late, and Lin Ze had plans to meet Chu Yao tomorrow. He exited the Lord's space, intending to get some proper rest. I wonder if she'll like it. Lying on the soft bed, Lin Ze yawned and gradually drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Ze rose, ate breakfast, freshened up, and selected a bright, cheerful outfit before heading out. His freshly blow-dried hair was slightly tousled. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in his bangs, forcing him to grab a pair of sunglasses from the car door and slip them on. The weather was absolutely perfect today, and Lin Ze's mood warmed up under the gentle sunlight. For this confession, he had actually put in some rare effort. Soon, Lin Ze arrived outside Chu Yao's villa. Learning she was going on a date with Lin Ze today, Chu Yao felt both excited and inexplicably flustered. She too had gotten up early, finishing breakfast before starting her makeup. Truthfully, even without makeup, Chu Yao possessed the features of a stunning beauty. Yet, determined to present her best self to Lin Ze, she spent a considerable amount of time preparing at home. After all, this was her first official date with Lin Ze. It naturally demanded extra effort and preparation. The thought made Chu Yao's cheeks flush even redder. Just as she finished applying her makeup, Chu Yao heard her phone ring. Guessing Lin Ze had arrived, she hurriedly grabbed the small bag she'd prepared earlier and rushed downstairs. Opening the door, she found Lin Ze already waiting outside. Wow, you look gorgeous today. Lin Ze had naturally noticed Chu Yao's carefully applied light makeup and the slight nervousness in her eyes. He smiled gently and spoke. His compliment sent a wave of sweetness through Chu Yao's heart, and she smiled shyly. Let's go. First stop. Lin Ze gallantly took the bag Chu Yao was carrying and guided her onto the motorcycle. Might as well get my driver's license during the break. After all, I'm an adult now. Lin Ze started the motorcycle, lost in thought. He rode at a leisurely pace, the gentle breeze lifting his hair slightly. From the back seat, Chu Yao could clearly smell the scent of his hair. Bathed in warm sunlight, the two of them cruised slowly along the highway, watching the distant mountains gradually recede. A playful little deer seemed to be galloping wildly in Chu Yao's heart. For the first time, she realized how close she was to Lin Ze on this bike. Her mind went blank, her heart beating faster and faster like a drum. Without thinking, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Ze's waist. As if guided by some unseen force, Chu Yao slowly pressed her face against his back, silently soaking in the sensation. What kind of atmosphere was this? Yao couldn't describe it, but she felt certain her hands belonged there, that this embrace was meant to be. Lin Ze made no other move, only a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. A young girl experiencing her first stirrings of love is like a flower just beginning to bloom. You can't help but offer her a smile that's pure and unadulterated. The first stop was the aquarium. Stepping through the entrance, a new world unfolded beyond the doors. The mysterious azure blue was dotted with white glowing decorations, occasionally crossed by graceful fish. The dreamlike scene gave Yao a disorienting sense of being alone with Lin Ze in another mysterious world. The underwater tunnel was reserved just for them. The luminous sea water rippled gently, and it felt as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. Neither spoke, yet their hands found each other and clasped together without a word. Sea turtles are so cute. Yao suddenly blurted out this seemingly random remark. Lin Ze paused slightly, then smiled softly. Yeah, they really are cute. Being able to lie carefree on the ocean floor, basking in the sun and flipping onto their backs when happy, or burrowing into a hole to hide when unhappy, that kind of life seems pretty nice too. Yao chuckled softly at his words and playfully nudged him with her hand. It took only about 10 minutes to tour the entire undersea tunnel, yet traversing the whole mysterious world would require 1,000 years. They both savored this tranquility and beauty, their hearts slowly drawing closer. Chapter 36, A Bouquet and a Formal Confession. After leaving the aquarium, their next stop was the cinema. The film, The Fault in Our Stars, was a romantic movie that had been released many years ago. It told the story of a boy and a girl whose love was as tender and beautiful as early spring camellias. The plot was simple, yet it possessed a magical, healing power that seemed to draw viewers into this first love story hidden within time. The theater was dark, and Lin Ze and Yao could only see each other's blurred profiles. That hazy light, combined with the film's sweet scenes, fermented into an unusual atmosphere. This, perhaps, is what romance truly is. As if it were meant to be, their hands found each other and clasped tightly. After leaving the theater, Lin Ze took Yao out for a meal before heading to their third destination. The third stop, Lin Ze had pondered it for a long time and finally settled on an amusement park. He envisioned the perfect spot for a confession and the most heartfelt declaration he could muster. An amusement park? I haven't been here in ages. When I was little, Dad always loved taking me to sit in the seats closest to that stuffed animal. Yao gazed at the enormous Doraemon plushie before them, unable to suppress a soft chuckle as nostalgia filled her eyes. Really? Then let's relive that joy today. Lin Ze chuckled softly, producing 2 ice cream cones from behind him as if by magic. Try these, your favorite strawberry flavor. Thanks. Yao grinned as she took the cone, lightly licking it with her tiny tongue. The roller coaster. Let's go ride that first. She suddenly patted Lin Ze beside her, bouncing like a little deer and batting her big eyes. Of course, whatever you say. Lin Ze gave her a meaningful smile, gently ruffling her hair with affection. Screams always filled the roller coaster, and this was the first time Lin Ze had seen Yao so excited. Who would have thought someone who seemed so easily shy would love such thrilling rides? Watching Yao's happy profile, Lin Ze couldn't help but think. After getting off the roller coaster, Yao immediately dragged him toward the haunted house. Whether it was the drop tower, pirate ship, all the thrilling rides left Lin Ze feeling weak in the knees. But Yao seemed completely fearless, her small hand tugging Lin Ze along at breakneck speed. Listening to her joyful laughter, a wave of comfort suddenly washed over Lin Ze. Why did this feel like taking his daughter out to play? That doesn't quite feel right. Lin Ze helplessly followed her as they dashed from one thrilling ride to the next. After laughing and playing all afternoon, Yao finally began to tire. They found a heart-shaped lounge chair in the park and sat down. Yao naturally leaned her head against Lin Ze's shoulder, her eyes reflecting both happiness and weariness. The sun gradually sank toward the horizon, its afterglow bathing the young couple and stretching their shadows long, creating a postmodern, decadent beauty. Thank you. I haven't had this much fun in ages. Yao murmured softly, resting her head against Lin Ze's shoulder. Ever since Mom and Dad started fighting, I haven't been to an amusement park in years. I was always alone, with no friends. Like a thief, I'd sneak glances at other people's happiness. Back then, I kept wondering if anyone would ever bring me back here again. Back to those carefree, happy days. As Yao spoke, her voice began to falter. The impact of parents lingers throughout a child's life. Lin Ze said nothing, only gently patting her shoulder and pulling her closer into his embrace. The two leaned against each other, watching the sun set. After a long while, Lin Ze finally spoke softly. Alright, it's time to head to today's final destination. Yao nodded obediently, saying nothing, but the love in her eyes grew ever more intense. Lin Ze took her hand and slowly walked toward the enormous Ferris wheel. This was one of the few attractions they hadn't visited yet today. Let's go. Lin Ze presented a rather special ticket to the ticket booth attendant before leading Yao beneath the Ferris wheel. They boarded cabin number 52, and Lin Ze naturally took the seat on the left. Usually, this time of day would be crowded with people riding the Ferris wheel, but today, not a single soul was in sight. This struck Yao as odd. As they settled in, the Ferris wheel began its slow rotation, lifting them steadily upward. Do you remember what I said last time? Inside the cabin, Lin Ze gazed tenderly at Chu Yao and whispered softly. Love begins with a bouquet of flowers and a formal confession. I've thought about it for a long time. Maybe I should be the one to take the first step. I'm not the most romantic person, but I spent a lot of time planning everything for today. Lin Ze's tender voice and earnest gaze seemed to block out the world. The surroundings were so quiet that Chu Yao could almost hear her own heart racing. As Lin Ze spoke, the gondola continued its ascent, and soon number 52 would reach its highest point. I may not be perfect, but I still want to say. Chu Yao, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Ze reached behind the seat where he'd hidden a pink rose and extended his hand. The moment his words fell, a streak of light like a shooting star rose beside the distant musical fountain. It plunged into the embrace of the sky, bursting fiercely into a dazzling cluster of sparks. Then a second, a third. Countless fireworks surged upward like a reverse rain, bursting and intertwining to form a fleeting yet tear-jerking sea of blossoms. Chu Yao stared blankly at the scene. The emotions she had suppressed surged forth like these fireworks. A single tear slowly slid down her cheek. Unable to hold back any longer, she threw herself fiercely into Lin Ze's arms. I do. The Ferris wheel came to a gentle halt at that very moment, as if time itself had paused. Only the two hearts beating wildly within it and the distant fireworks played the prelude to this love story. Lin Ze gently patted Chu Yao's back, pressing his face close to her ear. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. On the way back, Chu Yao still relived the scenes from the tiny gondola, the flushed cheeks and racing heartbeat lingering long after. Holding the flowers in her left arm and Lin Ze in her right, she watched the streets recede behind them, wishing this moment could last forever. After sharing another dinner and strolling through the streets together, Lin Ze finally walked Chu Yao home. After another lingering goodbye, Lin Ze set off alone for home. The evening breeze felt refreshing as Lin Ze walked. He had been lonely for so long, and suddenly finding some connection to this world gave him a fresh perspective on his life. Just as Lin Ze was pondering his life and future, a black sedan without license plates suddenly appeared beside him. Chapter 37, Crisis. The Mysterious Assassin. Lin Ze immediately sensed something was off. The car seemed intent on cutting him off. But the other driver's skills were exceptional. Before Lin Ze could react and try to pull out, the car accelerated, forcing him to stop at the roadside. Immediately, two figures emerged from the vehicle, closing in on Lin Ze from either side. As they walked, a blue glow emanated from their hands, the telltale sign of summoning a Lord Core. Lin Ze instantly realized their intent. They intended to initiate an unannounced Lord duel. In essence, an invasion against Lin Ze. Such a duel would not be recorded, and there were no restrictions whatsoever. Even if they killed Lin Ze within his own territory, no one would ever know what had transpired here. Such actions were strictly forbidden in Dragon Nation, as invasions disregarded level differences and all restrictions. Before he could react, the two men in black seized him, and the three vanished from the street. Forcibly dragged into the Lord's space, Lin Ze didn't panic. He quickly regained his composure. Their intentions were clearly hostile. Since they could pinpoint his location so precisely, they must have been stalking him for some time. Though he was nearly unmatched among students his age, facing two lords above level 10 would likely leave him with no chance of victory. Wait. After forming friendly alliances, lords could apparently request reinforcements. Lin Ze swiftly recalled the textbook knowledge about lords and immediately activated his Lord Crystal. Currently, he only had two lord friends, Chu Yao and Chen Yeshi. Chen Yeshi was a lord over level 20 and a student at Qingbei University. He was the only one who could help now. Lin Ze swiftly located the request for aid function. This feature would directly notify the requested lord, even if they weren't currently in the space. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as a massive hole blasted through the weakest section of Lin Ze's city wall. Outside the walls, hundreds of human soldiers and goblins were packed together, charging toward Lin Ze's territory. Lin Ze's pupils contracted slightly as he instantly assessed the enemy's strength. Judging by the equipment and numbers of their troops, the enemy was likely between levels 15 and 20. The cannon used to blast through the wall was a 4th-tier technological weapon only unlockable by human soldiers, indicating the enemy controlled at least a level 5 territory. While Lin Ze couldn't discern the goblins' exact levels, they were unlikely to be weaker than the human soldiers. In this critical moment, Lin Ze had no choice but to order the rock giants to use earth element magic to repair the walls while buying time until reinforcements arrived. Under Lin Ze's command, the zombies and monsters within the city began methodically erecting obstacles, launching counterattacks at intervals, and striving to stall the enemy's advance. Your neighboring Lord Chenyeshi has sent reinforcements, 50 level 4 undead warriors, 10 level 4 undead knights, 15 level 4 undead mages. Deploy immediately? At this critical moment, a message flashed from the Lord's crystal, greatly invigorating Lin Ze. Deploy immediately. As Lin Ze executed the command, a streak of light shot forth from the Lord Crystal, landing within his domain. A legion of undead troops, radiating waves of deathly aura, materialized before Lin Ze. Lord Chenyeshi sent a message. What's up, bro? You okay? Got enough troops? If not, I'll hit up my roommate for some more. Thanks, bro. These are enough. We'll talk later, gotta handle this first. Lin Ze hurriedly replied before leading his undead legion straight into the thick of battle. Lin Ze's zombies and monsters had already suffered heavy casualties. Though the enemy soldiers were countered by the undead, their class advantage was undeniable. They swiftly wounded several rock giants and killed a few black zombies. Seeing his own forces suffer such heavy casualties, Lin Ze's gaze turned icy as he immediately issued the attack order. Undead units possessed a natural advantage against humans and other races not blessed by the gods. They inherently inflicted fear, drastically weakening the combat will of those races. As undead warriors wielding sharp blades stepped onto the battlefield, the human legions once as solid as steel quickly began to falter. Accompanied by the relentless charge of fourth-tier undead knights, hundreds of humans and goblins began to panic. Standing in the rear, the undead mages continuously unleashed fireballs and grey beams from their staffs, occasionally summoning low-tier skeleton soldiers to join the fray. Lin Ze wasn't idle either. He summoned 5 flying swords from his backpack and immediately pierced the heavy armor of the goblins. Then, he pulled out several newly crafted killing charms from yesterday, clutching them in his hand as he began to chant. Heaven and earth, natural and pure, disperse the foul chi. Within the cavern's profound mystery, the primordial light shines bright. Almighty deities of the 8 directions, I, the natural one, command the divine talisman's decree, proclaiming it to the 9 heavens. Shatter all things. Hasten as the law commands. With Lin Ze's thunderous shout, the talismans in his hands ignited with crimson flames, transforming into a streak of red light that shot swiftly toward the battlefield. At that moment, the undead and humans were locked in fierce combat. Engaged in the clash of blades, neither side had the slightest chance to notice the sudden arrival of several streaks of crimson light. The crimson beams pierced the battle array, instantly erupting into rippling waves. Enemies caught in the ripples groaned as if struck by heavy hammers, some even coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the undead soldiers seemed energized, experiencing a slight boost in both strength and speed. Soon, the area affected by the breaker seal was torn open by the undead. This was the area of effect attack of the Killing Breach talisman. Beyond that, the talisman could also be used as a single target attack, though without the enhancement effect. The talismans proved surprisingly effective, instantly tipping the previously stalemated battle in favor of the undead. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ze hurriedly led the lightly wounded little Magnolia and his own undead knights back into the fray. The 2 men in black stood at the edge of the battlefield, silently observing Lin Ze's movements. What do we do, old Zhang? This is tricky. They said he was just a kid below level 10, right? He doesn't even have family. Where did he get these 4th-tier undead? One of the black-clad figures whispered to his companion, his tone tinged with impatience. Calm down. Even if he has reinforcements, how many could he possibly have? It's only a 3rd-tier domain. Those on the field are the maximum he can muster. We just need to send another wave of troops to wipe them out. Don't hold back, use those excitement auras of yours. If we screw up the young master's orders, we won't be able to show our faces back home. The man called Old Zhang replied calmly. Fine. Who knew this kid would be such a pain in the ass? Guess I'm just unlucky. He muttered under his breath, pulling an orange bracelet from his backpack. But I only have one use left. Damn it! He slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. Suddenly, a burst of crimson-orange light erupted. Every goblin on the battlefield let out a furious roar. The fear in their eyes vanished instantly and their combat power surged. The undead warriors who hadn't been boosted were struggling to hold their ground. Chapter 38, Desperate Situation. Reinforcements. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately leapt out of the battle circle. He pulled several more talismans from his backpack, chanted incantations, and hurled them all out. A golden glow instantly enveloped the undead warriors, greatly enhancing their defenses. The talismans Lin Ze had just thrown were all premium items he had personally crafted. This single throw had nearly depleted half his savings. But the effect was undeniably potent. The undead war god swiftly regained the upper hand, slowly pushing forward with overwhelming force once more. As the tide of battle visibly shifted in his favor, Lin Ze couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just as he caught his breath, he spotted several waves of soldiers pouring out from 2 distant enemy cities. There's more. This is trouble. Lin Ze let out a bitter laugh, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. But he wasn't one to give up easily. That feeling lasted only a moment before the fire reignited in Lin Ze's eyes. You want my life? We'll see if you have what it takes. Lin Ze snorted angrily, his long sword whirling once more as several talismans flew out in 4 directions. Some time ago, while studying formations, he had unexpectedly discovered a new method for deploying the yin protecting, yang guarding formation. The reverse yin-yang annihilation formation. This formation concentrated all yin and yang energies within 100 meters of the array's focal point, reversing the formation's function. It transformed the original amplifying protective effect into a massive area of effect attack. The principle involved embedding the opposing forces within the yin protecting, yang guarding formation's layout. Then, using himself as the erase core, Lin Ze would summon the grand formation to launch a counterattack. However, while this formation could inflict heavy damage on the enemy, it would also cause immense self-inflicted harm. First, every entity within the array, friend or foe, will have their yin and yang energies drained completely. Second, the land itself will suffer irreversible damage from this unnatural reversal, ceasing to produce new yin and yang energies. Finally, Lin Ze, as the array's focal point, would bear the full brunt of the array's explosive energy, likely sacrificing his own life. But now was the moment to fight for his life. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ze swiftly began the setup. As the protective talisman and the destructive talisman, two energies completely at odds, were buried, the yin and yang energies within the land began to stir restlessly. The moment the enemy forces arrived, Lin Ze would have no choice but to activate the array in a desperate last stand. After completing the yin injury yang destruction formation, Lin Ze sat cross-legged in place, beginning to regulate his physical state. Your neighboring Lord Chen Yeshi has sent you a message. Just as Lin Ze prepared to engage in one final battle before activating the array, his Lord Crystal suddenly vibrated. Brother! Accept the request. Reinforcements are on their way. Lord Luo Kegong requests to establish friendly relations with you. Lin Ze froze for a moment before immediately standing up and selecting to accept. Xiao Ze. Are you in danger? Hold on, I'll send some lower level troops over first. Your neighboring Lord Rokong has sent you 3 level 6 barbarian knights. Deploy immediately? Lin Ze froze for a moment, then beamed with delight, immediately selecting yes. 3 barbarian knights mounted on mammoths suddenly appeared within Lin Ze's territory. My lord, where are the enemies? The lead barbarian knight bowed his hands as soon as they arrived. Lin Ze had never seen a soldier who could speak before, and he found it somewhat novel. But now was not the time for such things. He pointed toward the battlefield and said, those humans and goblins are the enemy. The undead are our allies. Understood. The barbarian knight bowed again, immediately signaling his 2 brothers to charge toward the battlefield. They wielded massive black flails, their mammoths thundering forward with terrifying force, their bulky muscles pulsing with explosive power. The moment they entered the fray, they smashed through a large swath of goblin troops like gods descending from the heavens. Was this the might of a 6th-tier unit? A look of longing flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. At the same time, a chill ran down his spine. Had Rokong not sent that timely friend request, he would have had no choice but to activate the grand formation and fight for his life. Each lord's support was limited. Earlier, Chen Yeshi hadn't just had a few soldiers, it was that Lin Ze's territory could only accommodate so many troops. Any more would have damaged his lord's space. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Luo Kegong was pacing frantically, wishing he could personally lead his army to the front lines. He never imagined that just moments after meeting Lin Ze, he nearly wouldn't have seen him again. Regret filled Luo Kegong's heart. He should have stayed by his side to protect him. At the very least, he should have sent a few bodyguards. Which bastard dared to target Xiao Ze? Could it be those rebel remnants again? Rokong was both furious and anxious, pacing restlessly in his office. He had just been about to take a break when he suddenly heard one of his promising sophomore students say that a friend was in danger and plead for his mentor's help. Upon learning the name was Lin Ze, Luo Kegong leapt to his feet. He rushed to confront the student, confirming it was indeed that kid Lin Ze. Without delay, he entered the Lord's realm to add him as a friend while simultaneously dispatching his closest former subordinates near Tianhai City to mobilize connections for rescue. After Lin Ze agreed, Luo Kegong quickly assessed the capacity of Lin Ze's space and immediately dispatched 3 barbarian knights. These were already the lowest tier units in his domain. However, even a single 6th tier unit could obliterate a level 15 Lord city unless the enemy's territory traits and troop composition were exceptionally strong. Only after completing all this did Luo Kegong feel somewhat relieved. I hope Xiao Ze is okay. He sighed, sinking wearily into his office chair. As a recently retired Dragon Nation Lieutenant General, the forces he could mobilize were formidable. Within 10 minutes, Lin Ze's exact location had been pinpointed. A regiment-level officer stationed in Tianhai City had personally led a rescue team to his location. Simultaneously, the perpetrators targeting Lin Ze were identified. A vehicle belonging to the Chen family of Tianhai City was now under surveillance. Though deeply concealed, the intelligence network of the Dragon Nation's military was no joke. As the reports poured into Luo Kegong, the veteran general who had guarded the Dragon Nation's borders for over a decade was utterly enraged. He immediately issued his orders. Bring me the head of the Chen family first. Once Xiao Ze is out of danger, I'll personally interrogate him. Poor Chen, whose father was peacefully sipping tea at home when several military experts arrived and took him into custody. The entire Chen family villa was sealed off as a restricted zone. Meanwhile, at Lin Ze's location, the 2 black-clad figures were on the verge of collapse. 3 6th-tier barbarian knights had nearly wiped out their entire army, while Lin Ze led the remnants of his undead soldiers in an assault on the city. Chapter 39, Turning Defeat into Victory. Successful devouring. The reversal came so abruptly that the 2 men hadn't even realized anything was amiss. At first, they were still directing their troops to attack Lin Ze. Damn it! Didn't they say the kid was just some orphan with no family or connections? Those guys riding elephants are at least 6th-tier soldiers. One of the black-clad figures cursed viciously, his eyes already filled with terror. Cut the crap. Figure out how to retreat first. The other black-clad figure growled. In battles between lords, if the invader's territory contained soldiers from the opposing lord, the invader could not voluntarily withdraw. They had to completely repel the invaders before leaving. The invader, meanwhile, could only withdraw after either defeating the enemy lord or forcing them to leave voluntarily. Lin Ze watched the enemy's crumbling defenses, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction wash over him. Though he didn't know who these two were, if they wanted his life, Lin Ze wouldn't show them any mercy. After issuing the order to utterly destroy the defenses, Lin Ze suddenly recalled his system's ability to devour other lords' cores. Hold on. Don't destroy the Lord Crystal yet. Wipe out the remaining defenses instead. Lin Ze halted the undead knight poised to pierce the crystal with his lance, then slowly approached the blue Lord Crystal. This was the Lord Crystal held by the black-clad figure who had summoned the human army. Ding! System detects a consumable Lord Core. Proceed with absorption? Lin Ze considered for a moment and selected yes. Consumption in progress. Estimated time, 10 minutes. This blue Lord Core increases system consumption progress by 30% and grants partial absorption of the opponent's Lord abilities. Absorption in progress. Lin Ze glanced at the system interface that popped up and nodded thoughtfully. The enemy's Lord abilities weren't worth mentioning. Lin Ze had no use for them. However, the prospect of gaining experience points and materials from the enemy's inventory after the absorption piqued his interest. Congratulations! You have obtained blue offensive materials, Demon Wolf's Fawn 2. Congratulations! You have obtained 5 white functional materials, Devouring. Congratulations! You have obtained gold coins 320. The system flashed 3 consecutive messages, leaving Lin Ze thoroughly satisfied. Not a total loss after all, he mused. But who exactly is trying to kill me? Lin Ze couldn't help but wonder. Soon, the Lord Core was completely consumed by Lin Ze. The Lord Crystal, which had previously emitted a blue glow, now grew dim and lifeless. Meanwhile, one of the black-clad figures still evading the undead and barbarian knights outside the city suddenly let out a cry. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he vanished without a trace. The remaining black-clad figure stood disoriented in the spot. Could it be that kid has already breached the city walls? In that split second of distraction, a massive warhammer swung by a barbarian knight whistled through the air, striking him squarely in the back of the head. Before the startled man could react, the hammer struck his back with brutal force, knocking him to the ground, lifeless. The barbarian knight roared in fury, leaping from his mammoth. He grabbed the black-clad man like a small chicken. Your lord is in my grasp. Surrender now! He shouted, brandishing the captive goblin in his hand. Instantly, the remaining goblin army was terrified into abandoning their armor and fleeing in all directions. The ensuing battle became a one-sided slaughter. The undead warriors guarding the outer perimeter and Lin Ze's forces swiftly eliminated the remaining goblins, then stood outside the city awaiting Lin Ze's orders. My lord, the enemy has been completely annihilated. As Lin Ze approached, the leader of the barbarian knights dismounted his mammoth and knelt before him in salute. Good work. You may camp outside the city for now. I'll be back shortly. Lin Ze nodded, gave a few brief instructions, and immediately set off toward the goblin tribe. Having just devoured that core, Lin Ze had gained a significant chunk of experience points and acquired a fair amount of loot, which delighted him immensely. Since they had just tried to take his life, Lin Ze felt no remorse whatsoever about claiming these supplies. Soon, Lin Ze devoured the core of that Goblin Legion's lord as well, increasing his system's devouring progress by another 35%. What would happen once this absorption progress bar reached full capacity? Staring at the absorption progress bar on his system panel, now at 65%, Lin Ze stroked his chin. Upon reaching full absorption, the system will upgrade your domain, enhancing its attributes and expanding its area while granting new domain traits. Newly acquired territory traits can be selected freely or randomly assigned by the system. The system promptly provided the explanation. Lin Ze nodded, suddenly feeling that those two had been a bit too hasty in their devouring earlier. Ah well, it's already been devoured. Opportunities like this don't come often. Even without new territory traits, just the increased area and attributes are worthwhile. Lin Ze muttered to himself. After quickly gathering the items left behind on the battlefield, Lin Ze assumed control over the 3 territories and exited the Lord's space. The moment he emerged, he found himself surrounded. Rows of soldiers stood at the ready, while 2 bound figures lay on the ground, the very same black-clad men from earlier. Their Lord cores have been destroyed, rendering them permanently unable to access the Lord's realm. They've essentially become useless. You must be Lin Ze? Hello, I'm the commander of the Southeast Theater's Tianhai City Combat Group. I'm here to protect you under orders from General Luo. How are you? Are you all right? A military officer who appeared to be of a certain age spotted Lin Ze emerge and jogged over, extending his hand. I'm fine. Lin Ze shook his head. Who sent these two? The colonel snorted coldly and said. They were both recruited by the Chen family of Tianhai City. The head of the Chen family has been apprehended and is currently in custody. General Luo will personally conduct the interrogation. Lin Ze hadn't expected Luo Kagong's reaction to be so strong, and he couldn't help but feel a warm glow in his heart. The old man had just flown back to the capital a few days ago, and now he was returning to Tianhai City solely for the sake of his former subordinate's son. It seemed he and his father were indeed as close as father and son. Lin Ze reflected. Until General Luo arrives, your security will be handled by personnel from my unit. I'll have someone come over shortly to coordinate. The battalion commander who had spoken earlier approached him. After that, it was all about damage control. Luo Kagong's single phone call had not only sent shockwaves through the military headquarters stationed here but also left the officials of Tianhai City trembling with fear. In an instant, every family that had been close to the Chen clan scrambled to distance themselves as quickly as possible. The Chen family's assets were completely carved up and divided among various factions. As the head of the household, Chen Jin could only endure the humiliation of being confined to his own villa, silently watching the news unfold. Smash! A teacup smashed violently against the floor. This is outrageous! Chen Jin roared. Kneeling on the floor, Chen Hu dared not breathe, his eyes filled with terror. What sin did I commit to deserve raising a creature like you? If you don't cause trouble, it's fine. But when you do, it's a disaster that ruins the whole family. Explain to me, what did that Lin Ze ever do to you? Such deep hatred that you want to cripple him? Chen Jin roared furiously at Chen Hu, his fists clenched so tightly they were white. Chapter 40, The 10 Overlords. Chen Hu knelt on the ground, stammering for a long while without uttering a sound. You good-for-nothing brat. Chen Jin's palm struck Chen Hu's face with such force that the younger man spun across the floor. Lin Ze had never once provoked Chen Hu, nor had he ever spoken a word to him. The twisted psyche cultivated by a life of pampered indulgence had ultimately destroyed this family. After striking Chen Hu, Chen Jin let out a deep sigh, looking as if he had aged 10 years overnight. He slumped weakly onto the sofa. Enough. After this incident, you're coming back to the ancestral lands with me. Let the old man decide whether we stay or go. We simply don't have what it takes to hold the position of clan chief. After speaking, Chen Jin silently lit a cigarette and waved a weary hand toward Chen Hu, who was still sprawled on the floor. Get out of here. Only then did Chen Hu feel as if he'd been granted a pardon, slinking away dejectedly. This turn of events had completely surpassed his expectations. Chen Hu could never have imagined that an orphan like Lin Ze could wield such immense power. Not only was he powerless against Lin Ze, but even the entire Chen family couldn't stand up to the forces backing Lin Ze. Perhaps some people were simply born to be above others. Chen Hu pondered silently as he trudged back to his room, utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Luo Kagong flew back from the capital to Tianhai City that very night. The first thing he did after landing was head straight to Lin Ze's home to check on him. Xiao Ze, are you okay? You scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness that kid Chen Yeshi was quick-witted. If anything had happened to you, I'd never forgive myself for the rest of my life. The moment Luo Kagong saw Lin Ze, he grabbed his hand and pulled him into an embrace. At that moment, Luo Kagong bore not a trace of his usual iron-blooded general persona. He was clearly nothing more than a grandfather in his 60s who had just learned his grandson was in danger. Behind him, a young man with dyed silver hair grinned widely, waving cheerfully. Brother, we finally meet. You owe me big time this time. Held tightly in Luo Kagong's embrace, Lin Ze could only nod in response. Absolutely, absolutely. I'll treat you to dinner later. Lin Ze knew that the white-haired young man must be Chen Yeshi, the necromancer lord he had added to his contacts. Luo Kagong exchanged more pleasantries, and after chatting for a while, the three of them entered Lin Ze's home. Lin Ze lived alone, so he had little to offer his guests. He brewed a cup of coffee for each of them and brought it over. This coffee had been left behind when his aunt had lived there. He'd heard it was some Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee, stored in a jar on the living room cabinet that had never been touched. Xiao Ze, why not spend this summer vacation with Grandpa Luo back in the capital? Let your senior brother show you around. You young folks will have plenty to talk about. What do you say? No sooner had they sat down than Luo Kagong spoke up, pointing at Chen Yeshi with a smile. Lin Ze thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'd rather stay in Tianhai City for now. After all, it's my hometown where I've lived for so many years. It'd be nice to spend a few more days exploring here. Luo Kagong tried to persuade him further, but seeing the calm, still waters in Lin Ze's eyes, he relented. After chatting for a while longer, Luo Kagong suddenly spoke up. By the way, this whole incident was orchestrated by a local rich kid. His name is Chen Hu. Do you know him, Xiao Ze? Chen Hu? Before Lin Ze could respond, Chen Yeshi gasped in surprise. You know him? Lin Ze froze. Of course I do. He's from a collateral branch of our family. I hear he has decent potential. My old man was actually planning to bring him under his wing for a while. But among our generation, this kid has a pretty mediocre reputation. He's not exactly well liked. Chen Yeshi frowned. I never imagined he'd do something like this. No, I need to call the old man later. Chen Yeshi didn't know the exact identities of the group framing Lin Ze, assuming they were just some insignificant local tycoons. After speaking, he stepped aside, pulled out his phone, and began dialing. This kid comes from an old, prominent aristocratic family in the capital. His grandfather was once one of the 10 great overlords of Dragon Nation. But later, his territory was nearly destroyed by monsters, causing him to fall out of the top 10 rankings. Seeing Lin Ze's puzzled expression, Luo Kegong offered an explanation. I see. But what exactly is this 10 great overlords ranking? Why have I never heard of it before? Lin Ze asked, puzzled. Luo Kegong chuckled and replied. The 10 great overlords aren't an official title. It's a ranking spontaneously chosen by the strongest warriors of the Dragon Nation, like a martial arts ranking list in novels. They're only recognized by those in the martial world, not by the government. Back in the day, your father also made it onto that top 10 overlords list, ranking quite high. Lin Ze nodded, then glanced at Luo Kegong. A wave of curiosity surged within him, prompting him to ask. So who are the current 10 overlords? Is Grandpa Luo among them? Heh, I didn't expect your curiosity to be so strong. Alright, Grandpa Luo will tell you about it. Luo Kegong said with a smile, sitting up straight. First is the current top-ranked overlord, Chi Tian, known as the Dragon Riding Iron Cavalry. He's a figure from the previous era and the oldest person on this list, a generation older than me. He awakened a Golden Lord core. Rumor has it a true dragon coils within his domain. As the top-ranked figure, he hasn't appeared in public for quite some time. As Luo Kegong spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. My teacher knew him back in the day, and I met him once myself. That man possessed an innate aura of dominance. Even standing beside him, one felt a subtle yet palpable sense of pressure. Back then, he single-handedly fought the top masters of 8 nations. Without dying once, he captured 7 cities in succession. Wielding the Xianyuan sword, he sent those foreign devils running for their lives. That's when the name True Dragon truly spread far and wide. Luo Kegong spoke, lifting the coffee from the table and taking another sip. Why does this foreign tea always taste like Chinese medicine? Luo Kegong pondered silently. The second-ranked figure was known as Su Ding, the warlord. His story is quite the legend in its own right. He was the only one among the 10 overlords who rose to this position relying solely on a Blue Lord core. Moreover, he was a rare warrior-type lord. Armed with a sky-piercing spear and commanding 72 human soldiers of the 12th rank, he was virtually unbeatable in battle back then. He hasn't been seen in public for quite some time now, likely living in seclusion within the domain he carved out for himself. Legend has it that after his awakening, he gained some sort of legendary inheritance during a monster attack, which granted him the power to conquer the world. As Luo Kegong spoke, Chen Yeshi returned. Hearing him tell the tale, she instinctively sat down. Chapter 41, Settling Accounts. The Puppet Master. Most of the names mentioned next were familiar to Lin Ze from textbooks or other sources, except for 2 he had never heard before. As he reached the final name, Luo Kegong chuckled softly, stood up, and said, Alright, it's almost dinner time. Let's go eat. Lin Ze had been listening intently, so Luo Kegong's abrupt halt caught him off guard. Still, he stood up and followed the others. Grandpa Luo, why did you stop talking about the last person? Lin Ze asked curiously. Chen Yeshi chuckled softly, walked over to Lin Ze's side, and put an arm around his shoulder. Because the last of the 10 overlords is right here. Lin Ze's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but look at Luo Kegong again. Grandpa Luo is also one of the 10 overlords? Chen Yeshi smiled again and said. Of course. If it's not him, then who else could it be? The last name on the 10 great overlords list is none other than old Luo, known as the barbarian sage. Enough, you're the one with the big mouth. Luo Kegong feigned a kick at him in exasperation, but Chen Yeshi grinned and ducked behind Lin Ze. These are nothing but empty titles to me. Little Ze, you needn't concern yourself either. Alright, let's go eat. Luo Kegong waved his hand dismissively, leading the 2 away from Lin Ze's home. Watching Luo Kegong's retreating figure, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition welling up inside him. The 10 great overlords. I'll make it onto that list someday. It had been ages since Lin Ze felt such a sense of purpose and challenge. In this moment, he seemed to rediscover the fervor he felt in his past life when he followed his master in cultivation and listened to the legendary tales his master shared. The lingering confusion of recent days vanished completely, leaving Lin Ze in high spirits. Lin Ze insisted on paying for the meal, determined to properly thank Luo Kegong and Chen Yeshi for saving his life. Seeing how earnest he was, the 2 had no choice but to let him cover the bill. After the meal, the trio headed back to the Chen family villa. Chen, who had finally succeeded, he had captured Lin Ze's full attention. But he reappeared before him as a defeated man. Lin Ze wasn't exactly a saint. He wouldn't go out of his way to bully others, but if someone tried to take his life, he wouldn't show mercy either. Wanting my forgiveness for your Chen family is simple. Cripple Chen Hu and make him spend the rest of his life in prison. Then I'll agree to forgive you. Lin Ze stated calmly, his gaze fixed on the kneeling Chen family patriarch and Chen Hu before him. Before arriving, Luo Kegong had already made it clear that Lin Ze could dispose of the Chen family patriarch and Chen Hu however he wished, but it would be best to spare their lives. Truthfully, even without Luo Kegong's words, Lin Ze had little desire to take the family head's life. At most, he would make Chen Hu pay for his actions. However, since Luo Kegong had made that request, Lin Ze felt it would be inappropriate to directly demand Chen Hu's life. He understood why Luo Kegong had spoken thus. Killing Chen Hu, or even the Chen family head, wouldn't likely cause any major issues. But they were, after all, distant relatives of Chen Yeshi. It wouldn't look good to openly declare their deaths in front of her. Moreover, Luo Kegong didn't want Lin Ze to incur too much trouble over this matter. Simply crippling Chen Hu and locking him away was already the most agonizing punishment they could inflict. As Lin Ze's words fell, Chen Hu, kneeling on the ground, instantly widened his eyes, his legs shaking like a sieve. No. I'm sorry. Please, no. He crawled tearfully to Lin Ze's feet. Being crippled and imprisoned meant plummeting from heaven to hell. This torment was worse than death itself. Watching Chen Hu's face contort with terror, Lin Ze shook his head gently. You don't know you're wrong, you only know you're about to die. This was a quote from a certain famous person named Chen, and it couldn't be more fitting for the current scene. With that, Lin Ze kicked Chen Hu aside, who was still crawling on the ground begging for mercy. Chen Yeshi, who had learned the entire story on the way over, now felt nothing but shame for Chen Hu. Brother Lin Ze never provoked you, yet you repeatedly sought trouble with him. It's one thing to be outmatched in skill, but to resort to underhanded tactics and hire someone to ambush him in secret? How dare you still call yourself a member of the Chen family? Brother Lin Ze, sparing your life today is already showing utmost mercy. Stop making a fool of yourself. Chen Yeshi pointed at Chen Hu, cursing him out. Lying on the ground, Chen Hu's face had turned ashen. His eyes were vacant as he slumped lifelessly, unable to utter a single word. Two police officers, sensing the situation, stepped forward and took Chen Hu away. A prison sentence awaited him. After dealing with Chen Hu, everyone turned their attention to Qinjin. Lin Ze showed little reaction. After all, this incident had little to do with him personally. At worst, he might earn the reputation of being a poor father. Thus, he said nothing further. Chen Zhen, however, knew when to back down. With a sigh, he bowed his hands and said, Young friend Lin Ze, it is Chen who has failed to raise his son properly. For this incident, I am willing to liquidate my entire fortune to compensate you, young friend Lin Ze. I only ask that you spare the rest of my Chen family, they are innocent. With that, he made a move to bow down. Lin Ze was not unreasonable. Seeing the sincerity in his demeanor, he stepped forward to support him. I'm not unreasonable either. This was all Chen Hu's doing alone. Naturally, I won't take it out on others. Let this matter rest. Chen Hu has received his due punishment. It ends here. With that, Lin Ze nodded to the assembled crowd, then bowed to Luo Kegong and Chen Yeshi. My survival is thanks to grandfather Luo and brother Chen. I, Lin Ze, remember your kindness. He attempted to bow again, but Luo Kegong stopped him. You youngster, why speak such formalities among family? I've long considered your father my own son. Now that he's gone, it falls to this old man to look after you. Luo Kegong playfully scolded as he pulled Lin Ze up, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Lin Ze was not only exceptionally gifted, but from their interactions thus far, his character was also outstanding. Victory didn't make him arrogant, defeat didn't discourage him, he was steady-minded and well-mannered. Who wouldn't like such a young successor? Chen Yeshi valued loyalty above all else. Their recent interactions had shown him that Lin Ze was exactly his kind of person, someone he found genuinely agreeable to be around. Hearing this, he laughed heartily and said, Bro, come on, didn't I tell you I'd have your back? With your close relationship to old Luo and me being his student, how could I not help you as your senior? His pure-hearted nature never considered what Lin Ze's influence might bring him. He simply treated him as a friend. Lin Ze smiled in response, saying nothing more, but silently took it to heart. Since Chen Hu had been taken away, there was no need for the three of them to linger. Luo Kegong ordered the blockade on the Chen residence lifted, then led the two men away. On the way, Luo Kegong said, Xiao Ze, since you don't wish to return to the capital with Grandpa Luo just yet, how about I have your senior brother stay in Tianhai City to keep you company for a while? Chapter 42, Departure. A new journey. That kid's lazy anyway. He'd just be out playing during the break. Might as well have him keep you company. It'll liven things up around here. What do you think? Lin Ze was somewhat surprised, but after pondering it, he agreed. Of course that's fine. Brother Chen doesn't need to stay elsewhere, he can just live at my place. Honestly, living alone has been pretty boring lately anyway. Brother Chen, what do you think? Chen Yeshi chuckled and said. Then I'll be imposing. But Mr. Luo, about that academic assignment of mine. Luo Kegong playfully smacked his head. You lazy little brat. Now you're threatening your teacher? Chen Yeshi quickly ducked his head and protested, I'm innocent, Master Luo. That wasn't a threat, it was a request. Looking at his profile, Luo Kegong felt both exasperated and amused, shaking his head helplessly. Fine, fine. I'll talk to Oldly later and get your academic assignments waived. But don't slack off on the practical training. At the very least, get your territory leveled up to 20 this break. You've been level 20 for ages, yet your territory still hasn't leveled up. All because you're lazy. Luo Kegong cursed under his breath, then noticed Lin Ze in the back seat, trying to stifle a laugh. Xiao Ze, you absolutely mustn't follow this kid's example. He's already a lost cause. Luo Kegong said sternly, his face brimming with disappointment at the boy's lack of ambition. Lin Ze wasn't stupid. From the tone of their conversation, he could tell Chen Yeshi was no ordinary person. He must have some real talent for Luo Kegong to personally take him under his wing. After all, with so many students in the academy, why would Luo Kegong casually take an ordinary student under his wing? After all, this was Qingbei University. Every ordinary person there was a prodigy from all corners of the country. Yet in the presence of even greater geniuses, they could only consider themselves ordinary. Luo Kegong departed for the capital the very next day. Before his departure, he gave countless reminders and instructions, only boarding the plane with peace of mind after Chen Yeshi made a solemn promise on the spot. The subsequent summer vacation proved to be the most carefree period since Lin Ze had arrived in this world. He spent his days exploring with Chen Yeshi, occasionally enjoying sweet dates with Chu Yao, truly a time of utter relaxation. Of course, relaxation aside, Lin Ze wasn't one to forget his responsibilities. He made time daily to visit his domain, honing his skills and gathering materials. Seeing the ghostly loot items filling Lin Ze's backpack, Chen Yeshi was utterly envious. While his own domain also produced some ghosts, the quantity paled in comparison to Lin Ze's. If not for the rule that lords could only open their domains to friends after reaching level 10, Chen Yeshi would have rushed in immediately to farm materials relentlessly. He'd spent a fortune in gold coins just to gather the materials needed for this undead army. After spending time together, the two had grown increasingly familiar, addressing each other by name. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and only a few days remained before the start of the new semester. Lin Ze had received his acceptance letter at the very start of summer break, though the terms listed nearly made him think the admissions office had made a mistake. Tuition waived, top-tier luxury apartment for housing, plus a fixed annual scholarship. The terms were so good they seemed like a scam. But Chen Yeshi assured him it was absolutely genuine. In fact, the scholarship amount was on the low side. As the national top scorer, Lin Ze was the undisputed top candidate in this assessment. The principal himself had personally ordered that he be recruited at all costs, making such generous terms entirely justified. Only then did Lin Ze carefully put away the acceptance letter. With only 5 days left before the start of the semester, Lin Ze began planning his schedule well in advance. Since Chen Yeshi's semester started a few days later than Lin Ze's, he planned to return to Beijing and stay at home for a few days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 2 days until the start of classes. His luggage was packed. There wasn't much to bring. Lin Ze only carried a single suitcase. Chen Yeshi carried nothing more than a backpack. Come on, we have to board in 2 hours. Aren't you going to pick up your little girlfriend? Watching Lin Ze bustling about, Chen Yeshi walked over, slung an arm around his shoulder, and said with a grin. Once we get to Beijing, I'll make arrangements. You absolutely have to experience the charm of the Dragon Nation's capital. Lin Ze chuckled, alright, but don't forget those 39 meals you owe me from losing at cards. Just mentioning that made Chen Yeshi bristle. He'd only taught Lin Ze how to play poker once, and since then, he'd barely won a single game against the kid. Whether it was luck or skill, this novice Lin Ze somehow outplayed him, the self-proclaimed gambling prodigy of Tsinghua and Peking universities. To defend his pride, Chen Yeshi frequently dragged Lin Ze and Chu Yao into card games. The result? He owed Lin Ze over 40 meals. Even after deducting the meals Chu Yao lost to him, he still owed 39. Of course I won't forget. You little punk, you're about to step into my turf and still acting so cocky? Watch out, I'll make your life miserable. Chen Yeshi growled, then clapped Lin Ze's but without a shred of tact. Heh, who was it that got drunk and came crying to me about their miserable experiences at Qingbei? Lin Ze flashed a charming smile and playfully slung his arm around Chen Yeshi's shoulder. I've still got that video of you drunk, whipping a stone pedestal on campus like a spinning top. I bet Qingbei University's campus news outlet would love that footage, huh? Chen Yeshi flushed crimson, gritting her teeth as she retorted. Fine, fine. You win. Who knew you could hold your liquor like that, you little bastard? But that's another story altogether. Ever since meeting Chu Yao, Chen Yeshi had become obsessed with getting Lin Ze drunk, hoping to give him a proper growth experience. As a seasoned veteran pilot, Chen Yeshi felt no guilt whatsoever about this endeavor, and his plan proceeded remarkably smoothly. The only thing that surprised him was Lin Ze's incredible tolerance for alcohol. How good? Well, you could describe it with a Japanese surname. Sakai. All he remembered from that night was Lin Ze's smiling face and the floor littered with empty bottles. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in the guest room. Before he could ask any questions, Lin Ze pulled out his phone with a devilish grin. It helped him recall what had happened the night before. After watching it, Chen Yeshi just wanted to bang his head against the wall of that tavern and die. Losing face in front of so many people was bad enough, at least they'd never cross paths again. But performing a spinning top trick and a pole dance in front of his juniors? That was truly mortifying. After reliving it all, Chen Yeshi let out a long sigh. Life at the academy was going to get even harder from now on. 2 hours later, Lin Ze and his two companions boarded the flight bound for the capital. Through the airplane window, Lin Ze cast one last glance at this new hometown he'd called home for 3 years. As the familiar cityscape faded into the distance, a faint flutter stirred in his heart. A new journey was about to begin. Chapter 43, Arrival in the Capital. 3 hours later, Lin Ze touched down at the capital's airport. Stepping out of the terminal, Luo Kegon was already waiting at the exit with several efficient middle-aged men. 2 of them held a large sign bearing the characters for Lin Ze. Chen Yeshi spotted Luo Kegon immediately, stretched vigorously, then pulled Lin Ze toward them at a brisk pace. "Thank you for coming to pick us up, Grandpa Luo. We're truly sorry to trouble you." Looking at the kindly-faced Luo Kegon, Lin Ze scratched his head and smiled as he spoke first. "What nonsense! This is Xiao Ze's first time in the capital. As his grandfather, of course I should come to greet him." Luo Kegon's beaming smile left the middle-aged men standing nearby utterly dumbfounded. Was this really the same iron-willed old general? The same thought flashed through their minds. Overjoyed to see Lin Ze again, Luo Kegon immediately said, "All right, you must be exhausted after such a long flight. Come on, Grandpa will take you out to eat." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Chu Yao hiding behind Lin Ze. He paused for a moment, then immediately recalled the girl Lin Ze had mentioned earlier. "Oh? So this is Xiao Ze's girlfriend?" Luo Kegon's smile broadened, radiating the warmth of a grandfather meeting his future granddaughter-in-law. Hearing this, Chu Yao blushed even more. Lin Ze, however, took her hand confidently and said with a smile, "Yes, Grandpa Luo. This is my girlfriend, Chu Yao." Then, turning to Chu Yao, he added, "Yao Yao, this is Grandpa Luo Kegon, my father's former superior officer, whom I've mentioned to you before." Chu Yao gently pinched Lin Ze's arm, then took a deep breath to compose herself before respectfully greeting Luo Kegon. "Hello, Grandpa Luo. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chu Yao. I'm Lin Ze's classmate and also his girlfriend." A faint blush graced Chu Yao's delicate, pretty face, making her appear even more beautiful and charming. Her adorable, doe-like eyes blinked innocently, compelling Luo Kegon to admit that his future daughter-in-law was indeed quite lovely. With just a glance, Luo Kegon nodded approvingly. He was a seasoned old hand, skilled at reading people's faces. From Chu Yao's demeanor and appearance, she seemed a pure and kind-hearted girl. Though somewhat shy, the look in her eyes when she gazed at Lin Ze clearly showed her deep affection for him. Moreover, Luo Kegon had reviewed her academic records. Her abilities placed her among the top talents of the younger generation. She and Lin Ze were truly a perfect match, both talented and well-suited for each other. "Hello there, young lady. You're quite the looker." Luo Kegon's kind demeanor eased Chu Yao's nerves a little, and her smile grew more natural and radiant, quickly drawing the attention of several passing travelers. "All right, let's head out. Grandpa has dinner ready. After we eat, you'll stay at his place tonight and register at the school tomorrow." Luo Kegon waved his hand, leading Lin Ze and the others out of the airport exit and into a black SUV. Unbeknownst to them, parked on a nearby street was a luxury car. Inside sat a young man with a spoiled expression, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Yao. Only when the cigarette in his hand burned down to his fingers did he snap back to reality. "Boss, what are you staring at? You look so engrossed." The younger guy in the driver's seat hadn't noticed Lin Ze and his crew passing by earlier. He looked puzzled, seeing his boss wearing an unusually lecherous expression. Snapping back to reality, the young man stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray before pointing at the SUV Lin Ze was driving. He instructed his sidekick beside him. "Look it up. What's the deal with that car?" Just then, the SUV began moving. The younger guy hurriedly jotted down the license plate number before tapping away on his phone. "Boss, got it. This vehicle belongs to Qingbei University. Seems to be an official car for the admissions office or some other department. What's gotten into you, boss?" The subordinate scratched his head, looking utterly confused. "A top student, huh? Not bad. I like it." The young man paid no attention to his subordinate, simply closing his eyes and humming a Huagu opera he'd heard not long ago. "It's fate, pure and simple. I'm going to find true love." After a moment, he suddenly sat up straight, shouting excitedly. His younger brother was already accustomed to his elder brother's eccentric behavior. He dared not speak, only waiting quietly for his elder brother to continue. "Let's go. Tomorrow we're heading to Qingbei University. I'll call the old man right now." The young man excitedly slapped the car seat. "No way. I'm going back right now to tell the old man. Drive, drive." The young man excitedly slapped his younger brother beside him and hurriedly urged him on. "Yes, boss." The younger man quickly started the car. The engine roared to life and in an instant, they vanished from the airport grounds. Meanwhile, Lin Ze and his group had arrived at the restaurant arranged by Luo Kegong, an authentic Beijing courtyard house. What would have been considered illegal structures in a chaotic alleyway decades ago had now transformed into the entrance to an exclusive, high-end establishment accessible only to the privileged elite of the new era. Passing through an alley overgrown with ivy, an ancient courtyard house weathered by time came into view. The red lacquered Rui gate, adorned with two glazed door knockers, exuded an air of understated luxury. Luo Kegong led his companions inside with practiced ease, ordering several signature dishes from the capital. Though the ingredients weren't extravagant, judging by the exquisite presentation and flavor, the meal easily cost around 10,000 yuan. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lin Ze and the others departed the unnamed restaurant hidden within the alley. Chen Yeshi's home wasn't too far away, so he excused himself first, intending to stay at his place for a few days. Lin Ze and Chu Yao were to be accommodated by Luo Kegong. Tomorrow marked the first day of classes, so Chu Yao abandoned any plans to go out exploring. She and Lin Ze retired early. Chapter 44, Enrollment at Qingbei University. After spending the night in a suburban villa, the two set off for the nation's premier institution. The imposing white gates bore four boldly carved characters, Qingbei University. Beyond lay lush shrubbery, while the towering, time-worn academic buildings resembled government offices more than a university campus. This was where Lin Ze would spend the next 4 years. Today was Qingbei University's freshman enrollment day. The entrance bustled with a crowd of elite students from across the nation, all excitedly anticipating their upcoming campus life. Luo Kegong had arranged for Jiang Huai, the director of admissions, to wait for Lin Ze at the entrance. They had met several times in Tianhai City and even shared a meal together, so they were not exactly strangers. "Hello, Lin Ze. It's good to see you again." Jiang Huai greeted Lin Ze warmly upon seeing him again, extending his hand. Lin Ze politely greeted him in return and shook his hand lightly. "I'll be handling all enrollment matters for you and this student, Chu Yao. Please follow me now." Though Jiang Huai's voice wasn't loud, it still drew the attention of several students waiting in line at the school gate for identity verification. Who are those two? Why don't they have to wait in line? Yeah, seriously. Isn't Qingbei University supposed to be the fairest institution? They never give special treatment, right? Those two look like rich kids. Dissatisfied murmurs quickly spread. Jiang Huai paid them no mind, gesturing to the teacher following behind him. A teacher immediately stepped forward to explain. "This student is a specially recruited invitee of Qingbei University. I'm sure you've all heard his name. He is Lin Ze, this year's top national scholar." The moment the teacher spoke, the students erupted into a frenzy. "Holy crap! He's the national top scorer? That guy who steamrolled through 2 exams using a Grey Lord core? He's gotta be bluffing. How could it possibly be the Grey Lord core? But I heard his territory trait is incredibly bizarre. Maybe he's another once-in-a-century prodigy. I'd love to face him in battle to see just how strong he really is. But honestly, he's pretty good-looking too, you know." The students chattered away, each voicing their opinions. Most spoke with a tone of reverence, while only a few shot Lin Ze disdainful glances. "He's this year's national champion? Doesn't seem that impressive." Amidst the crowd, a defiant face looked at Lin Ze with disdain, clearly not taking him seriously. "Not necessarily. I'd wager he possesses extraordinary abilities. How else could he surpass both of our scores?" Beside him, a man with narrowed eyes chuckled, his tone revealing no discernible stance toward Lin Ze. "Put. Just got lucky with a higher-level monster draw than me. Once the freshman tournament begins, I'll show him who truly reigns supreme among the young generation," the arrogant man declared, slowly clenching his fist. The man who had spoken to him earlier offered no reply, merely watching Lin Ze silently with a knowing smile. This minor incident didn't faze Lin Ze. Ignoring the others' opinions, he led Chu Yao through the gates of Qingbei University. After Jiang Huai personally completed their enrollment procedures, he produced a set of keys and handed them to Lin Ze. "Mr. Lin Ze, this is the dorm assigned to you by the Academy Building 1 by Qingshui Lake in the South District. There are also many commercial streets nearby where you can purchase daily necessities." He then turned his attention to Chu Yao. "Miss Chu Yao, your dorm assignment isn't finalized yet. You should find out sometime this afternoon. In the meantime, feel free to explore campus. Here are some meal tickets for now. Once your student ID is ready, you can use it for purchases." Jiang Huai took out a stack of campus-wide meal vouchers and handed them to Chu Yao. Lin Ze and Chu Yao each thanked him before leaving Jiang Hui's office, intending to explore the campus first. They hadn't realized how vast the campus was until they started walking. Qingbei University was far larger than they had imagined, divided into 4 distinct zones: north, south, east, and west, each roughly the size of Tianhai High School. The East Zone housed the administrative offices of the Board of Trustees, where they were currently located. It also contained numerous research laboratories, home to the nation's most elite research personnel specializing in lords. The West Zone served as the primary area for student classes, housing facilities like the athletic field and the Lord Combat Room, everything needed for training lords. The South Zone served as the integrated living area for accommodation, dining, and recreation, where nearly all faculty and students resided. Dormitories in the South Zone are tiered into different classes. The key to building one that Lin Ze received, for instance, grants access to the most luxurious tier, an entire floor dedicated to him alone, offering conditions vastly superior to those of ordinary students. As for the North District, its purpose remained unmarked on the map, shrouded in mystery. Lin Ze and Chu Yao explored until noon before heading to the South District for lunch. Though each district had distinct functions, they all shared essential facilities, cafeterias and medical clinics. The South District, being the residential hub, offered more dining options. Lin Ze, I don't know why, but lately I keep sensing strange changes happening in my lord's space. While waiting for their food, Chu Yao absent-mindedly flicked the bamboo chopsticks on the table, a hint of worry creeping onto her face. I keep sensing something invisible in the domain. The elves seem restless too. Unfortunately, I don't understand the elven language yet, so I can't fully grasp what they're trying to convey. Chu Yao sighed helplessly. Chapter 45, Provocation. The fair-haired troublemaker. Lin Ze pondered briefly before asking, "How much longer until you hit level 10? I'm only at level 7 now." "Why?" Chu Yao paused before answering. Lin Ze nodded and said, "Once you hit level 10, you'll be able to invite others into your territory. If you still feel something's off, find a powerful senior to come take a look then." Chu Yao nodded, about to speak, when a commotion erupted at the door. "Hey, boss! Give me the usual 3-course set." Several rowdy-looking young men had appeared at the entrance. The leader boomed at the receptionist behind the counter. After shouting, he instinctively scanned the shop. Suddenly, she froze in place, motionless, looking completely dumbfounded. "Whoa! Where'd this beauty come from? Freshman? She's absolutely stunning." After a moment, he flashed a lecherous grin and raised an eyebrow at Chu Yao with a flippant tone. "Little sister, fancy grabbing a bite with your senior? After dinner, I'll give you a proper tour of the campus." As he spoke, his eyes kept darting up and down her body, and he even swallowed audibly. Such a pure and adorable freshman girl, he hadn't seen one like her in ages. That figure, that face, if he could just have a little fun with her. Ha. As the boy fantasized about unspeakable things, a sickening expression spread across his face, drawing disgusted glances from everyone present. Lin Ze frowned, his tone displeased. "Gentlemen, please show some restraint." The man scoffed at Lin Ze's words. "What's it to you? I'm talking to this freshman. If you know what's good for you, just get lost." Before he could finish, Chu Yao grabbed Lin Ze's arm. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed it on the speaker and declared, "He's my boyfriend. What he said is what I wanted to say. And I have something to add. Senior, do you realize how creepy you're being?" The words ignited fury within the man, who immediately pointed at Lin Ze and Chu Yao, spitting out threats. "Fine. You got guts. What are your names? Think you can handle it? I'll make sure you can't even walk on campus at Tsinghua or Peking University." Lin Ze looked at him with contempt, fearlessly stating his name while secretly releasing his psychic energy to discreetly probe the man. Judging by the fluctuations of energy emanating from the man, he was likely around level 15. Though 6 levels higher than Lin Ze felt no fear whatsoever. In fact, his aura seemed to subtly overpower the man's. Could such individuals really exist at Qingbei University? Lin Ze thought inwardly, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Seeing Lin Ze's expression and being in public, the man couldn't do much. He glared fiercely at Lin Ze and sneered coldly. "Fine. Lin Ze, huh? I'll remember you. Hope you don't regret this." With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. After such an incident, neither Lin Ze nor Chu Yao felt much like eating. They took a few half-hearted bites before deciding to leave. But just as they were about to leave, the receptionist from the lobby called out to them. "I'd advise you to find your teacher quickly. That guy isn't someone to mess with, he's quite notorious among sophomores. You're new here, you definitely won't stand a chance against him." The receptionist offered her well-meaning advice. Lin Ze smiled and nodded in thanks. He wasn't afraid of that guy at all. A mere level 15 lord? Lin Ze was already 70% confident he could defeat him. Much less if he came looking for trouble later. After 2 months of training, Lin Ze was nearing the peak of level 9. His domain now housed over 50 zombies, with Zhang San and Little Magnolia already at the peak of Tier 3. Once Lin Ze broke through his level cap, they'd quickly ascend to Tier 4. Combined with the few monsters converted during the assessment and the undead left behind by Qin Yeshi as a backup, a typical level 15 lord was no match for him. Thus, he paid no heed whatsoever to the threat from that guy earlier. After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Ze and Chu Yao parted ways temporarily, as Chu Yao had to handle dormitory and class assignment matters that afternoon. Lin Ze, however, had directly enrolled under Luo Kagong's tutelage, so all matters could be handled through him. Of course, he still attended classes alongside the other freshmen, only with a different mentor's name. After seeing Chu Yao off at the academic building, Lin Ze returned to the South District and headed to the supermarket to buy essentials like bedding and towels. According to the information on his key, Lin Ze's dorm was on the 6th floor of Building 1. The entire building looked quite grand, with only 2 units per floor and an elevator. Lin Ze soon arrived at his dormitory door. After unlocking the door with his key, Lin Ze followed Jiang Huai's instructions to register his information in the room's central control system. This would allow him to enter and exit freely without needing the key in the future. The dorm was spacious, featuring 2 rooms totaling over 100 square meters, more akin to a standard apartment on the market. After a quick tidy-up, Lin Ze made his bed early. Today's schedule consisted only of registration and class placement. Luo Kegong had already arranged for a teacher to handle Lin Ze's initial school matters, leaving him with some free time. His class schedule would be printed tonight and sent to his phone. After pondering for a moment in his room, Lin Ze decided to enter the Lord's space to grind for a while. He was only about 1/10 of the experience points away from reaching level 10. At his current monster killing pace, it should take less than half an hour to get there. Once he reached level 10, his true life as a lord would begin. First, his domain would become accessible to visitors provided the Lord granted them entry permissions. Otherwise, they'd enter as intruders, unable to access most facilities until they conquered the territory. Furthermore, upon reaching level 10, the Lord would automatically connect to the realm where monsters dwell, the demon realm. Once connected, the domain will face sporadic monster invasions. Simultaneously, the Lord can actively enter the demon realm through the connection point for reverse invasions. Successfully clearing a monster territory will annex that land into the Lord's own space. Conversely, if monsters successfully invade a Lord's territory, that land becomes part of the demon realm. The Lord loses access to their domain space, reduced to an ordinary mortal. Lin Ze felt no fear. The strength of these monsters gradually increased with the Lord's level and the passage of time. The monsters that had just invaded through the connection were even weaker than the special monsters found on the terrifying plains. Chapter 46, Sudden Crisis. Monster Invasion. Therefore, he entered the Lord's realm without hesitation, bringing Xiao Tian along to grind monsters in the terror plains. Lin Ze's sword control technique had reached level 5, allowing him to wield one additional flying sword. Both its armor-piercing effect and duration had significantly increased. In his previous life, masters who had cultivated sword control to its ultimate limit could command 10,000 swords simultaneously, a realm known as the 10,000 swords converging as one. Though Lin Ze hadn't reached that level yet, he believed it was only a matter of time. He retrieved several green quality swords he'd recently acquired through the trading system. As Lin Ze changed the hand seals in his palm, 5 swords slowly hovered before him. This was a new technique unlocked upon first mastering sword control, sword flight. Though he could only rise about 3 meters off the ground and his speed was far from swift, it was perfectly adequate for transportation. Returning once more to the terror plains, Lin Ze still chose to farm those level 7 and 8 monsters. Gazing at the crimson figure at the heart of the plains, Lin Ze couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the wonders of this land. The moment he first set foot on this plain, he had spotted the silver-grade boss known as the Blood Knight. He had initially assumed the silver-grade boss was only about 10 to 20 levels higher than him. Yet even now, the occasional aura it emitted still sent a chill down Lin Ze's spine. Just how powerful that knight truly was, Lin Ze didn't know, nor did he dare to test it. Moreover, the Blood Knight seemed not to be the strongest presence. At the very center of the terror plains, an even more terrifying aura emanated faintly. However, all areas within the core circle were shrouded by a black mist, and Lin Ze had no idea what lay within. As his sword sliced through the monsters' bodies, Lin Ze's experience bar steadily climbed. Experience plus 30. Lord Lin Ze has been promoted to level 10. Troop cap and territory limit unlocked. The Demon Realm contract has been delivered to the Lord's Crystal. Please sign it promptly. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 10. New alchemy recipes unlocked. The notification sounds from the system and the Lord Crystal halted Lin Ze's movements. He exhaled softly, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Level 10. He could finally command his own 4th tier troops. Lin Ze hurried back to his base and approached the Lord Crystal. Just as he was about to check what this Demon Realm contract entailed, he suddenly felt a vibration in his pocket. Lin Ze instinctively reached for it, only to remember he was in the Lord's world where his phone couldn't function. Since the contract's time limit was within 3 days, Lin Ze wasn't in a rush. He returned to the real world. He pulled his phone from his pocket and saw it was Chu Yao calling. Hello? What's up, Yao Yao? Lin Ze answered. But a stranger's voice answered, sounding extremely anxious. Are you Chu Yao's boyfriend? Lin Ze immediately sensed something was terribly wrong and quickly replied. Yes, who are you? What's wrong with Chu Yao? The other person seemed to relax upon hearing this and said. Please come over quickly. It's complicated and hard to explain over the phone. A sense of foreboding flashed through Lin Ze's mind. He quickly asked for directions and rushed over without delay. When he arrived at the teaching center, the auditorium designated for new student orientation was filled with a cacophony of voices. People had gathered in a circle, seemingly focused on something happening in the center. Lin Ze's pupils contracted slightly as a wave of foreboding washed over him. He pushed his way through the crowd. Directly before him lay Chu Yao, pale-faced and motionless on the floor, her lips tightly pressed together. A faint aura of demonic energy emanated from her body, and she had long since lost consciousness. Her Lord Crystal floated quietly above her lower abdomen. The usually vibrant purple crystal had now turned a dark, ominous shade of purple. Two teachers knelt beside her, brows furrowed, repeatedly attempting to connect their crystals to hers to no avail. "Teachers, I'm her boyfriend. What's wrong with her?" Lin Ze hurried forward, his voice tinged with urgency. One of the teachers, clad in a white lab coat, looked up and shook his head solemnly. Her domain is under violent assault by a horde of unknown magical creatures. The situation is dire. Her aura is growing weaker by the moment. She likely won't hold out much longer. Lin Ze's expression paled, his heart trembling slightly. Forced invasions by monsters were extremely rare, typically occurring only when a domain lord posing a grave threat to the demon realm awoke. In Dragon Nation, there was a saying, "Heaven envies talent." This held some truth. The more powerful a domain lord, the greater the likelihood they would face a forced breach of the heavenly will by demons early on. This invasion differed from contract-based invasions. It was chaotic and unrestrained. In other words, what was currently within Chu Yao's territory could be a horde of first-tier demons, or it could be a group of 10th-tier demon lords, even demon gods. Most critically, this invasion behaves like cancer cells in a disease. Once initiated, it swiftly severs all connections to the outside world, preventing any reinforcements from being sent in. Chu Yao had not yet reached level 10, and her teachers were powerless to intervene. No one could forcibly enter her domain, as doing so would accelerate its fragmentation. Battles involving two worlds have always been this cruel. Lin Ze's face darkened. Watching his lover depart helplessly was excruciating. There's one more option. Perhaps we can try it. Just as his emotions were nearing collapse, the white-robed teacher who had spoken earlier hesitated for a moment before speaking. There might still be hope. I possess a secret technique that has a chance of breaking through the barriers between the celestial path and the demon realm, allowing entry into her domain space. At those words, Lin Ze's eyes instantly lit up. "What is it?" he asked impatiently. "By using items imbued with her essence to establish a connection, then applying this secret technique, we can open a portal between your domains. This technique has significant limitations. The caster's level cannot exceed the targets by more than 5 ranks. Additionally, you must possess an item or structure directly related to her domain. The success rate depends on the compatibility between your domains and how closely related the item you possess is to her domain," the teacher explained, glancing at Lin Ze. Lin Ze was overjoyed and nodded. His domain did indeed contain something belonging to Chu Yao, and it held a profound connection to her. That world tree grown from the seeds of life. He had previously sensed traces of Chu Yao's essence emanating from it. At this thought, a flame of hope ignited within Lin Ze's heart. But soon, the teacher added, "But, the consequence of doing so is likely that you will be destroyed along with her. Judging by the demonic energy surging from her, the intruders are at least a group of third-tier demons far beyond what the two of you can handle. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Chapter 47, Battling Third-Tier Monsters, the Deep-Sea Ripper. Lin Ze nodded without hesitation, his gaze unwavering. Third-tier demons? He could certainly take them on. He had already reached level 10, with new updates to his talismans and formations. Combined with the zombies and demons within his domain, he could hold his own against any demon clan not ranked among the top 3. If he let fear paralyze him into inaction, Lin Ze wouldn't be worthy of being a strong man or even a man at all. With that resolve, he addressed the teacher without hesitation. "I'm willing to do it. Please tell me how." Seeing his unwavering resolve, the teacher sighed and revealed the specific technique for this positioning secret art. After committing it to memory, Lin Ze immediately entered the Lord's realm and approached the world tree. He stretched out his hand, straining to sense the lingering traces of Chu Yao's aura upon it. As Lin Ze called out, Chu Yao's dialogue window, which had grown dim, suddenly lit up once more. The link was successfully established. Lin Ze's heart surged with excitement as he hurriedly sent a message. "Yao Yao, if you can see this message, please grant me access to your domain. I'll attempt to connect to your Lord's space." After speaking, he began the procedure as instructed by the teacher. The required materials were simple, some magic-infused drops and a heavenly protection contract. Both items could be purchased on the market, and Lin Ze already had them in his own warehouse. As he began the incantation, waves of magical energy and heavenly Tao energy swirled violently around the world tree. The boiling energy made Lin Ze feel as if his domain space itself was about to shatter. As Lin Ze chanted, an emerald green light erupted suddenly, shooting straight ahead and gradually coalescing into a warped portal. Beyond the portal lay a world teeming with vitality. Giant shrubs and lush foliage stretched everywhere, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty, like a paradise beyond the mortal realm. At the heart of this forest stood a modest-sized city. Countless strange 6-legged creatures were frantically attacking the city, sweeping through the land like a tidal wave. They swung their long, massive claws, flinging pointy-eared elves high into the air before stabbing them viciously with their front legs. Their savage appearance was horrifying. These crab-like creatures often worked in groups, grabbing a single elf and tearing its body apart like ripping open a plastic bag. Blood rained down upon the vegetation, turning the path of these six-legged humanoid crabs into a veritable hellscape. Seeing the walls already swarming with these crabmen, Lin Ze hurriedly pulled out a stack of broken killing talismans from his backpack. He then immediately rallied all the creatures within his domain, leading them across the portal himself. A tearing sensation made Lin Ze groan involuntarily, but thankfully, he successfully passed through the warped portal. One by one, the zombies behind him materialized in Chu Yao's territory. The thick aura of life here made the zombies feel slightly uncomfortable. Thick, dark clouds blanketed the sky, blocking the sun's rays from reaching the earth. Lin Ze's second-tier zombies, however, remained unaffected and quickly adjusted their state. After readjusting his own state, Lin Ze immediately charged toward the city. As he ran, he pulled out the tools for crafting talismans from his backpack. Upon reaching level 10, he had unlocked a new crafting recipe, the Intermediate Protective Talisman. Intermediate Protective Talisman. Quality, blue. Effect, grants all friendly units within a 15 am radius 18% damage reduction for 30 minutes. Crafting requirements, Lord must be level 10 and possess the basic amulet recipe. Required materials, Papyrus 1, Cinnabar 1, any creature blood 1, 1 green grade or higher defensive material. This intermediate talisman is an upgraded version of the basic talisman, requiring largely the same materials, only adding blood as an extra ingredient. Lin Ze promptly pricked his finger, dripping several drops of blood onto the cinnabar before initiating the synthesis in the system. Intermediate talisman being crafted. The system swiftly commenced the process. Lin Ze wasted no time, summoning 6 flying swords and directing them toward the demonic creatures assaulting the city walls. Meanwhile, Xiaotian, accompanied by several third-tier zombies, had already charged to the city walls and swiftly engaged in combat. With Xiaotian's long, wolf-like howl, the zombies following him swiftly clashed with the humanoid crabs. Monster, Deep Sea Ripper. Tier 3. Description: belonging to the minion race of the demon god Raging Tide, they possess sharp claws and giant pincers capable of tearing through anything. Glancing at the humanoid crab's stats, Lin Ze couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. Though these monsters ranked fairly high, they weren't among the most difficult to deal with. Moreover, being only tier 3, he should be able to handle them. With that thought, he pinched 2 prepared intermediate protective talismans in one hand while forming a seal with the other and chanting an incantation. He then hurled them forward using an area amplification technique. Go, he barked. The talismans instantly transformed into a golden beam, shooting toward the city walls. Chu Yao had long since spotted Lin Ze's figure, her beautiful eyes brimming with emotion. Though she didn't know how he'd broken through the layers of restrictions to reach her, Lin Ze now shone like a savior, pulling her from the depths of despair. She had been listening to a lecture in the auditorium when suddenly, the Lord's crystal emitted an intensely unsettling aura, forcibly pulling her into the Lord's realm. Upon entering the domain, Chu Yao immediately discovered a massive horde of monsters gathered outside her city walls, while the sky was completely obscured by dark, ominous clouds. With no time to think, she commanded the elves to resist. Yet the moment combat began, something felt terribly wrong. These monsters, appearing for unknown reasons, were all third tier. Facing nothing but third-tier foes, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. The battle dragged on, with the elves sacrificing their lives merely to delay the enemy's advance. The sheer power of these monsters filled her with despair and suffocation, nearly extinguishing her will to survive. Fortunately, Lin Ze's message reignited her hope for survival. She followed Lin Ze's instructions unconditionally, regardless of what he intended to do. For she knew that as long as there was even a sliver of hope, Lin Ze would never give up on saving her. As the golden light exploded upon the city walls, Chu Yao and the elves stationed there felt a powerful force surge through their bodies. Morale soared instantly. The melee-focused elves hoisted their greatswords once more, while the magic-wielding elves began chanting incantations. The deep-sea rippers, who had been on the verge of breaching the walls, were pushed back by the elves' sudden surge. They let out strange, feral howls and launched an even more frenzied counterattack. The intensified assault once again made the battle on the ramparts a desperate struggle. Chapter 48, Perilous Situation. Bronze Tier Boss. Seeing this, Lin Ze pushed his sword control technique to its absolute limit, launching himself toward the city walls like an arrow released from its bowstring. Close behind him, Little Magnolia and several third-tier flying zombies followed closely. These zombies possessed exceptional mobility and specialized in spell attacks, making them the only ones capable of keeping pace with Lin Ze's speed. Meanwhile, Zheng San and Chun Chun's zombies, relying on melee combat with poor mobility, could only slowly catch up from behind. Xiao Yulan was now but a hair's breadth away from advancing to the 4th tier. Due to the unique nature of zombies, her current strength rivaled that of some ordinary 4th-tier monsters. Finally, with Lin Ze flying at full throttle on his sword, he arrived at the scene just before the city walls fell. Without hesitation, 4 or 5 shattering kill talismans ignited in his hands, transforming into crimson energy bolts that slammed into the deep-sea rippers. These were Lin Ze's own handcrafted enhanced breaker kill charms, surpassing the system-generated versions in potency. Deployed as pure area of effect damage, they instantly blew several deep-sea rippers off their feet. Following him, Little Magnolia struck. With a piercing shriek, several dark green fireballs exploded along the city walls. The flames instantly engulfed several deep-sea devourers, causing them to emit waves of agonized, strange howls. Moments later, the deep-sea devourers scorched by the soul-eating illusionary fire fell silent, plummeting straight down from the city walls. Meanwhile, the flying corpse continuously gathered black energy in its hands, murmuring obscure incantations as if brewing some astonishing attack. This was the flying corpse's unique ability, curses. Though a third-tier zombie like the others, the flying corpse lagged behind in all attributes except speed. Yet it possessed one terrifyingly formidable ability. That ability was curses. Once unleashed, the curse of a third-tier flying corpse could drastically reduce all of an enemy's attributes, effectively weakening them by an entire tier. Early-stage flying corpses were just mastering this ability, requiring considerable time to prepare the curse. After casting, they entered a prolonged period of weakness. Even so, the curse remains an incredibly powerful battlefield skill. Lin Ze had only successfully refined 3 flying zombies thus far, as they were the only type among the 4 major evolutionary paths requiring special materials for creation. Lin Ze's zombie army was already closing in on the city walls. Zhang San and Shen Shun led dozens of black zombies charging toward the deep-sea rippers still below the ramparts. Within minutes, they would engage in close combat. The rock giants, however, moved far too slowly and were still making their way toward the monster's central forces. The 4 fourth-tier undead knights followed close behind the giant. After briefly assessing the enemy's numbers, Lin Ze swiftly devised a battle plan. By leveraging formation tactics and individual strength, he would forcibly split the advancing deep-sea rippers into 2 segments, defeating them one by one. Everything unfolded as Lin Ze had anticipated. On the ramparts, the elves' pressure eased considerably with Xiao Yulin's arrival, and they gradually drove all the attacking monsters back down. Shu Yao wasn't stupid either. After seizing the wall, she immediately rallied all remaining elf archers and mages to unleash a torrent of ranged fire at medium and long distances, aiming to sever the enemy's reinforcements. Beneath the walls, the deep-sea rippers had already engaged Lin Ze's zombie horde. The deep-sea rippers, with their hard shells, finally encountered something even harder than themselves. Zhang San, also at the peak of Tier 3. As an unbreakable bone, he had already tempered his entire body and begun refining his bones, gradually advancing toward the next stage. Zhang San now resembled a human tank. The deep-sea ripper's formidable claws and razor-sharp legs couldn't breach his defenses, while his fists struck like missiles, each blow shattering the creature's armor. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as several deep-sea rippers had their shells shattered, exposing the pale flesh within. Zhang San's godlike performance instilled a hint of fear even in the monstrous deep-sea rippers. Though not as formidable as Zhang San, the black zombies still fought the third-tier monsters with their physical strength. Though 1 tier below, the zombies vastly outnumbered the deep-sea rippers below the city walls. 3 or 4 black zombies could hold their own against a single deep-sea ripper. Watching the monsters gradually push back, Lin Ze finally felt a little relief. The rock giants had already taken their positions. Their massive, mountain-like forms blocked the deep-sea rippers outside Lin Ze's encirclement. Every punch and kick carried divine might, causing even Shu Yao to feel a tremor in her heart. How on earth did Lin Ze defeat such formidable monsters back then? Shu Yao couldn't help but wonder. The walls were already piled high with the corpses of deep-sea rippers, and fragments of both monster and elf bodies littered the ground everywhere. Lin Ze's undead forces had also suffered significant losses, but victory in this battle seemed assured. What grieved him was that the deep-sea rippers' unique anatomy made them resistant to zombie bites, and their mangled corpses were too damaged to be successfully reanimated. The first phase of the plan had succeeded. All the monsters enclosed by Lin Ze had been eliminated. Now, they only needed to concentrate their forces to utterly crush the remaining monsters and win the battle. Just as Lin Ze calmly directed his undead forces to converge with the undead knights and rock giants still engaged in combat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A tremendous explosion erupted from the distant forest. A colossal figure hurtled through the ranks of deep-sea rippers like a meteor, crashing violently into a malignant rock giant. The terrifying force instantly reduced the rock giant to fragments. A dull thud reverberated across the entire battlefield, instantly capturing Lin Ze's attention. A massive, crimson-hued crab, towering nearly 20 meters tall, appeared within Lin Ze's field of vision. Monster, Deep-Sea Terror. Description: the sovereign of the Deep-Sea Ripper clan, a terrifying predator lurking 10,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface. Any creature daring to challenge it will be dragged into the abyss of endless darkness. Bronze Tier Boss. Deep-Sea Terror. It was actually a boss. Lin Ze's previously relaxed expression instantly turned grave again, a hint of anxiety stirring within him. Monster bosses belonged to the university curriculum. Though Lin Ze had studied some boss-related knowledge in high school, his understanding remained limited. Yet he understood that even the weakest bronze tier boss possessed strength at least equivalent to a tier 4 monster, and specifically, one of the top 3 tier 4 monsters. Facing this monster that bordered on 5th tier power, Lin Ze felt sweat bead on his palm as he gripped his longsword. This was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. This was a true war of races. He had no outside help whatsoever. Chapter 49, Fighting for His Life. Reverse Yin-Yang Sword Formation. Just as shock gripped his heart, Chuyao walked over and gently pressed her hand against his shoulder. Ze, you should go back. Chuyao spoke calmly, as if she had already made up her mind. If you keep fighting, you'll die here too. You shouldn't lose your life here for me. This is probably just my fate. I'm sorry, I can't stay with you any longer. As Chuyao spoke, a single tear slipped unconsciously down her cheek. Then, she could no longer hold back. Tears rolled down her cheeks in large, heavy drops. She was terrified deep down, yet she forced herself to stay calm, all to prevent the boy she loved from dying for her sake. Death, such a distant word. She was only 18, yet she had to face such a thing alone. How could she not be afraid? Yet even now, her first thought was still to send Lin Ze away first, to spare him from being dragged down by her. Her words stabbed Lin Ze in the heart. He pulled Chuyao into his arms and gently patted her back. Don't talk nonsense. Neither of us will die. I'll protect you. Lin Ze comforted her tenderly, his expression gradually hardening into resolve. The lingering uncertainty in his heart vanished completely. Now, Lin Ze had only one thought. Win. Win, and then survive. His mind was no longer clouded. His eyes held only the most primal, most pure desire, war. What they didn't know was that the scene of the two kissing atop the city wall was being watched by every freshman and teacher in the real world. Everyone was stunned by the strength and courage Lin Ze had displayed. Is there truly no way to help them? Someone broke the silence. The teacher in white robes shook his head gently. There's no way to stop this kind of invasion. Only the Lord's own strength can protect them. The deep-sea terror is already equivalent to a level 18 Lord. That boy may be strong, but there's no way he could defeat a monster 8 levels above him. She sighed softly as she spoke. The others fell into a collective silence, all of them powerless to do anything but watch as the young couple faced the enemy from another world alone. At that moment, Lin Ze was racing toward the teleportation gate that had just opened. Right after he and Chuyao shared a tender kiss, something miraculous happened. He could actually sense the aura of his domain here. The portal he had just passed through had expanded several times over, and the familiar aura of the end drifted out from within it. Feeling all this, Lin Ze was instantly struck by a bold and reckless idea. The life force emanating from Chuyao and the death energy contained within his domain were two conflicting energies. One yin, one yang. They could serve as the dual power sources for the yin guarding yang protecting array. But merely setting up the yin protecting yang guarding array wouldn't be enough to defeat that bronze tier boss. Therefore, Lin Ze had no choice but to cast that forbidden reversal formation. The yin wounds, yang destroys formation. An array harnessing such immense dual energies would unleash power beyond imagination. Lin Ze swiftly dispatched the required materials and talismans to the designated locations via flying swords, then positioned himself at the center of the portal. 3 flying swords were planted within his own territory, while the other 3 were driven into Chuyao's domain. The 6 flying swords became the array's pillars, encircling the portal connecting the two worlds. The moment Lin Ze stepped into the portal, he was once again overwhelmed by a pain so intense it felt like his body was being torn apart, causing him to tremble slightly. He had already ordered all remaining soldiers on his territory to engage the bronze tier boss, buying him time to activate the formation. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Lin Ze executed the hand seals without hesitation, activating the grand formation. Heaven and earth shift positions, yin and yang transform, celestial stars revolve, earthly fiends relocate. All true energies, heed my command. Great formation, activate. With a thunderous roar, Lin Ze bit his tongue until it bled, smearing the blood across his palm to form a symbol before slamming it onto the ground. In an instant, 2 colossal energies surged toward Lin Ze at astonishing speed, coalescing into a black and white yin-yang fish that spun rapidly above his head. The terrifying energy instantly engulfed Lin Ze's entire body, intensifying his agony. Black shadows began dancing before his eyes. Lin Ze knew he was nearing his limit. Fortunately, just then, the grand formation completed its charge. 2 powerful auras enveloped Lin Ze, causing his hair to stand on end like a seance. Black and white mist swirled around his body, giving him the air of a god or Buddha looking down on all beings. Chuyao, still atop the city walls, wept uncontrollably, yet she gritted her teeth and frantically hurled more life fruits to the elves. This was a true suicide charge. Chuyao had abandoned all caution. Every elf understood this was a battle for the very survival of their world. With fearless roars, they charged headlong into the deep sea terror, using their bodies to buy Lin Ze precious time. At this moment, only the 3 zombies under Lin Ze's command and Xiao Tian could inflict damage on the boss. But even they couldn't stop the terrifying monster, comparable to a 5th-tier demon. They were merely trading their lives for time. Watching the elves and zombies fall one after another, Lin Ze gasped wearily before forcing himself to lift his head. Sword, come! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse as he shouted. At his command, the 6 flying swords swiftly returned to his hands. His sword control technique hadn't yet reached the level required for that particular move, but Lin Ze's fighting spirit and the yin-yang energies coursing through him allowed him to unleash a power he hadn't even mastered in his previous life. 10,000 swords, return to 1. He shouted hoarsely, as if expending every ounce of strength within him. Then, the 6 flying swords shot skyward, spinning at high speed. Why call it 10,000 swords return to 1 when there were only 6? Lin Ze soon provided the answer. The pinnacle of sword riding technique, all things become weapons. The immense yin-yang energy surging within him erupted suddenly. Swirling vortexes of black and white energy coiled endlessly, transforming into countless long swords forged from pure energy. Countless black and white blades swirled above Lin Ze's head, spinning ceaselessly. Like a school of fish, the innumerable blades gradually coalesced into a shimmering silhouette, merging into one. Finally, they coalesced into a colossal sword specter. Its overwhelming, sky-obscuring presence sent shockwaves through anyone who dared to look directly at it. As the colossal sword completed its formation, Lin Ze's body was covered in wounds torn open by the force, blood streaming freely. Yet despite this, his face still bore an unyielding fighting spirit, even a hint of excitement. Go forth! Yin wounds, yang destroys. 10,000 swords unite as one. He roared, pointing skyward at the deep-sea terror and unleashing the most powerful strike he had ever launched since arriving in this world. The swirling mass of swords above Lin Ze's head, churning like a tidal wave, instantly coalesced into a single, unified force hurtling toward the deep-sea terror. Its speed and sheer scale were unimaginable for an attack launched by a lord who had only just reached level 10. Chapter 50, The Hero's Triumph. All those watching this scene through technological devices in the real world fell silent. Was this the mightiest of the young generation in the Dragon Nation? The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on the sword formation displayed on the screen. The swords shot forward like lightning, reaching the boss in the blink of an eye. The colossal sword shadow, formed by countless flying blades, slammed into the deep-sea terror with a bone-chilling screech. It let out a pained roar, wildly flailing its massive claws in disbelief. It was a direct descendant of the demon god. How could it possibly fall to such a frail human? It tried to unleash all its demonic power to withstand the storm of swords, only to find it utterly futile. Add #%. Demon realm language, impossible. Hashtag at XXXXXX. Demon realm language, you despicable humans. Lord Tidal Fury will not let you off. As its final words echoed, the deep-sea terror's body was relentlessly pierced by flying blades. Countless wounds tore through its hardened shell, turning it into a leaky sieve. Powerful energy erupted from within its body. This once mighty, arrogant bronze-tier boss shattered into fragments, consumed by resentment and regret, vanishing from the world. Victory! I've won! Gazing at the exploded demonic boss, Lin Ze felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. His body ached fiercely all over, as if ravaged by a tornado. I never imagined this move would be stronger than I thought. He muttered to himself with a bitter smile, unable to hold himself up any longer. He collapsed to the ground and passed out. In the final second before unconsciousness, Lin Ze faintly saw Chu Yao running toward him, tears streaming down her face as she cried out something. Now, I guess I'm a real man, right? Master. Zaire, remember this. Hold fast to the truth you believe in your heart. Use your arts to protect others. That is the way you must pursue. In that instant, his master's words echoed in his ears. Lin Ze slowly smiled, then lost consciousness completely. On his hand, a dark blue mark slowly appeared, finally emitting a faint glow. At that moment, every teacher and student watching the battle stood in solemn reverence. He won. He's a true prodigy. To obtain the seal of demon slaying at 18, this one will surely become the next pinnacle of the Dragon Nation. The white-robed teacher murmured, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. When Lin Ze awoke again, he found himself lying in the academy's advanced medical ward. Chu Yao was curled up beside his bed, fast asleep. Gazing at her weary profile, warmth flooded Lin Ze's heart. He instinctively wanted to lift her onto the bed, but found his body strangely weak. You're awake? Lin Ze's movements quickly drew the attention of the on-duty nurse. She immediately notified several teachers, who soon gathered at his bedside. Please don't move around yet. Your body hasn't fully recovered. The nurse said, fiddling with the nearby equipment. Wait here a moment. I'll go get the doctor. With that, she exited the ward. But within minutes, the door opened again. It was Luo Kegong and Chen Yeshi. You little brat, you scared the hell out of me. Chen Yeshi nearly shouted as soon as she entered, but Lin Ze silenced her. Lin Ze pointed to Chu Yao, who was still asleep beside him, then glanced at Luo Kegong's complicated expression. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head. Sorry for worrying you. Luo Kegong said nothing, only letting out a long sigh. It's not your fault, kid. After all, when faced with something like this, any man would have been unable to resist going in. Fortunately, you had good fortune that girl saved you with her life heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to face your father after your death. Luo Kegong walked over to Lin Ze's bedside, sat down, and gently stroked his head. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He pulled an ID card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Ze. "What's this?" Lin Ze took the ID from his hand, feeling a bit flustered, and asked in confusion. Luo Kegong smiled and said, "You youngster broke a centuries-old record in Dragon Nation, becoming the youngest bearer of the demon-slaying seal. This is your lord's certificate. It signifies that you've officially become an outstanding lord who has defeated a demonic boss." Lin Ze finally recalled the incident of defeating the boss, then noticed the peculiar mark on the back of his left hand. This mark is something only lords who personally defeat a boss have a chance to obtain. It's not just a symbol of honor, it also grants special abilities. It appears in 1 in 10,000 cases, signifying the blessing and recognition of the way of heaven. Seeing Lin Ze seemed puzzled, Luo Kegong explained. With that, he stood up and patted Lin Ze on the shoulder. "Get some rest first. Focus on healing your wounds." With that, he departed with Chen Yeshi. Shortly after their departure, the nurse who had been there earlier returned with a doctor. After examining Lin Ze, the doctor confirmed there were no serious issues and simply advised him to rest for a few days before leaving once more. Once the doctor and nurse had departed, the hospital room fell silent once more. Lin Ze lay back down, listening to Chu Yao's breathing. Unable to resist, he gently turned his head and kissed her cheek. He had believed he wouldn't survive the backlash, even preparing himself for death. He never imagined Chu Yao would be able to save him. This outcome truly exceeded his expectations. This battle had inflicted heavy casualties on Lin Ze's territory. He wondered what state it was in now. Lost in thought, he raised his left hand high. "This mark, it feels strangely familiar." Lin Ze murmured to himself as he stared at the black mark on his hand. His body still not fully healed, Lin Ze drifted back into sleep as his thoughts lingered. When he awoke again, the sun was already high in the sky outside. Chu Yao lay beside him, flipping through a peculiar book. Seeing Lin Ze awake, Chu Yao froze for a moment before her face lit up with delight. "Thank goodness. I thought I'd never see you again." She immediately threw her arms around him, burying her face in his chest and bursting into tears. "What's with all this?" "I'm fine, you know. I woke up yesterday already." Lin Ze could only hold Chu Yao gently, soothing her with a soft voice. Only then did Chu Yao lift her head to look at his face. Their eyes met briefly before Chu Yao buried her face back into his chest. "Don't ever do that again. You nearly died. Do you understand?" Chu Yao's voice grew somber. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have." Before she could finish, Lin Ze cut her off. "Enough. Stop talking nonsense. I promise to protect you for life, and I won't go back on my word. If I don't even have the courage for this, how could I ever become a true warrior?" Lin Ze spoke gently. A flicker of emotion crossed Chu Yao's face as she tightened her embrace around Lin Ze. After a moment of affectionate closeness, Lin Ze suddenly remembered. "Oh, by the way, Grandpa Luo came by yesterday. He said it was because you used something called the Heart of Life that you managed to save me. Why haven't I heard of this before? What is it?" Chapter 51, The Awakening World Tree, a Major Crisis? Lin Ze asked curiously. But the moment he brought it up, Chu Yao suddenly grew awkward. After Lin Ze pressed her repeatedly, Chu Yao finally revealed the truth. "The Heart of Life is part of my domain's unique trait. It's actually a contract." "A contract?" Lin Ze froze in surprise. Chu Yao's face suddenly flushed crimson. After a long moment, she whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "This contract is an unequal one, akin to a master-servant pact among the elves. Once signed, the signatory becomes the master of the elves within my domain, and my master. After signing, we'll share a portion of our experience points and vitality with each other. When facing death, we can draw upon the vitality within the domain to ward off mortality." After speaking, Chu Yao dared not lift her head. Lin Ze's expression turned peculiar. This domain trait was rather peculiar. It hardly seemed like a self-serving ability, did it? What Lin Ze didn't know was that this Heart of Life came with a precondition before signing. That was, Chu Yao must genuinely fall in love with this person before she could sign the contract with him. Once sealed, the contract partner could never be changed in this lifetime. After Chu Yao finished explaining, the atmosphere in the room grew strangely tense. "So, once this contract is signed, your actions would be completely controlled by me?" Lin Ze spoke, his mind involuntarily flashing with some unsuitable for minors imagery. Yes, but only within the Lord's domain." Chu Yao's face flushed crimson, yet the love in her eyes was impossible to conceal. She had long since come to terms with it. Lin Ze had saved her life. What did it matter if she became his servant? Lin Ze didn't seem like an unscrupulous person. Surely he wouldn't make any overly perverse demands. Lin Ze nodded, swiftly banishing the chaotic thoughts from his mind. His attention returned to what Chu Yao had just mentioned, the mutual sharing of experience and vitality between them. "Exactly. This includes our territories, which will become even more closely connected." Xu Yao replied when Lin Ze asked about this. Perhaps this could help improve the environment of your territory. Lin Ze nodded. However, the specifics would only become clear upon returning to the Lord's realm. Logically speaking, the peculiar traits of his domain shouldn't be so easily altered. After chatting for a while longer, Xu Yao stood up, intending to go take a bath. Lin Ze had been lying here for 2 days, and throughout that time, Xu Yao had stayed by his side without leaving. Now that Lin Ze was mostly recovered, she needed to return to her classes. After Xu Yao left, Lin Ze felt a bit bored and decided to enter the Lord's space to see what changes this battle had wrought upon his domain. The moment he entered, Lin Ze froze in shock. A vibrant green tree had appeared in his base at some point, continuously radiating a life-filled green energy. Surprisingly, the zombies showed no aversion to this repelling force, continuing their tasks methodically and without disruption. Is this the world tree? How did it grow so large? After a moment of astonishment, Lin Ze quickly regained his composure and approached it with curiosity. World tree incomplete form sapling. This entity was born from the union of life and destruction. 2 opposing forces have forged a plant capable of bearing the weight of the world. Quality, gold. This is the embryonic form of a god. Try feeding it something brimming with life essence, or something saturated with death essence. Upgrade progress, 559-1000. Requirements for awakening spiritual intelligence fully met. Seeing this final entry, Lin Ze froze in surprise. Spiritual intelligence has been awakened? Is this tree a sentient being? As he pondered this, the tree before him suddenly trembled gently twice. Why haven't you come to keep me company for so long? Don't you know it's boring here? A childish female voice rang out, startling Lin Ze. Moments later, he stared at the tree before him in utter disbelief. Is that you talking? Lin Ze stepped forward, touched its trunk, and looked up to ask. Of course it was me talking. This instantly piqued Lin Ze's interest, and he began circling the tree, studying it closely. He'd never heard of such a thing before. What exactly was this? A facility within his domain, or perhaps a familiar? Could this be the legendary plant-type familiar? As Lin Ze pondered these questions, the tree seemed to grow displeased. A bright green vine shot down from the tree and whipped Lin Ze's butt hard. Smack! Ow! What the hell? Lin Ze sucked in a sharp breath from the pain, his eyebrows furrowing as he glared at the tree in displeasure. I'm your master, after all. How dare you hit me? The world tree swayed its trunk slightly, seemingly amused by Lin Ze's expression. Alright, I'm sorry. The adorable, childlike voice softened Lin Ze's expression slightly. This attitude is more like it, he thought. What exactly are you? Why did you appear in my territory? Looking at this tree that knew how to act cute, Lin Ze couldn't help but ask. Me? I'm the new generation world tree. As for why I'm on your territory, it's because this is the only place where I can grow. The world tree swayed gently as it answered. Lin Ze felt as though it had spoken, yet hadn't truly revealed anything. What is your purpose? Or rather, what function do you serve? Lin Ze pinched the bridge of his nose, gathered his thoughts, and asked again. The world tree swayed its branches, and a green projection appeared before Lin Ze. In the image, a colossal tree stood towering over a charred expanse of land, surrounded by a hazy, chaotic mist. Suddenly, countless points of light erupted from the tree's crown, scattering across the earth like falling meteors. As the points exploded, diverse creatures emerged onto the ground. Dragons, humans, birds. They bounced and spun in circles before each opening a vibrant portal and leaping inside. The scene ended there. Lin Ze watched with a look of utter bewilderment, completely stumped. What on earth does this mean? The tree swayed gently and replied. That's all the memories I have right now. The content in the vision was passed down to me by the previous world tree. I don't recall the exact meaning either. All I know is that after I awaken, this world will soon face destruction. Destruction? What does that mean? Lin Ze froze, then furrowed his brow. The world tree continued. I don't know exactly what will happen, but my mission is to prevent the destruction as much as possible, preserve the spark of life, and ensure that living beings still exist in the next world. If you wish to know more, help me recover my memories. Chapter 52, The Conditions for Saving the World. Defeating the 7 Great Demon Gods. Lin Ze's frown deepened. Are you saying that your appearance heralds the end of this world? So I'm the one who opened Pandora's box? Of course not. I can only be awakened when the world is on the brink of collapse. The world tree declared. Alright, then how can I help you regain your memories? And how do I stop the world from ending? Lin Ze asked, rubbing his chin. It's simple. You need to help me grow. That might just save this world. The world tree swayed again as it spoke. Help you grow? You mean I have to upgrade you? Lin Ze scratched his head, feeling increasingly skeptical about this creature's unreliability. Exactly. Once I recover more memories, I'll be able to tell you more about the apocalyptic disaster. This thing just seemed so unreliable no matter how he looked at it. But what she said, a catastrophe that could destroy the world. If it were true, why was there no record of it in history? Should I trust her or not? Lin Ze fell deep in thought. After a moment, he decided to trust this creature for now. After all, this matter was of immense importance. If it was fake, fine. But if it was real, ignoring it outright would be a complete disaster. Alright, what's your name? Lin Ze rubbed his face and asked. So, does that mean I'm still the chosen savior? I don't have a name yet. The world tree swayed its branches. But as the one who awakened me, I shall grant you the right to name me. She swayed gently a few times, seeming quite expectant. Why does this feel like I've just planted a daughter? Lin Ze nodded with a wry smile, pondered for a moment, then said. Since you're a tree, I'll call you Mumu. Lin Ze quickly dismissed his own suggestion. No, Mumu sounds like a boy's name, and it seems a bit too rustic. Let me think some more. Got it. I'll call you Mumu. Lin Ze spun around twice, then slapped his thigh. He pulled out a pen and scribbled the name on his own hand. This is your name now. What do you think? The world tree seemed to love the name, its branches swaying with cheerful abandon. Alright. From now on, Mumu is my name. After saying this, she extended a vine toward Lin Ze. As a reward for naming me, I'll heal the wounds on your body. Grasp my vine with your hand. Lin Ze hesitated, but complied nonetheless. You can heal too? Lin Ze asked curiously as he grasped the vine. Of course. I'm quite powerful, though I can't use much of my abilities right now. As I gradually recover my memories, I'll be able to use more and more abilities. Mumu spoke as she channeled a stream of pure life energy through the vine into Lin Ze's body. Lin Ze felt a wave of warmth surge through him, followed by an indescribable sense of relief. The fatigue and stinging pain in his body vanished completely. It actually works. Lin Ze exclaimed in astonishment. He felt every trace of discomfort vanish from his body, replaced by a surge of vitality and seemingly endless strength. Momo gave a proud little snort and said. Of course it does. This is the blessing of the goddess of life. Even though it's a low-end version, it still works pretty well. As long as you have a breath left, I can bring you back. That powerful? Doesn't that mean we've gained a super healer? Lin Ze recalled that during the previous assessment, this tree seemed to have unleashed a similar ability, and a surge of excitement filled his heart. If that's the case, this thing could be pretty useful. It seemed like she could gain even more powerful abilities after evolving. But how exactly does one upgrade her? Lin Ze pondered aloud. Hey, Momo, how do I level you up? Is it just a matter of watering you with life force-infused water? Of course not. That's merely a prerequisite. I've already completed half of the process. The remaining half requires a massive amount of death energy. After the progress bar fills, you'll need to obtain 7 specific items for me to complete the next stage of my upgrade. Momo stated. Lin Ze couldn't help but feel confused again. Death energy? Where am I supposed to get that? And what are these 7 things? Materials? Momo impatiently dropped a gray leaf and explained. Death energy is the very force contained within your domain. It's everywhere here, but absorbing it all by myself is a bit slow. You'll have to figure out a way. As for those 7 things, there's absolutely no way you can get them with your current strength. But don't worry. With my help, you'll manage it in no time. Hearing Momo say this, Lin Ze grew even more curious. What exactly are they? Some kind of special material? Just tell me. Momo swayed the branch, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she finally spoke. Alright, the 7 items I need are what you call the demon god seal. But that thing is in the demon realm, and you need to defeat 7 demon gods to obtain it. Right now, you probably can't even defeat a demon god's minion. As Momo's words fell, Lin Ze nearly collapsed to the ground. The demon god seal? 7 of them? Why not just tell me to slaughter all the gods? Lin Ze couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead with a wry smile. Demon lords were the highest tier demonic beings, the mightiest among all monsters. Each was a legendary level boss possessing godlike power. Even the most elite lords of today could only be considered evenly matched against them. And now she was demanding he kill 7 of them? It felt like being thrown into the Olympics the moment he learned to walk, with Barry Allen, the name of the second Flash, competing right beside him. Momo seemed to have anticipated Lin Ze's reaction. The branch swayed rhythmically once more as she said. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to go right now. I can sense it, your potential is terrifying. You will undoubtedly become one of the world's strongest in the future. And with my help, achieving that goal won't take long at all. I'm pretty awesome, you know. Is that so? What exactly can you do for me right now? Hearing this, Lin Ze scratched his nose, his interest piqued. Well, currently, I can only wield the power of the goddess of life, so I can only heal your subordinates. But once you defeat the next demon god, I'll gain the corresponding abilities too. Momo said awkwardly, her tone tinged with unease. Lin Ze merely sighed deeply and said nothing more. Truthfully, he already believed Momo's words. Judging by her spiritual fluctuations, she lacked the ability to conceal her true emotions while lying. He could clearly perceive every shift in Momo's mood. Chapter 53, 4th Tier Zombie. However, suddenly burdening him a mere level 10 lord with the responsibility of saving the world was something Lin Ze found difficult to accept at first. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately accepted this reality. What was there to fear? He was an outsider from another world. Such an identity practically screamed main character in a movie. Besides, he had embarked on the path of a lord with the goal of becoming the world's strongest. Now he simply had a few more opponents to defeat. What was so difficult about that? Lin Ze silently reassured himself. With that thought, he nodded to Momo. Alright, I promise you. I'll defeat the demon god and restore your memories. But you better not be lying to me. If you are, I'll chop you up and burn you as firewood. He threatened Momo with a feigned menacing expression. Hearing this, Momo's branches swayed gently before suddenly shooting forth a green beam that illuminated the space before Lin Ze. The green light transformed into a petite figure. A cute little white-haired girl appeared before Lin Ze. How could that be? You're my father. How could I ever deceive you? Momo's voice emanated from the projection. The little girl pouted, tapping her finger in a pitiable manner. Her adorable expression was so tempting one could almost bite her cheek. Damn it! Using this tactic. Lin Ze stared at the little girl before him in disbelief. Is this your anthropomorphic form? The little girl nodded, flashing a sweet smile. Yep. Cute, huh? She said, sticking out her tongue. Lin Ze was thoroughly charmed. He simply couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh to such an adorable little creature. Alright, I understand. I need to attend to some matters within the territory now. You can play by yourself for a while, and I'll come find you later. Lin Ze was about to make an excuse to leave, but the little girl giggled and said, No worries. I can come with you. My projection can move freely within 1,000 meters of my body, otherwise it'd be way too boring. She giggled, covering her mouth. Lin Ze was surprised to learn it had such a function, but his mind was already scheming about other potential uses for this skill. Couldn't she serve as a sort of steward for my territory? That way, even when I'm not present, the domain could still develop. Moreover, if she could communicate directly with me, I wouldn't even need to enter the Lord's space to stay informed about the domain's affairs. As Lin Ze pondered this, he suddenly realized this creature might not be so useless after all. He nodded. Alright, then follow me. With that, he led her to the resting place of the zombies. After the last battle, only a quarter of the 50 zombies Lin Ze had recently forged remained. Fortunately, their experience bars had surged significantly after the battle, and it wouldn't be long before they all reached third-tier zombies. The 3 zombies that had originally followed Lin Ze had also accumulated enough experience to reach tier 4. Now, they only needed Lin Ze to provide the materials to ascend to that tier. Reaching tier 4 marked a qualitative leap for any unit type. As the highest tier available before level 20, 4th-tier soldiers possessed several times the attributes of 3rd-tier soldiers. Otherwise, Lin Ze wouldn't have struggled so fiercely against those 4th-tier undead knights earlier. However, this battle claimed the lives of 3 vicious rock giants, a loss that pained Lin Ze deeply. These rock giants, capable of serving as both battlefield tanks and superporters, were undoubtedly among Lin Ze's most valued units. With only 2 remaining, how could he not feel the loss? Nevertheless, both remaining rock giants had reached the peak of tier 2, needing only about 1/10 of the experience points required to ascend to tier 3. Through recent refinement, they had fully transformed into a special type of zombie. Aside from their appearance and negative traits, they were identical to the ordinary zombies Lin Ze raised. They could still use flesh to restore themselves and gain experience. After inspecting all his subordinates, Lin Ze decided to first advance those 3 zombies to the 4th tier. Currently, there were 4 advancement paths for ordinary zombies after reaching tier 3. Hair zombie, flying zombie, demon zombie, and unbreakable bone. Among these, hairy zombies, flying zombies, and demon zombies undergo a second evolution upon reaching tier 7, while unbreakable bones only gradually forge their bodies into greater strength. Xiao Yulan was a demon zombie, Chun Chun a hairy zombie, and Zhang San an uncorrupted bone. These 3 were also among the most powerful of Lin Ze's original subordinates. Their current spiritual intelligence has shown a remarkably significant improvement compared to the beginning. Name, Xiao Yulan. Race, Zombie Demon Zombie. Max HP, 1000. Attack power, 93. Level up progress, 1500-1500 requires 1 blue quality offensive material 1 tier 3 blank magic scroll for advancement. Mastered skill, Soul Eating Illusionary Fire LV1. Part demon, part undead, it is on the verge of becoming a terrifying entity. It was once a lowly maid in the prince's mansion. Studying Xiao Yulan's stats panel, Lin Ze pondered briefly before deciding to purchase all the special materials required for the 3 zombies in one go. The blank magic scroll is a synthetic material that can only be crafted by certain troop types or lords possessing innate magical abilities, something Lin Ze knew nothing about. His abilities, though similar to magic, were not magic at all, they were unique skills exclusive to him. He pondered this as he opened the panels for Zhang San and Chen Chun. Name, Zhang San. Race, Zombie Non-Bone Changing. Max HP, 1800. Attack power, 77. Level progression, 1500-1500 requires 1 blue defensive material 1 tier 3 Yuhong stone for advancement. Mastered skills, bone refining body transformation LV1 passive. Name, Chen Chun. Race, zombie hairy corpse. Max HP, 1500. Attack power, 82. Level progression, 1500-1500 requires 1 blue functional material 1 tier 3 crimson seed for advancement. Mastered skills, bloodthirsty soul devourer LV1. After reading this, Lin Ze couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. All 3 materials were exceptionally rare items. Especially the tier 3 Yuhong stone required by Zhang San. It was a precious commodity that would vanish from the trading channel within moments of being listed. Jade balance stones were unique items that only dropped in the illusory heaven realm of the demon world. They came in tiers from 1 to 9 and could only be obtained from the direct descendants of the demon lords who ruled the illusory heaven realm, making their acquisition extremely dangerous. Its utility was immense, most commonly used in forging defensive items or structures. Incorporating a single Yuhong stone during construction or forging grants a 15% defensive bonus to the item or structure. Moreover, there's a chance to acquire one of the 3 special properties inherent to Yuhong stones. While these effects cannot stack, they provide percentage-based bonuses, meaning they can significantly amplify the base values. Thus, it has become one of the most coveted materials for lords crafting equipment or upgrading structures. The 3 special abilities it carries are nothing short of divine. However, due to its extremely demanding acquisition conditions, it remains exceedingly rare and commands an astronomical price. Securing one anytime soon is far from guaranteed. Chapter 54, Class Representative Election. Relatively easier to come by are Xiao Yulan's blank magic scrolls. Those are actually available for purchase, though they come at a steep price. As for the Crimson Seed, monsters that drop it spawn right in Lin Ze's own territory. They're called bloodthirsty red vine demons, half-human, half-tree creatures found near the central circle of the Terror Plains. Lin Ze hadn't yet hunted these monsters because their proximity to the central zone made him wary of encountering overly powerful entities during his runs. But now that he needed them, he'd have to find time to farm them. With that thought, Lin Ze activated his Lord's Crystal and purchased a blank magic scroll for 5,000 gold coins in the trading channel. These 5,000 gold coins represented nearly 2/3 of his savings, earned through selling materials over recent weeks. With a twinge of regret, he took the scroll and walked over to Little Magnolia, opening the system interface. Upgrading in progress. As Lin Ze placed the materials inside, a streak of light shot into Xiao Yulan's body. After about 3 minutes, Little Magnolia opened her eyes once more. Master. She suddenly knelt on the ground, speaking with utmost reverence. Oh? 4th tier already? Can you speak now? Lin Ze silently nodded to himself before opening her interface panel. Name, Xiao Yulan. Race, Zombie Yao Zombie. Max HP, 1900. Attack, 191. Level up progress, 0-3000. Mastered skills, Soul Eating Illusionary Fire LV1. Attack and HP nearly doubled. The 4th tier soldier truly marks a watershed moment. Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction, then sent her off to hunt alone and grind her skill levels. Yes, Master. Xiao Yulan bowed respectfully before departing. After she departed, Lin Ze proceeded to craft another batch of zombies, signed the demonic realm contract once more, and fed Xiao Tian before finally exiting the Lord's realm. Back in the real world, Lin Ze promptly checked himself out of the hospital and returned to his dormitory. The doctors marveled at his rapid recovery, but Lin Ze merely smiled without comment, keeping the truth to himself. After a quick tidy up, Lin Ze rested in his dorm for the night, planning to attend classes the following day. Early the next morning, Lin Ze grabbed his textbooks and headed to the classroom as indicated on the schedule. This university didn't have majors. Classes were simply divided into groups. Lin Ze belonged to Class A1. Upon entering the classroom, everyone glanced at the unfamiliar face with surprise. Soon, some recalled the incident that had occurred in the conference hall earlier. That's super badass. He's this year's national champion. That's him, the one who defeated a bronze tier boss invasion at level 10. What? He's Lin Ze? The boyfriend of Chu Yao, the top-ranked freshman beauty? So that's what he looks like. The crowd murmured in awe, casting envious glances at Lin Ze. In the corner, however, someone snorted disdainfully. Just got lucky. I could have done the same thing. A slacker-looking guy said nonchalantly. Lin Ze naturally heard his words and gave him a faint glance. No one else chimed in or challenged his claim, suggesting this guy might actually have some skill. Yet judging by the aura emanating from him, he was only at level 10 just like Lin Ze. Why did he have such confidence? Lin Ze wondered silently. But he couldn't be bothered to argue with this person. He simply found an empty seat and sat down. As the class bell rang, a seductively alluring woman entered the room. Class, quiet down. Her voice carried an indescribable tingling sensation, stirring some wicked thoughts in the minds of the restless young men. Lin Ze, however, remained unfazed. His self-control was ironclad. The beautiful teacher scanned the room and quickly spotted Lin Ze sitting in the back row. She flashed him a charming smile. Today, our class welcomes a new student. Hee, I'm sure you all recognize him without my introduction. Lin Ze, would you please introduce yourself to the class? The teacher said to Lin Ze with a warm smile. Lin Ze nodded, stood up, and gave a brief self-introduction. Yang Hu Lin Ze recalled the teacher's name. Luo Kegong had mentioned she was his homeroom teacher, so this must be her. He thought to himself, gave the teacher a slight nod, then sat back down. After Lin Ze finished, Yang Hu continued. Now that Lin Ze has joined us, let's continue the class monitor election we didn't finish earlier. She activated the projection device on the blackboard. 4 names quickly appeared on the screen. Qin Song, Lu Tianming, Wu Qingqing, Lin Ze. These are the 4 students with the highest votes in our class so far. Our class monitor will be selected from among them. Next, we'll conduct a mock battle to determine the class monitor. Lin Ze frowned slightly, taken aback. What he didn't know was that his battle against the deep-sea terror in the assembly hall had instantly made him a somewhat famous figure within the academy. Many first-year freshmen admired this powerful yet deeply affectionate man. Thus, even though he hadn't attended class for several days, many in the class had voted for him despite never having met Lin Ze in person. This behavior, however, left the other 2 male candidates participating in the class president election speeches feeling somewhat displeased. Why should he be competing for the class president position when he hasn't even shown up for the campaign? Whether driven by jealousy or a sense of rivalry among peers, they harbored hostility toward this unseen national champion. The guy who had just openly mocked Lin Ze was one of them. But since he was already nominated, he might as well play alone. If he withdrew now, these people would say he was scared, which would only make things more troublesome later. Lin Ze frowned as he studied the names on the blackboard, silently musing. Today's lesson happens to be about small-scale lord battles. Everyone, please gather at the training grounds next. Yang Hu smiled broadly as he announced from the podium. This assessment, she admitted, was partly driven by personal motives. The position of class monitor could be handled by anyone willing to work diligently and follow instructions. She simply wanted to identify the most capable individuals in the class to focus on training them intensively over the coming period, preparing for the upcoming freshman competition. As for Lin Ze, a student who had already demonstrated extraordinary talent right at the start of the semester, she wanted to personally verify his abilities. As she spoke, the students nodded in agreement, rising to follow her to the training grounds. Qingbei University's training grounds were exceptionally lavish, equipped with every conceivable facility to ensure every student could learn through simulated combat. Upon entering the training grounds, Lin Ze and the other 3 potential class leaders ascended the Lord Battle platform. The format was straightforward. Each of the 4 lords would command no more than 20 units. They would draw lots to determine their opponents for 2 matches, with the final victor crowned champion. Chapter 55, Lin Ze vs. Qin Song. Battle against the giant tribe. The instructor would provide commentary and oversee their battles throughout, using real examples for teaching. Lin Ze jotted down each rule and nodded. His current domain happened to have just over 20 troops, a rule that actually worked to his advantage. As a commander-type lord, he held an absolute advantage in small-scale engagements. With that thought, he stepped forward to the teacher and took a slip of paper from her hand. Number 1. Lin Ze glanced at it and presented the slip to the teacher. Then the remaining 3 approached, each taking a slip of paper. 2 boys shot Lin Ze a defiant look, clearly dismissing him. The girl named Wu Qingqing, however, regarded him with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Ignoring the trio, Lin Ze silently walked toward the battle crystal, waiting for his opponent. After the 3 finished drawing their opponents, the boy who had mocked Lin Ze in the classroom approached him. Oomph. National champion? I'll defeat you and prove I'm the true strongest. I hope you bring your full strength to this fight. The boy declared arrogantly to Lin Ze. He then reached out to connect with the battle crystal, entering the simulated space first. Lin Ze shrugged and followed suit, entering the Lord's space. The students in the spectator seats couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Who do you think will win, Qin Song or Lin Ze? I think Lin Ze will win. After all, he has a solid track record. They're the same level, but with his real combat experience, Lin Ze is clearly the stronger one. Not necessarily. In small-scale skirmishes, Qin Song holds a significant advantage. His troop type is the giant race, known for their formidable individual strength. Plus, he himself is a war general type lord. I'd say Qin Song has a better chance of winning. Honestly, I can't think of any combination that could defeat 20 giants and a war general type lord. As the last person finished speaking, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What? Giants? Now this is really anyone's game. Yeah, giants are among the strongest units in one-on-one combat. But I heard Lin Ze's units are also quite powerful individually. Do you know what they are? No clue. Never seen that kind of soldier before. They look somewhat human, yet also a bit like undead creatures. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their anticipation for the battle growing. The giant race was the very embodiment of brute force. Their terrifying strength and robust physiques, combined with their unique giant armor, grant them absolute dominance in small-scale engagements. Their sole weakness lies in the immense difficulty of training these soldiers. Their inherently warlike nature also makes them challenging to coordinate in battle, demanding a lord with exceptional command skills. Upon entering the lord's space, Lin Ze scanned his domain before bringing all his zombies into the simulation space. The simulation space created by Qingbei University possessed a unique mechanism. Troops entering it could be resurrected upon death. This ancient arcane mechanism, however, only applied to soldiers below 6th rank and was extremely cumbersome to set up. As Lin Ze entered the space, the diverse array of familiars trailing behind him quickly drew the attention of his classmates. What is that huge dog? Never seen a soldier like that before. Looks more like a monster. Yeah. And those two, aren't they rock giants? Why are they Lin Ze's familiars? And those few beside him, what creatures are they? They look human, yet they wear no armor and carry no weapons. It's truly bizarre. Yang, who also watched Lin Ze's battle with keen interest, seemingly anticipating his next move. After entering the arena, Lin Ze soon spotted a group of giants towering like small mountains in the distance. Each wore bizarrely shaped, massive armor, roaring as they pounded their shoulders in perfectly synchronized, intimidating motions. This was the giants' war dance, a ritual they performed only before battle for lords they recognized. Seems this Qin Song has some skill after all. Then again, Qingbei University only geniuses could get in. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes as he watched the distant figures. The imposing spectacle of the giants' war dance stirred a surge of fighting spirit within him. After quickly formulating several tactical plans, Lin Ze began his preparations. This confrontation naturally didn't require Lin Ze to risk his life, so he simply set up a yin guarding yang protecting formation before summoning his flying sword. The two flying zombies in his squad began preparing their curses. As the countdown above concluded, both sides initiated their movements simultaneously. The giants shouldered their massive weapons, unleashing a unified battle cry as they charged toward Lin Ze like an iron wall. To Lin Ze's surprise, Qin Song also pulled a large machete from his backpack and charged forward alongside the giants. A warrior-type lord? Interesting. A faint smile touched Lin Ze's lips as he retrieved several intermediate-grade protective talismans from his backpack. Little Magnolia, hold them back. Lin Ze issued the command, immediately tossing the talismans into the air. Golden light instantly enveloped Lin Ze's group, granting them a significant boost in defense. Xiao Yulan nodded and immediately gathered soul-eating illusionary fire in her hands. Then, with his hands behind his back, Lin Ze stepped onto one of the flying swords. After surveying the potential engagement points in the air, several shattering kill talismans ignited in his hands. Charge! Lin Ze bellowed, sounding the charge for his subordinates. Xiaotian charged headlong, letting out a piercing howl before darting forward like a white lightning bolt. Zhang San and Chen Chun roared in unison, leading the black zombies into the fray. The rock giant followed behind the main force, continuously casting earth magic to create protrusions in the terrain. 20 giants, as sturdy as titans, launched thunderous assaults, quickly engaging Zhang San and the other zombies in combat. 3 crimson beams pierced the battlefield the instant the forces collided. Boom! 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 3 consecutive explosions erupted Lin Ze's shattering kill talismans. The initial impact sent shockwaves through the foremost giants, inflicting damage. However, this damage was utterly insignificant to the giants. They merely paused briefly before resuming their advance. Lin Ze's true purpose in deploying the shattering kill talismans wasn't to inflict lethal damage, but to buff Zhang San and his companions while seizing the initiative. Sure enough, events unfolded exactly as Lin Ze had anticipated. After a brief handoff, Zhang San and the other zombies swiftly took control of the battle, beginning to overwhelm the giants. The zombies' smaller stature allowed them to freely tug and pull at the giants, who could only rage as they were playfully spun around in circles. Even when they managed to land a few blows, they discovered the zombies' defenses were actually slightly higher than their own. Despite their powerful strikes, they couldn't break through the defenses at all. Chapter 56, Instant Kill? The powerful Lin Ze. Half of these 20 giants were already third-tier units. Such strength would allow them to fight back even against 2 lords of equal rank. Yet now, they were being held back by Lin Ze's mere second-tier black zombies. This left Qin Song feeling deeply unsatisfied. If you've got the guts, stop playing these tricks. Come fight me fair and square. He bellowed at Lin Ze while swinging his greatsword. Lin Ze merely sneered in response, ignoring him. Ridiculous. On the battlefield, whatever tactic gives your side the advantage is the one you choose. What did he mean by fair and square? That's enough. Start the explosion. Seeing that the flying corpse's curse had nearly finished charging, Lin Ze instructed the still-present little Magnolia beside him. First, weaken the enemy's status attributes with the flying corpse's curse. Then, with Xiao Yulan already at the 4th tier unleashing her long-charged soul-eating illusory fire, we'll eliminate most of the foes in one fell swoop. That was Lin Ze's tactical plan. As the curse approached, Lin Ze hesitated not. He twisted the seal in his hand and pointed toward the giants. 5 flying swords shot into the battlefield like meteors chasing the moon, their speed leaving streaks of afterimages. Since undergoing the baptism of the Heart of Life and the healing of the World Tree, Lin Ze had discovered his base attributes had surged dramatically. They now exceeded those of a typical level 10 lord by roughly double, with his spiritual power soaring past 100 points, likely approaching the level of a level 15 lord. His sword control technique had undergone a qualitative leap due to this heightened mental power, gaining immense increases in both destructive force and precision. Qin Song proved quite capable, swinging his great sword with fierce momentum, felling several black zombies. Such a combat-ready lord was a rare sight, causing Lin Ze to give him a few extra glances. Little did he know, however, that Qin Song's heart was now filled with terror. Why are this guy's troops so powerful? Their stats are absolutely no weaker than my giants. He considered himself unmatched among his peers, his usual combat style relying on relentless momentum to crush enemies in his path of frenzied, shattering assault. This was Qin Song in the giant's fighting style. The greatsword in his hand was a blue-quality weapon, boasting the terrifying effect of ignoring 30 points of enemy defense. Yet when he swung it down on those zombies, it didn't cleave them open as he'd expected. He had to admit Lin Ze possessed some skill, but his pride refused to concede defeat. But soon, his eyes lit up. The 2 malignant rock giants and the female follower beside Lin Ze had abandoned him and charged straight into the main battlefield. Now, only a few mage-like soldiers remained by his side. A golden opportunity. Qin Song's eyes lit up with delight. He let out a thunderous roar and charged headlong toward Lin Ze. Clad in heavy armor, he ignored all attacks around him, charging recklessly toward Lin Ze. Get close enough to him, and I win. The nation's top commander is nothing special. Given Lin Ze's consistent display of commanding presence earlier, Qin Song naturally assumed that once he closed the distance, he could end the fight. Outside, the students watched the battle with rapt attention, both combatants' prowess leaving them deeply shaken. Although Qin Song's earlier tactics were flawed, his current decision is sound. Lin Ze's defenses are extremely vulnerable right now. This is the perfect opportunity for Qin Song to leverage his strength as a warrior-type lord. Everyone knows that commander-type lords completely overwhelm strategist-type lords in close combat. Even if this decapitation strike fails, it will force Lin Ze to withdraw some of his forces for reinforcement. Qin Song's forces on the front lines will gain the upper hand. Exactly. Ouyang, who couldn't help but praise Qin Song, the timing was indeed masterful. Lin Ze's side clearly intended to engage in protracted skirmishes, leveraging unit-specific abilities for sweeping attacks. With their offensive about to launch, the probability of achieving success through disruptive maneuvers remained high. However, this Lin Ze wasn't quite the legendary figure he was made out to be. To expose such a vulnerability on the battlefield. Ouyang, who thought, feeling a hint of disappointment toward Lin Ze. Meanwhile, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as Qin Song charged straight toward him. Did he think I was a soft target? Charging in alone like this, just to die? Lin Ze shook his head, summoning his flying sword back with his left hand. His right hand swiftly drew an intermediate protective talisman, which he flicked onto his chest. The talisman transformed into a golden pattern on his shoulder, instantly granting him a 25% defense boost. Then, he flung several more killing charms before charging straight at Qin Song. This move stunned everyone present. What kind of move was this? A commander-type lord charging head-on against a warrior-type lord? Had he lost his mind? Even Ouyang, who shook his head repeatedly, his estimation of Lin Ze dropping several notches in his mind. Overly competitive and impulsive, it seemed, that was the extent of his abilities. Qin Song froze for a moment before his face twisted into a sneer. Heh, you've got quite the temper. But you're a fool. He taunted Lin Ze, then gripped his greatsword with both hands, gathering his strength. Die! Qin Song's eyes widened with fury as he swung his broadsword in a wide arc, delivering a powerful, heavy blow that seemed poised to cleave Lin Ze clean in two. Some of the more timid female students covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to the horrific sight of Lin Ze being cleaved apart. Lin Ze remained silent, gripping a flying sword. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth as he unleashed the technique parting clouds to reveal the sky. This technique from the heaven-clearing sword style was specifically designed to counter multiple blades, redirecting force with dexterity while enabling swift counterattacks. Clang! The weapons collided violently, producing a sharp, crisp sound. The expected bloody scene of sword and man being cleaved apart did not materialize. Lin Ze had actually blocked Qin Song's fierce strike with a mere small sword. Qin Song's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively tried to pull back his broadsword for another strike, but Lin Ze was faster. After parrying the blade, he swung his sword toward Qin Song's throat. Simultaneously, the 5 flying swords behind him darted toward Qin Song's vital points. Qin Song couldn't react in time. He only felt a flash of cold steel before excruciating pain erupted across his body, and then he lost consciousness. As Lin Ze severed his head with a single stroke, all the giants present vanished instantly. A giant victory symbol of Lin Ze appeared in the sky above. Silence. Dead silence. The students watched the scene unfold in utter disbelief. Lin Ze, a commander-type lord, had actually instantly killed Qin Song, a warrior-type lord, in close combat? Was he a monster? As the battle space closed, Qinsong slumped pale-faced before the crystal, his gaze toward Lin Ze tinged with fear. As the one directly involved, everything that had just transpired was crystal clear to him. Commander-type Lord? Commander-type Lord my ass. Lin Ze's strength was absolutely no less than his own, it was even stronger. Chapter 57, A Resounding Victory. Invited to the freshman tournament. If the other hadn't been concerned about damaging his weapon, Qinsong felt he could have sliced him clean in two, blade and all. Terrifying. For the first time in his life, Qinsong had been defeated in the very area he prided himself on most. Yet, not a shred of defiance stirred within him, only the fear instilled by Lin Ze's calm, unflinching gaze. Yang, who was equally stunned. Lin Ze was also a warrior-type lord. And his strength completely crushed Qinsong. That made everything she had just explained sound utterly ridiculous. Lin Ze, however, showed no reaction. He simply walked over to the rest area on the Lord battle platform and sat down, as if he had just accomplished something utterly insignificant. For him, defeating Qinsong had indeed been no great challenge. Compared to the foes Lin Ze had vanquished before, Qinsong posed a threat that was practically negligible. He barely used any talismans, and hadn't even resorted to his pre-planned tactics when Qinsong inexplicably charged straight into his face, offering up his own head. Lin Ze's utterly nonchalant expression only cemented the impression among the spectators that he was a peerless master. Indeed, the title of nation's top was no empty boast. That demon-slaying seal was truly earned through Lin Ze's genuine skill, not, as the rumors suggested, a mere stroke of luck. The arena fell into a momentary silence. Then, as if on cue, everyone turned their eyes toward Lin Ze with admiration. This was a true prodigy. Not only was his strategy flawless, but his personal abilities were also formidable. If they were the prodigies of major cities, then Lin Ze was the prodigy among prodigies. He was destined to become a legend. Qinsong, defeated by Lin Ze, remained silent for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. He rose, his spirit broken, and stumbled down from the Lord's battle platform, leaving the training grounds immediately. In those two exchanges with Lin Ze, his pride had been utterly shattered. If he couldn't even outperform his opponent in his own specialty, what face did he have left to make threats? Yang, who was also visibly stunned, but as a seasoned instructor, he quickly regained his composure. It seems Lin Ze's strength far exceeds my initial estimates. Lin Ze's standing in Yang, whose mind instantly soared to new heights. Lin Ze remained oblivious to their thoughts, turning his attention to the battle between Wu Qingqing and Lu Tianming. Both were commander-type lords, and small-scale combat didn't fully showcase the difference in their command abilities. Still, Lin Ze could sense that Wu Qingqing's attention to detail far surpassed Lu Tianming's. The match concluded without suspense, with Wu Qingqing securing victory through superior troop composition and command. After the match, Lu Tianming walked dejectedly off the battle platform and returned to his seat in the spectator area. Wu Qingqing, however, stretched lazily and flashed Lin Ze a smile, as if she'd never doubted he'd be the victor. Lin Ze responded with a polite nod before turning his gaze to Yang, who. With both matches concluded, everyone now had a clear understanding of the contestants' abilities. The upcoming finals seemed largely unnecessary. Yang, who looked at the two and asked, "Do you two wish to fight one more time?" Before Lin Ze could speak, Wu Qingqing shook her head first. "I don't think so. I don't stand a chance against Lin Ze, and he's far more suited to be class monitor than I am." Seeing Wu Qingqing openly admit her inferiority to Lin Ze, the crowd below the stage raised no objections. After all, everyone had witnessed Lin Ze's performance earlier. No one else could guarantee they'd handle those 20 giants as effortlessly as he did. But Lin Ze also shook his head and said, "I'm not suited for this position. Let's let this classmate take it." It wasn't that he felt he was weaker than others, he simply detested this kind of troublesome responsibility. Yeah, it's just laziness. Yang, who couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he watched the two of them pass the buck. Other classes fought tooth and nail for this class president position, all to claim this role that symbolized the class's leadership. Why were they so reluctant in her own class? With that thought, she turned to Wu Qingqing, who seemed more approachable, and said with a smile, "Alright then, since Lin Ze doesn't want to be class monitor either, I guess it'll have to be you, Qingqing." Wu Qingqing, seeing this, could only pout and agree. Yang, who nodded with satisfaction. Lin Ze's demonstrated abilities had pleasantly surprised her, and with Wu Qingqing and the others on board, their Class A1 had a strong chance of claiming the top spot in this year's freshman tournament. Over the next few days, Lin Ze gradually adapted to life at the new academy, steadily improving his abilities. Another 100 new zombies appeared in the territory, with 40 of them already reaching the third stage. Apart from Zhang San, whose materials were still incomplete, Chun Chun and another flying zombie successfully advanced to Tier 4. The two malignant rock giants also advanced to Tier 3, their bodies growing even larger from around 10 meters to 15 meters tall. His base underwent an expansion, with all walls upgraded to at least level 8 fortifications. He had specifically constructed several towers along the walls, designed for spell-casting zombies to stand atop them as artillery platforms. His territory had now reached level 9, expanding its area by more than threefold. However, the newly expanded areas held no special features, remaining as lifeless as before, with monsters occasionally spawning. After his daily routine of leveling up and training troops within the territory, Lin Ze exited the Lord's space and soon noticed a message on his phone. Lin Ze, could you come to my office now? The message was from Ouyang Hu. Lin Ze thought for a moment, replied with a yes, and immediately left the dormitory. Today's classes were over, and the teacher summoning him likely meant he was being recruited for the freshman tournament. With that thought, Lin Ze soon arrived at Ouyang Hu's office. The moment he entered, he saw Ouyang Hu smiling warmly at him, holding several registration forms in his hand. Lin Ze, you should know that our college's freshman competition is just a month away. What do you think? Interested in joining? She asked in a gentle tone. Lin Ze wasn't particularly fond of such competitions, but since he had nothing else to do, perhaps he could use this opportunity to acquire some new troop types. That sounded pretty good. Moreover, the top 3 prizes included valuable items like 3rd-tier Yuhuang stones. This solidified Lin Ze's resolve to enter the competition. Lately, he'd experimented with using corpse poison to convert other Lord soldiers in the simulation space and discovered it actually worked. Although the converted soldiers couldn't be brought back to his domain, once successfully transformed, his barracks would gain the ability to summon them. Once summoned, they could be refined into zombies just like the human race. Chapter 58, Activating the Seal of the Vanquished Demon. For now, however, he had only acquired the summoning qualification for giant zombies. Opportunities for actual combat were scarce, and the few he had encountered involved troop types Lin Ze deemed inferior, so he hadn't chosen to infect new units. He had created 2 giant zombies, only to discover that not only did they require significantly more experience points to level up compared to human zombies, but the resources needed for advancement were also several times greater than those for ordinary zombies. It was simply impossible to cultivate battle-ready giant zombies in the short term. He could only keep them within his territory for now, nurturing them slowly. With that in mind, Lin Ze agreed to Ouyang Hu's request and filled out the application form for the newcomer tournament. After handling this matter, Ouyang Hu suddenly added, "Oh, right. You now possess the seal of demon slaying. Do you know how to use it?" Lin Ze froze, shaking his head. He genuinely had no idea how to operate this thing. He'd studied it for ages without figuring out anything useful. He considered asking Luo Kegong, but the man seemed preoccupied with something important. Not wanting to disturb him, and thinking it wasn't urgent, Lin Ze had never bothered to learn its function. Activating the demon slaying seal is simple. Just let it touch your Lord Crystal and it will activate. But how well you can control it depends entirely on you. Ouyang Hu explained. So simple? But what exactly does this thing do? Lin Ze scratched his head in puzzlement. After bidding farewell to Ouyang Hu and returning to his dorm, Lin Ze re-entered the Lord's space. Following Ouyang Hu's instructions, he pressed his left hand against the Lord's crystal. Detected unactivated seal of demon slaying. Activate now? Lin Ze selected yes. Seal of demon slaying, deep sea activated. Extracting associated attributes for you. Seal of demon slaying, deep sea. Grade, bronze. Current bonuses, 8% increased damage against water attribute monsters, 8% damage reduction against water attribute monsters. Attached attribute blessing of the sea, this lord and their followers can move freely underwater and ignore the effects of water pressure terrain. Upgrade progress, 0%. Upgrading the seal to silver rank unlocks summoning capabilities. Move freely underwater? And ignore water pressure? This ability seems kinda useless right now. But it should come in handy when we head to the demon realm later. And what exactly does this summoning function entail? Can I call forth that giant crab to fight for me? Lin Ze stroked his chin as he pondered the newly appeared skill panel. Just as he pondered whether this skill had other uses, the Lord Crystal suddenly flashed another notification. New unit acquired, Deep Sea Ripper. Oh? So summon monsters can actually be used as troop types? This mark has that kind of function too? This news piqued Lin Ze's interest, and he immediately dashed over to the barracks. Sure enough, besides human and giant, a new slot had appeared on the summonable unit list. Lin Ze promptly spent 100 gold coins to summon one. With a familiar flash of light, a miniature humanoid crab materialized before Lin Ze. The newly summoned creature only managed to kick its legs a few times before going still. Sure enough, even monsters couldn't resist the special properties of the territory. Lin Ze reached out and grabbed the roughly 1 meter long crab, summoning the system interface. Ding! Detected craftable unit. Proceed with crafting immediately? Lin Ze selected yes. Refining successful. Name, Crab 1. Species, Monster Deep Sea Ripper Beast Zombie. Class, Tier 1. Rank up progress, 0-100. Description, a zombie transformed from an aquatic species, possessing combat prowess vastly superior to other types in water. Special trait rending, inflicts wounds that are harder to heal and continuously increases bleeding damage dealt to enemies. Lin Ze's eyes lit up as he stared at the data panel before him, as if he'd discovered a new continent. Possessing the demon-slaying seal of this creature meant he could summon it from his own barracks? Didn't that mean he could capture not only human lords but even demons themselves to refine into his own forces? This discovery lifted Lin Ze's spirits immensely. He had already begun planning which monsters to hunt first upon entering the demon realm. While he could previously convert monsters using corpse poison, that was an unreliable source of combat power. Each death meant one less ally. Take the former evil rock giants, only 2 remained, and Lin Ze had no way to replenish them. But if he could defeat the bronze-tier evil rock giant boss, he could cultivate a terrifying legion of monsters fused with zombies. That combat power would likely allow him to leap 10 levels and take on other lords. With this in mind, completing the task of defeating the 7 demon lords suddenly didn't seem so daunting. Lin Ze mused contentedly. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the day of the freshman tournament arrived. The freshman tournament was an event exclusively open to first-year students, designed to identify promising newcomers. The school would provide intensive training to those who achieved high rankings in the tournament. Beyond its prestigious reputation, the rewards for even 10th place were incredibly generous, drawing countless freshmen to register. Nearly all students had signed up for this year's event, meaning the competition would last 3 to 5 days. Today marked the preliminary round, designed to weed out the majority of underqualified participants. It adopted a single elimination format, with matches decided in a single bout and no rules enforced. Soon, after the host's impassioned speech, the students' spirits were stirred. Each one was itching to fight, seemingly unable to wait for the battle to begin. The draw was conducted by machine, swiftly determining the match schedule. As a seeded player, Lin Ze received a bye for the first 3 rounds and would only need to compete in the 4th round of elimination matches. Due to the previous incident, Chu Yao had been rebuilding her territory during this period and thus did not register for the tournament. She came along merely to accompany Lin Ze and watch his matches. The first 3 rounds of elimination matches proceeded swiftly, concluding within a single morning. In the afternoon, Lin Ze finally stepped onto the stage for his first match. Both contestants, please enter the arena. At the 21st match platform, the referee loudly announced the names of the 2 contestants. Upon hearing Lin Ze's name, many spectators in the arena instinctively turned their gaze toward stage 21. Over recent weeks, Lin Ze's name had become the talk of the freshman class. Everyone knew this year's freshman included an exceptionally talented individual, a mere Grey Lord Core, who had claimed the national championship and unlocked the seal of demon slaying at such a young age. Such legendary achievements quickly garnered Lin Ze a large following. However, he maintained a low profile, rarely participating in club activities or similar events. As a result, many knew only his name but had never seen his face. Chapter 59. The tournament begins. Battle against the Golden Core's vassal. The competitor standing opposite Lin Ze had clearly heard the stories about him too, his face twisting into a sour expression. Master Lin Ze, please go easy on me later. He bowed to Lin Ze with a wry smile. Lin Ze smiled and nodded. He could tell at a glance that his opponent was only at level 8, utterly outmatched against his own level 11 prowess. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes after entering the duel space, both were teleported out again. Lin Ze had only dispatched Xiao Tian and 2 4th-tier zombies before directly attacking the opponent's territory. The legendary Lin Ze truly lives up to his name. The defeated student could only sigh at his bad luck and left the competition dejectedly. With the first match concluded, the second match was swiftly arranged. This time, the opponent was named Xiao Anyu, also a level 11 player. As Lin Ze read the name, a vivid image flashed through his mind. Hundreds of ghostly figures, shimmering in and out of existence, ravaged the enemy territory with frenzied destruction. Beneath the soldiers' masks lay a vast, dark starry sky. The Star Clan. Xiao Anyu, the Golden Core holder. Lin Ze remembered. He had watched this person's match earlier that morning and was deeply impressed by his incredibly mysterious combat style. He always wore a faint smile, exuding an air of scholarly refinement and the demeanor of a Confucian scholar. Seems like a formidable opponent. Lin Ze smiled too, his heart already anticipating this duel. He'd never captured a follower of the Golden Territory before. He was eager to see what secrets the Star Clan held. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, a boy with a jade-like face beamed as he glanced at the match schedule in his hand. Didn't expect to face him so soon. This was Lin Ze's next opponent, Xiao Anyu. As he spoke, a towering figure approached, his rugged face radiating defiance. They didn't let me face him, or else I'd have shown him the might of my sky-piercing spear. The man spoke with disdain, seemingly holding Lin Ze in utter contempt. Xiao Anyu didn't respond, merely smiling as he glanced at the match schedule posted on the arena wall. By around 3 in the afternoon, the elimination rounds had concluded. Next came the first stage of determining rankings, the points tournament. Each participant would compete in 3 ranking matches, with final placements determined by their accumulated points. The higher the points, the fewer matches required to reach the finals. Points were accumulated based on a comprehensive evaluation of match outcomes and individual performance. Those accumulating over 10 points would advance directly to the semifinals, while the rest would need to play one more ranking match. At this stage, the remaining trainees were all at least mid to high tier, numbering around 200. To claim rewards in the newcomer tournament, one must rank within the top 30, ensuring the upcoming battles will be fiercely competitive. Soon, the first matchup was announced: Lin Ze versus Xiaoanyu. Both were formidable competitors, sending the student crowd into a frenzy. How could anyone not be excited when the very first points match was this thrilling? Go, Lin Ze. I've bet my entire month's allowance on you. You have to win this one. Go Xiaoanyu. Show them what a Golden Lord core can do. The stand soon erupted with a cacophony of cheers and chants. Just before the match began, Chuyao suddenly called out to Lin Ze. She dashed to his side, stood on tiptoe, and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Blushing, she then returned to her seat in the spectator area. Go for it. She clenched her tiny fist, cheering him on like a devoted wife sending off her husband. This blatant public display of affection instantly filled the single students with bitter resentment. Damn it! You bastard, Lin Ze. Xiaoanyu beat him to a pulp. Wah! This is blatant discrimination against us single dogs. So jealous, so jealous. What's worse is I can't even beat this guy. Damn him. Ignoring their impotent rage, Lin Ze merely gave Chuyao a faint smile before stepping onto the stage. Hello, Lin Ze. My name is Xiaoanyu. Nice to meet you. Xiaoanyu maintained a gentle smile throughout, her words warm and inviting. Lin Ze responded with a polite nod. Under the referee's instructions, both quickly entered the simulated space. This simulated space featured two identical fortified cities. Each side would lead troops to choose one city and engage in an offensive-defensive battle. The first to destroy the simulated crystal within the opposing city would claim victory. As this was an unrestricted duel, both sides had no limits on troop types, familiars, or skills. After the 5-minute deployment period ended, both players selected their cities and stepped through their respective portals. Lin Ze's contingent now numbered nearly 200, comprising 60 third-tier zombies and the remainder all second-tier zombies. Lin Ze had also crafted some giants and deep-sea rippers, but since upgrading them was far more difficult than ordinary zombies, none had advanced beyond tier 2. Beyond those 60 third-tier zombies, the three monsters that had long accompanied Lin Ze had also advanced to third tier, with Xiao Tian nearing fourth tier. On paper, Lin Ze's forces were terrifyingly powerful. A typical lord would need to be around level 15 to command such a number of familiars. Upon reaching the city walls, Lin Ze immediately devised several simple tactical plans. After deploying his followers to defend the city, he personally led an elite zombie force to launch an initial assault, aiming to gauge the enemy's strength. Mounting his flying sword, Lin Ze led the charge, soaring effortlessly toward Xiaoanyu's city. Xiao Yulan and two fourth-tier flying zombies followed closely by his side. The remaining non-flying zombies marched in orderly formation on the ground, following Lin Ze toward the enemy positions. The distance between the two sides was only about 3,000 meters, and Lin Ze soon arrived beneath the enemy walls. 3 arrow towers stood poised for action, their black-robed archers drawing their bows and aiming at Lin Ze soaring through the air. Upon the ramparts, countless black-robed warriors stood guard with swords and shields, watching the advancing zombie horde with grim resolve. None of this captured Lin Ze's interest. His gaze remained fixed on Xiaoanyu, standing at the rear of the army, clad in a purple-gold robe. The Star Clan excelled in stargazing and divination, wielding mysterious arcane magic as one of the ancient 8 great races. Their mages were exceptionally powerful, completely outclassing mages of the same rank from other races. Some even called the Star Clan's mage units the world's finest. Beside Xiaoanyu stood a dozen masked figures clad in identical purple-gold robes, likely high-ranking mages of the Star Clan. Against magical assaults, the physically formidable zombies found themselves at a disadvantage. Chapter 60, Overpowering the Star Clan. A combination of mind and might. Lin Ze had anticipated today's scenario long ago. Among his 6 flying swords, one bore the special effect of magic suppression. Magic suppression was a skill similar to silence. When activated, enemies struck by this weapon would temporarily lose their ability to cast spells, while also granting the wielder a small boost to magic resistance. Thus, from the outset, Lin Ze planned to personally tie down the mages, allowing his subordinates to focus their fire on the non-magic wielding Star Clan soldiers. Beyond their formidable magical prowess, the Star Clan possessed relatively low physical resilience but a unique constitution granting innate immunity to 15% of both physical and magical damage. However, for Lin Ze, who could now mass-produce intermediate talismans, this posed no real challenge. Lin Ze's talismans also boosted physical and magical defense, and they were 5% stronger than the enemy's. As a soul-eating illusionary fire shot forth, the battle between the two sides officially commenced. Lin Ze swiftly affixed talismans to the foreheads of several fourth-tier zombies while simultaneously enhancing his own defenses. Then, he commanded his flying swords to charge straight at Xiaoanyu. First came several shattering kill talismans, followed closely by 5 flying swords, all piercing straight toward Xiaoanyu. Xiaoanyu had never witnessed a lord attacking in such a manner before. She hastily erected a defensive barrier, blocking Lin Ze's barrage of talismans and flying swords. However, the defensive barrier shattered after withstanding only one wave. The mages beside her had no chance to chant incantations before the next barrage of talismans and blades descended. In the chaos, Xiao Anyu could only command the Star Clan warriors to sacrifice themselves to stall Lin Ze's advance while she led the mages to focus on channeling spells. What terrifying, destructive power! Xiao Anyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he'd encountered such a formidable opponent. Lin Ze's performance was highly unusual, possessing both the ability to significantly amplify his army's strength and formidable individual combat prowess. This defied all logic. He seemed like a fusion of a commander-type lord and a warrior-type lord. No wonder he could defeat a bronze-tier monster boss at level 10. As Xiao Anyu pondered this, his attitude toward Lin Ze grew even more cautious. But wait, our stellar clan's arcane magic isn't to be trifled with either. Xiao Anyu thought to himself as his staff coalesced a cluster of arcane runes, seemingly brewing a devastating spell. Seeing this, Lin Ze merely smiled faintly and quietly activated his magic suppression skill. Using several other flying swords for a feint attack, and under the barrage of countless basic destruction runes, Xiao Anyu completely failed to notice Lin Ze stealthily maneuvering the magic suppression flying sword closer to him. Just as Xiao Anyu finished chanting her incantation, Lin Ze suddenly thrust the flying sword toward the completely unprepared Xiao Anyu. Surrounded by a group of Star Clan soldiers, Xiao Anyu never anticipated such a treacherous attack from such an awkward angle. Instinctively, he released a defensive barrier. The sword was blocked, but the spell he had been casting was interrupted, preventing its completion. Worse still, the magic suppression effect had already taken hold. He couldn't channel any magic for the time being, rendering his staff useless. Magic suppression? How could you have a weapon with that property? Xiao Anyu stared at Lin Ze in the air, her surprise evident as she blurted out the question. Lin Ze didn't answer. He merely smiled faintly and drew out 3 more slaying charms. The situation below the city walls was dire. 2 third-tier evil rock giants had punched a gaping hole in the fortifications with just 3 blows. Countless zombies had already poured into the city, slaughtering the resisting Star Clan soldiers with frenzied abandon. Lin Ze had no familiars by his side, while Xiao Anyu was flanked by numerous soldiers. With inferior individual strength and a numerical disadvantage, the outcome below was all too predictable. Worst of all, Lin Ze's overwhelming suppression prevented Xiao Anyu from casting a single spell. Frustrated, she could only repeatedly deploy defensive barriers, knowing that a single lapse would mean her life being taken by those ghostly flying swords. Only now did he truly grasp the sheer terror of Lin Ze. Watching the Star Clan soldiers fall one after another beneath the city walls, Xiao Anyu let out a long sigh. I concede. The nation's top practitioner truly lives up to the reputation. At this point, any further struggle would be futile resistance. Xiao Anyu conceded decisively, bowing his hand toward Lin Ze. Seeing this, Lin Ze halted his attack. His objective was achieved. The zombies under his command had successfully infected several Star Clan soldiers, even a Star Mage. Seeing her surrender, he was more than happy to stop. The Lin Ze of moments ago hadn't been as relaxed as he appeared. He'd been relying entirely on his reserves to tough it out. Dropping 3 broken killing talismans every 10 seconds, plus dozens of intermediate protective talismans that added up to a hefty sum in gold coins. Lin Ze's victory in this battle owed much to his keen insight and strategic vision. He was a meticulous thinker, prepared for various enemy types, while Xiao Anyu knew nothing about him. This lack of knowledge led to her being constantly suppressed by Lin Ze during the fight. Lin Ze consistently prevented Xiao Anyu from leveraging his strengths. Compounded by the fact that this wasn't his territory and the defensive structures were too low level, Xiao Anyu's defeat came swiftly. As Lin Ze shattered Xiao Anyu's simulation crystal with a single sword strike, the battle drew to a close. Once again, Lin Ze silenced his doubters with sheer power. Everyone stared at him as if he were a freak. This was a golden core lord. Both were at the exact same level, yet Lin Ze had utterly crushed his opponent. What could anyone say? After the match, Xiao Anyu nodded toward Lin Ze and said with a helpless smile. Lin Ze, it's no fun being your opponent. I hope you'll be on my side in our next battle. Lin Ze smiled faintly. That day will come sooner or later. After exchanging a few polite words, the two left the battle platform. This match had actually left Lin Ze with a favorable impression of Xiao Anyu. At the very least, the guy's attitude was beyond reproach. Since the other hadn't provoked him, Lin Ze was quite happy to gain a powerful ally. As he descended the stage, the surrounding crowd fixed him with intense, admiring stares, among them several attractive girls. Lin Ze ignored them completely, walking straight toward Chu Yao, who was still seated in the audience. You're getting better and better. Seeing Lin Ze return triumphant, Chu Yao giggled as she threw her arms around him. Lin Ze affectionately ruffled her hair, and the two shared another affectionate moment, leaving the classmates nearby who had been hoping to strike up a conversation gritting their teeth in frustration. My fists, they're clenched. Do you have to flaunt your love every single moment? Can't you show a little respect for us single folks? Watching the perfectly matched couple, the classmates who wanted to gang up on Lin Ze clenched their fists. But soon they lowered their fists, silently reminding themselves to stay rational and not let anger control them. Alright, the real reason was they realized they couldn't beat Lin Ze. Chapter 61, Finals. Team Battle. The freshman tournament had reached its third day, with today being the final showdown to determine the top 10 rankings on the freshman leaderboard. Lin Ze had swept all 3 matches in the points round, his sky-high score propelling him directly into the top 10. Besides him, 2 others had also secured direct entry to the finals with similarly outstanding results. Lin Ze had little recollection of either. He only remembered one being tall and brash, while the other was an icy beauty with a distant demeanor. For today's finals, the Academy introduced a new format never before seen in the freshman tournament. Team competition followed by individual competition. The specific rules were as follows: the 10 finalists would be divided into 2 teams. First, they would compete in a team match. The winning team would then proceed to an individual ranking match to determine the top 5 spots, while the losing team would compete in an individual match to determine the bottom 5. After the ranking matches concluded, all contestants except the first place finisher would receive 1 challenge opportunity. They could challenge the competitor ranked above them. Victory would secure their place in that opponent's position, while defeat would automatically drop them 1 spot. After the host finished explaining the rules, Lin Ze found himself intrigued. Indeed, there was such a thing as group combat among lords. When facing large-scale monster invasions in the real world, the power of a single lord was often insufficient. In such cases, multiple lords would need to assemble and fight the monsters together. The current lords were indeed lacking in this area of experience. It seemed Qingbei University's educational approach would need another adjustment this year. Lin Ze pondered this as his gaze shifted to the large screen on the battle platform. 10 names moved randomly across the screen as the computer conducted the draw. Soon, 2 teams were formed. Lin Ze, Xiaoanyu, Su Fu, Yang Na, and Wu Bin formed Team A. Team B comprised Qi Cheng, Zhu Gejun, Dongfang Zhu, Lu Lian, and Jit Sunhai. Among them, Qi Cheng and Dongfang Zhu were both seeded players granted direct entry, while Team A had only Lin Ze as a seeded player. On paper, Team A seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. After the assignments, there were 20 minutes left for strategic planning. The match would be another unrestricted offensive-defensive battle, with each team selecting a sector of the Federation. The first team to destroy the opposing team's simulated crystal would win. After the rules were explained, all 10 players simultaneously entered the simulated space. Whoosh X5. Team A's 5 members simultaneously materialized in the Federation's conference center. The Federation was essentially a megacity formed by several interconnected cities. Lin Ze immediately spotted Xiaoanyu, whom he had crossed paths with before, and gave her a nod in greeting. "Never thought we'd meet again so soon, Brother Lin." Xiaoanyu greeted Lin Ze with a warm smile. The other 3, all aware of Lin Ze's formidable reputation among the newcomers, offered their greetings as well. After the introductions, Xiaoanyu surveyed the group and spoke up. "Since this is a team competition, I believe we should elect a leader. That way, we can truly harness the full potential of all 5 of us. The Academy has mandated this format precisely to test our coordination. Therefore, the key to this battle lies in how effectively we can coordinate and maximize the potential of our 5-person unit." Xiaoanyu finished speaking, her smile still bright as she surveyed the group. Lin Ze couldn't help but nod silently in agreement. His thoughts aligned with Xiaoanyu's. He understood that the true importance of this competition lay not in a contest of individual mastery, but in testing their strategic vision and tactical awareness. Among the 10 finalists, the disparity in strength was naturally minimal. Therefore, victory hinged solely on which team demonstrated superior coordination among their 5 members. With that thought, Lin Ze nodded in agreement with Xiaoanyu's assessment. After a brief pause, Xiaoanyu suddenly extended her hand toward Lin Ze. "I nominate Lin Ze as captain for this match. Any objections?" This proposal caught Lin Ze slightly off guard. After all, Xiaoanyu seemed more like a strategist-type leader. Why would she nominate him as captain? Was it because he had defeated her last time? After a moment of silence, the others nodded in agreement. They were all sharp observers who had watched Lin Ze's previous matches. Whether it was soft skills or hard skills, the abilities Lin Ze had displayed left them all in awe. Thus, the group agreed to the proposal with little hesitation. After all, if they lost, Lin Ze could take the blame from that perspective. It wasn't a bad deal at all. Seeing all 4 eyes fixed on him, Lin Ze had no choice but to accept the captaincy. It was his first time commanding a team battle, but his innate leader instincts quickly gave him some foundational ideas. "Since you're all willing, I'll serve as captain for this competition. First, briefly describe your lord type and the abilities of your respective followers." Lin Ze looked at the 4 of them and said in a solemn voice. Except for Xiaoanyu, the other 3 were unfamiliar faces, so Lin Ze had no idea what their abilities were. "I'll go first. I'm a commander-type lord with a dwarf clan as my followers. Currently, I have a total of 180 troops, 53rd tier, 1/4 tier, and the rest are 2nd tier units. The dwarves excel in life skills like forging and construction, but they possess no special combat abilities." Among the 4, the man named Su Fu spoke first. Lin Ze nodded after listening. Next, the young man named Wu Bin spoke. I'm also a commander-type lord with orcs as my vassals. My total troop count is 190, including 60 tier 3 units and 3 tier 4 units. Orcs aren't particularly rare, so I won't go into their specific traits. Additionally, I possess a special piece of equipment that can temporarily boost the attributes of my orc tribe by 50%, but it leaves me weakened for a period afterward. Wu Bin explained concisely. Orcs? The same troop type as Chen Hu? Lin Ze smiled thoughtfully, forming a plan in his mind. After Wu Bin finished his explanation, the only girl among the five spoke up. I'm also a commander-type lord, but my followers are unique Treant tribes. My troops have weaker offensive capabilities but strong defensive abilities. Currently, I have 30 Treants, 25 third tier and 5 fourth tier. Yang Na's words caught Lin Ze off guard. A rare plant-type lord? This should be interesting. The Treant tribe was an exceptionally peculiar race. They were nearly immobile and extremely difficult to cultivate. In the early stages, low-tier Treants were practically useless for helping their lords level up, forcing lords to grind solo. However, their fortitude in defensive warfare was formidable. As defenders, they could hold their own against 10 foes. Their sturdy bodies and unique spore attacks made it nearly impossible for enemies to advance. Given this, the strategy for this battle must be defense as offense. Chapter 62, The Gap. Lin Ze pondered, his mind already calculating tactical options. Zhong Yu and Lin Ze then each introduced their abilities, leaving less than 10 minutes of the allotted 20. Alright, let's begin deploying. I have only one thing to say. Unconditional obedience to my commands. If you can do that, I'm 80% confident we can win this battle. Can you do it? After assigning tasks, Lin Ze stood up, his gaze stern as he looked at the others, his voice deep and commanding. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then, let's begin. Lin Ze immediately issued deployment orders, and the four headed to their designated positions. Among the five of them, only Lin Ze possessed high mobility, high attack units. Replicating the previous lightning strike was therefore unlikely. Their only option was to choose a battlefield more favorable for a defensive battle. Lin Ze led his zombies to the front lines, assigning specific tasks to each. Led by several fourth-tier zombies, each accompanied by several third-tier zombies of the same type, they formed several squads to provide supporting fire. The main force cannon fodder on the battlefield consisted of the combined dwarf and orc armies. Once all preparations were complete, the massive light screen descended from the sky, and the team battle that would determine the rankings of the newcomer tournament officially commenced. The students in the spectator stands grew excited as the match commenced. Hey! This is my first time seeing a team battle in the freshman tournament. Which side do you think will win? I think Team B has a better shot. Not only do they have two seeded players, but their paper strength is way stronger than Team A's. That's not fair. Team A has Lin Ze and Xiao Anyu, two absolute powerhouses. Didn't you see their previous matches? They're insane. I wish I could master that sword control like they do. The stands buzzed with chatter, even the teachers wore expectant smiles. Old Luo, do you think Xiao Ze can win? In a VIP viewing suite, the president of Qingbei University smiled warmly at Luo Kegong. Luo Kegong stroked his chin beard and chuckled. He's already won. Oh? How so? I've seen those kids from Team B2, they're once-in-a-century geniuses. Luo Kegong smiled mysteriously. They may be once-in-a-century talents, but Xiao Ze is a once-in-a-millennium genius. Just watch. Perched atop the towering city walls, Lin Ze had already deployed several formations and was now observing the enemy's movements. Based on intelligence from the others, Team B consisted of lords skilled in aggressive tactics, including two battle general types. Therefore, they only needed to wait for the enemy to initiate an attack. While defending, they would gradually dismantle the opposing forces, prolonging the battle as much as possible. As a faint red hue began to appear on the horizon, Lin Ze's lips curved into a faint smile. He gave a subtle nod to Xiao Anyu standing beside him. Xiao Anyu instantly understood his intent, summoning the Star Clan's high-ranking mages to begin chanting. Following Lin Ze's instructions, the mages concealed themselves behind the defending soldiers, casting spells that covered large areas. The allied enemy forces drew nearer. Several fireballs hurtled toward the city walls like meteors. It was Jeet Songhai from Team B striking. His kin were the Flame Folk, adept at fire-based magical attacks and resistant to extreme heat, somewhat akin to the Fire Demon tribe among the demonic creatures. As the attack approached, Lin Ze simply activated the Grand Formation, then ordered the Demon Zombie Squad to intercept with identical fire-based spells. Upon hearing the command, Little Magnolia immediately led her dozen or so demon zombies to gather their eerie flames for a counterattack. After several engagements, Xiao Yulan's soul-eroding illusory fire had ascended to level 2. Both its power and range had multiplied exponentially, allowing her to single-handedly block nearly half the incoming fireballs. After intercepting this wave of attacks, Lin Ze immediately ordered all ranged units to concentrate their firepower. Simultaneously, he dispatched mobile forces from both flanks of the Federation to harass the enemy. Using speed to pin down and harass the flanks while delivering frontal fire coverage, though a simple tactic, it proved highly effective. Such details could determine victory or defeat at critical moments. Both sides fielded over 1,000 troops in this engagement, the largest battle Lin Ze had ever commanded. Yet he showed no trace of fear, moving with the ease and confidence of a battle-hardened general. Xiaoanyu had never believed in natural-born leaders before, but now he did. The aura Lin Ze radiated as he stood amidst the ranks stirred an involuntary sense of allegiance within him. As order after order was issued, the vanguard of Team B entered the engagement zone Lin Ze had meticulously planned. The great battle commenced. First came a hail of arrows interwoven with ranged spells. Then, the combined efforts of the rock giants and treants unleashed a barrage of roadblocks and traps. The vanguard of Team B was nearly obliterated in an instant, while the rear troops were firmly entangled, unable to advance another step. At Lin Ze's command, flanking assault units burst forth from both sides, and the two forces clashed head-on. The enemy's 5 lords each commanded formidable territories, but their arrogance prevented any meaningful coordination. Merely agreeing to fight together represented the utmost concession they could muster. They hadn't even devised a coherent siege strategy. Being frustratedly pinned down and beaten before the city walls only fueled the rage of these arrogant lords, nearly sparking arguments several times. "It's all your fault. Didn't you say your cousin's vanguard could breach the city walls? Why haven't we even touched them yet?" Zhuge Jun snapped at Lu Lian, his voice laced with irritation as he continuously summoned wind blades to deflect incoming arrows and spells. The boy being scolded sneered coldly. "What's the rush? Are you so confident your troops could storm right in? If you think you can do better, take over." Zhuge Jun's anger flared further, his mouth opening to curse, but he was stopped by the towering Qi Cheng. "Enough, both of you. Now is not the time for bickering. Use that energy to figure out how to win this match instead." Zhuge Jun snorted coldly, glancing at him with impatience. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you're so capable, lead the troops in yourself." Yet despite his words, Zhuge Jun gradually calmed down. They were all elite warriors, chosen from among thousands, and quickly devised a countermeasure. From the center of Team B's ranks, a human soldier clad in jet-black armor charged forth. Leading the charge was none other than Qi Cheng. He gripped a 3-meter-long spear, its oval-shaped tip crafted from a mysterious, bright silver metal. Paired with his towering stature and the crimson steed beneath him, he embodied the bearing of a great human general. As he charged forward, several wind-chase priests behind him raised their staffs high, using wind magic to deflect arrows and spells, clearing a path for Qi Cheng and his soldiers to break through. Seeing the enemy's reckless assault on the city walls, Lin Ze instantly grasped their plan. Chapter 63, Team B's Counterattack. The 4 members of Team B, each possessing elemental abilities, were now converging toward the center. Did they intend to concentrate their forces at a single point, relying on Qi Cheng's heavy cavalry to pierce through their defenses? Lin Ze smiled faintly, then summoned his flying sword. He only needed to hold them off momentarily. Once Lin Ze's reinforcements gradually encircled the enemy army, Xiaoanyu's spells would then overwhelm their central command. That would seal his victory in this battle. Qi Cheng's strategy was equally straightforward: charge forward with relentless momentum. His equipment and level far surpassed Lin Ze and his men. By relying on his elite vanguard, victory could be secured at the fastest possible pace. 24th tier iron floating pagoda heavy cavalry, let's see what you've got to stop me. Qi Cheng let out a defiant laugh, hoisted his spear, pointed it directly at Lin Ze, and bellowed. "Enemy commander, come down and meet your end." Lin Ze merely smiled faintly, ordering the dwarves and orcs stationed within the city to sortie and intercept them. As the city gates swung open, countless dwarf and orc soldiers charged forward, bellowing war cries as they met Qi Cheng's cavalry charging at full gallop. "Come on then!" Qi Cheng roared, eyes blazing with fury. His spear thrust forward with terrifying force, piercing through several dwarves like a tsunami. Clad in black armor and wielding his spear, Qi Cheng truly possessed the aura of an unstoppable warrior. No wonder he could lead a race with no special traits all the way to the finals. He was clearly no ordinary man. Lin Ze watched the formidable Qi Cheng, thinking silently to himself. The dwarves and orcs sent out barely slowed the charging cavalry at the front. They were wiped out in just a few exchanges. The spells and arrows fired at them were all intercepted by the 4 elemental tribes positioned behind Team B. They immediately dispatched a small suicide squad to block the guerrilla forces harassing both flanks, concentrating their firepower on a fierce assault against the city walls. This countermeasure was correct. Now it was a race to see who could achieve their strategic objective first. "We can activate the treants now." Seeing that neither the dwarves nor the beastmen could hold back Qi Cheng for even a moment, Lin Ze addressed Yang Na. Yang Na nodded and immediately deployed all the treants. They had long since taken root beneath the city walls and now, summoned by their lord, awoke en masse. Countless vines and roots erupted across the battlefield, filling the air with a peculiar fragrance. This was the treant's unique spore mist, and inhalation would gradually rob enemies of consciousness while simultaneously parasitizing them. Trivial tricks. Ji Tsunghai sneered from the rear of the formation, launching a fireball toward the enemy. Fire was the greatest enemy of plants. 3rd-tier treants possessed no fire immunity whatsoever. If struck by the fireball, the barrier formed by the trance would be breached in no time. Seeing this, Lin Ze had no choice but to intervene personally. First, he tossed several protective talismans. Then, 6 flying swords shot forth simultaneously, erupting in a golden light that intercepted all the fireballs. But that wasn't all. Lin Ze pulled out several more slaying talismans and hurled them directly at Qi Qing. Whoosh! 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 As single target attacks, the killing breaker talismans dealt considerable damage. They were energy attacks without elemental attributes, and the crimson light instantly shot toward Qi Qing's face. At the critical moment, Qi Qing raised his spear and managed to block all 3 shattering kill charms. Did his weapon possess anti-magic properties? Could his familiar share this effect? Lin Ze furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation in his mind. Just then, Xiao Anyu behind him suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "The transcendent arcane magic is ready." Hearing this, Lin Ze immediately commanded in a deep voice, "Release it immediately toward the enemy's center." This series of arcane spells signaled their shift from defense to offense. Lin Ze could already sense his zombie army was about to complete the encirclement, and he immediately ordered, "Everyone, prepare for the counterattack." Yes. The 4 lords on the city walls responded in unison. Meanwhile, Xiao Anyu stood alongside the StarClan mages, raising her staff high. A colossal surge of magic erupted skyward, transforming the once gray sky into pitch blackness. Countless points of light then flared, instantly forming a starry night sky. Trouble. It's the StarClan's magic. Quickly establish magical defenses. Lu Lian, stationed far away in the central army, recognized the cause of this strange phenomenon and immediately ordered in a deep voice. Just as the group scrambled to erect defenses, terrifying roars erupted from behind. Several towering giant zombies and rock giants were savagely charging into Team B's formation from behind. Countless green-faced, fanged zombies bellowed and roared, slaughtering the allied forces of Team B like ravenous wolves or a rampaging herd of sheep. This forced them to divert troops to deal with the threat. The zombies' timing was perfect. It was precisely when Team B's allied forces were overwhelmed and unable to respond effectively. It's over. A wave of despair washed over the 4 of them. With that strange army harassing them from behind, there was no way they could establish defenses before the magic descended. Only now did they realize the terrifying nature of their adversary. Despite the enemy's forces being vastly inferior in both numbers and average quality, they were being utterly overwhelmed. Why? A blinding pillar of light erupted, and countless meteors rained down from the sky like the apocalypse. Team B's allied forces suffered heavy casualties in an instant, utterly routed by Xiao Anyu's magic. Lin Ze smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. The pillar of light descended like divine wrath, utterly crushing the B-Team coalition forces. The blinding radiance caused Qi Chang, who had already charged to the base of the city walls, to halt involuntarily. Turning back, he saw nothing but a field strewn with corpses. Countless soldiers, killed or maimed by the magic, lay on the ground, wailing helplessly. Even though it was a simulation, he still felt the pungent smell of blood seeping into his chest. After a moment's daze, his defiant smile returned. Impressive tactics. But even if I'm the last man standing, I'll still breach your walls. He turned once more, his gaze sharpening with resolve. With unbridled fury, he raised his lance and leapt into the air. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the towering spear pierced through the tree men's blockade, slamming viciously into the city gate. The terrifying force shook the entire wall, sending fragments of earth and stone flying everywhere. Qi Qing roared again, driving the spear into the gate once more. The dull thuds, like war drums, snapped the stunned iron floating tower cavalry back to their senses. With a surge of death-defying courage, they charged forward, their voices ringing out as they rushed toward their general. "We swear to follow you to the death, Lord." The soldiers roared like wild lions, charging forward with frenzied ferocity, cleaving a path through the enemy with their blades, fueled by sheer devotion. Finally, with Qi Qing's furious roar, the massive city gate shattered completely. This scene left the lords of Squatta speechless. How could anyone possess such overwhelming cohesion? These soldiers were launching a suicide assault with nothing short of death-defying resolve. Chapter 64, Victory. Clash of Men. Weren't they human soldiers? Didn't they feel fear? Lin Ze watched Qi Qing, now covered in wounds, with genuine admiration. He had completely ignored the trench obstruction, forcibly breaking through a gap and charging into the city like a madman. This man was a true warrior, a worthy opponent. If only his teammates weren't so utterly foolish, he might actually win this battle. But now he faced Lin Ze, and Lin Ze would show no mercy. With a flash, he closed in on Qi Qing, who was mercilessly slaughtering the city's soldiers. What? Watching's got you itching to join in and test my skills? Qi Qing, already bloodthirsty, panted heavily, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at Lin Ze. The Dragon Nation's #1. Let me see just how much skill you truly possess. With that, he spurred his horse forward, raising his spear high to thrust at Lin Ze. Lin Ze merely smiled faintly. His robe fluttered without wind. With a wave of his hand, 6 flying swords descended from the sky, effortlessly parrying Qi Qing's spear. Then, Zhang San led several undying bones charging from behind, engaging Qi Qing's cavalry unit. I never expected you'd be hiding elite troops within the city walls. Qi Qing watched the imposing zombies advance, unable to suppress a silent sigh of defeat. This was a complete defeat in strategy. He had assumed Lin Ze had deployed all his elite forces for a flanking ambush, prompting his own strategy to sacrifice a small contingent for swift entry into the city. But now it seemed Lin Ze had anticipated this very scenario all along. Team B had already lost. But the battle wasn't over yet. Until the last drop of blood was shed, the outcome remained uncertain. Qi Qing's fighting spirit flared anew. He cast aside all other thoughts, consumed solely by the desire to engage Lin Ze in a fierce, unrestrained battle. I will prove to the world that the warrior type lord is the strongest. The human race is the mightiest of all. Qi Qing roared, then raised his lance once more and charged forward on horseback. Battle fervor ignited within Lin Ze as well. Such an opponent deserved his full strength that was true respect. Gripping his long sword, Lin Ze assumed the opening stance of the heaven-clearing sword technique. His long hair stirred without wind, and several talismans silently appeared upon his body. Come on! Lin Ze growled, unleashing a sword technique he hadn't used in ages. The weapons clashed relentlessly as their figures grew faster and faster, colliding ceaselessly like two tireless machines. If the warhorse fell, they fought on foot. If his right hand was severed, he wielded his spear with his left. Lin Ze did not summon his 5 flying swords with sword control techniques. Instead, he wielded only the long sword in his hand, swinging it relentlessly. He hadn't felt this kind of combat in ages. As the battle intensified, both men grew exhilarated. With each clash of steel, their hostility gradually dissolved. Finally, after parrying another strike from Lin Ze, Qi Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee. His left hand gripped the sky-piercing spear tightly, his face radiating satisfaction. Thrilling! Absolutely thrilling! He roared with laughter, then fixed Lin Ze with a burning gaze. You're the first to beat me like this with sheer martial skill alone. I, Qi Qing, acknowledge you. After speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes now tinged with weakness. Come on, finish me off. I refuse to admit defeat. He staggered to his feet, clutching his spear. His armor lay shattered, his muscular frame covered in wounds. Blood dripped from his skin onto the ground, yet he showed no sign of pain. Instead, he stared intently into Lin Ze's eyes with excitement, his defiant expression unchanged. A warrior finds honor in death, not shame in life. This man's pursuit of martial arts was the purest Lin Ze had ever witnessed, worthy of his deepest respect. Moments later, Lin Ze slowly raised the long sword in his hand and slashed it across the man's throat. Not even death could make you surrender? What a madman! An interesting fellow. Lin Ze withdrew his sword, murmuring to himself. With Qi Qing's demise, the battle concluded with this dramatic finale. Everyone stood frozen in shock, the silence stretching for a long moment before erupting into cheers. That was incredible. Brother Qi was such a man. So fiercely loyal. Lin Ze. The undisputed champion. So cool. Who knew he was so sharp-witted and brutally strong? The crowd couldn't help but savor every moment of the final battle, filling the stands with an electric buzz. As the competition concluded, all 10 contestants returned to the real world. Team B's atmosphere was far from cheerful. Aside from Qi Qing, the other 4 members had performed disastrously. Dong Fengzhu's pretty face was frozen in a bitter scowl. The girl who had been called Heaven's darling since childhood had suffered such a humiliating defeat today. Lin Ze. She silently etched that name into her mind, then fixed Lin Ze with a cold, emotionless stare for several seconds. Moments later, she turned and walked away from the battle platform without looking back. Lulian and Jit Sunghai, the brothers, shot Lin Ze a disgruntled glance before turning away themselves. It was too humiliating. They had no desire to continue with the remaining challenge matches. Zhuge Jun, meanwhile, looked as if he wanted to explode with rage but found himself speechless. His eyes remained fixed on Lin Ze, as if trying to etch every detail of the boy into his memory. I remember you, Lin Ze. Moments later, he left with those words. Now only Qi Cheng and the 5 members of Group A remained on the field. Heh, you're quite the talent, aren't you? The title of Dragon Nation's top player is no exaggeration. Qi Qing strode boldly up to Lin Ze, slapping him on the shoulder. Not bad. I hope we can become friends someday. I'd love to spar with you again. He extended his hand sincerely toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze, equally impressed by the man, grasped his hand. Any time. Lin Ze's smiling face was a stark contrast to his godlike appearance in the simulation space. Alright, we'll talk later. I'm heading to the hospital to get checked out first. Qi Qing gave Lin Ze a friendly smile before turning and leaving the battle platform. While death in the simulation space wasn't permanent, it still inflicted physical damage. Once all 5 members of Team B had departed, Team A had little left to fight for. They'd witnessed Lin Ze's insane performance firsthand. Before the match, they might have had confidence in facing him, but now they could only agree that having him on their side was pure luck. At the request of the four, Lin Ze added their contacts, agreeing to meet up for gatherings in the future. With that, the freshman tournament drew to a close. The next day, the judging panel released the freshman rankings based on yesterday's team competition and the upcoming individual matches. The undisputed top spot belonged to none other than Lin Ze. Chapter 65 Rewards. Level Up. New Formations and Talismans. The reward of 8,000 real Huaxia currency had already been deposited into Lin Ze's account, along with a trophy. Beyond that, the rewards from the Lord's World had also been distributed, 5,000 gold coins and 5 types of rare materials. With the materials in hand, Lin Ze's spirits soared. He immediately upgraded Zhang San, who had been stuck at Tier 3 for ages, to Tier 4. Name, Zhang San. Race, Zombie Non-Bone Changing. Max HP, 3000. Attack, 95. Level Up Progress, 0-3000. Mastered Skills, Bone Refining Body Transformation LV1 Passive. With a maximum health pool of 3,000 points, Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, 4th tier stats nearly doubled those of 3rd tier. With 3,000 HP and high defense, Zhang San could now at least survive 10 minutes of relentless attacks from that bronze tier deep sea terror boss without dying. Moreover, he was about to hit level 12, and his refining skill would soon reach level 2. That should unlock new abilities. This would allow him to actively take on monster extermination quests posted by the Academy, accelerating the development of his territory. Lin Ze's mind buzzed with motivation. He immediately took the newly upgraded Zhang San to the terror plains to grind monsters. Experience plus 50. Lord Lin Ze has reached level 12. After a busy afternoon grinding, Lin Ze finally reached level 12. He eagerly opened the system interface. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching level 12. New alchemy recipes unlocked. Congratulations! Your crafting skill has reached level 2, enhancing crafting efficiency. You have acquired a new formation. Would you like to learn it immediately? 3 consecutive notifications brought a smile to Lin Ze's face. He promptly selected yes, and the system displayed an illustration of the new formation. 7 Kill Soul Sealing Formation. Description: deploying this formation channels Densing energy to summon 7 types of malevolent spirits, demons, specters, ghosts, and specters to devour the minds and souls of enemies within, shattering their very essence until their souls are utterly destroyed. Requires an array master of level 12 or above, and an object of extreme energy as the array's focal point. This is a highly potent offensive formation. Lin Ze had heard of it before. Its attacks target souls and inflict additional mental damage. What's even more unsettling is that this formation possesses a unique effect. It completely seals off enemies within, transforming the area into an inescapable prison. It's an exceptionally troublesome formation. Beyond this formation, the system also unlocked a new type of talisman for crafting. Fiery Departure Talisman. Grade, Blue. Required materials, Papyrus 1, Cinnabar 1, Tier 3 Ember Core 1. Effect: summons an unquenchable beam of southern brightness fire, inflicting dual physical and spiritual scorching upon the target. Deals double damage to specters and malevolent spirits. Burning duration, 3 minutes. When applied to a weapon, this talisman extends its duration to 5 minutes. The Li Fire Talisman. As one of the synthesis materials within the 5 elements and 8 trigrams talismans, Lin Ze was quite familiar with it. This unique elemental attack draws fuel from both yin and yang energies, rendering it immune to elemental counters, a formidable offensive tactic. Moreover, southern brightness fire could be directly imbued into one's weapon. While its lethality was inferior to casting it directly, it offered far greater flexibility in combat. Legend holds that this flame is the companion fire of the southern brightness vermilion bird true lord, possessing terrifyingly high temperatures capable of incinerating all impure things. As for the materials needed to refine it, they were considerably harder to find than those for protective talismans or killing talismans. Ember fire cores were one of the special materials only dropped by fire attribute monsters, costing at least twice as much as ordinary materials. Fortunately, the Academy's recent rewards included 3 types of elemental cores, among which were 5 ember fire cores. Lin Ze immediately crafted 3 fire-shattering charms, keeping them on his person for future use. With both the 7-kill soul binding array and the fire separation charms at his disposal, Lin Ze now possessed a wider array of offensive tactics, significantly boosting his overall combat effectiveness. At this rate, I should be able to challenge new bosses on the monster continent soon. Lin Ze thought to himself with satisfaction. He was still thinking about those incredibly practical monster zombies. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye, and Lin Ze had fully acclimated to life at Qingbei University. He attended classes diligently every day, consistently outperforming his peers by a wide margin in every subject, a true prodigy among prodigies. Through his studies, he gained knowledge about the demon realm and the future development paths for lords. The demon realm continent was currently ruled by 8 demon gods, each governing one of 8 major territories. Each demon god served as the absolute ruler of their respective territory, commanding several demon lords as deputies who unified the management of large and small demon tribes. The title of Demon God is reserved for legendary tier monsters of the 12th rank, while Demon Lords are boss-level monsters of the 10th rank or higher. The combined might of those 8 Demon Lords could effortlessly obliterate an entire world. The thought of hunting such terrifying monsters in the future weighed heavily on Lin Ze's shoulders. That day, as Lin Ze was about to accompany Chuya shopping, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures waving at him from the classroom doorway. It was Qi Qing and Xiao Anyu. Since the freshman tournament, they had become acquaintances through conflict, forming Lin Ze's first pair of friends after arriving at Qingbei University. Lin, I snagged a sweet gig. Need one more person wanna join us? Seeing Lin Ze approach, Qi Qing excitedly pulled out a task list and presented it to him. Monster extermination. D rank mission. Reward. Purple divine forged metal? Lin Ze took the list, scanned it briefly, and exclaimed in surprise. D rank missions were the highest level freshmen could accept, typically not too challenging. Lin Ze had completed one before, simple tasks like clearing second-tier monsters for practice, with rewards usually just currency or white materials. But this D-rank mission actually rewarded a piece of divine forged metal. It was like helping an old lady cross the street and then getting rewarded with a Maybach, utterly absurd. And that's not all, this quest also rewards tons of materials and 3 blueprints. Qi Qing said with a cheerful grin. And I've already checked, I doubt more than 10 people in the entire academy would dare take this quest. Oh? Lin Ze perked up. He was about to ask why such a generously rewarded mission was rated D-class. Because the targets are a group of 3rd-tier monsters that invaded the real world, including a bronze-tier boss. That place is protected by both the Heavenly Tao and the Demon Realm. Powerful monsters can't get in, and high-level lords can't get in either. That's why it's fallen to us. Qi Qing chuckled, patting Xiao Anyu on the shoulder as he spoke. We're planning to form a small team to take this mission together and split the rewards evenly. What do you say? Chapter 66, Purge Mission. The 3 lives one-eyed Demon King. So that's how it is. Lin Ze finally nodded. Indeed, with the restriction on Lord levels, an ordinary level 13 Lord wouldn't stand a chance against 3rd-tier demons plus a boss. But Lin Ze wasn't your average Lord. With Qi Qing and Xiao Anyu, 2 formidable allies, they could certainly make a killing. No time to waste. Lin Ze immediately called Chu Yao to explain. She promptly assured him she'd wait for him at school, urging him to stay safe. Her sweet words made the 2 single guys nearby cringe with envy. I'll beat the crap out of you someday. Qi Qing growled, but Lin Ze merely smiled faintly. As if you could beat me. When you do, I'll promise to stop rubbing our happiness in your faces. The trio laughed and joked their way to the Academy's mission dispatch office, where they accepted this generously rewarded D-rank mission. Following the coordinates on the mission slip, they quickly located the invaded area. The trio immediately connected to the teleportation crystal and entered their objective point. Since it was a squad mission, Lin Ze and his 2 companions' territories were temporarily bound together, forming a federation. The mission site was a vast island. As soon as Lin Ze teleported in, he spotted several enormous monsters sitting around a large cauldron placed in the center. The pot contained some indistinguishable substance, its odor causing all 3 to involuntarily wrinkle their noses. One-eyed trolls, 3rd tier. About 300 of them. This must be their tribe. After a brief assessment, Lin Ze immediately identified the monster's level and species. According to the mission intel, there should also be a bronze-tier boss. Better to be cautious. How should we approach this? Xiao Anyu added from the side, her gaze shifting to Lin Ze as she spoke. After the freshman tournament, Lin Ze had become the de facto leader of this trio, taking charge of combat strategy. Having witnessed Lin Ze's prowess, Qi Qing naturally had no objections. Standard ambush tactics. Let me set up the formation first. You 2 summon your troops over here, but keep it quiet. Lin Ze pulled a leaf saturated with death energy from his backpack. This product of the world tree had no other practical use, but it served perfectly as the focal point for the 7-kill soul sealing formation. This formation required the core to gradually gather in energy, so the specific item placed there wasn't crucial, it merely affected how long it took to accumulate the energy. Qi Qing and Xiao Anyu nodded in unison, immediately seeking out concealed locations to connect to their respective domain spaces. 10 minutes later, both armies were assembled, and Lin Ze's formation was fully prepared. Deploying this formation demanded considerable mental energy, but fortunately, Lin Ze's reserves far exceeded those of ordinary people, so he felt no discomfort at this point. Having coordinated several times before, the trio had developed a certain level of synergy. At Lin Ze's command, the 2 charged out to the left and right, driving the one-eyed ogre into the 7-kill soul-sealing formation. Lin Ze remained in place, summoning his flying sword while simultaneously drawing 6 intermediate great killing charms. Clutching them in his hand, he formed seals and chanted incantations. Go! Lin Ze barked the command, flinging the talismans from his hand. They instantly transformed into 6 streaks of crimson light, exploding toward the group of one-eyed ogres currently enjoying their lunch. Since advancing his alchemy skill to level 2, Lin Ze could now craft intermediate slaughter-breaking talismans. Though their power and range far surpassed the basic version, the bonus effects weren't significantly enhanced. Thus, Lin Ze primarily used them as offensive tools. As the red light exploded, several Cyclopes were instantly wounded. The Cyclopean warriors on watch immediately roared, raised their weapons, and charged toward the direction the talismans had been thrown. Meanwhile, Qi Cheng and Xiao Anyu, using the forest cover to close in swiftly, had already flanked the trolls. They charged out immediately, leading their elite troops into the fray. Qi Cheng charged ahead, thrusting his sky-piercing spear into the troll horde and violently flinging two unarmed trolls into the air. Xiao Anyu commanded the Star Clan warriors to engage in close combat while she remained in the rear, continuously casting minor spells. She summoned the power of the stars to strike down Cyclopes with lower magic resistance. Lin Ze had already scouted the area the bronze tier boss was likely not within the territory. Their plan was to set up their formation first, swiftly eliminate this group of third-tier monsters, and then concentrate their forces against the bronze boss. Even if the boss reacted, the 7-kill soul-binding formation would at least tie it up for 20 to 30 minutes. As the battle commenced, Lin Ze finally connected to his lord's realm, summoning his undead minions. Grey light flared as zombies emerged from the portal, growling lowly. At Lin Ze's command, they joined the fray. "My lord, the sapling was meant for you." Zhang San emerged from the portal but didn't rush into battle immediately. Instead, he approached Lin Ze, knelt down, and presented a glowing emerald green leaf with both hands. This too was a product of the World Tree, capable of both single target and area of effect healing. Its healing power was quite potent when used on a single target, something Lin Ze had already experienced firsthand. The little girl had a heart after all, Lin Ze thought, a faint smile touching his lips as he accepted the leaf. Zhang San bowed once more before turning and dashing toward the battlefield. With the zombie horde joining the fray, the Cyclopes soon began to falter. Though both were third tier, the zombies' stats far surpassed theirs. And their numbers were considerable, they would soon wipe out the Cyclopes entirely. The situation was even better than anticipated. The battle might conclude before the grand formation was even activated. As Lin Ze pondered this, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed from the island's forests. Countless birds took flight in panic, followed by footsteps that shook the very ground. "It's coming! The bronze tier boss!" Lin Ze snapped to attention and immediately alerted the two still engaged in combat, urging them to finish off their targets quickly. But before he could receive a reply, Lin Ze suddenly sensed something amiss. There seemed to be another strange aura. No! Not just one. A look of grave concern instantly crossed Lin Ze's face as he leapt onto his sword and soared into the air. Sure enough, racing out of the woods were not one, but three monsters. Monsters Cyclops Demon King Triple Birth. Description: the sovereign of the Cyclops clan, possessing monstrous strength capable of shattering all things and an utterly hideous visage. A man-eating demon lurking within the plains. Special trait Triune: this boss exists as a trinity, treated as a single unit. Bronze tier boss. Oh no! It possesses the rare Triune trait among monsters. Now they face not one Cyclopean demon king, but three. Chapter 67, Death Devourer? Lin Ze fights 4 kings alone. Lin Ze instantly relayed this news to Qi Cheng and the others, simultaneously activating the grand formation while pulling out several Li Fire talismans. Without hesitation, once within the Li Fire talisman's range, he hurled the talismans forward. Primordial 8 trigrams, Supreme Ultimate 5 elements, 4 divine lords, grant me divine power. Southern brightness departing fire, manifest. Lin Ze roared, and the talisman ignited at his command, transforming into a brilliant white flame that instantly shot toward the 3 one-eyed demon kings. The flames instantly intensified, forming an intensely scorching net that enveloped the 3 colossal demons. As the flames roared, a piercing, ethereal cry echoed. The 3 one-eyed demon kings bellowed in fury simultaneously, their 6 massive fists flailing wildly through the air in a futile attempt to extinguish the inferno. But could the divine lord's fire be extinguished so easily? The intense heat completely robbed the 3 monsters of their senses, driving them into a frenzied rampage as they violently pounded everything around them. Several one-eyed giants who had rushed to the scene were crushed into pulp by their own king's fist before they could even utter a cry of pain, a testament to its terrifying power. After casting his talismans, Lin Ze immediately activated the 7 slaying soul sealing array. His hands formed seals, then he slammed them down onto the ground. Great Array, activate. Countless pitch-black chains erupted from the earth, coiling around the Cyclops Demon King's body like writhing venomous serpents, constantly seeping in eerie black mist. Since these two abilities conflicted somewhat, Lin Ze only activated the sealing effect, refraining from summoning the 7 ghosts to attack. Exhausted from the exertion, Lin Ze caught his breath before directing his flying sword once more at the 3 one-eyed demon kings. Seeing their master in peril, the zombies swiftly dispatched their respective foes and rushed back to Lin Ze's side without pause, forming a protective barrier around him. Zheng San, Xiao Yulan, Chen Chun, the 3 of you coordinate and pin down one Cyclops Demon King. Xiao Tian, you and the evil rock giant hold down the other one, just keep it occupied. Seeing his followers reunited, Lin Ze calmly issued his commands. The three zombies and the wolf each accepted their orders, dashing toward the Cyclops Demon King, who was gradually adapting to the scorching flames. After all, these bronze-tier demon bosses possess thick, resilient hides. The southern brightness inferno likely couldn't incinerate them outright in the short term. Still, the flames would prevent them from unleashing their full power and inflict considerable damage. Once Qi Cheng and Xiaoanyu finished clearing out the Cyclopes, the three of them combined would secure victory. Lin Ze analyzed the situation with remarkable composure, his hands moving ceaselessly as 6 flying swords relentlessly harassed the 3 ogres, drawing impotent roars from them. The scattered few Cyclopes couldn't break through the zombie horde's encirclement, forced to watch helplessly as their king was toyed with like a monkey by Lin Ze. Though he'd only advanced 2 levels, Lin Ze's combat prowess had surged dramatically. Now he held his own against 3 bronze-tier bosses. If the academy instructors saw this, their jaws would drop again. Just as Lin Ze had fully seized control of the situation, an ominous sound suddenly echoed. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Ze instinctively turned his head and instantly felt his pupils contract. Monster Death Devourer. Description: a monstrous mutation of the Demon King squid. All 8 tentacles carry deadly venom, and its mouthparts have become razor-sharp. A mysterious predator that devours its prey along with their despair. Bronze rank boss. 3 brown tentacles as thick as water barrels thrashed wildly. Offshore, a bizarre creature the height of a 3-story building silently raised its head, its malevolent eyes fixed intently on Lin Ze. Damn it! Lin Ze let out a rare curse, his heart beginning to race with anxiety. 4. A full 4 bronze-tier bosses. What level 12 lord ever took a D-rank quest that required fighting 4 bronze-tier bosses? Lin Ze cursed inwardly, but he couldn't just stand by. He immediately pulled out several talismans from his backpack and cast offensive and defensive buffs on his stronger zombies. The 3 Cyclops Demon Kings would have to be left for Zhang San and the others to distract. He had to stop this massive beast trying to come ashore for a buffet first. With that thought, Lin Ze soared into the air on his flying swords. No longer holding back, he pulled out all his remaining fire-shattering talismans in one go, attaching them to 5 of his flying swords. Only one remained as his mount for flight. The ignited blades gleamed with heightened sharpness, their raging flames warping the air around them. This approach would cause the equipment's durability to drop rapidly, but Lin Ze had no choice. Going in alone to fight head-on was clearly unrealistic. He could only rely on high mobility to stall for time until Qi Cheng and the others returned to win this battle. With this thought, Lin Ze immediately formed a hand seal and charged into the wind. Clutching his sword behind his back, for sun-like flying blades blazing behind him, Lin Ze stood with the majestic authority of a celestial master. His sword-like brows and starry eyes flashed with icy light as he roared at the Death Devourer. Come on, beast! Though the Death Devourer couldn't understand his words, it sensed the provocation and erupted in fury. For tentacles lashed wildly, aiming to smash Lin Ze into a pile of flesh on the sand. Seeing its objective achieved, Lin Ze immediately began a deft dance of evasion. His flying sword repeatedly sliced through the Death Devourer's body, searing its wounds with the flames clinging to the blade. The excruciating pain fueled its fury, gradually robbing it of reason. Its eyes fixated solely on the human, who seemed as insignificant as a fly. Lin Ze merely smiled faintly. A monster driven mad was far easier to deal with than a cold, cunning viper. Thus began a chase across the beach between man and beast. Lin Ze moved with blinding speed, the Death Devourer's tentacles barely managing to trail his retreating figure. Each time, they came agonizingly close to striking, only to be evaded at the last moment by Lin Ze's lightning-fast dodges. But the situation for the One-Eyed Demon King was far from favorable. Though struck by the southern brightness fire, the One-Eyed Demon King unleashed astonishing combat power. The 3 monsters even coordinated their attacks, leaving Zhang San and the other zombies suffering terribly. Soon, casualties mounted on that front, with several third-tier zombies suffering severe injuries. If this continued, the moment any Cyclops Demon King broke free, Lin Ze's situation would become dire. The zombies now understood this reality and began stalling for time as best they could. In the midst of this crisis, a spear suddenly streaked through the air like lightning, plunging viciously into one of the One-Eyed Demon Kings. Qi Cheng had come to the rescue. Accompanied by a long, drawn-out bugle call, hundreds of human heavy cavalry charged forward in a unified roar, surging like a torrent of steel toward the Cyclops demon lords. Finally, these 2 had arrived. Lin Ze breathed a slight sigh of relief and swiftly activated the Grand Formation. Chapter 68, Victory. Obtaining the blueprint for the Heavenly Flame Feather Sword. The Death Devourer had entered the range of the 7 Slaughter Soul Sealing Formation. As a surge of black mist swirled, chains accompanied by malevolent spirits instantly coiled around the massive mutated squid, eliciting an agonized roar from it. Immediately after, several star magic spells slammed into its body, inflicting some damage. Xiaoanyu returned, followed by 5 4th-tier star archpriests chanting incantations in hushed tones. The 2 were stunned the moment they joined the fray. One man holding off 4 bronze-tier monster bosses? Is this really a level 12 lord? Lin Ze's combat prowess was simply too formidable. Of course, astonishment aside, they immediately dispatched their forces to provide support. After a fierce exchange, Qi Qing spurred his horse back to Lin Ze's side, reuniting the trio once more. What's the plan? Having fully acknowledged Lin Ze's prowess, the two asked in a tone of subordinates addressing their superior. Lin Ze caught his breath briefly before immediately pointing his sword at the three-headed Cyclops. You two hold them off with all your strength. I'll take care of that Death Devourer. As he spoke, he instantly recalled all the undead that remained uninjured. His demon-slaying seal provided significant bonuses against water attribute monsters, making him the safest choice to handle this Death Devourer. For Lin Ze now, taking down a bronze tier boss was no longer a difficult task. Once this troublesome creature was dealt with, the remaining three Cyclops would pose no further problem. With that thought, Lin Ze immediately led his undead army toward the Death Devourer, still being tormented by the fiend. Qi Qing and the others also led their forces toward the three Cyclops demon kings. With the zombies and formations boosting their power, the tide turned. Now it was Lin Ze relentlessly pursuing the Death Devourer. Boom! Crack! Whoosh! The whistling of flying swords cutting through the air mingled with the zombies' incantations and the gnawing sounds. The Death Devourer soon struggled to hold its ground. Its tentacles twitched violently, revealing an intent to flee. Lin Ze wasn't about to let it get away. He took a slight step back, his hands forming intricate seals. Several thick chains shot out, snatching the Death Devourer back. Wasn't it chasing us so enthusiastically just now? Lin Ze sneered coldly, flicking several more shattering kill talismans from his hands. The bursts of energy slammed into its body, drawing a wretched howl from this sea-dominating beast. But the creature possessed truly thick blood. Lin Ze and hundreds of zombies bombarded it relentlessly for a long while before finally inflicting serious wounds. Without the dual restraining effects of the Southern Brightness Inferno and the 7 Slaying Soul Binding Array, Lin Ze likely wouldn't have been able to take it down so quickly. The crucial factor, however, was that this Death Devourer was a sea-dwelling demonic creature. Nearly all its abilities required water as a medium, rendering it powerless on land and forcing it to rely solely on its physical form for combat. Earlier, Lin Ze had lured it ashore alone, and it had assumed he was the only one there. Then, under the relentless barrage of hundreds of zombies and the barrage of array talismans, it learned a harsh lesson. The land is treacherous. I'm heading back to the seaside village. Under the relentless assault from Lin Ze and the zombies, the poor Death Devourer finally met its maker. With its final wail echoing across the world, it collapsed, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward Lin Ze's left hand. You have successfully defeated the bronze tier boss Death Devourer. The seal of vanquished demons is now fusing. It seems this thing can be upgraded. All you need to do is defeat new monster bosses and it'll automatically fuse and advance. That's pretty convenient, huh? Lin Ze pondered this, took a brief rest, then led the zombies back to reinforce Qi Qing and the others. Their situation was far from optimistic. The scorching effect of the Southern Brightness fire had worn off, and the three Cyclops demon kings, driven mad by their severe injuries, had become even more frenzied. The combined assault of the three monsters left Qi Qing and his companions struggling to hold their ground. But they were prodigies after all. One wielded a golden core, the other possessed a mysterious inheritance. After a brief period of suppression, they gradually adapted to the rhythm, trading blows evenly with the three bosses. True to form, Qi Qing led the charge, standing at the forefront of the cavalry and wielding his spear. He single-handedly engaged one of the giant demon kings in a fierce struggle. Xiao Anyu and the soldiers held off the other two monsters. The battle raged back and forth, and it seemed a stalemate would persist for quite some time before a winner emerged. Lin Ze wasted no time, immediately unleashing a full suite of talisman spells that significantly boosted the attributes of both the fighters and the troops. Then, he led the undead into the fray. 15 minutes later, the three sat atop a towering pile of troll corpses, watching the distant sunset fade below the horizon. Phew. That was satisfying. So satisfying. What a thoroughly satisfying battle. Qi Qing hugged his spear, leaning against the corpse of the one-eyed troll king, laughing heartily between gasps. His armor was covered in bloodstains and cracks, yet his hearty laughter carried a hint of battlefield camaraderie. Lin Ze, another warrior-type lord, stood spotless beside him. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. You work harder than my retainers. Why not just become a hero in my domain instead of a lord? At least you wouldn't have to clean up after yourself like this. Get lost. This is nothing. It's just my temperament. I'm not usually like this. The two bantered back and forth, quietly savoring the fading sunlight and the evening breeze off the sea. All the monsters in this domain had been eradicated, and it would soon return to the embrace of the human world. Watching the demonic energy gradually dissipate, a sense of pride welled up in all three of them. They had successfully protected this corner of the world. Wasn't that a meaningful achievement? After a brief rest, it was time for the exciting cleanup. First up was the third-tier water attribute core dropped by the Death Devourer, the tidal water core. As one of the elemental materials, it was an excellent choice for forging weapons or crafting armor. Each Cyclops dropped several power souls, a functional material that could be directly used for troop types or for crafting weapons. Beyond these, the 4 bronze tier bosses and the Cyclops horde dropped numerous other basic materials. After gathering their spoils, the trio teleported back to the academy. Upon completing the quest, all rewards were distributed. The 3 blueprints were the purple tier weapon Heaven's Fury Featherblade, the purple tier heavy armor Dragon Scaleplate, and the functional weapon Ancient Staff. These blueprints perfectly aligned with the specialties of Lin Ze and his companions, so they divided them equally among themselves. Blueprint, Heaven's Fury Feather Sword. Quality, purple. Required materials, 3x rare metal grade 5 plus 1x functional material purple plus 5x feather of the celestial realm 1x elemental core grade 4 plus cloud remnant wind core. Description, a replica forged from the sacred sword revered by the Skyfierce bird clan for generations. It grants immense speed bonuses, enabling the wielder to soar through the skies and become favored by the element of wind. Bonuses, damage plus 120, speed plus 90, and randomly grants 1 wind element affinity trait. Chapter 69, The Challenge from the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Lin Ze stared at the blueprint deep in thought. If his sword control skill were higher and each longsword possessed a unique attribute, wouldn't that mean he could activate a sword formation without any additional items? But he hadn't yet mastered elemental formations. Perhaps he could try it once he did. Lost in thought, Shi Qing suddenly pushed the reward a piece of purple divine forged metal toward him. Take this. Its properties perfectly match that blueprint. It should be just enough for you to forge that sword. Lin Ze froze, instinctively wanting to refuse, but Xiao Anyu chuckled and said, "We owe this mission to you. Without you, we would have failed. Taking down 4 bronze tier bosses isn't something just anyone can do. Take it." He paused before adding, "Also, the academy found out about this and said they'd compensate us 3. Take this stuff, we don't need it right now anyway." Seeing both of them insist he accept it, Lin Ze stopped hesitating. With a slight smile, he tucked the divine forged metal into his backpack. Divine forged metal Azure Cloud. A supreme metal personally forged by the wind god's kin, possessing unparalleled hardness and imbued with abundant wind elemental properties. Quality, purple. With this, the only materials left needed to forge the Heaven's Fury Feather Sword were the 5 Heavenly Realm Feathers. Heavenly Realm Feathers were obtained from the Heavenly Demon Realm within the Demon Realm, home to countless clans descended from heavenly demon gods. This material dropped from their corpses. Lin Ze currently lacks the capability to farm monsters in the Heavenly Demon Realm, so he can only save up money to purchase some from the trading system. As for the Yun Canphone core, the last freshman tournament had rewarded 5 of them. The 1 tier lower, 5 third tier cores plus some cash would be enough to trade for a 4th tier one. After stowing away the remaining materials for distribution, Lin Ze was about to go find Chu Yao when a knock sounded at his dorm door. "Lin Ze, are you there?" A coquettish voice came from outside. It was Ouyanghu, Lin Ze's homeroom teacher. "Ha? What's she doing at my dorm?" Lin Ze froze for a moment but still walked over to open the door. The moment the door opened, Ouyanghu smiled and said, "I heard on my way over that you've once again exceeded the college's assigned tasks. Truly, you're the standout representative of our Class A." With that, she gave a slight smile and shot Lin Ze an admiring glance, clearly pleased with him. However, she hadn't come all this way just to discuss that. After praising Lin Ze a few more times, she finally stated the reason for her visit. "Lin Ze, our Qingbei University is organizing a friendly competition with Tokyo University soon. I hope you'll represent our Class A division in the event." "Would that be possible?" Ouyanghu addressed Lin Ze in a pleading tone. "Tokyo University? Those little Japanese kids from the land of cherry blossoms?" Before Lin Ze could respond, Shi Qing snorted disapprovingly from behind him. "Those little devils love their dirty tricks. But didn't they get their asses kicked by Qingbei University just last year? How dare they show up again?" At this, Ouyanghu's expression also grew grave as he said, "We have no idea what their true intentions are. But the match we had already arranged was suddenly called off. This time, they fielded a team of freshmen who are incredibly strong. In a recent practice match, they defeated quite a few of our own freshmen from Qingbei University. Even Ouyang Jun was defeated by them." "Oh? Is that so?" Lin Ze furrowed his brow slightly. He had once fought Ouyang Jun himself and knew his opponent's strength well. At the very least, an average lord couldn't guarantee a win against this guy. The lords from Sakura Nation were far weaker than those from Dragon Nation. In past youth exchange matches between the two countries, even without sending top seeds, a university team with just decent strength could easily send them packing. How could even the elite from Tsinghua and Peking University fail to defeat them this time? Lost in thought, Shi Qing suddenly erupted in fury behind him. "This is unacceptable. Those damn Japanese are getting way too cocky. Where do I sign up for this tournament? I'm going to shut their mouths." Shi Qing thrust his phone toward Lin Ze. "Lin Ze, take a look. Can you just let this slide?" Lin Ze took the phone and his expression turned cold upon reading the content. "Stupid chinks. You should be kneeling down to serve our great Sakura Empire as slaves. What's this #1 academy in Asia? Nothing special. Put. Where are all the loudmouths from Qingbei University now? Weren't they bragging earlier? Watch closely. See how our Tokyo University freshmen are beating the crap out of your so-called elite. The Dragon Nation's overlord is pathetic. Nothing special. Looks like the Dragon Nation's new generation is finished. After suffering a complete sweep in the training matches, Qingbei University's forum had been overrun by Tokyo University students. The flood of mocking and humiliating comments overwhelmed the forum administrators, who couldn't delete them fast enough. What infuriated him most was that these Japanese brats were also viciously criticizing Dragon Country while lewdly discussing Qingbei University's female students. Their ugly faces made one's teeth itch just looking at them. After reading this, Lin Ze took a deep breath, his own anger ignited. Professor Ouyang, add our 3 names to the competition. We'll make sure they never have the courage to post such comments again. Lin Ze said coldly. Whether in his past life or now, every Chinese person carried an innate aversion to Japan. Now that they dared to openly provoke them, Lin Ze intended to thoroughly punish these clowns, silencing their filthy mouths forever. Ouyang who nodded and said, the competition begins in 3 days. The exchange matches consist of 2 events, individual and team. I'll provide you with the match schedule tomorrow. Train diligently these next few days. I look forward to seeing your performance on the field. With that, she left Lin Ze's dormitory. After she left, Qi Qing slammed his fist on the table in fury, itching to march straight over and flatten the land of cherry blossoms. Though Qiaoanyu was equally furious, she retained a sliver of reason and said to Lin Ze, Tokyo University couldn't possibly have been this strong before. There's definitely something fishy going on. I'll analyze their practice match footage. With that, he turned to head back to the dormitory. Lin Ze nodded, silently sentencing those clowns to death in his mind. In the past, he had always held back during matches. Except for that time when he was hunted by assassins, he had never gone all out in regular sparring sessions. That was because Lin Ze believed such power shouldn't be used against humans, but reserved for annihilating monsters. But this time, he resolved to unleash his full might. He would crush them utterly in battle, showing Sakura Nation the pride passed down through millennia in Dragon Nation. Chapter 70, Conspiracy. The Cunning People of Sakura Nation. With his mind made up, Lin Ze immediately began preparations. 3 days passed swiftly. During those 3 days, both Lin Ze and Qi Qing pushed everything within their domains to its absolute limit, all for the purpose of thoroughly humiliating the Sakura Nation's competitors in today's tournament. Arriving at the competition venue, Lin Ze scanned the surroundings and couldn't help but frown. The competition grounds weren't just filled with Dragon Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation participants, there were also numerous students from other nations. Just as Lin Ze was about to ask his teacher, a shrill voice cut through the air. Oh, my dear friends, please forgive our uninvited presence. We heard your school is holding a friendly match with Sakura Nation, and we'd like to participate too. A black man spoke in broken Chinese to the Qingbei teacher attempting to escort them out. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Or are you afraid of us? His smug grin was downright infuriating, radiating pure arrogance. It turned out that just yesterday, the Sakura Nation school leaders had hatched a malicious scheme. Under the guise of a campus tour, they had colluded with several other universities to gain entry into Peking and Tsinghua. Once inside, they planned to leverage the prestige of these institutions to coerce the schools into adding this friendly match to the schedule at the last minute. This way, their Sakura Nation players could team up with athletes from other countries to gang up on the Dragon Nation students. With their secret weapon from Sakura Nation, if they won this match, China's top academy, Qingbei University, would plummet in prestige and become a laughingstock. Mr. Liu, your Chinese schemes are truly cunning beyond measure. From the preparation area, a Japanese man sporting a small mustache chuckled slyly to a Chinese man beside him who was bowing obsequiously. I hear the top-ranked contestant from Dragon Nation's exams this year is competing. If we can defeat that guy, the world will know Sakura Nation is far superior to Dragon Nation. He burst into laughter, his arrogant demeanor already celebrating victory as if the match were won. The sycophantic traitor beside him immediately responded with a fawning smile, echoing the boast. The arrogant foreign instructors quickly drew attention, prompting several younger teachers to step forward to discuss the art of boxing with them. But then, a deep, authoritative voice cut through the air. Hold your horses. Let go of these fellows first. Hearing this, the teachers could only suppress their anger and lower their fists. The speaker was none other than the current president of Qingbei University. The president calmly approached the disruptive foreign teachers. His naturally commanding presence instantly silenced the foreign teachers, who had been clamoring like partridges moments before. We mean no harm. We only wish to exchange ideas and learn from your esteemed institution. Seeing this formidable president arrive, the group dared not cause further disturbance, behaving like well-behaved students before their teacher. The president ignored the African American who had spoken, instead calmly scanning each face with his eyes. The faintly emanating sharp aura made them dare not meet the old man's gaze, and they all lowered their heads. After a moment, the principal spoke slowly. Qingbei University is a place that respects knowledge. We naturally welcome those who sincerely wish to engage in exchange. But for those who come with ulterior motives, we will meet them with force. Is that clear? There's an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, for friends, we offer fine wine, for wolves, we offer steel guns. As the president spoke, his gaze grew icy. Are you friends, or are you wolves? Though his tone remained calm, the sheer force behind his words sent a chill down the spines of the foreign professors. We are friends. The African leader stammered out in a hurry. He sensed a fierce, battle-hardened aura emanating from this old man, the kind only a lord of at least level 80 would possess. Together, they probably wouldn't even be enough to whet this old man's appetite. Damn it! Didn't they say the Dragon Nation was full of weaklings? Those damn cherry blossom country people. The black man bowed his head respectfully, cursing inwardly the Japanese man who had invited him here. The headmaster snorted coldly and said, "Friends? I see neither friendliness nor respect in your demeanor. You'd better give me an explanation, or else." The principal didn't finish his sentence, instead subtly emanating a powerful aura. This instantly terrified the foreign teachers, who immediately scrambled to curry favor with the principal using various national etiquettes. Some bowed, some knelt, some half-kneeled, and one even attempted to lightly kiss the principal's foot. Of course, that fellow was promptly kicked flying by the principal. Enough. Since you wish to communicate, where are the students? After thoroughly reprimanding the group, the principal finally spoke. Only then did the teachers dare lift their heads to look at him. They're all over there. It was the same African American again, trembling as he pointed behind him at the foreign girls who were practically burying their heads in their crotches. The principal nodded and said, "Have your students get ready." As he spoke, he silenced the hesitant principal beside him with a stern glance. How could this group dare refuse? They hurriedly led the students downstairs like chicks pecking at grain. Once they were gone, the dean finally spoke up, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Principal, what about them?" Before he could finish, the principal cut him off. "I know what you're thinking. You suspect these troublemakers might secretly sabotage our students, right?" The dean hesitated for a moment before nodding. The principal suddenly flashed a sly smile. "Rest assured, we'll win this competition. I'm more worried our kids will get beaten to extinction by those foreigners." His gaze settled on Lin Ze, who was seated in the rest area, and the amused smile on his face grew even more pronounced. Meanwhile, Lin Ze remained unaware of the events unfolding on the field. He had briefly assessed the strength of the Sakura Nation team. They were all just 7th or 8th level practitioners at best, with the strongest barely reaching 12th level. Lin Ze couldn't fathom how Zhuge Jun had lost to that bunch. Had I misjudged Zhuge Jun's strength? Lin Ze frowned in thought. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed a smiling old man had appeared beside him. It was the principal. "Hello there, Lin Ze." The principal greeted Lin Ze cheerfully. Lin Ze hurriedly stood up to bow in greeting, but the principal stopped him. The principal looked him over with a familiar gaze, murmuring in wonder. So much like. Lin Ze was utterly baffled. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the principal pull a strange stone from his pocket and press it into his hand. "Keep this on you. Later, give those little devils a good beating. Don't worry, they won't be able to pull any tricks this time." The principal leaned close to Lin Ze's ear and whispered. Chapter 71, Individual Match. Facing the Sakura Nation competitor. After speaking, he patted Lin Ze's shoulder and remarked with emotion. "Not bad. That kid sure did well to have such a son." With that, he waved at Lin Ze and vanished abruptly, leaving Lin Ze utterly bewildered. Just now. What had happened? Lin Ze stood rooted to the spot for a few seconds, utterly bewildered. But soon, the stadium announcer's voice snapped him back to reality. There was no time to dwell on it. The competition was about to begin. The individual competition kicks off first, with participants representing their respective colleges. The college accumulating the highest total individual points wins. The top 3 individuals from the winning college would be ranked. As this is a friendly competition, prizes are not publicly announced and will be distributed by each respective academy. Lin Ze also noticed that the participating teams weren't just from Dragon Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. There were 7 or 8 countries competing together. But that didn't matter to him. He was here today to beat the crap out of these guys, to make them understand that Dragon Nation's universities weren't places for just any Tom, Dick, or Harry to come and challenge. The match schedule was quickly finalized. Lin Ze memorized his assigned ring number and headed to the preparation area to wait. His first opponent was a little punk from Sakura Nation. The match would begin in 10 minutes. "Bro, go all out when you get in there. Gotta go now." Chi Ching drew a competitor from the United States, which left him feeling rather displeased. Seeing Lin Ze draw a Japanese opponent, he immediately ran over to say to him. Lin Ze smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry. I'll show them the mysterious power of the East." Chi Chang nodded, stood up, and hurried toward the competition stage. But within 7 or 8 minutes, he returned with a look of utter contempt. "Damn it, I thought he was some kind of master. An 8th level lord dares to come here showing off?" I stormed in alone and made that kid surrender. Chi Chung walked back, clearly unsatisfied. Seeing the time was right, Lin Ze chuckled, patted his shoulder, and stepped up to the competition platform. Standing opposite him was a stereotypical Japanese man. His vacant eyes and stiff, expressionless face made Lin Ze want to reach out and slap him. But despite his sleazy appearance, the guy had a temper to match. Slowly, he extended his thumb, flipped it upside down, and waved it dismissively at Lin Ze twice, muttering gibberish under his breath. Lin Ze gave a cold laugh, saying nothing. He simply placed his hand on the battle crystal. "Hope I still see that smile on your face later," Lin Ze murmured under his breath. Entering the Lord's space, this match was again an unrestricted contest, so Lin Ze brought all his zombies into the simulation. This was an offensive-defensive battle. 5 minutes were allotted for deploying defenses before the start, but Lin Ze didn't move a muscle. Instead, he hauled over a recliner, stretched out comfortably on the city wall, and watched the little bastard across the way busily constructing makeshift defenses. The enemy clearly noticed Lin Ze too, flashing a look of contempt. "Bastard! Doesn't this Dragon Nation brat even know how to build defenses? Just lying there sunbathing? How laughable. Just wait till I smash his crystal to smithereens, see if he's still laughing then." Sakamoto Ryuichi, representing Sakura Nation, sneered inwardly. Little did he realize that a true nightmare was about to descend upon him. 5 minutes passed quickly. Though Sakamoto Ryuichi appeared arrogant on the surface, he remained deeply ingrained with the Cherry Blossom Nation's spirit of caution. He quietly dispatched several scouting parties, intending to first assess Lin Ze's defenses before launching a surprise attack to take down this Dragon Nation brat who couldn't even manage basic defenses. Watching several second-tier goblins strut toward his city walls with a blatant attempt at stealth, Lin Ze couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Xiaotian, these are just snacks. Go ahead." He casually addressed Xiaotian, who was crouched nearby. Little did he know, Xiaotian merely glanced at the goblins before instantly wearing a look of utter disgust. Having feasted on delicacies day after day, it had long lost interest in these filthy, stinking goblins with barely any meat on them. Eating these was worse than scavenging in Lin Ze's latrine. Thinking this, it immediately wagged its tail, hoping to charm its way out of the situation. Lin Ze found this behavior even more amusing and gave him a light pat on the head. "You silly dog, you're being picky when there's food available." The Japanese spectators watching the scene couldn't help but chuckle at its carefree demeanor. Has this Dragon Nation kid lost his mind? Our goblin scouts are already at the city gates, and he's here playing with a dog? How ridiculous. And this is the guy representing Qingbei University in the tournament? After giving Xiaotian a few swats, Lin Ze suddenly felt a surge of playful energy. Using the army to beat this kid seemed a bit too disrespectful. Why not take care of this one himself? It had been ages since he'd had a proper monster slaying session. Thinking this, Lin Ze pulled his long sword from his backpack and leapt off the city wall with a wicked grin. At his command, the zombies stationed within the city wall sprang into action. The goblins spotted the commotion and scrambled to find cover, only to be crushed into mincemeat by passing giant zombies with a casual stomp. "Damn it! My level 2 goblin scouts!" Sakamoto Ryuichi, watching from afar, cried out in anguish. These were elite troops from his territory. And they'd been accidentally trampled to death by the enemy. It must be bad luck, Sakamoto thought to himself. Just as he turned to gather some troops, thunderous booms echoed through the air. What's happening? Is the simulation space experiencing an earthquake? Sakamoto Ryuichi wondered in confusion, lifting his head to gaze at the sky, yet saw nothing unusual. Looking down again, he noticed a long-haired youth clad in black robes had appeared before the city walls at some unknown moment. Isn't that the Dragon Nation fool I fought earlier? Sakamoto froze, then watched as 5 flying swords slowly materialize behind the figure. 5 minutes later, Ryuichi Sakamoto stared in horror at the black-robed youth before him, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. Monster! This guy is a freaking monster. In a mere 5 minutes, Lin Ze wielded 6 swords single-handedly, effortlessly obliterating every structure Sakamoto Ryuichi had built, leaving only a bare crystal behind. His pride and joy, the goblin army, had been slaughtered like ants by this devil before his eyes. He didn't even need his soldiers to lift a finger. Terrifying. Meanwhile, after finishing off those third-tier goblins, Lin Ze stretched lazily with a sigh. They were far too weak. It felt like he was bullying children. As he looked at Sakamoto Ryuichi, whose face was already contorted with tears, a hint of amusement suddenly flashed across Lin Ze's own face. Chapter 72, Kneel and Sing Conquest. Since they're here, they should properly learn about our Dragon Nation's outstanding cultural industries. He thought, his face softening as he flew towards Sakamoto Ryuichi, who was sitting on the ground and scrambling backward. Sakamoto Ryuichi, don't come any closer. After 3 minutes of instruction, Lin Ze looked down with satisfaction at Sakamoto Ryuichi, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling. He spoke with a smile. That's enough. Begin your performance. Sakamoto Ryuichi cast a trembling, fearful glance at Lin Ze before clearing his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Version Ryuichi, an individual trainee from the land of cherry blossoms. I will now perform 2 songs for you all. I hope you enjoy them. The entire event was being broadcast live, with every detail perfectly mirrored on the competition stage's giant screen. The The director, who knew exactly what to do, immediately switched the live feed to the largest screen for Lin Ze's performance. Holy crap! What's going on? Master Lin Ze seems so aloof on the surface, but behind the scenes he's a comedian? That's such a huge contrast. I'm dying. You know what? Getting hammered like this actually gives him a bit of a comedic star vibe. Baka. This is insulting. It's discrimination. Do you even care about reason? What about human rights? The last comment was clearly from a Japanese player, immediately shot down by Tsinghua and Peking University students. Human rights? That's just for show. You guys, shut your trap, Jap. If you're so tough, clear an entire territory solo like God tier Lin. Can't do it? Then shut up, got it? Instantly, a torrent of abuse forced the Japanese contestant who had spoken to retreat in fear. Meanwhile, Lin Ze, still immersed in the simulation space, remained utterly unaware that his impromptu remark had caused such a stir outside. Seated calmly in his chair, he was quietly enjoying Sakamoto Ryuichi's performance. Conquered by you like this, drinking the poison you hid away. It must be said, this little Japanese guy had a knack for language. After Lin Ze played the lyrics just twice, he sang them flawlessly, pitch perfect. His hoarse, mournful voice perfectly captured the song's melancholy essence. When the song ended, Lin Ze clapped cheerfully. Not bad. Keep going. Sakamoto Ryuichi hung his head in frustration and obediently replied. Hey! Little did he know that by this point, the audience outside was already laughing themselves silly. Holy crap, Brother Ze, you're so talented. Kneeling to sing Conquer wasn't just a joke after all? Ha ha ha. Well done, Brother Ze. That's how you handle those little devils. The laughter reached the ears of the Japanese teacher leading the group, instantly turning his face as sour as if he'd eaten. Damn it! That damn Dragon Nation brat. How dare he insult the young talents of our great Sakura Empire like this? Team leader Sakata Shunki muttered under his breath, cursing furiously. But remembering his superior's orders, he forced himself to hold back, glaring at the central screen with pure venom. Damn Dragon Nation brat, just wait for your doom. When the team competition begins, you'll become our Sakura Nation's defeated foe. He muttered darkly. Meanwhile, in the battle space, Lin Ze had already taught Sakamoto Ryuichi the second program. Sakamoto Ryuichi pulled a rising sun flag, the emblem of Sakura Nation, from his backpack. He laid the flag on the ground before dropping to his knees with a thud. Smoke signals rise, gazing northward toward the land. This second song carried even greater emotional weight. Kneeling upon the cherry blossom flag, Sakamoto Ryuichi sang, serving the nation with loyal devotion. Originally, Sakamoto Ryuichi had refused to submit to such an act, even at the cost of his life. After all, dying in the simulation space wasn't real death. Why should he do something like this? But after Lin Ze employed a few subtle tactics, he surrendered completely. Lin Ze merely set up a small 7-kill soul-sealing array. After tossing him inside and subjecting him to half a minute of torment, Sakamoto Ryuichi became utterly compliant. The agony was unbearable. Moreover, Lin Ze had specially calibrated the array to inflict excruciating pain without causing fatal injury. Only after enduring that agony did Sakamoto Ryuichi finally submit to Lin Ze's twisted whim, obediently performing his song before everyone's gaze. By the time the song Loyalty to the Nation ended, Sakamoto Ryuichi's samurai spirit had been utterly drained. His eyes stared blankly ahead, tears falling uncontrollably onto the floor. Mama-san, I want to go home. That was the last thought that flashed through his mind. Then, he was lifted by the giant zombie and torn in two. With his death, the individual competition concluded, and Lin Ze teleported back to the real world. The moment he emerged, countless fervent eyes stared at him from the audience. Oh man, I forgot it was live. Lin Ze scratched his head, wondering if he'd been a bit too obvious. On the referee platform, the principal shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Glancing at the judges beside him, who were struggling to suppress their laughter, he couldn't help but chuckle. That kid really went off the rails. But I must say, I'm thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. With a hearty laugh, he turned and walked away from the judges' platform. As Lin Ze appeared, every student present cheered his name loudly. Shi Chang, who had been waiting outside, walked over with a smile and slung an arm around his shoulder, saying, "You kid, I never would have guessed you'd be so devious behind the scenes with that serious facade. I couldn't have pulled off those tricks myself, but damn, that was satisfying to watch." Lin Ze chuckled softly, saying nothing, and returned to the spectator seats with him. Shu Yao had been waiting there for some time. Seeing Lin Ze return, she gave him a sweet smile. The two shared a loving moment in front of everyone before turning to discuss the matter at hand. There's still a team match coming up. I just checked, the format has changed. Originally, only our team and the Sakura Nation were competing. Now, 7 other national teams have suddenly joined. It's a knockout format. Only the team that remains standing at the end will be declared the team competition winner. Xiao Anyu spoke as she pulled a sheet of paper covered in team information from her pocket and spread it out on the chair. Our country is fielding 2 teams, while the other 8 nations each have 1. But based on the current situation, it seems highly likely that students from these countries will band together to take us on. At this point, Shi Qing scoffed dismissively. 8 countries? Those bunch of nobodies? Bring them all they want, they're just feeding me wins. Killing them would dirty my hands. Xiao Anyu shook her head gently and said, while their paper strength is indeed weak, don't forget that during the training matches, our academy's team didn't win a single game against Sakura Nation. I've already investigated. They have 3 exceptionally strong newcomers over there. Their territory abilities are bizarre, something we've never seen before. So I suspect they might be cheating somehow. Chapter 73, Battle Against the 8-Nation Alliance. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lin Ze suddenly recalled the mysterious stone the principal had inexplicably handed him earlier and instantly understood something. That strange stone. It must be the principal's way of helping him deal with those Sakura Nation people, right? If even Xiao Anyu could tell something was off about the opponents, then surely the academy's teachers could see it too. Yet they hadn't stopped the match or intervened in any way. Was it because something bigger was at stake? Lin Ze slipped his hand into his pocket, squeezing the peculiar stone as he pondered silently. The people at Qingbei University weren't fools. If they discovered the problem, they would naturally devise the most reasonable solution. It seemed the key to breaking this deadlock now lay with himself and that stone. At that moment, Xiao Anyu paused, her brow slightly furrowed, before continuing her analysis. Moreover, they dared to do this in a training match because they were confident we wouldn't detect their flaw. I've already checked with the instructor overseeing the training matches, they genuinely didn't notice any violations. Therefore, we must approach this match with extreme caution. Just as Xiao Anyu finished speaking, Lin Ze chuckled and interjected. Don't worry. We'll just play the match as scheduled. Xiao Anyu froze, about to speak, but then met Lin Ze's confident gaze. After a moment's thought, she nodded. Alright, since Lin Ze says so, I have no objections. What about you guys? After spending time with him, Xiao Anyu had gained some insight into Lin Ze's character. She knew he never acted without certainty. If he said this, there must be a reason. The others naturally had no objections either. They were all willing to trust Lin Ze unconditionally. Seeing no further objections, Lin Ze nodded and took his seat in the spectator area with the others, resuming his watch of the match. This team consisted of 5 members. Besides Lin Ze, Shi Qingtian, and another teammate, the remaining 2 were Chu Yao and Yang Na, the tree lord they had partnered with last time. Originally, Lin Ze hadn't intended for Chu Yao to participate in this match, but she had said, if I'm always under your protection, I'll never grow stronger. I want to be your ally, a wife who fights alongside you, not a carefully guarded ornament. Her words deeply moved Lin Ze. He took another look at the strong, kind-hearted girl and finally agreed to Chu Yao's request to join the team. Soon enough, they would have to face the monsters alone. He realized he should help Chu Yao become an experienced, independent lord, not just his vassal. Recalling Chu Yao's words from that day, warmth filled his heart, and his grip on her hand tightened involuntarily. The individual competition drew to a close swiftly. Lin Ze and his companions each fought 3 matches, nearly all ending in perfect victories. However, they did not encounter the 3 formidable newcomers from Sakura Nation. It seemed the opponents had not even participated in the individual competition. The afternoon brought the team competition. Since all participants would compete together this time, only one match would be held. After lunch, Lin Ze and his teammates arrived at the competition venue early. There was a dedicated tactical meeting room on site. They casually picked an empty one and gathered together in unison. Although their opponents weren't particularly formidable, considering the 3 unknown quantities from Sakura Nation, Lin Ze still ran through several simple tactical simulations before the match, assigning specific roles to each team member. Everyone present had witnessed Lin Ze's formidable strength and exceptional tactical acumen firsthand, so they followed his commands with precise execution. After about half an hour of discussion, the match was about to begin. Nearly 50 students made their way to the simulated combat platform on the competition stage. They connected to the combat crystals and entered the battlefield. Given the large number of factions, the tournament continued to use an elimination format. A faction was eliminated when all its members were killed or its crystal was destroyed. The last faction standing would be crowned the team tournament champion. Notably, troop numbers were restricted, each team started with only 50 initial units. After commencement, they could obtain 10 additional summoning slots every half hour. The simulated space was exceptionally vast, with 9 cities arranged in a circle, each separated by 10 kilometers. Additionally, a new mechanism has been introduced, capture. Upon successfully eliminating an opponent, the victor gains ownership of the defeated player's city and all undestroyed facilities within it. The implications of this rule run far deeper than their surface appearance. After successfully occupying a city, the crystals within it would also respawn. With an additional simulated crystal, other teams wishing to eliminate this squad must capture both of their cities. Moreover, each Lord Crystal increases the resources and troop recruitment slots the team gains every half hour. This means that if a team successfully captures a city, they gain 20 troop summoning slots every half hour. This format strongly encourages players to engage in combat. If you merely sit back and watch others fight, your chances of securing the ultimate victory will steadily diminish. The competition has commenced and all contestants are busily deploying their foundational defensive structures. Within Lin Ze's team, Yang Na specialized in defense as a lord, while Qi excelled in offense. The remaining 3 members possessed balanced abilities, making for a well-rounded formation. After deploying their troops, Lin Ze and the other 4 entered the conference hall and spread out the tactical map. To their left stood another team from the Dragon Nation, while to their right was a force from the Claw Hollow Kingdom. Thus, Lin Ze's current tactical plan was to push straight rightward, ensuring the city on the left remained secure. Given Lin Ze and Qi current strength, capturing a city defended by a level 10 lord took less than half an hour. Both being warrior-type lords, their speed in breaking through enemy lines was absurdly fast. They quickly devised an initial plan: launch a lightning campaign. Seize 2 cities first, then decide whether to regroup and recuperate or press forward based on the situation. Once preparations were complete, Lin Ze led Qi and Chu Yao, accompanied by their respective retinues, toward the city of the right-hand nation, Claw Hollow. The competition had only just begun, and most major cities were still busy fortifying their defenses. No one anticipated Lin Ze's audacity. He'd simply marched his troops in without warning. The 5 students from Claw Hollow clearly lacked experience. They hadn't even posted a single sentry. By the time Lin Ze approached the city walls, the 5 were still busily constructing defenses. Chapter 74, Offense is the Best Defense. Within 10 minutes, Lin Ze and Qi had breached the city walls. They'd even cunningly timed their assault, waiting until the enemy had finished constructing watchtowers and other defenses before striking. The 5 lords, barely reaching levels 8 or 9, offered no resistance whatsoever under Lin Ze and Qi full assault. The combination of zombies and iron cavalry proved terrifyingly effective. Those second-tier dwarf units didn't even manage to scratch the surface before meeting their end. After swiftly dispatching Chen Nei's soldiers, Qi shattered the simulation crystal with a spear thrust and placed his hand upon it. A new simulation crystal swiftly rose into place. This city was now firmly under Lin Ze's control. After capturing the city, Lin Ze entrusted its defense to Chu Yao. Both commanders left some troops behind before leading the main forces forward. The second city belonged to the beautiful nation. They were somewhat capable in less than half an hour. Their defenses outside the walls had taken shape, with several sentries patrolling the ramparts. This one looks a bit more formidable. Old Lin, how do we take it? Qi stroked his chin, nudging Lin Ze with his elbow and asking in a low voice. Lin Ze chuckled dryly. How do we attack? Just charge straight in, right? We both brought 4th-tier troops. How many 4th-tier soldiers do you think they have inside their city? He pulled out several protective talismans and destruction talismans from his bag, handing them to Qi. Throw the golden ones at your feet when you're ready. Save the red ones for when the fighting starts. Throw them at the soldiers. With that, he soared into the air, sword in hand, and pointed toward the sentries guarding the city walls. 5 flying swords shot out like lightning, piercing the sentry on the city wall in an instant. 3rd-tier mechanical soldiers. This squad seemed to possess some skill. Lin Ze swiftly dealt with the sentries and immediately signaled to Qi. Qi understood instantly, leading his iron floating tower heavy cavalry charge toward the city gates. With a thunderous roar, Qi smashed the gate open with a single spear thrust. Several cavalrymen streamed through in an instant, charging into the city and unleashing a bloody rampage. Seems smashing gates is best left to the pros. That was way smoother than if I'd done it myself. Watching Qi formidable figure, Lin Ze couldn't help but think to himself. He wasn't idle either, soaring up to the city walls to provide aerial support for Qi. The air-to-ground advantage was absolute. Most 3rd-tier troops lacked flight capabilities. Lin Ze, his hands full of slaughter charms, now resembled a human bomber, frantically hurling them toward densely packed areas. The killing charms not only inflicted casualties on the enemy but also boosted the attack power of his own soldiers. After upgrading his alchemy skills, their effectiveness had increased significantly, making them nothing short of a battlefield miracle. This time, Lin Ze summoned the zombie Xiao Yulan and several spell-casting demon zombies. Zhang San and his group, lacking mobility, were left behind in the main city as defenders. Even a single zombie like him could likely hold off lords with only 1 or 2 4th-tier units. With heavy cavalry charging on the ground and bomber firepower covering the skies, the mechanical clan couldn't leverage their strengths. They held out a mere 5 minutes longer than the Claw Hollow Kingdom before Lin Ze shattered their simulation crystal with a single sword thrust. Those 5 students from the beautiful nation would likely never forget Lin Ze's smiling face or Qi icy spear, even in death. Lin Ze's squad, having captured 2 cities in half an hour, was undoubtedly the strongest force on the battlefield now. This quickly drew the attention of the other teams. Damn it, Kazama-kun, those Dragon Nation guys already hold 3 cities. When do we move? In the Sakura Nation city, a short, slick-looking man addressed their captain. The man called Kazama had facial features as soft as a woman's. With a wicked grin, he pulled a half-broken mask from his pocket, twirling it idly as he replied. Kato-kun, no need to rush. Once the demon is ready, we'll strike. Until then, let those Dragon Nation scum entertain themselves for a while. Lin Ze was currently stationed in the third city they had captured, waiting for the troop class refresh. The first unit refresh would grant them at least 20 units more than other competitors. Combined with the zombies' formidable individual combat strength, this match was practically half won. The only uncertainty lay in what Xiaoanyu had mentioned those 3 suspected cheaters from Sakura Nation. However, Lin Ze wasn't overly concerned. Since the principal was aware of the situation, he wouldn't let their team suffer any disadvantages. Moments later, the simulation crystal suddenly vibrated, a sign that troop slots were refreshing. Simulation crystal reminder: your current available unit summon slots, 60 units. Without hesitation, Lin Ze used 30 slots to summon nearly half of his third-tier zombies. If it weren't for the poor mobility of some zombies, he would have summoned them all. The remaining units would be left to the 2 defenders stationed at the main city. They only needed to rest and regroup before continuing their advance. As Lin Ze pondered this, the crystals suddenly trembled again. Captain, a coalition army is approaching outside the main city. They appear to be preparing to attack. They're a coalition from multiple cities. A brief message flashed from the simulation space. A coalition? Have these foreigners no shame? Forming an alliance so openly? Lin Ze let out a cold laugh, an idea instantly forming in his mind. Copy. Can you hold out for an hour? Lin Ze replied promptly. We can. Our main city isn't heavily garrisoned right now, but with your 4th-tier unit there, we should hold out. Due to their tactical strategy, the garrison defending the city was thin. Coupled with the need to station troops in 2 recently captured cities, the pressure on defensive manpower was immense. However, Lin Ze's zombies were highly effective individual units. With Yang Na's presence, even the allied forces wouldn't be able to take their city anytime soon. Moreover, this was only the first wave of troop spawns. At most, they possessed an army of 70 or 80 soldiers. Such numbers weren't overwhelming, leaving room for maneuver. If they were attacking here, their main city's defenses would inevitably be vulnerable. Why not seize this chance to bypass them and execute a besiege way to rescue Zhao's strategy? Lin Ze made up his mind and immediately asked Xiaoanyu for the approximate coordinates of those forces. From Xiaoanyu's description, he learned the allied forces comprised troops from Yingji, Fran, and Bosch nations. Lin Ze mentally noted this information and promptly summoned Qi. The 2 decisively deployed 80% of their forces, and the advantage of their highly mobile troops became evident. Qi commanded only cavalry, while Lin Ze led an army of flying zombies and demon zombies, their aerial speed surpassing even the cavalry's. Chapter 75: The True Purpose. The Onmyoji of Sakura Nation. The pair charged straight across the central plains, heading directly for the hometowns of the players besieging the main city. Meanwhile, within the Cherry Blossom Nation's city walls, Kazama Shin gazed at the 3 4th-tier units radiating demonic energy before him, a wicked grin spreading across his face. People of the Dragon Nation, taste the terror of the Cherry Blossom Empire. Lin Ze's group had already successfully reached the walls of the English Nation's players' city. Just as he had anticipated, the city's defenses were extremely lax. The garrison consisted entirely of 2nd-tier soldiers. The 2 breached the city walls with almost no effort, shattering its simulation crystal in one fell swoop. The English contestant, who had been relentlessly attacking Lin Ze's main city, suddenly roared in alarm before being forcibly ejected from the simulation space. Only 6 teams remained on the field. Just as Lin Ze and Qi prepared to move on after breaching the walls, a new team suddenly appeared on the plains. Every soldier wore masks and black robes, shrouded in eerie black mist. Their leader was an intensely effeminate man, Sakura Nation's true trump card. Kazama Shin. Mr. Lin, I've long admired your reputation. I am Kazama Shin, the one destined to take your life. This force blocked Lin Ze and his companions as they were about to depart. Kazama Shin floated eerily in midair, smiling faintly at Lin Ze as he spoke each word deliberately. Behold the power of the Ghost Warrior Corps. Before Lin Ze could respond, Kazama Shin erupted into maniacal laughter. A katana engraved with incantations materialized in his hand, and he swung it through the air toward Lin Ze. Launch the attack. Lin Ze reacted swiftly, immediately signaling his zombies behind him. They instantly understood and began channeling spells. On the ground, Qi roared, leading his cavalry to meet the charging black-clad soldiers wielding blades. Something was wrong. From the very first moment of combat, Lin Ze keenly sensed an odd aura, accompanied by a growing unease. These people, they have a scheme. As Lin Ze pondered this, he suddenly saw Kazama Shin flash an eerie smile. Slowly, he began retreating, his katana emitting waves of black-red light. Qi, something's wrong. It's an ambush. Watching a black-clad warrior get impaled by Qi-Ching's spear before dissolving into an eerie wisp of smoke, Lin Ze finally grasped what the man from the land of cherry blossoms intended to do. It's Onmyoto. That guy's an Onmyoji. These ghost warriors before us are likely nothing more than paper dolls. That bastard must be stalling for time to achieve some ulterior motive. Lin Ze's brow furrowed slightly as he raised his hand, summoning 4 flying swords that shot toward Kazama-shin. Yet the blades halted mid-air with an eerie suspension just before reaching him. Then, a ripple like water magically appeared in the air. Was this a preset illusionary array? How did they know we'd pass through here? A flicker of doubt shot through Lin Ze's mind, his unease growing thicker by the second. Though the black-clad warriors could continuously resurrect from mist, they couldn't withstand the relentless slaughter of the zombies in Qiqing. They were on the verge of being completely wiped out. Feng Jianxin, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. He merely chuckled, sheathed his blade, and clapped his hands. Suddenly, an eerie distortion rippled through the air behind and to the side of Lin Ze. 2 figures slowly materialized from the void. Fujima-kun, is everything prepared? One of them, a warrior-clad figure bearing a scarred face, raised his head with a sinister glint in his eyes. Rest assured. This illusionary array incorporates the blood of the king. Even a level 70 lord arriving now wouldn't be able to discern any difference with the naked eye. For the next half hour, no one will know what happens inside. But you'd better hurry, because it takes me a while to draw a substitute paper doll. Kazama-shin said with a sly smile. Lin Ze's heart skipped a beat. In just a few words, he vaguely guessed the other's purpose. Substitute paper dolls, he'd heard whispers of such a thing before. It was a deeply sinister spell, capable of creating an exact replica of its target. Worse still, through some dark sorcery, it could forcibly replace the target's soul, using their body for alchemical purposes. The enslaved doppelganger would obey the creator's commands unconditionally. In other words, these Japanese devils intended to erase both him and Qiqing, turning them into puppets. As Lin Ze processed this, his expression darkened. His hand already reached for 2 fire release charms. There wasn't enough time to set up formations, and neither of them had brought their full forces. Yet they faced 3 enemies whose capabilities remained unknown. The situation looked far from promising. However, he still held the stone given by the university president. Though its purpose remained unknown, as the head of Qingbei University, he couldn't be that unreliable, right? As Lin Ze pondered, the 2 figures charged forward with dozens of soldiers in tow. For the glory of the great Sakura Empire. The warrior drew his sword from its sheath first, bellowing as he launched a powerful leaping slash. Qiqing still hadn't grasped what was happening, but his straightforward nature kicked in. If you don't like it, fight it. Japs? That's exactly who we fight. Qiqing showed no fear. With a swift twist of his steel spear, he parried the blow perfectly. Though he couldn't summon his warhorse for some reason, he showed no hesitation in close combat. After a few exchanges, he quickly gained the upper hand over the samurai. Meanwhile, Lin Ze faced off against Kazama-shin and the other black-clad figure. Both opponents unleashed vicious, treacherous techniques, their bizarre attacks coming in relentless succession. For a moment, Lin Ze couldn't afford to lose focus. Judging by the black-clad man's techniques, he was undoubtedly a ninja. Such assassination-specialized lords were rare indeed. Though not exceptionally powerful, they proved exceptionally troublesome. The troops they each commanded mirrored their respective professions, plunging the battlefield into utter chaos. Lin Ze guided his flying sword in relentless strikes against Kazama-shin, while secretly pinching a shattered kill talisman in his hand. His opponent was cunning, so he had to be even more cunning. Feigning a weakness, he first eliminated the black-clad ninja before focusing his full attention on Kazama-shin. Intuition told Lin Ze their scheme ran deeper than its surface appearance, seemingly concealing some far more dangerous secret. Thinking this, Lin Ze immediately feigned in advance, casually exposing his vulnerable back to the black-clad ninja watching from the shadows. Perfect opportunity. Hidden in the shadows, the ninja Inuyama held his breath, a wicked grin spreading across his face. A poison-coated kunai instantly darted toward Lin Ze's back. Simultaneously, Inuyama drew the short sword from his waist and slashed toward the back of Lin Ze's neck with lightning speed. The strike was cunningly precise. If Lin Ze dodged the kunai, he would inevitably collide with the blade of the dagger. The neurotoxin coating the blade would swiftly render him incapacitated. Chapter 76, Confronting the Sixth Demon King. A cult organization? Yet Lin Ze's face showed no trace of panic. Instead, a smile spread across his lips. It's nearly impossible to maintain a perfect defensive posture while attacking. Even the most skilled assassin would reveal a slight opening in that split second of attack. Lin Ze had been waiting for this very moment. In an instant, he spun violently, blocking the kunai and dagger's trajectories with his 2 flying swords while simultaneously hurling the shattering kill talisman from his hand. Lin Ze's flying swords were a hands-free technique. While controlling them, his hands remained free for other actions. His earlier feigned reliance on manual control was all for this very moment. The mid-grade killing seal Lin Ze had personally forged possessed immense destructive power. As a single target attack, it was more than sufficient to kill a level 10+ lord with no defensive gear. Inuyama Kajinobu was never adept at frontal combat, lacking any defensive bonuses whatsoever. The impact of the shattering slaying talisman resulted in a thunderous boom as he exploded into a pile of flesh and bone fragments. In the final second of his life, Lin Ze's smile magnified infinitely in his eyes. Crimson light completely engulfed him, and finally, the world faded into nothingness. Bastard! Inuyamaka managed only half a Japanese curse before dissolving into a scattered mess of flesh and blood. Who knew if dying within this illusionary array would even allow one to return to the real world? Lin Ze contemplated this as he surveyed the carnage. Then, he turned his gaze toward Kazama-shin. Kazama-shin seemed utterly unconcerned by Inuyama Kaoru's death, still smiling warmly at Lin Ze with an expression of keen interest. Mr. Lin, you truly are a formidable opponent, just as the intelligence reports indicated. I'm growing more and more curious about the secrets you hold. As he spoke, he drew the crimson-black katana once more. The refined smile on his face gradually twisted into madness, and an eerie aura began to emanate from his entire being. Surrender! Mr. Lin! Become one of us, the Brahma Society. We are the true saviors of this world. He roared with laughter, vanishing like a ghostly apparition. In his place appeared a colossal, shadowy figure. I am the sixth heavenly demon king, Oda Nobunaga. A hollow, resonant voice echoed from within the phantom. Countless black shadows burrowed forth from beneath his feet. Hundreds of soldiers formed from vengeful spirits. That clearly wasn't the power of a mere lord. It felt more like a demonic entity? Lin Ze's expression grew grave, a hint of dread creeping into his heart. The Brahma Society? The Messiah? What were these people's origins? Why did they possess powers akin to demons? Could it be they betrayed humanity and sided with the demon realm? How could such a thing be possible? Lin Ze was utterly stunned, but the shadowy figure gave him no chance to ponder further. With a swing of its greatsword, countless vengeful spirit soldiers roared and charged toward him. Seeing this, Lin Ze shed his concealment. He hurled the Li Fire talisman from his hand, murmuring incantations as he transformed into a scarlet phoenix phantom, charging straight into the vengeful spirits. The southern brightness fire swept over them like a tsunami, engulfing every vengeful spirit. They let out piercing, wretched howls before instantly turning to ash. This fire was the nemesis of all evil spirits. It possessed terrifying destructive power against undead and vengeful spirits. To Lin Ze's surprise, however, the phantom remained utterly unaffected by the southern brightness fire. Instead, it shot straight up from the ground and flew directly toward him. Lin Ze immediately commanded his flying sword to retreat dozens of meters backward, narrowly evading the opponent's powerful strike. Feeling the lingering aura of his opponent, Lin Ze began to piece things together. This seemed to be some sort of summoned entity? It appeared that Onmyoji did indeed possess the ability to summon deities or demons to fight on their behalf. But why, in this world, did yin-yang arts persist without Taoist magic? Lin Ze pondered this confusion, already formulating a countermeasure. If it was a summoned entity, then he only needed to find the one who summoned it to easily resolve the crisis. Lin Ze silently resolved, several talismans appearing in his hand as his plan took shape. He immediately recalled Zio Oyulan, who was still entangled in combat with the opposing samurai, and whispered a few instructions before drawing a long sword he had never used before and gripping it firmly. Then, he swiftly commanded the remaining flying swords to radiate outward in a circle, using himself as the center point. This peculiar maneuver instantly caught the attention of Kazuma, concealed within the confusion array. Yet he paid it no mind whatsoever, instead licking his lips with anticipation. This body of yours is simply perfect. Lin Ze, you will become my finest offering. He murmured softly, his voice as devout as a believer's, yet the wicked smile on his face sent a chill down the spine. Lin Ze, of course, never did anything without purpose. The principle of sword summoning lay in forging a contract with the weapon through mental power, enabling Lin Ze to control the flying sword's trajectory with his thoughts alone. Therefore, every flying sword he commanded bore Lin Ze's spiritual imprint. These scattered, whirling flying swords functioned like his eyes, using the spiritual imprint to sense the surrounding aura. They could be completely concealed from the naked eye, but their aura could never be hidden. Otherwise, he would be unable to sustain the spell controlling them in this illusory array. It was precisely because he understood this that Lin Ze resorted to this rather primitive method. The flying swords continuously swept every corner of the array. While evading Oda Nobunaga's relentless pursuit, Lin Ze constantly monitored the feedback transmitted back by the swords. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, Lin Ze detected a peculiar aura. Right there! Lin Ze's eyes instantly sharpened. After pinpointing the approximate location, he swiftly pulled out the shattering kill talisman and the departing fire talisman from his backpack, arranging them into a simple linking formation in a flash. This small formation maximized the destructive power of the talismans, concentrating the explosion into a single point. In an instant, golden-orange light flared around Lin Ze. The fabric on one arm instantly charred to cinders as a terrifying attack shot from his hand. Simultaneously, he bellowed at Zio Oyulan while charging toward the locked-on target. He had instructed Zio Oyulan earlier to hold that phantom figure at bay with all her might until he gave the command, ensuring Lin Ze could complete the kill. True to Lin Ze's expectations, the multi-elemental assault instantly forced Kazama Makoto out of hiding. He attempted to dodge with a flash of movement, only to be forced back by Lin Ze's 3 flying swords. Die! Lin Ze roared furiously. The long sword in his hand, never before used, emitted a silvery white glow and transformed into a chain that shot toward Kazama Shin. This was a one-time use weapon called the Sword of Restraint. Lin Ze had stumbled upon its blueprint in the market, an expensive and peculiar weapon. First, it could only be used once. After activation, it would be destroyed, with none of its materials reusable. Chapter 77, The Brahma Society. Traitors of Humanity. Second, its use imposed severe limitations. The target must not dodge at the exact moment of release for the binding effect to take hold. Lin Ze had originally crafted one out of boredom, stashing it in his bag as a collectible, never imagining it would prove so crucial now. Under the flying sword's threat, Kazuma Fuma was struck by the binding chains. His body instantly stiffened, leaving him helpless as he watched the terrifying combined attack strike him. Yet an amused smile lingered on his face as he looked at Lin Ze with genuine admiration. The next instant, a terrifying energy storm erupted around him, accompanied by relentless bursts of flames. The explosion instantly engulfed his entire body. Oda Nobunaga, who had been battling Little Magnolia, vanished into a wisp of smoke upon the explosion's roar, dissipating into the air. After the terrifying explosion ended, Lin Ze panted slightly, clutching his injured left arm. To maximize the attack's impact, he had forced himself to endure the energy shockwave, resulting in some damage to his left hand. Still, that bastard should be finished. His spell should be over now. Lin Ze stood up, watching the smoke and dust gradually dissipate as he thought. Ha ha ha. Failed, huh? Truly worthy of being the sacrifice I personally selected. To his horror, Kazama Shin's sinister voice echoed once more, sending a chill through Lin Ze's heart. He's still alive? What the hell is he? Lin Ze summoned his flying sword once more, scanning his surroundings warily. Rest assured, you'll be mine sooner or later. I will come for you again. The voice seemed to fade into the distance. What Lin Ze failed to notice was a shadow, barely perceptible to the naked eye, drifting toward the ceiling of the simulation space before vanishing into the mist. On the other side, Qi Qing, covered in blood, shouldered his spear. Before him knelt a corpse clutching a broken katana. Judging by its appearance, it looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s. Damn! The little bastard still had some fight left in him. Qi Qing kicked the lifeless body aside and limped toward Lin Ze. So, old Lin, all taken care of? Lin Ze didn't answer, only staring at his own hands with confusion. Who the hell was that guy? The question echoed relentlessly in his mind. The rest of the competition unfolded without suspense. The competitors from other nations were utterly intimidated by Lin Ze's team, most of them surrendering outright. Lin Ze swept both the team championship and the individual championship. In an instant, the name Lin Ze reverberated throughout the Lord Realm, emerging as a dazzling new star on the rise. Immediately after the competition ended, Lin Ze took Qi Qing straight to the principal and recounted every detail of their encounter in the simulation space. Upon exiting, he had noticed that no one had witnessed his battle with Kazama Makoto. Even the teachers and competitors from Sakura Nation had vanished without a trace. That's the sequence of events. Principal, do you know what's going on? What exactly is this Brahma Society? Lin Ze finished speaking and turned his gaze toward the principal. The principal wore a pensive expression. Those lunatics? I thought it was the Sakura Nation Security Bureau pulling strings. He gestured for Lin Ze and the others to follow him. Under his guidance, Lin Ze entered an office. On the office computer, surveillance footage from somewhere was playing, showing the group of Japanese teachers in charge. Lin Ze was slightly surprised. He had assumed those little rascals had already fled ahead of schedule, but it turned out the principal had apprehended them. The principal seemed to read Lin Ze's thoughts, offering a faint smile. They dared to cause trouble in our Dragon Nation. We never intended to let them return home easily. Now it seems their list of crimes has grown by one more. He stroked his chin as he spoke, then suddenly asked. Didn't you trigger that stone I gave you during the simulated combat? Lin Ze froze, then shook his head. The principal chuckled softly and remarked. Well, it seems you're even more capable than I anticipated. That stone is a sealing stone. I can monitor your status through it, and when you face mortal danger, it can teleport you back to your own lord space, bypassing any obstacles. Inside, I've sealed a 7th tier unit. I never imagined you'd repel that Brahma Society guy using only your own strength. However, he likely isn't dead. What you killed was a puppet clone. The headmaster gestured for Lin Ze to sit down. The Brahma Society is an internationally wanted rebel organization. They believe the demon realm is humanity's true salvation, a group of extreme cultists. They've been dormant for ages. Who'd have thought they'd dare act so brazenly just for you? The principal leaned his head back in his chair and spoke slowly. Lin Ze nodded. Truthfully, from that conversation with Kazama Shin, he'd already guessed the other party couldn't be anything good. A bunch of scoundrels, as expected. He thought silently. After a moment, the principal waved his hand and sighed. This is my fault. I should have verified those individuals' identities beforehand, putting you in danger. As he spoke, a look of genuine remorse flashed across his face. He stood up, preparing to bow an apology to Lin Ze. Lin Ze hurried forward to stop him. He understood the principal hadn't been careless after all, the life-saving device had been given to him long ago. He truly hadn't anticipated the other party would be so bold. The principal paused, looked at Lin Ze, and a relieved smile spread across his face. However, as a freshman, you managed to successfully eliminate one of Kazama Shin's puppet clones. That deserves commendation. The academy will provide both rewards and compensation for your efforts, he said, patting Lin Ze on the shoulder. After that, things settled down. Upon hearing the news, Luo Kegong set aside his research and came to visit Lin Ze at his dorm. Only after confirming Lin Ze was completely unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. The two shared lunch together, during which Lin Ze recounted every detail of recent events to the elderly man, drawing his repeated praise. Good lad. Just as I expected, once you step foot in Tsinghua or Peking, you truly become a dragon among men. Luo Kegong laughed heartily. But moments later, as if remembering something, he added. Oh, right, the principal sought you out. Didn't he mention it to you? Lin Ze froze, asking. About what? About his relationship with you. A hint of amusement flickered across Luo Kegong's face. That old codger, could it be he's afraid you'll come asking for his treasures? He's truly scared stiff by your father, ha ha ha. Seeing Luo Kegong's expression, Lin Ze stroked his chin. Could he be my grandfather? But he doesn't even share the Lin surname. Was my father his illegitimate son? Chapter 78, Reward. The forgotten deity within the domain? Lin Ze was unusually flustered. What are you thinking? He's your father's master, your great-grandmaster. Luo Kegong scolded him with a laugh, then addressed Lin Ze. If you run into any trouble at school or need materials, just go find him. That old codger is notoriously wealthy, don't hold back, ask for everything you need. Luo Kegong laughed heartily, patting Lin Ze on the shoulder. After finishing their meal, Luo Kegong departed. That very evening, the tournament rewards were distributed. The prizes were exceptionally generous, including nearly 10 different types of 4th-tier materials. If listed on the trading system, they could fetch around 100,000 gold coins combined. 4th-tier Nebula Meteorite, 4th-tier Surging Thunder Core, 4th-tier Black Iron. Surveying the piles of valuable rewards, Lin Ze couldn't help but smile. These were solely for him. Other contestants also received rewards, but none matched Lin Ze's haul. With this competition concluded, the semester was already halfway over, leaving the next 2 months relatively uneventful. However, as a freshman, final exams remained an unavoidable fixture. One invasion of the demon realm. Only after successfully entering the demon realm and engaging in combat could a student truly become a lord. Though Lin Ze already possessed the seal of demon slaying, the final assessment requirements remained unchanged. For him now, ordinary bronze-tier bosses and larger demons were practically indistinguishable. A month passed quickly, and Lin Ze continued his routine life at school. He attended classes during the day, leveled up in his domain when free, accompanied Chu Yao on evening strolls and shopping trips, and occasionally gathered with Chen Yeshi and Qi Cheng. His days were uneventful yet fulfilling. During this month, his level broke through again, now reaching level 14. Before the end of the semester, he should be able to break through to level 15. Such progress was terrifying. The average level for a typical freshman hovered around 10. Even at elite universities like Peking and Tsinghua, the average level recorded in freshman final exams barely reached 12. Lin Ze was already approaching the standards required for sophomore assessment, nothing short of lightning-fast progress. During this period, his territory had expanded by roughly double, transforming his base from a small town into a medium-sized city. Its walls and defenses now far surpassed those of his peers, while his lord's hall had evolved from a small wooden hut into a massive castle. As his level rose, Lin Ze gradually realized his domain was far more than just a gray core. Numerous mysteries within his domain, such as the enigmatic creatures lurking in the terror plains and the pervasive aura of death permeating the land, were not documented in any book he had ever read. It seemed these mysteries could only be unraveled by himself, bit by bit. That evening, an ordinary night. Lin Ze had just returned to his dorm after seeing Chu Yao off when he suddenly received a frantic message from Momo. Monsters had invaded the territory. Lin Ze had experienced several invasions before, but never had his sense of impending danger been so acute. He immediately sensed something was terribly wrong and entered the Lord's space. Yet upon entering the domain, he detected no trace of demonic presence whatsoever. Outside the city walls, all was quiet. Yet, every zombie within the domain wore a look of unease. What was going on? Lin Ze was instantly filled with confusion. He scanned his surroundings and soon spotted Momo, cowering in a corner, trembling violently. "Mo, what's going on?" Seeing the sheer terror in her eyes, Lin Ze softened his tone and asked gently. Death. Death God. Momo had witnessed something so terrifying she could barely form coherent words. After stammering a few more words, she suddenly burst into tears. "Oh no! You're the vessel of the Grim Reaper. This world is doomed." Lin Ze was utterly baffled, completely lost in the situation. Just as he was about to ask more questions, he saw Momo suddenly sit up in terror, trembling as she pointed behind Lin Ze. Lin Ze instantly turned with heightened alertness, a long sword materializing in his hand. A tall, gaunt shadow had silently appeared behind him at some point. What the hell? How did I not notice this at all? Cold sweat broke out on Lin Ze's forehead as he stared intently at the mysterious figure. His face was shrouded in a layer of twisted darkness, like a mosaic that made it impossible to look directly at him. Who are you? What are you doing in my territory? Lin Ze demanded in a deep voice, simultaneously activating the grand formation spread across the city with his mind. Your territory? No. This is my territory. After a moment of silence, the shadowy figure spoke in a hoarse voice. Who would have thought someone could actually enter this land? How interesting. The array couldn't lock onto the target. Lin Ze was utterly astonished. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. However, he sensed not a shred of hostility emanating from this shadowy figure. Who are you? Lin Ze paused briefly before demanding. The shadow chuckled as if amused by something amusing. Who am I? Ha 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 ha. Who am I? He let out a bitter, hollow laugh. Ah, I remember now. I'm a pitiful wretch, forgotten by everyone. I am the god of death. The god of death? Isn't that deity supposed to be non-existent in this world? What exactly is he? Lin Ze's pupils contracted slightly as his mind raced with thoughts. The shadowy figure let out a strange chuckle, then suddenly reached out a hand. Kid, you couldn't possibly know me. Maybe in a moment, you'll lose this memory. But as the only being in millennia to set foot in my domain, I'll offer you this advice. Never seek my divine status. Abandon this land if you can. Otherwise, you'll end up like me. With that, the shadow began to fade away. Well, I suppose I should be going. He spoke, then suddenly laughed. If you haven't forgotten me, strive to find me in that crimson plain. I'll be at the heart of the mist. Farewell, boy. With that, he gradually dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished without a trace. Lin Ze's expression grew solemn as he pondered the dark figure's parting words. A deity? The god of death? Forgotten? What on earth was going on? He called this land his dwelling place? A divine dwelling place should be the golden core, yet this place was gray. Lost in thought, Lin Ze suddenly noticed Momo beside him and instantly recalled her earlier words. Momo, do you know that guy who just appeared? Only after the strange shadow had vanished did Momo tremblingly lift her head, her wide eyes filled with terror. He's the god of death. The most wicked being in the world. You'd be wise to avoid any connection with him. Otherwise. Before she could finish, she abruptly clamped her mouth shut, looking utterly terrified. Chapter 79, The Top Tier Auction. Lin Ze couldn't help but frown, crouching down with concern to try and comfort Momo. But she suddenly shot back into her host body and refused to come out no matter what. That guy had mentioned earlier that if she still remembered him, she should go find him at the center of the mist in the horror plains. Could it be that all the monsters on the plains were connected to him? But with his current strength, how could he possibly venture inside? Ah well. That guy didn't seem to harbor any ill will toward me. I'd wait until I was strong enough to venture in before seeking answers. After pondering for a long while, Lin Ze couldn't come up with any good solutions and had no choice but to let it go. He decided to wait until Momo's emotions settled a bit before asking her again. With that thought, he returned to the real world. The moment he returned, the phone on the table began to ring. The call was from Chen Yeshi. Hello? What's up? Aze, you're not asleep yet, are you? Get up quick, I'm taking you treasure hunting. Chen Yeshi's excited voice came through the phone. That guy was a total night owl, always flipping day and night upside down, sleeping during the day and staying up all night. His life was completely irregular. Treasure hunt? I'm not going to accompany you to some flea market in the middle of the night. Just go wash up and sleep. Lin Ze replied irritably, clearly not the first time he'd encountered this. Just as he was about to refuse, Chen Yeshi cut him off. Damn it, do you really think I'm that tasteless? Today's auction is hosted by the renowned Liuli Society right here in the capital. It's packed with amazing stuff. Didn't you say you were short on materials for weapon crafting recently? You should seize this chance to hunt for some. The Liuli Society? Isn't that place invitation only? What chance does a poor kid from a third-rate city like me have of getting in? Lin Ze said half-jokingly. Of course neither of us qualifies to go. But guess what? You've got an overprotective, wealthy godfather like old Luo to thank for that. He said this is your reward for winning the 8 Nations Exchange Tournament last time. Don't worry, he'll cover any overspending. Besides, our main goal is to broaden our horizons. We can't afford the stuff at the auction anyway. If you need materials, head to the night market attached to it. Well, it seemed Chen Yeshi was still riding his coattails after all. With things put so plainly, Lin Ze had no reason to refuse. He thought to himself that the heavenly flame feather sword was indeed only one material short, might as well seize this chance to forge it. With that thought, Lin Ze agreed. 10 minutes later, Chen Yeshi pulled up in a very low-key sedan beneath his building. Together, they headed to the headquarters of the Liuli Association, located in the heart of the capital and renowned as the Dragon Nation's treasure vault. Upon arrival, the place lived up to its reputation. Even Lin Ze, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never witnessed such opulence. It resembled an ancient castle carved from exquisite, opulent artworks, leaning heavily toward a vintage aesthetic. The unique cultural essence of the Dragon Nation made the place feel like an imperial palace from ancient times. Even the stone pathways at the entrance were meticulously crafted, revealing faintly carved patterns upon closer inspection. Having rushed over without changing, Lin Ze arrived in his everyday attire, looking decidedly out of place. Chen Yeshi had been sporting shorts and flip-flops ever since returning to the capital. His normally handsome face somehow managed to give off a distinctly unrefined vibe with that outfit. But both men were easygoing types, so they strode in without a second thought. Upon entering, a long commercial corridor stretched before them. Lin Ze was about to look for a shop selling celestial feathers when he suddenly spotted a familiar face. He tried desperately to hide it, but couldn't mask the thick aura of sleaziness radiating from the man. Wasn't that the same jerk senior who had harassed Chu Yao during orientation? What was he doing here? Chen Yeshi beside him noticed Lin Ze's gaze and assumed he'd spotted something valuable. Following his line of sight, she looked over. Ha! Isn't that someone from our academy? What's his name again, Wang Kai? Do you know him, Aze? Seeing Lin Ze staring at the lecherous senior for a few moments, Chen Yeshi asked curiously. Lin Ze shook his head and replied. We have a bit of history. At the start of the semester, he harassed Yao Yao in the West cafeteria and even threatened us, telling us to wait and see. All bark and no bite. He never actually caused trouble for us after that. Forget it, let's go. Lin Ze finished speaking and prepared to go explore, but Chen Yeshi wasn't having it. Lin Ze was his best friend. And who was Chu Yao? She was practically his sister-in-law. How dare Wang Kai bully the two of them? Chen Yeshi instantly perked up, grabbing Lin Ze and pulling him over. What a joke. Who did he think he was? Chen Yeshi might be low-key, but he was a bona fide scion of a wealthy family. How could a mere nobody like Wang Kai afford to cross him? As soon as they approached, Wang Kai promptly recognized Chen Yeshi and greeted him. Oh, Brother Chen, you're here at the Liuli gathering too? And this gentleman is. But his smile froze the moment he recognized Lin Ze's face, his expression turning awkward. Back when Lin Ze had first enrolled, Wang Kai had indeed considered seeking revenge. But Lin Ze had gone on to win both the freshman tournament and the 8 Nations exchange competition, establishing himself as the strongest freshman in the entire class. That instantly drained Wang Kai of any nerve to cause trouble for Lin Ze. Just thinking about Lin Ze's terrifying performance in those competitions made him want to go back in time and slap himself twice. Going against such a monster was tantamount to suicide. Fortunately, Lin Ze wasn't the petty, vindictive type and had never sought revenge. Now, seeing him actually accompanying Chen Yeshi ranked among the top 10 sophomores to such events, Wang Kai's urge to slap himself reached an all-time high. The guy actually had connections and background. He thought, immediately switching to a fawning expression. Oh my, what a coincidence. Isn't this Junior Lin Ze? Lin Ze was amazed by the speed of this guy's transformation, shaking his head silently without responding. Lin Ze's silence made Wang Kai feel even more awkward. If word got out about this in a place like this, he'd lose face big time. Chen Yeshi sneered coldly. So you actually know us brothers? Heard young Master Wang's quite the big shot at Tsinghua and Peking? Not only openly threatening juniors, but also trying to get their girlfriends to accompany you? The final "ha" was delivered with such intense accusation that Wang Kai immediately shuddered. Oh my, Brother Chen, it's all a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dare. Misunderstanding. Wang Kai scrambled to apologize, groveling to Lin Ze with repeated pleas of misunderstanding and I'm sorry, making Chen Yeshi almost feel awkward continuing his scolding. Alright, this was indeed my fault. I shouldn't have been so blind as to speak disrespectfully to Junior Lin's girlfriend. Since you're here buying materials today anyway, Junior Lin can pick any material under 50,000 Huaxia currency, and I'll cover it as an apology. How does that sound? Chapter 80, Rare Refining Materials? Wang Kai was actually quite sensible. He knew that admitting fault required more than just words. He promptly pulled out his bank card and addressed Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi earnestly. The kid was quite the smooth operator. Seeing his submissive demeanor now, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogant bravado, Lin Ze couldn't help but find it amusing. If this guy had been castrated and sent to the palace in ancient times, he'd definitely have become a notorious eunuch like Wei Zhongxian. With that thought, Lin Ze nodded and smiled. Well then, thank you for your kindness, Senior Wang. Wang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Ze finally spoke. Not at all. It's all my fault. Here, take this money. The pin is 6/8. I'll treat you to a meal later to make it up to you. He handed Lin Ze the 50,000 yuan he'd just scraped together for this month's spending money, forcing a smile despite the pain it caused him. Lin Ze didn't really need this 50,000, but Chen Yeshi snatched it away with a cold snort. Good for you for knowing your place. Remember this. Lin Ze is my brother. Think before you speak next time. Now get lost. Only then did Wang Kai leave, relieved as if granted a pardon. After this minor incident, Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi focused on selecting the materials and items they needed, planning to enter the auction hall once it officially began to see what treasures China's most prestigious auction house had to offer. Soon, Lin Ze located a shop selling heavenly realm feathers. After some bargaining, he secured the 5 feathers required to forge the Heavenly Fury feather sword at a price of 11,000 huaxia coins per feather. With all materials gathered, the auction commenced. Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi entered together, settling into a rather elegant private room. Securing 2 VIP room passes for such an exclusive venue proved that Grandpa Luo's influence was far greater than he had imagined. Surveying the refined surroundings of the private room, Lin Ze couldn't help but think to himself. Soon, the auction commenced. Following the auctioneer's flattering introduction, 2 young women dressed in kipeos carried the first item onto the exhibition hall stage. From their private booth, Lin Ze and the others could see the auction floor clearly through a one-way window in front of them and a LCD screen mounted on the left wall. The first item on the block caught Lin Ze off guard, a legendary grade weapon. Though slightly damaged, its grade was undeniably golden. Its price tag was equally formidable. The opening bid was 3 million huaxia currency, with a minimum increment of 100,000 huaxia currency per bid. Noticing Lin Ze's reaction, Chen Yeshi chuckled beside him. Don't be fooled by its gold color. Its practical value is at most purple grade. Otherwise, they wouldn't completely skip explaining its functions and advantages, instead repeatedly emphasizing its quality and bonuses. Experts wouldn't bid on this kind of thing. It's just for show, bought by minor families. The later items in an auction are usually the best. This one's probably just filler. Ah, so that's it, Lin Ze nodded thoughtfully. True to his words, the subsequent auction items grew increasingly valuable, with final bids steadily surpassing the 100 million mark. Each was a rare treasure or material seldom seen on the market. At first, Lin Ze was still interested in taking a look, but by the end, he had grown numb. He couldn't afford them anyway, so what was the point of looking? As he pondered this, a faint stir suddenly arose from the exhibition hall. Ha! Lin Ze followed the sound and stared blankly for a moment. The third-to-last exhibit was actually a desiccated corpse? And there was a broken sword stuck in its chest? As he studied the images and panoramic views of the exhibition hall, a familiar sensation suddenly washed over Lin Ze. Just then, the system suddenly popped up another notification. Detected rare alchemical materials near host. Rare alchemical materials? Lin Ze's interest was instantly piqued, and he began listening to the exhibition hall host's introduction. This corpse is the mysterious body of a demigod who fell into a world rift. The broken blade on its body is also highly likely to be a legendary weapon. Many of you may be wondering, what exactly is the purpose of this corpse? The host spoke, flashing the audience an inscrutable smile. The screen flickered again, revealing a clearer photograph to the audience. In the footage, a towering soldier raised his greatsword with all his might, delivering a fierce blow toward the desiccated corpse. Yet the strike was completely repelled by a dark purple aura. The powerful blow didn't even leave a dent on the corpse. As you can see, this corpse seems to contain some powerful force. It's highly likely a fusion-type equipment. The value of fusion equipment surely needs no further explanation, right? The host's words drew soft chuckles from the audience. Fusion equipment wasn't something easily found. If Liuli had a way to confirm it truly contained fusion equipment, why would she need to put it up for sale? Such artifacts, capable of binding to their masters, numbered fewer than 5 in the entire world. How could anyone possibly put one up for sale? Setting that aside, even the broken sword on the corpse was probably worth more than this useless body. Who knows what Liuli was thinking? Only a sucker would pay to bid on such a thing. As a necromancer lord, Chen Yeshi had studied corpses and souls extensively. He spotted the problem at a glance. That thing is definitely not a fusion-type mythical equipment. That cloud of mist is inherent to the corpse itself. This junk? Probably only those research institute lords would buy it. It's utterly useless to ordinary lords. Chen Yeshi cut straight to the heart of the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's heart stirred, and he immediately considered making a move. If the system deemed it a special alchemical ingredient, it must contain some powerful ability. He must acquire it at all costs. As Lin Ze pondered this, bidding had already commenced in the exhibition hall. It seemed the Liuli Association also recognized the item's limited value. The probability of obtaining that so-called fusion mythic equipment was likely less than 1 in 1,000. Had it not been sitting idle for so long, they wouldn't have put this pure intelligence tax item up for sale. Thus, their starting bid was set modestly 1 million. Nearly everyone present was here for materials or gear to boost combat power. No one wanted to buy some inexplicable desiccated corpse for research. For a moment, not a single bid was placed. The auctioneer surveyed the crowd on stage and sighed inwardly. This thing had been discovered by some lord in an ancient human ruin in the demon realm. After changing hands several times, it ended up with the Liuli Association, where it had failed to sell after 8 consecutive auctions. It seemed likely this ninth auction would also end unsold. Just as he pondered this, the numbers on the screen suddenly flickered. Chapter 81, Divine Zombie and the Legendary Weapon, the Grey Nethersword. VIP bidder number 3, adding 10,000. The auctioneer instantly burst into ecstatic shouts. 10,000 more. Current bid, 1,010,000. Any other VIPs willing to raise the stakes? Just as everyone wondered which sucker would spend $1 million on a piece of junk, the auctioneer swiftly completed 3 more calls and immediately tapped the gavel on the table. Sold for 1,100,000. Congratulations to this VIP. Finally sold that thing. The host was now teary-eyed with joy, silently thanking this sucker in his heart. This mysterious sucker was none other than Lin Ze. He had just double-checked with the system, confirming the corpse's immense alchemical value, and decisively bid an extra 10,000. To his surprise, no one else competed with him, and he won the bid outright. Chen Yeshi beside him stared at him in astonishment. "Joe, why are you buying this thing? Do you really believe there's some mythical equipment inside?" Lin Ze chuckled softly, shook his head, and gave a mysterious wink. "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. To others, it's worthless junk, but to me, it's a treasure." Chen Yeshi scratched his head, shrugged helplessly, and let it go. Lin Ze barely paid attention to the rest of the auction, his mind entirely focused on receiving that strange desiccated corpse once it concluded. As soon as the auction concluded, he rushed to pay for it, then entered the Lord's space to complete the transaction. Name? Race? Description: a mysterious, weathered corpse that has endured countless millennia, seemingly belonging to a powerful ruler of some ancient tribe. Grade: Gray. To Lin Ze's surprise, the corpse actually had an entry. After examining it, Lin Ze immediately summoned the system. Ding! Rare craftable material detected. Proceed with crafting immediately? Lin Ze promptly selected yes. Refining in progress. Due to the material's unique properties, the refinement process will take considerable time. Please wait patiently, host. Refining in progress? Estimated time, 52 minutes. This was the first time a refinement would take nearly an hour, so Lin Ze decided to exit the Lord's space for now. After declining Chen Yeshi's nightclub invitation, Lin Ze returned to his dorm. After a quick bite to eat, 50 minutes had nearly passed. Lin Ze re-entered the Lord's space. Congratulations, host. You have completed a special refinement. Gained 50 refining experience. Materials obtained from this refinement. 1x broken legendary weapon, Grey Nethersword. 5th tier metamorphosis stone 3. Special zombie 1. As the system prompt faded, the once withered corpse regained its luster. The broken sword embedded in its chest detached and fell to the ground. Name, Curse Mist. Race, Divine Race Zombie. Tier, Tier 2. Max HP, 1200. Attack, 103. Distance to next rank, 1000. Mastered skills, Death Judgment LV1. Special trait Divine Bloodline. This unit possesses the blood of the gods, is immune to all fear effects, and can utilize any skill. This trait's effect increases with rank. Description: a 1,000-year-old descendant of the divine race, whose soul was partially resurrected by a peculiar force, transforming into a zombie. This attribute panel genuinely startled Lin Ze. But a Tier 2 unit's stats are practically on par with normal Tier 3 or 4 units. And with these 2 game-breaking skills, this thing could practically be raised as a boss. Most crucially, this zombie lacks a Tier 3 branch path. Meaning from Tier 1 to Tier 3, it could learn all skills from the 4 major zombie classifications simultaneously. Although it required significantly more experience to level up, its formidable stats and skills more than compensated for this drawback. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction before picking up the broken legendary weapon. Weapon: Ashen Netherblade incomplete. Grade: Gold. Description: a mysterious weapon originating from the netherworld, serving as the key between the mortal realm and hell. It possesses terrifying supernatural power, though it now lies in shambles. Bonuses: plus 158 damage plus 10% lifesteal. Special property Soul Devourer. This weapon deals half soul damage and half physical damage. Each attack applies 1 layer of soul scar mark. Killing enemies bearing this mark seizes their soul. Special property Soul Wielding Blade. Captured souls can be used to repair the ash-shrouded sword. This weapon also serves as a lower-tier synthesis material for a certain ancient divine weapon, possessing the ability to bind the user's soul. Special property Annihilation. Excess souls seized can be stored within the sword, enabling the use of Annihilation series special techniques. Oh, it can actually be repaired. And it deals dual physical and soul damage. Lin Ze instantly felt that spending $1 million was well worth it. A golden weapon, a powerful zombie, and some ancient materials, these alone would easily fetch over 50 million on the market. And Lin Ze had secured it all for just 1 million. Seems like he should make a habit of browsing auctions more often. A smile spread across Lin Ze's face. Additionally, he had entrusted Chen Yeshi to find a dwarf lord to forge the heaven-shattering feather sword, which would be completed by tomorrow morning. Lin Ze had added numerous rare materials to this heavenly flame feather sword. Though it was only purple grade, its practicality was absolutely on par with a golden weapon. With a smile, Lin Ze exited the Lord's space and collapsed onto his dorm bed, falling fast asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Ze received the finished Heaven's Fury Feather Sword, now stored within the Lord's crystal. Weapon, Heaven's Fury Feather Sword. Quality, purple. Description, a replica forged from the divine sword revered by the Skyfierce bird clan for generations. Grants immense speed bonuses, allowing the wielder to soar through the skies and become favored by the element of wind. Bonuses, damage plus 130, speed plus 30%. Special property Cloud Chase, the wielder may expend mental energy to fly. Special attack Split Sky, the wielder can expend mental energy to unleash wind elemental sword chi, inflicting slashing damage on targets. Lin Ze's luck was quite favorable, as he gained two forms of wind's favor, flight ability and a special attack. Flight itself wasn't particularly useful. Lin Ze could already fly using his sword riding technique, but the speed boost should be quite beneficial. The wind element slash might seem rather standard, but don't forget Lin Ze's sword riding technique has armor piercing effects. Combined with the slash's slashing effect, wouldn't the zombies just bite into it? Stowing the weapon in his backpack, Lin Ze now felt confident that bronze tier bosses were no longer a challenge. Now, he just had to wait until after the final exams, when he'd officially gained permission to enter the demon realm. Then he could gradually expand his troop attributes and march toward that legendary demon god. Chapter 82, Monster Invasion. Boss, Malignant Rock King. Time flew by, and a month later, the final assessment was less than a week away. The weather had gradually turned cold. The capital's winters were always gray and gloomy, casting a melancholy air. Lin Ze made rapid progress this month. Not only did he reach level 15, but his domain also ascended to level 14, its area now approaching 10,000 square kilometers. The number of zombies within his domain had surged by over 200. He now commanded more than 100 third-tier zombies and nearly 20 fourth-tier zombies. The total number of troops within the domain had now reached over 400. Lin Ze had even divided them into separate units, assigning each of the original 3 zombies to lead a squad, while the monster zombies were placed under Xiao Tian's command. As their level increased, the zombies' intelligence grew significantly. They could now actively learn the tactics and military strategies Lin Ze had laid out, and they were gradually developing some human-like emotions. Surveying the gradually flourishing domain, Lin Ze couldn't help but recall his very first day here. Back then, the domain had been utterly lifeless. Though it still felt that way now, after living here for so long, it somehow seemed more vibrant. Lost in thought, Lin Ze suddenly heard a trembling vibration emanate from the Lord's crystal. Then came tremors like meteorites striking the earth, as if a god were furiously hammering the ground in rage. Warning! High-risk monsters are invading your territory. Ha! Monster invasion? And a high-risk one at that? Such an alert had never appeared before. Lin Ze instantly grew alert, climbing the watchtower atop the city walls to survey the direction of the sound. A massive yellow portal had materialized within Lin Ze's domain. The towering, grayish-brown silhouette allowed him to instantly recognize this familiar monster. Rock giants. These rock giants were all 3rd tier or higher. There were even several 4th tier rock giants. But that wasn't all. Leading this horde of monsters stood an even more imposing, gray-brown giant. That was a boss-level malignant rock giant. Monster Malignant Rock King. Bronze tier boss. Description: the oldest boulder in the Demon Melody Mountains, reigning as the king among evil rock giants. Possesses an indestructible physique and unparalleled brute strength. Special trait Unbreakable. This unit possesses 50% resistance to mental and magical attacks, while also granting an 8% defense boost to all monsters of the same species. Reading this special trait description, Lin Ze couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Rock giants already dominated their domain with formidable physical defense, their weakness being magic and psychic attacks. Yet this bronze tier boss was immune to 50% of magical and psychic attacks. Wasn't that practically invincible? As the 3rd-ranked species on the monster hierarchy, this bronze tier boss likely possessed stats comparable to weaker silver tier bosses. However, the boost to the demon-slaying seal this creature granted was likely beyond imagination. Defeating this creature would unlock the ability to summon the evil rock giant clan for zombie alchemy. Back when facing that group of 2nd-tier evil rock giants, Lin Ze barely managed to defeat them by relying on the unique properties of corpse poison. Now, both in numbers and level, this far surpasses that encounter. This will undoubtedly be a brutal battle. Lin Ze instantly shifted into combat mode, issuing command after command. Simultaneously, he retrieved several talismans from his backpack, attaching single-target protective charms to each of the 4th-tier zombies. As a relatively wealthy lord now, the materials for crafting talismans were practically negligible expenses. Feeding the zombies, however, was the real financial drain. After stacking the buffs, Lin Ze activated the Grand Formation on the city wall, enhancing the attributes of his soldiers. The 7-kill soul binding formation was an instant array. Once deployed, it required constant mental energy to sustain. Therefore, Lin Ze did not immediately set up the complete formation. Instead, he pre-positioned all array points except the core. This allowed him to begin charging the formation immediately upon placing the core. With preparations complete, Lin Ze drew the two newly acquired long swords. With a flick of his fingers, several blue blades flew out from the Lord's Hall behind him, swiftly forming a protective circle around his back. His sword control technique had reached level 5, allowing him to command up to 10 swords simultaneously. He could even begin to manifest the rudimentary form of the 10,000 swords converging as one technique. The rock giant's speed across the plain was no slouch, and they were closing in on Lin Ze's city walls at an alarming rate. Without needing Lin Ze's command, Little Magnolia soared into the air with a demonic zombie and a flying zombie, launching the first wave of interception against the rock giants from above. Several spells, saturated with the aura of death, were unleashed. Interwoven with the flying zombie's weakness curse and death curse, they instantly slowed the seemingly unstoppable horde of rock giants. But the leading rock giant king remained almost entirely unaffected, letting out a deep, muffled roar. "Damned humans! How dare you harm my kin?" To Lin Ze's astonishment, this creature could actually speak. Typically, monsters required at least a 6th tier level of sentience to speak human language. Yet this wicked rock king, barely a 4th tier, already possessed the ability to speak. Truly worthy of its rank as the third most powerful monster on the demon beast list. Lin Ze thought to himself, his hands never stopping. With a flick of his wrist, 8 flying swords shot out from behind him, streaking straight toward the evil rock king. Lin Ze himself stepped onto the Heaven's Fury Feather Sword, soaring steadily into the air. Empowered by the Heaven's Fury Feather Sword, his flight speed doubled compared to before, while the mental energy required for sword riding actually decreased. He could now even hover in midair without standing on the sword, relying solely on the Heavenly Flame Feather Sword's abilities. Gazing at the wicked rock king's hideous visage, Lin Ze showed not a trace of fear. Instead, his heart burned with battle fervor. "Demons and spirits, ghosts and specters, listen to my command. 7 slaughter soul binding. Release!" Lin Ze roared, jabbing his finger at the evil rock king with the array eye in his hand. Within 50 meters of him, a dense black mist erupted instantly. Above the fog, 7 eerie shadows of varying forms lunged at the evil rock king with claws outstretched. The remaining evil rock giants could be left to Zhang San and Little Yulan to handle. With their current strength, even if they couldn't defeat their opponents, holding them off for a short time was entirely feasible. Defeating their leader first would surely shatter the rock giants' morale. This was knowledge Lin Ze had learned in class. When attacking a monster tribe, prioritizing the elimination of their leader would weaken the monster's will to fight and disrupt the buff effects they granted their pack. Most monster bosses grant mutual buffs when fighting alongside their pack. Chapter 83, The Fierce Battle Against the Evil Rock King. The saying "shoot the horse first to stop the rider, capture the leader to subdue the bandits" originated precisely from this principle. Seeing the evil rock king entangled by the 7-kill soul binding array, Lin Ze swiftly drew several killing charms, sandwiching a departing fire charm between them, and hurled them directly at the evil rock king. This was a new technique he had discovered, one that maximized the effects of the shattering seal and the separating fire seal, dealing immense damage. It could nearly instantly kill 3rd-tier monsters and severely wound 4th-tier ones. Yet when such an attack struck the evil rock king, it seemed to inflict little serious damage. Instead, it utterly enraged this monarch forged from piled-up rocks. "You despicable human! Die!" The evil rock king roared, slamming his fist violently into the ground. In an instant, the world shook as if doomed, earth elements surged like waves from the ground, and sharp stone spikes erupted layer upon layer like bamboo shoots after rain. The terrifying destructive force instantly shattered Lin Ze's defensive wall. 10-meter-tall rock spikes pursued Lin Ze as he broke through the ground. Fortunately, Lin Ze's speed was already extreme. He flickered and dodged the attack. What a terrifying attack! Was this the power of the Earth Elemental Masters? Lin Ze couldn't help but be stunned by the sheer power of that single punch. But it wasn't over. Seeing Lin Ze dodge the strike, the malignant rock king grew even more frenzied, smashing another fist into the ground and instantly shattering it. Next, it plunged both hands into the earth, yanked with all its might, and lifted a massive boulder 3 or 4 times its own size. It hurled it at Lin Ze with all its strength. The colossal boulder tore through the air like a meteor, hurtling toward Lin Ze at a speed surpassing even a falling meteorite. This attack covered a much wider area, leaving Lin Ze no room to dodge. Even if he dodged, the city and zombies behind him wouldn't withstand the blow. He had no choice but to take it head-on. Lin Ze snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes. He took a step back, gripped the Tianlai Feather Sword, and immediately activated its special effect too, Sky-Splitting. Sky-Piercing Void Slash. Lin Ze channeled his full spiritual energy into the weapon, holding the sword horizontally before him as he gathered power. Restless wind elements gradually erupted from the blade's surface. A sharp aura continuously sliced through the surrounding air, emitting a series of muffled sounds. Then, Lin Ze gripped the hilt tightly and swung the sword with blinding speed. The compressed wind element surged forth, instantly forming a blade of energy over 3 meters long that streaked directly toward the boulder. The wind element sliced through everything it touched, shattering the boulder into countless fragments the instant it made contact. After shattering the boulder, the sword energy showed no sign of stopping. It continued flying dozens of meters further before slamming violently into the evil Rock King. Crack! The sound of rock shattering echoed as the powerful attack caught the evil Rock King off guard, striking it instantly. Gah! Damned humans! The evil Rock King roared in fury. However, judging by its expression, while the piercing sky-cleaving slash possessed destructive power, it proved remarkably limited. Its defense is absurdly high. Even a powerful strike layered with armor-piercing and cleaving effects couldn't injure it, just scrape the outer skin? Lin Ze thought grimly. Then, he drew another blade. It was a broken long sword. Hell's Blade, the Ashen Nether Sword. Since you've maxed out both your physical and magical resistance, I'll see if you can block this soul attack that ignores defense. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed sharply as he struck instantly. The grey nether sword flashed like lightning, slicing through the evil Rock King's body in an instant and drawing an agonized roar from it. It worked! After the grey nether sword sliced through the evil Rock King's body, a dark purple mark appeared above its head. That was the soul-shattering mark. This mark reduced the evil Rock King's all attributes by approximately 10%, while also restricting its recovery skills and magic flow speed, a tremendously powerful debuff. At this rate, its demise was merely a matter of time. The evil Rock Mountain King's seal of defeat, I, Lin Ze, shall claim it. Lin Ze thought silently, a faint smile returning to his face. Meanwhile, the battle between the zombies and the evil rock giants had reached a fever pitch. Over 400 zombies had been fully deployed onto the battlefield. The terrifying aura emanating from the dark, dense horde matched the rock giants' imposing presence in every way. Times had changed. This time, they didn't need corpse poison to stand toe-to-toe with the evil rock giant. Zhang San and Chen Chun each led the physically formidable undead bones and hair zombies in close combat against the rock giants, while Xiao Yulan commanded the spellcasting demon zombies and flying zombies to assault the rock giants from the air. These were Lin Ze's elite forces, all ranked 3rd tier or higher, forming the main combat power in this battle. With every member at tiers 3 or 4, their combat prowess was terrifying. Their claws and fangs were as hard as diamond, each strike leaving deep gashes on the rock giants. Their bizarre spells clung to the giants like flesh-eating sores, causing unbearable agony. Roars, gnawing sounds, and crackling flames erupted simultaneously as the undead forces completely overwhelmed the rock giants. The 4-tier rock giants were each tied up by zombie commanders under Lin Ze's command, leaving them no time to unleash skills to aid the 3-tiered monsters. Xiaotian, now evolved to the 4th tier, had grown even more massive. His silver-white fur bristled without wind, and faint ghostly blue flames swirled around his body, making him as terrifying as a hellhound. It commanded an army of its own, Lin Ze's legion of monster zombies. Though the current zombie monsters were low-level, their combat effectiveness was decent. Despite being aquatic creatures unable to unleash their full power on land, they still managed to tie up a significant portion of the malignant rock giant's firepower. Xiaotian could even stand toe-to-toe with a 4th-tier evil rock giant, sometimes gaining the upper hand in battle. The newly forged Curse Storm served as the zombie commander's second-in-command. Though only a 3rd-tier entity, its divine lineage allowed it to match 4th-tier rock giants. Its Curse of the Dead proved a devastating group weapon, single-handedly reducing the rock giant's overall strength by roughly 10%. Watching his subordinates struggle fiercely, the Ratstone King, as their sovereign, grew increasingly restless and anxious. Never had he imagined that his race, among the most powerful in the demon realm, would suffer defeat at the hands of a mere level 15 lord. Rage boiled within him, driving an urgent desire to crush Lin Ze's body and wash away his humiliation with the boy's blood. You despicable human brat! Die! The evil Rock King, already burdened with multiple layers of soul scar marks, roared furiously. He slammed both fists against his chest, unleashing a surge of dense earth elemental energy that made the very ground tremble. Then, with fury, it plunged both hands into the earth, a pale yellow orb gradually forming in its mouth. Feel the fury of the earth. Chapter 84, Earth's Wrath vs. Flame-Piercing Sky-Splitting Slash. With a thunderous roar, it yanked its hands free and hurled the orb from its mouth. It transformed into a streak of light hurtling toward Lin Ze. A palpable sense of danger surged through Lin Ze's mind. He instinctively sidestepped the beam, only to find it halting behind him and reshaping into a peculiar little orb. What was this? Startled, Lin Ze prepared to flee, only to feel a powerful gravitational pull anchor his body, making every step agonizingly difficult. The triumphant evil Rock King roared with maniacal laughter, then slammed his right fist into the ground once more. Instantly, several massive boulders were hurled toward Lin Ze. Immediately after, countless rock fragments burst from the earth, all hurtling toward the small orb behind Lin Ze. This was the unique bloodline skill of the evil rock giant clan. Only the king could wield it. Earth's Wrath, Seal. It drew all earth elements within range into a colossal sphere, capable of crushing any enemy caught within its grasp. Once within its reach, no enemy could escape the immense, heavy earth element no matter how swift they were. As a royal bloodline skill, its use exacted a tremendous toll, not only draining half of the caster's magic power, but also consuming a portion of their life force. Lin Ze already sensed the terrifying power of this skill. Several escape plans flashed through his mind, but each was quickly dismissed. Facing the relentless onslaught of falling rocks, he could only wield his flying sword to continuously slice through them while desperately trying to escape the sphere's grasp. Under the influence of this terrifying gravitational pull, Lin Ze moved as slow as a turtle. At this rate, he'd be crushed into mincemeat by the flying boulders sooner or later. Anxiety began to gnaw at Lin Ze. Just as he was searching for a way out, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Since the gravitational pull emanated from that small sphere, wouldn't destroying it directly nullify the spell's effect? A jolt of realization struck Lin Ze, and he cursed himself for being slow on the uptake. He immediately pulled out several shattering kill talismans and hurled them at the small sphere, now completely obscured by rock. But the gravity sphere was now encased in a thick layer of hardened rock. The shattering talismans couldn't breach its defenses. This won't do. A more powerful attack is needed. Thinking this, Lin Ze drew the heavenly flame feather sword once more. Just as he prepared to unleash the piercing sky-cleaving void slash, another, even more powerful technique suddenly occurred to him. Right. Since it's a wind element, why not try this? Lin Ze attached a fire release talisman to the heaven-shattering feather sword while simultaneously hurling another fire release talisman toward the gravitational core. Fire borrows wind's momentum, wind aids fire's might. This is the principle of the Book of Changes. I refuse to believe these rocks can withstand such an attack. Lin Ze growled under his breath, unleashing the sky-piercing void cleaver once more. As he had anticipated, the violent wind element collided with the southern brightness fire, instantly fusing into a higher intensity, restless elemental energy. Its relentless surging carried a hint of fracturing space itself. Lean, piercing the sky slash. Lin Ze swung his sword with all his might, unleashing a 5-meter-long blade of energy that shot toward the gravity sphere covered in rock. The combination of wind element and Li fire multiplied the destructive power of this strike exponentially. The path of the sword energy sliced through the air itself, the heat and wind blades cutting through the atmosphere. The twisted, searing attack instantly cleaved through the rock encasing the gravity sphere, as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The moment the sword energy touched the gravitational core, a violent energy explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that instantly swept across the entire battlefield, leaving behind a 5-meter-wide crater. Lin Ze was also caught in the blast wave and flying debris, feeling a metallic taste in his throat before he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries in battle. But if he didn't destroy that gravity core immediately, Lin Ze would gradually exhaust his strength and be crushed beneath the rocks, reduced to a pulp. What a terrifying skill! Lin Ze wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The injury didn't fill him with fear, instead, it ignited the bloodlust within him. With a cold laugh, he soared into the air once more, gazing down at the Rock King, who was also lying prostrate on the ground from the explosion. Now, it's my turn. Lin Ze crossed the grey nether sword in his left hand and the Heaven's Fury feather sword in his right over his chest, closing his eyes silently. Moments later, he snapped his eyes open, unleashing the last of his remaining spiritual energy in an instant. He executed that technique once more. Fiery blaze, piercing the sky slash. An even more ferocious sword she slashed toward the evil Rock King, with Lin Ze's figure following closely behind. Heaven and nether. Twin sword slash. Having exhausted the earth's wrath, the evil Rock King could no longer dodge. He could only raise his thick arms, attempting to block this terrifying strike. For the first time, fear of death flickered in its once arrogant eyes. This human is terrifying. That was the last thought in its mind. The next instant, the sword chi and Lin Ze's slash arrived in succession, slicing its mountain-like body into pieces with a heavy rumble. Boom! The evil Rock King fell. All the evil rock giants instantly wore expressions of terror, staring in disbelief at their once invincible king, slain by a mere human. Lin Ze, who had successfully slain the evil Rock King, was utterly spent. Unable to support himself any longer, he knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword as he gasped for breath. Though covered in wounds large and small, his eyes burned with pure exhilaration. He had succeeded. He had slain a rock giant king. A creature even a level 20 lord couldn't defeat. And he had accomplished this feat at merely level 15. As he pondered this, a jade green light suddenly appeared, gently brushing over Lin Ze's body. What took you so long? I nearly got beaten to death. Feeling his body rapidly heal, Lin Ze muttered with a laugh. Momo's projection quietly poked her head out, seemingly scanning the surroundings for danger. After scanning the area and confirming safety, she emerged with a carefree stride, grinning as she said, I just took a little nap. As soon as I woke up and realized something was off, I came right over. As she spoke, a green glow flared in her hand once more. It felt like nectar to Lin Ze. The stinging pain on his body vanished instantly, and even his severely depleted spirit felt much better. Lin Ze stood up as a hazy gray energy suddenly drifted from the evil Rock King's body, slowly floating toward the gray nether sword in his hand. Is this forging a sword with a soul? Momo exclaimed in astonishment as she witnessed the scene. You obtained the Hell Key, the gray nether sword? Lin Ze froze, staring at the gray nether sword in his hand. You recognize this sword? He asked curiously. Momo nodded, hands on her hips, pointing at the gray nether sword in Lin Ze's grasp. This sword has quite the history. Have you heard of the 3 ancient divine weapons that were born alongside the 3 realms during the creation of the heavens and earth? Ancient divine weapons? I've never heard of such a thing. Chapter 85, The True Origin of the Grey Nether Sword. Lin Ze scratched his head. Could this sword be one of them? Of course not. Momo shook her head, pushed imaginary glasses up her nose, and adopted a classes in session expression before launching into an explanation. But it's a crucial component that makes up one of them. Legend says that when the world was first created, it was divided into 3 parts. The highest segment became heaven, known as the celestial realm. The middle segment was for humans, the world you live in now known as the human realm. The lowest tier is earth, a processing ground for all the departed and negative energies, known as the netherworld. Within these realms existed 3 weapons born of heaven and earth, created alongside the 3 realms. Each corresponded to the power of its respective realm, commanding all within it. They were known as the 3 divine weapons of antiquity. Later, during the first great calamity, these divine weapons were shattered. Their fragments scattered across the 3 realms, gradually transforming into ordinary weapons. Momo pointed to the grey nether sword in Lin Ze's hand, which was gradually restoring its completeness. The one in your hand is formed from the fragment of the jailer's blade, which governs the netherworld. In other words, if you gather the other 2 fragments, you can reforge that legendary weapon, and thus become the ruler of the netherworld. Lin Ze listened in utter shock, his gaze fixed on the grey nether sword in his hand, his heart pounding with awe. Who knew this sword had such a monumental origin? I really did stumble upon a treasure this time. Lin Ze murmured to himself, a faint smile curling his lips. Alright. I'll give you the full rundown next time. Now hurry up and kick those sleep-disturbing pests out. Momo nudged Lin Ze's backside, urging him on. Only then did Lin Ze recall that the battle hadn't ended yet. His subordinates were still locked in fierce combat with the evil rock giants. Stretching his fully recovered body, Lin Ze soared into the air on his sword once more, rejoining the fray. With the death of the evil rock king, the remaining rock giants lost their will to fight. Meanwhile, the zombies, witnessing Lin Ze's valiant display, saw their morale soar. Fighting with even greater fearlessness, they quickly turned the tide of battle into a one-sided rout. Truthfully, even without Lin Ze's intervention, defeating the remaining monsters was merely a matter of time. But Lin Ze wasn't about to pass up such a golden opportunity to stack numerous soul scar marks onto his grey nether sword. So this ability was called Soul Forging Sword, quite a fitting name. As he reaped the life of the malignant rock giant, Lin Ze pondered. Soon, with Lin Ze joining the fray, the zombie army slaughtered the remaining malignant rock giants in under 10 minutes. Peace returned to Lin Ze's domain once more. As the battle concluded, Lin Ze was about to collect the spoils when he suddenly felt a warmth on the back of his left hand. Immediately after, a new notification flashed through his mind. Congratulations on successfully defeating the bronze tier boss, the malignant rock king. The seal of vanquished demons is now fusing. Congratulations! Your demon slaying seal has ascended to silver tier. You have gained summoning abilities. Currently summonable demon bosses, Bronze Tier Death Devourer, Bronze Tier Evil Rock King, Bronze Tier Deep Sea Terror. Upgrading the Demon Slaying Seal to Gold Tier will unlock a 4th summoning slot. Lin Ze instantly recalled the prompt that appeared under the Demon Slaying Seal's description when he defeated the Death Devourer earlier. Reaching silver rank grants summoning abilities? So that means I can now summon those bosses I've already defeated? Lin Ze froze, then hurriedly activated the Demon Slaying Seal in his hand. Demon Slaying Seal Shanghai. Grade, Silver. Current buffs, 10% increased damage against water-earth elemental monsters, 10% damage reduction against water-earth elemental monsters. Attached attribute Blessing of the Sea, this lord and their followers can move freely underwater and ignore water pressure terrain effects. Passive effect Earth's Favor, increases this lord's physical and magical resistance by 80 points, granting affinity with earth elements. Upgrade progress, 3%. Current summon slots, 3. Currently summonable boss monsters, Bronze Tier Death Devourer, Bronze Tier Malevolent Rock King, Bronze Tier Deep Sea Terror. Sure enough, a summoning skill had appeared. Lin Ze's heart leapt with joy as he immediately examined the summoning skill's description. Monster Summoning, bearers of the Seal of Vanquished Demons may activate the residual souls of monster bosses. By expending mental energy, they can summon previously defeated monster bosses to fight for them. Current duration, 3 minutes. Currently allows summoning 1 monster boss at most. Enters a 24-hour cooldown after use. Upgrading the Seal of Vanquished Demons extends summon duration and reduces cooldown time. Holy crap! This is an insane skill. The thought of having that malignant rock king he just battled fighting for him filled Lin Ze with fervor. No wonder the Demon Slaying Seal is the ability lords coveted most. Who knew the bonuses would be this insane? Lin Ze thought to himself. He had specifically asked Rockong about the Demon Slaying Seal earlier, which was how he'd come to understand this peculiar artifact. Luo Kagong's exact words were, to activate the Seal of Demon Slaying requires not only strength, but also luck. A lord only has a chance to obtain this seal upon defeating a demon boss for the first time, and the probability of acquisition is less than 1%. In other words, if the demon-slaying seal fails to activate upon a lord's first defeat of a demonic boss, it will never activate for that lord again. This is the heaven's gift to the fortunate. It is said that when the demon-slaying seal is elevated to mythic tier, the lord possesses the potential to ascend to godhood. Recalling Rockgon's words, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a stir of longing within him. However, he quickly snapped back to reality and began excitedly gathering the spoils of war. First among them was the 4th tier material dropped by the evil Rock King, Stone Diamond. This rare defensive material, when forged into equipment, grants a substantial percentage boost to defense. It also bestows an earth element skill and a random talent from the malignant rock giant's repertoire. This material only dropped from boss-level Mal rock giants and was worth its weight in gold. Even a fraction of this single item would be enough for Lin Ze to repair his entire domain. But he had no intention of selling it. Such a valuable item might prove crucial in a critical moment, or it could serve as an excellent choice for crafting his own armor. Apart from the stone golem, the rest were ordinary drops from the malignant rock giants, with no rarer items appearing. Nevertheless, these drops commanded substantial prices. As a scarce and formidable top-tier monster, the malignant rock giant was no easy target to farm. Few were as fortunate as Lin Ze. After packing up the spoils, Lin Ze ordered his zombies to begin repairing the damaged structures and walls within his domain, then logged out of the Lord's space. Chapter 86, Final Exams Begin. Officially entering the Demon Realm. Stretching his slightly stiff shoulders, Lin Ze couldn't help but recall the words Momo had spoken about the origin of the world. If it was truly as she said that this world was merely one iteration from the dawn of creation, then where had the other 2 realms gone? Why had the gods and the creatures of the netherworld vanished, leaving only the human realm? Could the demon realm and the Lord's world also be connected to the 3 realms? Lin Ze began pondering this question. Before he could fully process it, however, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting his train of thought. It was Chu Yao calling. Only then did he remember he had plans to meet her at the training ground to review today. Well, figuring this out now wouldn't do any good. He'd ask Momo about it later. Thinking this, Lin Ze answered the call. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day all first-year freshmen would undergo their final assessments together. The atmosphere in the exam hall was tense. After all, this was a real battle, a fight where only survival mattered, with no room for anything else. Every year, the freshman final assessment saw several accidents occur, with new students falling in the other world, never to return. Unlike other assessments, the sole criterion for passing this test was simple: fight and return alive. Once everyone was present, the instructor began explaining the precautions to these freshmen who had never set foot in the demon realm before. First, the environment of the demon realm is actually not vastly different from that of the major territories. The most crucial thing is to maintain composure. Pay close attention to your mindset during combat. I will now distribute a magic fluctuation detector to each of you. This device monitors all nearby magical energy fluctuations, helping you better gauge the strength of your targets. If anything seems off, contact your mentor or the rescue team immediately. Don't let pride cost you your life. The instructor spoke sternly, his tone suggesting such incidents had occurred frequently in the past. The students responded in unison. The instructor nodded and continued with additional precautions. All right, I've covered everything. Now it's time to test what you've learned this semester. All students, please note, after connecting to the simulation crystal, you may enter the domain and teleport to the demon realm using the coordinates provided by the school. The assessment period lasts 5 days. During this period, unless under exceptional circumstances, anyone who leaves without authorization will be considered to have abandoned the final assessment and will be required to retake their freshman-level courses. Everyone, please ensure you all return safely. As the teacher's words fell, the freshmen nodded in unison. Each linked to the simulation crystal used for real-time monitoring before entering their respective domain spaces. Lin Ze stood beside Chu Yao and Shi Qing. Exchanging a glance, they both flashed confident smiles. Old Lin, let's see who can rack up the most kills. Shi Qing, as always brimming with battle-hungry excitement, grinned at Lin Ze. You're something else. Don't forget, you haven't won a single time so far. This time won't be any different. Lin Ze responded with an equally cheerful smile. The 3 had become quite close friends, and their way of encouraging each other was uniquely their own. After a few more playful banter, Shi Qing patted Lin Ze on the shoulder, flashing an encouraging smile before stepping into his own lord's space first. Chu Yao smiled softly and gave Lin Ze a light kiss on the cheek. Do your best. I'll be working hard too. She gazed tenderly at Lin Ze and whispered softly. No matter what happens, make sure you come back safely. Lin Ze nodded, gently ruffling her hair with equal tenderness. I will. You too. The 2 shared a smile before each entering their respective lord spaces. To travel to the demon realm, a lord must reach level 10 and have signed a demon realm contract. Only then can they temporarily connect a portion of their lord space to the demon realm via teleportation. There were two methods for connecting to the demon realm. One was completely random, while the other involved selecting fixed coordinates for teleportation. At some less prestigious universities, this assessment wasn't even administered until sophomore or junior year. Yet at Qingbei, Dragon Nation's premier academy, the demon realm invasion assessment had long been scheduled for the end of freshman year. Lin Ze retrieved the randomly assigned coordinates distributed by the academy and opened the Lord Crystal interface. Most of these coordinates corresponded to low-tier demonic creature territories previously surveyed by the academy, confirmed to have relatively lower danger levels. The goal was to ensure the survival rate of the trainees. After all, the academy's primary goal was to familiarize these new lords with the demon realm's environment, overcome their fear of demons, and hone their combat experience against these creatures. Your current status allows for demon realm teleportation. Would you like to input coordinates? Lin Ze selected yes and entered the coordinates he held. His coordinates were rated S-level difficulty by the academy. Specific monster information wasn't fully provided to Lin Ze, he'd have to figure everything out on his own. Input successful. Locating your coordinates. Location acquired. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Teleporting. Amidst a hazy glow, Lin Ze felt everything around him warp and shatter, a powerful sense of distortion overwhelming his senses. It felt as though he'd been sucked into a temporal vortex, his very mind growing hazy. 3 seconds later, everything returned to normal. A teleportation portal abruptly appeared before him. Beyond the portal lay utter darkness, faintly echoing with strange sounds. Lin Ze had prepared everything in advance. Behind him stood the assembled zombie legion. At his command, they followed his footsteps, stepping into the realm of demons for the very first time. Upon entering the demon realm, Lin Ze was immediately enveloped by a thick, pervasive aura of demonic energy, mingled with a peculiar, foul stench. This smell was not unfamiliar to Lin Ze, it was the stench of rotting corpses. It seemed the creatures dwelling here were far from friendly herbivores. Lin Ze thought to himself. Since the goal was to exterminate all the demons here and successfully claim this territory, the first task was to thoroughly scout the area. Know your enemy to defeat your enemy. The highly mobile zombies accompanying Lin Ze into the demon realm now lay silently concealed behind him. Zombies required no air to breathe and emitted no body heat, giving them a natural advantage in concealment over any other troop type. Lin Ze first surveyed the terrain. This was a junction where mountains met plains, shrouded in a thick, black mist that made it impossible to determine exactly which section of the demonic continent they were in. Chapter 87, The Chaos Continent. Exterminating the 4 great demon races. In terms of area, the demon realm was roughly 10 times larger than the real world, making it a skill in itself to quickly identify one's location based on specific features. Since the terrain offered no clues, he would simply seek out a few monsters. That way, he could make a preliminary judgment about the enemies he faced. Lin Ze thought to himself as he retrieved the magic fluctuation detector from his backpack. As Lin Ze pressed the switch, several red dots of varying brightness flickered on the dark screen, not far from him. Seeing this, Lin Ze instantly drew the grey nether sword, using sword control to maneuver it into position behind him for protection. Step by step, he approached the direction of those red dots, soon spotting several pitch-black creatures chewing on something. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the remains of mangled corpses scattered on the ground, along with several bones gnawed clean to the marrow. At a glance, Lin Ze recognized where those corpses had come from. They were human corpses. Judging by the magical fluctuations emanating from those monsters, they were all third-tier creatures. Lin Ze couldn't identify their exact species yet, he'd have to kill them first and examine them later. With that thought, Lin Ze held his breath, focused his mind, and silently guided the grey nether sword toward the shadowy creatures. With several whistling sounds cutting through the air, the monsters didn't even have time to scream before Lin Ze sliced off their heads with a single stroke. The dull thuds of their bodies hitting the ground reached Lin Ze's ears. After cautiously scanning his surroundings, he finally emerged from his hiding place. After reassembling the corpses, Lin Ze lit a torch and examined them closely. After a moment's thought, Lin Ze finally recognized the type of demonic creature. It was a terrifying creature so ravenous it devoured even its own kinda hungry ghost. This demonic creature inhabited only one realm, the Chaos Continent, ruled by the demon god of carnage. It was renowned as the most chaotic and brutal of the 9 great realms of the demon world, a nightmare realm for countless lords. The creatures that survived there were an extremely brutal and powerful demonic race. They operated without any order or rules whatsoever, constantly venting the murderous impulses within their bodies. A place even demons avoid, let alone a human. Seems the Academy still has faith in my abilities, choosing such a place for me. Lin Ze couldn't help but think with a bitter smile. The Chaos Continent is the most challenging territory to survive in among all demonic realms. Conquering a single patch of land here is nearly as difficult as capturing 3 territories on other continents. This assessment was unlikely to be as straightforward as he had imagined. After confirming his assigned territory, Lin Ze swiftly began formulating his tactical plan. First, the variety of monsters inhabiting this area was incredibly complex, numbering over 100 species. Among them, boss-level monsters were densely distributed. Most creatures on the Chaos continent possessed malevolent abilities, making interactions with corpse spirits commonplace. Most possessed unique abilities. Individually, they weren't too troublesome, but in racial warfare, they proved exceptionally formidable. Take that hungry ghost from earlier, for instance. Their clan's rulers possessed a life or death bloodline technique. In critical moments, they could devour the corpses of their own kind or other monsters, temporarily gaining absurdly powerful combat strength. And this is considered one of the weaker entities on the Chaos continent. Remember, the top 2 entries on the demonic creature rankings are both present on this continent. Better to first assess the overall monster population in this area. Lin Ze thought to himself, stowing away his tactical board as his figure once again slipped silently into the darkness. The night passed swiftly. Lin Ze had not slept, spending the entire night exploring the territory he intended to seize, mapping out a rough distribution of monsters. This area could be considered the outskirts of the demon realm, or perhaps its rural hinterlands, so the monster density wasn't particularly high. Nevertheless, their numbers were substantial. 4 distinct demon clans had established tribes here, each housing roughly 1 to 200 demons. Most were low-tier monsters of the 2nd and 3rd tiers, with a few 4th-tier monsters among them. Notably, the leaders of all 4 tribes were bronze-tier monster bosses. In the demon realm, monsters below tier 3 are considered in their growth phase. Only those surpassing tier 3 are deemed to have reached adulthood. Monsters also possess their own form of civilization. As their rank increased, they could attain considerable intelligence. The situation was better than Lin Ze had anticipated, as the 4 monster tribes did not appear to coexist peacefully. At the very least, Lin Ze saw no evidence of interaction between them. Moreover, their encampments were not particularly close to one another. Thus, Lin Ze only needed to employ a blitzkrieg strategy, defeating them one by one. Perhaps he could swiftly seize control of this territory. Before launching the full-scale assault, Lin Ze needed to sign an offensive contract within the Demon Realm Pact. This contract stipulated that upon his defeat, a random selection of items from his backpack would be dropped. It was precisely because of this contract that human lords could obtain spoils after repelling demonic invasions. However, the dropped items from demons were mostly parts of their own bodies. Soon, Lin Ze delineated the territory he intended to conquer and signed the offensive contract. After engraving his name, Lin Ze's first invasion officially commenced. The first step was finding a suitable location to assemble his forces, ensuring the initial assault could be launched before the enemy detected them. The 4 demon tribes stationed here were hungry ghosts, werewolves, night demons, and faceless ones. The first 3 types were primarily physical combat monsters, while the faceless ones were a rather unique existence. They possessed no facial features beyond a mouth, navigating life entirely by the dark matter within their bodies and communicating through telepathy. Their appearance is nearly identical to humans, except their faces bear only a mouth, no nose, eyes, or ears, just a bare expanse. This tribe excels in curses and dark element magic, making them the most challenging foe among the 4 demonic creatures. Since their senses aren't particularly acute, they can't detect any sounds unless approached very closely. Therefore, Lin Ze planned to deal with this tribe last. The other 3 types of monsters each possessed unique strengths. For instance, werewolves and night demons gained enhanced abilities at night, while hungry ghosts could temporarily strengthen themselves by consuming food items. Based on these traits, Lin Ze swiftly formulated a preliminary strategic plan. The hungry ghosts would be the first priority, as they were the weakest overall and their tribe was located farthest from the other 3 types of monsters. After securing them, he would choose a suitable daytime to encircle and eliminate the night fiend and werewolf tribes, finally focusing his efforts on the faceless ones. The plan was simple yet practical. Lin Ze perfectly exploited each creature's weaknesses, meticulously arranging the 5-day operation. Chapter 88, Annihilating the Hungry Ghosts. The Grey Nether Sword is repaired. After finalizing the plan, Lin Ze quickly found a secluded forest and summoned his zombie army. This time, Lin Ze summoned only 300 zombies, leaving some second-tier black zombies behind in his territory. The monsters here were far too powerful. If they launched an offensive, second-tier zombies would suffer several times the casualties compared to defending a city. They were essentially useless except as cannon fodder. Lin Ze pursued total annihilation with 0 casualties. This demanded elite troops moving with lightning speed to secure victory in a single strike. After stationing his undead forces, Lin Ze led 2 zombies Qulin and Zio Oyulan to scout the area. Among the high-tier zombies, they were the smallest targets and possessed the highest intelligence, making them ideal companions. Soon, Lin Ze arrived at the outskirts of the hungry ghost tribe with his 2 zombies. These fiends seemed utterly devoid of any sentry concept, lazily sprawled in crude grass nests. Occasionally, a low growl would rise from among them, mixed with the rumbling of empty stomachs. They were nothing but a pack of slothful beasts. The hungry ghost tribe's camp was littered with carcasses, stripped clean of flesh. Even the bones had been cracked open, their marrow consumed. In the center of this crude encampment sat a slightly larger straw nest, clearly the dwelling of the bronze tier boss. Curled up inside, it snored loudly, utterly devoid of any regal dignity. Such was the hungry ghost tribe, a fallen and filthy race. After roughly estimating the total number of these monsters, Lin Ze immediately signaled Xiao Yulan to return and bring the main force, while he and Zhou Lan waited here. The hungry ghost's lair lay at the edge of a forest where the air was dry. This observation quickly sparked an idea in Lin Ze's mind. Fire attack. Their dwellings were crude structures built from dry grass and branches. A single blaze would consume both the creatures and their shelters. Many hungry ghosts were still awake at this hour, yet none were moving about. Probably conserving energy by minimizing movement, Lin Ze surmised. Lin Ze mused. These fiends only revealed their monstrous ferocity when driven to the brink of starvation. It seemed Lin Ze was in luck. They appeared to have feasted recently. Soon, Xiao Yulan arrived with a group of zombies. Behind her knelt a row of zombies, all at least third tier, which gave Lin Ze a strong sense of security. He first gave instructions to Xiao Yulan and the zombies proficient in fire attribute spells, then pulled several fire release charms and slaughter charms from his backpack. Let me avenge the humans who died tragically here. Lin Ze murmured softly. His eyes sharpened as the talismans in his hands erupted with an orange-gold glow. As Lin Ze hurled his talismans, Xiao Yulan and her demon zombie troops simultaneously unleashed a barrage of fire attribute spells. Flames of every hue instantly engulfed the entire hungry ghost tribe. A chorus of shrill howls erupted as the starving ghosts, overwhelmed by the sudden assault, leapt from their grass nests, frantically beating the flames off their bodies. Charge! Lin Ze barked the order, swiftly summoning several flying swords before charging headlong toward the bronze tier boss. Xiaotian stayed close by his side, its massive form swiftly plunging into the hungry ghost territory, devouring one after another. Though the taste was far from pleasant, Xiaotian regarded Lin Ze's command as sacred decree. It knew precisely when to act cute and when to fight to the death. Gritting his teeth against the foul stench, Xiaotian savagely tore into the higher-tier hungry ghosts. Dark crimson blood swiftly stained his gleaming white fur. The hungry ghost leader had awakened in terror, now roaring in agony as Lin Ze's southern brightness fire burned upon its body. Monster Hungry Ghost King. Bronze rank boss. Description: a humanoid demon perpetually ravenous, possessing an insatiable appetite capable of digesting any substance. Compared to the monsters Lin Ze had faced before, this hungry ghost king seemed like a rather weak bronze tier boss. But then again, how could it dare defy the heavenly will's mandate and invade Lin Ze's territory without some real power? Lin Ze snapped his fingers, and a green wind blade shot forth from the heaven-shattering feather sword on his back. Immediately followed by the slash of the grey nether sword. Since slaying the evil Rock King, the grey nether sword had been fully restored. It had since claimed the lives of numerous evil rock giants, now radiating faint dark purple fluctuations that hinted at its extraordinary power. First came several wind blades, followed by a barrage of talismanic spells. Before the hungry Ghost King could react, this relentless assault tore its flesh open, leaving it howling in agony. True to its status as a boss-level fiend, it somehow survived the onslaught. Lin Ze's lips curled into a cold smile as he guided the flying sword low over the ground. After another barrage of talismans, he finished the job with the ash-shrouded sword. In agony, the hungry Ghost King instantly opened its mouth, its jaws stretching into an exaggerated grin as it swallowed the talismans hurled at it by Lin Ze. Lin Ze recognized this as the hungry Ghost King's unique innate ability, Devour. Though the name was simple, the effect was formidable. It could swallow any energy attack or flying object, digesting it to heal itself. Having long been aware of this tactic, how could Lin Ze be unprepared? Among the flurry of talismans, Lin Ze had slipped in a little something extra. A vial of deadly poison dropped from the Death Devourer. More precisely, it was a paralyzing neurotoxin that caused the victim's muscles to spasm, their body to stiffen, and eventually, they'd lose the ability to breathe on their own. This poison could penetrate through the skin. Its invasive effect was extremely potent, let alone the hungry Ghost King swallowing it whole. With a faint cracking sound, the hungry Ghost King, who had been brimming with vitality moments before, suddenly gasped for air like a fish out of water, writhing in agony. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately advanced with his sword, piercing the hungry Ghost King's skull in one swift thrust. The wretched hungry Ghost King couldn't even utter a scream. Its foul-smelling maw gaped open as it stared in disbelief at the human who had descended from the heavens, slowly turning to ashes. A wave of grey energy surged back into the ash-shrouded sword, causing its blade to flicker with light. Ash-shrouded sword fully charged. Special attack wheel of destruction / ready. Already fully charged? I wonder how much stronger this strike will be compared to the heavenly flame feather sword / Lin Ze pondered silently. The ensuing battle proved remarkably easy. The hungry ghost tribe stood no chance against Lin Ze's 300 zombies, and the fight concluded with astonishing speed. This demonic lair was now devoid of hungry ghosts, littered only with corpses and dropped loot. Chapter 89, Dual Leaders. The Bloodthirsty Wolf King and the Shadow Wolf King. Lin Ze didn't even bother converting these hungry ghosts into zombies. Aside from their devouring ability, their combat prowess was rather mediocre. After clearing out this tribe, Lin Ze led his zombies back to their temporary encampment. With only 3 demonic tribes remaining, plus a few low-tier demons living alone in the wild, this territory seemed within easy reach. Yet for some reason, a vague unease stirred within Lin Ze, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of restlessness. Suppressing this inexplicable urge, Lin Ze began observing the encampments of the night fiends and the werewolves. The habitats of these 2 tribes lay in close proximity, situated on opposite shores of a lake. Should conflict erupt, it would inevitably alert the other side. The scent of humans differed significantly from that of monsters, so Lin Ze planned to deal with both tribes simultaneously. The plan was for Zhang San to lead the Unbreakable Bones squad in ambushing one type of creature, while Lin Ze himself would lead the zombies to attack the other. This way, Zhang San would only need to intercept reinforcements sent to aid the besieged tribe. By holding out until Lin Ze secured the main front, they could then join forces for a decisive assault, ensuring the complete annihilation of both tribes. After simulating the plan multiple times and confirming no flaws, Lin Ze immediately set it into motion. It was now high noon, the Night Demon tribe's weakest hour and their designated rest period. Lin Ze first observed the Night Demon tribe's settlement and selected the ambush location. Zhang San and Xiao Tian led about 100 zombies to ambush here. If the Night Demons sent reinforcements, they would inevitably pass through this spot. At that point, Zhang San would only need to hold off the reinforcements until Lin Ze arrived, thus completing the mission. After arranging Zhang San's position, Lin Ze led the remaining zombies toward the werewolf tribe's settlement. Compared to the hungry ghosts, the werewolves were clearly more industrious and possessed higher intelligence. The werewolf tribe's settlement consisted of stone houses built from stacked rocks and mud. They had also erected a simple wooden palisade around the perimeter of their territory. 2 werewolf soldiers stood watch on a raised platform, surveying the surroundings. Both the size and defensive capabilities of this settlement far surpassed those of the hungry ghost tribe. The werewolf tribe was larger in number, and their combat strength generally surpassed that of the hungry ghosts. Even though it wasn't their preferred time of night, they still maintained impressive fighting capabilities. One side of the settlement was surrounded by water, making that section of the wall appear considerably lower than the other 3. This observation sparked a new idea in Lin Ze's mind. He possessed numerous zombies transformed from aquatic monsters. Moreover, he could summon 2 types of aquatic monster bosses. Perhaps he could exploit this situation? With that thought, Lin Ze immediately ordered several deep-sea devourers to dive into the water and scout the area. Minutes later, the deep-sea devourers swam back and reported the defensive situation on that side. Sure enough, since the werewolf tribe also needed to eat and drink, the wall along the water's edge was practically non-existent for easy access to water, making it extremely simple to infiltrate. Lin Ze smiled faintly, already formulating a plan. All he needed to do was feign an attack on the front while having these aquatic creatures sneak around from the water to launch a surprise assault. With the werewolves spread too thin, one side would inevitably be left undefended. Once chaos erupted within their ranks, annihilating them would be far easier. With this plan in mind, Lin Ze immediately began directing his undead minions. 5 minutes later, the zombies were all in position, awaiting Lin Ze's command. Seeing the aquatic zombie creatures concealed, Lin Ze led the remaining zombies around to the opposite side of the lake. Once again, Lin Ze unleashed the combined attack of the fire-shattering talisman and the killing-piercing talisman. The violent explosions instantly roused the resting werewolves, who rushed over to investigate. Upon realizing a human was responsible, they erupted in fury, unleashing terrifying howls. Lin Ze smiled faintly at the sight. He manipulated his flying sword to soar into the air, looking down upon the werewolves below. Slowly, he pointed the long sword in his hand. Instantly, a horde of green-faced, fanged zombies surged from behind him. Some ran, some flew, charging toward the werewolves' wall with lightning speed. The wooden walls proved utterly helpless against the zombies' terrifying strength, shattered instantly by several of them as they breached the barrier. Several werewolves near the wall were instantly torn to shreds by the zombies. Seeing this, the werewolves were filled with fury. They bared their claws and fangs, pouncing upon the zombies that were slaughtering their kind. Both sides soon became entangled in fierce combat. Lin Ze wielded the grey nether sword, relentlessly reaping the lives of these werewolves while scanning the area for the werewolf leader, yet he could not find him. Was he away on business? As Lin Ze pondered this, a piercing whistling sound suddenly tore through the air behind him. Instinctively, he shifted the flying sword to the left. In an instant, a pair of sharp wolf claws brushed past him. Immediately after, a gaping maw lunged toward him. Lin Ze scrambled backward several meters, narrowly evading the sudden assault. Monster Shadow Wolf King. Bronze Tier Boss. Description: a werewolf fallen into darkness, its favorite pastime is silently snapping the necks of its prey. Gazing at the wolf with its dull, matted fur, Lin Ze's expression grew grave. Thankfully, his reflexes were quick, otherwise, it would have succeeded. What a cunning creature. Despite its territory being attacked, it managed to stay calm and sneak up behind me without giving off a single trace of its presence. Thinking this, Lin Ze immediately hurled several talismans while simultaneously manipulating his flying sword to pin the dark hidden Wolf King in place. Its speed was remarkable, and it seemed to possess some form of stealth ability. He needed to find a way to restrict it. Just as he pondered this, a strange howl pierced the air. Instantly, a blood-red figure charged toward Lin Ze at breakneck speed. Though not as fast as the stealth Wolf King, its momentum felt considerably stronger. Lin Ze dodged effortlessly, his suspicions already forming. This demonic tribe harbored not just one bronze-tier boss, but two. The one he had detected earlier was likely this crimson werewolf, while the dark shadow Wolf King had perfectly evaded Lin Ze's mental probe. Monster bloodthirsty Wolf King. Bronze-tier boss. Description: a bloodthirsty monster that transforms into the most terrifying demon on the battlefield during combat. Mate of the Shadow Wolf King. These two are actually a male and female pair. Lin Ze was momentarily at a loss for words. However, the current situation was far from optimistic. If handled poorly, these zombies might suffer heavy losses here. Not only were both Wolf Kings immensely powerful, but more crucially, they possessed exceptional coordination. Having ruled this domain together for so long, their partnership was seamless. Therefore, the key to this battle lay in whether he could stall them long enough for the zombies to eliminate the werewolf minions. Chapter 90, Ancestral Legacy. Lin Ze's combo move. He only needed to hold the line himself. Xiao Yulin and the others would swiftly eliminate the non-boss monsters. Once the army closed in for the encirclement, victory would be theirs. Lin Ze thought to himself as his body sank slightly. He shot a defiant glance at the two Wolf Kings and beckoned them with a flick of his finger. Their royal dignity insulted, the wolves could not endure it. They immediately charged forward, locking horns with Lin Ze in a fierce battle. While Lin Ze held off the two bosses, Xiao Yulin, who was fiercely fighting enemies nearby, also witnessed the scene. A flicker of pain crossed her gray eyes. She was growing ever closer to a normal human being now. Both her appearance and emotions had changed dramatically from her previous lifeless state. The days spent fighting alongside Lin Ze brought her joy. He treated them all well. Yet in every battle, she could only assist Lin Ze against the weaker foes, while he always faced the strongest enemies alone. They were his subordinates. Why didn't Lin Ze let them confront the strongest foes instead of facing them alone? He was the king, after all. That helpless feeling gnawed deeply at Xiao Yulin's heart. Her burning desire to grow stronger seemed to awaken some long-dormant soul within her. Ha! A magnetic voice rang out, ethereal as if drifting from another world. At that very moment, a system notification suddenly appeared in Lin Ze's mind as he battled the twin Wolf Kings. Ding! Congratulations, host. The ancestral power of your crafted zombie Little Magnolia has successfully awakened. Primordial power? What was that? But there was no time to figure it out now. Lin Ze had to deal with the two Wolf Kings before him first. Their coordination was flawless, leaving Lin Ze unable to find an opening to strike. He could only reactively dodge their attacks. His only option was to stall, but this strategy drained both his physical and mental energy at an alarming rate. He couldn't hold out much longer. The moment he showed any weakness, the Shadow Wolf King would instantly tear open his throat. As Lin Ze frantically searched for a way to break the stalemate, he suddenly sensed an astonishing aura surging upward. The two Wolf Kings sensed this terrifying aura as well, swiftly shifting their stance and scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness. The next instant, a thick pillar of crimson flame erupted, striking both Wolf Kings with lightning speed. The intense heat seared their bodies, filling the air with the acrid stench of scorched fur. Both Wolf Kings let out piercing howls simultaneously, knocked to the ground by the column's force. They rolled several times before barely regaining their footing. Such a shocking scene made Lin Ze instinctively turn his head, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was Xiao Yulan. Her petite form soared through the air, two distinct flames swirling in her hands. Her pupils were no longer grayish-white but had transformed into normal, human-like black. What's going on? Lin Ze stared in astonishment at the completely transformed little Yulan, asking instinctively. Xiao Yulan didn't answer. Instead, she cried out sharply. My lord! Now is our chance! Then, with both hands raised toward the heavens, two fiery dragons surged from the ground, propelling the Shadow Wolf King who had been preparing another sneak attack high into the sky. Seizing the moment, Lin Ze summoned the heaven-shattering feather sword. In an instant, he unleashed a piercing strike that rent the sky. Without pausing, he guided the flying sword to stab at the Shadow Wolf King still suspended in midair. For flying swords followed the sword energy like shooting stars chasing the moon, striking the hidden Shadow Wolf King with brutal force. Struck, the Shadow Wolf King let out a wretched howl before crashing heavily to the ground, emitting a few faint, dying whimpers. Witnessing this, the bloodthirsty Wolf King's eyes bulged with fury. He lunged at Lin Ze like a rabid beast, his mouth erupting in a bone-chilling howl. His eyes blazed crimson, his entire body radiating demonic energy as if he had activated some kind of power-enhancing skill. His speed was so great that blood-red afterimages blurred behind him. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty Wolf King appeared before Lin Ze, snapping its massive jaws forward to bite. Lin Ze swiftly parried the blow with his sword, stepping back several meters in a 7-star retreat. Failing to land the first strike, the Wolf King lunged again. Its claws, coated in black-red miasma, lashed out at Lin Ze with a force that seemed to tear at the fabric of space. Clang! Lin Ze parried the claw with his long sword. The immense force surged along the blade to his palm, sending a tingling numbness through his fingers. In close combat, Lin Ze seemed transformed. His eyes sharpened as he delivered a flying kick to the bloodthirsty Wolf King's chest, then immediately launched himself into the air on his sword. Yet the Wolf King, in this bizarrely enhanced state, possessed astonishing leaping power. After only a brief pause, it thrust off with its hind legs and instantly lunged toward Lin Ze once more. Its speed was nearly double what it had been moments before. Its strength had also surged, propelling the bloodthirsty Wolf King to the peak of a bronze tier boss. It was but a step away from silver tier boss status. All this stemmed from witnessing his mate's demise, which had triggered the bloodthirsty Wolf King's racial talent skill, Blood Hunt. This ultimate skill consumed vast amounts of life force to activate. Once unleashed, the bloodthirsty Wolf King transformed into a true beast, with all attributes multiplied several times over. The cost is that maintaining this state consumes its lifespan. Furthermore, if it fails to kill its enemy after activating Blood Hunt, it cannot voluntarily end the skill. It can only gradually bleed out its life until death. Now utterly devoid of reason, the bloodthirsty Wolf King's mind consumed only one thought: to tear apart whatever it saw before it, to gulp down mouthfuls of rich, warm blood to quench the unquenchable rage burning within. As its aura continued to surge, Lin Ze immediately resolved to deliver his most devastating strike to finish it swiftly. Otherwise, the immense energy drain would make the ensuing battle perilous. Xiao Yulan, hold it off for 10 seconds. Lin Ze roared, simultaneously pulling a fire-release talisman from his pocket and attaching it to the Heaven's Fury feather sword. Xiao Yulan sprang into action, black and crimson flames erupting from her hands once more. She unleashed a relentless barrage of fire upon the bloodthirsty Wolf King, fighting as if her life depended on it. The strange, stubborn flames instantly captured the Wolf King's attention. It roared with fury, closing the distance to Little Magnolia with teleportation-like speed. Too fast. Xiao Yulan couldn't dodge this strike. She could only watch helplessly as the crimson wolf claws rapidly enlarged in her vision. At that critical moment, Lin Ze finally acted. Get out of the way. Lin Ze roared, his twin swords erupting with terrifying momentum. He crossed the blades before his chest, then unleashed a cross-shaped sword chi with all his might. Combination technique, ruinous severing slash. Both the Grey Nether Sword and the Heaven's Fury Feather Sword erupted with intense sword intent, continuously unleashing their might in Lin Ze's hands. Lin Ze simultaneously unleashed the Grey Nether Sword's charged attack, the Whirling Ruin Slash, and the Heaven's Fury Feather Sword's piercing sky-rending slash. He further enhanced the slash's damage by infusing it with the departing fire talisman. The sheer power of this strike was more than enough to slay a silver-ranked boss. Chapter 91, The Soul of the Drought Demon. The final showdown with the Faceless One. The bloodthirsty Wolf King attempted to evade, but the relentless flames consuming his body slowed him down. In the blink of an eye, he was struck by the grayish-blue cross-shaped sword energy, his expression freezing instantly. Boom! The sword energy pierced through its body, continuing to fly backward hundreds of meters before violently exploding amidst the wolf pack. A bizarre gray light will instantly expanded outward in a concentric wave. Everything in its path was cleaved clean in two. The bloodthirsty Wolf King, after a brief moment of rigidity, fell apart in pieces onto the ground, utterly dead. This single strike instantly resolved the tense stalemate, claiming the lives of nearly half the werewolves present. Countless streams of soul energy surged into the Grey Nether Sword, causing a dark purple aura to swirl around it once more. Lin Ze's mental energy was depleted by more than half, and his body felt weak and limp. Who would have thought the Grey Nether Sword's attack was so terrifying, with such devastating power? If I'd known, why bother fighting? I could have just finished them off with one strike. Surveying the werewolf tribe, now nearly razed to the ground, Lin Ze thought bitterly with a wry smile. Trembling, he approached the half-dead Dark Shadow Wolf King and sent it to join the bloodthirsty Wolf King with a single strike. Then, two halos, one crimson, one pitch-black sword from their corpses toward Lin Ze's left hand. Demon Slaying Seal Evolution Progress, plus 19%, current, 25%. Since advancing the Demon Slaying Seal to silver rank, Lin Ze had discovered that defeating bronze-ranked demon bosses no longer guaranteed evolution or enhancement bonuses. It was now probabilistic. A weakling boss like the Hungry Ghost King only provided Lin Ze with a 6% upgrade progress boost, offering nothing else. It seemed these two bosses had granted him some new abilities. Lin Ze mused. Now that the demons here were dealt with, he should proceed as planned to reinforce Zhang San and the others blocking the Night Demon reinforcements. Without delay, Lin Ze quickly tidied up the battlefield and immediately led his zombies toward the ambush site he had previously set up. As they neared the location, Lin Ze could already hear the Night Demon's distinctive, eerie cries echoing from afar, their constant howls filling the air. Looks like the battle's heating up. This was the Night Demon's weakest moment, so Lin Ze wasn't overly concerned for Zhang San and the others. After all, even at their peak, those Night Demons were only about as strong as werewolves. During midday and afternoon, they were even weaker than some ordinary monsters, making it difficult for them to kill Zhang San. After reaching the 4th tier, Zhang San had truly evolved into an invincible body, with physical resistance surpassing even that of the evil rock giant. His strength was limitless, making him resemble a human tank. With Lin Ze and his undead minions joining the fray, the battle became utterly one-sided. The night demons put up resistance for only about 20 minutes before being utterly annihilated by Lin Ze. However, to Lin Ze's surprise, he had slaughtered every last night demon in the camp without finding the night demon leader a truly puzzling turn of events. But now that the night demon territory had been completely wiped out, dealing with the lone survivor wouldn't be too difficult. Besides, after fighting all afternoon, it was indeed time for some rest and recuperation. Lin Ze led his undead back to the werewolf tribe's camp and began sorting through the spoils of war. With only the Faceless clan remaining, Lin Ze could now complete his conquest of this territory. It seemed less difficult than he had imagined. As Lin Ze pondered this, another thought suddenly occurred to him. During his battle with the twin wolf kings earlier, the system had flashed a notification. The zombie you crafted has awakened the power of the progenitor. Is this some kind of mutation? Lin Ze scratched his head in confusion. Was it little Yulan? He recalled her previous spells had black flames, but this time it seemed to have an additional color. With that thought, Lin Ze summoned Xiao Yulan. Name, Xiao Yulan. Race, Zombie Demon Zombie. Class, Tier 4. Max HP, 1600. Attack, 203. Level up progress, 2253,000. Mastered skills, Soul-Eating Illusionary Fire LV3, Crimson Drought Catastrophe LV1. This unit has acquired Ancestral Inheritance, unlocking a new evolution path. Ancestral Legacy? What exactly is this? Lin Ze stared curiously at Xiao Yulan's attribute panel. Ancestral Legacy marks the culmination of this zombie's evolutionary branch. Upon reaching max level, bearers of this legacy ascend to become new zombie ancestors. The inheritance acquired by this unit is Drought Demon. The system popped up 2 more messages, leaving Lin Ze rooted to the spot. An inheritance? Is this what an inheritance is? The Drought Demon is one of the legendary 4 great zombie ancestors, akin to immortals. So zombies can truly evolve into the 4 great zombie ancestors? Then doesn't that mean I could? Lin Ze excitedly clicked on Xiao Yulan's evolution branch and discovered an additional slot at the end. However, this column was currently blank, displaying 3 question marks. Reaching Tier 12 to evolve into the Dry Demon. Seems like it'll take quite a while. Still, Lin Ze was thoroughly satisfied. After all, this was a zombie capable of battling gods. It surely wouldn't be weak in this world. With that thought, he waved his hand, dismissing Little Magnolia. Still, the conditions for inheriting this legacy remained unclear. Perhaps it all came down to luck. After a brief rest, Lin Ze resolved to wipe out the last demonic tribe entirely, so he could conclude this trial tomorrow. Night had already fallen. Zombies grew stronger after dark, as creatures nourished by yin energy naturally favored the night. Though Lin Ze had fought a major battle that afternoon, he was still in decent shape. His physical and mental energy had recovered somewhat after a short rest. The Faceless One's tribe was the most mysterious, nestled deep within the mountains. Its complex, chaotic terrain made it easy to defend but difficult to attack, rendering large-scale simultaneous military operations impossible. But Lin Ze's zombies faced no such constraints. After all, nearly half of them could fly, and the rest simply knew no fatigue. Upon reaching the mountain, they found the slopes steep and nearly devoid of paths. Finally, beyond a bamboo grove, Lin Ze spotted several massive structures. The Faceless One's encampment appeared somewhat smaller than those of the other demonic races. The structures were built using primitive methods, yet they appeared well organized. It seemed the Faceless Ones possessed a higher level of intelligence than the other 3 types of demons. Strangely, Lin Ze saw no signs of faceless activity inside. Just as he was puzzling over this, he suddenly sensed an extremely faint whispering sound emanating from his surroundings. Lin Ze instantly grew alert, placing his weapon before him and assuming a defensive stance. Ignorant human, daring to trespass into the forbidden realm of life, you shall pay with your very existence. In an instant, the voice grew loud and eerie, echoing from all directions. Be laid to rest upon this land. As the words echoed, an uncountable chorus of teeth grinding filled the air, intertwined with eerie, rasping breaths. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sounds grew louder and louder, as if whatever was making them was slowly drawing nearer. Chapter 92, Ambush. The Eerie Faceless Ones. Within the bamboo grove, shadowy figures abruptly materialized, silently observing them. No! Those monsters had actually set up an ambush in advance. Lin Ze frowned, scanning his surroundings as he heightened his senses to the utmost, constantly alert to any movement. He had underestimated these monsters. He hadn't expected them to choose ambush over immediate attack upon discovering him. This was vastly different from the demons he'd encountered before. It seemed experience alone wasn't enough. Whoosh! A black arrow shot out from the darkness, flying straight toward Lin Ze's head. But before it could reach him, Xiao Yulan reached out and caught it. The black arrow glinted with a serpentine sheen, clearly coated in some form of poison or curse. Xiao Yulan snorted coldly and incinerated the arrow in her hand. Immediately, more arrows erupted from the darkness, raining down from all directions like a dense black storm. Xiao Yulan couldn't intercept them all this time. Fortunately, Lin Ze's sword riding technique was now masterful, and the arrows couldn't come anywhere near him. The other zombies weren't so fortunate. Lin Ze could already hear several low, guttural growls and the sound of blades piercing flesh. Many zombies had been struck. This couldn't go on. The enemy lurked in darkness while they fought in the light. He had to find a way to flush them out. Lin Ze thought to himself, then immediately commanded Little Magnolia. Use your magic to set all these bamboo stalks ablaze. Xiao Yulan understood and began hurling fireballs around her. Soon, a large patch of bamboo was ablaze. The area instantly brightened considerably. But Lin Ze still couldn't see the creatures lurking in the shadows. Fine, you like hiding, huh? Just wait and see if you can stay still later. Lin Ze drew the heaven-shattering feather sword and slashed several wind blades directly toward the direction the arrows had come from. Something strange happened after traveling a certain distance. The wind blades vanished completely. As if someone had erased this layer with an eraser. Faced with such an eerie spectacle, Lin Ze merely smiled. He already understood what was happening. It was a confusion array. Similar to the one previously set by the Sakura Nation individual. After the last incident, Lin Ze had intensively studied knowledge about illusion arrays. Such formations typically achieved concealment by distorting light or imposed a fixed illusion upon all beings within the array. This illusion caused people to selectively ignore certain things. The solution was straightforward. The most direct approach involved using area of effect skills to bombard the entire area, ensuring nothing could remain concealed. The second method involved using items with illusion dispelling effects. Lin Ze visually estimated the spot where the wind blade had vanished roughly 30 to 40 meters away. Therefore, the array's coverage area couldn't be excessively large. With that thought, Lin Ze raised his left hand. Summoned the evil Rock King. Rather than sending the zombie to tentatively step into the maze, he opted to directly shatter the illusions affecting him through brute force. He already wore a one-time use item granting immunity to illusions, yet it hadn't activated. This meant the monster's illusion array didn't rely on hallucinations to take effect, but rather worked by distorting light. Their plan was to lure Lin Ze into sending his minions to test the array's edges, then split him and his undead forces apart to defeat them one by one. Therefore, after confirming the enemy's coverage range, Lin Ze initiated his attack with a 0-frame start. The Wrath of the Earth was the first move unleashed by the evil Rock King after being summoned by Lin Ze. Its massive fist slammed into the ground, sending a visible shockwave rippling outward. The intense tremors caused even the zombies not targeted by the attack to stagger. After landing this blow, the wicked Rock King unleashed another Earth's Wrath seal. The familiar pale yellow gravitational core reappeared, this time targeting the monsters already locked onto by the wicked Rock King. Boom! 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 The ground shattered continuously as countless rocks were sucked from beneath the earth into the air, hurtling toward the gravitational core. The immense destructive force instantly shattered the surrounding terrain, leaving countless craters in its wake and fallen bamboo strewn everywhere. As he unleashed this attack, Lin Ze could faintly sense the presence of several creatures brimming with demonic energy. Found you! A faint smile touched Lin Ze's lips as he instantly unleashed several shattering kill talismans. Red light exploded, followed by several shrill cries. It was those faceless ones. Lin Ze immediately pointed his long sword. The zombies instantly understood and charged forward with a roar toward the faceless ones who had revealed themselves. The two sides clashed instantly. The faceless ones' hand-to-hand combat skills were far inferior to those of the werewolves and night demons. The moment they clashed, they were instantly overwhelmed by the zombies. Just as Lin Ze prepared to command the zombies to break out of the encirclement, he suddenly spotted a hunched figure. It was a frail, faceless being clutching a gray staff. Lin Ze detected no discernible magical power emanating from it. But judging by its appearance and position, this creature must be the leader of the faceless ones. Lin Ze immediately summoned his flying swords. With a flick of his right hand, several blades shot toward the staff-wielding faceless one. Just as the blades were about to pierce its body, a pair of massive black hands suddenly appeared before it, snatching the flying swords away. Foolish humans, still refusing to flee. It seems you're determined to stay here. The staff-wielding faceless one croaked. Let me show you the mighty power of the Dark God. As it spoke, it raised its magic staff high, chanting incessantly in a language Lin Ze could not comprehend. Its expression solemn and dignified, like a true priest offering a quiet prayer to its deity. As the chanting continued, dark currents swirled around it, as if some terrifying monster was about to emerge. No! I must stop it. Lin Ze decisively drew a talisman and hurled it at the faceless entity, simultaneously launching himself forward to slay this bizarre demonic creature. But after flying just a few meters, he was repelled by a massive, scaly hand. Damned human! I'll kill you and avenge my kin. A bizarre creature, covered in black scales and resembling a cross between a bat and a lizard, slowly emerged from the darkness. Its eyes burned with madness as it fixed its gaze on Lin Ze. Monster Night Demon King. Bronze rank boss. Description: royal bloodline of the Night Demon clan, ruling over a domain of night demons. It was the Night Demon King who had escaped. Lin Ze's expression grew even more grave. A night demon lord alone wasn't the threat, it was the faceless figure behind him, clearly performing some sort of summoning ritual. Chapter 93, A Fierce Enemy. Demon King Nasir. If interrupted in time, it might summon some terrifying monster. He had clearly underestimated them. He shouldn't have treated them like mindless beasts. Still, this night demon king was utterly spineless, abandoning so many of his own kind without a second thought. This was indeed rare. Night had fallen, the prime hour for the night demon clan's might. A terrifying black glow flickered across the night demon king's body as he opened his mouth and spat forth a stream of black substance, hurtling straight toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze dodged with a swift sidestep, calmly tossing several protective talismans behind him to buff the zombies first. Then, he hurled a single target killing seal, locking onto the night demon king. Only at night could the night demon king unleash his full power. Like a ghostly shadow, he vanished in a flash, dodging the talisman attack while teleporting behind Lin Ze. Its black claws reeked of a foul stench as it lashed out at Lin Ze's back. Halt! Do not harm my master! Just as Lin Ze dodged the blow, Zhang San roared furiously, charging forward to ram the night demon king aside. My lord, proceed without concern. Leave this place to me. Zhang San whispered to Lin Ze, his muscular frame gleaming with an almost metallic sheen. With that, he charged forward to engage the night demon king in combat. Though a fourth-tier soldier, Zhang San stood no chance against the bronze-tier boss Night Demon King, especially at night, when the Night Demon King was at its peak strength. But stopping the Faceless One was paramount now. Without further ado, Lin Ze nodded and charged toward the Faceless Priest. 6 flying swords danced with the wind. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Ze sent them hurtling toward the Faceless Priest in unison. Just as Lin Ze was about to drive the blades into the Faceless Priest's heart, it erupted into a maniacal laugh. Hail! Dark God! A thick black mist erupted from its staff, instantly repelling Lin Ze and the flying swords, sending a cloud of dust billowing across the ground. As the dust gradually cleared, a red-haired man with horns and wings appeared before Lin Ze's eyes. Who dares summon this king? His voice was deep and commanding, carrying an air of supreme arrogance. So this was the demon god? He seemed vaguely familiar. Lin Ze frowned in thought. My lord! This place has been invaded by vile humans. Please intervene and slay them. The masked priest hurriedly knelt and bowed his head. Unexpectedly, the red-haired man delivered a flying kick that sent the priest flying. With disgust, he declared. A mere dozen-leveled insect, and you summon this king to deal with it? Are all of you in the Goris Mountains useless trash? Summoning me is one thing, but without even a sacrifice? I can't unleash even 1/10,000th of my power. The man cursed as he delivered another kick, sending the faceless priest twitching on the ground. After venting his frustration, the red-haired man snorted coldly, hoisting the fallen faceless priest to his feet. He spoke with obvious displeasure. Do this again, and you'll be ground into fertilizer for my plants. With that, he flung the pitiful faceless priest away like discarded trash. Human, you have some nerve. Barely a dozen levels, and you dare come to the Chaos Continent? The red-haired man then turned his gaze toward Lin Ze, his eyes as cold as ice, as if looking at a dead man. The man's stare weighed heavily on Lin Ze, like being locked in the gaze of some primordial beast. Who are you? Lin Ze stared intently at the man before him, his hand already reaching for his backpack to pull out the rapid teleportation stone reserved for emergencies. Ha 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 ha. Curiosity kills the little bugger, doesn't it? Since you're about to have the honor of dying by this king's hand, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am the first general under the demon god of annihilation, the demon king Isaac Nasir. The man crossed his arms, laughing with arrogant disdain. To him, Lin Ze seemed no more than an ant he could crush at any moment. Lin Ze's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he hurriedly pressed the teleportation stone. He had heard that name before. He was one of the few true powerhouses on the Chaos Continent, the strongest among the demonic races, ranked second on the demon list, his strength already approaching that of a demon god. Such a powerhouse was utterly beyond Lin Ze's current capabilities to oppose. A single strike from him could obliterate Lin Ze entirely. Staying to fight would be suicide, so Lin Ze immediately decided to abandon the trial and leave via the teleportation stone. But after activating the teleportation stone, there was no movement whatsoever around him. Lin Ze sensed absolutely no spatial fluctuations. Trying to escape? Ha! Did you think I didn't notice your little trick? Nasir let out an evil chuckle, releasing his arms from his chest as magic surged through his left hand. I've sealed off this space. You won't escape. Though I'm not at full strength, it's more than enough to kill you. He laughed arrogantly, then slowly materialized a bizarrely shaped trident in his hand. This was the mythical weapon of the demon race. The Hell Trident. Lin Ze's heart was already churning with turmoil. Facing an enemy vastly superior to him, he couldn't help but inwardly curse his misfortune. But soon, Lin Ze sensed something amiss. It seemed this guy, though imposing, didn't possess the magical fluctuations of a demon lord. It felt more like a golden grade monster boss. Lin Ze suddenly recalled Nasir's earlier conversation with the priest and realized with a jolt. It was because there was no sacrifice that he couldn't unleash his full power. Or perhaps this was merely one of his avatars? Then perhaps there's still a chance to survive. Lin Ze thought excitedly, his grip on the sword regaining its strength. Facing imminent peril, he spared no thought for conservation, immediately producing several talismans he had personally crafted. The zombies had nearly finished off the faceless ones, leaving only Zhang San still locked in combat with the Night Demon King. But there was no way to aid him now. Defeating Nasir was their only hope for survival. The zombies instinctively positioned themselves in front of Lin Ze. Whether facing gods or demons, they would obey Lin Ze's commands unconditionally, even if it meant shattering their bodies to dust. Very well. Since you insist on fighting, I shall show you the might of the foremost Taoist master of the Tianqing sect. Lin Ze's fighting spirit ignited. 10 long swords clung tightly to his back, like a pair of sword wings. In a flash, Lin Ze soared into the air, unleashing 7 or 8 shattering kill talismans mixed with departing fire talismans. These were all personally crafted by him, one by one, their potency surpassing even the system-forged versions. Chapter 94, Hope and Desperation. Several talismans transformed into streaks of crimson energy, hurtling toward Nasir and exploding upon his face. Yet he seemed utterly unaffected, merely curling his lips slightly. Is this tickling you? He grinned, the tip of his trident glowing with a burst of light. A crimson bolt of lightning instantly struck toward Lin Ze. Crash! The deafening thunderclap and blinding flash left Lin Ze no time to dodge, and he was struck by the lightning. Ugh! Intense pain and a burning sensation instantly spread across his entire upper body, accompanied by waves of numbness. What devastating power! If I hadn't just cast a protective charm on myself, this strike could have killed me outright. Lin Ze's pupils contracted slightly as he thought in shock and disbelief. His upper garments were completely scorched away, revealing several charred scars on his slender, well-proportioned body. Though Lin Ze wore blue-grade armor, that single strike had reduced it to scorched fragments. This alone demonstrated the terrifying destructive power of that lightning strike. Seeing his first strike fail, Nasir instead wore an amused smile. Not bad, human boy. For someone of your level, to withstand my strike with your bare flesh is truly remarkable. But that's as far as it goes. He swung his trident once more, channeling an even more powerful red lightning bolt. Seeing this, the zombies under Lin Ze's command charged forward. We'll guard our lord to the death. Seeing Lin Ze struck down, Zhang San, who had just fought off the Night Demon King, charged forward first. With a thunderous shout, he landed a punch squarely on Nasir's face. The zombies behind him responded with a collective growl, charging at Nasir with utter disregard for their own lives. Didn't they know of Nasir's power? Of course they did. But as Lin Ze's soldiers, they had long been utterly devoted, willingly sacrificing their second lives for him. The roaring zombies quickly surrounded Nasir, yet he merely wore a mocking smile. No matter how many ants swarm, they remain mere ants. As he spoke, a crimson light erupted suddenly. A powerful shockwave instantly blew apart all the zombies that had closed in on him. The zombies clinging to Nasir were instantly reduced to fragments by the immense force, with only Zhang San surviving by sheer physical resilience. Nasir, however, remained unscathed, clean and unblemished. Yet this scene did not deter the zombies. Instead, they charged toward Nasir with even greater reckless abandon. My lord, flee at once. It was Zhang San's voice. He too sensed that the enemy before them was far beyond what Lin Ze and his men could defeat. Therefore, he must sacrifice his own life to protect Lin Ze's retreat. Through their days fighting side by side, Zhang San had long come to regard Lin Ze as a worthy leader to follow. Before being transferred here, he had been a military commander himself. He had witnessed firsthand how those lofty generals, driven by greed, treated their soldiers as disposable pawns to secure wealth. Death held no terror. Perishing on the battlefield was a general's honor. But dying solely for personal gain? That sacrifice was utterly worthless. Lin Ze, however, did not treat them as expendable. He genuinely regarded Zhang San and the others as brothers in arms. In every battle, hadn't Lin Ze stood shoulder to shoulder with them on the front lines? He had never retreated a single step. These past days, Lin Ze provided them with food, sought out advancement items for them, built them comfortable homes, and even tended to the wounded zombies specifically. Even though they were nothing more than long-dead monsters. Yet Lin Ze still treated these zombies as human beings, as loyal subordinates worthy of trust. Therefore, Zhang San had long been willing to sacrifice himself for Lin Ze. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ze was deeply moved. I won't run away. A mere gold-tier boss? My target is the demon god. Battle fervor reignited within Lin Ze's heart. His mind raced, searching for a way to break the stalemate. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the Night Demon King lurking behind Nasir, and a bold idea took root in his mind. He was just a hair's breadth away from leveling up. If he could defeat the Night Demon King, he would reach level 16. The system would unlock new abilities, perhaps the key to breaking this stalemate. Besides, he possessed no items capable of breaking free from an 11th tier demon lord's spatial lockdown. He had no choice but to go all in. Lin Ze made his decision swiftly. He first stacked additional buffs onto his zombies, then drew his twin blades and charged straight at Nasir. Oh? Feeling desperate now? Nasir dismissed him entirely, viewing this battle as nothing more than a game. Let's see what else you've got, human boy. He roared with laughter. A faint smile curved Lin Ze's lips as he continuously tossed two types of talismans onto the ground. The yin and yang energies here weren't particularly abundant, but it was sufficient to set up a yin wound yang destruction formation. Though its power wouldn't match the last time, his current level was a full 5 ranks higher than before. Now, it all depended on whether the formula or formation granted at level 16 would be the one he needed. Having made his preparations, Lin Ze struck first. The grey nether sword shot forth like a dark, venomous serpent, streaking directly toward Nasir. Just as it neared Nasir, Lin Ze abruptly changed his hand seals. The sword hovered midair, then shot straight toward the Night Demon King. Now! Lin Ze growled, both hands simultaneously gathering a pure energy that propelled the sword to unleash his most powerful strike yet. The zombies moved in unison. Dozens of demonic corpses simultaneously channeled spells, hurling them toward the Night Demon King in perfect synchrony. Instantly, the sky erupted with a dense swarm of flames, dazzling like falling meteors. The Night Demon King had sustained injuries in his battle with Zhang San and the zombies. Seeing Nasir arrive, he had intended to rest for a moment. He never expected Lin Ze to ignore Nasir and attack him first. As he prepared to defend, Lin Ze's talisman barrage commenced. The system-forged talismans had one major advantage: they were plentiful and never ran out. Even if his inventory emptied, as long as he had materials, Lin Ze could forge them on the fly during battle. Within 10 seconds, Lin Ze unleashed nearly 100 shattering kill talismans. The intense explosions forced the Night Demon King to focus solely on defense, leaving him no chance to dodge. This carpet bombing was impossible to evade unless he could instantly fly nearly 100 meters away. My lord! Save me! Seeing Lin Ze wielding dual swords, clearly charging up a powerful attack, the Night Demon King panicked and urgently called out to Nasir beside him. But Nasir paid him no mind, instead gently fluttering the wings on his back, his face wearing an expression of keen interest. Interesting. I'll see just what you're up to. Nasir remarked with keen interest. Chapter 95, Reversal. The 5 Elements Escape Technique and the Heavenly Thunder 5 Lightning Seal. As Lin Ze unleashed the shattering blaze slash once more, the pitiful Night Demon King could only vanish from this world amidst a hail of swords, reduced to fragments of flesh amid his lingering resentment and regret. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 16. Acquired a new crafting recipe, Heavenly 5 Thunder Symbol. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 16. Acquired new skill. 5 Elements Escape Technique. Lin Ze's face lit up instantly. The system truly delivered. These two abilities were perfectly suited for the current situation. The 5 Thunder Symbol of Heavenly Sovereign is a supremely young talisman of Taoist tradition, delivering twice the results with half the effort against malevolent spirits. The 5 Elements Escape Technique, a specialty of Lin Ze's past life, is a formidable spell that harnesses the 5 elements to generate diverse attacks. This technique is unpredictable, capable of both offense and defense, offering limitless possibilities. Immediately craft 10 Heavenly Gang's 5 Thunder Talismans. After quickly checking his materials, Lin Ze realized he had plenty on hand and immediately commanded the system. Crafting in progress? After issuing the command, Lin Ze held his breath and focused his mind. The familiar power of the 5 elements surged within him. Now, we can really have some fun. Lin Ze smiled at Nasir as a faint green glow slowly materialized in his hand. His bare torso radiated intense elemental energy, his long hair stirring without wind. The aura of a celestial master now radiated from him. Nasir remained silent, merely curling his finger dismissively toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze snapped his fingers and chanted a spell. A powerful surge of vitality erupted from his body, sending a thick tangle of vines bursting from the ground. They instantly wrapped themselves around Nasir's body. 5 Elements Escape Technique, Primordial Wood. Before Nasir could break free, Lin Ze changed his hand seals. A blazing orange light erupted, and a pure yang flame ignited the vines. In an instant, the intense heat engulfed Nasir, leaving his body scorched with burns. It's not over yet. Lin Ze grinned, raising his hand in a gesture. 2 brown earth dragons surged from the ground, instantly engulfing Nasir entirely. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth. This was the most fundamental application of the 5 Elements Escape Technique mutual generation. Unfortunately, Lin Ze had only just mastered it, and his spiritual energy couldn't yet sustain a full sequence. Yet the combined destructive power of the 3 elements was terrifying enough to inflict significant damage even on Nasir, a member of the demonic race. Seeing Lin Ze temporarily pin down Nasir, the zombies swarmed forward to unleash their attacks. They bit and kicked, hurling curses and spells. Every conceivable skill was unleashed upon Nasir all at once. After taking a barrage of damage, Nasir's rage ignited. A surge of powerful magic erupted from his body as he violently tore free from the vines and earth dragon binding him. To have me reduced to such a sorry state. Human boy, you're quite amusing. Nasir laughed bitterly in rage, his hell trident whirling once more to impale several nearby zombies. He then leapt violently into the air. Enough! I've had my fun. Time to die, human brat! He roared, instantly channeling a powerful, annihilating demonic thunderbolt onto his trident. A torrent of frenzied lightning surged forth, streaking toward Lin Ze. No, Lin Ze had been waiting for this very move. You think you're the only one who can wield thunder magic? Lin Ze smiled faintly as he slowly pulled a freshly crafted Heavenly Thunder 5 lightning talisman from his backpack. As a Taoist priest, Lin Ze knew full well the terrifying power it held. The second, the third. As one talisman after another appeared in Lin Ze's hands, the sky suddenly darkened once more, swirling with thunderclouds as rolling thunder roared incessantly. Watch closely. This is the heavenly thunder of the eastern 9 heavens, summoned by the heavenly lord of universal transformation. A Western demon dares to challenge the methods of immortals and gods? Lin Ze let out a contemptuous laugh, flinging the thunder talisman into the air before forming a ritual seal with both hands. Heavenly righteousness, 5 thunders exorcise demons. Universal transformation, heavenly lord, aid my divine might. Hasten as commanded. Heavenly 5 thunder talisman, manifest. As Lin Ze chanted the incantation, the talismans blazed with thunderous light. The heavens responded instantly, rolling thunder and flashing lightning erupting across the sky. With that, Lin Ze raised his hand, and a colossal bolt of heavenly thunder suddenly descended from the sky, landing steadily in his palm. Then, with a flick of his wrist, countless blue-purple bolts of lightning shot forth like raging dragons, streaking directly toward Nasir. The air crackled incessantly with subtle explosions, the terrifying power even causing the entire space to ripple slightly. At the same moment, Nasir completed his power build-up and violently flung his trident forward. The dark crimson demonic lightning was equally terrifying. Twisting like a giant serpent, it hurtled toward Lin Ze. In an instant, the 2 bolts of thunder, each a different color, collided midair. They intertwined and clashed violently. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Blinding light and seismic shockwaves swept across 100 miles, leaving everyone's vision blanketed in white. The violent explosion instantly consumed all life near the point of collision. Countless plumes of dust were hurled skyward, obscuring everything. Seconds later, as the dust cleared, 2 battered figures reappeared in the sky. You brat, you're actually this strong? It seems I underestimated you. I never imagined I'd be defeated by a mere human kid barely in his teens. Ha 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 ha. Nasir spat out a mouthful of blood, then suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. After laughing for a while, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning savage. Very well. Today, you shall not live. When my true form arrives here, that will be the day you die. Lin Ze, too, lay gravely wounded amidst the thunderous clash, yet he paid no heed to Nasir's threats. Instead, a mocking smile spread across his face. Do you think only the demon realm has powerful beings? A brand new teleportation stone suddenly appeared in his hand, radiating the faint aura of a 100-level demigod lord. Indeed, the gravely wounded Nasir could no longer use this temporary avatar to seal the space. Lin Ze had sent the coordinates the moment he could, confident that the principal and the others would arrive soon. But that wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point was that the system had just announced, killing this avatar of the Demon King would grant the summoning conditions for the demon race. Moreover, upon slaying Nasir's avatar, a random piece of Nasir's loot would drop. Lin Ze tucked the teleportation stone back into his pocket before extending his hand once more, summoning the grey nether sword. Step by step, he advanced toward Nasir, raising the grey nether sword high above his head. Nasir had no strength left to rise. Both arms had been shattered by lightning, and a wave of humiliation surged from the depths of his soul to its peak. To be killed by such a weak human. Even though it was only a clone, the agony of being trampled underfoot by an ant sent Nasir into a fury. Chapter 96, Conquest Achieved. S-rank assessment exceeded. Farewell, Demon King. I will kill you for real, sooner or later. Lin Ze pronounced the sentence softly before thrusting his sword downward with all his might. Congratulations, host. Defeated pseudo-gold tier boss Nasir. Acquired demon clan summoning privilege. Congratulations, host. Acquired equipment, Hell Trident Pseudo 1. As Nasir fell with eyes wide open, the familiar voice echoed in Lin Ze's mind. His gaze then shifted to the still unconscious High Priest of the Faceless, a faint smile curling his lips. Almost forgot the main task. Lin Ze muttered as he approached, allowing the High Priest to meet his longed-for dark god in his dreams. Lord Lin Ze has completed the purge of the designated territory. Successfully conquered 100 square kilometers of the demon realm. Integrating the territory into your domain. With the demise of the last demon here, Lin Ze successfully concluded this tumultuous final assessment. Behind him, the headmaster who had already prepared soldiers to provide backup nodded with satisfaction. He truly surpasses his father. He murmured softly before discreetly retreating back through the portal. After resolving everything, Lin Ze first gathered the scattered spoils of war before summoning the portal once more, returning to his domain space. Breathing in the familiar air, the lifeless appearance of his domain strangely felt comforting to Lin Ze. The losses this time were devastating. Nearly half of the core combat force 3rd tier zombies had been killed or wounded, while 4 or 5 4th tier zombies had fallen in the battle against Nasir. Yet the gains from this battle were substantial. First and foremost was the ancestral inheritance obtained by Little Magnolia. This directly confirmed that she would become one of the most powerful commanders under Lin Ze in the future, and might even help him touch upon that legendary realm. The 4 great zombie ancestors correspond to the 4 distinct evolutionary branches of zombies. In other words, perhaps other ancestral lineages could emerge among them in the future, something Lin Ze had never known before. Secondly, the spoils from Lin Ze's recent demon slaying and the newly rewarded territory. Lin Ze's domain expanded by another 100 square kilometers, now forming a small world of considerable scale. His control over it grew ever stronger. He could sense the aura permeating most areas within his domain, along with the life force it carried. Following his previous contract with Chu Yao, Lin Ze's domain now also sensed traces of peculiar life energy. Though scarce, it was undeniably present. This might bring immeasurable, powerful enhancements to Lin Ze's future path as a domain lord. The loot dropped by the monsters was also impressive. Each of the 5 monster bosses dropped a rare item unique to their species for Lin Ze. Among these, the most valuable were the 4th tier materials dropped by the 2 wolf kings. Feral Fawn, Crimson. Tier 4 offensive material. Equipping grants the Lord plus 5% attack power and grants all followers plus 5% total attack power bonus. Can be used as synthesis material. Nightshade Fawn, Shadow Veil. Tier 4 functional material. Equipping grants the Lord plus 5% agility and a 1% chance to gain 1 instance of damage immunity. Can be used as a synthesis material. Both items are rare artifacts with exclusive properties, granting bonuses even when worn directly. If they could be synthesized into a single accessory, it would be at least epic quality. Additionally, 5 new monster summoning permissions have been added, allowing Lin Ze to now craft even more powerful zombies. The Demon Clan, Werewolf Clan, and Faceless Clan are all races whose attributes synergize exceptionally well with zombies. Transforming these creatures into zombies will directly boost Lin Ze's overall combat power. Not to mention, a legendary tier pseudo-hell trident dropped. Not only that, but after slaying Nasir's clone, Lin Ze's experience points skyrocketed, bringing him within striking distance of level 17. Carefully tallying the gains from this battle, Lin Ze's mood lifted slightly. The newly acquired talismans and skills proved exceptionally practical, as demonstrated in his battle against Nasir. Who else could defeat a gold tier boss solo at level 16? Lin Ze had done it. And this was merely one chapter in his journey to becoming a legend. After gathering his spoils, Lin Ze first summoned a batch of new monsters to use as materials for crafting zombies. Then, he personally crafted a Heavenly Thunder 5 lightning talisman. After gauging its difficulty, he finally returned to the real world. The moment he emerged, he saw numerous unfamiliar faces standing outside, gazing at him with reverent eyes. Yes, reverence. Though these individuals were at least 10 years older than Lin Ze, they still regarded him with the kind of gaze reserved for a true powerhouse. Lin Ze's assessment had been broadcast live in its entirety on Qingbei University's platform. In just 2 short days, this mysterious and powerful youth had become a new legend in the capital. He had reached level 16 by the end of his freshman year. Moreover, without any external assistance, he had successfully slain 5 bronze tier bosses and 1 gold tier boss. This gold tier boss was the strongest among the demonic race. Even though it was merely a clone, such a feat was absolutely beyond the capabilities of a level 16 lord. Thus, Lin Ze's name spread like wildfire across every university in the capital. In the Lord's world, might reigns supreme. Many prominent clans had already set their sights on Lin Ze, recognizing him as a future elite powerhouse. Before this group of teachers, the president of Qingbei University gazed at Lin Ze with a warm smile. "My boy, I knew you'd pass this trial." As Lin Ze emerged, the president walked up with a warm smile, patting him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. The teachers standing nearby all chimed in with agreement. Indeed. To possess such prowess as a freshman, you're destined to become a dominant force in the future. Long immune to such praise, Lin Ze merely replied with a casual, "Just luck." This composed demeanor, unfazed by praise or criticism, earned him another nod of approval from the principal. The look in his eyes held not only admiration but also a hint of complexity. After a moment of silence, the principal resumed his smile and patted Lin Ze's shoulder again. "Your performance this time was nothing short of perfect. Even for an S-level assessment, we could only award you full marks to do justice to your outstanding display. As a reward, the Academy will present you with an award to encourage you. We hope you will achieve even greater accomplishments in the future." The principal paused abruptly. "Additionally, come to my office tomorrow. I have matters I wish to discuss with you." A complex expression flashed across the principal's face. With that, he adjusted his Zhongshan suit and departed. Chapter 97, Assessment Rewards and Past Memories. The guilt that had long been buried deep within nearly caused the principal to lose his composure. Seeing that familiar face again filled his heart with sorrow and nostalgia, inevitably bringing back memories of the past. Over a decade ago, when the principal was merely a professor at Qingbei University, he had encountered a student during an open lecture. This young man possessed a fiery, idealistic personality yet demonstrated remarkably formidable abilities. From that kid's few battles, the principal keenly sensed that this fool named Lin Tianding might very well be a genius. In this world saturated with darkness, possessing such an innocent and purely righteous heart was exceptionally rare. Yet Lin Tianding was precisely that kind of person. Curiosity led the headmaster to investigate Lin Tianding's background. He discovered the boy was an orphan who had fought his way into Qingbei University entirely on his own and had even topped the national entrance exams that year. Moved by a desire to nurture talent, the headmaster swiftly took him under his wing. Soon, Lin Tianding became his most prized disciple, accomplishing a series of feats that utterly stunned the entire domain of lords. Later, Lin Tianding joined the military, formally beginning his confrontation with the demonic realm. His legendary life was just about to begin. But a tragic accident swept Lin Tianding, just promoted to Dragon Nation's youngest major general, and his wife into a spatial vortex between the demon realm and the real world. They never returned. Thus, a rising star was swallowed by boundless darkness. Now, over a decade later, few still remember that man. That very incident had been a mission personally supervised by the headmaster, his own mentor. For years, he could never forgive himself. Had he been more vigilant back then, perhaps Lin Tianding would not have vanished forever. Now, his beloved disciple's son had arrived at Qingbei Academy, proving even more exceptional than his father. Perhaps by compensating Lin Ze more, he could atone for some of the guilt that had weighed on his heart all these years. The principal pondered this, letting out a deep sigh. For a moment, his tall, upright figure seemed strangely desolate. Lin Ze was unaware of this matter. He simply assumed the principal had summoned him regarding the end-of-term assessment rewards and paid it little mind. Having completed his assessment first, he now found himself with nothing to do. He sat in the observation area, watching the live assessments of others. After watching for a while, he realized that compared to his own assessment area, most students had been assigned locations that were practically vacation level. Not only were the monsters sparsely distributed, but their strength was nothing compared to what he'd faced. If Lin Ze had gone in, he probably could have finished in a day. So being too outstanding was actually a mistake, huh? Lin Ze thought gloomily. After watching for a while, Lin Ze decided to head back for some rest. He hadn't had a proper rest these past 2 days in the demon realm, and now he desperately wanted to return to his dormitory for a good night's sleep. Shu Yao and Shi Qing had both earned A-level assessments too, so it seemed they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. With that thought, Lin Ze bid farewell to the proctor and headed toward his dormitory. After grabbing a quick bite downstairs, he went upstairs, took a shower, dried his hair, and collapsed onto his bed. A full day of intense combat had left his body utterly exhausted. Though Momo had healed all his physical wounds, the weariness in his heart still needed a good night's sleep to fade. As waves of drowsiness washed over him, Lin Ze gradually drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. With the exams over and winter break approaching, Lin Ze had little to occupy his time these days. After getting up and washing up, Lin Ze suddenly received a call from the principal. "Lin Ze, are you free right now? If you can, come to room 603 in building 1 of the East Campus. There's something I need to tell you." The principal's voice on the other end sounded heavy, yet carried an indescribable feeling. Since Lin Ze had no immediate plans, he agreed to meet in 10 minutes. Judging by the tone, this seemed to be about more than just an award. Could it be that the esteemed principal of Qingbei Academy was so distressed over giving a student an award that his voice sounded this downcast? Surely not? Lin Ze couldn't help but wonder. Fortunately, the principal had no idea how Lin Ze secretly viewed him behind his back. Otherwise, he'd surely give this great-grandson a good smack on the head just like his own father used to do. 10 minutes later, Lin Ze arrived at the principal's office door as agreed and knocked lightly. "Come in." The principal's deep, resonant voice came from inside. Upon entering the office, the principal sat with his hands folded on the desk, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing this, Lin Ze didn't want to disturb him and stood there quietly observing the principal. Fortunately, the principal didn't ponder for too long and soon snapped out of his thoughts. "Oh dear. Why are you standing there, young man? Sit down, sit down." The principal suddenly adopted a concerned expression, a stark contrast to his earlier stern, cold-faced demeanor. "Lin Ze." After exchanging pleasantries, the principal paused before speaking. "Xiao Ze, it's fine if I call you that, right?" Lin Ze replied that it was fine. The principal nodded. "Then let's discuss this assessment first. We've all seen your performance during this assessment. Frankly, it's been a long time since I've encountered a student like you, someone who combines both brawn and brains. That's why we'd like to include the video of this assessment in our textbooks. Would that be acceptable? Of course, the Academy will compensate you." Lin Ze paused in surprise but eventually nodded. After all, it was merely using his combat footage for educational purposes, hardly a big deal, especially with compensation involved. Qingbei University wasn't short on funds, and the compensation offered would certainly not be monetary. Seeing Lin Ze agree, the principal nodded with satisfaction. Additionally, regarding your performance in this assessment, the Academy has prepared a reward. It has already been sent to your Lord Space. You can check it later. All personally selected treasures, you know. The principal smiled kindly as he spoke, his gaze toward Lin Ze softening slightly. Lin Ze nodded again, unsurprised. If the principal called them treasures, they were undoubtedly useful and valuable items. The principal then engaged Lin Ze in a bit of small talk, asking odd questions like whether he had a girlfriend and how he'd been getting along in Jiangnan province these past years. Finally, after a brief silence, he removed his glasses and looked directly at Lin Ze. You must know by now about your father and my relationship, and about what happened back then. The principal's voice trembled slightly as he spoke of this. The incident from back then? Lin Ze froze for a second, shaking his head instinctively. Luo Kegong had indeed mentioned before that the current principal of Qingbei Academy was Lin Ze's father's teacher. But the details of that incident had never been mentioned. In truth, Lin Ze knew nothing about what had happened to his parents back then. All he knew was that they had tragically perished in a battle against monsters. Chapter 98, Unraveling the Principal's Heartache. His mind held absolutely no memories of how his parents had perished. Seeing the principal suddenly bring this up, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could there be more to the story behind his parents' deaths? Shaking his head, Lin Ze replied. I know you were my father's teacher back then. But I truly have no knowledge of what happened to him back then, or how he sacrificed himself. What's wrong? Is there more to this story? The principal stared intently at Lin Ze's face, sighing with a complex expression as if gathering his thoughts. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Actually, your father might still be alive. This statement left Lin Ze stunned, frozen in place. The principal exhaled deeply, as if finally releasing a weight from his heart. That mission back then involved deep penetration into the heart of the demon realm to subdue an 11th tier demon lord. Your father served as the primary operative, while your mother provided support. Because your father's element was undead, he could blend in well within the demon realm. As the commander-in-chief of that operation, I approved his plan. He planned to infiltrate the demon lord's castle directly, execute a swift decapitation strike, and then use the special abilities of a necromancer lord to escape. Rumors circulated at the time that human traitors had emerged within the demon realm, which is why our plan was compromised. That demon lord had already conquered vast territories in the real world. Due to his unique abilities, he could only be killed within the demon realm. If slain elsewhere, he would simply return to the demon realm and resurrect. Your father and I both believed that was the optimal moment to eliminate him, so we did not abandon the mission but persisted in completing it. As the headmaster spoke these words, a hint of guilt flickered across his face. But in the end, the mission failed. Your father was surrounded by 3 demon armies and fought a desperate battle. And your mother, trying to save him, was caught in the same encirclement. At that moment, I should have teleported them back. But their struggle triggered spatial fluctuations, causing a rift to open in the connection between the demon realm and the real world. When I activated the teleportation array, they didn't return. Instead, they were sucked into the spatial rift along with those 3 demon lords, vanishing from this world. After finishing his words, the headmaster sighed deeply. All these years, I've kept wondering if I hadn't activated that teleportation array, if I had gone personally instead, or simply abandoned the mission altogether, they might still be alive now. Maybe. The principal's eyes brimmed with profound sorrow and guilt. Lin Ze fell silent upon hearing this. He never imagined his parents hadn't perished at the hands of enemies, but that such events had unfolded instead. But in truth, the principal couldn't be blamed. He hadn't done anything wrong. His guilt stemmed more from the feeling that he had personally pushed his beloved student into this accident, or rather, that he had caused his student to be swept into the spatial vortex. But then Lin Ze recalled the principal's opening words. Your father might not be dead yet. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Ze finally voiced the question. If that's the case, then why did you say my father might not be dead? The headmaster gently rubbed his face, seemingly calming his emotions. Because his kin have not vanished or perished. This indicates his Lord core remains intact. Our research into space has advanced significantly over the years, leading us to this conclusion. Perhaps your parents are not dead, but have been stranded in some world we have yet to detect. But this conclusion remains purely hypothetical. There is no concrete evidence to substantiate this conjecture. As the principal spoke, he suddenly rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Lin Ze. Startled, Lin Ze rushed forward to help him up, only to discover the principal possessed astonishing strength. Even with Lin Ze's physique, he couldn't budge the man's arm. It is my fault. You should have had a happy childhood and a complete family, yet now you've been forced to grow up alone and independent. All these years, I couldn't even bring myself to look at you. I'm nothing but a cowardly bastard. Lin Ze waved his hands hurriedly, saying, What are you saying? This isn't your fault at all. On the contrary, I'm incredibly proud of my parents. Lin Ze's words struck the principal like lightning. He rose unsteadily to his feet, tears welling in his eyes. You don't hate me? Don't you hate your parents? Lin Ze found this question baffling and replied earnestly. Why should I? Weren't you all fighting to protect this world, to defend our nation? Though we deeply wish it weren't so, such tragedies are unavoidable. War and sacrifice have always been inseparable. We should rally our strength and wash away the injustice and sorrow with victory. As their father's teacher, you should understand this principle. Lin Ze's words left the principal momentarily speechless, his mind churning violently. After a long moment, he embraced Lin Ze with emotion. You're something else, kid. You're right, I've been too fixated on trivial matters. I should be thinking about how to avenge Tianding, how to find him, and how to bring him back. The principal's embrace felt unnervingly unfamiliar to Lin Ze, but seeing the man's emotional state, he couldn't bring himself to push him away. He simply let the embrace continue. Outside the door, Luo Kegon leaned against the wall, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He and the principal were old friends, how could he not know the principal's inner turmoil and nightmares? Unexpectedly, this 10-year-old knot that had troubled him was untangled by Lin Ze. Judging by what Lin Ze had just said, this kid seemed to have the makings of a natural leader. In the office, the principal finally released Lin Ze, his fervent gaze sending a chill down Lin Ze's spine. Fortunately, the principal didn't do anything else strange. Instead, he laughed heartily a few times and patted Lin Ze on the shoulder. Thank you, Xiao Ze. Lin Ze nodded silently, saying nothing. His mind was still reeling from the principal's earlier suggestion, the possibility that his father was trapped in another world. Could there be other worlds besides the demon realm? If that's the case, could it be that I, too, came from another world? After chatting for a while longer, Lin Ze excused himself and headed back, intending to ask Momo more about this world. Before leaving, the principal asked Lin Ze to note down his Lord ID, saying he had something to give him. Back in his dorm, Lin Ze logged into the Lord's space once more. The rewards for the final assessment had been distributed, all 4th and 5th tier materials, along with consumables like magic scrolls and other items. Chapter 99, Mystic Celestial Robe and Starfall Sword. Overall, the rewards were quite generous and highly practical, everything was usable. What piqued Lin Ze's interest most were the 10 magic scrolls. This was the first time he'd seen the finished product. Their function was somewhat similar to his talismans, but they required a certain amount of mana to use. However, their coverage area was significantly larger than that of talismans. Moreover, it was said that these things consumed over twice as many materials as talismans. Nevertheless, 2 of the scrolls possessed special effects that left Lin Ze thoroughly satisfied. One was a concealment magic scroll, and the other was a darkness magic scroll. Both were considered rare spells with high practical value. The invisibility scroll grants the user and their companions a 20-minute cloaking effect. As long as the enemy was no more than 30 levels below the Lord, they couldn't detect the Lord unless he initiated an attack. The effect was quite impressive. The dark magic scroll contained a spell called the Realm of Utter Darkness, plunging a 500-meter radius into complete darkness. Enemies shrouded in darkness become blinded and steadily lose vitality, making it a devastating area of effect spell. After receiving these items, Lin Ze recalled the headmaster's request and promptly added him as a Lord friend. Soon, the headmaster accepted the friend request and immediately sent several items. Lord Zhao Shanhai has sent you an item, Epic Tier Equipment Mystic Celestial Robe 1. Lord Zhao Shanhai has sent you an item, Epic Tier Equipment Cloud Treading Boots 1. Lord Zhao Shanhai has sent you an item, Epic Quality Weapon Starfall Blade 1. 3 consecutive notifications made Lin Ze raise an eyebrow. 3 epic tier items right off the bat, and they all seemed perfectly suited to his abilities. The headmaster was quite the generous fellow. As Lin Ze pondered this, another message from the headmaster arrived. Xiao Ze, you might need these now. Take them for the time being. Once your level rises, I'll send you 2 even better ones. Most legendary tier equipment had level restrictions. It wasn't that the principal didn't want to dump a pile of gold gear on Lin Ze, it was simply that his current level was too low to utilize them effectively. These 3 pieces were slightly lower tier items from the principal's inventory, but each possessed unique effects. Their practicality far surpassed that of ordinary purple epic gear. The principal had carefully selected these 3 pieces after studying Lin Ze's combat style. When it came to rare and valuable gear collections, Zhao Shanhai was undoubtedly one of the few in the entire Dragon Nation. Lin Ze accepted them without hesitation, offering a few words of thanks before taking the 3 pieces. Equipment, Mystic Celestial Robe. Grade, Purple. Bonus, plus 120 magic defense, plus 100 physical defense. Special effect, Mystic Heaven's Blessing. The Lord wearing this equipment constantly absorbs the power of the Mystic Heavens, periodically gaining a shield that can absorb damage, reducing up to 90%. Special effect, Righteous Chi. While equipped, the Lord may actively activate the Mystic Heaven domain, granting ally forces and familiars within range of 15% spell damage reduction and shortening the recharge cycle of Mystic Heaven's Blessing. Description: a peculiar Taoist robe forged from the essence of heaven and earth, crafted by ancient deities. It holds profound, unfathomable power, offering protection to its wearer. This is a highly versatile defensive item, offering both a single target skill to protect the Lord and an area of effect skill that boosts minion stats. Truly a jack of all trades piece of gear. Currently, Lin Ze lacks any decent defensive gear. This mystic celestial robe perfectly fills that gap, serving as an excellent transitional piece. Lin Ze donned the garment with satisfaction. Soon, his clothes transformed into a black and white robe, adorned with an inkwashing young fish symbol on the back, slowly rotating. Compared to the mystic phase robe, the cloud-treading boots focused more on enhancing Lin Ze's mobility. Not only did they grant him a significant boost in agility, but they also provided an active Lord skill that granted a group-wide buff. Special property cloud-treading agility. Equipping this grants the Lord a 3-hour cooldown area of effect buff, increasing all minions and allies within range by 10% agility and significantly boosting jump height, enabling brief low-altitude flight. This skill is quite impressive, granting zombies typically lacking in mobility a burst of explosive movement speed for a short duration. The low-altitude flight capability alone ensures it won't be significantly inferior to the mystic celestial robe. However, it appears that the rock giant and giant zombies, two larger-sized zombies, cannot benefit from this low-altitude flight enhancement. Perhaps their sheer weight is too great. Finally, there was the purple Starfall sword. Lin Ze drew it and examined its attribute panel. Weapon, Starfall sword. Quality, purple. Bonus, plus 100 damage. Special property Starfall, damage dealt by this weapon inflicts unique stellar wounds, slowing enemy recovery, restricting spellcasting, and dealing burn damage. Special property Star-shattering sky-cleaving, consumes spirit or mana to unleash a powerful slash against all enemies afflicted with stellar wounds. Successfully killing an enemy with this skill summons a meteorite to strike. Description: this is a replica of a weapon forged by the ancient Star Clan's archenemy. Its prototype was a divine artifact crafted using a dead star as its core. It possesses the supreme power to shatter stars with a single strike. An exceptional weapon indeed. Not only does it deal special damage, but its attached skill is truly game-changing. Using it to slay opponents triggers chain reactions, truly a rare treasure. Lin Ze immediately wielded the longsword using sword control, finding it remarkably responsive. However, the description mentions the StarClan's sworn enemy, a race I've never heard of before. Looks like yet another tragic race lost to the dust of history. After stowing the Starfall sword in his backpack, Lin Ze wasted no time in forging new zombies. This final assessment had taken a heavy toll on his already sizable zombie army, causing him considerable heartache. Fortunately, he had acquired a powerful new race this time. He might as well forge them out and see how they performed. With that thought, Lin Ze plunged into work. After an afternoon of non-stop work, a new batch of faces soon appeared in Lin Ze's domain. Werewolf zombies and demon zombies. After studying the 4 newly acquired magical creatures, Lin Ze ultimately decided to focus on these 2 types. While the faceless ones possessed formidable power, their inherent traits didn't align well with zombies. In contrast, the attributes of these 2 creatures proved far more suitable for transforming into undead minions. Chapter 100, The Arrogant Transfer Student. As for the Night Fiends, their abilities proved too erratic, so Lin Ze only created a few for research purposes. As for the Hungry Ghosts, those things weren't even as strong as Lin Ze's initial human zombies, so he couldn't be bothered to study them at all. With this latest batch, Lin Ze's total zombie count surged to nearly 1,000. At this level, it was considered a massive scale. In just a few weeks, this new batch of zombies would ascend to around Tier 3, and Lin Ze's combat strength would soon surge once more. Additionally, Lin Ze crafted 10 Heavenly Gang's 5 Thunder Talismans and stowed them in his backpack. The materials required for crafting the Heavenly Gang's 5 Thunder Talismans were the most difficult to gather among all talismans currently available. Beyond the basic papyrus and cinnabar, 2 distinct thunder attribute materials and a pulsating thunder core were required. The grade of the surging thunder core wasn't strictly required, but the higher its rank, the more powerful the Heavenly Gang's 5 Thunder Talismans would be. As Lin Ze's most potent offensive and destructive talisman to date, he personally inscribed all 10. Their efficacy surpassed system-crafted versions by roughly 10%. The cultivation of the 5 elements escape technique is similar to sword control, both require frequent practice and enhanced spiritual power to gradually advance. The initial 5 elements escape technique only utilizes the lowest grade mundane elements. As Lin Ze later advances its level, the elements he can control will gradually strengthen, progressing through 5 distinct stages. Mortal, Spirit, Earth, Heaven, Immortal. Upon mastering the 5 elements escape technique, Lin Ze would gain command over the 10 most potent elements in the cosmos. Each element embodies both yin and yang, capable of generating other elemental powers. It can be described as a Taoist spell with exceptional growth potential and practical utility. After handling everything, Lin Ze's mental energy was nearly depleted. He rubbed his temples and logged out of the Lord's world. It was now afternoon in the real world. After a night of intense work, Lin Ze went downstairs for a bite to eat before returning to his dormitory. By now, students had been steadily completing their assessments, though these were all lower-tier evaluations, hence the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Upon exiting, they saw Lin Ze's name prominently displayed at the top of the final exam rankings. The bold S-level assessment and perfect score of 120 were strikingly conspicuous. S-grade assessment. This was a difficulty level no one had attempted in nearly a decade. And Lin Ze had completed it before any of them. What kind of terrifying monster was this? Many students' perceptions of Lin Ze's name were elevated to an entirely new level of prestige. At that moment, Qingbei University was compiling Lin Ze's battle footage into instructional videos. Thus, they remained unaware that Lin Ze had not only completed the S-grade assessment but had also defeated a gold grade boss within it. Otherwise, several students of his own year might have fainted on the spot. A day passed quickly. Lin Ze rose early, finished his morning routine, and returned to the assessment zone. Based on his estimation, Xu Yao, Xi Qing, and the others should have completed their assessments by now. Just as he was thinking this, a beautiful figure appeared in the preparation zone. To his surprise, Xu Yao had finished her grade assessment first. In terms of combat prowess, Xu Yao couldn't hold a candle to Qi Qing or Xiaoanyu, both of whom were geniuses in their own right. All three were A-level candidates, yet it was Xu Yao who finished first. Xu Yao, who had just emerged, spotted Lin Ze immediately. A pure smile blossomed on her face as she bounded toward him like a startled fawn, throwing herself into his arms. Feeling Xu Yao's curvaceous figure against him, Lin Ze flushed slightly. After briefly holding her, he let go and chuckled. Yao Yao truly is the best. You finished even before that kid Qi Qing. Now we'll have to tease him properly. Xu Yao giggled, about to respond, when an excited voice cut through the air. Goddess! I finally found you. Lin Ze immediately frowned and turned to look at the speaker. A boy decked out in designer labels stared at Xu Yao with intense excitement. The possessive glint in his eyes rubbed Lin Ze the wrong way. And you are. Though annoyed, Lin Ze refrained from lashing out immediately. Perhaps the guy just wanted to make an appearance? Unexpectedly, the nouveau riche-looking guy merely glanced at Lin Ze before shooting him a look of contempt. He spoke arrogantly and haughtily. What's it to you? I'm talking to Xu Yao. Who gave you permission to interrupt? Lin Ze's irritation deepened, his gaze turning icy. I'm Xu Yao's boyfriend. And who are you? Lin Ze stepped forward, his aura surging like a primordial beast. The overwhelming pressure made the spoiled young master involuntarily take a step back. But he quickly regained his composure, snorting coldly, as if you're worthy? If you know what's good for you, break up with Xu Yao immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. He spoke with arrogance, flashing a contemptuous smirk at Lin Ze. Lin Ze didn't grow angry, instead, he smiled. He appraised the man before him from head to toe, casually releasing a mental probe. A level 14 lord, his aura wasn't overwhelming, but among peers his age, he was undeniably a prodigy. You're also a freshman at Tsinghua or Peking University? What's your name? Lin Ze looked at the man before him with genuine interest, unable to suppress a smile. My name is Wang Liang. I'll be transferring to Qingbei next semester. What? Got a problem with that? The man declared with an air of arrogance. The moment Xu Yao arrived in the capital, he had fallen head over heels for this captivating young woman. After extensive inquiries, he had gone to great lengths to transfer to Qingbei. But getting into Qingbei University wasn't easy. Even with his family being one of the most powerful in the capital, he still had to wait until next semester to enroll. And that was only because Wang Liang's abilities were impressive enough to persuade the university president to approve his transfer. Having been pampered since childhood, he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge so-called geniuses. In his eyes, he was already the greatest prodigy of this era. Thus, he had no idea that the boy before him who had attended Qingbei for just one semester yet possessed countless legendary exploits was the nation's foremost prodigy. At that moment, Xu Yao frowned, her expression filled with disgust as she looked at Wang Liang. She then turned to Lin Ze and said, I don't know this person. Lin Ze nodded, then smiled at Wang Liang as a faint gray light began to appear in his hand, the precursor to summoning the Lord Core. If this kid kept up his act, Lin Ze wouldn't mind letting him witness firsthand the true strength of the strongest freshman at Peking University this year. Chapter 101, The Challenge. Seniorly C. Just as the two stood facing off, a stern voice suddenly echoed down from the sky. Cease. Unauthorized lord battles are prohibited on campus. The booming command caused everyone to look up. It was the director of campus discipline from Qingbei University. Lin Ze, seeing this, withdrew the Lord Core from his hand and took 2 steps back. Wang Liang, however, remained defiant and arrogant. Oh, it's the discipline officer. I haven't done anything wrong, you know. He spread his hands in a feigned gesture of innocence before pointing at Lin Ze. But this guy here seems like he wants to start something. Hearing this, the discipline teacher frowned, then impatiently snapped at Wang Liang. Shut up. He then walked over to Lin Ze and whispered. Lin Ze, this individual has significant connections. I hope you'll do me this favor and refrain from confronting him here. We'll handle this properly later. As the school's discipline director, Wang Tailin was well aware of Lin Ze's status and the terrifying potential he displayed. The principal had specifically highlighted Lin Ze at a previous assembly, declaring him to be the most outstanding student Qingbei had seen in 20 years. Consequently, all matters concerning him demanded careful handling. As for Wang Liang himself, though he possessed some potential, the principal had primarily granted him admission as a favor to his family. Since he wasn't exactly useless, they'd simply let him enroll at Qingbei. His abilities were at best on par with Xiao Anya's level, and possibly even below hers. When these two clashed, Wang Tailin knew full well whose side he should take. After all, Wang Liang had started it. And since Lin Ze hadn't even raised a finger, there would naturally be no punishment. Lin Ze nodded upon hearing this, then shot Wang Liang a dismissive glance before striding over and plopping down at the reserve seats with Chu Yao. After being reprimanded, Wang Liang instantly wore a displeased expression. But facing a disciplinary officer from Qingbei University, he didn't have the clout to act tough. He could only snort coldly before walking off to make a phone call. Wang Liang had transferred from Fenghua University, where he had been a dominant figure. Not only did teachers give him respect, but even the principal had to show him some deference. But at Qingbei University, he was just another promising student. After all, Qingbei University wasn't called the top institution in Longwei for nothing. The influence it wielded far surpassed that of ordinary aristocratic families. Only the very top families in the Dragon Nation could barely hold a candle to it. Nevertheless, as another prominent Beijing family, the Wangs naturally cultivated enforcers in every corner. Qingbei University was no exception. Soon, a single call from Wang Liang summoned three men with dark, brooding expressions. "Young master, you summoned us?" The man at the front addressed Wang Liang respectfully. Wang Liang snorted coldly, jutting his chin toward Lin Ze. "You three, teach that kid a lesson. I'll pay you afterward." The three followed his gaze and saw that Wang Liang's target was Lin Ze. They couldn't help but frown. As third-year students, they naturally recognized this legendary newcomer who had been making waves recently. If possible, they'd rather not antagonize Lin Ze, who possessed such terrifying talent. Though they were currently 7 or 8 levels higher than him, they knew they'd never stand a chance against him in the future. Yet they knew their young master's temper all too well, leaving them momentarily at a loss. The leader of the group fell silent for a moment before finally speaking up. "Young master, this man..." Before he could finish, Wang Liang cut him off abruptly. "I don't care who he is. All I know is he's pissed me off. And those who anger me usually don't end well. Are you all defying my orders?" Wang Liang spoke coldly, his tone icy and menacing. The three exchanged glances, each sighing inwardly before bowing their heads in unison. Though offending Lin Ze might invite retaliation in the future. But if they angered Wang Liang, all three of them would be in serious trouble tomorrow. After all, the money and resources that got all three of them into Tsinghua were entirely backed by the Wang family behind Wang Liang. "Sorry about this, Lin Ze." The three silently thought to themselves as they walked toward Lin Ze together. Lin Ze, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly sensed several figures approaching from behind. Feeling their intentions were not friendly, he frowned and turned around. "Lin Ze, I challenge you to a lord's duel." The man at the front gritted his teeth and declared to Lin Ze. Lord duels were a legitimate form of combat after both parties signed a contract. Qingbei University encouraged students to engage in lord duels not motivated by grudges or gambling, as this was the fastest way to enhance combat skills. In fact, Qingbei Academy offered several more combat training sessions than other institutions. However, such battles were typically fought between students of the same rank, with cross-class duels being rare exceptions. Moreover, cross-tiered duels are usually initiated by the lower-ranked participant. If the lower-ranked participant defeats the higher-ranked one, the higher-ranked participant faces penalties. Conversely, if a higher-ranked student challenges a lower-ranked one, the lower-ranked student has the right to refuse without facing any penalties. Right now, this third-year student was hoping Lin Ze would decline his challenge. That way, he could return and report back to Wang Liang. Then he could tell Wang Liang how cowardly Lin Ze was for backing down, and the matter would be settled. Fighting Lin Ze regardless of whether he could win would bring him no glory. After all, a third-year lord picking on a freshman would likely become the laughingstock of the entire school. Before Lin Ze could speak, a lazy voice drifted over. Well, 3 seniors looking mighty impressive, seeking a duel with my brother? Did you lose your confidence after getting beaten up by the juniors?" Chen Yeshi appeared, shuffling over in his familiar outfit of a tank top and shorts, his feet dragging in a pair of flip-flops. The senior leader's blood boiled at the sound of his voice. But they knew Chen Yeshi well, one of the top 5 fighters in their sophomore class. In a one-on-one fight, they weren't sure they could beat him. However, Wang Liang was still watching from behind. If they backed down now, they'd definitely be reported to him. So, gritting their teeth, they pressed on. "This has nothing to do with you. It's between us and Lin Ze." Lin Ze frowned involuntarily. "I don't think I know you guys?" The senior student who led them was about to say Lin Ze had offended their young master, but suddenly remembered something and shut his mouth. If the school administration got wind of this kind of incident, they'd be kicked out along with Wang Liang. Wang Liang, standing behind him, couldn't stand by any longer. He strode over casually and said, "Oh? What's this? Getting cold feet?" If you can't even accept this challenge, what makes you think you can protect Chu Yao's safety? Are you useless? Wang Liang chuckled, his voice dripping with contempt. Chapter 102, 2v2 Showdown. The bet begins. Chen Yeshi instantly grew annoyed, glaring at him with a frown. Who the hell are you? Wang Liang froze, about to erupt, when Lin Ze casually interjected. Heh, who said I wouldn't take it? But I have one condition. You and I go one-on-one first. You got the guts? Lin Ze finished speaking and looked at Wang Liang with a challenging gaze. Before he could finish, the third-year student who had spoken earlier hurriedly interjected. No way. This response infuriated Wang Liang. He glared at the speaker and demanded. What do you mean by that? The student seemed to realize his words were a bit out of line, but he still wanted to dissuade his young master from doing something reckless. After all, Lin Ze was capable of soloing a gold-tier boss. Wang Liang's strength? Going one-on-one with Lin Ze? It was as absurd as an 18-year-old youth district boxing champion challenging Tyson at the peak of his career. Yet Wang Liang merely scoffed dismissively, unexpectedly accepting the challenge outright. Fine. I'll give you the honor of sparring with me. But win or lose, there's gotta be some stakes involved, right? Wang Liang declared with an air of superiority, as if victory were already his. He considered himself the rising star of the younger generation, convinced no one his age could possibly defeat him. But this left the trio of enforcers beside him in a panic. The leader was sweating profusely, his mind racing for a way to save face for Wang Liang while persuading him to back down from the fight. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Young master, why trouble yourself with such a minor opponent? Let us three handle this for you. He whispered to Wang Liang. Wang Liang frowned, realizing the logic was sound. But he had already promised Lin Ze. If he went back on his word, where would the face of the Wang family's young master be? As Wang Liang pondered, he caught sight of Chen Yeshi standing nearby, arms crossed, watching him with a playful expression. An idea immediately formed in his mind. I've never cared for that kid anyway. Might as well have him join the competition too. Perfect. Let me see what makes this sophomore from Tsinghua Peking University so special. Wang Liang grinned, suddenly pointing at Chen Yeshi and declaring. Hey, you there? You're this kid's friend, right? Alright, I'll give you both a chance. You can join him. He patted the third-year enforcer beside him and added casually. I'll take a little loss and team up with this guy. The remark instantly drew laughter from the surrounding crowd of students. Wang Liang and his crew might not recognize them, but Lin Ze and his group certainly did. Who in their right mind would dare challenge him to a lord's duel? It was like looking for with a lantern in the toilet. In an instant, a crowd of freshmen gathered around, eager for a show. Hey, hey! How long do you think this guy can last against Lord Lin? I bet less than 10 minutes. Hard to say. But Lin Ze never took more than 5 minutes to finish them off in combat class. But that guy across from him looks kinda familiar, isn't he a third-year senior? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Most students favored Lin Ze, while only a few recognized the three enforcers flanking Wang Liang as juniors and remained skeptical about the match. Lin Ze chuckled softly, stretching his body slightly before casually glancing over the three enforcers behind Wang Liang. Level 24, level 23. All juniors? But they all seem to be mid to low tier guys. Shouldn't be too hard to deal with. Since he insists on looking for trouble. I'll just give them a little lesson. With that thought, Lin Ze walked up beside Wang Liang and casually remarked. No need to make this complicated. Why don't you all come at me together? That subtle air of arrogance instantly enraged Wang Liang. He'd never endured such humiliation. Wasn't this blatantly looking down on him? In truth, he'd completely misjudged Lin Ze. If Lin Ze had challenged him to a one-on-one duel, that would have been the real insult. Fine. You're arrogant enough. You pick the time and place. Bring as many as you want, I'll take them all on. Wait till you lose. I'll see if you can still act so cocky then. Wang Liang pointed angrily at Lin Ze. Lin Ze, however, pushed his hand away expressionlessly before replying. Since you're so eager to make trouble, I've nothing more to say. 5 o'clock this afternoon. Battle Room 1. With that, he casually pulled Chu Yao to his feet and led Chen Yeshi away. On the way, Chen Yeshi nudged Lin Ze with her elbow and teased. Having such a gorgeous wife sure brings trouble. How many times have you been challenged by a love rival now? Lin Ze chuckled. Used to be pretty often. Ever since I won the freshman tournament, it seems to have stopped. That guy earlier seemed to be a transfer student from another school. Chen Yeshi stroked his chin thoughtfully. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Where could it be? But he soon put the matter out of his mind and began chatting with Lin Ze about other topics. My exam's coming up in a few days too. This time I prepared thoroughly in advance, getting a perfect score is absolutely no problem. Chen Yeshi said with a cheerful smile. Aren't you the one who always said passing is good enough? Why are you suddenly aiming for a perfect score right before finals? Did you finally get smart? Lin Ze chuckled. I wish I could. But Master Luo said my passing grade is the full marks for the A-level assessment. If I don't make it, I'll be stuck spending the whole vacation in the demon realm. Chen Yeshi said pitifully. After the three finished their meal, they headed straight to Battle Room 1. By now, news of Lin Ze accepting a challenge had spread throughout the entire freshman class. Even many sophomores and juniors had made time to come, eager to witness the battle. After all, as the top freshman, Lin Ze had been dominating the spotlight lately. It had been ages since anyone dared challenge him. Now, suddenly, some unknown hero had emerged out of nowhere. Naturally, everyone wanted to see the fun unfold. Did you hear? Some transfer student confronted Lin Ze this morning, demanding he break up with campus beauty Chu Yao. Or else he'd break Lin Ze's legs. What? I heard that transfer student publicly harassed Chu Yao, and Lin Ze said he'd break his legs. Yours isn't legit. My source heard it straight from Lin Ze's classmate's aunt's third uncle's cousin. In an instant, the spectator area of Battle Room 1 was packed to the rafters. Wang Liang had been waiting here since early morning. Spotting Lin Ze approach, he sneered coldly and stepped forward. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. So, how do we fight? Lin Ze shot him a glance before striding straight toward the simulation crystal. 2-on-2, unrestricted encounter battle. That way, no one can say I'm picking on you. Let's get this over with. Lin Ze waved him off dismissively. Although Lin Ze had lost quite a few zombies in his territory during the last assessment, he still possessed high-tier combat strength. Facing a lord 2 tiers below his own, Lin Ze could handle it solo. Chapter 103, Battling the Brutal Knight and the Barren. If not for the senior student's persistent persuasion, Wang Liang would have agreed to a one-on-one duel. But a 2v2 matchup wasn't much different now. Though Chen Yeshi appeared carefree, his strength was no joke. A level 21 player could easily handle that level 24 lord. To Wang Liang, Lin Ze's calm demeanor smacked of arrogance. Furious, he burst into laughter and repeated the word fine 3 times. Since we're competing, a simple duel is boring. How about we each put something on the line? What do you say? Wang Liang said with a sinister grin. If you lose, you break up with Chu Yao. Lin Ze smiled faintly, refusing to commit, and countered. And what if you lose? Wang Liang shook his head as if he'd heard something laughable. Me lose? Ha ha ha. If I lose, my Bugatti Veyron is yours. What do you say? Wang Liang said dismissively. Lin Ze shook his head. I don't need that. If you lose, get the hell out of the capital. Never show your face around us again, got it? Though such spoiled brats possessed little real talent, they were utterly irritating. Lin Ze always dealt with such people by resolving the issue once and for all. If he dared to accept the challenge and then renege, Lin Ze would have justification to act. Therefore, whether Wang Liang kept his word or not, Lin Ze didn't care. All he needed was a legitimate reason to act. As for the power behind him, Lin Ze wasn't the least bit afraid. Luo Kegong had long advised him, never fear these aristocratic scions. As long as Lin Ze held the moral high ground, even if the Dragon Nation's foremost clan came knocking, Luo Kegong would ensure Lin Ze's victory. In other words, the man backing Lin Ze was no less formidable than those so-called family heirs. Wang Liang naturally had no objections. He was utterly self-assured, unaware that he was the one playing the fool. After sealing their agreement with a word, they drew up a contract. A pact between 2 lords required each party to deposit a strand of their soul power as collateral. Breach would not only invite divine retribution but also inflict karmic obstacles, permanently sealing the lord's rank. After finalizing the contract, they swiftly set up a simulated battlefield and entered the domain lord combat space together. Simulated skirmishes were battles fought with the goal of eliminating the opposing lord, typically concluding swiftly. After all, with no need for sieges or defenses, a single decisive clash usually settled the outcome. The contest primarily highlighted individual differences between lords and disparities in troop attributes. Lin Ze could bring roughly 200 3rd and 4th tier zombies, while the remaining 800 were all newly created 2nd tier zombies. However, these 200 zombies were more than sufficient to handle a level 14 lord with a purple core. Chen Yeshi and the senior student named Li Si each connected to the Lord Crystal. The 2v2 battle was about to commence. This marked the first time Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi fought side by side. Though they had visited each other's territories before, this was their inaugural joint deployment on the battlefield. Chen Yeshi brought 1,800 undead troops. While the numbers weren't overwhelming, their unit levels were exceptionally high. Among these 1,800 undead, there were 1,000 4th tier units, over 600 3rd tier units, and more than 200 5th tier units. Yes, once a lord reached level 20, they could train 5th tier units. However, the gap between 5th tier and 4th tier units was far smaller than that between 4th tier and 3rd tier units. Wan Lian commanded 600 berserker knights, while Li Si led 2,000 bearmen. In terms of overall numbers, Lin Ze's side was at a disadvantage. But those in the know understood that Lin Ze's troops were no ordinary units. Currently, he was the only one in the entire world possessing these peculiar troops, whose strength far surpassed even standard gold tier units. Chen Yeshi's undead forces were considerably stronger than the Barren, yet their overall strength still fell slightly short of the opposing side. The Barren boasted more high-tier soldiers. After all, Lin Ze was a third-year student at Tsinghua Peking University. Wait, what? Look, isn't that Bear Clan Lord a third-year student? Looks like it. He's the one who just challenged Lin Ze in the assessment zone. Damn it. A junior challenging a freshman? Does he have any shame left? Students quickly recognized Lin Ze as a junior, expressing widespread disdain for his actions. These freshmen knew full well that while Lin Ze was strong, his opponent was a third-year student. A 2-year gap couldn't possibly be bridged now. In an instant, the crowd's condemnation of Wang Liang grew louder and louder. What a shameless coward. Can't beat Lin Ze, so you bring in a senior instead? Put. I thought he was some kind of hero. Turns out he's just a coward. The four inside the battle arena remained oblivious to the students' chatter outside. This was the eerie calm before the storm. Who'd have thought? You barely show up for class, your territory's a complete mess, yet your troops are surprisingly well trained. Lin Ze chuckled. Chen Yeshi grinned widely, immediately patting his chest with a cocky swagger. You bet. Just wait for me to carry you to victory. Though he appeared carefree, his mind worked like lightning. He heard about Lin Ze's earlier confrontation with that gold-tier lord, which is why he sought him out after the assessment ended, offering to lend a hand. But upon arriving, he witnessed someone challenging Lin Ze to a duel, and seeing it was a third-year student, he immediately stepped in to offer his support. He knew Lin Ze's troop count well, at least 500 strong. Yet now he'd only brought 200. It seemed that last battle had indeed taken a heavy toll on Lin Ze. Therefore, no matter what, he would spare no effort to help Lin Ze win this duel. Chen Yeshi thought to himself. But in truth, Lin Ze had only brought 200 zombies simply because he believed 200 were sufficient. There was no need to bring the second-tier troops and sacrifice them needlessly. After a brief consultation between the two, the battle commenced swiftly. Lin Ze's current gear was nothing short of luxurious, and he was already itching to fight. With a flick of his wrist, his clothes instantly transformed into a black and white Taoist robe. 10 flying swords shot out from his backpack, forming a protective barrier behind him. With a single hand seal, Lin Ze slowly ascended into the air. His stylish appearance instantly drew the attention of countless students. One reason they relished watching Lin Ze's duels was simply because this kid looked so damn cool when he fought. He had serious swagger. Watching Lin Ze take off first, Chen Yeshi scoffed, "Show off," as a flash of black light appeared in her hand. A skeletal staff materialized in her grasp. Chapter 104, An Army Built with Money. Soon, a tattered, pitch-black robe gradually enveloped him, finally making him look less like a loser and more like a menacing specter, quite reminiscent of the undead scourge. Under their command, the zombie-undead coalition slowly advanced toward the enemy, their footsteps rumbling like thunder. Wang Liang's side, however, lacked such momentum. Though equally well-equipped, Wang Liang remained stationed at the rear of his army, unlike Lin Ze, who personally led his troops into the fray. Lin Ze's gear was mediocre, and he wasn't a warrior-type lord either, so he too could only command his troops from the center of the formation. Deep down, he knew this battle was likely lost for him. But what could he do? When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Lin Ze sighed inwardly and began deploying his forces. Soon, the soldiers of both sides clashed. The tide of undead soldiers and the bear kin charging at the forefront immediately plunged into a bloody slaughter. The battlefield echoed with deafening battle cries as casualties mounted rapidly. Lin Ze wasn't idle either. He raised his hand and flicked out several killing charms. While dealing damage to the Barren soldiers, they also stacked attack bonuses onto the undead. Immediately after, Lin Ze made a sweeping gesture with his hand. A dense surge of earth elemental energy suddenly rippled across the ground, instantly transforming the area where the Barren stood into a vast swamp. 5 elements escape technique, earthly swamp. Immediately after, Lin Ze clenched his fist, and countless branches and vines shot up from the ground. They swiftly climbed over the swamp and wrapped around a large group of bear men. 5 elements cycle, earth generates wood. Just as Lin Ze immobilized this group of bear men, little Yulan also made her move. With a fierce shout, she raised her hand, unleashing a dual-colored fire dragon that shot skyward, instantly engulfing the bear men soldiers entangled in branches and vines. Piercing roars erupted, and the acrid stench of burning flesh instantly filled their nostrils. What a powerful skill! Is that magic? Lin Ze's new move instantly stunned all the students watching. But it wasn't over. After unleashing that wave of skills, Lin Ze recalled his flying sword. His hand seal shifted, and 10 flying swords instantly tore through the air. Meanwhile, Chen Yeshi raised her staff, casting a necromantic curse that successfully terrified a large group of enemy soldiers. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately activated his Lord skill, granting defensive bonuses to the bear warriors. But compared to Lin Ze's protective talisman, the effect of his skill was rather mediocre. The frontline battle quickly swung in Lin Ze's favor as the bearmen struggled to withstand the undead onslaught. Zhang San and Chen Chun joined the fray. These 2 4th-tier zombies fought with even greater ferocity than the 5th-tier undead knights. Mountains of bearkin corpses piled up around them as both warriors, covered in blood, resembled battle-hardened demons. Even more terrifying was that the bearmen soldiers they had dispatched would, after lying motionless for a moment, rise again in an eerie manner. They would join the undead ranks and begin slaughtering their former kin. Too fierce. That single thought echoed in the minds of every student watching the duel. Lin Ze's individual combat prowess was already terrifying, but his soldiers were even more frightening. Not only did they completely overwhelm soldiers of the same rank, but they could also turn the enemy's minions into their own. No wonder he had the confidence to fight opponents of higher tiers. And Lin Ze still had many powerful moves yet to unleash. Against such an opponent, Lin Ze couldn't bring himself to waste his personally crafted Heavenly Gang's 5 Thunder Talismans, using at most 2 fire-splitting talismans. As for his weapons, he only unleashed a few sky-piercing slashes, using the opportunity to test the Starfall Sword's power. After successfully slaying several bearkin soldiers with the star-shattering heavenly punishment, several massive meteorites suddenly appeared in the sky, crashing violently toward the ground. Each meteorite was as large as a small mountain, possessing terrifying destructive force that instantly wiped out large groups of bearkin soldiers. However, Lin Ze noticed a problem. This technique seemed indiscriminate, targeting friend and foe alike. Not only did these meteors crush dozens of bearkin soldiers, they also flattened several low-tier undead soldiers into meat patties. Lin Ze instinctively glanced at Chun Yeshi, who returned a look of resentment. Seems this move requires careful use after all. Lin Ze silently mourned the innocent undead soldiers for a moment. However, aside from that, Lin Ze found the Starfall Sword's additional damage effect, Stellar Wound, to be quite effective. The bearmen possessed incredibly resilient vitality and a perversely powerful innate skill called Desperate Frenzy. This ability allowed them to instantly heal a significant portion of their wounds, then determine the damage of their next attack based on the amount healed. With Starlight Wound reducing their healing, the effectiveness of this ability was greatly diminished. Not only did they recover little health, but their damage output also dropped significantly. After merely 10 minutes of combat, Lin Ze's Grey Nether Sword had fully charged, enabling him to unleash the first stage Cyclic Ruin Slash. It seemed the Grey Shadow Sword could be upgraded in some way to unlock more powerful techniques, but Lin Ze had no idea how to proceed with the upgrade. Watching his men slaughtered so brutally from the rear, Wang Liang couldn't help but cursedly see as useless under his breath. He then deployed his pride and joy his elite troops. 4th tier Brutal Knights. These were the absolute elite he'd poured his heart into forging, each brutal knight equipped with at least one piece of gear. This was a method of maintaining troops only the wealthy dared to employ, for if a soldier equipped with gear died, that equipment vanished without a trace. Equipping hundreds of soldiers with gear demanded astronomical sums of resources in gold. But Wang Liang possessed the wealth to do so. He currently commanded 100 fully equipped Berserker Knights, 30 of whom were high-tier soldiers bearing 3 pieces of gear each. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of other 4th-tier soldiers. It was precisely with this force that Wang Liang dominated Fenghua University, even defeating seniors in their 2nd and 3rd years. At Wang Liang's command, the Brutal Knights roared in unison and charged toward Lin Ze's position. The mounts of the Brutal Knights were peculiar lizard-like creatures resembling dinosaurs, possessing 2 thick hind legs. Not only could they carry the knights at high speeds, but they could also tear into enemies with their gaping maws, making them among the most formidable combatants. Lin Ze spotted the group of crimson-clad, peculiar knights and instantly wore a meaningful smile. New units to study, he thought. I wonder if zombies can ride horses. With that thought, Lin Ze pointed toward the rampaging knights. His zombies quickly understood and immediately charged at the peculiar lizard-riding knights. It must be said that the ferocious knights, bolstered by their equipment, were formidable opponents. Even Lin Ze's 4th-tier zombies could only gain a slight edge against them, unable to achieve complete suppression. Chapter 105, Lin Ze, Hand It Over. Meanwhile, 3rd-tier zombies struggled against 4th-tier Berserker Knights, barely managing to block attacks without mounting any counteroffensive. Yet Lin Ze remained utterly unconcerned about losing. As long as the zombies could inflict even a single wound on the Berserker Knights, they could gradually convert them into zombie puppets. Though the Berserker Knights appeared ferocious, they couldn't break through the zombies' defenses quickly. So while it seemed Lin Ze's side was being suppressed, that wasn't actually the case. After tossing out a few more talismans, Lin Ze refocused his attention on the elite bearmen. It must be said, though not exceptionally powerful, the bearmen were incredibly resilient. Moreover, their innate skills dealt considerable damage. Though nearly 100 had been killed by Lin Ze early on, they gradually recovered and now exchanged blows evenly with the undead horde. Among them, several 5th-tier bearkin centurions were charging wildly across the battlefield, leaving nothing but shattered remains in their wake. This won't do. Lin Ze immediately unleashed the ultimate technique of the Grey Nether Sword, the Cyclic Annihilation Slash. Grey Sword Chi, like the Grim Reaper's summons, slowly drifted toward those 5th-tier bearmen. As they neared, the energy surged forward, piercing through the bearmen's tough hide and flesh. Upon impact, a circular grey vortex radiated outward from the bearmen, instantly engulfing all enemy soldiers within its reach and plunging them into excruciating agony. Those closest were instantly cleaved in two by the circular blade energy. The sharp aura reaped the lives of a large number of barren soldiers as swiftly as a scythe cutting wheat. It even carved a gaping hole in the battlefield. The 5 fifth-tier barren centurions were struck head-on by this strike, their very souls sliced into shreds. What a terrifying attack! Lin Ze couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his mind reeling in shock. Fortunately, this was a simulated battle. If this were real combat, that single strike would have wiped out at least 1/8 of his entire arsenal. After delivering that strike, Lin Ze immediately returned to his zombies to assess the situation. Just as he'd anticipated, numerous berserker knights had been converted into zombies. Now, they raised their weapons high, swinging their blades at their former comrades. This batch of 4th-tier units possessed decent combat strength, and each carried equipment making them well worth converting. A satisfied smile curved Lin Ze's lips. The simulation space for Lord battles differed from the one used during assessments, meaning the units he converted here could be directly brought back. The key was to convert them successfully before killing them. By now, over 20 berserker knights had turned traitor, joining Lin Ze's undead legion. Not only had the knights themselves become zombies, but their mounts had also transformed into beast zombies. With the balance shifting, Lin Ze's side, previously under siege, now found themselves on the offensive. They relentlessly pursued the remaining berserker knights, infecting them one by one. These zombies didn't finish them off either, only inflicting severe wounds before retreating. It wouldn't take long for the conversion to succeed, making their efficiency remarkably high. Soon, Wang Liang's pride and joy, the brutal knights of tyranny, were all transformed into Lin Ze's minions, becoming dozens of corpse puppets. These 100 brutal knights were the cream of the crop, forged through Wang Liang's immense effort and resources. Yet now, they all fell into Lin Ze's hands. Watching from the rear, Wang Liang hadn't even realized his elite force had been completely absorbed by Lin Ze. He was still cursing Lin Ze for being useless, a third-year student getting beaten by a sophomore. Lin Ze felt bitter inside, thinking, why don't you step up then? As if you could take on even one of those two opponents. Yet he dared not show the slightest hint of discontent, forcing a smile instead. The battle had become utterly one-sided. Even the Lord himself had lost his will to fight. How could his soldiers still possess the resolve to fight to the death? As Chen Yeshi commanded the undead army to charge forward, the barren soldiers even showed signs of wanting to flee. This troop type made excellent cannon fodder and meat shields, so Lin Ze commanded the zombies to infect numerous bearmen units. He didn't spare the few 5th-tier bearmen either, infecting them all intact to bring back to his domain. Only as defeat loomed did Wang Liang realize his 100 elite berserker knights had betrayed him. No! My berserker knights! He frantically tried to charge toward the group of berserker knights, now infected as zombies, but was impaled by a 5th-tier undead heavy knight's lance before reaching them. In his final moments, he stared in utter disbelief as the berserker knights, the very ones he had poured his heart and soul into forging, kneeled respectfully before Lin Ze. Then, darkness engulfed his vision as he was forcibly ejected from the simulation space. Lin Ze converted the relatively intact corpses of the high-tier soldiers, then led his zombies to utterly destroy Lin Ze's final defense line. The battle ended thus. Lin Ze had arrived with 200 zombies, but departed with over 400. This battle had been a huge win. Not only did he gain nearly 100 brutal knights complete with their equipment, but he also acquired numerous 4th and 5th-tier bearmen soldiers. His own experience points skyrocketed, making this a truly lucrative venture. While soldiers perishing in the simulation space didn't count as losses, the units infected by Lin Ze were gone for good. Wang Liang, still dazed and disoriented after exiting the simulation space, couldn't shake the thought of those 100 elite berserker knights. Moments later, a flash of light erupted beside the simulation crystal as Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi also exited the Lord's space. The moment Wang Liang saw Lin Ze, he lunged at him as if confronting his sworn enemy. Give me back my berserker knights! You bastard! His eyes red, he grabbed Lin Ze by the collar and roared. These 100 units accounted for nearly half his combat strength. He'd deployed them thinking it was just a simulation battle, never expecting not a single one to return. All of them had been taken by Lin Ze. Lin Ze wasn't about to indulge him. He shoved him aside with one hand and said coolly, "If you're outmatched, don't make a scene here. Remember to honor our agreement." With that, he departed with Chen Yeshi. Lin Ze glanced at Wang Liang, whose face had turned ashen. He wanted to speak but dared not. Speaking up now would likely only provoke Wang Liang to take his anger out on him. Better to lie low for a while. Lin Ze sighed silently to himself. He felt the pain too. He had researched Lin Ze beforehand and learned of his ability to convert enemy soldiers. That's why he'd deliberately held back, not bringing all his 5th-tier troops. He had even warned Wang Liang on the battlefield, but the latter had dismissed his advice as idle chatter, insisting on deploying his strongest troops. The result was total annihilation. Chapter 106, The Wang Clan Exerts Pressure. Lin Ze had also lost a significant number of 4th and 5th-tier units, and the pain was real. The spectators in the viewing stands, however, paid little attention to this matter. Instead, they were far more preoccupied with the outcome of the duel. Lin Ze actually won? That's a third-year student on the other side. Holy crap! Did you see that? His 4th tier troops just tore apart 5th tier bear men with their bare hands? He's a monster. And he himself is ridiculously strong. That great giant will move just now instantly wiped out several 5th tier bear men. He's practically a superhero. The students buzzed with astonishment at Lin Ze's performance. Although Lin Ze had only brought 200 troops into battle, his performance was so dazzling that it overshadowed the main force of the battle, the undead. In an instant, Lin Ze's standing in the students' minds soared to a whole new level. Fortunately, the video of Lin Ze battling the gold tier boss hadn't leaked yet. Otherwise, it would surely spark another wave of heated discussion. Having resolved this trouble, Lin Ze felt thoroughly relieved. Not only had he vented his frustration, but he'd also acquired several powerful new troop types. What a satisfying victory. In high spirits, he promptly dragged Chenyeshi and Chuyao out for a lavish dinner. That evening, after finishing their meal, the trio was about to return to the academy when they were stopped at the entrance of Qingbei University by an elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform. "Good evening. Which of you is young Master Lin Ze?" The spry-looking gentleman addressed the trio politely. Flanked by 2 burly, black-clad bodyguards, he exuded an air of authority. "That would be me. What might you need?" Lin Ze frowned slightly and replied politely. The old man smiled and gestured for them to follow. "Hee, young friend Lin Ze, if you wouldn't mind stepping aside for a moment?" Though his tone was amicable, it seemed he had no intention of accepting a refusal. Lin Ze could roughly guess the man's identity. Most likely someone from the Wangliang family, here to discuss this afternoon's duel. He faced challenges head-on, showing no fear whatsoever. Nodding, he promptly stepped out of the passenger seat. Chuyao suddenly grabbed Lin Ze's arm, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Ze gently stroked her head and smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing serious. Just a talk." Chenyeshi also offered a carefree reassurance. "Don't worry, sis-in-law. With Lin Ze's current standing, hardly anyone in the capital would dare touch him." Chuyao finally relaxed, though the worry in her eyes lingered. Lin Ze followed the elderly man to a high-end business sedan and climbed inside. "Young friend Lin Ze, greetings. I am the steward of the Wang family in the capital. You may call me Afu. I've come seeking you because I heard you had a minor altercation with my young master. I've come specifically to apologize." Afu spoke with extreme courtesy, pulling a black gold card from his pocket and handing it to Lin Ze. "This card holds 5 million yuan. Consider it a token of our apology. Please accept it graciously." Lin Ze did not reach out to take it, instead raising his hand in a subtle gesture of refusal. "Just state your purpose directly." Afu paused, clearly taken aback by Lin Ze's directness. After a moment, he burst into laughter. "Truly, heroes emerge from youth since ancient times. Young Lin Ze, your boldness has made this old man look at you with new respect. Then I shall be blunt. The family head has learned of this matter and is deeply displeased. He has already reprimanded the young master. Both of you bear fault in this matter. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve grievances than to hold grudges. How about this? Please return that contract to our young master. Consider it a joke played on him. Then offer him an apology and we'll consider the matter settled. What do you say? Additionally, young friend, you should return the soldiers you borrowed from our young master." Though his words were polite, a subtle hint of threat lingered in Afu's tone. "Oh? And what if I refuse?" Lin Ze replied with a smile. Retrieving the contract alone would be easily covered by 5 million, but those 100 ferocious knights were worth far more than that. The Wang family clearly didn't take Lin Ze seriously, dismissing him as a mere upstart who could be fobbed off with the Wang name and a paltry 5 million. And demanding he apologize to Wang Liang? Why should he apologize? It was Wang Liang who had challenged him to a duel first. He was the one who had started this whole affair. What reason did Lin Ze have to apologize to Wang Liang? Those tyrant knights were won through Lin Ze's own skill. There was no reason to hand them back for free just because the Wang family said so. Therefore, Lin Ze decisively refused Afu. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Afu's smile stiffened. He clearly hadn't anticipated Lin Ze daring to refuse his request. In his view, there was no need to offer even 5 million. Lin Ze was merely a lord barely reaching level 20. Even with some talent, he could never possibly be a match for the colossal Wang family. Since Lin Ze was so ungrateful, Afu felt no need to be polite. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a tone thick with threat. "Young friend Lin Ze, you'd better think carefully. Making enemies with the Wang family is hardly a wise choice." Lin Ze showed no fear, replying with a faint smile. "I've done nothing wrong in this matter. Why should I apologize? Besides, if old Master Afu believes those 100 ferocious knights are only worth 5 million, I happen to have 5 million right here. Please have old Master Afu send me 100 of them." Lin Ze spoke as he pulled out a bank card, smiling broadly. This move was tantamount to slapping Afu and the Wang family in the face. Enraged, Afu blurted out 3 good S in quick succession. The black-clad bodyguards, their expressions darkening, were itching for a fight. Lin Ze remained calm. Seeing Afu refuse to take it, he simply tucked the card back into his pocket. Negotiations require sincerity from both sides. Whether you genuinely wish to negotiate with me, I believe you know the answer in your own hearts. With that, he ignored the sullen nephew, opened the car door, and walked away. Watching Lin Ze depart, the two black-clad bodyguards immediately moved to intercept him, only to be stopped by Ah Fu. This is Qingbei. We owe them some respect. Wait until I report back to the head of the family before making any decisions. Though deeply displeased, Ah Fu retained his composure. After issuing a brief order to the men in black, he drove away. Lin Ze, however, returned to Chen Yeshi's car as if nothing had happened. What's up, bro? Why did I call you out? Chen Yeshi asked. Lin Ze recounted the entire incident that had unfolded in the car. The Wang family is way too overbearing. That kid clearly started it, yet they want you to apologize? Chen Yeshi said indignantly after hearing the story. Chapter 107, The Secret Realm. Ancient battlefield ruins. But the Wang family wields considerable influence in the capital. You'd be wise to exercise caution. And their current family head is notoriously petty and protective of his own. He treasures that youngest son above all else. Who'd have thought we'd run into them? Chen Yeshi said with a headache. Oh? Between the Wang family and your Chen family, which is more powerful? Lin Ze perked up at the question, unable to resist asking. Chen Yeshi pondered for a moment before answering. In terms of scale and wealth, the Wang family surpasses our Chen family. But when it comes to influence within the domain of lords, our Chen family holds a slight edge over them. You needn't worry too much. I've already handled this matter. If it comes to it, I'll go back and plead with my grandfather. He'll never let them lay a finger on you. Chen Yeshi reassured him. A wave of warmth washed over Lin Ze. He patted Chen Yeshi on the shoulder and said no more. The three headed straight back to Qingbei University. No sooner had they reached the dormitory than his phone rang. Lin Ze picked it up to find it was that kid Chi-chung. You little rascal, you were secretly holding back, weren't you? Finished the assessment this fast. And got a perfect score. You must be cheating. Lin Ze laughed and scolded him. You're calling me a cheater? What took you so long to show up? Don't even ask. I ran into a silver tier boss and battled him for hours before finally taking him down. I almost got stuck over there and couldn't get back. But I did find a place over there that looks a lot like a secret realm. Next time, why don't we go check it out, you guys? A secret realm? That's a prime spot for grinding materials and levels. Plus, there's a chance to snag some rare ancient gear. Lin Ze's interest peaked and he started chatting with Chi-Ching. After agreeing to meet tomorrow for a more detailed chat, Lin Ze hung up. Hesitating by the bedside for a moment, Lin Ze still decided to tell Luo Kegong about today's events. Since arriving in the capital, Lin Ze had once again felt the reassuring warmth of having someone backing him up. Luo Kegong's kindness toward him was something he silently cherished in his heart. After hearing about today's events, Luo Kegong immediately instructed Lin Ze to stay at Qingbei for the next few days and not leave. He would handle the matter himself. After a few more words, Lin Ze finally hung up and went to rest. Following the final exams, the school began its holiday break. Except for a small number of students who stayed behind, most returned to their hometowns to prepare for the new year. Lin Ze, however, felt indifferent. In Tianhai City, aside from Chu Yao, he had no other relatives or friends. Going home would just mean spending the holidays alone, as usual. But this year felt different. Luo Kegong had invited him early on to stay in the capital for the holidays. After some thought, Lin Ze accepted. After all, Luo Kegong had no descendants of his own. If Lin Ze didn't go, Luo would likely end up spending the holiday with his fellow veterans who were also childless, a rather pitiful thought. After agreeing with Luo Kegong, Lin Ze didn't book a flight home. Upon learning Lin Ze planned to stay in the capital for the holidays, Chu Yao decided to join him for a while, intending to return home only a few days before the Spring Festival. As a young lady of privilege, her travel arrangements were already handled long ago. Changing the dates was merely a matter of a word. These past few days, Lin Ze had practically lived in his dorm, constantly cultivating zombies in his lord's space. He had finally managed to raise the level of the newly refined zombies. His domain now housed over 1,200 zombies, not counting the infected monster corpses or the low-tier cannon fodder legions. All 1,200 were elite units, over 700 were third-tier, while fourth-tier zombies had surged to more than 200. The remainder were zombies whose levels proved difficult to advance. Though only Tier 2, their combat effectiveness was nearly on par with Tier 3 zombies. Seeing the diverse array of zombies standing in perfect formation within his domain, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. After arranging the subsequent development plans for Momo, Lin Ze finally exited the Lord's space. Lately, Chu Yao had been finding him directly in the Lord's space whenever she needed him. The deathly aura permeating Lin Ze's domain made Chu Yao feel quite uncomfortable. After persistent nagging, Lin Ze finally agreed to accompany her on a day of shopping. After such a busy period, it was time to relax. Lin Ze reflected. Seeing Chu Yao dressed up so carefully, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion. He couldn't resist pinching her adorable cheek. "What are you doing?" Shu Yao's pouting, puffed-up lips were utterly adorable. Lin Ze couldn't resist pulling her into his arms and planting a romantic French kiss on her lips. After a year together, their bond had grown sweeter and more intimate. When the kiss ended, Shu Yao's eyes were still hazy with lingering passion. She playfully pouted and tried to hit Lin Ze, only to be swept up in his arms in a princess carry. They playfully wrestled as they drove away from Qingbei University in Chen Yeshi's car. After spending a wonderful day together, they arrived back at the university gates. Just as they were about to enter, Shu Yao suddenly pulled Lin Ze back, her face flushed as she stammered. "How about, we don't go back to the dorm tonight?" Lin Ze froze, instantly understanding. He scratched his head. "Well, isn't that a bit awkward?" Though he protested, Lin Ze honestly put the car in reverse, intending to turn around. Shu Yao playfully pinched him, about to speak, when Lin Ze's phone suddenly rang. The lingering, slightly suggestive atmosphere in the car vanished instantly. Lin Ze pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. "You better have something extremely urgent, or in 10 minutes, I'll be marching my troops to your lord's hall." Though Lin Ze's tone remained calm, a hint of exasperation was unmistakable. Shu Yao giggled softly beside him. On the other end, Qi Qing was utterly bewildered. He wondered to himself, hadn't he done anything to offend Lin Ze lately? Why was he sounding like he'd swallowed gunpowder? Honest as he was, he had no idea this was precisely the time when young couples rushed off to another kind of battlefield. Remember what I mentioned last time about that secret realm? I had someone do an assessment report. It's roughly silver grade. Seems to be an ancient battlefield ruin inside. Wondering if you're free these next couple days? Let's go explore it together." Qi Cheng scratched his head awkwardly. Lin Ze realized he'd been a bit out of line just now. Clearing his throat lightly, he said, "Let's do it tomorrow. You bring Qiao on you, and I'll check with Chen Yeshi. The 5 of us can explore together." With that, he hung up. Noticing Lin Ze's deliberate glance in her direction, Shu Yao grinned and said, "Since we're exploring the secret realm together tomorrow, let's head back to the academy to rest." "All right." Lin Ze nodded with a hint of regret and started the car. "After we finish exploring, won't we still have several days to spend together?" Shu Yao leaned close to Lin Ze's ear again, her voice tinged with teasing. "Lin Ze, A mischievous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 108, First Step into the Secret Realm. Encountering Monsters. After another night of rest, Lin Ze tidied up his territory before meeting Qi Qing at Shu Yao's domain. "Once we both hit level 20, why not just form a federation? That way we can develop together from now on. What do you think?" At that moment, Chen Yeshi had just gotten out of bed, while Qiao Anyu was handling some minor affairs in the territory. Only Qi Qing had arrived ahead of them. He wrapped his arm around Lin Ze's neck as he spoke. Lin Ze pondered for a moment and found the idea feasible. All those exploring the secret realm today were Lin Ze's close friends. They knew each other's personalities well, and each possessed astonishing potential. Forming a federation was indeed worth considering. In this world, a federation was a special organization formed by several lords. Once a lord reached level 20, they could spend gold coins and special materials to establish one. Once established, a main city would be generated, and the federation's founder could freely invite eligible lords to join. Upon successful joining, the lords' crystals would interconnect, enabling them to jointly defend against monster invasions and increasing their mutual support limits. Additionally, numerous other benefits and conveniences are available. However, a federation faces a significantly higher probability of monster attacks compared to individual lords, and the invading monsters will be far stronger than those encountered by lone wolf lords of the same level. Overall, the advantages of federations outweigh the disadvantages, and numerous such organizations currently exist among humanity. It is precisely these federations that have prevented monsters from invading the real world on a large scale. After discussing this matter with Qi Qing, Xiao Anyu arrived. Now, only Chen Yeshi remained. Qi Qing and Xiao Anyu also discussed forming a federation, and Xiao Anyu naturally had no objections. After waiting nearly 20 minutes, Chen Yeshi finally entered the lord's space, yawning profusely. With everyone present, Qi Qing produced the detailed materials he had prepared earlier and handed them to Lin Ze. Lin Ze had already reviewed the secret realm's information last night. Qi Qing's gesture signaled his intention for Lin Ze to command this exploration mission. So-called secret realms were essentially spatial fragments left behind for various reasons, forming self-contained microcosms under the influence of certain objects or lingering souls. Such realms inevitably contained rare treasures and exotic artifacts, the very reason they formed. It was precisely the existence of a treasure powerful enough to sustain the space that allowed these fragmented spatial remnants to coalesce into a complete miniature world. Secret realms were ranked into 5 tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, legendary realms, and the realm of the gods. The stronger the secret realm, the more it can contain, and the greater the power a lord can wield within it. Take a low-tier secret realm, for instance. If an 80th level lord entered and summoned troops, the sheer force would compress the space until it collapsed. After briefly scanning the data, Lin Ze organized his thoughts and began his introduction. This secret realm's strength rating doesn't exceed gold tier, classifying it as a low-tier secret realm. It remains unexplored at present. The interior terrain consists of plains littered with broken weapons and armor. Preliminary analysis suggests it's the site of an ancient battle, so the monsters inside are likely to be primarily vengeful spirits. As Lin Ze explained, he passed the documents to Chinyeshi, the only one among the 5 who hadn't seen them yet. Spectral-type monsters were no strangers to Lin Ze. Many still roamed his domain, making them old acquaintances. At least 1/5 of his experience points originated from them. The spatial fluctuations here are remarkably stable, so we have ample time for exploration. The maximum class capacity should be below 5th tier units, meaning we can bring all our elite forces. After sharing detailed intelligence and precise coordinates with his teammates, the group set off, determined to enter the secret realm. After returning to their respective domains, they activated the Demon Realm teleportation gate and input the coordinates. This secret realm had been accidentally discovered by Qi Qing during his Demon Realm assessment. Its entrance lay within the Demon Realm itself, making it necessary to first enter the Demon Realm before accessing the secret realm. Soon, accompanied by the familiar spatial distortion, Lin Ze opened his eyes once more. He had arrived on another continent of the Demon Realm, the Sandstorm continent. Endless yellow sands stretched as far as the eye could see, with demons lurking beneath the surface. For Qi Qing, this was indeed a challenging terrain to maneuver. We're here. It's somewhere nearby. Come to think of it, I'm not sure if it was bad luck or good fortune. I got lost during the trial, accidentally wandered out of the testing area, stumbled upon this place, and ended up discovering a secret realm. Qi Qing chuckled. Lin Ze nodded, releasing his spiritual energy. Soon, he sensed an unusual spatial fluctuation. This is the spot. Lin Ze summoned a flying sword, sweeping away the sand covering the secret realm's entrance. A broken square stone platform appeared before them. The group exchanged glances before stepping forward to summon their Lord Cores, linking them to the secret realm. As a strange stream of light flared, their figures vanished instantly, drawn into the secret realm. Lin Ze rubbed his throbbing temples and looked up to find the sky a murky gray, the air thick with the metallic scent of decay. No one was beside him. They must have been separated due to the unstable nature of the space. Lin Ze wasn't overly concerned for their safety. This secret realm wasn't particularly large. If any combat broke out, he would undoubtedly be the first to know. Once his own aura stabilized, Lin Ze immediately summoned his Lord Crystal, connecting to his domain and opening a portal. Over 1,000 zombies stood at the ready, poised to surge forth into battle at any moment. However, Lin Ze only summoned 100 4th-tier zombies initially, intending to explore first and summon more if danger arose. This was because a sudden influx of large numbers of troops into a secret realm could destabilize the energy of the space, potentially causing it to collapse at any moment. Therefore, when exploring a secret realm, it was crucial to strictly control the number of troops to prevent triggering a spatial collapse. Generally, secret realms didn't harbor excessive numbers of monsters. Only a few exceptionally treacherous locations were guarded by large hordes. Lin Ze led his 100 zombies to begin exploring the surroundings. The ground was bare soil, a dark red sand devoid of any plant life, giving it an eerie feel. The terrain here was relatively flat, with almost no hills or slopes. Lin Ze soon spotted several moving points of light, likely Qi Qing and the others. Lin Ze immediately led his zombies toward the lights, swiftly closing in on their destination. Just as they were about to meet up, Lin Ze suddenly sensed an influx of unfamiliar auras around his position. Creatures were slowly closing in on him. Monsters spawned within the secret realm. Chapter 109, The Eerie Calamity Wolf Spirit. Lin Ze instantly commanded the zombies to form a defensive formation. Weapons drew from sheaths, and talismans clutched in hands. Numerous soldiers clad in tattered armor marched stiffly toward Lin Ze, their eyes burning with eerie green flames. Upon closer inspection, he realized these soldiers were nothing but skeletons. Muttering incomprehensible incantations, they advanced toward Lin Ze in perfect formation, wielding weapons equally battered and broken. The moment they spotted Lin Ze, the skeleton soldiers erupted with fierce combat intent. Their speed surged to astonishing levels as they raised their weapons high and charged toward him. The two sides clashed instantly. The attributes of the 4th-tier zombie completely overwhelmed the skeleton soldiers, blocking them like an impenetrable wall. And the ground soon became littered with bone fragments. Yet Lin Ze kept replaying the words those soldiers had spoken earlier. They sounded familiar, like some ancient human language he had studied in textbooks, but Lin Ze couldn't quite place which tribe's tongue it belonged to. Soon, the remaining skeleton soldiers were torn to shreds by the zombies, and silence returned to the area. Xu Yao and Qi Qing finally arrived, each followed by their respective troops. Lin Ze, are you okay? Xu Yao rushed into his arms the moment she saw him, her concern evident. Lin Ze shook his head. Suddenly remembering Xu Yao's exceptional linguistic research skills, he repeated the strange murmur he had just heard to her. To his surprise, after listening, Xu Yao lowered her head in thought for a moment and actually deciphered it. This phrase is likely a dialect from a branch of an ancient human civilization. It means we swear to defend Blue Star with our lives. This civilization was called Varric, active during the late Fourth Era. Legend has it they were eradicated during the wars waged by the dominant powers of the Fourth Era. Historical records describe them as a fiercely warlike and resilient race. Their civilization endured for over 1,000 years before ultimately falling. But the books don't record the reason for their downfall. Shu Yao spoke, glancing around. Lin Ze couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect, surprised by the depth of her knowledge. Alright, at least he now understood who he was dealing with. Next, he could slowly explore further. Lin Ze thought to himself. After the three joined forces, they quickly began exploring the surrounding area. There was not a single trace of civilization here. As far as the eye could see, it was barren wasteland, with absolutely no sign of any treasures. It can't be this unlucky, right? Is this some kind of lost secret realm? Shi Qing clicked his tongue as he gazed at the endless plain stretching to the horizon. A lost secret realm was a peculiar type of realm where nothing existed except for the energy sustaining it. Monsters might lurk here, but treasures? Absolutely none. Lin Ze, however, saw things differently. Judging by the aura emanating from this place, it must be buried with numerous high-quality ancient weapons. Lin Ze could sense the murderous energy radiating from them. The most common treasures found in ancient battlefields were the powerful weapons left behind by those ancient races. The staff in Shen Yeshi's hand, for instance, had been unearthed from such a battlefield secret realm, a legendary grade weapon. As he pondered this, Lin Ze suddenly sensed two distinct auras clashing in combat far off. It's Qiao Anyu. He's battling a group of monsters. Lin Ze held his breath and focused intently for a moment before instantly identifying the two opposing forces locked in combat. He immediately led the two men and the allied forces toward that direction. Sure enough, Qiao Anyu had already summoned 200 Star Clan soldiers, who were locked in combat with a pack of wolf-like creatures formed from black mist. These giant wolves were pitch black, their bodies shimmering with an ethereal quality, their only visible features being pairs of eyes glowing with a blood-red light. They relentlessly tore at the bodies of the Star Clan warriors. Qiao Anyu's star magic seemed to have little effect on them, suggesting these creatures possessed extremely high magic resistance. Without hesitation, Lin Ze immediately commanded the zombies to join the fray. Shi Qing and Shu Yao likewise commanded their respective armies to provide cover as the zombies charged into the enemy ranks. Shi Qing's combat style was always straightforward and brutal. Leading from the front, he charged into the pack of wolves with his spear raised. Shu Yao, meanwhile, pulled a jade green wooden staff from her backpack. This was an epic tier item, the Staff of Life, enabling Shu Yao to cast certain healing spells. Lin Ze soared through the air on his sword, followed by several demon zombies like Little Magnolia, unleashing a barrage of firepower from above. The trio's combined assault instantly tore a gaping hole through the wolf pack. Monster, Calamity Wolf Spirit. Level, 18. Skills? Description: native inhabitants of this land, they met tragic deaths in their homeland after being caught in a conflict. Their vengeful spirits, denied rest, now roam their ancestral lands day and night. Lin Ze felt a slight surprise upon seeing this monster's attribute panel. Logically, such a high-level monster shouldn't exist here. Converted to demonic creature standards, it was already a 4th tier approaching 5th tier, being impossible to appear in a silver tier secret realm. Monsters differ from demonic beasts, their levels are numerical, similar to human lords. Demons, however, are only classified by tier and lack specific numerical levels. Now wasn't the time to delve into these questions. Lin Ze could only disperse them first before asking Qiao Anyu what had happened. Spotting the gathered Calamity Wolf spirits, Lin Ze immediately drew his trump card. The Heavenly Thunder 5 Lightning Seal. Thunder was the natural enemy of these vengeful spirit monsters. With them standing so densely packed, a single Thunder Talisman would be incredibly effective. Thinking this, Lin Ze immediately hurled a Heavenly Thunder 5 Lightning Talisman into the air. The secret realm's sky instantly darkened with storm clouds, rolling thunder emanating a powerful, oppressive aura. As the thunder incantation concluded, the celestial lightning responded to his will, instantly coalescing in Lin Ze's palm and surging with relentless energy. Go! Lin Ze roared, pointing with one hand. A dragon-like bolt of blue-purple lightning instantly descended, engulfing most of the wolf pack. The deafening roar and blinding light made Shi Qing, standing nearby, feel as if a flashbang grenade had exploded in his face. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth, and the powerful lightning instantly incinerated every Calamity Wolf spirit within its reach. This strike instantly wiped out half the monsters. Zhang San and the other zombies pressed their advantage, immediately pouncing on the remaining Calamity Wolves. Inspired by Wang Liang, Lin Ze also equipped his zombies with gear. However, lacking Wang Liang's wealth and spare time, he only equipped the few commander-level zombies. Chapter 110, Spirit Gathering Altar. Great Crisis. Zhang San was clad in blue-quality armor and wielded a massive halberd. Xiao Yulan, meanwhile, wore a necklace that enhanced her spells. After the lightning came the flames. Xiao Yulan led the demonic zombie army as they simultaneously conjured fireballs, hurling them from the sky onto the ground. Like incendiary bombs, the fireballs swiftly ignited the remaining wolf spirits. The undead swarmed forward, soon engulfing the calamitous wolf spirits entirely. Feeling a surge of experience points, Lin Ze descended from the sky, landing gently before Xiao Anyu. You brat! You always have to make such a grand entrance. I haven't even warmed up yet, and you've already killed them all. Shi Qing cursed under his breath as he rode his warhorse over. Lin Ze merely offered him a faint smile before turning his attention to Xiao Anyu. How are you? Are you okay? Xiao Anyu finally relaxed upon seeing her companions. I'm fine. That was incredibly close. This place feels strange. It seems like it's more than just a silver-grade secret realm. After catching her breath, Xiao Anyu began recounting their recent ordeal. It turned out he had been teleported to a location quite distant from Lin Ze and the others, with no one else around. So he summoned some soldiers and started exploring the vicinity. This exploration actually led him to discover some unusual features. He discovered a peculiar altar. Just as Xiao Anyu was about to approach it for closer inspection, a flash of black light erupted from the altar. Instantly, countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the ground. However, level 10 vengeful spirits were no match for Xiao Anyu and were quickly eliminated by the Star Clan warriors. But the moment he finished off the last one, level 15 plus calamity wolf spirits began relentlessly emerging from the ground. This time, he couldn't hold them off and soon found himself in a fierce battle. It was then that Lin Ze and the others arrived. After hearing Xiao Anyu's account, Lin Ze turned his gaze toward the altar he had described. The altar no longer emitted black light if one wasn't paying attention, it looked no different from ordinary stone. Lin Ze detected no other aura emanating from it. However, the moment he approached the altar, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Special structure detected near host. Analyzing for you. Analysis complete. Proceed with immediate transfer? Oh? Lin Ze froze for a moment before immediately clicking confirm. A flash of white light erupted, and the black altar vanished before his eyes. Acquired special structure Spirit Gathering Altar 1. The Lord Crystal also delivered a notification. A special building? This was the first time Lin Ze had obtained such a prize, and he couldn't help but feel intrigued. However, since he was still within the secret realm, it wasn't convenient to retreat directly to the Lord's space, so he could only set this item aside for now. After the altar vanished, nothing unusual remained in this area. After regrouping, the party pressed onward toward another direction. Though none of them had summoned their full complement of troops, the combined forces now numbered nearly 1,000. Strangely, despite walking for a long time, they still hadn't found Chen Yeshi. Where the hell did that guy go? Half a day and still no sign of him. Even Shi Qing, the most laid back of the group, sensed something was off and scratched his head as he asked. Brother Chen is the highest ranked among us four. He should be fine. Xiao Anyu chimed in. Lin Ze nodded in agreement, still feeling confident about Chen Yeshi. Just as they were walking along, a long, resonant horn blast suddenly echoed through the air. Woo! All four instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, the very heart of this secret realm. They had just passed through that area moments ago and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Should we go check it out? Shi Qing turned to look at Lin Ze. Lin Ze pondered for a moment before nodding. They immediately turned around and headed toward the source of the sound. After taking only a few steps, Lin Ze frowned. His mental energy was exceptionally strong, granting him keen senses. Something's wrong. A large number of monsters have suddenly appeared in that direction. Lin Ze said in a low voice. Could it be another altar? Xiao Anyu also frowned, still visibly shaken by the recent events. Lin Ze shook his head, deciding to investigate nonetheless. All of them were well-trained lords, and they quickly approached that direction in a battle-ready stance. Soon, they witnessed an army as vast as a tidal wave, endlessly surging forward as they joined forces to besiege a single location. Bodies littered the ground, and the battlefield echoed with deafening battle cries. Evidently, fierce fighting had been underway for quite some time. These soldiers were the same skeleton troops Lin Ze had encountered upon entering, but their aura was significantly stronger than those he had seen earlier. Look! That's Brother Chen's necromantic resurrection array. They're surrounding Brother Chen. Xiao Anyu's keen eyes quickly identified the gray formation at the center of the battlefield. Hearing this, Lin Ze immediately drew his weapon, ascending into the air first to survey the situation. There were far too many, at least 10,000 of these skeleton soldiers. Mixed among them were all sorts of monsters, their eyes glowing with the same eerie dark green hue, making the sight particularly unsettling. Though Chen Yeshi himself was nowhere to be seen, Lin Ze spotted his undead gunners and instantly ordered the three below to attack. The trio below instantly understood. Having fought side by side multiple times, they developed a certain level of coordination. Without hesitation, Lin Ze commanded the flying demon zombies and flying zombies to follow him as he charged headlong into the encircling horde. The remaining zombies were commanded by Zhang San, who charged forward alongside Shi Qing. As they soared over the skeleton soldiers, Lin Ze keenly noticed a massive magic array beneath their feet, seemingly active. However, ensuring Chen Yeshi's safety took priority at that moment. Lin Ze wasn't particularly knowledgeable about such magical arrays. The patterns suggested it was a charging array, but its specific function remained unknown. The skeleton soldiers on the ground spotted Lin Ze flying overhead. Soon, some skeleton archers drew their bows, attempting to shoot them down. But Lin Ze's speed was astonishingly swift, making it impossible for the archers to aim accurately. Arriving at the center of their encirclement, the battle raged fiercely. Piles of fallen skeleton soldiers and undead corpses now towered over a meter high. Chen Yeshi's face was deathly pale. Behind her stood the three gates of the dead, exclusive to necromantic lords, from which undead poured out endlessly. Monsters too close to the portal couldn't use it to leave the secret realm, doing so would tear the lord apart in the unstable space. Moreover, he couldn't leave either. This was the very core of the secret realm. If these monsters touched him, he'd be finished. Chapter 111, The Ancient Giant Magic Array. The entire secret realm would vanish in an instant, dragging everyone within it into the very end of time and space. Therefore, he could only continuously summon soldiers to sustain the rescue effort. Maintaining the undead resurrection array while simultaneously draining his mental energy to keep the portal open, Chen Yeshi inwardly cursed his plight. Just as he cursed under his breath, a familiar golden glow suddenly enveloped him, filling him with sudden joy. Lin Ze had arrived. He looked up and indeed saw Lin Ze's flying sword and several demonic zombies gathering their spells. How about it? Can you still walk? Lin Ze descended slowly. No longer needing hand seals to control them, the 10 flying swords darted about under his command, relentlessly reaping the lives of the skeleton soldiers. You little punk, you're just showing up now? Aren't you supposed to be the fastest man at Peking University? Even at this critical moment, Chen Yeshi couldn't resist his trademark underdog sarcasm. But he quickly explained why he'd stayed behind instead of fleeing. It's probably not safe to leave. I'm standing in the core area of the secret realm. If these monsters destroy it, we won't have enough time to retreat to a safe distance. Lin Ze nodded in understanding, not bothering to ask how these monsters had appeared. He immediately began setting up formations. He had previously noticed that the 7-kill soul sealing formation provided a slight boost to Chen Yeshi's undead forces, so he prioritized setting one up. The materials were already in his backpack, and within 3 minutes, the formation was complete. Sure enough, bolstered by the 7-kill soul binding formation, the undead soldiers' combat effectiveness surged significantly, pushing back the encircling forces. Qi Qing's heavy cavalry thrived on this open terrain, and Lin Ze could already hear the clatter of their hooves approaching. With a moment to catch his breath, Chen Yeshi finally revealed the reason these monsters had appeared. It turned out that Chen Yeshi had entered this enormous formation from the very beginning. Having little knowledge of magic arrays himself, he studied it for quite some time before recalling that Xiaoanyu seemed quite knowledgeable about them. He'd planned to study it together with them once he found them. Unexpectedly, the formation had been triggered at some unknown moment, instantly summoning thousands upon thousands of skeleton soldiers. At first, Chen Yeshi thought they were targeting him and immediately formed a defensive formation. But he soon realized these creatures ignored him entirely, charging straight toward the array's center. Acting on instinct, Chen Yeshi inspected the core area and discovered it was none other than the heart of the secret realm itself. If the core were destroyed, they'd never escape. Thus, he began resisting the skeleton soldiers. Lin Ze nodded. There was no time for anything else now. They had to protect the secret realm's core from destruction at all costs. Judging by their current performance, Qi Qing's appraiser might as well be fired. This place was far beyond a mere silver-grade secret realm. Monsters of this caliber meant this was at least a gold-grade secret realm. With a piercing spear glint cutting through the sky, Qi Qingtian charged in with several cavalrymen. Without a word, they joined Lin Ze in clearing the surrounding skeleton soldiers. With the combined efforts of the three, they finally expanded the encirclement to a diameter of about 100 meters, allowing Chen Yeshi to catch her breath. Lin Ze and Qi Qing showed no signs of stopping, each leading their retinues to push further outward. Defeating over 10,000 skeleton soldiers would require more than one battle. They must first establish another barrier to create a safe haven for rest. Shu Yao and Xiaoanyu squeezed into the central circle, casting spell after spell from the rear. Their troops weren't exceptionally powerful, but they excelled in balanced attributes and versatile functionality. The elven mages excelled particularly in elemental magic. They swiftly used earth and wood elements to construct a simple 4-sided wall and erected a watchtower. Xiaoanyu's Star Clan arcane magic not only dealt lethal blows but also provided exceptional defensive capabilities. She cast a magical barrier around the perimeter, layering multiple protective layers onto this makeshift stronghold. Soon, under the combined assault of the zombies and the floating pagoda heavy cavalry, a 2-kilometer radius was cleared, becoming the temporary encampment for Lin Ze and his companions. After half a day of fierce combat, Qi Qing finally returned to the central zone, while Lin Ze slowly descended from the sky. The tireless soldiers camped outside the city, ever ready to rejoin the fray. We need to decide now. Should we leave, or check if there are any treasure chests in the core area of the secret realm? Seeing everyone gathered, Lin Ze slowly scanned the group before speaking. Shu Yao naturally followed whatever Lin Ze decided, while Qi Qing scratched his head and agreed to let Lin Ze call the shots. Chen Yeshi, needless to say, just wanted to go back to sleep. Just then, Xiao Anyu suddenly spoke with a hint of surprise. We might have to wait a bit. This massive formation here, it's a lost magical battle array. Let me see. Enhancement. Summoning. Healing. This formation's capabilities are immense. This is a long-lost treasure. Just in terms of its research value in magical studies, this formation is as precious as mythic tier equipment. Xiao Anyu, deeply passionate about this field, was now utterly exhilarated like a wine connoisseur stumbling upon a cellar overflowing with rare vintages. Is that so? How long will it take you to make a copy? Lin Ze stroked his chin, his interest piqued. Setting aside its value, a super-large enhancement magic array seemed like something he could use himself. This formation's energy source wasn't tied to his system's array they could actually stack. If he could acquire it, it would significantly boost the combat strength of his domain. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Anyu replied. This array covers too large an area, but I can start by replicating its core and gradually expanding outward. But that will take considerable time, at least a full day. Lin Ze nodded, his mind already turning to the implications. Given the current situation, holding out for a day wasn't really a problem. The biggest problem, however, was that these monsters attacked relentlessly, leaving them no chance to rest properly. Someone had to command the soldiers to resist. His zombies were fine, they never tired. But the other soldiers would grow weary. Fatigue not only drastically reduced their combat effectiveness, but a single lapse could allow skeleton soldiers to breach the core area, and that would spell certain doom for them all. But returning empty-handed left Lin Ze feeling deeply unsatisfied. After much deliberation, Lin Ze ultimately decided to take a gamble and hold his ground. He acted immediately, deploying a series of tactical formations while reinforcing the area with a yin-yang protection array. After completing these preparations, Lin Ze instructed his companions to simply hold their ground. He then soared into the air, determined to uncover the reason these monsters had suddenly been summoned. Chapter 112, The Shadowblade General. The Vera Clan. Earlier, Xiao Anyu had been ambushed by monsters summoned after triggering an altar. Could these skeleton soldiers also have been summoned by some structure or artifact? This sudden thought prompted Lin Ze to explore the surroundings. Since no flying skeletons had appeared yet, Lin Ze led dozens of demonic zombies as they sauntered out into the sky. He began meticulously scanning the periphery with his psychic senses, searching for any telltale clues. Unexpectedly, upon closer inspection, he did indeed spot something amiss. On the outermost skeleton soldiers, Lin Ze sensed a familiar aura. It was somewhat reminiscent of the dreaded planes within his domain. More precisely, it was the aura of that silver-ranked monster boss on that plane. Although he had never fought it directly, Lin Ze frequently encountered it while grinding monsters on the plane. It stood there immovably, and he had long since memorized its distinct aura. And now, these skeleton soldiers all carried a trace of that same scent. Could it be there was some connection between them? Hovering in the air, Lin Ze frowned in confusion. Before he could fully process his thoughts, a powerful aura suddenly surged upward from beneath the earth. Instantly alert, Lin Ze summoned his flying sword to shield himself. With a dull thud, a great sword burst through the earth. A hand like dried gripped it tightly, twisting it violently back and forth. The surrounding skeleton soldiers were instantly shredded by the blade's razor-sharp air current, reduced to scattered fragments on the ground. Then another hand emerged. A tall, withered human figure crawled out from beneath the earth, clad in rust-stained heavy armor. His eyes, too, burned with an emerald green light. Who dares invade the territory I guard? The general-like figure could speak, though his voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a rusty gong. Monster Shadowblade General. Level? Silver rank boss. Description: a mighty general who fell in battle. After death, his unyielding will was corrupted by vengeful spirits, summoning him back from the underworld to complete his unfinished war. This is a secret realm boss. Lin Ze glanced at its entry and instantly recognized the monster's identity. Judging by their attire, they were all human. What could they have been resisting that led to their collective demise? It seemed these people ultimately failed to win the war. The monsters here were all transformed former humans, yet there were no traces of their enemies that alone spoke volumes. Now wasn't the time to dwell on historical truths. More pressing matters demanded attention. Seeing Lin Ze didn't respond, the Shadowblade General immediately raised his nearly 2-meter-long greatsword. With a fierce roar, he leapt to the same height as Lin Ze. He swung his blade with the force of a mountain strike, aiming straight for Lin Ze's head. Lin Ze swiftly dodged the blow, instantly summoning dozens of zombies while imbuing them with protective talismans. If there were any rare drops, they'd likely be on this guy. Though he's a silver-tier boss, he seems unable to unleash his full power. I should be able to handle him alone. Lin Ze thought to himself as several more slaughter charms appeared in his hands. The zombies swarmed forward, unleashing their special attack techniques upon the general of the Netherblade. This time, he summoned zombies skilled in close combat, no bone melters or hairy zombies. Moreover, this batch had been forged by Lin Ze using demonic creatures. Beyond their inherent zombie abilities, they retained one or two of their original innate skills. Take this demon-forged zombie, for instance. Despite its vastly enhanced physique, it could still unleash the Demon Clan's hellfire upon enemies, a truly versatile unit. After reaching Tier 4, demon zombies could even sprout wings and gain flight capabilities. All 4 zombie evolution paths were highly compatible, making them Lin Ze's most satisfying monsters to date. After absorbing a wave of attacks from the zombies, the Shadowblade General roared in fury, unleashing a surge of killing intent that flung the clinging corpses from his body. Then, he raised his greatsword high and slammed it heavily into the ground. Where are the warriors of the Vera clan? Follow me to repel the invaders. The general of the Shadowblade thrust his blade into the ground and suddenly bellowed. I am General Chelier. Heed my command and unite against the enemy. At his call, the skeleton soldiers who had been solely focused on storming the Secret Realms core actually halted. Their hollow eyes turned as one toward Lin Ze. Varek. Varek. The name began to echo from their mouths. This skeleton legion, transformed from Varek warriors, seemed to recall the glorious wars once fought by the Varek tribe. The dark green glow in their eyes intensified as they devoutly and in perfect unison chanted the name of their people. Seeing this, Lin Ze let out a bitter laugh. This is bad. Looks like I've gone too far. Before he could react, the skeleton soldiers raised their weapons with a battle cry and charged toward Lin Ze. Unlike their earlier mechanical attacks, after the general of the Netherblade gave the signal, these skeleton soldiers seemed to rediscover their former selves. The battle instincts etched into their very bones instantly elevated their combat prowess to a whole new level. Countless arrows instantly filled the air, raining down on Lin Ze like a storm. Lin Ze hurriedly summoned another 200 or 300 zombies to charge forward and resist the frenzied Varek warriors. Fortunately, the zombies possessed significantly higher attributes than these frenzied skeleton soldiers. The 300 zombies formed an impenetrable wall of steel, holding back the relentless onslaught of soldiers. For the time being, there would be no immediate danger. General Netherblade, however, was personally engaged by Lin Ze to tie him down. The sudden turn of events instantly stunned everyone in the core area, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Shu Yao was the first to react. From afar, she saw Lin Ze suspended in midair, seemingly battling some formidable creature. Flames erupted across the battlefield, clearly signaling a fierce struggle. Something's wrong. Those skeleton soldiers seem to have shifted their target to Lin Ze. We have to help him. Seeing this, Shu Yao exclaimed anxiously. With that, she immediately summoned her staff, rallied the elven army, and prepared to rush to Lin Ze's aid. But Xiao Anyu stopped her. Your abilities are better suited for defense. You should stay here. We'll go support him. If they suddenly attack the Secret Realms core again, none of us will be able to escape. Xiao Anyu remained relatively calm, analyzing the situation immediately. Though consumed by anxiety, Shu Yao recognized the truth in Xiao Anyu's words. She reluctantly ordered the elves to continue fortifying the city defenses while she remained behind. Chapter 113, The Magic Array's Purpose, Divine Beings Descend. Xiao Anyu and Qi Qing wasted no time, summoning additional troops before charging toward Lin Ze's location. Lin Ze's situation, however, was not as dire as they had imagined. Lin Ze's current offensive and defensive capabilities were vastly superior to before. His speed was so great that the general of the Netherblades could barely touch him. The zombies were also far more formidable than these skeleton soldiers. If not for the overwhelming numbers of the Varek tribe soldiers, the zombies present alone could likely have won this battle. However, despite the lack of immediate pressure, the sheer numbers of these skeletons were overwhelming. If the battle dragged on, the outcome would be far from certain. Just as Lin Ze prepared to unleash another Heavenly Thunder 5 lightning seal, a familiar battle cry suddenly pierced the air. Qi Qing's reinforcements had arrived. As cavalry, their ability to charge and maneuver across this open plain was unmatched. These skeletons couldn't possibly withstand the heavy armored elite human troops, being mercilessly pierced into fragments by iron spears. Lin Ze, don't be afraid. I'm here. Qi Qing let out a defiant laugh. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his warhorse let out a shrieking neigh and leapt forward. The sky-piercing spear crashed heavily against the great general of the Netherblade's broadsword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Qi Qing's heart skipped a beat. This guy is incredibly strong. I can't even suppress his weapon. The general of the Netherblade, however, snorted with rage. He raised his greatsword to parry Qi Qing's spear upward, then followed with a powerful, sweeping strike. The greatsword in General Mingren's grasp was a weapon known as an Mo Dao, also called a horse-slaying blade. Such weapons were specifically designed to counter cavalry. If wielded by someone with sufficient strength, a single swing could cleave both rider and horse in two. Though Qi Qing was a skilled warrior, his youth and lack of experience against such a weapon left him on the verge of disaster. Fortunately, Lin Ze intervened. A cross-shaped blade aura, swift as the wind, swept through the air, stirring swirling gray currents as it struck the general of the Netherblade with devastating force. Combination technique, Heaven's Fierce Annihilation Slash. Immediately after, a meteor hurtled down from the heavens. Lin Ze had used star-shattering sky-piercing strike to slay a skeleton soldier standing beside the general of the Netherblade. Qi Qing immediately spurred his horseback, a wave of dread washing over him. Though he'd nearly been killed in that exchange, he had still made a contribution. Lin Ze was still pondering how to land this strike on the Shadowblade General when Qi Qing stepped in. Lin Ze remained confident in the damage potential of these two skills. Even if they couldn't kill the Shadowblade General, they would certainly cripple him. Boom! The meteorite slammed down upon the Shadowblade General, its deafening roar echoing throughout the entire secret realm. Dust and debris instantly billowed from the ground, shrouding the area in a hazy haze. Xiao Anyu and Shen Yeshi were already leading their troops into battle against the Varric warriors. The remaining skeleton soldiers in the vicinity were all crushed into bone dust by the meteorite. This move is indeed powerful, but it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, and it consumes an equally large amount of energy. Gazing at the motionless general of the Netherblade, Lin Ze pondered silently. Just as Lin Ze was about to step forward to check if the general of the Netherblade was truly dead, a strange muffled thud suddenly echoed from within the dust. Boom! An explosion erupted, and the general of the Netherblade, already missing an arm, rose to his feet once more. He let out an eerie laugh and suddenly made a bizarre gesture. He reached his hand toward his own heart. Intruders! Even in death, I shall drive you out. He roared suddenly, forcing his hand through his own chest. A sinister red light flared from his chest, shooting toward the core of the secret realm. The speed of this red light was simply too fast for Lin Ze to intercept. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red pillar of light shot skyward, and mist instantly enveloped the entire secret realm. The colossal magic array on the ground began rotating silently, its start had gone unnoticed. Ethereal whispers filled the air as countless dark green specks of light flew from the bodies of the Varric warriors, gradually drifting toward the secret realm's core. General Netherblade emitted a chilling laugh as a large cluster of dark green light points also flew out from his body, slowly drifting toward the sky-piercing crimson pillar. Once we awaken the Lord, none of you will escape. Blue Star belongs to us. Don't even think of snatching it from the hands of the Varric tribe. Long live the Varric. With his dying breath, General Shadowblade uttered these words, trembling as he spoke, before finally dissolving into a swirling dust cloud and vanishing. The sudden turn of events caught Lin Ze off guard. His expression grew grave as he stared at the unfolding scene. Teleportation remained impossible, he couldn't even sense his own domain anymore. This bizarre situation was unprecedented. As more and more green specks flew into the crimson pillar of light, the entity General Shadowblade sought to awaken finally stirred. The earth trembled, shattering into countless fragments beneath their feet as the temperature steadily climbed. This is the legendary guardian spirit of the Varric tribe. The deity who rules over all flames and weapons, Aristos, the god of war and forging. Shu Yao stammered, her heart pounding with overwhelming shock. Moments ago, she had been standing near the walls at the core of the secret realm when something suddenly flew toward her back. Instinctively, she took a few steps backward, unexpectedly dodging the towering red pillar of light. Terrified, she retreated a considerable distance. After observing for a moment, she finally spotted Lin Ze. A god? What should we do? We can't run away, and we can't fight him. Qi Qing scratched his head, turning to look at Lin Ze. He was surprisingly unfazed, showing no further fear despite the situation. Faced with this situation, Lin Ze couldn't help but inwardly groan. Combined, their levels didn't even reach 100. How could they possibly stand against a deity rumored to be billions of times more powerful than a 100-level lord? For now, the only sensible course was to find a way to escape. Just as Lin Ze pondered this, a deep sigh suddenly echoed from within the towering pillar of light. Who dares awaken me from my divine tomb? The voice boomed like a great bell, yet carried an aura of supreme authority. Who is it? Yet the speaker seemed utterly bewildered, repeating the question several times in a manner that felt eerily unsettling. After a moment, finding no response, a pair of fiery red hands emerged from the pillar of light. Soon after, a muscular torso emerged, crowned by a pair of massive goat horns. Aristos was a goat-horned, human-bodied deity, colossal in stature, his entire form as fiery and luminous as molten lava. Shu Yao recalled the descriptions of this deity from her books. Aristos, having poked his head out, looked around in confusion for a moment before noticing Lin Ze and the others at his feet. Young humans, was it you who awakened me? Aristos bent slightly, his gaze fixed on Lin Ze and the others. Before Lin Ze could respond, the peculiar deity suddenly let out a gasp of astonishment. The World Tree? I sense the aura of the World Tree. Are you the vessel of the World Tree? Yet why do I sense so much aura of a dark god lingering upon you? Aristos stared at Lin Ze for a few moments, murmuring to himself in confusion. Chapter 114, Divine Trial. Seeking sacrifices in the ancient city. Lin Ze had no idea what this creature was talking about. He kept calling out to Momo in his mind, trying to reconnect with his lord's space. But it was all in vain. Finally, Aristos seemed unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer. He bent down once more, his enormous eyes slowly drawing closer to Lin Ze. Since you've awakened me, where is the offering? Sacrificial offering? Lin Ze froze in confusion, then instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The general of the Shadowblade had indeed awakened this creature before him, but he hadn't had time to reveal who the enemy was. They weren't invaders at all. The general of the underworld probably still thought he was in the midst of battle, which was why he'd sacrificed his life to summon the deity revered by his clan. Which meant that if they could just put this horned creature back to sleep, they could leave. Lin Ze instantly breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, he looked up and said, "Esteemed Lord Aristastos, please forgive our oversight. We neglected to prepare offerings this time. We humbly request you return to rest now. Next time, we shall bring double the tribute." Unexpectedly, Aristos grew displeased upon hearing this, sulking like a child as he sat down. "Since there are no offerings, I shall wait here. I will return only when you bring them." This left Lin Ze utterly dumbfounded. Shi Chang and the others hurried over to ask what was going on. Lin Ze explained his suspicions one by one. The others suddenly understood, thinking to themselves, that makes sense. So what do we do now? He doesn't seem inclined to leave. We can't just sit here waiting forever. If he gets angry, one punch from him could cost us hundreds of lives. Chen Yeshi said with a wry smile. Lin Ze stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then walked back toward Aristastos, who was still sitting on the ground, idly stirring the sand. "Forgive my ignorance, sir. We've forgotten what offerings we should prepare." Lin Ze cleared his throat and spoke loudly yet earnestly. After speaking, he even made a few exaggerated gestures for effect. Upon hearing this, Aristastos curled his lip. "What foolish humans! For the sake of you being the world tree's vessel, I shall pardon your transgression this time. Listen well. I demand metal. And fine wine. The more, the better." Aristos stroked his beard, his face lit with anticipation as he addressed Lin Ze. Clearly, it had been ages since he'd touched either of those things. Metal? Fine wine? In this barren wasteland, where on earth would he find such things? Lin Ze was momentarily stumped. Just as he was about to negotiate with Aristos, Xu Yao suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Lin Ze, it seems the secret realm has undergone some new changes." Lin Ze froze, immediately following Xu Yao's gaze. An ancient city had risen from the ground at some unknown point, now standing tall in the distance. That should be one of the Varick tribe's ruins. Maybe it holds what he needs. Xu Yao whispered, her expression still showing how much that creature had startled her moments ago. Lin Ze nodded and immediately led the zombies toward the suddenly appearing ancient city. This time, he and Xu Yao would go, while the others remained behind as Aristastos requested, keeping him company. After all, the Varick tribe had already perished as a nation, and most of their warriors had fallen on the battlefield. There shouldn't be too much danger, right? That was Lin Ze's reasoning. As the saying goes, the journey to the mountain is longer than expected. Though they could see the ancient city's outline from afar, it still took them nearly 2 hours to reach the city gates. Lin Ze was fine, but Xu Yao's pace lagged behind, which was why it took so long. He had brought her along because Xu Yao excelled in history and possessed knowledge of the Varick clan's culture and architectural structures, making her presence a valuable asset. Soon, the two entered the once magnificent ancient city. The architectural style bore some resemblance to ancient Roman civilization, with most structures built from stone and brick. With Xu Yao's recollections, they swiftly located the palace of the Varick kingdom's ruler. Inside the palace, the floors were covered with agate artifacts, revealing how much this ancient people cherished this material. After some exploration, Lin Ze quickly located the place where the Varick royal family stored their treasures, but it had collapsed, as if a battle had taken place there. According to the records, the Varick regarded ritual objects as sacred symbols, so they were usually stored alongside other valuables. Thus, the royal treasury might be the best place to find the offerings Aristos required. Lin Ze commanded several strong zombies to clear the rubble blocking the entrance, then led the way inside. The interior appeared to have been ransacked. The display stone pillars were completely bare, stripped of everything. However, Lin Ze noticed something peculiar about the layout of the space, suspecting it might conceal hidden compartments or secret passages. Sure enough, after searching, Lin Ze found a movable brick on the floor. Upon activating the mechanism, the seemingly dilapidated wall slowly lowered, revealing a larger treasure chamber before Lin Ze. This chamber appeared untouched by intruders, everything preserved in its original state, showing no signs of age. However, most items were merely ornate decorative pieces. The truly valuable materials were those used to showcase these treasures. After searching the entire room, Lin Ze's initial excitement vanished instantly. Not a single useful piece of equipment. It seemed the Varick clan had never intended to leave any decent weapons here to gather dust. Nevertheless, within this chamber, Lin Ze did discover the 2 tribute items Aristos had sought. On one side of the treasure chamber sat 2 large chests containing 3 pieces of purple quality metal. Beside them stood a small, straight-sided barrel made from an unknown mineral, filled with an amber-colored liquid. These were most likely the offerings the Varick royal family used to worship their deities. Regardless of whether these items had expired, Lin Ze took everything without hesitation. He had the zombies carry out all the barrels of wine. The 3 boxes of metal were incredibly heavy, weighing more than 30 barrels of wine combined. Such fine materials, wonder what that fellow plans to do with them? Lost in thought, Lin Ze suddenly found his attention drawn to the sculptures on the wall. The wall sculpture likely celebrated the supreme power of King Varric, depicting him larger than life with an oddly proportioned body and limbs. By modern standards, it looked rather comical. But that wasn't the point. The point was the king's eyes, or rather, the two small beads serving as his eyes. They seemed like valuable items. Chapter 115, A Gift from the Gods. Mythical Relics. Lin Ze reached out and gently pried one loose. Elemental Spirit Orb Wood. Elemental Spirit Orb Fire. Quality, purple. Description, 2 spirit orbs imbued with elemental essence. Can be used to craft equipment and enhance troops utilizing these attributes. Not bad at all, Lin Ze thought to himself. At least the trip wasn't wasted. He tucked both orbs into his pocket. Unexpectedly, the moment he plucked them from the ground, an eerie tremor suddenly rippled up from beneath the earth. Crack! As if something had cracked open. Moments later, the earth began to shake violently, and terrifying cracks appeared continuously on the palace walls. An earthquake? Lin Ze froze for a second before immediately casting his sword control technique to soar into the air. Could these 2 beads have directly triggered the mechanism? Then why didn't the Varric simply design it to activate the moment someone entered? Lin Ze felt both amused and exasperated. He hurriedly ordered the zombies to grab their belongings and flee. Simultaneously, he scooped Chu Yao into his arms and soared upward once more. Just as the ancient city collapsed in the final second, the zombies finally evacuated to a safe location. Gazing at the completely vanished ruins, Lin Ze realized something was terribly wrong. What kind of security system would destroy the very house it was meant to protect? That was downright idiotic. There had to be some other reason behind it. But Lin Ze couldn't be bothered to investigate further. At least no monsters were crawling back to attack him. With that thought, he led Chu Yao back to the core area of the secret realm. Upon arrival, he found Aristosts chatting animatedly with Qi Qing and the others. A deck of playing cards lay spread out on the ground. Whoever had packed them in their backpack? Ha 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 ha. This game is absolutely brilliant. What was it called again? Aristos let out a hearty laugh upon seeing Lin Ze return, his gaze softening considerably. He had now shifted his form to that of a normal human size. Without the overwhelming aura of power, he actually looked like a rather handsome little old man. It's a game from our country called Landlord. Joan explained thoughtfully. Excellent. Next time, I'll spread this game throughout all of Varric. Let my devoted followers experience this joy for themselves. Aristos nodded with a smile. The others exchanged glances, none daring to respond. It seemed this deity from the old era was unaware that his own Varric tribe had long since become but a speck of dust in the annals of history. This guy seems to have memory issues, still thinking he's in the era when Varric existed. We told him we're travelers from another realm, don't let it slip later. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Anyu quietly leaned close to Lin Ze's ear and whispered. Lin Ze, still reeling from the shock, nodded instinctively. Teaching a deity to play cards, what a brilliant idea. Wonder who the clever one was who came up with it. Lin Ze thought to himself. Soon, he presented the 3 metal crates and a large pile of unidentified liquor he'd just hauled out of the ancient city. Your Excellency, the tribute you requested. We hope you enjoy them and will allow us to depart afterward. Aristos' eyes lit up instantly at the words. He chuckled softly, then stroked the beard on his chin. Rest assured. Ares never lies. Once I've finished enjoying these, you may continue your journey. As a reward, I shall bestow blessings upon each of you. With that, he strode directly toward the 3 crates of purple metal. Though a bit stale, it's still quite tasty. Aristos declared, then reached out and grabbed a chunk of metal with one hand, popping it into his mouth and chewing. Crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing nearly made Lin Ze's jaw drop. Is this actually edible? If he hadn't heard Aristos mention there'd be gifts later, Lin Ze would have bolted on the spot. Partake. Those were 3 pieces of rare ancient metal, and their fate was to end up in his stomach. It genuinely made Lin Ze feel like the terracotta warriors had been turned into chamber pots. While eating, Aristosts opened a barrel of wine. He produced a silver goblet from who knows where, raised it, and took a drink. Ah! My favorite terra-flavored plum wine. You must have found this in the imperial city. Aristos guffawed heartily as he drank, all trace of the divine pressure he'd radiated upon his entrance now gone. Only after the fellow finally finished 3 crates of metal, letting out a small burp, did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. What a peculiar deity. Lin Ze thought with a wry smile. Alright, children, it's time to fulfill my promise. Aristos, sated and satisfied, snapped his fingers. A small hammer appeared out of nowhere, floating slowly down until it landed on his shoulder. Taking the hammer, Aristosts instantly shed his playful demeanor, his expression turning solemn and serious. He reached out, grasping a mass of intangible substance from the air, then raised the hammer high above his head and bellowed. Clang! 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 With hammer raised high, Aristosts demonstrated his true power as the god of forging. Using the heavens and earth as his crucible, he struck 4 distinct iron ingots into existence from thin air. Then, his hands erupted with searing heat and he deformed the 4 ingots with his bare hands, ultimately shaping them into 4 pieces of equipment. Take them, children. Aristos laughed heartily, distributing the 4 pieces of equipment to Qi-Qing, Chu-Yao, and the others. Lin Ze, however, received nothing. As if sensing Lin Ze's confusion, Aristos gave him a mysterious wink. Don't worry, you'll get yours too. With that, he actually handed over the small hammer in his hand. This forging hammer was the very symbol of his status. A true artifact. And Aristos had just handed it directly to Lin Ze. Lin Ze froze, then instinctively took the hammer. There, Aristos said. When you need me, you can reach me through this. We will meet again. Aristos looked meaningfully at Lin Ze, then turned away, his massive form returning to its original size. Farewell, children. He said, smiling as he waved to Lin Ze, his body slowly dissipating. The instant he vanished, Lin Ze finally sensed his domain space again, letting out a long sigh of relief. Gazing at the small forging hammer in his hand, Lin Ze still felt a wave of disbelief. Why would Aristos simply give it to him? What did he mean by saying they would meet again? Could it be related to the world tree? Lin Ze couldn't fathom what this peculiar deity was thinking, so he simply stowed away the hammer which looked utterly ordinary. Chapter 116, The Function of the Spirit Gathering Altar. The Spirit System. With that, this secret realm was finally cleared out completely. Lin Ze and his companions could now proceed with their sweep in peace. After gathering their spoils, Xiao Anyu finished mapping this colossal ancient magic array, intending to study it thoroughly back at the base. This secret realm expedition had yielded substantial rewards for the group. Setting aside the vast amounts of experience points and common loot, the equipment crafted for them by Aristos alone was already well worth it. These were all legendary grade items crafted by deities. While not mythic grade, they were still extremely rare. Lin Ze was already pretty well off, right? He only had one legendary piece of gear on him. This was the kind of gear that could be used all the way up to level 100. After packing up, the group returned to the demon realm through the spatial tunnel before heading back to the real world. Lin Ze didn't head straight back to reality, however. He planned to visit his domain first. He wanted to inspect the newly acquired special building first to see what made it so unique. Upon re-entering the Lord's space, Lin Ze headed straight for the Lord's crystal and opened his building panel. Special building, Spirit Gathering Altar. Requires the domain to reach level 20 for construction. Function, gathers special energies within the domain while containing wandering souls. After construction, gold coins can be spent to summon spirits, with a chance to summon the souls of high-tier creatures. Special property Spirit Persistence. This structure is a component of the Mythic Tier Spirit Shrine. Collecting all components grants special bonuses. Current territory bonus, increases maximum spirit capacity by 1 and raises the level cap for accommodated spirits. After reading the building's description, Lin Ze stroked his chin with satisfaction. This thing was like a giant lottery machine with the added effect of a gathering array. Don't underestimate this effect. Typically, lords need at least level 50 to access facilities for cultivating their domain's guardian spirits. While the soul altar for housing spirits unlocks at level 20, most lords lack the resources or conditions to cultivate them through that channel. This spirit gathering altar, however, allowed Lin Ze to begin cultivating spirits starting at level 20, and it even increased the capacity limit. This puts him light years ahead of everyone else. Spirits are essentially a special type of troop. Every lord can unlock the spirit contract at level 20. These are usually powerful beings that have passed away, possessing extraordinary strength that allows them to retain their consciousness and exist in the world as spirits. Lords can station spirits within their territories much like deploying soldiers, though the process is more cumbersome than deploying regular troops. But their strength far surpasses ordinary troops. Most importantly, spirits are highly intelligent beings capable of autonomously managing domain facilities, freeing lords to focus on other matters. They can serve as commanding generals on the battlefield or as attentive stewards within the domain. However, securing a capable and obedient spirit is no easy feat. Take Momo, the incarnation of the world tree in Lin Ze's domain. She can be considered a spirit. But this one is incredibly lazy. Beyond reporting on the domain's status and assisting with group healing during battles, it's practically useless. Recalling how it stuck its tongue out at him, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Since construction required level 20, Lin Ze felt no urgency. He could simply grind levels gradually. Besides, this trip to the secret realm had yielded 2 elemental spirit pearls, definitely worth the effort. Oh, almost forgot about this. As Lin Ze pondered how to use those 2 elemental spirit pearls, he suddenly remembered the little hammer Aristos had given him. Is this thing a divine artifact? Am I supposed to carry this hammer into battle from now on? Lin Ze stared at the tiny hammer in his hand, which looked anything but a weapon, and let out a wry smile. Better check its attributes first. Thinking this, Lin Ze opened the hammer's information panel. Divine Relic Hammer of Hephaestus. Grade, Mythic. Level requirement, level 40. Currently unbound to a lord. Description: the divine artifact wielded by the god of forging. Upon his demise, it transformed into this token. A devout follower may wield this hammer to summon him back from the underworld. At this sight, Lin Ze froze instantly. A divine token. This was a consumable item. Its purpose was to summon either a divine avatar or the deity itself. In other words, once Lin Ze reached the required level, he could use this very hammer to summon Aristosts. So was this a blessing or a curse? Lin Ze stared at the hammer for a long while before finally letting out a helpless, bitter laugh. He couldn't fathom why Aristosts would give this to him. Could it be that he wanted to serve as a spirit hero within his domain? The thought suddenly crossed Lin Ze's mind. But that possibility was rather slim. Since ancient times, deities had always stood above humanity. These gods would rather be slain by humans than be enslaved and become their servants. Anyway, this thing wouldn't be useful for now. He'd think about it once he reached the required level. With that thought, Lin Ze stowed it back into his backpack. After crafting a few more zombies within his domain, Lin Ze dispatched the 4-tier zombies to the areas he had designated for monster farming. Now that the zombies were of a higher tier, he no longer needed to personally lead them to grind levels. A simple command sufficed. After finishing their tasks, they would voluntarily hand over the loot. Truly convenient. However, monsters slain by his minions only granted Lin Ze 60% of the experience. Moreover, the experience only counted toward his total if he was present in the Lord's space during the grinding. If Lin Ze was absent from the Lord's space, the experience from those slain monsters would be partially deducted before being allocated to the minions. To reach level 20 as soon as possible, Lin Ze continued grinding monsters in the terror plains. After slaying several level 15 minions, Lin Ze suddenly spotted that familiar crimson figure again. The Blood Knight. Lin Ze now possessed the strength to take down a silver grade boss, yet he still couldn't discern this guy's level at all. It was truly strange. Might as well find time to farm this guy. Lin Ze thought to himself as he controlled his flying sword to slay monsters. Still, after being neighbors for so long, Lin Ze had seen this creature every time he went monster hunting. Now that he was suddenly planning to kill it, he felt a strange reluctance. After another busy night grinding, Lin Ze finally reached just over level 17. Satisfied, he returned to the real world to shower and sleep. With the new year just days away, Lin Ze spent his days either accompanying Chu Yao or diving into the Lord's space to grind monsters and gather materials. Chapter 117, Returning Home. Participating in the college exhibition match. Apart from the materials for crafting the Heavenly Thunder 5 Lightning Talisman being somewhat difficult to obtain, he had achieved talisman freedom for all other talismans. Meanwhile, Lin Ze occasionally conducted research experiments on formations and magic arrays, arriving at a remarkable conclusion. In a sense, these two systems could be stacked and used together. This meant he could deploy formations within his domain while simultaneously activating magic arrays. While others could utilize magic arrays, formation arrays were Lin Ze's exclusive domain. No one else possessed this ability. Soon, the night of New Year's Eve arrived. Lin Ze headed over to Luo Kagong's residence early to lend a hand. Though Lin Ze rarely cooked for himself, his culinary skills were quite good. He personally prepared several stir-fried dishes before joining Luo Kagong in brewing tea. Besides Luo Kagong, several of his old comrades in arms were present tonight. Ah! Little Ze, done with your chores? Come, sit down. Luo Kagong beamed as he saw Lin Ze emerge, immediately welcoming him with a warm smile. This is Tianding's son. His name is Lin Ze. Xiao Ze, come say hello to these gentlemen. Lin Ze politely greeted everyone in turn before taking his seat. Though these old gentlemen are no longer in the military headquarters, they each maintain their own channels of information. Lately, Lin Ze's name has been making waves in the capital, with everyone singing his praises. Well, he's quite the handsome fellow. His abilities surpass even his father's in his prime. Truly a formidable young talent. Each compliment made Luo Kagong beam with delight, as if they were praising his own grandson. Technically speaking, Lin Ze could be considered half his own descendant. After exchanging a few more polite remarks, someone in the crowd remarked, "At his age, I suppose young Lin isn't married yet?" Then came the sales pitch. "My little granddaughter. Old Luo, what do you think? And my brother's daughters, both absolute beauties." This left Lin Ze utterly bewildered. Wait, is this the new trend now? Aren't you all seasoned veterans? How did you end up running matchmaking businesses? Embarrassed, Lin Ze picked up his teacup to hide his awkwardness. Soon, the New Year's Eve feast was ready, and everyone moved to the dining table. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, and even Lin Ze drank quite a bit, feeling a bit tipsy. Among the guests were several children his age, but most were orphans adopted by these veteran soldiers. Lin Ze wasn't particularly familiar with them, and he wasn't especially skilled at socializing, so he barely exchanged a few words. However, one particularly beautiful girl kept staring at him, leaving Lin Ze feeling somewhat puzzled. Upon closer inspection, she seemed vaguely familiar. After racking his brain for a while without remembering who she was, he decided to let it go. After the meal, everyone dispersed, leaving only Lin Ze and Luo Kagong behind. They chatted by the outdoor brazier until late into the night, effectively seeing out the old year together, before finally retiring to their respective rooms to rest. This new year had been livelier than usual, yet Lin Ze still cherished the memories of celebrating with his master and fellow disciples on the mountain during his childhood. I wonder if senior brother still drinks as much as ever, and if junior sister still cries so easily? Master always secretly bought adult magazines when he went down the mountain, thinking we didn't know. Recalling these amusing memories, Lin Ze couldn't help but smile softly. Under the influence of alcohol, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Ze rose and followed Luo Kegong around to pay New Year's visits. Though he didn't recognize a single person, when Luo Kegong introduced them, Lin Ze was surprised to discover that the lowest ranking among them was a military major. Among them were numerous retired officials from the capital of Longwa and heads of prominent families. Though the number of visits was modest, each person shared an evident closeness with Luo Kegong, clearly long-standing friendships. And so, Lin Ze's fourth New Year spent here came to an end. After the New Year celebrations, Lin Ze declined Xiao Anyu's invitation and returned to Tianhai City to spend a few days with Chu Yao. They strolled through temple fairs together, watched fireworks displays, and were practically inseparable every day. Before he knew it, over 10 days had passed, leaving only a few days before the holiday ended. Lin Ze returned to the villa his parents had left for him in Tianhai City. Seeing the house unchanged, he finally lay back on the sofa with satisfaction. Before leaving, he had arranged for a regular cleaning service through the domestic service center, and it seemed they had done a thorough and responsible job. After resting at home for a while, Lin Ze got up, changed clothes, and prepared to head to Tianhai High School. The principal had called him specifically a few days prior, earnestly inviting him back to speak at the senior year mobilization meeting. Over the past year, the principal had sent numerous messages expressing concern and care, and during holidays, he would always send some specialties from Jiangnan province. With no other commitments in Tianhai City recently, he agreed to the principal's request. Dressed in relatively formal attire, Lin Ze hopped on his small motorcycle and headed toward Tianhai High School. Besides Lin Ze, the principal had also invited Chu Yao. After all, she was another student who had successfully gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Having them both stand together would certainly add prestige. Chu Yao was easier to persuade than Lin Ze and had agreed to the principal's request much earlier. Arriving at the familiar school gates, everything looked exactly as it had a year ago, stirring a wave of nostalgia within Lin Ze. Soon, the principal, who had been waiting at the gate for quite some time, spotted Lin Ze and approached him excitedly. "Lin Ze! Welcome back! Welcome, welcome!" He beamed as he took Lin Ze's hand, his warmth making Lin Ze feel slightly uncomfortable. After exchanging pleasantries, the principal glanced at Lin Ze with a hint of embarrassment and said, Lin Ze, the school board has decided to arrange an impromptu performance competition with another high school for outstanding graduates. Would you be available?" Lin Ze froze, then immediately furrowed his brow. Wasn't it supposed to be just a quick speech? Why add an exhibition match now? They were trying to use him as a free hitman, weren't they? And here he was, genuinely wanting to promote this old guy. Lin Ze thought, feeling rather annoyed. The principal, seemingly afraid Lin Ze would storm off, quickly added, "Don't worry, the exhibition match will be over quickly. It's just one match, and the board of directors has arranged a very generous appearance fee for you." He hurriedly pulled his phone from his pocket and handed it to Lin Ze. This match was organized by the Tianhai City Education Bureau leadership. "We really had no choice. But after you win, they'll offer a reward. Why don't you take a look first?" the principal asked tentatively. Lin Ze thought for a moment before deciding to take a look. Chapter 118, The Match Begins. Accessory Rewards. The winners of the exhibition match will receive the following rewards. After skimming through the list, Lin Ze found himself intrigued. Among the rewards was a blueprint for a purple accessory, exactly what Lin Ze had been wanting. Besides, it wouldn't take long. Since it was an exhibition match, the format probably wouldn't be too complicated. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ze finally agreed to the principal's proposal. "Alright, when?" The principal beamed with delight at Lin Ze's agreement. "This afternoon. It'll only take half a day." But he also harbored a hidden agenda. This so-called exhibition match was, in essence, a veiled display of prestige and a contest of raw strength, a showdown to prove which school produced the more outstanding students. Though no one would openly admit its impact, the principal who'd been in this position for years knew that academies with outstanding performances would inevitably receive greater resource allocation. Simultaneously, enrollment quality would significantly improve. And resources and high-caliber students would directly impact his performance as principal. Logically speaking, a recent graduate like Lin Ze, who had only been out of school for a year, was not the ideal candidate for a competitor. But the principal had already heard about Lin Ze's accomplishments in the capital and had made up his mind long ago. If Lin Ze were to win the competition as a freshman, it would serve as compelling proof of his exceptional talent and indirectly demonstrate the teaching prowess of Tianhai High School. It was for this reason that the principal invited Lin Ze to participate. Lin Ze had already guessed the nature of this competition. He didn't care whether the principal and others stood to gain from it, he simply wanted to obtain that blueprint. After inquiring about the competition details, Lin Ze nodded and walked straight toward Chu Yao, who had been waiting nearby. Together, they reminisced about their high school days. After lunch, Lin Ze was ushered into a meticulously prepared lounge where the principal had arranged for him to rest and prepare. The match was held at Tianhai City Sports Center, very close to Tianhai High School. For this kind of match, Lin Ze couldn't be bothered to prepare anything. He simply lay down in the lounge and fell into a deep sleep. He already reviewed the participant list, mostly juniors and seniors, but their average skill level was probably equivalent to sophomores at Qingbei University. Nothing worth paying attention to. The over 1,000 zombies under Lin Ze's command weren't exactly pushovers. Thus, around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Ze headed to the sports center accompanied by the principal and others. The venue was packed with spectators, mostly freshmen and sophomores, along with some parents who had brought their children. Next up is Tianhai High School's contestant, Lin Ze. He was last year's national assessment champion. He's also the prodigy who shattered our Jiangnan province assessment records. He is currently enrolled at Qingbei University as a freshman. As the saying goes, heroes emerge from youth. Let us all anticipate this prodigy who has already made his mark in less than a year since becoming a lord. As the host introduced him, the crowd erupted in gasps. Holy crap, I know this guy. He's supposedly a big deal at Qingbei too. Who knew Tianhai High managed to recruit him back? Is he really that good? He's just a freshman, probably only around level 12 or 13 at most. The exhibition match features lords around level 15, some even nearing level 20. Even with his talent, he shouldn't stand a chance against those juniors, right? Exactly. I heard Tianhai High also recruited a graduate from Fenghua University already at level 22. No matter how good Lin Ze is, he can't possibly match up to someone like that. The audience buzzed with murmurs, save for a handful who knew Lin Ze's true story. They wore smirks of contempt. Lin Ze deeply disliked this kind of atmosphere. He gave a brief nod and waved to the crowd before returning to the rest area. The tournament format was straightforward, draw-based matchups. Both opponents and match formats were determined by lottery. Each participant competed in 2 matches, with scores determined by the results. The highest overall score would claim victory. The judges were provincial-level officials, ensuring a relatively fair contest. Since matches ran concurrently, each stage featured a giant screen broadcasting live action. The fights progressed swiftly. After a bunch of meaningless chatter, Lin Ze stepped up to draw his opponent. As she left, Chu Yao flashed him a sweet smile and clenched her tiny fist tightly. Good luck! Lin Ze smiled knowingly, ruffled her hair, and headed up to draw his opponent. By now, all contestants were on stage, yet nearly every pair of eyes was fixed on Lin Ze. After all, he was the youngest among all the competitors and also the most renowned. But everyone present was a prodigy from their respective academies, and naturally, there were those with lofty ambitions and pride. He dares to represent the academy in his freshman year? Has Tianhai High run out of talent? Doesn't even know if he's level 15. Isn't he just here to be cannon fodder? A plain-looking guy glanced at Lin Ze and sneered. Lin Ze gave him a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. Uncertain which academy he represented, Lin Ze judged from his aura that he was only around level 18 or 19. Better pray you don't face me later. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Ze thought with equal disdain. Soon, as names scrolled across the screen, Lin Ze's first match was confirmed. His opponent was a graduate from Kongtian Middle School, likely over 22 years old, clearly someone nearing the end of their studies. Hello, my name is Qian Tuesday. I look forward to competing with you. The guy was surprisingly polite, extending his hand toward Lin Ze. You don't bite the hand that feeds you, so Lin Ze responded with equal courtesy before heading to his assigned match station, number 3. The match mode drawn was encounter battle. According to the Simulation Crystal's registration system, this Qian Tu was a third-year student at a top-tier university with decent strength, just one step away from reaching level 20. However, such strength was nothing to Lin Ze. Since the ratings were calculated based on match results, Lin Ze had no intention of sparing them any courtesy. Sorry about that. Lin Ze silently apologized to Qian Tu in his mind before stepping into the simulation space first. After the 5-minute deployment period, both sides entered the simulation space accompanied by their familiars. Competing on match stage 3 are Lin Ze, representing Tianhai High School, and Qian Tu, representing Kongtian Middle School. Just as the announcer introduced the 2 contestants, he glanced at the match screen and choked on his next words. What did he see? Lin Ze, a 17-level player, was beating Qian Tu, a 19-level player, into the ground. And it had only been a few minutes? In less than 5 minutes, Lin Ze and his familiars were slaughtering Qian Tu like he was a chicken. Chapter 119, The Arrogant Li Sangun. Brutal. He had been about to say that as a freshman, Lin Ze was likely facing an uphill battle against the junior Qian Tu. The odds of him losing were incredibly high. But before the words left his mouth, Lin Ze was already chasing Qian Tu and beating him senseless. What the hell was going on? Was this really a freshman lord? Not just the host, but every single spectator was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what happened to the freshman? You're this fierce? You're telling me you're a freshman? At that moment, Lin Ze found the whole thing utterly boring. This opponent didn't even have the guts to fight back, making the beating far less satisfying. Thankfully, Qiantu couldn't hear Lin Ze's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he'd probably have banged his head against the ground in frustration right there on the competition floor. Did I lack the courage to resist? I was simply powerless to fight back, okay? Since becoming a lord, he'd never been so utterly crushed. And the opponent was just a freshman. Qiantu lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly drained of all strength and skill. His vacant eyes watched Lin Ze as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens, manipulating several flying swords to slaughter indiscriminately among his troops. Lin Ze's familiars were even more terrifying. They were like monstrous bosses. Despite being only 4th tier, their stats were double those of Qiantu's own troops. How could he possibly win? Better to surrender. Qiantu thought bitterly. The match ended without a hint of suspense, as Lin Ze crushed Qiantu, a level 19 lord, in just 7 minutes, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Is this the caliber of the nation's top player? He's ridiculously strong. Yeah. With such a huge age gap between them, he still managed to dominate his opponent. Lin Ze is a god of war. In an instant, the audience erupted in admiration for Lin Ze's formidable strength. Yet Lin Ze seemed to treat it as a trivial matter, smiling as he shook hands with Qiantu. I admit it. Lin Ze's smile looked downright infuriating to Qiantu, utterly arrogant. But with so many people watching, he couldn't afford to look like a sore loser. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed Lin Ze's hand. As both competitors stepped down, all 5 judges unanimously awarded them perfect scores of 100. This kid is top tier even at Tsinghua and Peking. Since he's willing to compete here, we absolutely must cultivate a good relationship with him. We should also give him a generous reward this time. His future potential is truly immeasurable. The head judge whispered to the judges beside him on the panel. Though Lin Ze's current strength still fell short of theirs, judging by his rapid progress, he would likely surpass them all before graduation. The future Lin Ze would undoubtedly become a formidable powerhouse. Building rapport with him now could only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Fortunately, the remaining contestants were all in the simulation space and hadn't witnessed Lin Ze's match. Otherwise, they might have all withdrawn on the spot. After waiting in the preparation area for quite some time, the remaining contestants finally finished their matches. The guy who had mocked Lin Ze during the draw returned to the preparation area. Seeing Lin Ze already waiting there, he instantly wore an expression that screamed, I knew it all along. Bet he got one shot by someone, huh? Oomph. You better not draw me later. Otherwise, I'll get to taste what it's like to fight this top student from Qingbei University. The Tianha High representative thought with utter disdain. But he failed to notice that behind him, on the scoreboard, Lin Ze's name was firmly entrenched at the top spot. When Lin Ze saw him again, he had the exact same thought. Soon, the second round of matchups began. As if fate itself wanted to witness this dramatic showdown, Lin Ze's second match pitted him against none other than that Tianha High representative. Seeing this, the principal of Tianhai High School couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face. Tianha High was Tianhai High's rival academy, and the two schools had been locked in fierce competition for years. Before Lin Ze's assessment, Tianhai High's overall quality had consistently lagged behind Tianha High's. Now, with the emergence of the prodigiously talented Lin Ze, who also happened to be matched against Tianhua High's representative, how could the principal not be delighted? Upon seeing his opponent, Lin Ze also flashed a mischievous grin. Mr. Li Sangun, Lin Ze said, I look forward to learning from you. Lin Ze said with a smile to Li Sango, the representative of Tianha High School. Li Sangun snorted coldly, immediately interpreting Lin Ze's demeanor as a sign of weakness. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. I won't let you lose too badly. After all, you're a top student from Qingbei University. Li Sango sneered, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Lin Ze merely chuckled without reply, turning to head toward the competition platform. Li Sango followed closely behind. One after the other, they connected their simulation crystals and entered the Lord's space. This time, they drew a city defense battle. Lin Ze was the attacker, with more troop slots at his disposal. Li Sango, as the defender, had already entered the simulation space ahead of time. This left Li Sango feeling slightly disappointed. He had been hoping to be the attacker himself, to thoroughly trample Lin Ze and relish the sight of him kneeling on the city walls, trembling with fear. It seems that opportunity is now gone. Li Sango's intense hostility toward Lin Ze stemmed from his deeply ingrained jealousy. He believed that external factors had prevented him from gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University back then. The fact that Lin Ze, a kid from Tianhai High School, had actually gotten into Peking or Tsinghua drove him nearly mad with envy. That's why he had expressed his contempt for Lin Ze during the lottery draw. In his eyes, Lin Ze was nothing but a small-time nobody, and it was ridiculous that the host had hyped him up as some kind of prodigy. The 10-minute window for fortifying the city defenses passed swiftly. The light barrier separating the two slowly descended. Lee Sangun stared puzzled at the empty ground, wondering if Lin Ze had chickened out at the last minute. A thunderous clap suddenly echoed from the sky. Then, Lee Sangun saw a smiling face and experienced something he never wanted to go through again in his life. With just one Heavenly Thunder 5 lightning talisman, Lee Sango's goblin army was struck down by a divine thunderbolt, leaving not a single corpse behind. Though petty-minded, he was reasonably powerful at level 21, slightly stronger than Qian Tu had been moments before. Therefore, Lin Ze showed no mercy, launching an all-out assault. 54th tier demon zombies descended from the sky, while 30 savage knights burst forth from the ground. Like a raging tide, they shattered Lee Sangun's defenses, instantly demolishing his city walls. Still dazed from the thunderous roar, Lee Sangun caught only a glimpse of a demonic face before feeling a sudden chill on his backside, his body pierced clean through. Poor Lee Sangun was skewered like a kebab by a demonic zombie wielding the trident bestowed by Lin Ze, severing his connection on the spot. This battle ended even faster than the previous skirmish. Chapter 120, A Flawless Victory. The Vast Wilderness Necklace. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Ze had successfully killed Lee Sangun and destroyed the simulation crystal. The moment he exited the simulation space, Lee Sango still felt a searing pain throughout his body. The sensation of being impaled had been painfully real. The look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Ze couldn't help but carry a hint of fear. What kind of monster was this? Lin Ze merely flashed him his signature smile, instantly sending Lee Sangun scrambling to his feet. He stared at Lin Ze, trembling violently. This guy's just a freshman. Lee Sangun was now utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably, all traces of his earlier arrogance and insolence vanished. Lin Ze saw no point in humiliating him further. He merely gave him a faint, mocking smile before returning to the preparation area. The spectators, however, had witnessed his earlier arrogance as he hurled threats at Lin Ze, and they began to mock him. Ouch, don't bite off more than you can chew. With skills like that, you still dare to talk tough? I'll go easy on him. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Like anyone needs you to go easy? What a clown. The mocking tones only deepened Lee Sango's frustration. He scrambled to his feet and slunk away, his tail between his legs. This minor incident drew little attention. After the remaining contestants finished their rounds, the winner was unsurprisingly awarded to Lin Ze, who had achieved perfect scores in both matches. Before the official awards ceremony, the other contestants had one final chance to challenge him. But practically no one was tempted to do so. After all, Lin Ze had defeated opponents who were among the strongest representatives in both matches. That he still managed perfect scores proved his strength far surpassed theirs. Not everyone was as foolish as Lee Sandog. Moreover, the judges' expressions made it clear, this young man named Lin Ze was no ordinary talent. He possessed extraordinary ability and innate skill, which was why the leaders held him in such high regard. For a moment, no one dared challenge Lin Ze, and he naturally claimed the championship title of this exhibition match. Lin Ze didn't care much about the title of champion. He only wanted the blueprint that came as a reward. Vast Wilderness Necklace. Quality, purple. Crafting materials, 5 drops from any purple quality beast-type creature. Bonus, determined by synthesis materials, plus 1 randomly selected major wild bonus. Description, an ornament worn by the king of beasts, symbolizing ferocity and glory. Grants the wearer strength akin to a primordial colossus. Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction as he studied the blueprint. Not only did it offer group bonuses, but its effects on beast-type creatures were double, truly a remarkable accessory. Most importantly, he already possessed 2 of the required materials from his assessment, both exceptionally potent synthesis ingredients. Lin Ze had been searching for an accessory capable of fusing any attribute. Currently, Lin Ze only wore a blue accessory that boosted his mental power. With the addition of this vast wilderness necklace, his strength would ascend to a new tier. He already possessed 4 distinct types of beast-dropped materials, needing only 1 more to forge the vastness necklace. Once school starts, I'll hunt for a better one. Lin Ze thought to himself. During the last final assessment, he had slain 2 wolf kings, obtaining 2 exceptionally fine materials. Later, the academy rewards included 2 more beast-type drop materials of slightly lesser quality. After enduring a series of rambling interview questions from the host, Lin Ze finally managed to extricate himself. The judges shook his hand one by one, each offering the same platitudes about reaching out if he needed help, which started to grate on Lin Ze's nerves. After wrapping up these matters, Lin Ze returned to Tianhai High School. The principal beamed with pride throughout, thoroughly pleased with Lin Ze's performance today. Thank you so much, Lin Ze. You've truly made your principal proud. As they parted, the principal held his hand, unable to stop gushing. Of course, the gratitude wasn't just verbal. He received numerous rare materials and gold coins as gifts, and a giant poster of Lin Ze was hung on the playground to serve as an example for the younger students. Lin Ze graciously accepted all these rewards. As for the poster, though he found it a bit odd to be stared at daily, seeing the principal's earnest expression, he couldn't bring himself to refuse and let it be. After staying in Tianhai City for a few more days, the start of the new semester drew near. Lin Ze and Xu Yao booked flights to Beijing in advance, planning to spend a few days exploring the capital together. During this holiday period, they had finally made new progress, experiencing pleasures unique to adulthood. Soon, the day of the semester's start arrived. As one of Qingbei University's key cultivation candidates, Lin Ze naturally skipped the tedious registration and signature procedures. However, what surprised Lin Ze greatly was that his dorm room, which he hadn't lived in for so long, remained spotless and tidy, seemingly even neater than when he had left it. This prompted Xu Yao, who had originally planned to help Lin Ze clean up, to cast an unusual glance at him. "So, did you miss your old man while I was gone?" Just as Lin Ze was wondering if the room had been cleaned by a fairy, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw the principal and Luo Kegong had arrived. "I heard you were coming back today, so I had someone clean your room ahead of time." Seeing Lin Ze's puzzled expression, the principal explained with a smile. But their visit wasn't solely to explain this matter. The principal patted Lin Ze on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Xiao Ze, in a few days there's an opportunity to bring glory to our nation. Would you be willing to represent Qingbei University in the competition? Bring glory to the nation? Another exchange match?" Lin Ze's eyebrows twitched as he recalled the cult organization, the Brahma Society, he'd encountered during the last competition. He couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. The principal shook his head, exchanged a glance with Luo Kegong, then spoke slowly. "This time, it's a much more formal competition." He pulled a peculiar projection device from his pocket and swiftly displayed information on the wall before them. The Global Elite Lords League is an annual tournament specifically organized by the Lord's Realm to cultivate the next generation of leader lords. Only the world's top university students qualify to participate, and the competitors are the finest young talents from every nation. In other words, whoever triumphs in this tournament will be the undisputed top of their generation. Chapter 121, Preparing for the Global Elite Lords Tournament. We hope you will represent our academy in the sophomore level competition. Is that acceptable? The principal spoke, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Lin Ze. The top among peers? A faint smile curved Lin Ze's lips, clearly piquing his interest. Both the principal and Luo Kegong were his elders. Since they wished for him to compete, he really shouldn't refuse. After all, they had genuinely been kind to him. Moreover, bringing glory to the nation was hardly a bad thing. As a citizen of Dragon Nation, Lin Ze naturally felt obligated to participate. With that thought, he immediately nodded his agreement. "Of course, no problem. I will give it my all and live up to the expectations of the principal and Grandpa Luo," Lin Ze declared solemnly. "Young man, what kind of talk is that? We're sending you because we want to give you an opportunity to grow. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Regardless of the outcome, we won't hold it against you in any way." Luo Kegong chuckled. Principal Zhao Shanha beside him nodded with a warm smile as well. Feeling their deep concern, Lin Ze's heart stirred slightly. He said nothing more, only nodded firmly with unwavering resolve. The two chatted with Lin Ze for a while longer about other matters, teasing him and Xu Yao the newlywed couple so relentlessly that Xu Yao's cheeks flushed as red as apples. However, this inadvertently brought her closer to the two elders, giving her the feeling of a young bride meeting her in-laws. After chatting a little longer, the two elders took their leave. The competition was scheduled for 3 weeks hence, leaving Lin Ze ample time to prepare. After carefully assessing the current state of his territory, Lin Ze had already drafted a preliminary plan. Before the tournament, he needed to level up to at least level 20. At the very least, he had to reach level 19. While this might sound daunting, it wasn't particularly difficult for Lin Ze. His current strength was sufficient to venture into low-risk areas of the demon realm for monster grinding and territory conquests. Combined with the substantial experience points from monsters within his own domain, if he kept at it non-stop during this period, he could certainly achieve this goal. The troop types within his domain were now nearing saturation. Quantity couldn't be increased further, but quality certainly could. Battle was the best training ground. With his plan set, Lin Ze immediately began preparations. Seeing this, Xu Yao thoughtfully entered the Lord's space alongside him, providing Lin Ze with a substantial supply of healing potions and healing magic scrolls. Having reached level 15, Xu Yao had resolved after the previous incident to specialize in support roles. Her equipment and true preferences were now better suited to aiding other lords. While the elves weren't top tier in combat, they excelled uniquely in support magic. They weren't called the darlings of the goddess of life for nothing. Just as Lin Ze was about to ask Xinyeshi for some demon realm coordinates to grind levels, Xu Yao suddenly spoke up. "Why don't I accompany you to grind levels? It's perfect timing. I feel I should gain some experience in the demon realm too. After all, if I'm always under your protection, I'll never truly grow." After a moment's hesitation, Xu Yao reached out and grabbed Lin Ze's arm. She had actually considered this idea long ago, but had always worried Lin Ze would refuse, so she hadn't voiced it. Lin Ze pondered for a moment, then agreed it was time to bring Xu Yao to the demon realm more often. First, it would cultivate their combat synergy. Second, as Xu Yao said, she deserved her own trials rather than forever playing second fiddle to him. Starting with this journey and gradually allowing her to gain experience was indeed a sound choice. Lin Ze nodded in agreement as he thought it through. You're absolutely right. Start by accompanying me. I believe you'll grow into a capable lord in your own right someday. He finished with a smile directed at Chu Yao. After reaching an agreement, Lin Ze asked Chen Yeshi for coordinates of several low-risk areas in the demon realm for leveling up. These areas all have dense monster populations but aren't overly challenging overall. The strongest boss you'll encounter is Silver Tier. With your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem. By the way, your sudden decision to level up in the demon realm, is it because you're participating in the Global Elite Lords tournament? Chen Yeshi inquired. Lin Ze froze, then asked. How did you know? Chen Yeshi on the other end of the portal gave a wry smile and said. Because I'm going too. I'm competing in the senior division. I went to last year's competition too, remember when we first met? My final assignment back then was to place in the top 3 at the competition. Lin Ze's face lit up with a smile upon hearing this. But it hasn't even been a year since then, has it? After a moment, Lin Ze suddenly realized. Chen Yeshi nodded and explained. This competition is only the preliminary round. The official tournament won't take place until roughly halfway through this semester. It's simply not feasible to gather competitors from every country for a single event, so they've adopted this elimination format. Only the nations that advance from the preliminaries will qualify to send representative teams to the finals. So that's how it is. Lin Ze nodded. But even though it's just the preliminaries, we still need to prepare thoroughly. This competition is packed with prodigies. You never know, this year might see a few dark horses like you pop up out of nowhere. Alright, I need to get ready too. I'll contact you later and we can head to your territory to farm some materials. Chen Yeshi chuckled. Ever since her first visit to Lin Ze's territory, Chen Yeshi had become hooked, frequently heading to the horror plains within his domain to grind monsters. The monsters on the horror plains not only dropped loot at a rate many times higher than ordinary beasts, but they were also densely packed and respawned incredibly fast. This saved him a ton of energy and time. Chen Yeshi was green with envy, constantly complaining why such a place didn't exist in his own domain. Sure thing. Just remember to pay the entrance fee. Lin Ze teased with a mischievous grin. Cut it out. Haven't I given you plenty of good stuff before? After a few more playful banter, they closed the portal. Now that he had the coordinates, it was time to head to the demon realm. Lin Ze wasted no time. After tidying up his domain, he input the coordinates and teleported into the demon realm. Xu Yao returned to her own domain and teleported over as well. Amidst the familiar spatial distortion, the two soon materialized within the demon realm. This environment was far more pleasant than their last encounter. Lush trees surrounded them, birds chirped melodiously overhead, and the faint murmur of flowing water could be heard in the distance, a scene reminiscent of a secluded paradise. According to the coordinates, this was the Emerald Cyan continent, one of the 9 great regions of the demon realm, renowned as the City of Living Beings. Chapter 122, Demon Realm Training. Plant-type monsters. Most monsters here possessed wood and life attributes, characterized by formidable defense and vitality, though their offensive capabilities were generally weak. Overall combat strength remained inferior compared to other continents. After landing, Lin Ze briefly scouted the surroundings. He encountered only low-tier plant-type monsters and detected no formidable threats. It seemed the monster distribution here was far sparser than on the previous Chaos continent. This must be due to the unique characteristics of this land. Lin Ze speculated. In that case, he'd summon his familiars first. After all, his target wasn't hordes of low-tier monsters, but the boss dwelling here. Soon, 1,000 zombies materialized upon the land. The thick aura of death emanating from them quickly drew the attention of some stronger monsters. After clearing a patch of open ground, Lin Ze swiftly established a temporary encampment. The rot giants among his minions proved exceptionally efficient, completing the camp's perimeter within 10 minutes. Lin Ze then took Xiao Yulan and the other 4th-tier zombies, soaring low to begin their patrol. Xu Yao, having established her own territory, headed off in another direction. This was her own request. She hoped to battle the monsters alone to gain experience. Since the danger level here was significantly lower than that of the previous Chaos continent, Lin Ze agreed. Mid-flight, Lin Ze suddenly spotted an enormous plant writhing and squirming. It was a gigantic pink flower, standing 10 meters tall and spanning about 3 meters wide. Its roots and stems were thick as giant pythons, and its bud remained tightly closed, appearing seemingly harmless to both humans and animals. Monster terrifying man-eating flower. Silver rank boss. Description: a terrifying carnivorous plant that feeds on flesh and blood. It often lures prey with its floral scent before devouring them whole. The apex predator of this jungle. Top predator? I've come for you. Lin Ze's lips curled slightly as he flicked a fire-release talisman into the air. The zombies followed Lin Ze's lead, unleashing a barrage of fire attribute spells toward the colossal carnivorous flower. The attacked carnivorous plant instantly revealed its ferocious nature, snapping open its bud to expose the gaping maw concealed within. Rows of sharp, tiny teeth formed a circle, and a potent scent wafted through the air. This was its unique mind-altering poison, capable of inducing hallucinations in prey the moment it was inhaled. At that moment, it could open its massive jaws and swallow its prey whole. But Lin Ze feared no such poison. A protective flame surged around his body, vaporizing the toxic mist before it could penetrate the barrier. The zombies, meanwhile, were largely unaffected by the toxin, completely immune to its effects. The carnivorous plant, stunned that its infallible poison had no effect on these strange humans, flew into a rage. It lunged directly at Lin Ze, gaping its massive maw, determined to swallow him whole. Its roots, normally only 10 meters long, suddenly extended like a raging python as it lunged forward, seemingly poised to swallow Lin Ze whole. Unfazed, Lin Ze immediately activated the defensive skill of the Mystic Phase Celestial Robe, Mystic Heaven's Blessing. Special effect Mystic Heavenly Protection. The Lord wearing this equipment will constantly absorb Mystic Heavenly power, periodically gaining a shield that can resist a certain amount of damage, reducing up to 90%. This was the first time Lin Ze had activated this skill. The fully charged Mystic Form Celestial Robe instantly erupted with swirling black and white currents, enveloping his entire body. Behind him, a massive yin-yang fish silhouette slowly materialized, spinning endlessly. With 90% damage reduction combined with Lin Ze's protective talisman, nearly 99% of attacks became immune. Though it lasted only 3 seconds, it was more than enough. The bite landed on Lin Ze's body, yet it didn't even leave a mark. Seeing this, the carnivorous plant immediately attempted to swallow Lin Ze whole, intending to dissolve the despicable human with its powerful digestive system. But Lin Ze was faster. Several shattered kill talismans and departing fire talismans were instantly shoved into its mouth. In a flash, Lin Ze darted 4 or 5 meters away, grinning at the stunned carnivorous flower. Could Lin Ze's speed truly not evade that bite? Of course not. Lin Ze deliberately let it bite him. The terrifying man-eating flower's defenses were absurdly strong. After bombarding it relentlessly with the zombies for ages, Lin Ze hadn't even left a scratch. That's why he devised this plan. Even the hardest exterior hides a vulnerable core. With a thunderous explosion, the terrifying carnivorous plant let out a beast-like growl that sent chills down the spine. It was the first time Lin Ze had ever heard a plant cry out, and he froze for a moment. True to its reputation as a monster of vitality, even with its throat and esophagus blown apart, it hadn't died under such devastating blows. The terrifying man-eating flower writhed painfully on the ground, its thick vines lashing wildly in all directions, relentlessly whipping the surrounding earth. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately ordered his zombies to swarm forward. He drew 3 flying swords, flicked them out, and sent them hurtling toward the beast. The zombies let out a unified low growl, unleashing their abilities in unison. Spells, curses, and claws and fangs assaulted the carnivorous plant like a tidal wave. After another 5 minutes of relentless assault from the zombies and Lin Ze, the carnivorous plant's life was finally extinguished. As it collapsed, a thick, putrid stench hit them, making Lin Ze wrinkle his nose in disgust. From the severed stem of the carnivorous plant, countless white bones and undigested remains spilled out, their revolting sight making Lin Ze feel nauseous. You have defeated the silver tier boss, the terrifying carnivorous plant. The demon-slaying seal's advancement progress has reached 100%. Fusion and advancement in progress. Seal of demon slaying, mountains and seas has ascended to level 3. Bonus effects and skill duration enhanced. No attribute fusion triggered. Seems this monster wasn't all that formidable after all. Gazing at the terrorist carnivorous plant withering on the ground, Lin Ze silently pondered. When he defeated Nasir's clone earlier, the demon-slaying seal hadn't reacted at all. Probably because Lin Ze hadn't truly killed Nasir, so fusion couldn't occur. After upgrading, the demon-slaying seal saw significant boosts across the board. Most notably, the duration of the summon skill increased and an additional slot for summonable demon bosses became available. The experience points provided by a silver grade boss were quite substantial. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction, leaving a few swift-flying zombies to gather the spoils before setting off to find the next boss. Though this terrifying man-eating plant was a silver-grade boss, its overall strength was likely on par with or even inferior to the 2 wolf kings Lin Ze had encountered during his assessment. After all, the weaknesses of plant-type monsters were simply too glaring. Chapter 123, Mutant Monster. The Demon Vine King. But Lin Ze couldn't care less about that. He was here to grind experience, and this weakling was just the perfect experience pack. Soon, Lin Ze spotted his next target. After battling all morning, Lin Ze cleared 2 more monster bosses, both silver tier, and his level rose rapidly. He was now only about halfway to level 18. At this rate, he could reach level 18 in 2 or 3 days. By noon, Lin Ze returned to the makeshift base he'd established upon arrival, intending to rest for a while. Though zombies never tired, he still felt exhausted. Most of his skills demanded enormous amounts of mental energy to activate. Fortunately, Lin Ze's mental energy attribute was nearly double that of other lords at his level. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have enough stamina to cast a few skill sets during combat. After resting for about half an hour at the temporary camp, Lin Ze was just about to set off for a more distant location when he suddenly heard a violent explosion behind him. Thunder! Startled, Lin Ze instinctively turned his gaze toward the sound. It was the very direction Chu Yao had gone. That thunder was likely the thunder talisman Lin Ze had given her. The Heavenly Five Thunder Talisman required incantations to maximize its power and precisely control the lightning strike range. No one but Lin Ze possessed this skill. Moreover, using the talisman carried a high risk of self-inflicted injury, which is why Lin Ze had specifically warned Chu Yao to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Now it seemed she must have encountered danger. Lin Ze immediately drew his flying sword, summoned his undead minions, and rushed toward her without delay. After parting ways with Lin Ze, Chu Yao began cautiously exploring the area. As a commander-type lord, her physical prowess and overall capabilities naturally fell short of Lin Ze's, making her progress painstakingly slow. Still, as someone who had passed the entrance exams for prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua, she was far superior to ordinary lords. Over the course of the morning, she successfully led her elves to defeat 2 monster bosses approaching silver grade. Just as she let out a quiet sigh of relief and prepared to return for rest, disaster struck. The 2 bosses Chu Yao had just slain were actually the offspring of the strongest demon in this area. Though plant-type monsters lacked complex ethical ties, familial bonds still existed. Witnessing the slaughter of its offspring, the golden-tiered demon Vine King flew into a rage, determined to kill this despicable human girl to avenge its 2 children. Facing a gold-tier monster boss, Chu Yao naturally struggled to advance. Fortunately, the demon Vine King wasn't adept at explosive attacks, allowing Chu Yao to barely hold her ground using healing magic. But as the elves were on the verge of perishing under the Vine King's deadly poison, Chu Yao's mind raced. She suddenly remembered the lightning summoning talisman Lin Ze had once given her. According to Lin Ze, this lightning was the natural enemy of all evil attributes. The demon Vine King's venom was precisely dark attributed. Thus, Chu Yao immediately hurled the lightning talisman, attempting to dispel the poisonous mist with this tactic. However, unable to guide it precisely, the talisman accidentally exploded upon striking the demon Vine King's body. Though it failed to dispel the poisonous mist, it dealt massive damage, slowing the creature momentarily. The pain only fueled its fury, yet it dared not attack as fiercely as before. Instead, it slowly channeled its poisonous mist in tendrils, intending to kill her slowly, like boiling a frog in water. Within 10 minutes, it could poison this detestable human girl to death. Just as despair gripped Chu Yao's heart, Lin Ze reappeared. A long sword instantly sliced through the poisonous mist. The wind element attached to it stirred up a fierce gale, temporarily dispersing the toxic fog. Then, towering flames erupted, forming a protective circle around Chu Yao. A towering figure materialized in the sky, long legs poised upon a flying sword as he stood with hands clasped behind his back. Monster Demon Vine King. Gold rank boss. Description: a member of the Demon Vine clan, this insidious plant-type monster possesses deadly venom, indestructible vines, and terrifying stealth abilities. Gazing at the demonic creature formed from countless black vines before him, Lin Ze's expression grew grave. This was a monster boss nearing platinum tier strength. Were it not for being a relatively weaker plant type among monsters, Lin Ze's chances of victory would be slim. Fortunately, it had not yet fully crossed the threshold into platinum rank. Though challenging, Lin Ze could still defeat it. At Lin Ze's command, the zombies immediately charged forward, tearing at the vines of the Demon Vine King to inflict damage. Simultaneously, Lin Ze continuously cast the 5 elements escape technique to dispel the toxic mist floating in the air. Though the Demon Vine King's toxins were potent, they could not harm the zombies. This poison relied on invading the body and disrupting its functions to achieve lethality. The zombies, however, sustained themselves entirely on yin energy. Having long since lost the bodily functions of the living, they were naturally immune to the toxin's effects. After being bitten repeatedly, the Demon Vine King erupted in fury. It wildly lashed out with the vines coiled around its body, instantly flinging the approaching zombies away. You despicable humans! Die! Driftwood Sky Burial. With a furious thrust, it drove the vines from its body into the ground. The once serene earth instantly erupted into chaotic turmoil. This was its special ability as the Demon Vine King. It was also the most devastating skill of the entire Demon Vine clan. Countless vines erupted from the earth, shooting skyward in an instant. They writhed like serpents, surging toward Lin Ze. This technique harnessed the Demon Vine King's immense wood elemental control to instantly spawn countless clones to assault its foe. These clones not only carried paralyzing venom but could also feed on blood to grow indefinitely, making it a terrifyingly effective attack. Once it pierced a wound on its target, countless fine roots would crawl through the wound into the blood vessels, rapidly growing within the body. They would then explode inside the target, turning them into a true vegetable. Lin Ze instantly recognized the danger, his eyes narrowing as he shielded himself with 3 swords. Though the zombies possessed hardened flesh, they couldn't withstand this attack head-on. Lin Ze commanded them to retreat while continuously unleashing fire attribute spells. Even the most powerful wood-based skills would be countered by fire. And this dark attributed wood element was especially vulnerable to the southern brightness fire Lin Ze wielded. The vermilion bird's fire was the natural nemesis of evil spirits. Combined with the 5 elements cycle of mutual generation and suppression, breaking their attack was effortless. Lin Ze calmly soared into the air, pulling dozens of fire-release talismans from his backpack. He scattered them like rain toward the demon vine king. Dozens of bright fireballs instantly filled the sky, causing the rampaging vines to wilt instantly, like mice encountering a cat. Chapter 124, Level 20. Constructing the Spirit-Gathering Altar. The offensive and defensive roles shifted in an instant. The zombies hurled fire spells while charging toward the demon vine king with blood-curdling shrieks. The demon vine king never anticipated Lin Ze's flames would be so devastating. Its avatar was reduced to ashes in less than a second. Unable to unleash another skill, it could only wrap the surrounding vines around itself once more, its true form attempting to flee. But Lin Ze wasn't about to let it escape so easily. The rock giant zombies simultaneously plunged their hands into the ground, unleashing their innate skill to manipulate earth elements. The demon vine king felt its body grow light as dozens of meters of soil vanished around it, exposing its roots and stems above ground. For a plant, this was the most fatal blow. Roots were as vital to them as internal organs. The other zombies seized this opening, launching a coordinated assault. As Lin Ze's sky-piercing cleaving slash, infused with wind and fire elements, descended, the demon vine king fell unwillingly, slowly turning to ashes. Congratulations on defeating the gold tier boss. The seal of demon slaying is now fusing. As the demon vine king dissipated, the surrounding layers of mist vanished, restoring the air to its former freshness. Lin Ze noticed a gray-green magic wand lying quietly in the deep pit where it had fallen. Oh? It actually dropped equipment? Lin Ze reached down and picked it up. Scepter of 10,000 Demons Wood. Grade, Purple. Bonuses, plus 10 Spirit plus 100 Mana plus 8% Magic Damage. Special effect Gloomy Wood. When the lord wielding this staff casts wood element skills, they automatically gain the properties of magical vines. Special effect Vine Thousand Strikes. The lord wielding this staff may expend 80 mana to actively unleash this skill, summoning a wide area vine to bind enemies from the ground while simultaneously draining their vitality. It comes with 1 active attack skill and 1 passive buff skill. The effects seem quite promising. Lin Ze pondered this before handing the wand to Chu Yao. As a commander-type lord specializing in the mage class, she currently lacked offensive capabilities. This equipment would serve perfectly as a secondary weapon, addressing that weakness. Chu Yao had been standing within the fire circle Lin Ze had set up until just now. Seeing the wand offered to her, she paused in surprise. But moments later, she took it without hesitation. Wow! Such high bonuses! This skill fits me perfectly. Did that monster drop it just now? Chu Yao's wide-eyed expression was utterly adorable. Lin Ze smiled faintly and nodded. Chu Yao first smiled with delight but quickly grew despondent. I really am useless after all. If I hadn't come with you this time, I probably would have ended up as fertilizer for that tree. She sighed dejectedly as she spoke. Lin Ze comforted her. That was a near platinum tier boss. You're only level 15 and not exactly a combat specialist. It's perfectly normal you couldn't defeat it. I only managed to defeat it unscathed because I possess abilities that are highly effective against it. Lin Ze smiled and gave Chu Yao a thumbs up. You did exceptionally well this time. At the very least, your combat strategy was spot on. With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair. After Lin Ze's words of comfort, Chu Yao's mood lifted considerably, and her gaze hardened once more. I will work hard and never be a burden to you again. Chu Yao declared resolutely. You're not a burden at all, you're my. Lin Ze burst into laughter, unable to resist ruffling her hair again. Truthfully, he didn't need Chu Yao to become exceptionally powerful, he only wished for her safety. But in the Lord's world, without formidable strength, even safety became a luxury. At the very least, Chu Yao's determination made her 100 times stronger than those useless ornaments who only knew how to cling to others. Lin Ze gathered the spoils of war once more before leading Chu Yao back to their temporary camp. After this incident, Lin Ze dared not let Chu Yao stray too far from him. They both farmed monsters in the same direction. After all, the demon realm was no ordinary lord duel, it posed genuine life-threatening dangers. Chu Yao's current strength wasn't sufficient for complete self-defense, yet it would take time. Empowered by her new magic wand, Chu Yao's monster killing speed increased significantly, and her combat effectiveness saw a marked improvement. Over the next few days, Lin Ze and Chu Yao leveled up relentlessly in the demon realm, progressing at an astonishing pace. Within 3 days, Lin Ze reached level 18 with a quarter of the required experience remaining, while the materials dropped were too numerous to count. The strength of their familiars also saw a marked increase. The first to reach the peak of Tier 4 were the 3 zombies led by Little Magnolia, followed closely by Xiao Tian. Once they broke through level 20, Lin Ze could immediately promote them to Tier 5. Chu Yao also made substantial gains, not only reaching level 16.5 herself but also gaining considerable combat experience compared to before. She now possessed the bearing of a seasoned commander. Lin Ze's domain was now approaching the scale of a level 20 lord. Its territory far exceeded that of other lords at the same level by thousands of square kilometers, and its troop types had reached their peak, numbering 1,500. Moreover, the combat prowess of 4th-tier zombies already surpassed most other troop types, and their versatility was unmatched. His ability to transform all manner of creatures into zombies meant his retinue possessed a diverse array of skills. With only 10 days left until the preliminary round of the Global Elite Lords Tournament, Lin Ze needed to reach level 20 within a week and then spend about 3 days organizing his domain. The ensuing week plunged Lin Ze back into the frenetic pace he'd experienced when first awakening his domain. He fought relentlessly across the demon realm, his level climbing at a staggering rate that even the president of Tsinghua University couldn't help but marvel at. Genius isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is that even a genius works harder than everyone else. After 8 days of relentless effort, Lin Ze finally succeeded in reaching level 20. Lord Lin Ze has successfully reached level 20. New domain facilities have been unlocked. Finally, level 20. Finally, he could possess his own 5th-tier troops. Moreover, he could now construct a spirit altar to summon spirits. Lin Ze breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself. He immediately selected construction at the Lord's Crystal, erecting the spirit-gathering altar within Tianqing City. After over a year of development, Lin Ze's camp had truly become a massive city. After selecting a location within the city, Lin Ze began construction immediately. Most materials required for the spirit-gathering altar were common building supplies, but its core component demanded a rare substance called soul-imbued stone. Though relatively scarce, it was available on the market. Lin Ze promptly spent 5,000 gold coins to purchase some. Chapter 125, Summoning Legendary Spirits. The spirit-gathering altar has been completed. The Lord may unlock new features here. As the Lord's crystal emitted its notification sound, a circular structure materialized before Lin Ze's eyes. At its center, a prismatic crystal floated gently. Spirit Gathering Altar LV1. Upgrade progress, 0-1000. Current spirit contract slots, 1. Current summons, 0. Before reaching level 70, gain 1 additional contract slot for every 5 levels gained. After reaching level 70, gain 1 additional contract slot every 10 levels. Description: an altar used to summon wandering spirits. Summoning requires a certain amount of gold coins and materials. When the crystal glows, the light may reveal a lonely ghost or a wandering deity. Reading the description, Lin Ze couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. This thing was essentially a gacha simulator, pure luck-based. And his luck? Well, that was something he could count on. However, Lin Ze didn't summon immediately. He planned to upgrade his troop ranks first before returning to study this contraption. Currently, only a handful of familiars around a dozen could be upgraded directly. But the materials needed to reach tier 5 were still substantial, so Lin Ze didn't plan to upgrade them all at once. After all, he was only level 20 and couldn't afford to mass-produce 5th-tier units. Soon, Lin Ze successfully upgraded Little Magnolia and the other zombies to tier 5. Name: Little Magnolia. Race: Zombie Demon Zombie. Max HP: 3900. Attack: 402. Level up progress: 0-10,000. Mastered skills: Soul Eating Illusionary Fire LV4, Crimson Drought Catastrophe LV2. Ancestral Legacy acquired Divine Skill unlocked at tier 12. Seeing his attributes double once more, Lin Ze couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Though he only had a dozen 5th-tier zombies, their combined combat power rivaled nearly 100 4th-tier units. Even against other 5th-tier troops, the zombies' stats could suppress their opponents. Not to mention their near-abnormal infection capabilities. This should make participating in that competition a breeze. Right, now it was time to see how this spirit-gathering altar worked. Lin Ze thought to himself as he returned to the spirit-gathering altar. He stepped forward and touched the floating prismatic crystal. Current altar level 1 requires sacrifice of 1,000 gold coins and 1 corpse to perform 1 summoning. Daily summoning limit 3 times. Summoned spirits can communicate with you. Upon mutual agreement to sign a contract, they may station themselves within your territory and fight for you. 1,000 gold coins? That wasn't exorbitant. As for corpses, well, that was hardly an issue for Lin Ze. After all, his domain held few living souls. Summoning several human soldiers from the barracks, Lin Ze had the zombies carry them to the altar. He immediately decided to test his luck. As the crystal's glow flared, 1,000 gold coins vanished from Lin Ze's backpack. A blinding light nearly engulfed the entire altar, sending a shiver down his spine. Whoosh! As the light gradually dimmed, a floating apparition abruptly materialized at the altar's center. It was a highly muscular man. Though merely a phantom, his explosive strength was evident, his massive muscles bulging like mountains. Where am I? The man looked around in confusion, his brow furrowing. Didn't I die? Class 1 Heroic Spirit Retsuo. Talent: Gold. Race: Flame Clan. Description: a member of the ancient human race, a martial artist who pursued power and freedom. Possessed the ability to manipulate flames, yet met his end through betrayal. Legendary Class Spirit. The very first pull yielded a gold tier spirit. Seems my luck really is holding up. Lin Ze smiled faintly and stepped forward to greet him. Hello, Senior Liahao. The man finally noticed Lin Ze and widened his eyes in surprise. You saved me? Where am I? As he spoke, he suddenly became aware of the strange sensations in his body. Ha! This can't be right. Am I dead? Am I now existing in this world as a spirit? Kid, what the hell is going on here? Liahao asked, turning to look at Lin Ze. After Lin Ze explained the entire sequence of events, Liahao snorted dismissively. Why should I become your spirit guardian? I detest being bound by others' constraints more than anything. Lin Ze smiled faintly and asked. Have you truly reached the pinnacle of the martial path you pursue? This question instantly startled Liahao. A flicker of reluctance crossed his face before his defiant expression swiftly returned. So what if I have? Now that I'm dead, I shouldn't cling to matters of the living. Lin Ze shook his head and continued. If not, why not live another life? The fact that I summoned you here shows that even the heavens don't wish for you to simply fade away. I won't bind you in any way. On the contrary, I'll grant you greater power and stronger foes. All you need to do is fight alongside me and revel in the joy of battle. If a battle doesn't suit your will, I won't force you to fight. You need only reside within this city. What do you say? Liahao felt his resolve waver at Lin Ze's words. After a moment's hesitation, he finally lifted his head and said, All right. You fight me, G. If you win, I'll agree to your terms and never violate your 3 mandatory conditions. If you lose, then this matter ends here. How does that sound? Lin Ze considered it, then nodded in agreement. Since you currently lack a body, I can provide one for your temporary use. What kind do you want? Lin Ze knew that to truly subdue this man before him, he must win him over with genuine strength. He no longer held back, speaking frankly. Anything will do, as long as it's not missing arms or legs. Liahao spoke as he slowly drifted away from the altar, surveying Tianqing City all around him. All these strange buildings. Is there an inn around here? Liahao muttered to himself before turning his gaze back to Lin Ze. Of course, there were no taverns here. After all, zombies didn't drink alcohol. Hearing this, Liahao nodded with a hint of disappointment. 3 things he cherished above all in life: drinking from large bowls, devouring meat in hearty bites, and engaging in a satisfying fight. If you want to drink, I'll buy you some after we finish fighting. Lin Ze offered a faint smile. Liao's face immediately brightened at the words. Ha 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 ha. Very well, I thank you in advance. Let's get started right now, he said, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Lin Ze nodded and promptly led him to the barracks. He summoned one of each humanoid form familiar for Liahao to choose from. Once summoned, the spirit heroes could remain within the domain for about half an hour. Chapter 126, Successful Contract. Preparing for the tournament. If a contract was formed, the Lord could either help the hero forge a new physical body or have them reside directly within the Lord's crystal. Each method had its own advantages and disadvantages. After surveying several bodies, Liahao finally chose the corpse of a demon. What a ruthless choice. Lin Ze thought to himself. Among these bodies, the demon clan possessed the strongest base attributes. Demons actually bore a striking resemblance to humans, differing only in their horns, wings, and tail. The more powerful the demon, the fewer human-like features it possessed, though these 3 traits never vanished. Take Nasir, for instance. In his normal state, he looked almost indistinguishable from a human. Liahao could instantly discern the strongest among these bodies. Its power was undeniably formidable. However, he could currently only wield about 1/1000th of his full power. After all, he was in a resummoned wandering spirit state without a heroic spirit contract, making it impossible to regain his peak strength from life. Lin Ze pondered this, then promptly made some adjustments to the body so Liahao could temporarily use it. Soon, the demon lying on the ground opened its eyes, revealing crimson pupils. Though it still feels a bit clunky, I'll make do with it for now. Liahao flexed his stiff joints and said. Come on. Kid, bring it on, show me what you've got. Liahao flexed his body once more, then beckoned to Lin Ze with a finger, eager to begin. Whoever goes down first loses. Deal? Lin Ze nodded in agreement and led him to an open area. Lin Ze then pulled several long swords from his backpack. Do you need a weapon? Lin Ze looked at Liahao and asked. Liahao shook his head. My body is the strongest weapon. Get ready. I'm coming. With that, he let out a low growl and charged at Lin Ze first. The punch came with blinding speed, its piercing whistle signaling extraordinary power. But for Lin Ze, it was still insufficient. With a 7-star step, he evaded the punch. Another punch followed, and Lin Ze dodged again. Simultaneously, he drew his long sword and thrust it toward Liahao. Just as the blade was about to touch Liahao, his eyes narrowed sharply. He twisted mid-air to evade the strike, simultaneously launching a fierce kick toward Lin Ze. What incredible combat awareness! To master such body control in such a short time. His combat prowess seems even higher than I imagined. Lin Ze thought to himself. However, Lin Ze, who could now simultaneously control 10 flying swords, was simply too powerful for this one-on-one fight. His close combat skills were also formidable to begin with. Within a few exchanges, he swiftly overwhelmed Liahao. At this point, the limitations of his body became apparent. Having lost his Yen clan bloodline, Liahao could no longer wield the signature techniques that had made him famous. Relying solely on his weakened demonic body, he was unable to unleash his full potential and could only passively defend against Lin Ze's attacks. Finally, in a gap between Lin Ze's attacks, Liahao spotted a sliver of an opening. Without hesitation, he seized the chance and launched a full-force assault at Lin Ze. But this opening was deliberately left by Lin Ze. He only wanted to end this battle swiftly. Just as his fist was about to strike Lin Ze, a flying sword sliced through Liahao's body and simultaneously pressed against his throat. The fist poised to strike Lin Ze halted abruptly. Liahao slowly withdrew his fist, his defeat accepted with surprising decisiveness. I lose. Truthfully, Lin Ze had already swayed him long ago. This contest was merely a test to gauge Lin Ze's strength. Judging by what he'd seen, he was thoroughly satisfied. Lin Ze wasted no words, merely nodding before sheathing his sword. Just luck. Liahao chuckled, then suddenly rubbed his hands together awkwardly and said, about the wine. Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking his head, he replied, let's finish the contract first. I'll go buy you some later. Liahao could only nod in agreement. The two arrived at the spirit-gathering altar. Lin Ze manipulated it a few times, and an ancient scroll appeared in his hand. Upon signing this contract, Liahao officially became one of the spirit heroes within Lin Ze's domain. Spirits possessed independent advancement systems and unique skill learning panels. Soon, the contract ceremony concluded. Reborn, Liahao couldn't help but utter a sigh. So this is where I'll spend the rest of my days? How many people live in this city? Only you and me. Lin Ze's words nearly knocked the wind out of Liahao. What? Then what about all those people who just appeared? Lin Ze recounted the unique traits of his domain and its developmental history since its founding, omitting any mention of the system. He offered an excuse, claiming he had acquired some ancient inheritance. After hearing this, Liahao couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. In his own era, he had been something of a legendary figure himself, yet he had never heard of anything quite so extraordinary. Fine. Whether they're living or not, as long as they can keep me entertained, that's all that matters. Liahao declared. After sealing their pact, Lin Ze immediately purchased 10 full vats of wine from the Lord's crystal. The sheer volume left Liahao's eyes wide with astonishment. These are all top-quality spirits, pure hard liquor. What do you think? Lin Ze chuckled as he patted the meter-tall wine vats. Liahao said nothing, merely clasping his fists in silent acknowledgement. Then, he picked up a bowl and began drinking heartily. Though livestock couldn't be raised within Lin Ze's domain, they could be purchased. Moreover, he had already taught several zombies to cook, ensuring they could enjoy a hot meal even within the domain. Gobbling down roasted chicken and braised beef while downing bowlfuls of fine liquor, Liahao felt life was nothing short of wonderful. Ha 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 ha. That's the spirit. Come drink with us, brother Lin Ze. Lin Ze waved his hand with a smile and said, I've got things to attend to lately. Once I'm done, I'll drink until I drop. Liahao didn't beat around the bush, nodding heartily. If you ever need anything, just say the word. The two chatted for a while longer before Lin Ze finally took his leave. A hero's base attributes are tied to their lord. The stronger the lord, the greater the hero's potential power. Currently, Liahao was still at Tier 1, with stats roughly equivalent to a Tier 4.5 ordinary zombie. In combat, he could contribute far more than ordinary troops. After all, spirit heroes can actually use skills. And they all possess abilities that are somewhat beyond the ordinary. After resolving this matter, Lin Ze finally had a little free time. With the preliminary rounds of the Global Elite Tournament just days away, Lin Ze planned to thoroughly study the competition. Chapter 127, Arrival in the Beautiful Country. From what he understood, the tournament was divided into 3 major regions. The first region was where all superpower competitors would compete. Lin Ze and his team were headed there. The second and third zones were reserved for medium-sized and small nations, respectively. After the preliminary rounds in these 3 zones determined the qualifying nations, those countries would then compete together in the finals to crown the ultimate champion. It was said the champion's reward was exceptionally generous, including a medal awarded by the World Lords Organization and a special title. However, Lin Ze was still unaware of the specific implications of these honors. After reviewing the tournament format for a while, Lin Ze had a general grasp of the purpose behind hosting this competition. Its purpose was to identify promising young talent, funnel resources into cultivating them into elite warriors, and deploy them as high-tier combat forces on the battlefields against the demon realm. His personal goal was to defeat all the demon lords, so naturally, he needed to secure a spot to accelerate his own growth. With his understanding complete, Lin Ze returned to his dormitory and slept soundly. Sleeping in the demon realm these past days had been nothing like the comfort of his dorm. After all, sleeping here meant no worries about danger. Soon, Lin Ze drifted into a deep sleep. 3 days passed swiftly. Lin Ze had already received advance notice from the principal that he would be traveling to the United States to participate in the competition. The competitions rotated among the major regions, and this year it happened to be the United States' turn. The principal placed great importance on Lin Ze's safety and would personally lead the team to the preliminary round. Accompanying them were 2 professors, both formidable lords exceeding level 80. Lin Ze felt this was unnecessary, but remembering the previous incident with the Brahma Society, he kept his thoughts to himself. Once the team was finalized, the Dragon Nation government dispatched a special aircraft for their transport. Within a day, they arrived at the capital of the United States. Compared to Dragon Nation, this place appeared far more prosperous, yet Lin Ze could sense an underlying insecurity among its people. The darkness lurking within this city was undoubtedly far greater than anything in Dragon Nation. Lin Ze, however, couldn't care less. After all, he was merely a foreign guest here for the competition. He certainly didn't have the time or inclination to concern himself with how the people here lived. The accommodations for the competitors were quite luxurious, with each person having their own private room. With 2 days remaining before the official start, tomorrow would host the opening ceremony, while today was dedicated to verifying participant information. Verifying the information didn't take much time, and by the time all the contestants had finished checking, it was still only evening. The Global Elite Lords competition is divided into 3 tiers, corresponding to sophomore, junior, and senior years respectively. The sophomore champion, upon competing as a junior, gains a points advantage over other nations, making it easier to advance to the finals compared to non-champion countries. It is said that securing victory in all 3 tiers unlocks special rewards, though few have ever achieved this feat. Battles in the Lord's world are fraught with uncertainty. Those who come here are their nation's brightest talents, truly the pillars of humanity's future. However, this competition is not merely a selection process, it also involves complex geopolitical interests. After dinner, Chen Yeshi suggested taking a stroll to admire the sights of this beautiful country. Luo Kegong and the principal had fought countless battles in their youth and were certainly not visiting the United States for the first time, so they both declined. The senior contestants weren't particularly close with Lin Ze or Chen Yeshi, so they also found excuses to decline. The other 2 juniors in Chen Yeshi's class also expressed little interest in joining. In the end, only Lin Ze was dragged out of the hotel by Chen Yeshi. Though reluctant, Lin Ze considered how Chen Yeshi might pester him endlessly if he refused. After some thought, he decided to accompany him on the outing. Besides, he'd never been abroad before. He figured he might as well see what the sights were like in this so-called land of freedom. Be careful going out at night in America. Call me if you run into any trouble. Seeing Lin Ze about to leave, the principal gave him a meaningful smile. Lin Ze nodded, somewhat confused. Just as he was about to ask, Chen Yeshi pulled him outside. Watching Lin Ze's retreating figure, the principal slowly raised his phone and murmured, "Xiao Ze is heading out. Keep a close eye on him. If you spot any suspicious individuals, take control first and ask questions later. I'll handle any complications. Under no circumstances let him come to any harm. Understood?" An affirmative response came from the other end of the line. Only then did the principal put away his phone, sighing as he returned to his office to handle academy affairs remotely. Truthfully, he wished to accompany Lin Ze personally, but the academy's recent affairs were overwhelming, leaving him unable to spare the time. Before departure, however, he secretly assigned several powerful instructors to accompany him, ensuring Lin Ze's safety. These instructors not only possessed formidable strength but also wielded unique abilities within their respective domains. Together, they formed a protective detail capable of ensuring Lin Ze's swift and safe evacuation should any danger arise. He hoped the boy wouldn't stir up too much trouble tonight. Recalling his own first visit to this land in his youth, the headmaster couldn't help but smile nostalgically. Meanwhile, Lin Ze and Shen Yecheng had barely stepped outside when they noticed the streets were nearly deserted. Those few passers-by hurried along, each looking as if they had urgent business to attend to. "When we came during the day, this street was pretty crowded, right? Why are there hardly any people around at night? Do they all go to bed that early?" Chen Yecheng wondered aloud. Lin Ze shrugged, indicating he didn't know. But since they were out, Chen Yeshi had naturally already decided on their destination. After walking quite a distance, they finally spotted a yellow taxi parked by the roadside. As soon as Chen Yeshi approached, she noticed the driver warily summoning his lordcore, looking extremely tense. But upon seeing Chen Yeshi and Lin Ze dressed in the style of Dragon Nation citizens, the driver visibly relaxed. "Need a ride?" The driver leaned out and addressed them. Chen Yeshi nodded and replied in beautiful Mandarin. "Yes, to the private city bar." Though a bit stiff, the driver understood and nodded to them, indicating it was no problem. After getting in the car, Lin Ze couldn't help but whisper, "You speak Mandarin? When did you learn it?" At this, Chen Yeshi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Actually, I watched this super intense American movie without subtitles back then. The translation software couldn't recognize it either. I really wanted to understand it, so I taught myself for a while. It's fine for everyday conversation." Lin Ze pressed his hand to his forehead and smiled wryly, thinking to himself that interest truly is the best teacher. After about 10 minutes of driving, the two arrived at their destination. After paying the fare, Lin Ze followed Chen Yeshi into what was reputed to be the largest bar in Los Santos. Chapter 128, City of Freedom. Heroic Rescue? The entrance was bathed in a kaleidoscope of neon lights, flanked by two burly bouncers standing sentinel beside the massive doors. Even though it was nighttime, they still wore sunglasses, exuding the cold-blooded killer vibe of the Matrix. Spotting the arriving guests, the two bodyguards merely gave them a cursory glance before letting them pass. The moment they stepped inside, deafening music and the roar of revelers hit them. On stage, a DJ in trendy attire spun tracks while several scantily clad women swayed provocatively before the platform. Under the lights, everything appeared hazy and indistinct, the air thick with a mingled scent of cigarette smoke and perfume. This is the biggest bar in the City of Freedom? It looks like a third-tier city entertainment hall back in China. How tacky. Chen Yeshi remarked with a hint of disappointment. Still, when in Rome, they each ordered a drink and settled into a relatively quiet booth. No sooner had they sat down than a steady stream of women of all types approached them, eager to strike up conversations. After all, both men were undeniably handsome, meeting the standards of beauty even in a foreign land. Lin Ze, naturally, had no interest in them. He basically waved them off as soon as they approached, not even bothering to speak. Chen Yeshi also wasn't fond of this type of woman, especially in a nightclub setting, so he politely declined each one. After several women left disappointed, the men who had been eyeing them began to stir. But before they could make their move, a commotion erupted in the bar. A crowd had gathered around the dance floor, surrounding a girl whose hands were being held by several burly men grinning lewdly. Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi initially intended to ignore it, assuming the bar security would handle it. But Chen Yeshi suddenly sensed that the girl might be Chinese. She stood up. After about 5 minutes passed with no sign of security, Chen Yeshi cursed under her breath and resolutely headed toward the center of the dance floor. Lin Ze noticed her move, but instead of following immediately, he quietly released a mental probe. Only then did he stroll over at a leisurely pace. Come on, sweetheart, just hang out with us for one night. Nothing bad will happen. I promise, you'll have the time of your life. Amidst the crowd, a white man reeking of alcohol grinned lewdly at the girl whose wrist he held, his tone thick with ill intent. We promise you'll experience pleasures you'll never find with men back in your country. His companion whistled in agreement. The girl tried to break free, but she couldn't overpower the two men before her. Helplessly, she scanned the area, seemingly searching for someone. But after scanning the area, her original companions were nowhere to be found. A wave of unease washed over her, and a hint of despair flashed across her face. Just then, a clumsy yet beautiful Mandarin voice cut through the crowd. Let go of that girl. The shout drew everyone's attention, and heads turned in unison. A handsome white-haired youth and a black-haired youth bearing a striking resemblance to Peng Xian stepped out from the crowd, positioning themselves in front of the girl. Chen Yeshi swiftly wrenched the white man's hand away, meeting their hostile stares without flinching. Lin Ze lowered his head and asked the girl, Chinese? The girl froze for a moment before nodding frantically, her eyes reddening as tears welled up. Since she was Chinese, Lin Ze couldn't stand by and watch these men bully her. Seeing the two unexpected interlopers, the white man crossed his arms smugly and sneered. Oh my? A knight in shining armor? Playing the hero to rescue the damsel in distress? Two little kids wrapped in mommy's blanket, thinking they're knights? His gaze then shifted to Lin Ze, accompanied by a malicious grin. Judging by your looks, you must be quite popular with those people, huh? He nodded toward the group of burly, bearded men. Chen Yeshi instinctively glanced over, only to see the leader suddenly bat his eyelashes at him and mutter something. Though he couldn't make out the words, the shape of his mouth made it clear they weren't pleasant. Both men instantly stiffened, a wave of nausea washing over them. Alright, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you two off the hook. Know your place and get lost. Don't make me use force. The white man spoke, extending his hand to summon the Lord's crystal, his tone dripping with unmasked menace. By the sound of it, if they didn't leave, he'd force them into a Lord's duel. This was strictly forbidden in Dragon Nation, yet in the beautiful nation, it seemed to be commonplace. Not a single person present found anything amiss. Instead, they all cheered enthusiastically. Even the DJ paused the music to savor this special performance. With national dignity and male pride at stake, Lin Ze offered a faint smile and extended his hand to summon his own Lord Crystal. The moment the gray light appeared, everyone present froze in shock, followed by a wave of wild laughter. Oh my god! Has this dragon country kid lost his mind? Summoning a gray Lord Crystal? Is he hoping Richard will take pity and spare him? Honestly, this thing's not even as useful as a white chess piece. This dragon country kid is dumber than the ducks at my grandmother's house. Gray was universally acknowledged as the lowest tier of Lord Crystal. But Lin Ze ignored the mockery, instead shooting a defiant glance at the white man named Richard. The girl they shielded behind them felt a jolt of shock, instantly seeing the hope that had just flickered within her shatter once more. She had assumed these two fellow countrymen must possess considerable strength, which was why they dared to openly rescue her. Little did she know they were merely gray-tier lords, possibly weaker than herself. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly reached out and tugged at Lin Ze's sleeve, looking terrified yet determined to speak. Classmate, you should leave first. After you get away from here, just call my teacher to let them know. Thank you. The girl seemed worried that Lin Ze might act impulsively and challenge Richard to a direct lord duel, so she mustered her courage to urge him to leave. Hearing this, Chen Yeshi beside them felt a pang of discomfort. Wait, you look down on my brother too? The girl hurriedly waved her hands, her voice urgent. That's not what I meant. I just don't want you two to get hurt because of me. Lin Ze understood her meaning. He said nothing, only offering a faint smile. Don't worry, my brother is incredibly strong. Chen Yeshi said nonchalantly. As a lord in his 20s himself, he could easily gauge the enemy's strength. The opponents were at most on par with his own level, and all were merely blue-tier lord cores. Chapter 129, Battle Against Richard, the American Mafia. Lin Ze could already beat up level 20 lords back when he was level 18. Now that Lin Ze was level 20 himself, these guys barely scraping 23 or 24 were no match for him. Seeing that Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi showed no intention of leaving, the white men grew instantly irritated. What's a Grey Lord core trying to pull? Playing tough with us? Looking for trouble? Richard, the leader, darkened his expression. Instantly, a surge of blue light erupted from his hand, pulling Lin Ze and the others into the Lord's space. He wasn't exactly a saint. Just urging Lin Ze to leave had been incredibly generous. But these two kids were so ungrateful they needed a lesson. In Richard's mafia-bred philosophy, a lesson meant ensuring the target remembered this incident for the rest of their life. As Richard initiated the Lord duel, his henchmen followed suit, entering the Lord's realm one by one, eager to witness how he would toy with this dragon nation brat. Upstairs in the bar, two elegantly dressed girls silently watched the unfolding scene. Lilia, do you think that Dragon Country Boy is truly as unbeatable as the intel claims? The blonde girl asked the girl beside her, who wore a black princess dress. The girl called Lilia remained silent, her gaze fixed on the interface connecting the Lord's space to the real world. Meanwhile, the teachers tasked with protecting Lin Ze, having assessed the opponent's strength, chose not to intervene. The principal's exact words were, attacks on Lin Ze from lords below level 30 need not be addressed, as they stand absolutely no chance against him. Besides, if things went south, the principal had backup plans, so they weren't overly concerned. Their vigilance was reserved for spies, assassins, and shadowy organizations like the Black Hand. As for these third-rate local gangsters, they didn't even need to lift a finger to help Lin Ze. Meanwhile, within the Lord's realm, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, his gaze sharpening. It was perfect timing. He hadn't used the system's devouring ability in ages, and now some fool had come barging in. Well then, he might as well accept the gift graciously. With that thought, Lin Ze immediately summoned all the zombies within his domain, then soared up onto the city walls himself. Chen Yeshi on the other side found it even more amusing. If Richard had dragged just one of them into this duel, there might have been a glimmer of hope, a chance to struggle. But bringing both at once? That was nothing short of suicide. They must have grown tired of living. Even if they faced a level 30 lord, they weren't without a fighting chance. Yet this Richard, barely level 24, dared to take them both on at once? Absolutely laughable. Meanwhile, Richard had no idea what kind of beings he'd dragged into this. As the son of the local crime boss, he couldn't care less about their backgrounds. They looked so young, their strength couldn't be that formidable. Let his vampire legion feast to their heart's content. He chuckled evilly, donned his gear, and led his vampire army to attack Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi. Vampires were a truly wicked troop type, possessing formidable self-healing abilities and tenacious vitality, while also able to replenish their life force by consuming blood. Their weakness, however, was a fear of silver and sunlight, a flaw no vampire, no matter how powerful, could overcome. Still, compared to zombies of the same level, they were no match. These creatures were more like low-grade versions of zombies. Just as Richard prepared to seize Lin Ze's city first, he suddenly saw Lin Ze soar into the air with several zombies. A peculiar formation had materialized on the ground at some unknown moment. It was the 7-kill soul-sealing formation. Seeing Richard attack first, Lin Ze sneered coldly and immediately soared into the air. If he wanted his life, then he had no reason to hold back. With that thought, Lin Ze flung several talismans from his hand, instantly locking Richard within the grand formation and binding him tightly within its confines. Then, several sword chi slashed through the air. At first, Richard could barely resist, but as the armor-piercing effects piled up, he began to struggle. Multiple wounds quickly appeared on his body. This sent a chill through his heart. He hadn't expected Lin Ze's attack power to be this formidable. Judging by his aura, he was only around level 20. Having suffered a heavy blow, Richard dared not take things lightly anymore. He immediately unleashed his most treasured weapon, the Bloodbat Scepter. This weapon was perfectly suited for the vampire race, not only dealing substantial damage but also triggering a frenzied state in vampires. Countless crimson bats emerged from Richard's staff, swooping toward Lin Ze. Any contact with the blood bats caused the victim's blood to be gradually drained. This blood would then be converted into energy to replenish Richard himself, while also charging his attacks and triggering the vampire horde's collective berserk state. Richard had defeated countless opponents with this technique, sometimes even draining his enemies dry. Lin Ze, of course, wasn't about to stand idly by. With a cold snort, a fire-release talisman appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, countless balls of flame erupted in the air, forming a wall of fire that blocked the surging bloodbaths. The zombies charged straight in, unleashing their respective supernatural abilities. They quickly overwhelmed the fourth-tier vampire at the front, leaving it utterly disoriented. When it came to physical strength, these vampires truly couldn't compare to the robust zombies like the hairy zombie and the undecayed bone zombie. As for skills, only fourth-tier vampires possessed rudimentary spells, while the flying zombies and demon zombies utterly outclassed them in magic. In an instant, the once invincible vampire legion found itself utterly overwhelmed by Lin Ze, a mere level 20 lord. Richard grew impatient, immediately mobilizing his 5th-tier vampire legion. He intended to disregard all else and take down Lin Ze first. But when he turned back, he discovered that his 5th-tier vampires had somehow become entangled with Chen Yeshi, and even his own territory was under invasion. This was unacceptable. Richard instantly summoned his hero spirit, Count Dracula. The immediate priority was defending his territory, so without hesitation, Richard ordered Dracula to return and fortify the borders. Truthfully, the optimal strategy now was to eliminate one target first before retreating to defend. Only then would victory in this battle be possible. Richard now harbored a hint of regret. He hadn't expected these two youngsters to be such a handful. He should have brought 2 people with him. But asking for reinforcements now would completely destroy his reputation as the underworld prince. No! I must kill these 2 Dragon Nation brats. Wash away my shame with their blood. Richard thought bitterly. Just as he was about to activate the magical scroll his father had given him for self-preservation, a sudden shout pierced the air. Chapter 130, Iron-Fisted Tactics. Devouring Core. Next, a massive foot-sized 12 approached his face at lightning speed, slamming into his body with brutal force. The immense impact nearly knocked him unconscious instantly. The one who struck was none other than the spirit hero residing within Lin Ze's domain, Liahao. After formally signing the contract, Liahao regained a small portion of his abilities and achieved a much higher level of integration with his current body. His current strength was roughly equivalent to a 5th-tier soldier, but unlike a soldier, his mind contained all the combat experience and martial arts techniques accumulated over his entire life. Though temporarily unable to wield his original flame abilities, his bare fists alone were more than sufficient to instantly eliminate a commander-type lord like Richard. Richard's formidable strength went largely untapped as he was captured in this humiliating manner. Lin Ze hadn't expected such a sneak attack to succeed. It seemed Richard's combat awareness as a lord was truly beyond poor. Next came the purge of the vampires. Without their lord to command them, the minions' morale would only steadily decline. Lin Ze had no interest in infecting these weakened zombies. He simply slaughtered them all to replenish Chen Yeshi's undead energy. Before long, Richard's domain lay in utter ruin. Most of his minions lay dead or gravely wounded, and even his spirit, Count Dracula, had been severely crippled by the combined efforts of Lin Ze and Liahao. Looks like the overall strength of the beautiful country's lord still can't match that of the dragon country. Lin Ze remarked casually to Chen Yeshi while gathering the spoils of war. Chen Yeshi burst into laughter. You're saying it like we're just too strong. But this guy was pretty weak too. No idea how he even got to level 24. Chen Yeshi said, curling his lip in disdain. They hadn't killed Richard yet after all, they weren't like him, treating life as worthless. But punishment was still in order. Detected consumable Lord Core. Proceed with consumption immediately? Lin Ze smiled faintly before clicking yes. Consumption in progress. Current Lord Core has no usable special properties. Troop types are. This was Lin Ze's second time using the devour function, and it seemed even more convenient than last time he could even choose whether to absorb the enemy's troop types and traits. However, Richard's troop types and traits held no use for Lin Ze, so he opted not to devour them. Instead, he simply absorbed his entire inventory. Simultaneously, the massive influx of experience points instantly leveled Lin Ze up to level 21. With a crisp ring from Richard's Lord Crystal, this domain returned to the way of heaven, awaiting the arrival of the next person to unlock it. Richard could never become a lord again, doomed to live as an ordinary mortal. Now, he was nearly overcome with despair. His eyes were vacant as he watched his domain gradually vanish, his heart filled with unbearable regret. If only he had brought more men. Damn it, those bastards. And those 2 dragon country men, I'll make sure they pay. Richard's expression twisted into pure venom, as if he could devour Lin Ze whole. As the 2 returned to reality, Richard, now stripped of his lord's crystal, collapsed to his knees. His henchmen, who had been following him, had already bolted the moment they saw Lin Ze defeat Richard. They were only around level 10 or so. If Richard, a level 24 lord, had been defeated, how could they possibly stand a chance? As for brotherhood? To hell with it. This is what true freedom felt like, unshackled, untethered by anything. Everyone in the tavern stared in astonishment at Lin Ze, who was leisurely sipping a cup of hot tea, and Richard kneeling before him. Those two Dragon Country kids actually beat Richard? God! You've got to be kidding me! Good heavens! They look about the same age as my neighbor Jim, and yet even Richard couldn't stand up to them? But since they hit Richard, they probably won't be leaving this bar in one piece. The crowd instantly erupted in murmurs, yet the gazes directed at Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi now carried a hint of awe. The girl from earlier bowed awkwardly toward Lin Ze. I never imagined you two were so strong. Thank you so much. Her eyes glistened with tears, her voice slightly choked. Her smooth-talking male companion had abandoned her in the nick of time. Without these two fellow countrymen who stepped in to help when they saw injustice, she would likely have fallen victim to harm today. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is... Bang! Wan Wan. Are you okay? The girl was mid-sentence when she heard the door violently kick open. A poised and commanding woman rushed in, her expression filled with urgency. Trailing behind her were two men with black eyes and swollen faces, their eyes darting nervously, unable to meet the girl's gaze. Are these two scoundrels the ones who bullied you? The woman frowned, about to summon the Lord Crystal without another word. The girl called Wan Wan hurriedly stopped her. Stop! Sister Shui! They saved me! The tall, leggy woman paused, lowering her hand to scrutinize the pair. They're quite handsome. If they'd harassed me, I might have. The tall, elegant woman suddenly realized she'd let her mind wander where it shouldn't. Clearing her throat twice, she composed herself and offered a formal apology to the pair. After some explanation, the group finally pieced together the whole story. The harassed girl was Lin Wan Wan, a freshman at Capital University. She had accompanied Mu Lingxue, the tall, elegant woman, a junior, to participate in the Global Elite Lords competition. Being abroad for the first time, Lin Wan Wan was incredibly curious about what life overseas was like and wanted to go out exploring. Several sophomore male students from her university, who had long harbored improper intentions toward her, lured her to the bar. Little did they expect to run into Richard there. Richard, seeing such a fresh-faced girl, was instantly overcome with lust, leading to the events that followed. What was most infuriating was that when Lin Wan Wan was being harassed, those sophomore seniors all turned into ostriches, unanimously fleeing the scene. They knew full well how terrifying the gangs were in the United States and dared not provoke them. Fortunately, their conscience hadn't completely deserted them. After leaving, they immediately notified Mu Lingxue, who was in the middle of training. After hearing the full account from Lin Wan Wan, Mu Lingxue couldn't help but glance at brother Lin Ze twice more before expressing her gratitude once again. Thank you for saving Wan Wan. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I, Mu Lingxue, express my deepest gratitude. Once we're back in the country, I'll treat you both to a meal. Lin Ze offered no response, merely replying politely that it was no trouble at all. Chen Yeshi beside him, however, appeared awkward and hesitant, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. Chapter 131, The Mafia's Retaliation. The Mysterious Uncle Chi. Just as he was puzzling over this, Lin Ze suddenly noticed with alarm that this guy was blushing. This guy who reeked of loser vibes could actually blush? Could it be he'd fallen head over heels for this girl named Mu Lingxue at first sight? As Lin Ze pondered this, he turned his head and suddenly met Lin Wan Wan's fluttering gaze. After a brief exchange of glances, Lin Wan Wan immediately turned her head away shyly, her small face flushed crimson. Lin Ze. But soon enough, Chen Yeshi returned to his usual self. Still, no matter how Lin Ze looked at him, it seemed like the guy was struggling to restrain himself, trying his hardest to appear polite, witty, and refined. And that Mu Lingxue seemed to be quite taken with it. The two grew more and more animated as they chatted. At that moment, Lin Ze could only sigh inwardly, thinking to himself, what on earth is going on here? But seeing Chen Yeshi look like he'd found true love, Lin Ze didn't want to dampen his spirits. By the way, are you two here for the competition too? After chatting for a while, Mu Lingxue suddenly asked, as if she'd only just remembered to inquire about Lin Ze and the others' identities. Yes, we're here to compete too. Chen Yeshi nodded in confirmation. This time, the Dragon Nation had sent teams from 3 universities, Qingbei University, Fenghua University, and Jingqing University. Lin Wan Wan's eyes lit up and she asked with sudden anticipation. Then, Senior Lin Ze, are you representing Qingbei University? Of course. Where would Fenghua University find players as strong as ours? The moment this topic came up, Chen Yeshi perked up, seemingly eager to share more. But before he could continue, a group of men dressed in black and wearing face coverings suddenly appeared at the entrance. Boom! An explosion echoed, and the door was blown apart by some force. Who did this? Who crippled my son Richard? As the smoke cleared, a towering man with slicked back hair spoke coldly, his voice dripping with unmistakable fury. He was Richard's father, Leon. Lion was one of the 3 major crime bosses in all of Los Santos, controlling all smuggling and arms trafficking within the city. He commanded hundreds of lords above level 20. The sudden turn of events startled Lin Wan Wan, who instinctively clasped Lin Ze's hand only to blush and release it moments later. Lin Ze and his two companions, however, paid Lion no mind whatsoever, merely observing him with detached indifference. Lion erupted in fury, immediately ordering his men to eliminate the four. But then, a lazy voice drifted from behind his henchmen. "Hold your fire." Lion turned impatiently, ready to eliminate this unknown intruder too, when he suddenly sensed a primal, beast-like aura. Then, an even more powerful killing intent spread out, instantly making Leon break out in a cold sweat. Who the hell was this? Lion looked at the speaker with shock and suspicion. The man was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Though unarmed, he radiated an intensely dangerous aura. Yet for some reason, Lin Ze suddenly felt a sense of familiarity toward this man. "You don't have the right to lay a finger on my schwer. Get lost. I won't say it again." The middle-aged man snapped at Lion impatiently, as if scolding his own son. Leon, who had radiated sheer dominance moments ago, now dared not utter a single word. He immediately led his henchmen away, slinking off like a scared rat. Only after all the black-clad men had departed did the middle-aged man step inside. "Uncle Chi. You're here." Mu Lingxue clearly recognized the man, and Lin Wanwan also greeted Uncle Chi. "I told you not to go out at night. Now you know why, don't you?" Uncle Chi scolded the two girls impatiently. After speaking, he glanced at Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi. After a moment's pause, he exclaimed in surprise. Are you a Lin?" Lin Ze was puzzled but nodded anyway. "You're Lin Tianding's son?" Uncle Chi looked visibly agitated, suddenly grabbing Lin Ze's hand with a fervent tone. Lin Ze felt even more bewildered. He tried to pull away, only to find the grip as unyielding as iron. Just then, Mu Lingxue approached, clearing her throat softly and tugging at his sleeve. Only then did Uncle Chi realize he might be overstepping. He withdrew his hand. "Ahem. Well then, young Master Lin and young Master Chun. Thank you both for today. I have matters to attend to now, but I shall pay you a visit another day to continue our conversation." With that, he coolly departed, taking Lin Wanwan and Mu Lingxue with him. Lin Wanwan seemed reluctant to leave, likely wanting to ask Lin Ze for his contact information. But after standing there for a while, she couldn't muster the courage to speak up and could only follow Mu Lingxue away. After they departed, Lin Ze felt no desire to linger outside either. The two walked back to the hotel together. Upon reaching the hotel, Lin Ze returned to his room to rest. Just as he finished showering, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Ze opened the door to find the principal standing there. "Haven't gone to bed yet, Xiao Ze? I hear you just had a run-in with the local gang?" The principal stood at the doorway, smiling as he addressed him. Lin Ze froze for a moment before nodding. "Yes, principal, what's the matter?" "Nothing. Just get some rest tonight. You've got the opening ceremony tomorrow." With that, the principal departed, leaving Lin Ze standing there with a look of utter bewilderment. As the principal exited Lin Ze's room, a barely perceptible chill flashed across his face. He pulled his trench coat tighter around himself and strode purposefully toward the hotel exit. He had learned everything that had transpired tonight. He would not let those who dared to harm his students go unpunished. It's time for those rats in the sewers to remember the fear of domination from years past. Stepping outside the hotel, the principal suddenly looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. About half an hour later, the principal returned to the hotel, his clothes still immaculate, save for a barely noticeable trace of blood on his hands. Early the next morning, Lin Ze rose before dawn and headed to the venue for the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony itself held little of interest, nothing more than introductions and motivational speeches. Lin Ze went through the motions and returned shortly after. At the ceremony, Lin Ze encountered the two girls from the previous night once more. Lin Wanwan was delighted to see Lin Ze again, though she wasn't a contestant this time, she was merely accompanying someone. Lin Ze offered her a simple smile, which made her cheeks flush rosy once more. After the opening ceremony, Lin Ze and the others returned to the hotel to begin their official preparations for the competition. Tomorrow marked the first day of competition, the most intense day of battle. The top seeds would compete in elimination matches tomorrow to determine the winner's bracket and loser's bracket. The winner's bracket would enter the semifinals with a significant advantage, needing only to accumulate points from about 3 matches to secure a spot in the finals. The loser's bracket, however, not only required an extra elimination match but also demanded accumulating points from roughly 5 matches to reach the finals. Chapter 132, A Fierce Rival. Takeda Ryukin, the Divine Heir. Most participants from Qingbei Academy have their profiles available for our players to reference. Among them, opponents from 3 nations were specifically flagged by the tactical coach for Lin Ze's special attention. These 3 were Takeda Ryukin from Sakura Nation, the mysterious girl Renata from Bear Nation, and Lilia, a native competitor from the Beautiful Nation. Both Ryukin and Lilia possessed Golden Lord core abilities, making them formidable opponents. Renata, however, possessed an exceptionally bizarre domain trait, granting her troops a unique ability: immunity to death. After reviewing footage of her battles in her home country, the tactical instructor analyzed the manifestation of her ability. When her troops are on the brink of death, they become completely immune to death for a short period, unleashing astonishing combat power. If they successfully eliminate an enemy, these soldiers can then rapidly heal all injuries and return to combat. After hearing the instructor's analysis, Lin Ze couldn't help but fall deep in thought. Facing such peculiar soldiers, it seemed there was only one solution. That is to endure this final burst of strength. Beyond that, there seemed to be no other way to defeat them. Fortunately, Renata was the lowest level among them, only around level 18. The other two were both lords above level 20, just like Lin Ze. Yet Lin Ze had a premonition that this girl named Renata might prove to be his most formidable opponent. The other competitors, though elite in their respective nations, were no match for Lin Ze. Their battles would be decided without suspense. Nevertheless, for the sake of ultimate victory, Lin Ze diligently reviewed the profiles of all the other participants. The day passed quickly, and the preliminary rounds of the Global Elite Lords Tournament officially commenced the following day. As stirring music filled the air, all contestants stood beneath their respective national flags, forming a large circle. At the circle's center lay a simple sword and helmet, the supreme honor symbolizing lordship. Legend held this armor, forged by the first human lord himself, embodied hope. After the lengthy introductions concluded, the most thrilling moment arrived swiftly. Draw lots, battle. Lin Ze drew his lot relatively early and quickly received his assigned number. Number 9. With 30 or 40 participants present, his number placed him around the 20th position, a spot near the middle. Once everyone had drawn their numbers, a crack slowly opened in the center of the stage. 20 crystals gradually rose, standing tall in the middle of the platform. This was where their battles would take place. The simulated space here was more advanced than the one used for regular combat. Not only did it feature a random weather system, but it also spawned some monster tribes up to the 3rd tier, adding more possibilities to the battles. Several new duel formats were introduced, no longer confined to one-on-one confrontations between two lords. But regardless of the format, the ultimate goal remained singular: victory. The MC passionately introduced the match types for this round, igniting flames of anticipation among the spectators from various nations below the stage. Among them were many noble families from various nations. Beyond accompanying their children, their primary purpose was to scout promising new lords, nurture their talents, and eventually recruit them into their own clans. Thus, this tournament served as the ultimate springboard for commoner lords. With sufficiently outstanding performance, one could earn the recognition of a great house and soar to new heights. As the light curtain descended, all contestants proceeded to their assigned simulation crystals according to their drawn numbers. Simulator Crystal number 9. Lin Ze strode purposefully toward it, where his opponent had already been waiting. It was Takeda Ryukin from Sakura Nation. Unexpectedly, the very first match pitted him against one of the strongest competitors in this bracket. Lin Ze silently sized up his opponent, a fighting spirit igniting within him. Takeda Ryukin appeared to be a refined young man. His kimono gave him an air of amiability, showing no trace of ferocity or killing intent. Yet Lin Ze could faintly sense a subtle aura of pressure emanating from him, along with the scent of blood. Would this be a tough opponent? A faint smile touched Lin Ze's lips. Unlike his compatriots in previous exhibition matches, Takeda Ryukin did not speak disrespectfully to Lin Ze or show any sign of contempt. Instead, he nodded politely toward Lin Ze. Mr. Lin Ze, I've long admired your reputation. I hope we both deliver an outstanding performance in this match. Takeda Ryukin spoke in slightly stiff Ryokoko-style Japanese. Lin Ze merely nodded faintly and replied, "I'll give it my all." After exchanging words, both men extended their hands, connecting to the simulation crystals and entering the Lord's space. According to intelligence, Takeda Ryukin was a level 21 Lord, one rank higher than Lin Ze. His troop types weren't exceptionally powerful, but his domain possessed a spirit said to be the remnant soul of a deity from Sakura Nation mythology. Though a fragment, its power remained formidable, and when fighting alongside his troops, it triggered synergistic effects. Both parties arrived in their respective territories. The match format drawn for this contest was unrestricted Lord battle. Each commander possessed one city-state. 15 minutes were allotted for fortification before combat commenced. Victory would be achieved by either destroying the simulated crystal within the opponent's city-state or eliminating the opposing commander first. This format truly showcased individual skill, exactly what Lin Ze had hoped for. 15 minutes for deployment? More than enough. This format maximized his ability to showcase his skills. Takeda Ryukin, like him, was a commander-type lord. His troop types were not vastly different from those of ordinary humans, but their attributes were superior across the board. Within his domain, every unit generated is born wielding a katana and possesses exceptionally high swordsmanship skills. The equipment and weapons wielded by these samurai grow increasingly formidable as their units advance in rank. Within Takeda Ryukin's domain resides a mythical tier spirit hero. Susanoo no Makoto, Fragmented Soul. Though currently only a tier 1, this spirit is comparable to a gold tier monster boss. Not only that, Takeda Ryukin himself can wield Susanoo's companion weapon, the equally mythical great equipment, the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Though it cannot yet unleash its full potential, this mythic tier weapon remains immensely powerful, surpassing any weapon in Lin Ze's arsenal. Thus, this battle was destined to be anything but simple. Yet Lin Ze felt no fear. Instead, a fiercer battle cry ignited within him. Soon, both men teleported into the city-state and began making preparations. Lin Ze did not arrange matters himself, instead entrusting everything to Zhang San and the others to handle. He himself set up an array formation beneath the city walls. Chapter 133, Kenmatsu Raijin vs Gakoku, Destruction. The stronger the items used to anchor the formation and the more intricate the array's placement, the higher its potential limit. Lin Ze poured nearly his entire lifetime of knowledge into this 7-kill soul-binding formation, crafting it to near perfection. In his plan, this would be a crucial component. With 3 minutes remaining after completing the formation, Lin Ze did not continue setting up. Instead, he sat alone beneath the city walls, leisurely sipping tea. Time ticked by, and soon, the light barrier separating the two combatants descended. The battle commenced. The moment the light barrier descended, Takeda Ryukin, unable to contain his impatience, led his vast army of samurai charging toward Lin Ze. These 4th-tier warriors were fully armed, clad in black and white armor. Their movements were precise and mechanical, cold and ruthless. Each bore a katana at their waist, some even carrying large tachi swords on their backs. For the glory of the cherry blossoms. Go! As they neared Lin Ze's city-state, Takeda suddenly bellowed, simultaneously drawing the sword at his waist, the pseudo-Amaterasu sword. The previously subdued warriors, spurred by this battle cry, charged toward Lin Ze like sharks sensing blood, their momentum surging like a tidal wave. The Samurai Legion numbered over 1,500 men. Their simultaneous charge was indeed a formidable spectacle. 15 minutes was that time spent preparing for the assault, not building defenses? A faint smirk touched Lin Ze's lips as he watched Takeda Ryukin, now transformed beyond recognition, with keen interest. Takeda roared like a predatory beast seeking prey, raising the Ain no Kageyama sword high above his head. His frenzied demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier refined composure. Was this the legendary Shura swordmaster, hailed as the foremost warrior of Japan's new generation? The samurai closed rapidly on Lin Ze, now less than a kilometer away. Lin Ze rose to his feet, drawing 10 long swords from his backpack. Without a single movement, the blades danced into position, forming a protective barrier before him. Like a sword immortal, Lin Ze soared into the air. His black and white Taoist robe billowed without wind, his aura matching Takeda's in intensity. With a single wave of his hand, countless zombies flew from the city walls into the sky, while hundreds of coffins appeared on the ground. Charge! Seeing the samurai charging toward him, Lin Ze roared. The coffins sprang into motion, and the zombies within burst forth in an instant. These warriors of Takeda were no ordinary men. They had been soldiers who once followed the pinnacles of swordsmanship during the shogunate era, and after death, Susanoo had recruited them into an army. Divine sword bearers. Both sides clashed instantly, a whirlwind of blades erupting in an instant. The samurai's long swords struck viciously at the zombies, only to discover they inflicted little damage. These pale-skinned monsters possessed bodies as hard as diamond. Yet this did not shake the divine sword bearers' resolve. Once they entered the battlefield, they knew only the triumphant shouts of victory and the death throes of rage. For a time, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Takeda himself drew his sword and charged through the fray, his bloodthirsty frenzy as terrifying as a demon. Just as he fiercely cleaved open a zombie's body, a long sword suddenly blocked his path. Takeda instinctively looked up to see Lin Ze slowly descending before him, his face radiating battle intent. Without a word, their weapons clashed fiercely. Both men felt the immense force transmitted through their blades, each inwardly startled. What terrifying strength! This man was nothing short of a human beast. Takeda thought, staring at Lin Ze's impassive face. Lin Ze, too, had never encountered a peer-ranked lord who could match his strength so completely. They exchanged another strike before swiftly separating. Several talismans instantly appeared in Lin Ze's hand, while Takeda drew a longbow. Several shattering kill talismans instantly transformed into crimson streaks of light and shot forth. Takeda calmly drew his bow and nocked an arrow, paying no heed to the flying talismans. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, yet the expected sight of Takeda being blown to smithereens never materialized. Instead, a colossal phantom stood before him. The phantom wore ancient armor, radiating divine light, yet its face remained indistinct. It was none other than the legendary armor on Takeda's body, the Susanoo armor. Next, an arrow whistled through the air like lightning, hurtling toward Lin Ze. In the blink of an eye, it reached his very front. Lin Ze calmly activated the mystic heavenly blessing. The black and white yin-yang fish rapidly spun, granting 3 seconds of high damage immunity that directly absorbed the arrow's force. Seeing Lin Ze actually take the arrow head-on, Takeda was slightly taken aback. But soon, a sinister smile spread across his face. "Can you block this one too, Mr. Lin?" He murmured to himself as his longbow suddenly erupted with an intense blue light. Countless arcs of electricity surged, coalescing into an arrow that Takeda gripped in his hand. This bow in his hands was no ordinary weapon. It bore the name Takamikazuchi no Kami no Yumi, a legendary replica divine artifact. Takamikazuchi, the deity of thunder and archery in Japanese mythology, naturally imbued the bow with lightning attributes. It possessed an active attack skill that consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy, unleashing an arrow forged from lightning capable of piercing through any opponent. This technique was called the Takamikazuchi arrow. Lin Ze could sense the terrifying power of this strike, yet not a trace of fear appeared on his face. You have your ultimate move, doesn't that mean I have mine? Right after Lin Ze reached level 20, the ruined series of the Grey Nether Sword gained a new move. This technique demanded greater soul shatter energy to activate, yet its destructive power was vastly enhanced. Terrifying grey fluctuations swirled ceaselessly in Lin Ze's hands, gradually surging into the Grey Nether Sword he gripped. As the sword emitted a faint hum, the entire world began to turn greyish-white. All color was stripped away under this strike. This was the second strike of the Annihilation killing style, Extreme Prison Annihilation Slash. This technique fixedly drained 30% of Lin Ze's spiritual energy. And the greater his spiritual power, the higher the attack ceiling. It is said this strike can sever time itself. The grey sword energy moved slowly through the air, leaving a trail of ashen whiteness in its path. Everything seemed to be under a slowdown effect, forced to watch helplessly as the blade sliced through. Takeda too felt the force's pull, yet he still released his grip, launching the Takamikazuchi arrow. The lightning-forged arrow raced forward at incredible speed, colliding with Lin Ze's grey sword energy in less than a second. In that instant, a blinding flash of black and white light engulfed everything, obscuring the scene from all observers. Chapter 134, Victory. Heavenly Thunder and Fire Sword Technique. As the dust settled, the figures of the two combatants reappeared before the crowd. Lin Ze's Xuanxiang heavenly robe shimmered with a faint black and white aura, while Takeda's Susanoo armor showed signs of damage. A trickle of blood flowed from Takeda's mouth. In the clash of skills just now, Lin Ze had clearly gained the upper hand. Were it not for the Susanoo armor's formidable defense, he might have been cleaved in two by that single strike. Though Takeda appeared unharmed on the surface, he had sustained severe internal injuries. In contrast, Lin Ze had only a slightly soiled sleeve and minor injuries. Lord Lin Ze, you are the strongest among the younger generation I have ever encountered. But I'm afraid this battle holds great significance for me. I cannot simply hand over the victory. My apologies. Takeda trembled as he rose to his feet, regaining his refined demeanor. He smiled at Lin Ze. His words were sincere, revealing genuine admiration for Lin Ze. Yet as soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged once more, as if preparing to unleash some god-defying power. Takeda drew the pseudo-Amaterasu sword from his waist and roared. A brilliant golden halo erupted behind him, gradually coalescing into a colossal shadow. Weapon form, Susanoo, present. Takeda's eyes closed tightly as the Aim no Murakumo sword in his hand began to shatter, transforming into an energy-like form. True Aim no Murakumo sword, unleashed. This was his trump card. By summoning the remnant soul of Susanoo to possess him, he could temporarily unleash the True Aim no Murakumo sword. This technique instantly elevated his combat prowess by several tiers. Moreover, in this state, Takeda would inspire all samurai, granting them massive bonuses. Fighting alongside the legendary progenitor of swordsmanship was every warrior's dream and their greatest honor. In that instant, every warrior present roared in unison. A golden radiance erupted from their bodies simultaneously, overwhelming the zombies for a moment. Lin Ze remained unfazed. With another backward flash, he soared into the air, already clutching a Heavenly Thunder 5 lightning talisman in his hand. Upon reaching level 20, his 5 elements escape technique upgraded to the second tier of elemental power. Spirit grade. This meant he could now simulate new abilities by combining elements. All elements in the world were composed of 5 fundamental elements. Lin Ze smiled faintly as the thunder talisman in his hand instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, merging into his palm. This was the second application of the thunder talisman. He could now briefly command the might of celestial thunder at will, launching attacks in any form he desired. But that wasn't all. Lin Ze drew another fire talisman and affixed it to his right hand. Let me show you the 6th technique of the 9 absolute cleansing of heaven. Heavenly Thunder and Fire Sword Decision. Lightning surged ceaselessly across Lin Ze's body, even turning his pupils a deep blue violet. Swords, come forth. He roared, summoning 4 flying swords and imbuing them with thunder fire attributes. This special enhanced state drew its energy from talismanic power, channeled through the manipulation of the 5 elements escape technique. Currently, Lin Ze could only sustain it for about 4 to 5 minutes. Beyond that, his body began to struggle. Watching Lin Ze, who now resembled a celestial being, Takeda's excitement surged. No one had ever stood toe-to-toe with him after he activated his Susanoo state. This battle would be one of unparalleled glory. Lin Ze and Takeda roared simultaneously, launching their assaults. Their movements blurred beyond human perception, leaving only the relentless clash of weapons visible. Their forms intertwined and separated with lightning speed, resembling a mesmerizing dance. Such high-intensity combat subjected both bodies to immense strain. Lightning and sword flashes intertwined once more. Finally, as if exhausted, both fighters halted their steps in unison after another exchange. The golden phantom behind Takeda began to flicker in and out of existence, its golden rings flashing as if ready to vanish at any moment. Lin Ze's body bore numerous scorched wounds, inflicted by lightning and fiery blasts. Though not life-threatening, they inevitably sapped his combat effectiveness. Admit defeat, Lin-san. You cannot defeat me. Takeda suddenly burst into loud laughter. Seeing this, Lin Ze smiled too. You mean to say you can still summon Susanoo to fight as a spirit warrior, is that it? Takeda froze slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Lin Ze laughed aloud. You didn't think I had no backup, did you? If you'd done your homework on me, you'd have discovered I possess another ability, one I'd never used before, right? At those words, Takeda suddenly understood. It was the formation. Watching Lin Ze's battle videos before, he had demonstrated a skill that utilized the environment to form formations, yet he hadn't used it at all in this fight. Seeing that Takeda had figured it out, Lin Ze chuckled softly. He concentrated the residual power of the two remaining talismans within his body into his palm, then slammed it forcefully into the ground. Boom! 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 A series of muffled booms erupted from the ground as countless runes surged forth, gradually coalescing into a swirling black mist. Countless chains shot out from within the fog, writhing like snakes. Watch closely. This formation is called the 7-Kill Soul Binding. Lin Ze smiled as he manipulated the array, enveloping all the samurai and Takeda within its grasp. As the black mist closed in around them, Takeda suddenly smiled with resignation. Dropping his sword to the ground, he shouted with unflinching honesty. I've lost. This unexpected turn of events left Lin Ze momentarily stunned. Logically, the stubborn people of Sakura Nation faced with certain defeat would only react in two ways. Either they'd roar that they'd rather die than surrender, or they'd raise the white flag before the fight even began. Did this guy have no sense of Bushido at all? As if reading Lin Ze's thoughts, Takeda gave a resigned smile and said, Truthfully, I've never cared much for that so-called samurai spirit either. I simply enjoy the thrill of a good fight. But I do admire your nation's martial philosophy. A true warrior should fight for loyalty and righteousness, just like you people of the Dragon Kingdom. Not like us cherry blossom warriors, blindly loyal. If I get the chance, I'd like to visit the Dragon Kingdom again someday. With that, he sheathed his sword and bowed deeply to Lin Ze. Both sets of familiars locked in fierce combat froze, halting their struggle. In truth, the battle was far from over after all, neither side had suffered significant casualties yet. Chapter 135, Legendary Accessory. Ring of Eternal Protection. But Takeda had surrendered inexplicably. Before the battle began, he had declared that he had reasons he absolutely had to win this fight. Yet now he conceded outright. Lin Ze pondered for a moment before offering a resigned smile and nodding toward him. Since the opponent had conceded defeat and done so with some decorum, Lin Ze maintained the courtesy befitting a great nation. As Takeda pressed the teleportation stone, a pillar of light erupted above his head, followed by the sudden appearance of a massive portal. As he was about to depart, Takeda suddenly turned around and murmured something to Lin Ze in a low voice. Lin Ze froze upon hearing the words, but quickly regained his composure. He discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Takeda, signaling his understanding. Takeda nodded in return, leading his samurai corps away from the area first. The first match concluded thus. The formidable strength displayed by the two combatants drew silent nods of approval from the nobles in the VIP seats. These two would undoubtedly become top-tier powerhouses in the future. They were targets worth courting. After the match, Lin Ze immediately sought out the headmaster and relayed what Takeda had just told him. Before departing, Takeda had quietly whispered one sentence to him. Beware of Brahma. Lin Ze instantly understood what he meant. The Brahma sect. That cult organization that infiltrated Qingbei during the exchange event last time. All those teachers and students from Sakura country had been detained by Qingbei, with the Dragon Nation's military taking over the investigation. Of course, the final outcome was never shared with Lin Ze. But progress was likely non-existent. After all, in the eyes of the Brahma Society, these people were nothing but pawns and ants. Why would they care about their lives? Though he didn't know how Takeda had obtained this information, it couldn't hurt to be cautious. The principal frowned upon hearing this. The Brahma Society was an extremely radical cult organization, traitors to humanity. Scum colluding secretly with the demonic realm. Being targeted by such a group meant a tough battle was likely ahead. But the principal wasn't someone to be trifled with. In an instant, a bold countermeasure formed in his mind. With that thought, the principal promptly slipped a peculiar object into Lin Ze's pocket. This is a cross-dimensional teleportation stone. I have a plan. After hearing the principal's plan, Lin Ze pondered for a moment before nodding. I think it's feasible. But principal, are you sure they won't beat me to death? Lin Ze suddenly looked at the principal with a pitiful expression, a sly smile playing on his lips. How could the principal not know what he was thinking? With a playful scolding, he said. Alright, I'll send you a new piece of equipment shortly. With my teleportation stone, this carrot of yours will be perfectly safe. It turned out the headmaster planned to use Lin Ze as bait to wipe out the entire Brahma society involved in this operation. Lin Ze was only around level 20, so the Brahma society would never deploy their lords above level 80. Doing so would expose them too easily. Lords above level 80 were national level combat forces. There was no way they could completely conceal their presence. Therefore, the lords dispatched this time should be no higher than levels 50 to 60. Capturing a live one would allow the Dragon Nation military to interrogate them for more information on the Brahma society, aiding in its eradication. Lin Ze naturally agreed. After all, the enemy had targeted him. Personally eliminating them as swiftly as possible was clearly the best course of action. Besides, with the headmaster present, his safety was assured. After discussing further details, Lin Ze departed and returned to the arena. Each match was separated by a minimum 2-hour break, with Lin Ze's second bout scheduled for the afternoon. Although Lin Ze had won one match, his ranking remained low. Since that battle had been evenly matched, he had earned only the basic victory points. With nothing else to do at the moment, Lin Ze decided to watch other competitors' matches on the field. Nearly all the seeded players had already finished their matches, leaving only relatively mediocre lords still battling. To Lin Ze, it was nothing more than a bunch of noobs pecking at each other. Among the lords participating in this tournament, fewer than half had reached level 20. In truth, only the 3 mentioned earlier were worthy of Lin Ze's serious attention. After watching for a while, Lin Ze grew bored and returned directly to the rest area, entering his lord's space. Your friend Zhao Shanha has sent you an item. The moment he entered, Lin Ze received the equipment sent by the headmaster. Equipment, Ring of Eternal Protection. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, 20. Bonuses, 8% physical resistance, 8% magic resistance, plus 150 elemental resistance. Special property Eternal Shield. The wearer may expend mental energy to create a shield that completely blocks one attack. The shield's damage absorption capacity is twice the wearer's defense. Any damage exceeding this capacity will be reduced by 50%. Special property Pure Earth. The wearer may actively expend mental energy to activate an area of effect damage reduction for their followers. Simultaneously, a domain centered on the wearer is established. Hostile entities within the domain will be repelled, and their mana and mental energy consumption increases by 50%. Pure Earth absorbs the mana and spirit of enemies within the domain to recharge. Upon full charge, it unleashes an area of effect shockwave that repels all enemies and fully reflects damage back to them. A tremendously powerful defensive item. Lin Ze couldn't help but wear it with satisfaction. This bright silver ring, with its lustrous, colored exterior, revealed its extraordinary capabilities. Truly worthy of its legendary status. With this, his defensive capabilities had received a massive boost. Moreover, it provided bonuses to his familiars. Coupled with an aura skill, its practicality was off the charts. This was Lin Ze's second legendary grade equipment, perfectly addressing his current defensive shortcomings. Attack power was never his weakness. With sword control at his disposal, even grinding down enemies slowly could deal devastating damage. Defensively, however, relying solely on the Mystic Phase robe and talismans left him vulnerable. The main issue was that both skills of the Mystic Phase robe consumed significant mental energy, making it impossible to maintain them continuously. This ring, however, consumes minimal mana, requiring nearly half the energy to sustain its domain compared to the Mystic Phase robe. Each lord could equip a maximum of 2 accessories, one offensive, one defensive. Lin Ze had already assembled his full set of gear. After testing it out, Lin Ze exited the lord's space with satisfaction. The moment he stepped out, he noticed someone had appeared beside him. It was a black-haired woman, seemingly of mixed heritage. Her delicate features bore an expression of indifference, while her blood-red eyes were strikingly striking. After a moment's observation, Lin Ze recognized her immediately. Chapter 136, Monster Purge Tournament. Battle against the Steel-Bristled Boar. This was Lilia, the contestant from the beautiful nation. She too possessed a Golden Lord core, rumored to command an army loyal to the gods. What could she possibly want with him? The question surfaced in Lin Ze's mind. Seeing Lin Ze return to the real world, Lilia walked straight up to him, staring expressionlessly before handing him an invitation. Dinner tonight. Lilia's words were terse, her flawless, emotionless face making her seem as stiff as a robot. Lin Ze was baffled, but after a moment's thought, he accepted the invitation. The invitation was covered in beautiful cursive English script, but Lin Ze's foreign language skills weren't strong enough to fully comprehend it. It was a private banquet. After delivering the invitation, Lilia left immediately, having spoken only that one sentence the entire time. She barely made eye contact, leaving Lin Ze utterly baffled. Ah well, he'd deal with it tonight. Maybe some local tycoon wanted to network. Lin Ze had encountered similar situations back home, so he simply tucked the invitation into his pocket. Little did he know, as Lilia walked to a secluded corner after leaving, her eyes suddenly glowed with a dreamy expression. He really is the man I've set my sights on. He's so handsome. Moments later, she shook her head sharply. No, I can't let him see me like this. Men prefer sensible, romantic girls. I must maintain. Lin Ze paid no mind to this minor incident, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Why did the Brahma Society target him specifically? Was it merely because he was currently the top rising star in Dragon Nation? But during that exchange match, he hadn't even shown much of his true strength. Why would they specifically set up a trap just for him? Could it be they know the secret about me? Lin Ze pondered for a long time but couldn't arrive at a reasonable conclusion. Soon, noon arrived. After lunch with Chen Yeshi, Lin Ze learned about her morning's battles. Compared to Lin Ze, Chen Yeshi had been far busier. He had fought 3 matches that morning alone. One of them was against a top-tier seed player. The two battled fiercely for nearly an hour and a half before Chen Yeshi barely managed to secure the victory. According to him, the average skill level among this year's competitors was exceptionally high, and he wasn't confident about securing a top placement. The two chatted a bit longer about the competition before returning to their respective battle zones. In the afternoon, Lin Ze's schedule intensified, with 3 matches to play. His first 2 opponents were relatively weak, likely participating just to gain experience, and Lin Ze dispatched them with ease. His final opponent, however, was a man from Eagle Nation. On paper, he appeared to be a formidable foe. Alan, a standout sophomore at Eagle Nation's Royal Academy, was rumored to have been a strong contender for the student council leadership during his freshman year, showcasing considerable skill. The format drawn for this match proved intriguing, not a direct duel between the two, but a monster extermination contest. The specifics were that both contestants would simultaneously battle a group of monsters with identical combat power. The lord who completed the extermination first would be declared the victor. Soon, both entered the simulation space together. The target was a pack of 4th-tier monsters, steel bristle boars. These creatures possessed absurdly high physical defense. Alongside formidable defensive capabilities, they wielded terrifying brute strength, capable of effortlessly overturning objects weighing 1 or 2 tons. Such monsters posed a significant challenge for lords lacking soul-based attacks. But Lin Ze remained completely unfazed, for his zombies feared these boars not at all. As long as they could inflict wounds, victory in this battle was assured for Lin Ze. Yet the contest was a race against time. Whomever cleared the field first would claim victory. Therefore, Lin Ze needed to eliminate these boars as swiftly as possible. Pure damage output was sufficient. His sword control technique pierced defenses, and the ash-shrouded sword carried soul attacks. Dealing with 1 or 2 bosses would be manageable, but this required handling numerous low-tier monsters. How could he maximize efficiency? Lin Ze couldn't help but ponder. Soon, the preparation time allotted to Lin Ze was about to end. Still unable to devise a good strategy, he had no choice but to enter the simulation space first and begin the battle. Upon entering the simulation space, Lin Ze immediately spotted a vast forest where a herd of giant boars, averaging 2 to 3 meters in height, rested in the center. They sported long tusks, and the bristles on their backs were a peculiar silver gray, just as their name suggested. This was the demonic creature tribe he was tasked with eliminating. Lin Ze didn't rush into action but observed first. The leader is a gold-tier boss. Total count is over 200? About 80 are 4th tier, over 130 are 3rd tier, and there are over 20 1st and 2nd tier ones. Lin Ze calmly assessed the steel bristle boar pack's combat strength, rapidly mapping out a battle strategy in his mind. Soon, he had a preliminary plan. In the 5 elements, fire overcomes metal. Since most of these steel bristle boars possessed gold element skills, the most effective tactic would be a fire assault. Fortunately, the zombies currently relied most heavily on fire attribute spells. By prioritizing the elimination of most 4th tier boars and personally engaging the boar boss, the zombies could swiftly finish off the rest. Against 4th tier steel bristle boars, there was no need to pursue outright kills. Inflicting wounds would suffice. This approach significantly reduces the time needed to wipe out the entire boar herd. While waiting for the wounded boars to transform into zombies, use that time to eliminate the remaining low-tier monsters. The efficiency would be outstanding. Having made up his mind, Lin Ze immediately summoned the now 5th tier Xiao Yulan and explained his strategy to her. Having evolved to tier 5, Xiao Yulan now bore little difference from a human, save for her slightly paler skin. No trace of zombie characteristics remained on her body. P.S. Xiao Yulan was still quite beautiful. After listening, Xiao Yulan respectfully nodded in understanding before summoning the demon zombies and flying zombies under her command. Lin Ze then summoned Zhang San and Xiao Tian separately to assign their respective tasks. Both man and wolf accepted their orders. Once preparations were complete, Lin Ze drew the long sword from his backpack and first hurled several fire release charms. The flames instantly engulfed the resting steel-bristled wild boars, causing them to emit angry, startled snorts. Just as they began searching for the source of the attack, they suddenly noticed a strange group of creatures appearing in the sky. A group of humans? Just as the boars impatiently prepared to attack, they saw the figures in the sky suddenly hurl clusters of fireballs of various shapes. Chapter 137, The Steel Bristle Boar King's Desperate Counterattack. Chaos erupted among the boars. Fire, their most dreaded enemy. In desperation, several stronger boars threw themselves to the ground, unleashing their clan's innate skill. Steel Rain. This technique involved facing the enemy with their strongest defensive backs, then launching their steel needle like quills outward. While defending themselves, they inflicted massive damage on their foes. Moreover, the steel needles on their backs contained a useful ability, amplifying the enemy's pain. This made their damage more effective at shattering the enemy's will. Unfortunately, the zombies in the air felt no pain whatsoever. Even pierced by the needles, they showed no reaction. Such minor injuries are utterly insignificant to them. Thus, to the astonishment of the steel bristle boars, these men stared straight at their hail of steel, continuing their relentless assault. Though the fire spells dealt limited damage, they threw the entire boar herd into chaos, preventing any organized counterattack. Seeing this, the boar king at the center let out a mighty, majestic roar. Roar! The roar gradually calmed the boars. Just as they prepared to see their king deal with those despicable creatures in the sky, they suddenly noticed a human youth had appeared behind the king at some point. The boars instantly erupted into frantic snorts, startling even the steel-bristled boar king. The moment it turned its head, a flying sword no bigger than a toothpick to it slashed viciously into its body. Roar! Roar! The boar king let out an agonized roar. His apple-sized eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Enraged, he immediately unleashed the most devastating skill of the steel-bristled boar clan. Death Crush. Essentially, it curled its body into a ball and charged at high speed toward its enemy. Though simple, this move was incredibly powerful. Weighing several tons, propelled by sheer velocity, and armed with a back bristling with steel quills, being crushed by it meant either death or severe injury. This move was especially effective against smaller foes. Unfortunately for the boar, Lin Ze wouldn't charge alone without reason. His goal was to provoke the boar king into attacking him, allowing him to distract and immobilize it. Even while battling the boar king, Lin Ze could still grant buffs to the zombies, something the boar king itself couldn't do. Just as the wild boar king was about to trample Lin Ze in a frenzied charge, two massive grey hands suddenly reached out from beside him, halting the beast in its tracks. Seal of Demon Slaying, Summon. Malignant Rock King. The mark on Lin Ze's left hand glowed brightly, resonating with the mark flickering in the evil Rock King's eyes. This skill is incredibly useful. Unfortunately, the summoning restrictions are still too severe. Lin Ze thought. After halting the steel-bristled boar king, the evil Rock King roared furiously, slamming his fist into its body. The immense force sent shockwaves through the boar king, who instantly recoiled in pain, struggling to kick the evil Rock King away with its legs. Both monsters relied on brute strength and physicality, making their collision deafening. Seizing this opening, Lin Ze immediately ordered Zhang San and the other zombies to launch a full-scale assault, directing their attack at the steel-bristled boar herd. The boars, already in disarray, were now leaderless. Without their chieftain's command, they nearly lost all will to fight, falling prey to the zombies' relentless pursuit and bites. Meanwhile, the steel-bristled boar king was now utterly enraged, throwing caution to the wind as it clashed with the evil Rock King. Under normal circumstances, a steel-bristled boar of the same level would stand no chance against a single evil Rock King. However, the boss summoned by the seal of defeated demons could only exert about 70% of its original combat power. Combined with the fact that this boar king was already approaching platinum tier strength, the two were locked in a stalemate. However, the summoning had a time limit and continuously drained Lin Ze's mental energy. After commanding the evil Rock King to unleash an initial version of Earth's Wrath, Lin Ze terminated the summoning skill. Stunned and disoriented by the single strike of Earth's Wrath, the steel-bristled boar king swayed its massive body. It let out a furious roar, ready to continue the fight, only to find the evil Rock King had vanished without a trace. The enraged boar king let out a bewildered cry before suddenly realizing, "That wretched grey stone creature must have fled in fear of me." The boar king thought this, letting out a triumphant snort. But when he turned to see his subjects being hunted down, his rage flared. Just as he was about to rush to their aid, a sharp pain pierced his back. He whipped his head around. It was the damned human brat again. Lin Ze stood there, smiling as he manipulated several swords with his sword control technique, indiscriminately attacking every steel-bristled boar within sight. The steel-bristled boars, now weakened by the armor-piercing effect, were no longer as tough as rocks. Under the zombies' relentless assault, casualties quickly mounted. Lin Ze didn't kill the 4th-tier boars. Instead, he planned to use his infection ability to bring them back as meat shields. After all, constantly charging with his own zombies, it hurt to see them die, didn't it? Witnessing his subjects being slaughtered, the steel-bristled boar king roared with rage and charged forward, only to be intercepted by Lin Ze. With a single strike, Lin Ze unleashed a sky-piercing cleave, infused with southern brightness fire. The blade instantly carved a deep wound into the boar's hide. The wounded boar king bellowed as it charged toward Lin Ze. Just as it was about to collide with him, Lin Ze's body suddenly erupted in a dazzling light, sparkling like diamonds. Eternal Sanctuary Ring. Though the collision dealt immense damage, it did not exceed 3 times Lin Ze's defense and was blocked by the Eternal Shield. After successfully withstanding the blow, Lin Ze swiftly raised his hand, casting a heavenly thunder seal that struck the boar squarely on its forehead. He swiftly retreated, unleashing another whirling annihilation/mid-air. The gray sword energy swiftly struck the steel bristle boar king, followed immediately by a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel crashing down. This barrage of attacks severely wounded the body as hard as diamond, causing the boar king to spit out a mouthful of blood. Not only was its armor shattered, but Lin Ze had also imbued it with the Starfall sword's star wound, whose scorching effect caused it excruciating agony. As life slipped away, the steel bristle boar king roared in defiance, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash the signature skill of every steel bristle boar. Soul Lock. Death Charge. It locked onto Lin Ze and charged toward him with frenzied ferocity. This was its final, desperate strike. The sheer force was enough to rip Lin Ze's kidneys right out of his lungs. Lin Ze hadn't expected such fierce determination, a reckless charge with no regard for its own life. Once locked onto a target, there was absolutely no escaping. In this state, the steel bristle boar king would likely keep charging toward him even after death. With no other choice, Lin Ze activated the Mystic Heaven's blessing, intending to withstand the collision with its 99% damage reduction. With a deafening crash, Lin Ze was slammed violently into a massive boulder. The 5 to 6 meter tall rock instantly shattered, scattering into a field of rubble. Chapter 138, The match ends. The decoy operation begins. After letting out one final, drawn-out snort, the wild boar king finally collapsed to the ground, its life extinguished. Covered in mud, Lin Ze coughed up sand and gravel and blood. Even 1% damage still hurt me? Without damage immunity, that hit probably would have killed me outright. It had been ages since he'd been thrown into such disarray. Lin Ze couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Just as he scrambled to his feet to finish the job, a golden light suddenly erupted from the steel bristle boar king's corpse. Ha! Could there be loot? Lin Ze's interest was instantly piqued. He immediately approached the steel bristle boar king's corpse to investigate. Sure enough, he found something. 2 pieces of grade 5 defensive material, tough stone. 2 iron fangs. These were all materials with decent bonuses, and the iron fangs would be perfect for crafting the purple accessory, the wild necklace. After collecting the loot, the zombies had finished cleaning up, and the steel bristle boar herd vanished completely from this world. Upon exiting the simulation space, Lin Ze's results quickly drew gasps from the crowd. A tier 4 steel bristle boar, and he took care of it in just over 10 minutes? That's insane. I see the battle over here is still halfway through, yet this contestant has already finished? Truly worthy of being called the strongest youth in the Dragon Nation. I thought it was just hype, but his strength is genuinely that formidable. Even the judges, who were no strangers to prodigious youths, couldn't help but silently nod in admiration at Lin Ze. Such an outstanding performance suggested the Dragon Nation might soon witness the rise of an extraordinary, formidable leader. Given this, aligning positions at the International Council would require even more careful consideration. Lin Ze, of course, remained oblivious to the bureaucrat's thoughts. His sole focus now was checking his own results. The points from this battle significantly boosted his overall score, propelling him to a much higher ranking. At this rate, advancing as the top seed from his group seemed entirely within reach. It was only natural for Lin Ze to think this way, as he adhered to the principle of either not doing something at all or doing it to the absolute best of his ability. Soon, the afternoon matches drew to a close. Lin Ze had also watched one of Lilia's battles, forming a clearer understanding of this machine-like girl. Lilia's unit composition was highly unusual, the Deathbringer Knights. Every member wore thick, full-face helmets, even the archers and mages, making it impossible to discern their race. Their attacks seemed to carry a special effect, causing enemies to be instantly swallowed by darkness. So far, Lin Ze had only observed these abilities, but he sensed that these black armored knights were far more than met the eye. Moreover, Lin Ze noticed that within Lilia's domain, a profoundly powerful spirit seemed to lurk in the shadows, silently observing the battle. Lilia's weapon was equally remarkable, a massive black and red scythe. Judging by the aura it emitted, it was undoubtedly legendary grade equipment or higher. Truly befitting the core of a Golden Lord, starting gear was indeed superior, unlike his own meager collection of a small axe and a plain white longsword. Recalling Takeda's Ain no Murakumo sword, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Oh right, she invited me to dinner tonight. Should I go? Gazing at Lilia's expressionless yet striking face on the screen, Lin Ze suddenly remembered. Before he could finish the thought, a sharp pain pierced his mind. Immediately after, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Ze, can you hear me? Lin Ze froze, instantly recognizing the voice as the principal's. If you can hear me, just blink your eyes hard. You haven't mastered this method of mental communication yet, so you can't speak to me directly. Lin Ze complied, and the principal continued. Listen carefully. The undercover teacher has identified suspected members of the Brahma Society, though we can't confirm they're all of them. They've already set their sights on you. Act as realistically as possible later. When they drag you into the Lord's space, remember the teleportation stone I gave you last time? Use it the moment you enter. That way, I can pinpoint your location immediately. Lin Ze instantly grasped the principal's meaning and casually gave a slight nod. Good. You can exit through the competition area doors now. Those guys are waiting for you right outside. After pretending to watch the match to the end, Lin Ze stood up, stretched lazily, and walked straight toward the competition area exit, looking thoroughly exhausted. He hadn't expected the Brahma Heaven people to be so impatient. It was only the first day of the competition, yet they were already coming for him. Was he really that appealing to them? Lin Ze mused with a hint of resignation. Nevertheless, he walked out the gate as if nothing was amiss, then hailed a taxi. From an observer's perspective, Lin Ze appeared exhausted and eager to return to rest, a golden opportunity for the Van Tian Society members who had been watching him for so long. He's leaving alone now, with no one accompanying him. Should we move now? Inside a black sedan not far from Lin Ze, a man whispered into his walkie-talkie. Moments later, an affirmative response came through the intercom. The man nodded immediately, started the car, and drove away before Lin Ze could leave the area. For this operation, the Brahma Society had deployed 3 Inner Circle members, all level 60 lords possessing combat prowess far exceeding their rank. The reason elder level members weren't deployed was that the mere presence of a lord above level 80 in this country would immediately raise suspicions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they planned to capture Lin Ze through a covert ambush. As for why Lin Ze was being captured, the Outer Circle members were not privy to that information. Only the 3 Inner Circle members participating in the mission knew the reason. Soon, every possible route Lin Ze might take back to the hotel had been mapped out. Dozens of black-clad figures lay in wait along the roads, poised to intercept him at any moment. True to their expectations, Lin Ze chose one of these routes. It was a relatively secluded route, devoid of pedestrians and traffic lights. The driver, eager to save time, chose this path. As soon as the taxi approached an area devoid of pedestrians or other vehicles, a black sedan emerged from the shadows. It executed a textbook American-style roadblock, forcing Lin Ze's taxi to a halt. Several black-clad figures immediately exited the sedan. Without a word, they drew their Lord crystals, first dragging the driver into the Lord's space before lunging to seize Lin Ze. Unless absolutely necessary, they were strictly forbidden from forcibly dragging Lin Ze into the Lord's space outside. This was the explicit order from their superiors. If they failed to seize him promptly, any delay allowing the Dragon Nation forces to detect something amiss would render their mission impossible. Chapter 139, Ambush. The purpose of the Brahma Society. And they needed Lin Ze alive. Lin Ze played along perfectly, first feigning confusion, then shifting to sheer terror. Who are you? Lin Ze feigned panic, though inwardly he chuckled. The men in black offered no reply. With a sinister grin, they grabbed him and dragged him away. Lin Ze was bundled into the black sedan. The entire process was swift and decisive, concluding in under 3 minutes. The 2 vehicles parted ways, each driving off as if nothing had ever happened. Mission accomplished. The target is in our custody. Proceeding to the safe house. In the vehicle, a man in black spoke into his walkie-talkie. Understood. I'll arrange the evacuation immediately. Notify all outer perimeter members to return to the safe house at once. A sinister voice echoed from the other end of the radio. Lin Ze wore a look of bewilderment on his face, but inwardly, he had already committed every detail to memory. The man in the car responded once more, and then silence fell over the vehicle again. Lin Ze, his head covered, had no idea where he was being taken. But he remained unflustered. The black-clad man hadn't discarded his school ID card, which contained a tracking chip. A student from Qingbei University wasn't so easy to capture. Soon, Lin Ze felt the car come to a stop. They must have reached their so-called safe house. The door slid open slowly, and Lin Ze recognized a familiar voice. Long time no see, Lin Ze. It was the voice of Kazama Shin, the Japanese man from the exchange match last time. As Lin Ze's mind raced with thoughts, he suddenly felt someone grab the black cloth covering his head and yank it off. A blinding light instantly assaulted his eyes, causing him to instinctively squint. Then, he saw 3 people standing before him who clearly weren't ordinary members of the Brahma Society. To the left stood a seductively alluring woman. To the right was a man with his face wrapped in bandages. And in the center stood Kazama, the Japanese man Lin Ze had met once before. It seemed these 3 were the core members of the Brahma Society. Lin Ze thought to himself. Though he couldn't detect their exact levels, Lin Ze could sense the dangerous aura emanating from them. They were likely over 30 levels above him. After another round of observation, Lin Ze became certain this operation had been orchestrated by these 3. He decided to drop the act altogether. With effortless ease, Lin Ze wrenched free from the shackles the black-clad figures had used to restrain his summoning of the Lord Crystal. Instantly, he conjured the crystal. The 3 men instantly frowned. If you don't want to die, you'd better come with us quietly. If you insist on resisting, we'll have no choice but to beat you half to death before taking you back. The man with the bandaged face spoke with a sinister tone. Finishing his threat, he stuck out his tongue, looking eager to get started. The woman chuckled, as if scolding a mischievous younger brother, and admonished. Lin Ze, be good. Put that thing away. I don't want to ruin your handsome face. After all, you're the vessel chosen by the master. If you damage it, we'll be punished. Lin Ze's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly committed this crucial information to memory. the leader of the Brahma Society, a vessel. Could it be that the guy can take over other people's bodies and lord cores? Or use it to achieve some other purpose? As Lin Ze pondered, Kazama Shin grew impatient and summoned his own Lord Crystal. Since you refused the olive branch, don't blame me for forcing the issue. Feng Jianqin declared, preparing to pull Lin Ze into the Lord's space. Unexpectedly, something astonishing occurred. Lin Ze grinned, then proactively bound all three of them together, entering the Lord's realm collectively. This wasn't a one-sided forced entry. It was a mutual agreement, a Lord's deathmatch with the way of heaven as judge. Only when one Lord's crystal shattered could the participating Lords return to reality. The first thing Lin Ze did upon entering the Lord's realm was pull out the teleportation stone the principal had given him and activate it. A brilliant azure light flashed, and a pitch-black portal instantly materialized beside Lin Ze. Lord Deathmatch initiated. Prepare for battle. A notification instantly popped up on the Lord Crystal. This meant those three could now launch an attack on Lin Ze's territory. The moment the message appeared, several circling wyverns materialized in the sky. These wyverns were entirely emerald green, dripping with an unknown fluid. They bore not a shred of a dragon's majesty, appearing monstrous in form. Unit type, Plague Dragon. Class? Description: a dragonling species that perished in the Plague Lands, its corpse transformed into a peculiar entity possessing formidable physique and unimaginable power. What terrifying power! A single one could likely level my entire domain. Looks like they've noticed something's amiss too. Lin Ze thought to himself. Just as the dragon soared toward Lin Ze's domain, a fierce shout erupted from within the portal. Monstrous beast, cease your insolence! A burly man over 2 meters tall burst forth from the portal, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. The giant man wielded an enormous blade, charging directly toward the plague dragons. Wah! Taste Grandpa's mountain-splitting slash! The man roared, raising his blade high in the air. With devastating force, he brought it down upon the lead plague dragon. A massive blade of light erupted in the sky, instantly cleaving the plague dragon in two. A torrent of green blood spewed forth, corroding everything it touched. The burly man who'd just decapitated a wyvern roared with hearty laughter. He then thrust his blade into the ground, glaring haughtily at the remaining wyverns in the sky. Any of you death-defying fools dare to fly forward, and I'll chop you all to pieces. His voice boomed like a temple bell, and surprisingly, the remaining plague dragons began to show fear, retreating backward one after another. As the dragons departed, Lin Ze opened his mouth to speak, only to find the headmaster standing beside him. Clad in battle armor, he bore the air of a seasoned warrior, his presence having materialized unnoticed. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? This guy's a hero spirit I went through a lot to contract. His name is Xiao Padian. Lin Ze was speechless, offering a heartfelt thumbs up. As they spoke, a vast, dark mass suddenly appeared in the distance, at least 100,000 strong. It seemed Kazama Shin and his companions were quick thinkers. They immediately grasped the situation and were prepared to fight to the death. But alas, how could 3 lords in their 60s possibly stand against a tyrant nearing level 90? Chapter 140, Sacrifice. Battle against the Yamata no Orochi. With a sweeping gesture from the headmaster, countless figures shot forth from behind him. These figures wore fantastical jetpacks strapped to their backs, their bodies covered in light armor of unknown material, wielding a variety of weapons. Lin Ze recognized them instantly, a rare technological race. The Mechanical Clan. They worshipped not gods, but the weapons in their hands and the truth called science. The soldiers of the Mechanical Clan were not entirely flesh and blood, they all possessed some degree of mechanical augmentation in their bodies. This race ranked among the most formidable in the current Lord's world. Moreover, the longer they developed, the more formidable their unlocked tech trees became. They were the only race capable of surpassing gods solely through their minions. As the mechanic soldiers joined the fray, a relentless barrage of artillery and laser fire erupted, instantly erecting an ironclad defensive line before Lin Ze's domain. The mechanized clan continuously deployed bizarre devices, swiftly encircling the outskirts of Lin Ze city. The Allied forces, composed of 3 distinct races, hadn't even laid eyes on Lin Ze before they were subjected to a baptism of technology. Frontline troops suffered heavy casualties in an instant. The expressions of the 3 members of the Brahma Society at the rear of the army darkened considerably. The mechanics. It's the Chancellor of Qingbei University. He's hailed as the uncrowned king below level 90. Even a typical level 90 lord couldn't stand against him. This time, we're likely trapped. The bandaged man said grimly. The plague dragon from earlier was his familiar. This man was exceptionally skilled in poison, and the nature of his domain granted any troops he trained the ability to inflict poison damage. What should we do? Can we request reinforcements from headquarters? The woman spoke up, her tone no longer as composed as before. Among the 3, she was the weakest in combat strength, yet possessed an exceptionally unique skill, mental control. However, this ability relied on a specific structure within her domain, and in combat, she wasn't particularly formidable. At this point, we have no choice but to fight for our lives. Don't even think about asking the master for help. This is a crucial moment for him to switch vessels. He absolutely won't intervene just for the three of us. We need to find another way. Even if we could persuade him to intervene, the master would struggle to breach Zhao Shanhe's spatial barrier. By the time his true form reached the United States, we'd likely be dead. Feng Jianxin's expression darkened, revealing a hint of grim resolve. His words dampened the spirits of the other two, who sighed in resignation. However, I do have another plan. After a moment, Kazama Shin suddenly spoke up. Ha? What method? The bandaged man asked in confusion. You should know about that guy in my territory, right? Kazama Shin said coldly, his gaze fixed intently on the two men. The two exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of deep unease. You mean, sacrifice all our subordinates? What else? How else can we defeat the damnable creature? Only by risking everything and finding a way to kill that brat do we have a glimmer of hope. Kazama Shin declared with unwavering resolve. The two men considered it and realized he was right. After a moment's hesitation, the bandaged man spoke first. Fine. I'll give you all my units. The woman fell silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. For a lord to relinquish all the troops within their domain was a terrifying prospect. For a lord's strength lay in their troops. Could a lord without troops still be considered a lord? These troops had been painstakingly cultivated over years, one by one. But compared to their lives, they had no choice but to relinquish them. Seeing both parties agree, Kazama Shinya let out an evil grin. Very well. Hand over command of your military units to me. Fuma Shinya spoke, then immediately returned to his own domain. Where was even a trace of fear in his eyes now? They were filled entirely with fervor. Lord Yamada no Orochi, I have finally awakened you. He murmured softly, like a devout believer. With that, he activated the ancient altar before him, and a crimson glow appeared before his eyes. Lin Ze, who had been watching the battle with great interest, suddenly noticed the ghost warriors and the plague legion abruptly retreating. Their speed was so swift it resembled a desperate flight. Ha? Are they planning to surrender? Lin Ze watched the allied forces retreating desperately without engaging in frontal combat, muttering to himself in confusion. The headmaster also wore a puzzled expression, yet he commanded the mechanized clan to pursue, determined to annihilate these three foes in one decisive blow. The mechanical soldiers pressed their advantage, swiftly advancing deep into the territory of Shin Fuma and his companions. Lin Ze and the headmaster floated in the air, their gazes fixed upon the oppressive city before them. The city was now packed with countless soldiers, all kneeling in unison. Kazuma Fuma, holding his black and red tachi sword, sat suspended mid-air like some charlatan. He. Upon seeing Lin Ze and the principal arrive, Kazuma suddenly opened his eyes, emitting an eerie laugh. His eyes had turned a deep crimson, his pupils transformed into eerie vertical slits, cold as a snake's. Since you've come, then stay. Kazama Shin chuckled wickedly, suddenly thrusting his tachi into the ground as a powerful aura erupted from his entire being. Lord Yamada no Orochi. Your humble servant, Shin, now offers the flesh and blood of 100,000 warriors to welcome your descent. Hurl down a divine punishment, a calamity from the heavens, with your supreme might. As he shouted, every soldier within the city let out agonized cries. The Plague Clan, the Heaven-Deceiving Clan, and Kazama Shin's own clan of Onmyoji warriors all clutched their heads in agony. Within the crimson glow emanating from the altar at Kazama Shin's feet, their bodies gradually melted away. In less than half a minute, tens of thousands of followers dissolved into pools of blood, flowing eerily toward Kazunabu. Upon the altar, a 100-meter-tall phantom of an 8-headed serpent slowly materialized, its malevolent eyes gazing greedily at Lin Ze and the others. This king has finally returned to the world once more. A hoarse voice echoed ethereally, its excitement beyond words. Accompanied by a terrifying burst of crimson light, 8 serpent heads burst forth from the earth. A colossal figure hundreds of meters tall instantly materialized within Kazama Shin City, crushing countless structures beneath its weight. Free at last. Yamada no Orochi let out a bone-chilling laugh, its arrogance bordering on madness. The principal stared at it with a grave expression, his resolve hardening. Though the Yamada no Orochi before him hadn't fully regained its power, it had already reached roughly the 10th tier, a demon lord level creature of immense might. Chapter 141, Cutting Off the Fuel. Devouring the Lord's Core. A 10th tier demon lord was directly comparable to a 90 level lord. Though the headmaster was powerful, he had not broken through the 90 level barrier. Due to certain circumstances, his strength remained stuck at level 89. This was going to be a brutal fight for him. Who would have thought this Sakura Nation man possessed such power, sacrificing 100,000 lives in an instant to summon a slain demon god? And he spares not even his own followers, utterly heartless. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ze couldn't help but curse under his breath. The principal, his expression grave, addressed him. You go first. This is going to be trouble. Facing such a formidable foe, even the headmaster must give his all. Lin Ze understood the gravity of the situation. He nodded and turned to fly away. But just as he started to move, he heard Kazama Shin's sinister chuckle. Trying to run? As the words left his lips, a dark green serpentine phantom suddenly materialized from the ground. Moving with blinding speed, it coiled around Lin Ze in an instant. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately activated the Eternal Shield while simultaneously drawing the grey nether sword, slashing down at the shadow. "You little beast! You shall pay for my plague clan!" The bandaged man's cold voice echoed. Lin Ze's expression darkened as he instantly summoned every flying sword at his disposal. Even without his minions, a level 60 lord was no easy foe. Fortunately, neither the bandaged man nor the woman appeared to be combat-oriented lords, so their personal combat prowess likely wasn't formidable. Fujima Shin, meanwhile, needed to control the altar to ensure Yamada no Orochi could fight properly. The situation instantly became tense. Lin Ze faced off against two lords who had lost all their familiars, while the headmaster led his mechanical tribe into battle against Yamada no Orochi and Kazama Shin. Fortunately, Lin Ze's minions had remained behind him. At his command, they immediately charged forward. Over 1,000 zombies poured out, instantly surrounding the bandaged man and the alluring woman on the plain. Though neither was skilled in combat, they were still level 60 lords whose attributes far surpassed Lin Ze's 4th and 5th tier zombies. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Fortunately, zombies were nearly immune to most toxins, which prevented the bandaged man from unleashing his full combat potential. He was thoroughly entangled by Xiao Tian and Chen Chun, along with several demonic zombies. Meanwhile, the woman was being handled by Xiao Yulin and Zhang San working together. Lin Ze immediately began strategizing a way to break the stalemate. Right now, sheer numbers were keeping the two of them occupied. But if they broke through the blockade, the danger would shift to him. These zombies would be no match for the two of them if they charged straight into Lin Ze's territory to destroy the crystal. And he had no confidence that he could lead these zombies to successfully kill them. Now, there was only one option left. Venture into their territory and devour their lord's core. Lin Ze watched the two figures slaughtering zombies with frenzied abandon. A plan instantly formed in his mind. His form flickered, and he vanished from his original spot. Under Liao's command, the zombies began executing the orders Lin Ze had just mentally transmitted. Hold off those two with all your might and minimize our own casualties. Though this battle plan left Liao feeling unsatisfied, he had little choice but to resort to this tactic, unable to unleash his full power at present. Just as Lin Ze set off for Bandaged Man's territory, Bandaged Man engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies instantly discerned Lin Ze's intentions. "That kid intends to go destroy our Lord Crystal outright?" He spoke, suddenly breaking into laughter. "I thought he was a smart one. Who knew he'd pull such a foolish stunt?" He shook his head mockingly before redoubling his efforts against the zombies. Had it been a warrior-type lord, with their level 60 stats, they likely would have broken through the encirclement long ago and gone straight for Lin Ze. Unfortunately, they were not. But they weren't the least bit worried that Lin Ze could break through their territory directly. This was because within the territory, guardian spirits stood watch. Even non-combat-oriented spirits could easily block a lord barely in his 20s. Lin Ze was well aware that the enemy's territory housed spirit guardians. But rather than wait for them to summon these guardians to slaughter his soldiers, he preferred to launch a surprise attack. Success would greatly ease the pressure. With that thought, Lin Ze immediately charged toward the seductive woman's territory. The reason was simple: her level and combat strength both appeared weaker than the bandaged man's. Soon, Lin Ze soared directly into her territory. Defensive structures like arrow towers were useless without sufficient troops to operate them, and the walls were no obstacle to Lin Ze, who could fly. Just as Lin Ze was about to reach the woman's Lord Crystal, he suddenly noticed a crystal-like barrier had materialized before him. Lin Ze immediately drew a long sword and swung at it. Yet the crystal barrier showed no reaction whatsoever. Even with a full-strength strike, Lin Ze couldn't leave a single mark. "You think you can shatter my dream sky barrier?" A disdainful voice echoed from behind him. A little girl with multicolored hair had appeared behind Lin Ze at some point, floating mid-air with a 7-colored aura surging from her hands. Powerful psychic fluctuations and spirit adept in illusions? Her strength was likely at the 3rd or 4th tier, not without hope of breaking through. Lin Ze could only pray that the opponent would underestimate him due to his rank. Due to the unique nature of his various Taoist arts, Lin Ze's attack power far surpassed that of other lords at his tier. With an all-out burst, disregarding the cost, he should be able to unleash a full-strength strike approaching the power of a level 30 attack. Whether he could devour this core hinged entirely on his next move. Lin Ze gritted his teeth inwardly. In a flash, several strange incantations appeared on the ground. 6 long swords, each impaled with peculiar objects, shot out in all directions, forming a slightly curved circle. Lin Ze held the grey nether sword horizontally before him, then formed a single-handed seal, swiftly activating the formation. Yin Wound Yang Destruction Formation. As Lin Ze's power grew, using the Yin Wounds Yang Destroys formation no longer risked his life with every cast as it once did. Instead, it had become a desperate tactic trading injury for a powerful attack. To elevate his attack power to a level capable of shattering the barrier before him, Lin Ze had to act decisively. The moment the formation activated, Lin Ze immediately ignited 8 talismans. His current collection of talismans was insufficient to perform the complete 5 elements and 8 trigrams technique, so he substituted with thunder and fire elements instead, casting a simplified version. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams technique was an upgraded version of the 5 elements escape technique, far more complex in its components and capable of unleashing a wider array of abilities. Lin Ze was not proficient in this technique, and the system had yet to grant him the complete version of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams art. Thus, he could only forcefully execute it using the framework he had studied in his spare time. Chapter 142, Breakthrough in Battle. Turning the Tide. As 8 beams of light flared simultaneously, Lin Ze roared, placing the 4 swords before his chest to simulate the 4 symbols' power. Finally, he channeled all the energy from the Yin Injury Yang Destruction formation into them. The Tao gives birth to 1, and 1 gives birth to 2. 2 principles give birth to the 4 symbols, the 4 symbols transform into the 8 trigrams. Pseudo 5 elements and 8 trigrams technique. Open. After aligning the energy and spiritual force within his body according to the patterns, Lin Ze unleashed his most powerful offensive skill to date. Extreme Prison Annihilation / Amplified by a cascade of spells, a terrifying surge of energy erupted. Gray-white thunder intertwined with flames, sweeping across the heavens with overwhelming force as it struck the multicolored barrier. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Lin Ze felt a sharp pain in his internal organs and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The gray light nearly engulfed half the territory. The intense yin-yang energies instantly shattered all defenses, simultaneously obliterating every structure within a radius of nearly a kilometer. The spirit hero hadn't anticipated Lin Ze possessing such devastating offensive power. Before it could react, Lin Ze's strike hit it squarely, instantly plunging it into a near-fatal state. This strike surpassed that of a level 30 lord. But the cost was immense. Every talisman Lin Ze possessed had been expended in setting up the formation, including the premium talismans he had personally forged. Moreover, the attack strained the grey nether sword to its limits, leaving numerous cracks along its blade. Fortunately, he wielded the grey nether sword, capable of self-repair. Any other blade would have been instantly destroyed. Lin Ze himself sustained significant injuries, his internal organs shaken until they bled. Fortunately, he possessed the world tree-like life fruit given to him by Momo, which rapidly restored his physical condition. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze stepped before the purple Lord Crystal and extended his hand. Detected absorbable Lord Crystal. Absorb immediately? Lin Ze felt his eyelids growing heavy, a sign of severe mental energy depletion. Yes. Lin Ze uttered the single word with trembling lips before his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. As a familiar glow surged forth, a powerful and warm energy flooded into Lin Ze's body. Congratulations, host. Successfully absorbed a level 61 purple Lord core. Core successfully upgraded. System will undergo evolution. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 25. New talismans and formations have been unlocked. Loot has been distributed to your inventory. By absorbing a level 60 Lord core, Lin Ze had leaped 5 levels at once. He was now a level 26 Lord. Moreover, it seemed the system had successfully evolved. Lin Ze wasn't entirely sure what upgrading his core meant, but judging by the prompts, it was definitely a good thing. Meanwhile, the woman fiercely battling the zombies suddenly paled, a look of utter despair spreading across her face. No! Before she could finish her sentence, she vanished in an instant. Deprived of her Lord core, she reverted to an ordinary human and was forcibly returned to the real world. Not far away, the bandaged man's face also twisted in shock, his expression shifting between disbelief and anger. That brat actually destroyed the Blue Fox's Lord core? That damn woman! Are the heroes in the domain just eating their meals for nothing? They couldn't even stop a level 20 brat. Useless! The bandaged man cursed under his breath before turning his gaze toward the battlefield where the headmaster and Yamata no Orochi clashed. A massive humanoid mecha stood towering over Kazama Makoto's territory, locked in a fierce battle with Yamata no Orochi. The mech bore numerous wounds, its massive wings torn off by Yamata no Orochi, leaving only a fraction intact. 2 of the Yamata no Orochi's 8 heads had been severed. The situation was too chaotic to discern the outcome, and a decisive victory seemed unlikely in the near future. If this continued, the hope of leaving intact would grow ever slimmer. It seemed he too would have to fight desperately. The bandaged man steeled his resolve, then conceived a viciously cruel plan. If you don't want me to live, then you won't live well either. The bandaged man immediately unleashed his poison mist skill, cloaking himself in mist and vanishing from the zombie's sight. He then quietly returned to his territory and summoned all 3 spirits. While Lin Ze's troops were immune to his plague poison, the principal's mechanical race was not. Thus, the bandaged man planned to bring his 3 spirit heroes to the battlefield where the principal and Yamata no Orochi clashed, intending to detonate them. To infect the mechanized clan with his signature toxin. Though his raw power couldn't match the headmaster's, his toxin was exceptionally potent, capable of severely crippling the machine clan's combat effectiveness. That woman named Qinghu had just made him sense a crisis, so he was willing to sacrifice even the spirits within his domain to protect his own life and cultivation. After all, this territory represented over a decade of painstaking effort to build its current strength. After one final glance at his now deserted domain, Bandage Man gritted his teeth and forcibly bound the three spirits to himself. Their minds had already been corrupted by the Bandaged Man, all to prepare for precisely this kind of situation. Soon, he quietly approached the edge of the battlefield. Wrapped in bandages, he wore a purple necklace that concealed his aura, ensuring no one detected his presence. All he needed now was an opening. When the headmaster showed a weakness, he would use a self-detonation to contaminate the machine clan. Victory would be theirs. Soon, the Bandaged Man spotted an opening and immediately summoned the three spirits. Go! He snarled, his face twisted with madness. The three spirits, glowing green, flew with vacant stares into the gaps of the mechanical tribe's armored army. Suddenly, they transformed into a mass of dark green smoke and exploded. The immense shockwave instantly twisted countless mechanized clan warriors' faces into grimaces of agony. This plague toxin possessed not only extreme contagiousness but also inherent corrosive effects, making its lethality in dense crowds undeniably devastating. Units struck by this attack would die instantly if below Tier 6. Those below Tier 8 would perish within 10 minutes without treatment. Only 10th tier units could withstand it for about half an hour through sheer attributes, remaining combat capable for a short time afterward. As the Bandaged Man had anticipated, the explosion instantly threw the mechanical soldiers into chaos while killing many of them outright. Even more terrifying, the plague toxin was spreading at an alarming rate. The principal and the mechanized tribe were utterly unable to spare any forces for quarantine or medical treatment. They were locked in fierce combat with the Yamata no Orochi, leaving them no time to tend to the rear. If the plague poison continued to spread unchecked, even the principal would be in grave danger. At this critical moment, Lin Ze suddenly appeared. Chapter 143, For Symbols Charms. Slaying the Yamata no Orochi. For talismans materialized in his hands, which he hurled directly at the plague-infected area. The four great elements coalesced like a colossal vacuum cleaner, utterly annihilating the green toxic mist. Under the overwhelming pressure of the four elemental forces, the plague toxin vanished at a visible speed, healing even the infected mechanical beings in the process. It turned out that after Lin Ze's level up, the system had granted him another reward, the remaining 3 elemental talismans. Among the 4 symbols, the azure dragon represents wood, the white tiger represents metal, the vermilion bird represents fire, and the black tortoise represents water. Previously, with only the manhwa talisman, the full might of the 4 symbols' elements couldn't be fully unleashed. But now, with all 4 gathered, their combined elemental force could purge all calamities and vanquish every evil under heaven. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Lin Ze, a mere level 20 lord, had actually neutralized the self-detonating toxins of the level 60 spirit of the Bandaged Man? He must be cheating. The headmaster couldn't help but burst into laughter, giving Lin Ze a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being my great-grandson. Hold on a moment, I'll sever this demon's head right now. With that, his aura sharpened. The massive mecha's eyes flashed with light, and a powerful energy surge erupted from the giant sword in his hand. Seizing the opening, he severed yet another head from the Yamata no Orochi. Seeing this, the mechanical soldiers immediately launched a fierce assault, unleashing a barrage of weapons upon the Yamata no Orochi. Meanwhile, the Bandaged Man, having lost his spirit ally, was now a commander without troops. Unless he resorted to self-destruction, he had no chance of defeating Lin Ze. With that realization, he sighed in defeat and raised his hands high toward Lin Ze. With Bandaged Man's defeat, Yamata no Orochi also began struggling to withstand the principal's relentless assault. The life force within Kazama Makoto was nearly exhausted. Continuing to sustain the altar's operation risked his own demise. With no more living sacrifices to offer, Yamata no Orochi was gradually being overwhelmed by the principal's giant mecha warrior, its last remaining head now exposed. Damn it! To fall at the hands of a lowly human. I refuse to accept this. With a final furious roar, Yamata no Orochi unleashed its signature ultimate technique. Devour heaven and earth. This technique allowed it to devour all existence, but with only one head remaining, it could not unleash its full power. After struggling briefly, the head was severed by the principal. With all 8 heads severed, its colossal body twitched feebly a few times before gradually dissipating. Yamata no Orochi, fallen. As the Yamata no Orochi perished, Kazama Shin also coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Ze hadn't been idle. He had subdued the Bandaged Man and absorbed his Lord Crystal. Having absorbed another level 60 Lord, Lin Ze's strength surged to level 29. But new problems arose. The moment Lin Ze finished absorbing the Bandaged Man's Lord Core, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Current absorbable core limit reached. System will temporarily disable absorption function. Host must upgrade to level 3 system to remove restriction. Tier 3 system? What did that mean? Lin Ze was momentarily stunned. He tried to activate the devouring function but found it completely disabled. The entire interface had turned gray. Fortunately, the territory traits and items obtained through previous absorptions remained safely in his inventory. After fruitless attempts, Lin Ze decided to postpone further investigation until he returned home. With all three opponents subdued, Lin Ze and the principal each withdrew from the Lord's deathmatch and returned to the real world. Though they'd lost quite a few zombies this time, the gains were enormous. Setting aside the backpack full of precious materials, the experience points alone enough for a whopping 8 levels were a massive haul. Beyond that, Lin Ze had gained 2 new territory traits and 2 new territory buildings through devouring. This was a huge win. Upon returning to the real world, Lin Ze felt a sudden wave of weakness wash over him, followed by a dizzying sensation of the world spinning. This was the result of excessive mental energy depletion following the high-intensity battle. Though Momo had healed all his physical wounds, his mental energy hadn't fully recovered. However, Lin Ze only felt dizzy for a short while before recovering. Outside, the scene had already been secured by Dragon Nation agents. All the black-clad figures had been apprehended, their heads covered with black cloth and their hands bound with restraints designed to prevent the summoning of Lord Crystals. The 3 core members of the Brahma Society were bound so tightly from head to toe that it seemed utterly disregarded they were now ordinary humans. Capturing these 3 would yield crucial intelligence about the Brahma Society, enabling the complete eradication of this evil cult. The Dragon Nation agents arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within half an hour, the entire scene was restored to pristine order, showing no trace of what had transpired. Lin Ze, acting as if nothing had happened, hailed another taxi and returned to his hotel. After a shower, he lay on the hotel bed, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him like a tide. Unconsciously, Lin Ze drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at a high-end 5-star hotel, Lilia idly toyed with the table flowers using her fork. She disliked dining in such settings. But she'd heard this was an ideal dining spot for lovers' dates, so she'd pulled strings to reserve a table at this elegant couple's restaurant, waiting for that man to arrive. Watching the clock tick away minute by minute, Lilia sighed in disappointment. Silently, she picked up her carefully coordinated handbag and rose to leave. Today, Lilia looked more elegant than usual, thanks to the makeup and outfit her princess best friend had meticulously styled for her. For this dinner, Lilia had even gone so far as to study the peculiar rules of ladylike behavior for the first time in her life. But alas, the host of the evening failed to show up. Listening to the pianist and violinist she had specially invited, Lilia now found the so-called romantic atmosphere utterly laughable. Why wouldn't Lin Ze come? Was it because I was just too unbearable? Lilia sighed, a single tear falling from her expressionless face. The next morning, Lin Ze woke up feeling refreshed and alert. Yet for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd forgotten to do something. Perhaps it was due to yesterday's exhausting battle. Lin Ze didn't dwell on it and soon began studying the new system rewards he had obtained. This time, he had gained 3 new talismans and a new formation. These 3 talismans corresponded to the elements controlled by the 3 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise. Chapter 144, Rewards. Heaven-leaning 4 symbols formation. The Azure Wood Talisman, the Mystic Water Talisman, and the Refined Metal Talisman. These perfectly aligned with 4 of the 5 elements. As for the remaining earth element, it too fell under the domain of the northern dark turtle. Each of these talismans possesses distinct functions, extending beyond simple offensive or defensive applications. For instance, the Azure Wood Talisman not only summons wood elementals but also temporarily grants vitality buffs to allies within its range. The Mystic Water Talisman possesses a purifying effect, cleansing all negative status effects from friendly units within its range. Lin Ze used it to cure the bandaged man's plague poison. The Refined Metal Talisman provides bonuses to forging and weapon enhancement while also granting a boost to the attack power of all allies within its range. But its primary role remains as a formidable offensive tool after all, it embodies the White Tiger, the deity of slaughter. Its power is a full 10-fold greater than the Slaughter Seal. The newly acquired formation is called the Heavenly Support 4 Symbols Formation, requiring 4 types of talismans to activate. This formation summons the ethereal spirits of the 4 divine beasts, granting various enhancements to allies within the array. Moreover, the summoned spirit forms of the divine beasts can engage in combat, though they are naturally far less powerful than the originals. Overnight, Lin Ze's strength skyrocketed, rendering the outcome of this tournament utterly predictable. Who else at this age could possibly reach the terrifying level 28? Moreover, Lin Ze's innate prowess already far surpassed other lords of his level. Now with this overwhelming level advantage, he could likely compete directly in the Tier 3 Global Elite Lords Tournament. Soon, today's competition concluded. Lin Ze didn't even need to use his newly acquired talismans, relying solely on the remaining zombies within his domain to steamroll through the competition. His elimination points soared to the top of the group standings, making him the first contestant poised to advance. But for some reason, while in the competition area today, Lin Ze kept sensing a pair of eyes filled with resentment, yet he couldn't pinpoint who it belonged to. After today's matches concluded, Lin Ze returned to the hotel and immediately logged into the Lord's space. Originally, Lin Ze's domain had over 1,000 zombies. After last night's battle, only slightly more than 1,000 remained, a loss of nearly 500 zombies. Fortunately, most of the casualties were corpse puppets he had converted while in the demon realm. Only a handful of 4th-tier zombies had perished, and not a single 5th-tier zombie had been harmed. Zombies possessed remarkably resilient vitality. As long as their corpses weren't utterly mangled beyond recognition, they could regenerate themselves using flesh and blood. This was especially true for the hair zombies, one of the 4 major zombie branches. As long as they retained their heads, they could regenerate through flesh and blood. Their vitality was downright monstrous. After spending considerable time reforging the zombies, Lin Ze recalled another crucial matter. That was the matter of upgrading the spirit. As a member of the Flame Clan, Liahao possessed innate fire manipulation abilities. His very name, Liahao, stemmed from his mastery of martial arts combined with his extraordinary command of flame. Now, however, Liahao could no longer wield fire, and his power had significantly diminished. This frustrated him greatly, and he repeatedly asked Lin Ze if he could be given a new body. Lin Ze pondered this for a moment before arriving at a solution. Simply defeat a fire-manipulating demon boss or infect a fire-controlling unit, wouldn't that suffice? Yet compared to this, Lin Ze was far more concerned with how to gradually restore Liahao's strength, returning him to his former peak. Just as he was about to consult the headmaster, the Lord's crystal suddenly began to vibrate. Lin Ze stepped forward to investigate and found it was Chu Yao. Due to academic commitments, Chu Yao hadn't accompanied Lin Ze to the United States. She remained at Qingbei University to participate in the Young Lords competition being held within Dragon Nation. This event was essentially a scaled-down version of the Global Elite Lords competition, but its scope was limited to the entire Dragon Nation instead of the entire world. The two hadn't seen each other in several days, and they truly missed one another. Fortunately, the Lord's space ignored physical distance. Even separated by thousands of miles, they could still meet within it. After a brief exchange of sweet nothings, Chu Yao returned to her own domain. A contract bound them, allowing Lin Ze to clearly sense the conditions within Chu Yao's domain. Chu Yao had already reached level 19 and was on the verge of breaking through to level 20, a testament to her exceptional talent as a lord. Seeing her diligent efforts, Lin Ze suddenly felt a wave of happiness wash over him. At the very least, Chu Yao had never once considered relying on him. Instead, she consistently strived to become his ally and support, a quality that surpassed countless other women. Reflecting on this, Lin Ze found his motivation surging once more. First, he personally crafted several talismans. Then, Lin Ze began studying the newly acquired domain attributes from yesterday. First was the plague power of the bandaged man. Trait, plague-infected land. Description, a land shrouded in plague, once the dwelling place of one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Units born within this territory possess a poisonous attribute, and their attacks inflict poison damage. This trait wasn't particularly useful to Lin Ze, as his zombies already possessed corpse poison. However, perhaps under this trait's influence, the infection speed of corpse poison could accelerate. That would be quite useful. Lin Ze pondered this and immediately planned to test it. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Now wasn't the right time to venture into the demon realm. He'd wait until he returned home. After another half-night of work, Lin Ze returned to the real world, intending to relax properly. Just as he stepped out of his room, a familiar figure caught his eye. Lin Wanwan stood there, biting her lip, her small hand raised as she looked at Lin Ze awkwardly. What a coincidence, Senior Lin Ze. Lin Wanwan chuckled nervously, her face flushed with guilt and tension. Oh? What brings you here? Lin Ze stroked his chin as he asked. Nothing. Just passing by, heard you live here. Oh right. Uncle Chi. Uncle Chi said he was coming to find you. As soon as Lin Ze spoke, Lin Wanwan began stammering incoherently, acting like a little girl, which amused Lin Ze. But soon, she found an excuse, immediately looking around before dragging someone out of the principal's office. It was Uncle Chi, whom he'd met briefly before. Shi Xiaoxia, who had been catching up with the principal, scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. But his expression changed when he spotted Lin Ze, and a smile spread across his face. Young friend Lin Ze, we meet again. He greeted him warmly. Lin Ze nodded in return. Hello, Uncle Chi. Shi Xiaoxia laughed heartily, patted Lin Ze on the shoulder, and gave him a thorough once-over before praising. Truly the son of brother Tianding, you carry his spirit from years past. Lin Ze felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself that his dad really did have a wide circle of acquaintances everywhere he went. He seemed to know someone. But Shi Xiaoxia's next remark left him speechless. By the way, I hear you and my little brat get along pretty well? Chapter 145, Preliminary Round Ends. Forging the Fierce Hero's Body. Lin Ze finally took a good look at Shi Xiaoxia and immediately thought of someone. Qi Cheng. You are Qi Qing's father? Lin Ze asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. What made it hard to believe was that Shi Xiaoxia really didn't look like a middle-aged man whose son was nearly 20. Shi Xiaoxia chuckled softly, nodded, and replied. Yes. That brat of mine takes after his mother, always so cocky and impatient. Sorry to make you laugh. Lin Ze recalled his first encounter with Qi Cheng, then flashed back to his first meeting with Shi Xiaoxia. His lips twitched involuntarily. The father and son were clearly cut from the same cloth, weren't they? After exchanging a few more awkward pleasantries with Lin Ze, Qi Xiaoxia finally stated the purpose of his visit. By the way, a few days ago I suddenly received word from my father. He'd like to invite you to our home for a gathering after you return to the country. There's an important matter to discuss. The Qi family patriarch? Wants to see me? Lin Ze scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. He didn't know any of the so-called aristocratic families in the capital anyway, so he could only nod and agree for now. Seeing Lin Ze's utterly unruffled expression, Qi Xiaoxia couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Perhaps this was the fundamental quality of a genius. Qi Xiaoxia mused silently to himself. Even when meeting the former number one under heaven, he remained as calm as a breeze in a cloud, showing not a hint of fear. Impressive. This young man possesses exceptional character. In truth, Lin Ze had no idea who the old patriarch of the Qi family truly was. After chatting for a while longer, Qi Xiaoxia took his leave, saying they would continue their conversation upon his next return to the country. With that, he departed, taking the reluctant Lin Wanwan with him. Lin Ze didn't dwell on the matter, dismissing it as just another reunion ritual. The next day, the preliminary elimination round results were announced. Unsurprisingly, Lin Ze secured first place. Given his overwhelmingly exceptional skill, the tournament organizers decided to grant him a bye for the entire day. Ultimately, they awarded him the championship title outright. After the elimination rounds concluded, Lin Ze advanced as the top seed from his group, securing a direct spot in the finals along with a substantial reward from the World Federation. Among these rewards, one item caught Lin Ze's attention. Body Fusion Scroll. Special 5th tier magic scroll. Function: merges two bodies into a single, more powerful entity. Single-use consumable. Just what he needed. Lin Ze had been fretting over how to resolve Liao's physical condition when this scroll appeared. Now all he needed was to find and defeat a fire attribute monster boss to restore Liao's ability to wield flame power. Lin Ze thought with satisfaction, grinning as he stowed all the rewards into his backpack. With the preliminary rounds concluded, there wasn't much left to do. They just had to wait for Chen Yeshi and the other senior contestants to finish their matches before Lin Ze and his group could head back home. The junior-senior tier matches proved far more intense than Lin Ze's division. He took time to watch a few, discovering they were filled with formidable opponents whose combat intensity far surpassed his own bracket. Even Chen Yeshi could only barely make it into the top tier among them, making his chances of winning the championship rather slim. But this guy didn't seem to care. He was here purely to complete the task. After several days, all preliminary rounds concluded smoothly, with Dragon Nation securing spots in all three tiers of the finals. After the competition, everyone embarked on their journey back home. Upon returning to China, Lin Ze's first priority was to spend 2 full days thoroughly enjoying himself with Chu Yao. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. There was some truth to that saying. Through Lin Ze's earnest efforts, their bond deepened significantly. After a few days of rest, Lin Ze planned to re-enter the demon realm to find a demonic creature capable of manipulating flames for Liao. In truth, he had already envisioned a creature perfectly suited for the task. The Fire Demon Clan. During the national assessment, Lin Ze had faced a group of second-tier fire demon clans. Their formidable flame power had left an indelible impression on him. Thus, his destination was the continent where fire demon tribes were most prevalent within the demon realm, the Inferno continent. This continent was almost entirely populated by demons skilled in fire attributes. The demon god ruling over it was also of the fire attribute, hailing from the fire demon clan itself. After obtaining coordinates from the headmaster, Lin Ze set off with Li Hao. Surprisingly, Liao seemed to be entering the demon realm for the first time as well, finding everything here utterly fascinating. Who would have thought that beyond our world, there exist so many other realms, both great and small? This place is thick with demonic energy. Must be full of monsters living here, right? Liao rubbed his nose as he spoke. Lin Ze considered this for a moment before nodding. That's probably how you refer to them in your world. In ours, these creatures are called demons. As they chatted, they soon found a dwelling place of the Fire Demon clan. The landscape of the Inferno continent was dominated by volcanic deserts, extremely arid and scorching regions. Lin Ze's destination lay within one of the more remote volcanoes here, where the monsters were considerably weaker compared to those in the heart of the Inferno prison continent. Lin Ze was now approaching level 29, capable of taking on even a platinum-tier monster boss. Thus, he was even more reckless than before, flying directly toward the volcano's vicinity. The Fire Demon clan thrived on magma, feeding upon it as sustenance. They were peculiar creatures, existing as a hybrid of energy and physical form. Soon, Lin Ze discovered a gathering place for the Fire Demon clan. Nearly 1,000 fire demons surrounded the crater, seemingly performing some ritual. They all knelt on the ground, while the Fire Demon King, their leader, knelt halfway at the highest point, holding a strange flame in his hands. Had Chu Yao been present, she would have recognized this ritual. The fire demons were performing the fire worship ceremony, a day dedicated to praying to the flames and offering tribute to the ruler of this continent, the celestial flame demon god. On this day, all fire demons ceased combat and hunting, gathering at the highest volcanic crater, a sacred site, to perform their devout worship. Monster Fire Demon King. Gold rank boss. Description: a demonic creature of the fire demon clan that has cultivated to the rank of king, having fully mastered the power of flames. It can incinerate all life within 1,000 miles in an instant. Lin Ze knew nothing of such matters, seeing only a prime opportunity to strike. After assessing the monster distribution and boss level, he immediately dragged Liehao to a relatively flat area and began summoning zombies. Within mere minutes, 1,000 zombies materialized, all ranked 4th tier or higher. This was the fruit of Lin Ze's recent efforts. Compared to before their journey to the beautiful country, the zombies' combat power had increased several-fold, fully reaching the peak level of a level 25 lord. Chapter 146, Annihilating the Fire Demon Clan. Confronting the Fire Demon King. Eradicating this camp without alerting the rest of the Fire Demon clan proved challenging, but Lin Ze quickly devised a plan. He simply needed to deploy barriers in the directions of the other Fire Demon tribes to prevent noise from escaping, and incidentally block their attempts to call for reinforcements. This should allow him to annihilate them before help arrived. After all, the zombie's strength was now more than sufficient to crush this Fire Demon tribe. Lin Ze didn't need to devise elaborate tactics, he simply adjusted the zombies' battlefield formation before launching the attack. Lin Ze's backpack contained numerous magic scrolls for deploying barriers. Activating them required only a small expenditure of mental energy and could be done even without formal magical training, making them extremely convenient. Soon, the barrier was fully deployed. The zombies had taken up their ambush positions, ready to launch their assault at Lin Ze's command. To counter the fire-wielding demons, Lin Ze immediately pulled out several mystic water charms and clutched them in his hand. These mystic water charms were the natural enemy of mundane fire. Not only could they suppress the Fire Demon clan's abilities, but they also provided the zombies with continuous healing while purifying any negative effects afflicting them. They were perfectly suited for this battle. With a loud shout, Lin Ze formed a seal and chanted an incantation, hurling 10 mystic water talismans into the air. Instantly, they transformed into a vast expanse of water, engulfing most of the Fire Demon territory. The entire crater was only so large, and the space available for movement was almost entirely covered by Lin Ze's mystic water domain. This caused the fire demons, who detested water, to react instantly. They let out agonized cries, white smoke billowing from their bodies like red-hot coals tossed into a river. Seizing this opportunity, the zombies surged forward. They unleashed a wave of spells first, then engaged in close combat. Within the mystic water domain's reach, the zombies gained constant healing every second and were completely immune to the fire demon's signature flame attacks. They swiftly seized control of the situation, overwhelming the fire demons. The Fire Demon King, who had been kneeling before his throne moments ago, instantly sensed the presence of humans and erupted in fury. Damned humans! How dare you disrupt the fire worship day? I shall tear you to pieces. It roared, gathering a ball of pure fire elemental energy in its hand. Compressing it into a tiny point, it hurled it toward Lin Ze in an instant. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the Flames clan's arts. Liehao remarked with surprise. With that, he leapt into the air, intercepting the terrifyingly powerful fireball with a mountain-splitting elbow strike. The searing flames erupted violently around him, yet failed to inflict even a scratch. The demon clan's physique was inherently formidable, and with the enhancement of the mystic water realm, Liehao was completely unfazed by the Fire Demon King's attack. As a master of fire control himself, he knew exactly how to counter it. This one leaves him to me. You deal with the lesser ones. Liehao, now intrigued, addressed Lin Ze. Lin Ze nodded and turned to join the fray. The Fire Demon tribe was already suffering terribly at the hands of the zombies. With Lin Ze now joining the fray, they were utterly defenseless, like fish on a cutting board, left to be sliced by Lin Ze. Meanwhile, the Fire Demon King, facing Liehao, who had fully adapted to his new body, managed to gain the upper hand. With a barrage of flame attacks in various forms, he temporarily suppressed Liehao. Truthfully, the Fire Demon clan wasn't inherently weak. It was simply that Lin Ze's timing was impeccable, striking during their completely defenseless fire worship day. Compounded by the presence of the mystic water realm, which prevented them from unleashing their most formidable innate ability, the wrath of the fire demons, the zombies slaughtered them with the ease of killing chicks. Witnessing his kin's plight, the Fire Demon King grew desperate. A surge of pure flame power erupted from within him. He was going all out. Watch out! He's burning his life essence as fuel to forcefully activate his innate skill. Lin Ze instantly flashed beside Liehao, issuing the warning. To his surprise, Liehao merely grinned and said, "Don't worry. The outcome will be decided within 3 moves. He's already taken 7 hits from my Burning Heaven charge. His acupoints are pierced through. 3 more moves, and the first strike of Burning Heaven charge will activate." A confident smile spread across Liehao's face, as if victory were already his. Finishing his words, he beckoned to Lin Ze with an air of overwhelming dominance. "Kid, watch closely. Even without flames, I'm still the strongest martial artist." With that, his form flickered violently, transforming into a dark shadow as he closed in on the Fire Demon King, launching another assault. The Wrath of the Fire Demon was an innate skill possessed by every member of the Fire Demon clan. Once activated, the Fire Demon clan gained enhanced strength, their bodies consumed by flames that never died. Simultaneously, both physical and magical attacks become imbued with even more potent flames. This empowered state comprehensively enhances the Fire Demon clan's combat prowess, allowing them to continually gain vitality by burning their opponents, thereby prolonging the duration of this state. However, activating this skill requires suitable environmental conditions to summon the legendary Eternal Flame through bloodline inheritance and unleash the Fire Demon's fury. For a Fire Demon King to forcibly activate this state by expending life force is an extremely dangerous act. The consequence of such an act is the constant risk of life energy being completely consumed, reducing both body and soul to ashes. Yet the Fire Demon's fury unleashed through this method proved several times more potent than its normal activation, briefly elevating the Fire Demon King beyond platinum rank. He now possessed strength capable of challenging a level 35 overlord. Even Lin Ze felt compelled to retreat temporarily, yet Liahao showed no fear whatsoever, continuing to swing his fists at the Fire Demon King. At first, he could dodge the Fire Demon King's attacks and counter with his exceptional reflexes and mastery of his body. Although Liahao's fists barely inflicted any damage on the Fire Demon King, Lin Ze noticed that the areas he targeted seemed to follow a pattern. They appeared to be vulnerable pressure points, though slightly different from those found on humans. Soon, however, the enraged Fire Demon King intensified his blaze, his power and speed surging once more. Liahao could no longer evade every strike. Yet his technique seemed nearing completion. A smile spread across his face. With the final punch unleashed, the two exchanged blows midair. A powerful burst of flame instantly sent Liahao flying backward. His body was now covered in countless burns. Liahao spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his face still bore a confident smile. It's done. The second form. As the words left his lips, the Fire Demon King, still poised in his punching stance, suddenly felt a violent churning within his body. The fiery energy coursing through him spiraled completely out of control, growing restless and chaotic. What's happening? The Fire Demon King touched his chest in disbelief, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at Liahao. He knew his fate. No. Chapter 147, Rebuilding the Body. Intelligence concerning the Lin family. Before he could finish screaming, the Fire Demon King exploded with a thunderous boom, transforming into a dazzling fireball. Lin Ze stood utterly bewildered, having no clue what Liahao had done. With the Fire Demon King's demise, the remaining Fire Demon tribe completely lost their will to fight and began fleeing in all directions. But how could they possibly outrun flying zombies? Another 10 minutes passed, and the Fire Demon territory was completely cleared, leaving only ashes and puddles behind. You have successfully defeated the Gold Tier boss. The Seal of Defeated Demons has gained 16% upgrade progress. As the notification echoed in his mind, Lin Ze felt a warm sensation on the back of his hand. Alright, now he could obtain the summoning rights for the Fire Demon clan. Lin Ze grinned, gathered his spoils, and returned to his territory with the zombies and Liahao. Back at the domain, Lin Ze first had Momo tend to Liahao's wounds before leading him to the barracks. Summoning a single fire demon cost 500 gold coins, making them one of the pricier units among all troop types. Lin Ze immediately spent 500 gold coins to summon one. The moment it materialized, the fire demon collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This domain trait is truly formidable. Lin Ze chuckled helplessly and pulled the fusion scroll from his backpack. Upon unfurling it, an ancient-looking formation quickly materialized on the ground. Though incredibly precious, its function was rather useless. The requirement for two bodies was indeed quite inconvenient. Moreover, it only affected a single target. It couldn't be applied to all subordinates, nor could the domain lord use it himself. It was only useful when cultivating a hero spirit. Placing the fire demon body onto the array, Lin Ze then had Liahao stand at its center. As an exquisitely mystical incantation surged forth, a blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire formation. The demonic body and the fire demon body rapidly fused together, soon becoming one, forming a brand new physique. This new form appeared nearly indistinguishable from a human, save for a pair of demonic horns still protruding from its head and flame-like patterns adorning its upper body, giving it an undeniably extraordinary appearance. Liahao immediately selected this body once more, merging his soul completely. Excellent. Excellent. Only the flame power requires renewed cultivation. But no big deal, I'll be back at my peak in no time. Liahao was thoroughly satisfied. He flexed his new body, then gathered a ball of flame in his palm. With this, I can wield the burning heaven 9 forms once more. He laughed heartily, then suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Ze. Thank you. I shall never forget your gift of rebirth. Lin Ze said nothing, merely returning a faint smile. With this, his domain now possessed its first heroic spirit. Though purely a combat-oriented spirit, it represented high-tier combat power equivalent to a boss-level entity capable of feats beyond the reach of many familiars. The only question was whether this spirit, having gained a physical form, could ascend to godhood once more in this world. Lost in thought, Lin Ze suddenly heard a disturbance emanating from the domain crystal. Lin Ze remotely opened the port and discovered an unfamiliar access request. Lord Takeda Ryukin has sent you an access request. Allow? That guy from the land of cherry blossoms? Lin Ze instantly recalled. He was the one who warned me to be wary of the Brahma Society. What exactly is this guy's background? How does he know the Brahma Society's movements? Uncertain what to do, Lin Ze hesitated before granting permission. This access granted only viewing privileges, incapable of affecting anything within the domain. Lin Ze could expel him at any time. After accepting the request, a young man clad in a kimono appeared before Lin Ze, a sword with an ancient-looking tachi design tucked at his waist. It was Takeda Ryukin. Lin Ze-kun, it's been a long time. Takeda smiled faintly as he greeted him. In truth, it had been less than a month since they last parted ways. What brings you here? Lin Ze skipped the pleasantries and cut straight to the point. You really are impatient. Takeda chuckled helplessly, then his expression turned serious. I've come to visit today hoping to collaborate with you, Lin Ze. Collaborate? Collaborate on what? Lin Ze furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. Takeda promptly began his explanation. Lin Zijuan, you must be familiar with the Brahma Society, right? What I need to tell you is that not long ago, I uncovered a shocking secret. The leader of the Burning Heaven Society appears to be a citizen of the Dragon Nation. This revelation took Lin Ze completely by surprise. As far as Lin Ze knew, the leader of the Burning Heaven Society was shrouded in mystery, with almost no information about him circulating in the Dragon Nation. How did Takeda know this? But what Takeda said next made his brow furrow even deeper. I know this because I once saw him. After investigating for some time, it appears he has ties to your father's family. My father's family? Lin Ze knew nothing of this and couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Currently, the Brahma Society has already taken control of many regions within our Sakura nation. Their agents are everywhere within the government offices. If we don't act to eliminate them soon, I fear our Sakura nation will become nothing more than a puppet state of the Brahma Society. As the divine son of Sakura nation, this is utterly unacceptable. Takeda declared with unwavering resolve. Lin Ze didn't respond, instead pondering for a moment. Let's put the cooperation on hold for now. I still need to verify your intelligence. As for my father's family, I myself know nothing about them. Once I have a lead, I'll contact you. Lin Ze said after some thought. Takeda understood that advancing cooperation between the two sides wouldn't be settled in a single meeting after all, the conflicts between the two nations were still significant. With that in mind, he nodded and said. Understood, Lord Lin Ze. Should you require any assistance, please contact me. Here is my lord's code. After leaving a string of numbers, Takeda bowed and departed. After Takeda departed, Lin Ze returned to the real world and immediately sought out the principal. After hearing Lin Ze's account, the principal fell deep in thought. Your father's family, you probably don't know. No, you definitely don't know. The principal muttered to himself, his words sounding like a tongue twister, seemingly caught in some awkward predicament. After a moment, the principal scratched his head and uttered words that left Lin Ze utterly stunned. Truthfully, your Lin family ceased to exist long before your father was even born. This involves a complex struggle that's difficult to explain in a few words. But it's true, every member of the Lin family was killed in that battle 30 years ago. Lin Ze felt as if struck by lightning, though the shot didn't last long before he regained his composure. He was already 20 years old and had never seen a single relative come looking for him. It was only his mother's family who had ever made contact with him. Chapter 148, Demigod Powerhouse. The whereabouts of Lin Ze's father. But they seem to have become less common in recent years. I haven't seen them myself in quite a while. So Takeda made a mistake? The leader of the Brahma Society has no connection to my Lin family? Lin Ze rubbed his temples. If it weren't for Takeda saying so, he wouldn't have bothered with this matter at all. After all, the current Lin Ze simply didn't possess the strength to directly confront the Brahma Society head-on. Not exactly. But the information's unverified. Only old Master Qitian from back then would know for sure. The principal stroked his chin thoughtfully. Qitian? The Qitian ranked number 1 on the 10 great overlords list? What does this have to do with him? Lin Ze asked in confusion. The principal chuckled and replied. Of course it matters. Your father was saved by old Master Qitian back then. He wasn't even 10 years old at the time. The headmaster's words plunged Lin Ze into deep thought. After pondering for a moment, he decided to let it go for now. After all, Qitian hadn't been seen in decades. He had no idea where to even begin looking for him. There was no point in making a big fuss over something so vague and unproven. With that thought, Lin Ze chatted with the principal about other matters for a while before returning to his dormitory. No sooner had he arrived than a knock sounded at the door. Lin Ze opened it to find Shi Qing standing there. The kid was carrying 2 bottles of baijiu, claiming he'd come to welcome Lin Ze back with a feast, clearly here to shamelessly freeload. Since he had nothing else planned for the evening, Lin Ze invited him in. Soon, his hands grew restless, and he couldn't resist taking to the stove to whip up a couple of stir-fried dishes. After the food was served, they chatted for a while. Suddenly, Chi Cheng asked, "Hey, I heard you ran into my old man while you were abroad?" Lin Ze immediately thought of Chi Sha and nodded. "So, how was he? Much more arrogant and impatient than me?" Chi Cheng chuckled. Lin Ze pressed his hand to his forehead and smiled wryly, thinking to himself, no wonder their father and son, even their choice of words to disparage each other, is so remarkably consistent. That really is rare. After chatting for a while longer, Chi Cheng finally got down to business. "You should be free tomorrow, right?" Lin Ze thought for a moment and nodded. Chi Cheng belched, rubbed his nose, and said, "All right then, come back to my place with me tomorrow. My great-grandfather wants to meet you." Great-grandfather? That must be his grandfather's generation. Seems the old man of the Chi family has a knack for staying young, must be quite the powerhouse. Wait a minute. The Chi surname, and a great-grandfather. Could this Chi family patriarch be none other than Chi Tian, the #1 figure on the current 10 great overlords list? Lin Ze froze, then realized the age did indeed match. Earlier, Luo Kegong had mentioned that in his youth, he had met Chi Tian once. Chi Tian was a generation older than him. So by that logic, it wouldn't be strange for Chi Tian's grandson Chi Sha to be the same generation as his own father. Pondering this, Lin Ze rubbed his temples and asked Chi Cheng, "Your grandfather wouldn't happen to be the legendary #1 on the 10 great overlords list, the venerable Chi Tian, would he?" Chi Cheng froze for a moment before replying. "You're just finding out? Haven't I mentioned it before?" Lin Ze pressed his hand to his forehead with a wry smile, waving his hand at Chi Cheng. Who would have thought his brother in arms of so many battles had such a background? This was far beyond any noble family. A powerhouse who had dominated for nearly a century, who could fathom the depth of his foundations. With that kind of strength, he could probably take on an entire federation single-handedly. Perfect timing. He had matters to discuss with old Master Chi anyway. Might as well pay him a visit tomorrow. Lin Ze mused. This would be his first encounter with the legendary demigod tier powerhouse. He wondered if, after all these years, Chi Tian had truly broken through the threshold. Lin Ze had heard many tales about Chi Tian over the years and had come to understand this man whose entire life was a legend. After settling on a time and drinking a bit longer, Chi Cheng began to feel the effects and excused himself to head home first. Early the next morning, Lin Ze rose, washed up, changed clothes, and drove to pick up Chi Cheng, who was still reeling from his hangover. Together, they set off on their journey to meet the strongest man in the Dragon Kingdom today. Contrary to rumors, Chi Tian did not reside within a domain lord's space. Instead, he lived in seclusion in the suburbs of the capital, within an ordinary farmhouse courtyard. About half an hour later, Lin Ze arrived at their destination. His keen eyes immediately spotted a white-haired yet spry old man tending to vegetables in the garden, dressed in the attire of a seasoned farmer. As Lin Ze looked over, the old man seemed to sense his presence and offered a smile toward Lin Ze, who was still in the car. "A guest has arrived," the old man murmured softly. Another 10 minutes passed before Lin Ze found himself seated in the courtyard. Across from him sat a white-haired, ordinary-looking old man who radiated not a shred of hostility. This was the strongest man in the Dragon Nation, an unparalleled powerhouse who had entered the demigod realm 50 years ago. "You are Lin Ze, son of Lin Tianding. You do bear a resemblance to your father in his youth. But your temperament seems far more steady than your father's." Chi Tian chuckled as he spoke, bearing not a trace of the aura befitting Longgua's mightiest warrior, merely the warmth of a kind-hearted grandfather next door. Lin Ze could only offer a faint smile, though an inexplicable sense of unease made him avoid meeting the old man's gaze. "All right, I've called you here today to discuss two matters." After chatting for a while longer, Chi Tian suddenly grew serious, his expression turning somber. "Senior Chi, please speak." Lin Ze had intended to ask about matters concerning the Lin family, but seeing Chi Tian take this turn, he decided to listen first. Unexpectedly, the matters Chi Tian wished to discuss with Lin Ze concerned the Lin family. The first matter, your father, Lin Tianding, may not be dead after all. The opening statement stunned Lin Ze, his mind swirling with questions, yet he chose to listen patiently. Seeing Lin Ze's shock without losing his composure, Chi Tian couldn't help but silently nod in approval. "Years ago, I intervened to save your father and imbued him with a strand of dragon energy. This dragon energy can shield him from one fatal blow and allows me to sense his whereabouts, my way of repaying an old friend." Chi Tian seemed to recall some sorrowful memories, sighing softly. But he quickly regained his composure. "After your father was swept into the spatial storm, even I lost track of his whereabouts. Everyone, myself included, assumed he was dead. But just recently, I sensed the presence of that dragon energy once more." A strange feeling welled up in Lin Ze's heart, and he instinctively asked, "Where is he now?" Chi Tian paused briefly before slowly uttering a place name. "He is now in the demon realm." Lin Ze frowned in confusion. "If he's merely in the demon realm, why hasn't my father returned? Could he be trapped in some special location within the demon realm?" Shi Tian nodded approvingly and said, "You're quite perceptive." Exactly. He's trapped within the self-created space of the demon realm's ruler, along with his entire domain. That being transcends the 8 great demon gods, a true deity. Chapter 149, Dragon Qi. The Pact with the Strongest. Shi Tian's words startled Lin Ze. An existence above the demon gods? What on earth could that be? Before he could ask, Shi Tian continued. 50 years ago, I once fought him. In that battle, I was defeated. Though I was not at my peak then, I could sense it. The true power of a god emanating from him. Shi Tian's words sent a whirlwind of thoughts through Lin Ze's mind, causing him to furrow his brow. If such an existence truly existed, why would the war between the demon realm and the real world be so deadlocked? Could there truly be someone in this world who surpassed Shi Tian by an entire tier? Or is it because of the existence of the way of heaven? Just as Lin Ze was about to ask, Shi Tian shook his head gently and said, "Enough. For now, I'm only informing you of this news. How to rescue him specifically is not something you can consider at this moment. At present, your strength is insufficient to pursue this matter. But when you're strong enough to break into the demon realm, come find this old man. I'll lend you a hand." Shi Tian said with a smile. Lin Ze reflected it made perfect sense. An entity more powerful than a demon god was far beyond his current capabilities to confront. Besides, from old man Shi's tone, it was clear his father was likely not in mortal danger. The immediate priority was to strengthen himself. Perhaps, when he was finally capable of battling a demon god, Momo would be able to tell him what exactly it was that stood above even the demon gods. Lin Ze pondered. At that moment, Shi Tian spoke again. "The second matter concerns your Lin family. Years ago, the Lin family suffered a devastating attack. Every member of the household was slaughtered by a group of mysterious assailants, leaving only your father. But that is only the story that spread. In truth, there are other survivors from your Lin family." This revelation sent a wave of shock through Lin Ze, finally disrupting his steady breathing. Mysterious individuals? Massacre? What exactly happened? Lin Ze's expression darkened. Shi Tian shook his head and said, "I have no knowledge of this matter either. The identities of these individuals remain unconfirmed to this day. Afterwards, I mobilized my Qi family's resources to search for them, but found nothing." Shi Tian sighed softly as he spoke. "This remains one of my greatest regrets in life, failing to protect my old friend's family. I, Qi, have broken my promise." Lin Ze didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. After a long moment, Shi Tian finally composed himself from his sorrow, his deep eyes turning to Lin Ze. "Well, I summoned you today to share these two matters. After all, as the sole descendant of the Lin family, you are now its head. I hope you can restore the glory of the second greatest family under heaven from 100 years ago." As Shi Tian spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, revealing a dazzling golden Lord's crystal. The aura emanating from this Lord Crystal seemed to possess a mesmerizing power. Upon closer inspection, a small dragon could be seen swirling within it. "As your elder, it is only proper that I present you with a gift upon our first meeting. But I don't have anything suitable for you here, so I'll give you something to protect your life instead." As Shi Tian spoke, he gently held up the crystal, and a faint golden glow washed over Lin Ze's body. Lin Ze felt a warm current surge through his body, instantly filling him with power. This dragon essence can manifest its true form when you suffer a fatal blow, shielding you once. Beyond that, it possesses many other marvelous uses. You'll have to discover them for yourself. I shan't elaborate further. Well then, I hope our next meeting comes soon. This old body of mine could use a bit of exercise." Shi Tian smiled broadly as he spoke, then rose to his feet. Lin Ze hurriedly expressed his gratitude before bowing respectfully in the manner of a junior. "For all you have done for me, my father, and the Lin family, this humble disciple, Lin Ze, is eternally grateful." Shi Tian offered no reply, merely smiling faintly as his form slowly dissolved into the air, leaving behind only a faint golden glow. After Shi Tian departed, Shi Qing finally entered the pavilion where the two had just conversed. "So, what did great-grandfather say to you?" Shi Qing asked curiously. "Nothing much, just some matters concerning my family." Lin Ze replied dismissively. Although Shi Qing was indeed his brother, it was best not to spread this matter widely just yet. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that some schemers wouldn't secretly create obstacles. Having obtained the precise information, Lin Ze returned directly to the academy and sought out the headmaster. After hearing the report, the headmaster was startled, then immediately frowned. "In that case, this matter is deeply connected to our dragon nation." "Very well. I'll dispatch investigators immediately to look into the Lin family's affairs and the guest list from that night. Once we have news, I'll notify you to join the verification." Lin Ze could only nod in agreement. With nothing else pressing during this period, Lin Ze resolved to dedicate himself fully to reaching level 30 within the next month. Questions about his origins and family lineage continued to weigh heavily on him. He felt uncertain about how to approach these matters. As a passerby, a stranger? Or as Lin Ze, the sole descendant of the Lin family? For the first time, Lin Ze found himself lost in confusion. But he quickly pulled himself together. Rather than waste energy fretting here, he decided to go see for himself to understand. After all, didn't he still have a stepfather in the demon realm? All he needed to do was strive to grow stronger, then rescue him. Problem solved. With his purpose renewed, Lin Ze immediately set out for the demon realm, determined to break through to level 30 within a month. Once he reached level 30, he would officially shed the title of low-tier lord and ascend to mid-tier lord status. Mid-tier lords represented the highest rank most ordinary individuals could achieve, forming the backbone of the Dragon Nation's military. At only 19 years old, Lin Ze had already reached this threshold, an astonishing pace indeed. But he was already recognized as the nation's foremost prodigy, a name etched into the memory of even the Dragon Nation's highest echelons. Thus, when it came to Lin Ze, this achievement seemed less extraordinary and astonishing. Thus, over the following month, Lin Ze embarked on a relentless hunt for demonic bosses across the demon realm. His own strength surged rapidly, while the ranks of zombies within his domain swelled at an extraordinary pace. 1 month later, within Tianqing City, Lin Ze surveyed his zombie army, now nearing 3,000 strong, and a deep sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Chapter 150, Reaching Level 30. Establishing the Federation. Through relentless combat, within just 1 month, the number of 5th-tier zombies in his domain had surpassed 400, with 30 even reaching the threshold for 6th-tier advancement. And just yesterday, he successfully broke through the level 30 threshold, elevating both himself and the demon-slaying seal to tier 4. With the arrival of level 30, his domain was poised for another wave of massive upgrades. Today, Lin Ze intended to complete all necessary constructions and upgrades. First was upgrading the Spirit Gathering Altar. To maximize its spirit capacity, it needed to be elevated to tier 3. Next was the matter of organizing the zombies into squads. Currently, Lin Ze's domain housed over a dozen distinct types of minions. Though all were zombies, their attributes and abilities varied greatly. Even zombies of the same type could exhibit varying combat effectiveness due to multiple factors, such as different battlefields and environments. Based on their racial traits, Lin Ze broadly categorized them into several groups: frontline assault units, malignant rock giants, and giant zombies. Additionally, several water attribute monsters were specialized for naval warfare. Additionally, Lin Ze had incorporated numerous tyrant knights obtained from Wang Liang into a cavalry unit tasked with guerrilla operations. Each formation was led by a high-ranking familiar, with Lin Ze overseeing overall deployment. With the formation issues resolved, Lin Ze could now more efficiently leverage the unique traits of different creatures to seize the initiative during combat. After completing these tasks, Lin Ze returned to the real world. During this period, he had already begun planning the formation of a federation. Indeed, without absolute power, strength lies in numbers. Shi Qing had raised this matter with him more than once, and the others agreed with the decision, unanimously believing Lin Ze was the most suitable candidate to lead the federation. Considering that none of them were particularly strong yet, Lin Ze specifically planned to wait until he reached level 30 before forming it. That way, the initial federation buildings would be constructed to level 30 standards. The current alliance comprised 5 members: Lin Ze, Xu Yao, Shi Qing, Xiaoanyu, and Chen Yeshi. Among them, Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi were both level 30 lords. Shi Qing was level 24, Xiaoanyu was level 23, and Xu Yao was level 19. While this might not seem formidable at first glance, don't forget each of them is a prodigy blessed with extraordinary talent. Lin Ze needs no introduction, his strength is unquestionable, destined to become a legendary figure in the future. Though somewhat lazy, Chen Yeshi possesses top-tier talent. He wields a purple-tier lord core and is an exceptionally rare necromancer-type lord. Shi Qing and Xiaoanyu are both golden-ranked lords at their core. Though they haven't yet demonstrated exceptionally advanced abilities, their potential is truly boundless. Though Xu Yao is the weakest in terms of raw power, her exceptional management skills and vast knowledge base make her perfectly suited for handling logistics. From this perspective, the composition of these 5 individuals was quite promising. All were promising candidates poised to break through the 80th level. Without delay, Lin Ze immediately gathered the group and announced his decision. Earlier, you suggested forming a federation. After careful consideration, I believe it is indeed feasible. But let me be clear, forming a federation is no small matter. It's not something you can simply walk away from. Once the federation is formed, we become a team. Every member must contribute their strength for this collective to surpass the sum of its parts. Have you all truly considered this carefully? Lin Ze said solemnly to the 5 of them. Shi Qing and Chen Yeshi, the 2 brothers, were the least inclined to overthink things. One thrived purely on the thrill of combat, while the other wished for nothing more than a peaceful world where he had nothing to do. So they nodded almost without hesitation. They had all fought alongside Lin Ze through life and death situations, surviving numerous crises together. Though they never voiced it, they had long recognized Lin Ze's worth both in skill and personal charisma. Xiaoanyu pondered briefly before nodding as well. Though more rational than the others, he harbored no particular thirst for power either. His focus lay squarely on the future of the Federation. Recalling Lin Ze's previous actions, Xiaoanyu had no objections to such a leader. As for Chu Yao, there was no need to mention her, she would naturally follow Lin Ze's lead without question. Seeing that none of them objected, Lin Ze nodded and pulled out a form. I've already registered the Federation in the Lord's space and sent out invitations to all of you. All that's left is to sign the alliance contract. For now, I'll serve as the leader, with Chu Yao handling internal management. Is that acceptable? Everyone nodded in agreement. When it came to internal management, they were completely clueless. It made perfect sense to let the more detail-oriented Chu Yao handle this task. Like the fiefdoms, the initial federation required its members to build it themselves. Naturally, Lin Ze wouldn't handle this heavy responsibility himself, he entrusted it to Qi Cheng. As for himself, he naturally had more important matters to attend to. That was to submit a federation application to the Dragon Nation government. In Longwa, registering federations was permitted, but it required submitting application materials and filing documentation. Otherwise, Longwa would not recognize the federation. A federation not recognized by the Dragon Nation would be barred from conducting any transactions or sales within its borders, and would even be prohibited from participating in any official events. This effectively rendered them undocumented, facing restrictions at every turn. Therefore, for convenience's sake, Lin Ze planned to make the trip himself to submit the application. Everyone received their respective tasks and quickly got to work. Xiao Anyu accompanied Lin Ze to handle the application matters, while the others focused on constructing the Federation's capital city. The name wasn't urgent, as the new Federation could change its name freely without any consequences. Everything proceeded smoothly at first, but problems soon arose. The government officials informed Lin Ze that among their group, only he had been officially recognized as a lord by the Dragon Nation. The others were still in probationary status, classified as reserves. Moreover, Lin Ze's title was merely that of a junior lord, the lowest rank, making him ineligible to lead the Federation. Lin Ze suddenly recalled that when he had awakened the seal of the vanquished demon, Rockong had given him a document. Could that have been his lordship credentials? With no other option, Lin Ze inquired about a solution. The official patiently explained. If you are university students, then upon graduation, successfully passing the final assessment will naturally grant you your Lord's certificate. Chapter 151, Lord's Mission. Bounty Exchange. Of course, if you wish to obtain it sooner, there is a way. Simply complete bounty missions issued by the Dragon Nation's government offices, and you can obtain your Lord's certificate early. Additionally, to upgrade your Junior Lord certificate to intermediate, you must also complete tasks issued by the government. Lin Ze nodded, expressed his gratitude, and hung up the phone. He then explained the situation to the others. Oh? Well, that'll take some time. I still have a whole year before I graduate. Looks like we'll have to rely on bounty missions to get the certificate. Chen Yeshi said helplessly. Lin Ze nodded, then called the principal to inquire about the specifics of Dragon Nation bounty missions. Moments later, Lin Ze received an address and a phone number. If you want to take on some bounty missions, give him a call. He's a former student of mine who now handles that department. Prioritize safety during missions. Start with simpler domestic tasks first. Call me if you encounter any difficulties. The principal sounded like he was in a meeting, but he patiently explained. Lin Ze wasted no time and immediately headed to the address provided by the principal, discovering it was an office building belonging to the Longwa government. A small sign hung below, Regional Task Hub East District Branch. This was the local mission hub. This was Lin Ze's first time visiting this place. After obtaining a lord's certificate, each lord was entitled to a regular subsidy. However, they were also required to complete at least one quest every 6 months. However, since Lin Ze was under 20, he was temporarily exempt from this requirement. Stepping inside revealed an extremely modern lobby. A massive electronic screen dominated the space, flanked by numerous cubicles and a row of reception windows. The screen was divided into 5 sections, densely packed with brief mission summaries. Lin Ze was somewhat familiar with this system. The screen displayed common tasks, mostly simple, labor-intensive jobs requiring large numbers of workers. But to rapidly elevate his lord rating to intermediate lord solely through such tasks? Lin Ze feared he'd work himself to death. Regarding lord ratings, the Dragon Nation had 5 tiers. The lowest tier was Junior Lord, the qualification newly graduated lords from the academy could obtain directly. Lords at this tier were akin to interns within a company. Those without a college degree must pass the Junior Lord assessment to obtain their certification. Above Junior is Intermediate Lord, a tier mostly occupied by lords with 1 or 2 years of experience and some established strength, equivalent to entry-level employees in a company. Starting from Intermediate Lord, a minimum level requirement is enforced. The minimum level for Intermediate Lords is 20. Below this level, no amount of quest completion will grant advancement. Next comes the Advanced Lord certification, requiring a minimum level of 40. High Lords are already core combatants on the battlefield, capable of engaging in higher tier battles. They are the equivalent of elite employees within a company. Above Advanced lies the Special Lord rank, requiring a minimum level of 60. These individuals represent elite combat power, capable of confronting 8th-tier monsters. They resemble junior managers within a company, representing a relatively scarce presence. The final tier is the highest revered rank. Lords who attain the revered title are no less than level 80. They represent the absolute pinnacle of combat power within the entire Dragon Nation, forming its very foundation. Venerable lords are directly selected and appointed by the Dragon Nation as its ultimate elite, typically commanding vast territories as formidable powers. Across the entire Dragon Nation, those bearing the title of revered lord number no more than 30. Of course, such heights remain distant for Lin Ze, who is currently merely a junior lord. Lin Ze dialed the number provided by the headmaster. The person on the other end was very warm and immediately asked him to wait in the lobby, promising to be there shortly. Within 5 minutes, an exceptionally refined young man approached Lin Ze. "You must be Lin Ze? My name is Wu Ko, a former student of Principal Zhao. I understand you wish to upgrade your lord rating?" Though his name was rather plain, Wu Ko had a pleasant appearance. Lin Ze nodded. Wu Ko chuckled softly and said, "Junior Lin, you're truly accomplished at such a young age. At your age, I couldn't even qualify for junior lord status. Alright then, come with me. Let me see if there are any suitable quests for you." With that, he led Lin Ze into a partitioned area and patiently began explaining. Regarding Dragon Nation's mission planning, there are 4 distinct types. They are reconnaissance, combat, pursuit, and research. These 4 categories correspond to the 4 celestial stam regions, Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding. Reconnaissance is class Jia, combat is class E, pursuit is class Bing, and research is class Ding. After speaking, he began operating the screen. Sure enough, upon clicking into the Dragon Nation's mission hub interface, 4 distinct sections appeared. Next time you come to pick up a mission, just use this operating system. All mission details and rewards are clearly listed here. Wu Ko said, rubbing his chin. I wonder which type of mission Junior Lin excels at. Lin Ze pondered for a moment. It seemed combat-type missions were his only real strength, so he replied accordingly. Clearly, Wu Ko had heard of Lin Ze's reputation and accepted his claim without hesitation, immediately opening the Category B section. Most combat missions involve fighting demonic creatures that invade the real world. A very small number require hunting down criminal lords among humans, since few lords are willing to take on pursuit missions. Additionally, the difficulty of completing a mission affects the reward offered, so we assign a preliminary rating to each task. After completing a mission, we conduct a review to confirm the actual difficulty matches the pre-rating. Only then do we issue the reward. If the actual difficulty exceeds the pre-rating, we provide corresponding compensation. There are 6 rating tiers in total, from highest to lowest, S, A, B, C, D, E. As a junior lord, you're currently only eligible for D rank missions. However, considering your high level, we'll grant you access to accept C rank missions. Wu Ko explained. Lin Ze nodded, indicating his understanding. Additionally, each completed mission will earn you corresponding points. Once you accumulate enough points, you can apply to upgrade your lord rating. E-level tasks usually grant 1 or 2 points each, while D-level tasks yield around 5 or 6. C-rank quests yield around 10 points. To advance to intermediate lord, you'll need 30 points. Whether you choose to tackle one high-level mission or gradually accumulate points through lower-tier tasks is entirely up to you. Chapter 152, Capturing the Xie Brothers. Combat test? Alright, you can now browse the missions that interest you. Call me if you have any questions. After finishing his introduction, Wu Ko gave Lin Ze a smile and excused himself. Lin Ze thanked him and returned to the screen, beginning to browse the missions. 30 points? That meant completing at least 3 C-rank missions. If he took on E-rank ones, wouldn't he need dozens? Lin Ze sighed and began studying them intently. Low-tier combat missions weren't particularly plentiful, mostly involving exterminating 2nd or 3rd-tier monsters. Occasionally, one with higher points would appear, only to be snatched up in less than a second. After searching for 10 minutes, Lin Ze still hadn't accepted a single mission. This left Lin Ze feeling rather frustrated. Just as he was about to step outside for some fresh air, a newly posted mission suddenly popped up. Participate in the pursuit of fugitive Xie brothers. Reward, 35 points, plus 100,000 Huaxia currency, and 1 purple equipment blueprint of your choice. Requirements, level 28 or above, and pass the police station's combat assessment. Lin Ze scanned the details and decisively accepted the mission. This mission seemed tailor-made for him. Not only was it simple and convenient, but it was exactly what he needed for points. Lin Ze grinned and immediately began contacting the West District Police Station in the capital city that had posted the mission. After a phone call, Lin Ze understood why such a high-level requirement appeared among C-rank tasks. It turned out that the Xie brothers had not only illegally invaded someone else's territory but were also involved in smuggling operations. They had abused their power to sell resources meant for the national treasury to foreigners. After their scheme was exposed, they refused to confess and even attacked pursuing police officers, fleeing to a warped territory affected by demonic invasion. While this warped realm posed no inherent danger, entering it required a lord of level 25 or higher to ensure their lord crystal remained undamaged. Coincidentally, the Imperial Bureau was currently planning a crucial international manhunt operation, which had transferred all high-ranking officers from the Western District Police Station. With no other options, the chief resorted to the mission system for assistance. Yet reluctant to forfeit the B-rank mission's substantial reward, he settled for posting it as a C-rank trial run. The B-rank version required the contracted lord to complete the mission independently, while the C-rank version involved assisting the police station in the pursuit. While there were officers who met the qualifications, only a handful were available. Their combat prowess was mediocre at best, and several were even one rank lower than the two criminals involved. Moreover, the West District Police Station's jurisdiction was vast, and routine patrols required manpower, making it impossible to muster sufficient combat strength for a full-scale assault. For now, the only option was to secure the entrance and use the mission system to recruit reinforcements. For Lin Ze, this was a dream assignment. But dealing with just 2 level 28 lords? What help did he need? He could handle it alone. He felt no pity for these traitors selling out their country. He even regretted that the system's devouring function was temporarily unavailable, otherwise, he could have cashed in on this opportunity for a windfall. After finalizing the location, Lin Ze promptly set off for the rendezvous point. At the West District Police Station, Lin Ze met the task issuer, the chief of the West District Police Station in the capital city. The man hadn't expected such a young person to arrive. After a moment of surprise, his expression turned distinctly sour. "This isn't child's play. You look barely 20, haven't even graduated from university. How can you possibly take on such a dangerous mission?" With that, he stood up, clearly displeased, and prepared to leave. Lin Ze reached out to stop him, showing no sign of anger. With a cheerful smile, he said, "Hold on a moment. Didn't you mention some combat effectiveness test? Why not just try it out? Besides, it's an officially certified rank. You don't doubt its validity, do you?" Lin Ze opened his newly verified lord profile on his phone. The police chief took a look and frowned even more deeply. How could this be? 19 years old and level 30? Could this kid be so bold as to forge even the official certification page? Chief Lu Hua thought to himself. But after scrutinizing it for a long time, he found not a single flaw in the page. If it was forged, then the craftsmanship was simply too sophisticated. At this point, Lu Hua was also unsure. After a moment's thought, he decided to test it first. What if this kid really was a prodigy? With that thought, he waved to Lin Ze, his tone softening slightly. "Alright, come with me." With that, he led Lin Ze to another office area. This place seemed to be a training ground, with several simulation crystals arranged in a large open space. A young man who looked hot-tempered stood grinning obsequiously among a group of female officers, apparently bragging about something. The female officers were joking around, but upon seeing the chief arrive, they immediately gasped. Then, they spotted Lin Ze beside the chief and let out an even louder gasp. The commotion quickly drew everyone's attention. The young man also noticed Lin Ze and couldn't help but frown. Seeing the female officers around him all casting curious glances at Lin Ze, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Hey! What are you doing here, kid? This isn't a place for fooling around." The man barked loudly, though he appeared only 8 or 9 years older than Lin Ze. Lin Ze ignored him. The police chief spoke first. "This is a recruit from the Tianlong system. Li, take him for a combat assessment." Lu Hua waved his hand dismissively. The man called Xiao Li froze for a second before breaking into a mocking grin. "No way. Him? He looks like he hasn't even grown any facial hair yet. How could he possibly be capable of participating in a pursuit mission? If he's really level 20, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair." Xiao Li laughed openly at Lin Ze, his face twisted with a hint of contempt. Maybe he's just some hot-headed kid trying to act tough. Judging by his appearance, he's probably no older than a freshman or sophomore. Outside of the top-tier colleges at Capital University, most sophomores barely reach level 20 at best. I know Beijing University well, never heard of any new prodigies popping up. Xiao Li thought to himself. Lin Ze's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the other's ill will and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Xiao Li was merely a level 27 lord. While he might be the strongest within the current police force, he was utterly insignificant in front of him. Chapter 153, Test Results, Total Annihilation. Cut the nonsense. Even dressed as a clown, no one would find you entertaining. Lin Ze never failed to hit the most painful spot in the other person's heart. Fine. You're pretty cocky, kid. Hope you don't come begging for mercy later. Stung to the core, Xiao Li seethed with rage. But with so many female colleagues present, he forced himself to suppress the urge to lash out immediately. Pointing his finger right at Lin Ze's nose, he spat out the words. With that, he strode over to a simulated crystal, pointed at it, and declared, "Alright. Let's begin the test. If you can win over 50% of my followers, you pass." No sooner had he finished than a female officer nearby couldn't bear the sight and blurted out. "But, isn't this a support mission? Shouldn't 30% be enough? Yeah. He's still just a kid. You're already level 27, Li Changqing, why are you picking on him? Hearing this, Li Changqing felt a little better. Just as he was about to open his mouth to deliver a cold-hearted scolding, Lin Ze chimed in with a smile. Forget it. Let's just go all in together. I can't be bothered wasting time listening to your excuses. With that, he connected to the simulation crystal and entered the Lord's space. Insane. So damn arrogant. He clearly doesn't give a damn about me. Li Changqing's rage flared anew. Grumbling under his breath, he immediately entered the Lord's space, determined to teach this little bastard a lesson he'd never forget. In truth, the so-called combat strength test was a sham. Essentially, anyone of the appropriate level could join this mission. After all, it was a hunt for cornered criminals. The only requirement was the ability to engage in combat and hold the enemy off. But Li Changqing, desperate to show off in front of these female officers, insisted on staging some mock combat, a chance to put on a big show while the police station's elite were away. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Lin Ze. The moment they entered the simulated space, Li Changqing sensed something was off. For some reason, a sense of unease kept gnawing at him. This kid dared to take on this mission, maybe he had some skills. To avoid a disaster, I'd better sneak in a few more familiars. Li Changqing thought to himself. Soon, both of them were teleported onto the simulated battlefield. The battle was being broadcast live, drawing the attention of the female officers. What do you think? Can that cute little guy beat Li Changqing? Hard to say. Even though Li Changqing's character is a bit questionable, he's still a level 28 lord. That youngster looks like he just started college. Reaching level 20 is already impressive. Exactly. That Li Changqing is so despicable. He just loves picking on people. Thanks to Lin Ze's good looks and Li Changqing's generally poor reputation at the station, the female officers watching outside were all voicing their condemnation of Li Changqing. Not far away, a girl in a trainee uniform didn't join the discussion. Instead, she stared thoughtfully at Lin Ze's smiling face on the screen. Lin Ze. Is he the super genius Ling Shui mentioned? It can't be that coincidental, right? The girl set down her documents and began silently watching the battle unfold. The moment the light screen descended, Li Changqing was already waiting outside with nearly 70% of his subordinates. A deep-seated resentment burned within him, fueling his determination to teach Lin Ze a lesson, to show him that there's always someone better out there. When he saw Lin Ze had brought only 100 or so troops, he couldn't help but smirk. Just as I thought, a complete rookie. With that thought, he exhaled deeply, already imagining the look on Lin Ze's face once he was defeated. Just as Li Changqing was lost in his fantasies, a thunderous crash erupted. Boom! A man engulfed in flames had somehow burst into their formation, slaughtering everything in his path. Li Changqing was a Blue Corps lord whose followers belonged to the Winged Clan, a branch lineage of an ancient race. Among Blue Corps lords, he counted as quite formidable. Seeing this, he immediately ordered his entire army to take to the skies, intending to use the innate flight advantage of the third-tier Winged Clan to wear down the enemy first. Unexpectedly, the moment his command was issued, 100 zombies from Lin Ze's side also took to the air, hurtling toward the Winged Clan army. Before he could react, these peculiar troops descended like demons, unleashing a brutal slaughter upon the newly airborne winged soldiers. The terrifying aura emanating from them made Li Changqing swallow hard. If his senses were correct, that was the power only a 5th-tier familiar possessed. All 100 of these familiars were 5th tier? Didn't that mean Lin Ze himself was at least level 28 or 29? Regret gnawed at Li Changqing's heart. He cursed himself for not bringing all his familiars along. Yet hope remained, for he still held an ace up his sleeve. That trump card was the epic tier equipment he wore. Just as Li Changqing prepared to unleash his epic gear for an attack, a 5 to 6 meter long blade of energy suddenly streaked toward him, slicing everything in its path clean in two. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ze was suspended midair, grinning at him. The flying swords behind him flashed one after another. And then Li Changqing knew nothing more. His head had been severed by one of Lin Ze's flying swords. With Li Changqing's death, the simulated duel swiftly concluded. Frustrated, Liu Hao pumped his fist in the air and shouted at Lin Ze above. Hey, kid, could you hold off on killing me next time? I was really getting into it. Lin Ze merely chuckled without reply. Truth be told, with Lin Ze's strength, bringing 100 zombies was practically flattering Li Changqing. And these 100 zombies were all 5th tier. Even if Lin Ze hadn't directly attacked Li Changqing, they could have easily wiped out the 800 or 900 feathered clan members Li had brought. But Lin Ze felt this way was faster, so he went straight for it. After the battle concluded, both figures reappeared beside the simulation crystal. Li Changqing clutched his throat, gasping for breath, his face pale and utterly terrified. Lin Ze, however, looked at him as if he hadn't done anything, smiling slightly. Now I should be qualified to take on this mission, right? Li Changqing ignored his words, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at him. Of course you do. The renowned super genius of Qingbei Academy, hailed as the future strongest youth of Dragon Nation, how could you possibly lack the qualifications for a mere sea-level mission? A gentle voice cut through the air. Everyone turned to see an older woman approaching with a smile, accompanied by a trainee policewoman who bore a slight resemblance to her. Chapter 154, Charging into the Dragon's Den Alone. This trainee officer was the one who had just recognized Lin Ze's identity. Upon seeing the woman arrive, the female officers all saluted. "Good afternoon, Deputy Commissioner." Lin Ze wasn't surprised to be recognized after all. There was no need to deliberately conceal his identity. What caught his attention was the trainee officer beside her. He felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ling Xiaohua, the Deputy Commissioner here." Ling Xiaohua smiled warmly as she extended her hand toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze gave her hand a light squeeze before asking, "When can we start this mission? I believe my ability should be sufficient now, right?" Ling Xiaohua chuckled softly, nodded, and replied, "Of course you are. However, the assignment specifies support role, so I'll need you to wait a little longer. Other officers are participating in this mission." She then gestured toward the female trainee officer beside her and added, "She is also part of this operation. She will brief you on the specifics." After exchanging a few more words with Lin Ze, she departed. Throughout the entire exchange, she hadn't once glanced at Li Changqing. Yet, as she turned to leave, she shot him a meaningful look. All the female officers present had witnessed Li Changqing's actions. Now that he'd been thoroughly humiliated, they couldn't help but snicker. Hearing their laughter, Li Changqing felt a surge of shame and anger he couldn't bear. Yet, unable to defeat Lin Ze, he was consumed by frustration. He had overheard the deputy chief's earlier remarks, and now he was filled with regret. If only he hadn't acted so cocky. Lin Ze paid him little mind, instead turning his attention to the details of the mission. Originally, the operational team consisted of 3 members, Li Changqing, the trainee officer Nguyen, and an older, less experienced officer. Unfortunately, the veteran officer had just been temporarily assigned to headquarters in the capital that very day, creating an urgent need for a replacement. Besides Lin Ze, there was also an auxiliary police officer participating in the mission. However, the individual still hadn't reported to the police station, which was causing the deputy commissioner quite a headache. Just as he was about to come over to check on the situation, he witnessed the fight between Lin Ze and Li Changqing. At a glance, Ling Xiaohua recognized Lin Ze's exceptional talent. After inquiring with Wen Yuan, he learned Lin Ze's identity. After listening, Lin Ze pondered for a moment before stating, "Those 2 criminals were level 28, correct?" Warren nodded and replied, "Their records have been verified by the Police Intelligence Division. There's absolutely no mistake. Beyond that, their territory characteristics, troop numbers, and subordinate abilities are all documented in detail. Would you like to review them?" Lin Ze shook his head. "If it's just a level 28 lord, I don't need anyone else. I can handle it alone. If possible, just take me there directly." Warmness flinched slightly, about to refuse, but recalled Lin Ze's earlier performance. Li Changqing, also a level 28, had been thoroughly outmatched by him. It seemed he might be right. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "Alright, but just to be safe, we should still bring Li Changqing along." Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively. "No need. The sooner the better. Barring any issues, I can submit the application this afternoon." Submitting the application today meant it could be approved tomorrow, resolving the matter of registering with the Federation. Besides, Lin Ze genuinely believed that dealing with 2 level 28 lords wouldn't be particularly difficult. Seeing Lin Ze's resolute expression, Wanwen felt a bit conflicted. But when she met his deep, confident gaze, she nodded in agreement. "Alright, then the 2 of us will handle it." With that, she led Lin Ze to the intelligence division within the police headquarters and began detailing their specific circumstances. Xia Long, male, 34 years old, level 28 Blue Lord Corps. Territory trait, grants a 10% bonus to initial strength for all troop types. Subject race, Serpent Folk. Xia Hu, male, 33 years old, level 28 Purple Lord Corps. Territory trait, increases initial mental power of troops by 20%, with a chance to generate special units. His vassals are the Earth Core tribe, a race similar to goblins but possessing greater combat prowess. Regarding his special units, the records do not explicitly detail their specific abilities. It is only known that they can utilize some sort of Earth Elemental area of effect skill. This is the equipment they wear. Warmth displayed a large amount of highly detailed data on the screen, and Lin Ze silently took notes. Judging by the 2 epic tier pieces of gear each possessed, both quite effective though unsuitable for Lin Ze, they appeared to be relatively wealthy lords. After reviewing the information, Lin Ze inquired about further details regarding their hiding place before preparing to depart. "Are we really ready for this?" Just before departure, Warm suddenly hesitated and asked. Though she was an outstanding graduate of the police academy, leading an operation for the first time left her feeling undeniably nervous. Lin Ze was still a student, meaning this operation would effectively be carried out by only one police officer her. This was unprecedented. Lin Ze gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. I'm here." Those simple words stirred something different within her heart, a profound sense of reassurance. However, she soon recalled that Lin Ze appeared to be several years younger than her. Driving the police car, the two soon arrived at the foot of a mountain, completely sealed off and impenetrable. This was the outskirts of the capital city, an area with relatively sparse foot traffic. Several officers waved at her as soon as they saw her arrive. "Little Warm, how's it going? Did headquarters send reinforcements? Uncle's been stuck guarding this place day after day. I'm going stir crazy." An older officer greeted her with a smile. The surrounding officers chimed in with agreement. It seemed Wenyuan was quite well liked at the police station. And it was true Warm was genuinely easy on the eyes. While she might not possess the kind of breathtaking beauty that drew immediate attention like Chu Yao's, she was undeniably attractive. Her wheat-colored skin radiated health, and her vibrant, curvaceous figure paired with her uniform gave her a unique charm. Of course, Lin Ze was no lecherous man. He observed her purely with an appreciative eye. After exchanging a few polite responses about other matters, Wenyuan finally introduced the officer stationed here. "This is Lin Ze, our non-commissioned operative for this operation. He's a top student from Peking University and Tsinghua University, you know." The officers were stunned upon hearing this. Upon seeing him, they immediately protested. This won't do. The young man is far too inexperienced. Those two brothers inside are level 28 lords, ruthless, cunning, and treacherous. How can we send a child to confront them? Chapter 155, Reconnaissance. The mysterious twisted space. Exactly. This is sheer nonsense. What if something goes wrong? Absolutely not. All the officers objected to sending Lin Ze on the mission. Even veteran officers began trying to persuade him otherwise. However, when Schwer produced the deputy chief's signed authorization and Lin Ze's official rank certification, they were utterly stunned. Seeing this, Wenyuan grinned and drove the car inside, pulling over in a corner. "Lin Ze, don't blame them for being so talkative. They're actually very kind. They're just worried something might happen if only we go in, that's why they're saying this," Warm said to Lin Ze as soon as they got out of the car. Lin Ze nodded. He wasn't stupid. He could tell the difference between good and bad advice. "All right. This is my first time encountering a space invaded by the demon realm in the real world. I'll take a good look at what's going on." Lin Ze rubbed his hands together as he gazed at the hill shrouded in thickets. Meanwhile, the veteran officers from earlier were still reeling from the shock. After a long moment, one of them finally spoke up. "Did we see that right? That kid, a level 30 lord? No doubt about it. That seal and mark can't be forged. Ah, truly, the new generation pushes aside the old, leaving them washed up on the shore. Reaching level 30 at this age? He's bound to be a top-tier figure in the future. But what does that have to do with us? Could be some rich kid's son." The middle-aged men exchanged knowing glances, sharing a wry smile before pulling cigarettes from their pockets. Just as they lit up, someone else chimed in. "You know, that kid, could he be Xiaowin's boyfriend?" The group fell silent again before quietly taking another drag. Two of them, who had sons of their own, felt like crying. The thought of Lin Ze's handsome appearance contrasted with their own son's prospects instantly made them sigh in despair. Oh, the sorrow. Meanwhile, Lin Ze and Wenyuan had already begun their ascent up the mountain, completely unaware that the officers below had already gossiped them into being a couple. Lin Ze carefully sensed the changes around him, confirming he could indeed feel the fluctuations of spatial energy. "Once we cross that marked line, we'll officially enter this warped space. Inside, we won't be able to actively access the Lord's realm, but we can summon familiars. It's like a one-way portal to the demon realm." Warm pointed to the nearby warning line as she explained to Lin Ze. Lin Ze nodded, then immediately prepared himself. Soon, the two arrived before the barrier. Lin Ze extended his hand and could clearly see a faintly distorted wall of air before him. As his palm reached out, ripples spread across the surface of this air barrier. Simultaneously, an indescribable pressure instantly caused a slight tearing sensation in Lin Ze's body. "What an amazing thing. I wonder how it works," Lin Ze thought to himself as he took a step forward. Then, as if struck by an impact radiating from within, pain surged through his entire body, bringing back the chaotic sensation he felt when passing through the demon realm portal. His original clothes instantly transformed into the mystic celestial robe. The long robe swayed gently in the wind, while the yin-yang fish behind him emitted a soft, gentle glow. It seemed he had entered this warped space. Lin Ze extended his hand to sense the surroundings. As expected, he couldn't actively enter the domain space, but he could sense the familiars within his territory. Attempting a summoning, Lin Ze extended a finger and pointed into the air. A portal unlike any he had seen before materialized before him. Xiaotian bounded out, hopping and skipping. Now at the 6th rank, Xiaotian was significantly larger than when Lin Ze had first tamed him, standing over 3 meters tall in his full form. The giant wolf, shrouded in a white aura, startled Manhwa at first. But seeing Xiaotian affectionately rub its massive head against Lin Ze's body, she realized it was one of his familiars. Now at the 6th tier, Xiaotian possessed vastly enhanced abilities. Beyond its formidable physique, it wielded a suite of skills that bordered on the extraordinary. At Lin Ze's command, it swiftly shrank its body, reverting to the size of a normal Siberian husky. The once imposing giant wolf suddenly transformed into an adorable big white dog. Warmth couldn't resist reaching out to stroke its head, and Xiaotian responded with a contented purr. Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Patting Xiaotian's head, he said, "You silly dog, do you really think you're just a dog now? I called you out here to get some work done." With that, he ordered Xiaotian to search for the Xie brothers. At the command, Xiaotian dashed out in a flash, leaving Warm chuckling. "Are all your familiars beasts? I've never seen creatures like this before." Warm asked curiously, her gaze toward Lin Ze now tinged with an ambiguous hint. She could sense that the power within this great white dog had absolutely surpassed that of a 5th-tier soldier. It must be a 6th-tier soldier or higher. That Lin Ze possessed such prowess at his age truly piqued her curiosity. Lin Ze shook his head and replied, "This is only a small number. My followers are quite diverse, which is related to my abilities." He then pulled 4 long swords from his backpack and said to Warm, "Pick one and step on it." Warm gasped, instinctively protesting, "Isn't that a bit much? What if I get it dirty?" Lin Ze rolled his eyes, waving his hand helplessly. Once Warm stepped onto the sword, Lin Ze instructed her to steady herself. With a flick of his finger and a finger seal, the flying sword instantly lifted her into the air. Lin Ze himself stepped into the air, his body slowly floating upward. Ever since obtaining the heavenly flame feather sword, Lin Ze had grown fond of using it for direct flight, not only faster but also far cooler. Experiencing sword flight for the first time, Wanwan was startled. She opened her mouth to scream, but suddenly remembered they were on a mission. She forced herself to stay silent, her face flushing bright red. This reminded Lin Ze of Chu Yao's first time riding a sword, and he couldn't help but smile. Fearing detection, Lin Ze kept his flight low, merely guiding Warmth to survey the terrain and acclimate her to the sensation of sword riding, ensuring she wouldn't falter when it mattered. Sword riding at near max level could carry passengers, though Lin Ze needed to expend more mental energy for precise control. After locating a suitable flat area, Lin Ze gently descended to the ground, the 4 swords shielding Wenyuan as she landed. Warm's face showed no trace of fear now, only pure delight and excitement. After jumping down, she even seemed reluctant to stop. "That's enough. Summon your familiars here. Xiaotian has already located them." Lin Ze spoke, closing his eyes to carefully sense the information Xiaotian was relaying back. Chapter 156, The Battle Begins. The despairing quagmire of the Earth Core clan. Warm nodded and immediately began the summoning ritual. As dazzling golden patterns erupted, 8 golden portals abruptly materialized. Figures clad in brilliant golden armor emerged one after another, interspersed with soldiers wielding magical staffs. A single glance was enough for Lin Ze to recognize them, a race that worshipped the sun, known as the Sun Clan. They could channel the sun's power through magic to unleash formidable attacks or enhance their own abilities. During daylight hours, they gained significant enhancement, making them a formidable military force. This race had a completely opposing counterpart, the Moonwatchers. Seeing that Xiaotian was already on his way back, Lin Ze moved to the other side and began summoning the zombies. 18 black portals abruptly appeared. Hordes of zombies leaped and flew forth, swiftly filling the flat mountain terrain. That should be enough to handle those 2. Lin Ze surveyed the endless horde of zombies stretching beyond sight and nodded. Soon, the zombies formed ranks under their respective commanders, ready to march at a moment's notice. Liahao held a jar of liquor in his left hand and a large, greasy leg from some unknown animal in his right, eating with relish, his mouth dripping with grease and his face radiating pure enjoyment. After several more hearty bites, he tossed the greasy leg to Xiaotian, who had just returned from a run. He then raised the wine jar and took several deep gulps, letting out a satisfied grunt. Full belly, ready to fight, what a blast. Liahao grinned widely, stretched his limbs, and turned his head toward Lin Ze. "Kid, where's the enemy?" Lin Ze chuckled and pointed in the direction Xiaotian had come from. Without another word, Liahao vanished in a flash, sprinting toward the direction Lin Ze had indicated. Having regained control over his flame power, Liahao's strength had surged dramatically. He'd already recovered to 1/10 of his former level, making it no problem for him to handle a platinum-tier boss leading a pack of 5th-tier monsters all by himself. Lin Ze had no worries about his safety. A level 28 overlord? Even if Liahao stood there letting them attack freely, it wouldn't take them 10 minutes to kill him. Such was the terrifying physical resilience of the demon race. Liahao had stated himself that his current body surpassed his pre-death physique in strength, lacking only time to rebuild his cultivation. This new body would grant him an even higher ceiling. Seeing Liahao charge forward alone, Lin Ze wasted no time. He immediately located the Warmth clan and reunited with them. Their respective followers then accompanied their lords toward the Xie brothers' stronghold. The Xie brothers, besieged for over a week, were currently sleeping in a house constructed by their followers. Though unable to return to the lord's space, they had stored ample food and supplies within the territory beforehand. Combined with the abundant wildlife on the mountain, sustenance was not a concern. But being constantly surrounded was unsustainable. The moment they stepped outside, they'd be surrounded by police officers. Escaping outright was impossible, so they had to devise another plan. What puzzled them was that the West District Police Station only surrounded them without making any moves to arrest them. Xia Long, being somewhat sharp-witted, immediately guessed that the police station must be dealing with a major case and was temporarily short-handed. After discussing it, the brothers decided to rest properly for one day before attempting to break out and scout the situation. Today was the day they planned to break out. Still half asleep, Xia Long suddenly heard a strange sound like something heavy crashing to the floor. Immediately followed by cries of battle, startling him awake. He scrambled to his feet and dashed out of the room. Outside the house, his family members were fighting a man engulfed in flames. Every punch and kick the man threw was accompanied by fierce flames, and a huge phantom figure appeared behind him from time to time, looking extremely extraordinary. "Tiger! The cops are here to arrest us. Get up!" Xia Long inwardly cursed his luck, rushing straight to his younger brother's room to rouse Xia Hu. Xia Hu was stronger physically, but less clever than his brother, often serving as the muscle in their family. Hearing the commotion, Xia Hu scrambled to his feet, swiftly drew the blade hanging on the wall, and stepped out. Xia Hu was also a warrior-type lord. His followers were the Earth Core clan, creatures that preferred dwelling underground. Originally, he had planned to let the Earth Core clan rest properly before breaking out tomorrow. But unexpectedly, the police had beaten them to it. "Those damn cops sure know how to pick their timing." Xia Hu spat contemptuously, muttering under his breath. Moments later, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. "Brother, hold them off for a bit. I'll lead the kin in a ground assault, then we'll break through together." Xia Long nodded. He had already calculated the West District Police Station's combat strength down to the last detail. Knowing they hadn't come to wipe them out all this time, he figured the high-level forces in the station were too busy to spare any hands. With the demonic invasion at its peak, those level 40-50 lords were likely occupied clearing out demonic creatures, leaving them no spare hands to deal with them. Meanwhile, the level 30-something officers were likely tied up with another major case, leaving them no time to pursue them. Therefore, they still had a chance to break through successfully. But why would these officers initiate an attack? After all, in a place like this, the defenders hold a distinct advantage. Their brothers' kin were exceptionally suited for trench warfare. Soon, the Earth Core clan had completed their preparations, setting up several Earth element magic arrays. They only needed the enemy to step on them to bind their opponents firmly. Not only that, but the Earth Core clan possessed a particularly nasty ability: they could turn the ground into quicksand. Furthermore, any Earth Core clan member on the surface could regenerate infinitely as long as their core head remained intact. However, activating this ability required suitable terrain and an enormous expenditure of mental energy. Setting it up took some time, so Xia Hu didn't rush out to meet the enemy immediately. Xia Long understood that his brother's ability might be their key to turning the tide. Without hesitation, he summoned all his familiars. The serpent folk possessed superior physical strength to humans, a ferocious combat will, and innate venom, making them formidable close-quarters combat units. However, their weaknesses were equally pronounced. They possessed little ranged capability and relatively low intelligence, making them difficult to coordinate autonomously on the battlefield. They fought by instinct, a bloodthirsty and frenzied horde. To Liahao, though, they were nothing more than odd-looking, durable punching bags. Their toxins couldn't even scratch his fire virtue true form. Punch after punch sent another serpentkin flying. Completely hyped up, he began charging even more ferociously through the serpentkin ranks. Chapter 157, The Method to Defeat the Enemy. The Domain of Mystic Waters. Meanwhile, Lin Ze led 500 zombies in spotting the target from the air first, immediately launching a barrage of fire. Highly attuned to elemental energies, Lin Ze instantly detected unusual earth elemental fluctuations surging through the land, suggesting a significant number of creatures lurking beneath the surface. Recalling prior intelligence, Lin Ze instantly recognized the Earth Core clan Xia Hu's loyal followers as the culprits behind this disturbance. A faint smile touched his lips. "Earth element? Perfect," he declared, pulling several Sangmu talismans and Xian Shui talismans from his backpack. His plan was to unleash a combo attack the moment the Earth Core clan completed their mud swamp rebirth technique. Under his command, the zombies began indiscriminately unleashing various spells onto the ground. Under the relentless barrage, Xia Long soon started wailing in agony. "Damn it! They can fly?" Xia Long blared up at Lin Ze in the sky, his teeth clenched in frustration. The serpent folk lacked any means of ranged attack and possessed no flight abilities themselves. Now, they could only watch as Lin Ze flaunted his power from above, unleashing attacks upon them. And they were utterly helpless against him. "Oomph. Just you wait. Once Xia Hu's formation is complete, we'll see how you fly then." Xia Long spat venomously, simultaneously using his equipment with a heavy heart to continuously stack buffs onto the serpent folk. But this had no effect on the battlefield situation. Casualties continued to mount, and it was entirely one-sided. Finally, as Xia Long reached his boiling point and prepared to play his last-ditch survival card, Xia Hu strode forward, blade in hand. "Brother, it's done." Xia Long immediately pointed skyward and shouted, "Take those bastards down." With that, he pulled a bottle of faintly glowing potion from his backpack, snorted coldly, and tossed it directly at a 5th-tier snake man. Go! Begin the fusion! Devour that bastard alive! The 5th-tier snake man instantly swallowed the entire vial. Instantly, his body began to violently convulse, erupting in bursts of blood. This was an alchemical potion. It allowed the user to temporarily strengthen themselves by devouring members of their own species. Each creature consumed granted a multiplier effect. Xiaohu wasted no time. Clasping his hands together, a palpable weight surged through him. Muddy rebirth. Activate. Gravity field. With these two skills unleashed in succession, the zombies still soaring through the air instantly felt their bodies grow heavy, causing them to plummet from the sky. This was the effect of Xiaohu's equipment, the ability to actively activate a gravity-controlling domain. Combined with his mud swamp formation, it was specifically designed to deal with flying enemies. In an instant, mud surged across the ground, transforming the solid terrain into a vast swamp that instantly engulfed all of Lin Ze's minions. Yet Lin Ze remained suspended in the air, watching it all unfold with a smug grin. He had been waiting for this very moment. Suddenly, countless diminutive, earth-brown creatures emerged from beneath the ground. Wielding short blades, they began attacking the zombies trapped in the muddy swamp. But after a flurry of strikes, they discovered something astonishing. These humanoid creatures possessed unexpectedly high defense. Blades seemed to bounce off them like striking steel. They barely even left a scratch. Just as the core clan stood dumbfounded, Lin Ze flung dozens of talismans down like scattered flowers, instantly unleashing a potent surge of vitality. Sangmu talismans combined with Xian water talismans. Water and earth were both catalysts for the growth of the wood element. Instantly, the ground was covered in countless winding, rugged tree roots, intertwined with the ripples of the mystic water domain. The purifying effect instantly freed the zombies, granting them vitality boosts and healing effects. They transformed into a horde of undead demons, launching a fierce counterattack. Meanwhile, the Earth Core clan was firmly bound by the twisted wood manipulated by Lin Ze, with many even pierced directly. The tide turned in an instant. Now it was the zombies' turn to slaughter the Earth Core clan. Seeing the melee commence, Lin Ze immediately ordered the physically robust zombies to charge forward while the spellcasting zombies withdrew. Massive bodies charged through the muddy terrain of water and earth, crashing into the battle lines like giant hammers. The rock giant core. As the rulers among earth elemental monsters, they were utterly unaffected by the muddy terrain. Battling the Earth Core clan was like crushing chicks. A single punch could reduce them to mincemeat. The tiny Earth Core tribe members were crushed along with their cores into a puddle, utterly incapable of rebirth. Xiaohu was stunned. This was the first time anyone had dared to confront him head-on after he successfully activated his mud swamp formation and gravity domain. Not only did they resist, they slaughtered. Xia Long was utterly stunned. Xiaohu's combo technique was notorious for giving even level 30 lords a run for their money. Yet this youth, who looked barely over a dozen years old, had instantly dismantled it. Who exactly was this person? A flicker of fear rose in Xia Long's heart, and he couldn't help but glance at his younger brother. Xiaohu's face was equally grim. He could sense that over half of his ambushed Earth Core tribe members had already been beaten to death. The speed of their demise felt like a nightmare. Meanwhile, the 5th-tier snake man from earlier had fused with numerous others of its kind, transforming into a hideous monster. It was now crawling towards Xia Long, waiting for his command. Go! Kill that boy! Xia Long swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down despite the shock. He commanded the fused snake man. The snake man nodded and immediately began crushing its way toward Lin Ze, hissing and flicking its tongue like a war machine made of flesh and blood. Lin Ze noticed the enormous monster too, and couldn't help but grimace. Disgusting. If it touched him, who knew how filthy it would get? These clothes aren't easy to clean, he thought, raising his hand to summon the grey nether sword before pointing it at the fused serpent man mid-air. The grey nether sword shot forth like a ghostly apparition, erupting with a burst of greyish-white light in midair and slicing through the air with a long trail of sword energy. Cyclic Annihilation Slash. Lin Ze unleashed a charged attack, aiming to instantly obliterate this disgusting monstrosity with a single strike. With Lin Ze's level 30 attack power combined with the grey nether sword's terrifying attributes far surpassing ordinary legendary weapons, a bone-chilling assault erupted in an instant. The grey sword energy seemed imbued with some kind of magic, making everyone who looked directly at it feel as if their souls were about to be sucked away. That dizzying sensation instantly became the focal point of the battlefield. PSSSH. The sword energy swiftly struck several 5th-tier snake men and numerous 4th-tier snake men hybrids, halting their rapid rolling bodies. A pool of pus blood then dripped from the monster's skin into the Xian water domain, swiftly purified. Snap! Boom! The halted hybrid monsters emitted a bone-chilling crack of shattered bones before suddenly exploding into pools of shredded flesh. Chapter 158, a single slash dispels all demons. Simultaneously, a will-shaped grey sword aura erupted from its exploded corpse, instantly reaping the lives of countless serpent folk and Earthcore tribesmen. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Xia Long was overcome with despair. What kind of monster is he? Is he a god? Xia Long murmured to himself, his eyes filled with Lin Ze's smile and the terrifying aura that had radiated from him when he swung that sword. Xia Hu fell silent too. He had witnessed many so-called geniuses before, but none had ever possessed the overwhelming pressure that Lin Ze radiated. Both he and Xia Long were lords in their 30s, yet now, facing a mere child barely 20 years old, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed, unable to mount any resistance. This was truly an unbridgeable chasm. After all, a lord's strength absolutely favored the older they were. The accumulation of troops, the buildup of equipment, and the hoarding of artifacts all favored those with more time. Their territories, developed over decades, could not withstand a youth who had only awakened as a lord 2 or 3 years ago. Their fighting spirit was nearly shattered. Watching the zombies fall like dominoes before the rampaging force, Xia Hu sighed helplessly. Perhaps this was simply their fate. With Xia Long and Xia Hu's spirits crushed, their followers were slaughtered by Lin Ze until only a handful remained. Though they still possessed numerous life-saving equipment and items, they couldn't be bothered to use them. They knew these were nothing but futile struggles against Lin Ze. Indeed, Lin Ze hadn't even joined the fray yet, relying solely on the zombies to deal with the serpent folk and core folk. Worm had been tense, fearing a brutal battle and worrying she might slow Lin Ze down. But when she arrived with her followers, she found Lin Ze had already beaten the Xia brothers, Xia Long and Xia Hu, to the brink of mental collapse. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Ze's strength seemed increasingly unfathomable to her. But having come this far, she couldn't just stand by. She prepared to join the fray with her followers, only to discover the ground was covered in thick mud. Instantly, she lost all desire to wade in. Besides, it looked like Lin Ze could handle these two on his own. Better not to get in the way. But did Lin Ze know about Xia Hu's abilities all along? No wonder he'd been flying in the sky the whole time. Worm thought with a bitter smile. What followed held no suspense whatsoever. The two vicious rock giants carried Xia Long and Xia Hu like they were catching chicks, all the way to the edge of the distorted space. Once they crossed this point, they would return to the real world, and all remaining familiars would be sent back to the Lord's space. Only after the zombies had bound the two did Lin Ze finally drag them out. Feeling that familiar tearing sensation once more, Lin Ze returned to the real world. The zombies that had been following him vanished instantly, returning to Lin Ze's domain. How remarkable. He'd have to study this properly when he had time. Lin Ze mused. When he brought the two criminals down the mountain, the officers were already too stunned to speak, staring blankly at Lin Ze as he wiped his hands. When they heard from Wenyuan that Lin Ze had taken care of both men single-handedly, they wished they could go back in time to the moment they first met him and slap themselves hard across the face. Possessing such terrifying strength, and they had actually tried to persuade him to prioritize safety? What a joke! Damn it, those who get into Tsinghua and Peking University really are monstrous geniuses. The officers exhaled deeply, swiftly completed the handover, and reported back to headquarters. The deputy chief in charge of the case listened and simply replied, "Understood." After hanging up, she couldn't help but take this young man named Lin Ze seriously once more. It seems all those rumors about him were true after all. This must be reported to the family head. Perhaps we could recruit him into the Ling family as a son-in-law. Ling Xiaohua murmured to herself before immediately dialing a number. "Father, I've recently met a promising young man who might be." Meanwhile, Lin Ze, having completed the handover, stretched lazily and leaned back against the passenger seat. "So, does that mean this assignment is complete? Can I go back and write my application now?" Worm nodded and replied, "Yes. I never imagined we'd make the arrest so quickly." She smiled sweetly at Lin Ze as she added, "Even among the geniuses at Qingbei University, you must be among the most brilliant, right?" Lin Ze didn't deny it, merely offering a faint smile. Gazing at Lin Ze's jade-like profile, a strange flutter stirred in Wan Wan's heart. As for what followed, Lin Ze didn't get his hands dirty. Much warmth handled everything. After completing the task, Lin Ze had accumulated enough points to advance to Intermediate Lord. The staff at the Lord's Assembly hadn't yet clocked out, so Lin Ze returned to the Assembly Hall to submit an application. The staff there nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets upon seeing the age and rank listed on Lin Ze's form. After repeatedly verifying the authenticity of his points and information, they finally submitted his application in disbelief, instructing him to return home and await a response. In truth, the application had been approved the moment Lin Ze stepped out the door. For such a prodigious talent, the Dragon Nation naturally granted certain privileges. However, the Intermediate Lord certificate wouldn't be printed until tomorrow. After receiving the call, Lin Ze decided to wait until the next day to make another trip and submit his Federation application at the same time. Upon returning to the academy, Chu Yao and the others were still out completing tasks for the Lord's certificate. Lin Ze decided to head back alone to rest. The next day, Lin Ze went directly to the Lord's Task Exchange to collect his certificate before proceeding to the Federation Processing Office. The Federation application process itself wasn't complicated, and he received approval in about half an hour. Next, he only needed to finalize the name and initial members before returning for a review, completing the entire process. Certified federations would receive startup subsidies, with the Dragon Nation providing annual support to newly registered federations. Correspondingly, as a federation advanced in rank, it bore the obligation to aid the Dragon Nation in repelling invasions from the demon realm, a duty that must be fulfilled. This arrangement creates a mutually beneficial situation. The Lord Federation gains resources, while the Dragon Nation government ensures sufficient combat strength for its nation during wartime. Additionally, the government will organize federations to explore secret realms and other ventures for mutual profit. After resolving this matter, Lin Ze returned to the academy. All that remained was to wait for Chen Yeshi and the others to obtain their junior lord certificates, after which they could formally establish a federation. Chapter 159, Intermediate Lords. The Lin family's past and conspiracy. The timing was chosen because Chao Anyu believed that forming the federation now would allow them to participate in the Dragon Nation's annual federation tournament after the 6-month newbie period ended. Though modest in scale, competing in the rookie tournament would certainly offer opportunities. Moreover, they could benefit from the official subsidies provided by the Dragon Nation during this 6-month period. This would accelerate the development of their federation while allowing them to maximize their own growth before the upcoming Global Elite Lords tournament in 6 months. Lin Ze nodded repeatedly in agreement with this proposal. Indeed, the timing was perfectly reasonable. By the time they reached their junior year, it would save them considerable effort, eliminating the need to attend lectures about joining the federation after graduation. After arriving at school, Lin Ze felt a bit bored. Suddenly, he remembered Takeda Ryakan, who had come to see him earlier, and the piece of information the other party had offered. That guy seemed to want to discuss a partnership with me. Wonder what he wants to collaborate on. Lin Ze stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then added Takeda as a contact. He planned to ask if Takeda had any other intelligence that might interest him. Within minutes, Takeda accepted his lord friend request. Lin Ze then sent a visit request, which was promptly approved. Arriving at Takeda's domain, his city-state exuded a distinctly Sakura Kingdom flavor, towering, angular pavilions, a water storage district, and a long moat. Surrounding the outer walls lay a reed marsh enclosed on 3 sides. The various shogunate-era structures drew Lin Ze's gaze for a moment longer. Lord Lin Ze, welcome to my castle of Ashina. Takeda made a welcoming gesture before leading Lin Ze to the tallest structure within the castle walls, an open-sided pavilion with tatami mats and a tea table placed in its center. After both men took their seats, a samurai approached and poured each of them a cup of tea. Surveying the splendid scenery, Lin Ze contemplated whether he should also redesign Tianqing City's layout to make it appear more vibrant. But after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. Given the inherent nature of his own domain, any changes would likely yield little difference. Lord Lin Ze, is the purpose of your visit to discuss a potential alliance? Takeda sipped his tea, smiling warmly at Lin Ze. Lin Ze lifted his cup and sipped the herbal tea, a flavor he hadn't encountered before, likely a specialty of the Lord's world. I'd like to hear your proposal first. What do you need me to do? And more intelligence on the Brahma Society. Lin Ze spoke slowly. Truthfully, only one thing truly concerned him: Takeda's earlier revelation that the leader of the Brahma Society was actually a member of the Lin family. In recent days, he had sought out Luo Kegong to learn more about his own family. Since Luo Kegong wasn't particularly close to the Lin family, he only knew the basics. Many years ago, Lin Ze's former family had his great-grandfather was a formidable lord, even on par with Qi Tian. However, during the Demon Realm Invasion War a century ago, Lin Ze's great-grandfather, Lin Donggu, fought 3 great demon lords single-handedly. In the end, he perished alongside the 3 demon lords and their respective tribes. From that moment onward, the Lin family began its gradual decline. From once being the second greatest family in the Dragon Nation, they gradually shrank into a second-rate clan cowering in a corner of the capital. Naturally, those who had long resented the Lin family took every opportunity to sabotage them behind the scenes. By the time Lin Ze's father was born, the Lin family had sunk to such a pitiful state that they were mocked and ridiculed by their former subordinate clans. It was said that at that time, mischief makers even forcibly broke into the Lin family's ancestral hall, overturned the spirit tablet of the old patriarch, and cursed him while pointing at it. Enraged, the head of the Lin family, Lin Ze's grandfather, immediately struck the intruders down, leaving them gravely injured. Later, when representatives from another prominent clan arrived, he inflicted similar severe injuries upon them. While the Lin family's decline wasn't solely due to the elder patriarch's death, it was largely an inevitability of history. Yet a tiger never lies down dead. Lin Ze's grandfather, Lin Tianxiong, refused to bow to the powerful, clinging stubbornly to his pride. Finally, on a moonless, wind-swept night, a group of mysterious figures stormed the Lin residence, plunging the entire household into a deadly battle where no one survived. After disposing of Lord Lin Ze, these mysterious figures even cruelly targeted the unawakened children in the real world, slaughtering them one by one. When it came to Lin Ze's father, Lin Tianding, Qi Tian arrived. Yet the assailants seemed to wield some sort of artifact connected to space itself. Even Qi Tian, the mightiest dragon, failed to stop the mysterious group. Since then, the incident has remained an unsolved mystery. Strangely, not long after the Lin family's tragedy, another prominent clan that had previously clashed with the Lins suffered the same fate. And that family suffered an even more horrific fate than the Lins. Every single member was slaughtered, their bodies neatly hung in a row. Despite investigations, the perpetrators never resurfaced, vanishing into the dust of history. The downfall of these two families also became an unsolved mystery. After hearing Lin Ze's words, Takeda smiled faintly and said, "What concerns you must be what I mentioned last time, that the leader of the Brahma Society is connected to your family, correct? No need to doubt it, this is the truth." Takeda spoke as he produced a heavily blurred photograph and a dossier. "This man," he continued, "was smuggled out at the cost of a life by my spy within the imperial palace. Come to think of it, I actually met him once during an audience with His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty referred to him as Mr. Ren, but despite extensive inquiries, I found no records of him. It wasn't until a chance encounter in Ryu Kingdom, where I saw a photograph of your father, that I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. That's when it dawned on me this Mr. Ren bore a striking resemblance to your father." Takeda paused here, seemingly observing Lin Ze's expression. Lin Ze showed no emotion, merely propping his chin thoughtfully. Seeing Takeda pause, Lin Ze gestured for him to continue. Nodding, Takeda continued. "After investigating, I've formed a bold hypothesis. This Mr. Ren appears to be descended from the Lin family, once a prominent clan in the Dragon Nation. But the Lin family's archives are extremely difficult to access, and the investigation into this matter has made no further progress. Until this photograph surfaced." Takeda gestured toward the blurred photograph on the table. Lin Ze picked it up and noticed a line of small text on the back. Written in code, Takeda explained. "This is a secret code from Sakura country." The phrase translates to "When is a dragon country national?" After speaking, Takeda suddenly stood up and gazed toward the distant reed marshes. "The supreme leader of our nation has been taken hostage," Takeda stated calmly, then sighed deeply with profound sorrow. "I have a premonition that these people's goal must be to launch a war capable of destroying humanity." Chapter 160, Invasion from Another World. Cultists of the Evil God. I am a parrot with beautiful feathers, imprisoned in a cage since childhood. But I too wish to do something for this nation, for this world. Lin Zijuan, you are the most influential and powerful Dragon Nation individual I can reach. Would you help me uncover the truth about Mr. An's identity and join me in overthrowing this damned cult? Takeda spoke, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Lin Ze. Lin Ze remained silent for a moment before rising to his feet. "I will look into this man. As for the rest, I can't be of much help for now." After speaking, Lin Ze tucked the photograph into his pocket and smiled faintly. "However, when it comes to dismantling this organization, I share your determination. Before I uncover this man's identity, refrain from rash actions. Once your strength is sufficient, the opportunity to act will naturally arise." With that, Lin Ze turned and vanished from Takeda's domain space. Though blurry, the photograph still offered valuable clues for identification. Taking it to the Dragon Nation's intelligence agency might just confirm this man's identity. If he truly was the leader of the Brahma Society, as Takeda claimed, then perhaps the Dragon Nation government could indeed orchestrate a covert operation to eradicate this evil organization at its roots. After all, human traitors who sided with monsters rather than humanity were beings deserving of universal condemnation. After leaving the Lord's space, Lin Ze returned to reality and made a duplicate of the photograph. He then handed it to Luo Kegong and relayed Takeda's words. After listening, Luo Kegong furrowed his brow and said, "This is not good. If the Brahma Society truly succeeds in controlling Sakura Nation, it will inevitably spark a major upheaval. With demonic invasions growing ever more frequent, internal strife among us humans could spell disaster." With that, Luo Kegong hurriedly took the photograph and headed toward a mysterious location. For the time being, Lin Ze was no longer involved. The investigation results and subsequent plans would be handled by the Dragon Nation's official channels. After resolving this matter, Lin Ze re-entered his Lord's space, intending to acquire supplies for the establishment of the Federation. Once the Lord joined the Federation, they could unlock new structures within their domain, the Federation capital. Lords could choose to connect their territories or opt not to link them, instead establishing portals solely between the main city and their domains. This main city functioned as a new territory devoid of any specific domain characteristics. Its distinguishing feature was that anyone granted permission by the builder could construct buildings within it. A strongly fortified capital city is indispensable for every federation. Additionally, the capital city plays a crucial role in hosting guests and conducting diplomacy between federations. It not only represents the face of a federation but also serves as the hub for federation trade and the concentration of allied military forces. Therefore, this is a matter that requires serious attention. First and foremost, vast quantities of basic materials like timber and stone are required. While Lin Ze's warehouse holds considerable stockpiles, they remain insufficient for constructing a Federation main city. The initial main city needn't be large, but basic infrastructure must be in place. After spending a modest sum of gold coins, Lin Ze secured sufficient materials. Now, all that remained was for Chi Chi and the others to obtain their junior lord certificates. Once that happened, their federation would be officially established. As Lin Ze pondered within his domain, he suddenly sensed an extremely peculiar aura. Immediately afterward, a towering crimson light erupted above Lin Ze's domain. Looking in that direction, it was the dreaded plane within Lin Ze's territory. Lin Ze hadn't ventured in to grind monsters for quite some time, as the outer monsters no longer provided sufficient experience points. Moreover, a ring of mist surrounded the inner zone, preventing all but Lin Ze from entering. Farming monsters alone was painfully inefficient, so Lin Ze had chosen to venture into the demon realm instead of grinding on this plane. Now, this sudden anomaly had him frowning. He could sense an unfamiliar aura infiltrating what had once been his domain. Simultaneously, the once quiet energies within the plane began to stir restlessly. An invasion? But the intruder didn't seem to be a demonic creature. It didn't carry the slightest trace of the demon realm's aura. It felt more like a monster from a secret realm? What on earth was this? Lin Ze immediately summoned his zombies and flew straight toward the source of the crimson light. Upon arrival, Lin Ze was startled to discover a large group of mysterious beings clad in crimson robes emerging from the red light. Their entire bodies were shrouded in crimson robes, their faces cloaked in darkness, with a pair of scarlet eyes glowing with a fiery red light, appearing wicked and ferocious. Each held a peculiar staff, and at their head stood a short, red-robed figure. Unlike the others, his robe bore intricate ancient inscriptions and magical bonds symbolizing some profound faith. "Great Lord of Death, we have finally found your dwelling." The crimson-robed leader faced the heart of the mist with fervor, trembling as he thrust his staff into the ground before kneeling. "Hear the prayers of your most devout followers. Lord Death, lead us once more to devour this filthy world." With a wave of his hand, a strange, red light-enveloped mass materialized in his palm. The crimson-robed leader raised it high, and all the robed figures behind him joined in a solemn, reverent murmur. Lin Ze silently watched this peculiar sacrificial ritual unfold, his brow furrowing deeply. His mind immediately flashed back to that peculiar old man he had briefly encountered before. The god of death? Were these all his followers? Why had they come to my territory? What do these people want? Just as Lin Ze was lost in thought, the leader of the red-robed group suddenly let out a startled cry. "Strange. Lord Death's aura seems incomplete. Why does he refuse to answer my call? Could it be that this offering displeases the Lord of Death?" The crimson-robed leader's tone was filled with confusion. He placed the lump-like substance in his hand onto the ground before scanning the surroundings. "There seems to be another presence here? Who? Who dares to desecrate the great Lord of Death?" The crimson-robed leader instantly noticed Lin Ze and the dense swarm of zombies behind him. Power from another world? Human, did you scatter Lord Death's body?" The crimson-robed leader rose to his feet, raised his staff, and demanded in a stern voice. Chapter 161, Death Chant Summon. Battle against the Crimson Robe Cult. Lin Ze had no idea what he was talking about. He merely shrugged and drew his sword. "I don't understand what you're saying, but you trespassed into my territory. I should be the one questioning you. Who are you? Why have you come here?" The crimson-robed leader suddenly burst into laughter, then pointed proudly at the red-robed figures behind him. "We are all followers of Lord Death, his most devout believers. We traverse worlds to restore the Lord of Death's glory, to proclaim his divine revelation to all. Death is the ultimate destiny of all things." As the red-robed believer spoke, a ball of energy coalesced at the center of his staff. His voice turned icy as he addressed Lin Ze, enunciating each word deliberately. "So it seems you are the heretic who seeks to prevent the Lord of Death's rebirth?" Lin Ze sneered coldly. "There is no Lord of Death here, nor anything you seek. If you value your life, leave immediately." Judging by their earlier words, this group before him seemed to be cultists from another world. Though he couldn't fathom their connection to the old man who claimed to be the god of death, his instincts screamed that whatever they were up to would inevitably threaten this domain. Therefore, Lin Ze must drive them out. Just then, a soft green light appeared. Momo's projection materialized. "Humph. This aura, the incarnation of the world tree? You damned brat, and you claimed not to be a heretic. All who dare obstruct us shall die." The crimson-robed leader, sensing Momo's presence, erupted in fury. He raised his hand and fired a concentrated beam of red light toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze calmly activated the Eternal Shield, then deployed the pristine Earth Domain. Special property Immaculate Soil. The wearer may actively expend mental energy to activate an area-wide damage reduction for their familiars. Simultaneously, a domain centered on the wearer is established. Hostile entities within the domain will be repelled, and their mana and mental energy consumption increases by 50%. Pure Earth absorbs the mana and spirit of enemies within the domain to recharge. Upon full charge, it unleashes an area of effect shockwave that repels all enemies and fully reflects their damage back at them. This domain proves highly effective against spellcasting foes. Due to the soil's resistance to magical energy, spellcasters suffer significantly greater restrictions within it. Sure enough, the crimson-robed figures were instantly affected, their conjuring spells forcibly interrupted. The crimson-robed leader snorted in rage, thrusting his staff violently into the ground. Instantly, a peculiar magical imprint was drawn, etched deeply into the earth. Hear my call, wandering spirits. Spread the terror of death across the land, let darkness shroud every inch of soil. Fight for your god. The crimson-robed leader chanted in a low murmur as the array mark on the ground instantly emitted a terrifying crimson glow. Moments later, the air filled with countless wails of sorrow and lamentation. From the earth emerged a horde of mangled corpses, each twisted and grotesque. Humans, beasts, and even strange creatures of unknown origin. Eerie red light flickered in their eyes as they stiffly yet swiftly lunged toward Lin Ze. Not only that, but ghostly apparitions continuously materialized in the air. They wailed as they devoured one another, finally twisting toward Lin Ze. Witnessing this scene, Momo gasped in shock. This is the death chant summon. It's the power once wielded by the Grim Reaper. It summons the souls of the dead to fight for its master. Theoretically, any deceased being no matter how powerful can be summoned by this technique. Even deities are no exception. You must be careful. Lin Ze nodded at Momo's words, his mind filled with even greater questions about the identities of these people. However, while the Grim Reaper himself could wield this technique to summon any departed soul in the world, his followers clearly lacked that power. These undead entities weren't particularly powerful, roughly equivalent to 3rd or 4th tier monsters. Though nearly double the number of zombies, they faced overwhelmingly superior attributes, resulting in a one-sided slaughter by the undead. The pristine soil's coverage was vast. Zombies already possessed formidable defenses, and with the domain's enhancement, they suffered negligible damage. Moreover, the undead sphere-inducing traits had no effect whatsoever on the zombies. Zombies were themselves a unique type of undead creature. How could they possibly fear these weak spirits? Contrary to the Crimson Robe leader's expectations, Lin Ze disposed of all the summoned undead with almost effortless ease. Damn it! If only I hadn't expended so much mana traversing space. Watching Lin Ze glide toward him with a smirk, sword in hand, the Red Robe leader muttered a curse before turning his resentful gaze toward the thick fog behind him. You'll pay for this. We'll be back. The Crimson-robed leader roared furiously, raising his staff high once more. A pillar of light shot skyward, enveloping their figures once again. The blood-red glow lasted less than 10 seconds before vanishing once more. All that remained was an empty clearing and a strange, lingering mark. They ran? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow before turning to look at Momo. What the hell just happened? Who were those people? Why did they come into my territory to perform some ritual? And they seemed to know you. Lin Ze voiced his questions, then watched Momo quietly, waiting for her response. After a moment of contemplation, Momo pointed her little finger toward the mist. All of this has to do with that guy in there. Lin Ze frowned and asked. You mean, the god of death? Momo nodded. Exactly, him. But he's no saint. He's a sinner god condemned by all the gods, banished to the edge of the world as a prisoner. Once, the king of gods swore a divine oath, as long as even one god remains, no mortal shall know the name of the god of death. All shall forget his very existence. As Momo spoke, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Logically, these worshippers shouldn't remember the deity they're praying to at all. I don't know why they suddenly found their way here. It seems there has been a new development. After speaking, Momo turned her gaze back to Lin Ze. But for now, none of this concerns you. Focus on upgrading me to my complete form first. At this mention, Lin Ze couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Though his progress over the past year had been remarkable, he still fell short of defeating the demon god. Nevertheless, having accepted this weighty responsibility, Lin Ze was determined to see it through. As he pondered this, he glanced behind him. The mist remained utterly still, showing no signs of life as if nothing existed within it at all. Chapter 162, Repelling the Enemy, Heading to the Super-Large Secret Realm. Yet with his growing strength, Lin Ze could now sense an immensely powerful aura concealed within. This was not the right moment to recklessly venture in for exploration. Just as Lin Ze was about to return to his domain, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate in the real world. After giving Momo and Lai Hao a few instructions, Lin Ze exited the Lord's space. Answering the call, he saw it was the principal. Xiao Ze, everything okay lately? The principal's voice carried a hint of amusement over the line. Lin Ze thought for a moment and replied. Nothing major, but I've been planning to establish a federation. It might come in handy someday. Oh? That makes sense. With your capabilities, founding your own alliance is only natural. That's why you sought my lord's endorsement earlier, right? Exactly. If you need any help, just let me know. This old body of mine still has some use left. By the way, I'm reaching out because Qingbei University and 2 other institutions are organizing a secret realm expedition. I'd like you to serve as the expedition leader and guide the team into the secret realm. What do you think? The principal said with a cheerful smile. Secret realm? What secret realm? Why would our academy join forces with other schools to explore one? Lin Ze asked, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. Regarding secret realms, naturally, they were all discovered through their own efforts. The Dragon Nation government would also provide a portion of secret realm coordinates annually based on the academy's high-quality student intake rate, intended for student training. As the nation's premier academy, Qingbei University received the largest allocation of secret realm coordinates in the entire country. Additionally, teachers and professors occasionally discovered new ones during their routine explorations. Resources in this regard were never scarce. Forming multi-academy teams to enter secret realms was something only academies with relatively tight resources would do. Upon hearing this, the principal promptly explained. This is because the secret realm is quite unique. It's an exceptionally large one, yet its level isn't particularly high. It's highly likely that several legendary great items could appear within. Even mythic tier gear isn't out of the question. And the probability is quite high. However, a super large secret realm inevitably houses a massive number of monsters. The authorities were quite troubled over which academy to grant this opportunity to, ultimately deciding to let all three of us send representative teams to compete based on our own merits. Hearing this, Lin Ze understood. Granting this secret realm to just one academy would be grossly unfair, given its immense value. If the opportunity wasn't shared equally, the other two academies would inevitably harbor resentment. After all, a super large secret realm was too vast for any single academy to fully exploit alone. It made perfect sense to let the three major academies share the opportunity and divide the spoils equally. As for what each could gain, that would depend entirely on their own abilities. Still, the prospect of a secret realm capable of yielding mythical grade equipment piqued Lin Ze's interest. With that thought, he inquired, "What is the rating of this secret realm? How many people can participate in this expedition?" The principal replied, "The preliminary rating is platinum tier. The exact type is difficult to determine due to its sheer size. Our academy's representative team will consist of 20 members, 5 freshmen, 5 sophomores, and 10 juniors. Due to level restrictions, the juniors are all around level 30. With your abilities, leading them should be no problem." Lin Ze considered this, nodded, discussed a few more details with the principal, then ended the call. The expedition was set to commence in 2 days, leaving Lin Ze ample time to prepare. Most spots for this mission were already internally allocated. Top performers from freshman and sophomore classes, along with some promising juniors who didn't quite make the first tier, would participate. Several remaining spots were open for competition. But Lin Ze wasn't concerned about that. After all, those close to him had already secured their spots. The remaining positions could be fought over by the rest of the students. In the Lord's world, strength reigns supreme. Qingbei had always valued potential over background. As long as one was strong and exceptional enough, they could still enjoy Qingbei's privileges. After informing the others of this matter, Lin Ze learned that they had already known about this secret realm for some time. He just hadn't expected the exploration would unfold in such a manner. Beijing University is tolerable. Though not as powerful as our academy, they earned their standing through genuine merit. What gives Manhwa University the right to join us? What good are those spoiled brats besides dragging us down? Qi Cheng remarked with disdain, clearly harboring some grudge against Manhwa University. Hearing this, Lin Ze couldn't help but recall how Manhwa University had apparently recruited him from high school right after he finished the national assessment. The memory of that woman named Yi Ling made Lin Ze's brow furrow involuntarily. But he wasn't the petty type, so he naturally held no prejudice against Manhwa University's people over this. But if they insisted on provoking him, Lin Ze wouldn't mind showing them exactly why the flowers were so red. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and before long, the day arrived for their journey to the secret realm. Over these 2 days, Lin Ze got acquainted with the group of students from Tsinghua and Peking University who were traveling with him. There were quite a few familiar faces. The 5 freshmen from the first year were all new faces he didn't recognize. But they all knew Lin Ze. After all, how could these freshmen not recognize the legendary senior from Tsinghua and Peking Universities? The sophomores included Chu Yao, Qi Cheng, Xiao Anyu, and 2 others who had been opponents during previous competitions. The juniors included Chen Yeshi and 2 other friends he got along well with. The rest left Lin Ze with little impression. Nevertheless, everyone present recognized Lin Ze and had no objections to him leading the team. When it came to skill, no one present believed they could beat Lin Ze in a one-on-one match, not even the juniors. After preparations were complete, Lin Ze led them to the official meeting point designated by the Dragon Nation. This expedition might take quite some time, so everyone had already taken care of any necessary matters beforehand. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point, they received the coordinates and entered their respective lord spaces, each teleporting to the demon realm. The entrance to the secret realm remained in the demon realm, specifically the Inferno continent Lin Ze had visited before. However, the realm itself bore no connection to flames whatsoever. Legend held that this realm once housed the ruins of several ancient great nations. The space itself was astonishingly vast, yet the monsters within averaged around level 28 in strength, with abilities varying widely. It seemed to form its own miniature world. Its discovery by humans occurred when this secret realm miraculously reacted to a piece of equipment worn by an explorer from the Dragon Nation. Chapter 163, Conflict. The arrogant Fenghua University. By sheer accident, this explorer unlocked the gates to the secret realm. Possessing over level 30 strength himself, he immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of this realm and promptly reported it to his superiors. After Dragon Nation's preliminary scans of this realm, the expedition was finally launched. Upon entering the demon realm, Lin Ze quickly scanned his surroundings. After confirming all accompanying personnel had arrived, he located the Dragon Nation staff member waiting there. Upon seeing Lin Ze approach, the staff member recognized him immediately and stepped forward to greet him. You must be the representatives from Qingbei University? Please hold on a moment, the delegation from Fenghua University hasn't arrived yet. This realm's portal remains open for only a short time. Once it closes, it will take 12 hours before it can be reopened. The staff member said apologetically. The group had no choice but to wait once more. But after waiting a full 10+ minutes, the Fenghua University representatives still hadn't shown up. Lin Ze couldn't help but frown. Could they actually be late for something like this? They clearly didn't take them seriously at all. Though this area wasn't considered a high-risk zone, it was still densely populated with monsters. Every minute delayed meant increased danger. The representative from Capital University beside him also wore an expression of displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with Fenghua University's behavior. But in that very moment, Lin Ze suddenly recognized the leader of the Capital University delegation, someone he had seen before. Mu Lingxue. Mu Lingxue recognized Lin Ze too, flashing him a bright smile. Oh? Isn't this Lin Ze? Are you leading the Qingbei delegation this time? Mu Lingxue asked warmly. Lin Ze nodded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they both seemed to remember something simultaneously and turned to call out to their respective teams. Chun Yeshi, come here for a moment. Wan, you've always said you wanted to go to Qingbei to study under Senior Lin Ze, right? Well, he's right here. Come on over, come on over. After calling out, both paused in surprise. Mu Lingxue burst into laughter, while Lin Ze smiled helplessly. Chen Yeshi had actually noticed Mu Lingxue long ago but had been too shy to approach her. Hearing Lin Ze call her name, she seized the moment and plucked up the courage to go over. Lin Wanwan had also noticed Lin Ze long ago, but her youthful shyness made it impossible for her to approach him first. Seeing her sister Lingxue call out like that in front of so many people, her face flushed crimson, yet she still stammered her way over to stand beside her. Chen Yeshi had already slipped back into awkward small talk mode, yet Mu Lingxue proved surprisingly adept at keeping up with him. Somehow, they found common ground, chatting about random topics like the pockmarked guy over there and the lame guy over there. Meanwhile, Lin Ze smiled and exchanged greetings with Lin Wanwan. Just as Lin Wanwan mustered her courage to invite Lin Ze out for a meal, she noticed Chu Yao had appeared beside him at some point, her arm already draped affectionately around his. Lin Wanwan's eyes instantly dimmed. Of course, someone as outstanding as Lin Ze would naturally have girls vying for his attention. In that instant, Lin Wanwan suddenly felt no anticipation whatsoever for the secret realm expedition. Lin Ze, however, had no ulterior motives. He simply saw her as a younger sister sharing the same surname and possessing a look that evoked pity. Chu Yao keenly sensed Lin Wanwan's unusual feelings toward Lin Ze and immediately stepped in to assert her claim. However, seeing those kitten-like eyes softened Chu Yao's heart. Just as the group was catching up, the Fenghua University team finally arrived. 20 young men and women, each exuding an air of casual sophistication and privilege, materialized one after another through the Demon Realm contract portal. Leading the group was a slightly nonconformist-looking youth, who was staring at Chu Yao and the others with an arrogant smirk. Well, who'd have thought the girls from these two academies are actually pretty decent looking. But they didn't come to Fenghua University? Guess their taste is kinda average, huh? His words immediately offended both academies. Lin Ze frowned, about to speak up in annoyance. But the fiery-tempered Mu Lingxue beat into it, stepping forward and declaring. You lot, do you even realize you're late? Not only did you fail to apologize, but you have the nerve to say that? What, you think this lady won't lay a finger on you? Mu Lingxue snorted angrily. This remark did not sit well with the representatives from Fenghua University. Oomph. You lowly commoners, isn't it only right that you wait for us nobles? You look so cheap and tacky, it's disgusting. A girl declared with affected disdain, her eyes brimming with contempt. These words ignited a powder keg. Mu Lingxue was one of Jingcheng University's campus beauties. Who among those present didn't know Mu Lingxue, the martial heroine ranked among the university's 4 beauties? How dare she insult their senior like that? The Jingcheng University crowd weren't made of clay either. They instantly flew into a rage. You and your banana peel. A bunch of spoiled brats in costumes, thinking you're hot? Got the guts? Come fight me. Watch me tear your turf to shreds. If I punch this trash and don't make him green, it means he's never eaten chives. Paint your own face with oil? Think you're some big shot? What kind of trash do you think you are to look down on us? True to its reputation as a school renowned for linguistic arts, their insults pack far more punch than anything you'd hear at Peking or Tsinghua. Chen Yeshi was thoroughly annoyed. He strode directly toward the girl who had spoken, stopping right in front of her. His towering frame and snow-white hair, paired with his icy expression, radiated an intimidating presence. The girl flinched at his approach and quickly hid behind a boy beside her. But Chen Yeshi naturally wouldn't stoop to hitting a woman. Instead, he turned his gaze to the man she was leaning against. "You're her boyfriend?" Chen Yeshi asked slowly. Though startled by his imposing presence, the boy forced himself to step forward defiantly. "Yes. What's the problem? Got something to say?" Smack! Without a word, Chen Yeshi delivered a sharp slap across his face. Stunned by the blow, the boy took a moment to recover. His eyes reddened as he instantly summoned his weapon, ready to fight Chen Yeshi to the death. Several manhwa University students nearby also drew their weapons, some even preparing to summon familiars, ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Seeing this, Lin Ze remained silent, stepping forward with a smile to stand beside Chen Yeshi. Several flying swords, radiating a terrifying aura, slowly materialized behind him. Mu Lingxue snorted angrily, a blue broadsword appearing in her hand as she stood imposingly beside Chen Yeshi. The overwhelming aura emanating from the trio sent shivers down the spines of the manhwa University playboys. Chapter 164, Entering the Secret Realm. The Six Ancient Kingdoms. Fortunately, they had brought numerous enforcers for the Secret Realm expedition, all trained by their families. Now, brandishing their weapons, they managed to barely match the trio's imposing presence. Lin Ze sneered inwardly. He had only unleashed about half his aura, yet it had already left this group gasping for breath. Clearly, their strength was rather mediocre. Only the few third-year students from manhwa University who hadn't yet intervened seemed to possess any real strength, though their levels were roughly on par with his own. As conflict loomed between the two sides, the Dragon Nation staff member finally summoned someone capable of calming the situation. It was a minister from the Ministry of Education in the capital of Longwa. "Stop!" A stern, aged voice boomed out as an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, slowly descended from the air, positioning himself between the groups. "The purpose of allowing you all to participate in this secret realm exploration together is to provide an opportunity for your younger generation to fight side by side and engage in friendly exchange. You haven't even entered yet, and already you're squabbling amongst yourselves. Do you wish to give these beasts of the demon realm something to laugh at?" The stern rebuke flashed a hint of displeasure through everyone's minds, yet it was undeniably reasonable. Seeing everyone lower their weapons, the minister's tone softened slightly. "All present here today are the finest young talents of our Dragon Nation. Do not let petty matters lead to conflict. You should support one another, work together in this secret realm exploration, and diligently hone your abilities." With that, he signaled for the staff to activate the portal, allowing the three representative teams to enter. A golden glow erupted as a massive, warped portal materialized on the ground. The participants then regrouped with their respective teams, listening as the staff detailed the specifics of the secret realm. Truthfully, there wasn't much new to learn over the past 2 days. They had already studied the secret realm's information repeatedly. One by one, the three teams entered the realm, embarking on their journey through the shrouded mist. Amidst the familiar spatial distortion, Lin Ze and his companions simultaneously materialized in a vast desert. This secret realm was vast, dozens of times larger than the ancient battlefield ruins Lin Ze and his companions had visited before. According to records, this land had once been home to over 100 million humans. This secret realm contained at least 6 nations, all of them vast ancient kingdoms. The civilization here bore striking similarities to the historical civilizations of Blue Star, yet with subtle differences. Lin Ze was the first to rise to his feet, scanning the surroundings. Nearby were numerous students from Qingbei Academy, along with many others from different institutions. It seemed the teleportation had still been slightly off target, as Lin Ze didn't see Qiao Anyu or the other freshmen nearby. Besides them, several sophomores and juniors had also been transported to different locations. Reuniting here proved far more difficult than in the previous secret realm. The immediate priority was to gather all the students from their own academy. With that thought, Lin Ze immediately gathered the Qingbei University students together. "Everyone, summon some units. Then, within the maximum range you can control, send your units out to explore. First, gather all the classmates who were teleported elsewhere, then we'll begin exploring together." Lin Ze calmly instructed the group. After speaking, he signaled for everyone to disperse and began summoning his undead forces. First, he summoned several high-tier demon zombies and flying zombies. After a moment's thought, he summoned 50 rock giants. After issuing his commands, Lin Ze directed the rock giants to harness earth elemental power, carving out a solid patch of land in the desert. This would serve as their temporary base camp. Soon, the Qingbei students made a discovery. "Senior Lin Ze, my familiars are under attack. Monsters are approaching within about 10 kilometers. Captain, my minions discovered a large ancient city. Coordinates, 20 kilometers to the west." A freshman and a sophomore student reported to Lin Ze one after another. Lin Ze nodded, deciding to hold his position for now. Once everyone was accounted for, they would head to the ancient city for exploration. As for the monsters, knowing about them in advance was sufficient. There was no need to actively engage them. Soon, students began arriving one after another, guided by their familiars, to rendezvous at Lin Ze's temporary base. Only one freshman and 2 juniors remained unaccounted for, likely having ventured farther afield. Xiao Anyu also used her mystical star magic to pinpoint Lin Ze's location and made her way over. Just as Lin Ze was about to intensify the search, another freshman walked in. "Senior Lin Ze, it's bad. Our freshman companion encountered a massive monster horde attack." They sent out a distress signal. He pulled out a peculiar plate covered in tiny spirit orbs that spelled out a single word: help. This freshman was only in his teens in level. Facing the monsters here alone, he clearly couldn't hold out much longer. Lin Ze grasped the gravity of the situation. After confirming the location, he personally led 1,000 zombies to the rescue. Simultaneously, he dispatched several high-mobility units still within the territory as reinforcements, while the rest remained to defend the main base and continue exploring with their units. With that, he soared into the sky alone, heading toward the coordinates the man had given. After flying roughly 10 kilometers, the yellow sand below began churning restlessly. Whirling demon winds swept through, forming a vast sandstorm zone. Visibility within the storm was extremely low, and the constant threat of monsters lurking within forced Lin Ze to slow his pace considerably. Fortunately, the freshman's location wasn't too far away. Lin Ze simply closed his eyes, flying solely by memory, with a dense swarm of zombies following behind him. Lin Ze still possessed a pair of cloud-stepping boots, which granted flight capabilities to his familiars. This time, he had brought 2 zombie squads, one specializing in ranged attacks and the other in close combat. Soon, Lin Ze sensed a large group of monsters through his psychic perception and immediately rushed over. Amidst a sea of quicksand, countless red-eyed tribe soldiers fought desperately to protect a young boy. Surrounding them were giant insects, screeching as they used their mandibles to gnaw relentlessly at the red-eyed soldiers. Despite suffering heavy casualties, not a single soldier retreated. They stood resolutely guarding their lord. But now, the red-eyed tribe soldiers had reached their breaking point. It was clear they couldn't hold out much longer. A look of utter despair spread across the youth's face. Just as he prepared to close his eyes and await death, he suddenly felt a cool, refreshing energy flow into his body. Chapter 165, The Ancient City in the Desert. The shifting sands beneath his feet grew noticeably firmer. Opening his eyes, he saw the ground had somehow become drenched with water, and countless vines and branches had sprouted from the sandy soil. Looking up, Lin Ze's figure appeared like a celestial being descending from the heavens, blocking the sun with a golden halo radiating around him. The student named Su Yile instantly burst into tears, as if he had seen a savior. However, having battled too long in the desert, his body was severely dehydrated. Overwhelmed by emotion, he fainted. Before collapsing, his lips moved twice, seemingly calling out Lin Ze's name. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately dispatched several zombies to guard him while leading the rest to engage the monsters. Monster, Giant Desert Scorpion. Level, 16. Description: predators lurking within the desert, possessing hardened bodies and deadly venomous stingers, making them exceptionally formidable creatures. Though only level 16, these desert scorpions possessed combat prowess rivaling monsters of level 18 or even level 20 in the harsh desert environment. To Lin Ze, however, they were nothing more than a swarm of ants easily crushed at will. Lin Ze flicked a refined gold talisman, instantly conjuring countless metallic spikes that pierced through 6 or 7 out of 10 scorpions on the ground. The zombies charged into the scorpion swarm, violently tearing apart the creatures' bodies. In an instant, the ground was littered with the mangled remains of giant desert scorpions. Beneath the sand, however, lurked an even more terrifying species: giant ant lions. Unlike ordinary ant lions, these giants hunt collectively, burrowing deep beneath the sand with only their heads exposed. When prey entered their striking range, they seized it with lightning-fast mandibles, dragging it underground to devour. These terrifying insects, whose feeding habits were even more horrifying, encountered a monster far more dreadful than themselves. The zombies showed no fear. Their overwhelming attributes rendered the ant lions utterly powerless against the zombies standing on the ground. Instead, the zombies seized the ant lions, yanking them free from the sand and smashing them into pulpy messes in mere moments. The sand, solidified by the influence of the mystic water domain and constrained by the azure wood talisman, trapped the ant lion and scorpion swarms. They could only serve as punching bags for the zombies. Lin Ze's combat acumen was truly top tier. With just a glance, he analyzed the weaknesses of both monsters and devised the fastest solution. His tactics proved highly effective. In less than 10 minutes, no moving monsters remained on the surface. The landscape was littered with the mangled remains of giant desert scorpions and ant lions, with only a handful of ant lions that had never exposed themselves escaping unscathed. These ant lions could only bury their heads as deep as possible into the sand, praying the terrifying human above wouldn't discover them. In truth, Lin Ze had spotted them long ago but simply ignored them. After clearing the monsters from the ground, he carried the student now unconscious from exhaustion and flew back toward their point of origin. At the same time, the manhwa Academy team encountered a massive swarm of ant lions and giant desert scorpions. Unlike Lin Ze, they were immediately intimidated by these monstrous-looking creatures. Were it not for the accompanying enforcers possessing some skill, this group of over level 20 lords would have been single-killed by monsters barely over level 10. Only after the bodyguards had dealt with the creatures did these young masters put on a show of stepping over the corpses, sneering as they declared, "Oomph. Nothing special." As if they themselves had defeated these creatures. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. How could an academy filled with such spoiled, mediocre young masters possibly rank among the top 2 in Dragon Nation? This revelation also touched upon a hidden history of Manhwa Academy. Back at Qingbei University, after Lin Ze brought the freshman back to the temporary camp, he immediately had Chuyao skilled in healing cast several healing spells on him. Under Chuyao's masterful healing magic, the freshman named Suyao soon regained consciousness. Opening his eyes to find classmates already gathered around him, Suyao's initial anxiety finally subsided. Having just breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately sought out Lin Ze and bowed gratefully. "Thank you, Senior Lin Ze. If not for you, I would have perished at the hands of those monsters. I will never forget this kindness." Suyao's mind echoed with the image of Lin Ze, who seemed like a god, as he spoke with gratitude. Lin Ze said nothing, merely offering a faint smile before patting Suyao's shoulder encouragingly. Shortly after, the 2 missing juniors also found Lin Ze, completing the gathering of the entire Qingbei representative team. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately ordered the group to head toward the ancient city detected earlier. Typically, most treasures within secret realms remained within structures, with only a small fraction scattered across the wilderness battlefields. Though exploration followed no fixed route, Lin Ze still had several students with strong directional sense begin mapping the area. Their initial plan was to explore outward from their teleportation point as their central reference. Soon, they reached the outskirts of the ancient city. The city lay completely buried beneath yellow sands, perhaps sensing the presence of life that had caused it to break through the dust and see the light of day once more. The moment they stepped outside, Lin Ze sensed several powerful forces within. A rough guess formed in his mind. This ancient city was most likely not destroyed by conquest, but rather wiped out by some catastrophe targeting the humans who lived within. In an instant, all its inhabitants had been killed by some mysterious force, leaving behind this perfectly preserved city of the dead. The city's area was vast, nearly a quarter the size of the capital city, making a complete exploration impossible in a short time. After setting up camp outside the city walls, Lin Ze immediately divided his team into 4 squads. Upon entering the ancient city, they would explore from 4 different directions while ensuring all squads could maintain communication with each other. This approach maximized efficiency while ensuring swift mutual support in case of danger. After assigning the squads, Lin Ze personally led one group into the ancient city first. Among these trainees were many scholars proficient in both literary and martial arts. Soon, someone deduced the nation to which the ancient city belonged. Chapter 166, The Legacy of the Ancient Maha Kingdom. A sacred artifact trial? This appears to be the ruins of an ancient civilization called Maha. Currently, our Dragon Nation has very little research on their era. We don't even know how they were wiped out. Perhaps through this exploration, we can use this secret realm to complete our research on these civilizations and fill in the gaps of that era's history. A junior student explained to Lin Ze. While Lin Ze had decent grades in history during high school, he felt rather inadequate when faced with top researchers from prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua. Yet judging by the fervor in the other's eyes, the subject of history clearly held significant influence. Chuyao nodded in agreement beside him, smiling as she gazed at the stone steels and murals used for rituals within the city. She was deeply fascinated by such subjects and was now intently studying the murals, striving to reconstruct the glorious scenes of the ancient Mahakala kingdom's heyday. Inside the city walls, streets branched out in all directions. The architecture differed greatly from ancient Longwa, brimming with exotic charm at every turn. Though countless years had passed, the ancient city remained remarkably intact, not a single crumbling or decaying structure in sight. Its vivid preservation was truly breathtaking. However, Lin Ze sensed several restless forces still stirring within the city, as if awaiting the intrusion of outsiders like them. After exploring along the way, Lin Ze's team followed the stone steel by the street and found a very open square. The ground here was paved with a peculiar stone that shimmered with an eerie glow under the sun's rays. At the plaza's center stood an altar, once seemingly holding some object, now completely empty. Mahakara script was carved into the floor. As soon as Chuyao saw it, she pulled out a set of paper and brush from her backpack and began tracing the inscriptions. Just as Chuyao finished sketching every character on the ground, an unexpected change occurred. The immobile stones on the ground suddenly began to rotate slowly, as if triggered by some mechanism. The clanging of stones colliding echoed across the sky. Lin Ze alertly drew his weapon from his backpack and soared into the air. The stones rotated in a precise pattern, their inscriptions shifting continuously as waves of energy surged from beneath the earth, gradually converging upon the altar at the plaza's center. Immediately after, a magnificent-looking scepter slowly materialized at the altar's center. A golden apparition materialized abruptly, reaching out to grasp the scepter upon the altar. The phantom wore a peculiar mask that shimmered with a dark golden glow. Through the slits in its upper half, a pair of deep, piercing eyes flickered with golden light. Welcome to Maha, travelers from afar. To everyone's surprise, the apparition spoken in the modern language of the Dragon Nation. Lin Ze's expression sharpened instantly, and he immediately reached out to restrain the few who were about to act. He sensed no killing intent emanating from this apparition. The apparition noticed Lin Ze's action, lifted its head, and seemed to smile at him before saying, "There's no need for tension. I am here specifically to await your arrival. I am Ismael, the last temple priest of Mahakala, here to guard the final sacred artifact of the ancient kingdom of Mahakala. Any human being has the right to come here, undergo the trial of the king of Maha, and successfully claim it. The bearer of this sacred artifact shall gain peerless power, capable of transforming even the hardest metals and stones." Priest Ismael spoke, raising the scepter in his hand. He then turned his gaze back to the crowd and said with a smile, "Do you accept this trial?" Perhaps because the atmosphere was truly peculiar, everyone instinctively turned to look at Lin Ze. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze spoke. "Why would you willingly surrender the supreme sacred artifact to people from other nations?" The priest chuckled softly, then gestured for Lin Ze to look around. "It's simple. Because the Mahoka Shyapa lineage has no descendants left. We became extinct millions of years ago. Before the last king fell, he swore an oath to the sun, any worthy soul shall wield the sacred artifacts of our ancient Maha kingdom. It is because of this oath that I have buried my soul here eternally, awaiting the day when a worthy human of the human race will awaken me through trial." The priest spoke, a trace of profound sorrow flickering in his eyes. "Though the Maha have perished, the human race endures. This act, I suppose, is Mahakala's final contribution to the human race." The priest finished speaking, then turned his gaze toward Lin Ze in the air, once again letting out that peculiar laugh. "Young ones, are you willing to accept this inheritance belonging to the human race?" Lin Ze slowly descended to the ground and looked at the priest. "Then what exactly is this trial you speak of?" A brilliant golden halo erupted from the scepter in the priest's hand, followed by the unfolding of a magnificent scene. It depicted the scene of Maha before its destruction. Countless Maha people, clad in exotic attire, still thronged the streets. Their skin was slightly fairer than that of the Dragon Nation's people, yet their facial features bore a striking resemblance to them. The streets bustled not only with merchants but also with Maha soldiers in golden armor patrolling the thoroughfares, presenting a scene of lively prosperity. Yet suddenly, a strange creature appeared within the scene. It possessed multiple tentacles and irregular scales covering its body. Its entire head resembled a giant octopus, with headlight-like eyes glowing white, demonic in appearance. Judging by the setting, this monster must have appeared abruptly within the ancient city. The next scene showed the Maha King leading his soldiers to fight the creature, ultimately driving it out. This is the essence of the trial: enter the Phantom Sand Corridor within the royal city and defeat the enemies that the Maha Kingdom once fought. Only those who surpass Mahakala possess the power to save this world. The priest addressed Lin Ze. Lin Ze glanced at the others in the squad, but they all seemed uninterested. "Lin Ze, perhaps you should be the one to attempt this legacy." A third-year student hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. It wasn't that they doubted their own abilities, they had all heard the priest's words. Only one who surpasses Mahakala could save this world. They knew they lacked the potential and ambition for such a task. Perhaps among them, only Lin Ze possessed the capability? Moreover, they believed that Lin Ze, bearing the title of Dragon Nation's future strongest, was far more deserving of claiming that sacred artifact than any of them. Chapter 167, The Hall of Illusory Sands. The trial begins. Seeing everyone decline, the priest chuckled and said, "Though there is only one sacred artifact, the inheritance is not limited to a single heir. I never said only one person could undergo the trial. Any descendant of our human race may enter the illusory sand corridor within the king's hall to undergo the trials left by the king. Depending on the outcome of these trials, you shall all receive gifts from Maha. But to claim the sacred artifact itself, one must complete every trial within the Hall of Illusory Sands. Only then can the door to Maha's secret treasury be unlocked, revealing the artifact." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood, and a hint of joy appeared on each face. So that's how it was truly a happy ending for all. This Phantom Realm trial was not only a golden opportunity to delve into history but also a chance to uncover ancient treasures. Moreover, as the priest stated, any member of the human race could enter the Hall of Illusory Sands to undergo the trials. This meant that this place alone could yield a wave of rewards for the entire Tsinghua Peking University delegation. A faint smile also appeared on Lin Ze's face. He immediately instructed the student in charge of communications to gather everyone. Seeing Lin Ze's consent, the priest cast an admiring glance his way. Though merely a spirit form, he could discern Lin Ze's extraordinary qualities. Among this group of human youths, Lin Ze's talent and overall capabilities were top tier, surpassing even the kings of the priest's era. What a pity! If only Maha had possessed such a youth back then, perhaps they wouldn't have been annihilated? The priest recalled their final battle as humans, and a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Then, he began fulfilling his duty, leading Lin Ze into the royal palace. The royal palace stood at the very heart of Maha City, a colossal and imposing structure. Along the way, the exotic charm of another era and another realm left Lin Ze and his companions in awe of the ancient artisan's mastery. Finally, they reached their destination. There hung a sand painting, created with sand and pigments on a base of some kind of animal hide. It seemed to depict a battle. The painting floated eerily in midair, suspended in perfect stillness. Young ones, this is the trial ground left behind by the king. This painting is called the final chapter of all realms. It depicts the catastrophic extinction that befell the human civilization that came before us. The king sealed all his magical power and sacred artifacts within this very painting. Simply extend your hand and touch this painting to awaken the spirit within, thereby entering it to begin your trial. Each person's trial will vary slightly based on their strength, but fear not, time flows differently within. No matter how many trials you undergo, you will return to reality after 10 minutes. The priest explained, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Then, let us begin, brave youths. All eyes turned to Lin Ze. Without hesitation, Lin Ze stepped forward. After sensing the painting with his spiritual energy, he reached out his hand. Having broken through the level 30 barrier, Lin Ze's psychic power had surged dramatically, and he now wielded it with exceptional skill. At times, he could even discern truth from lies through mental reading. Just moments ago, he had initiated a probe on the priest. As if aware of Lin Ze's suspicions, the priest offered no resistance, allowing the probe to proceed. After confirming the priest harbored no ill intent, Lin Ze finally accepted all his explanations. Reaching out, Lin Ze gently traced his fingers across the sand painting. Instantly, a colossal will, ancient and timeless, seemed to materialize before him. Immediately, a powerful gravitational pull drew him into the sand painting before him. In a daze, Lin Ze beheld a colossal figure radiating divine light, holding a magical artifact in hand, with 8 colored ribbons swirling behind him. The giant slowly extended a hand toward Lin Ze. The instant it touched his body, a flood of memories surged into Lin Ze's mind. Human youth, I am Vice Ravana, the last king of the Manhwa kingdom. Throughout the long history of the Manhwa kingdom, my ancestors and I fought countless battles, safeguarding this land's peace for millennia. Yet in the end, we fell in that final holy war. Now, I have buried both my power and the sacred artifact, passed down for millennia, within this place. Should you pass the trials I have left behind, you may inherit its legacy. This power is the final act I can perform for the human race. Go forth, young warrior. For the eternal survival of the human race, take up your weapons and fight. The voice was ethereal and vast, surging in from all directions, plunging Lin Ze into a momentary daze. As the final words faded, an endless desert suddenly appeared before Lin Ze's eyes. The first trial, the sand demon that emerged a century ago, capable of devouring all living beings in the world. Young man, be extremely cautious. The voice gradually faded away, and Lin Ze finally regained his ability to move. Stretching his limbs, he soon sensed something moving rapidly beneath the sand. Numerous in quantity, yet their aura remained identical. Lin Ze immediately summoned his Lord Crystal and activated the domain portal. The portal remained one-way, troops could exit, but Lin Ze himself could not enter. This place was most likely constructed from illusions, likely operating on a principle similar to simulated space. Thinking this, Lin Ze immediately summoned several hundred zombies. But just as the 800 emerged, Lin Ze suddenly lost all sense of his domain. Is this some kind of restriction? Lin Ze was startled for only a second before regaining his composure. Judging by the aura he sensed, this sand fiend wasn't particularly powerful, roughly between a gold tier boss and a platinum tier boss. 800 high tier zombies would suffice. Just as he prepared to launch an attack, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the sand. A massive worm, as thick as a well shaft, burst through the earth. Its enormous mouth dripped corrosive saliva as it hissed at Lin Ze. Before it could strike, Lin Ze acted first. His sword sliced through the air like a meteor chasing the moon, tracing a beautiful arc before plunging deep into the worm's body. The creature's skin was covered in secretions, making it both slimy and incredibly tough. But the armor-piercing effect of sword control defied the laws of physics. The first strike failed to pierce, but the second thrust successfully penetrated its body. The zombies roared in unison, charging toward the colossal worm. Chapter 168, The Illusory Trial. The four symbols formation reveals its might. The wounded worm let out a pained hiss and immediately unleashed its signature move, burrowing deep into the yellow sands. Seeing this, Lin Ze smiled faintly and immediately commanded the rock giant zombies to collectively release earth elemental manipulation onto the ground. They used the earth element within the sand and gravel to mark this enormous worm. Against nimble, agile foes, the rock giant might be toyed with and outmaneuvered. But against such a massive foe, they could leverage their advantages to the fullest. Soon, through the bond between his minions, Lin Ze pinpointed the location of every moving creature beneath his feet. There were a full 9 of these worms. And each one was an individual, a monstrous growth sprouting from a massive fleshy tumor. Lin Ze grinned, several talismans appearing instantly in his hand. He hadn't used this formation since acquiring it. Lin Ze flung the 4 talismans around him, positioning himself at the center. He used 4 ordinary, unattributed long swords as the array's conduits. Azure mystic wood, 100 refined golden essence, southern brightness fire, northern abyss mystic water. The 4 elements of the 4 symbols were arranged in sequence across the 4 cardinal directions, corresponding to the 4 symbols' respective positions. East was the azure dragon, west the white tiger, south the vermilion bird, north the black tortoise. Heaven leans on the 4 symbols array. Lin Ze roared, his hand seals shifting abruptly. 4 distinct forces erupted from the swords, gradually coalescing into 4 colossal illusory forms. Body as azure as the heavens, horns like a wood dragon, the azure dragon coiled in the east. The white tiger, dominating the mountains and forests, its might subduing all beasts, coiled in the west. Radiant with 5 colors, embodying 6 divine forms, soaring through the south the vermilion bird. The black tortoise, embracing yin and yang, regulating the north's waters and earth, dwelling in the north. The spirits of the 4 symbols transformed into 4 halos, each attaching itself to one of the 4 long swords beside Lin Ze. Defeating the subterranean monster head-on was not difficult, but it was too cunning to engage Lin Ze directly. Instead, it sought refuge within the sandy soil that favored it, gradually devouring Lin Ze's followers before finally swallowing Lin Ze whole. But Lin Ze wasn't about to indulge it. This was the perfect opportunity to test the might of the heaven-relying 4 symbols formation. Though Lin Ze hadn't perfected the formation setup, the explosive power unleashed left him thoroughly satisfied. Most crucially, this formation proved remarkably versatile, capable of both offense and defense, and even temporarily harnessing the 4 symbols' power to manipulate all surrounding elemental forces. This meant Lin Ze need only channel the power of the black tortoise to flush out the monster lurking deep within. Lin Ze immediately channeled his spiritual energy into the black tortoise spirit in the north. The colossal black tortoise let out a thunderous roar, its 4 pillar-like legs crashing heavily into the ground. Thick black light surged forth, instantly saturating the desert sand, which churned violently. Soon, 9 writhing monsters were exposed by the churning sand, appearing utterly panicked. On the fleshy mass connecting them, Lin Ze suddenly spotted numerous grotesque human faces, causing an immediate wave of discomfort. Where on earth did these monsters come from? He'd never heard of them before. Were they some long-extinct species? Lin Ze pondered as his hands never paused. All 4 swords simultaneously burst into light, unleashing the 4 symbols' power within them to condense a single attack. Boom! Boom! The force surpassed Lin Ze's expectations, obliterating all 9 worms into mincemeat with a single strike. The exploding fragments of worm flesh scattered wildly, corroding everything they touched. As the fragments threatened to reach him, Lin Ze frowned and immediately purified them with the power of the black tortoise. With another attack, the monster was utterly reduced to ashes. Burned by fire and drowned by water, it was forever buried beneath the sand. After disposing of it, Lin Ze dissolved the formation and suddenly felt a significant drain on his spiritual energy reserves. No wonder I thought it didn't consume much spiritual energy when I used it. Turns out it all gets settled after the fact. Lin Ze shook his head with a wry smile, carefully assessing the toll. The 4 ordinary, unattributed swords instantly crumbled to powder after bearing the weight of the 4 symbols' power just once. But such items weren't particularly valuable, so Lin Ze didn't give it a second thought. The cost wasn't staggering either. With a full mana reserve, he could have launched over a dozen attacks. Just as he pondered this, the familiar voice echoed once more. "Congratulations, young man. You have passed this trial. Prepare to face the next one." As the voice faded, the surroundings abruptly shifted. When Lin Ze opened his eyes again, he found himself back within the ancient city of Mahakala. Beneath the city walls, countless sand soldiers stood arrayed, glaring menacingly, as if poised to launch an attack on the city at any moment. Interesting. Observing the soldiers below, Lin Ze's lips curled into a faint smile. 32 pitch-black portals suddenly materialized behind him. Lin Ze then passed 7 consecutive trials, overcoming every obstacle until he finally reached the ultimate final trial. The setting for the final trial remained the ancient city of Maha, but this time, Lin Ze was not tasked with defending it, he was to conquer it. The final trial is to successfully capture the city of Maha. The defenders within the city will adapt based on the challenger's strength. This is also a battle against your inner self. Strive to surpass yourself and pass this final test. The voice of Vice Ravana echoed in Lin Ze's ears. Gazing upon the city where he had once fought fiercely, Lin Ze felt an unusual sensation welling up within him. So that's how it is? The guards within the city will adjust their strength based on my power. In other words, this is going to be a brutal fight. But Lin Ze showed no fear whatsoever, summoning his zombie army once more. Amidst a towering flame, Liao's figure materialized beside Lin Ze. "Kid, this is the final battle, right? What a pity I haven't had my fill yet." Liao's hearty laughter drew a faint smile from Lin Ze. "Don't worry. This one will be more thrilling than all 8 previous battles combined." No sooner had he finished speaking than Momo frowned and muttered. "Ha? Even tougher than before? I should have never come." Liao laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle Momo's hair, but she dodged him with a quick sidestep. "Don't come near me. Fire-breathing uncle." Momo hid behind Lin Ze, sniffling. Momo's true form was a tree, and her aversion to flames was a primal instinct ingrained in her very genes. Yet for some reason, Liahao seemed to take a particular liking to this little girl whose age was unknown. Watching the playful banter between the two, Lin Ze couldn't help but smile warmly. The territory was growing livelier by the day. As the zombies emerged one by one, the battle swiftly commenced. Chapter 169, The Ultimate Trial. Capturing the ancient city of Manhwa. Lin Ze and Liahao jointly led the zombies in launching an assault on the city of Manhwa. Under Lin Ze's command, the zombies coordinated flawlessly. Massive giant zombies formed the vanguard, absorbing the initial impact, while elemental troops prepared for the assault by channeling various elements. The first wave to charge were the monster cannon fodder, a motley crew of zombies transformed by Lin Ze, charging fearlessly toward the city gates. The soldiers of the Mahakara kingdom were truly exceptional. Their overall strength ranked among the highest Lin Ze had ever witnessed among human soldiers. And this wasn't even their peak form, it had been adjusted based on their own capabilities. One could only wonder what kind of enemy had managed to annihilate them in the past. Upon the ramparts, Lin Ze spotted a familiar figure. High Priest Ismail. Wearing a golden mask and wielding a magic array, he stood like a celestial being. With a wave of his hand, a spell engulfed the entire city wall. Golden light surged like a tidal wave, its intense heat scorching the frontline cannon fodder troops, who quickly began suffering casualties. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately cast several mystic water charms, lifting the scorching effects from the zombies and restoring their health. Then, personally piloting his flying swords, he charged toward the soldiers on the ramparts. 8 flying swords slashed in rapid succession, their various special damage types quickly felling a small group of Mahakara Kingdom warriors. Seizing the moment, Lin Ze unleashed the Starfall Sword's star-piercing sky-splitting strike, successfully slaying several wounded soldiers before instantly summoning several massive meteorites to rain down. Like divine retribution, the meteors gradually approached the city walls, obscuring the sky. Just as they seemed poised to crush the wall and its defenders, a bare-chested giant leapt high into the air, shield and spear in hand. With the strength of one man, he managed to brace against the colossal meteorite. With a thunderous roar, the giant shattered the meteorite with a single strike. It disintegrated into a shower of fragments that rained down across the sky. Seeing this, a high priest swiftly deployed a dazzling golden protective barrier, enveloping the entire city of Mahakala. The falling rocks slammed against the golden shield, sending ripples across its surface. Upon seeing the bare-chested giant emerge, a peculiar fire ignited in Liahao's eyes. Like a predator spotting its prey, he roared with laughter and charged toward the general. This was the delighted gaze of a pure martial artist encountering a formidable opponent. "Kid, I'll handle that guy." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he locked horns with the general. Though Momo usually complained about being a bother, she proved incredibly effective in battle, continuously providing life-saving healing to the zombies, single-handedly reducing their casualty rate by a full third. By now, the main zombie force had locked horns with the Mahakara soldiers, plunging into close-quarters combat. In close quarters, the Mahakara warriors were no match for the zombies. The zombies' physical bodies were simply too monstrous. Despite the Manhwa warriors' heavy armor, it proved unable to withstand the zombies' powerful attacks. Meanwhile, the weapons wielded by the Mahakala warriors proved largely ineffective at inflicting wounds upon the undead. Lin Ze also clashed with the high priest in midair. The sky soon filled with golden light and thunderbolts as the two fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Lin Ze had already set up 2 formations before launching his assault, and now they proved crucial to breaking the deadlock. Yet he realized a crucial figure seemed absent from this battle. The Maha King, Vaireva, had yet to join the fray. From their brief encounter earlier, this final Maha King was himself a formidable lord. Yet, at this moment, the king was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Elemental power surged continuously from Lin Ze's hands, while Ismar countered with a barrage of spells. Soon, the zombies breached the city walls, and the tide of battle began to turn in Lin Ze's favor. Unexpectedly, the high priest seemed utterly unconcerned, smiling as he continued to fight Lin Ze. Just as the Maha warriors on the ramparts were about to be driven off, a brilliant golden spear suddenly flew out from within the city, impaling a 5th-tier zombie firmly to the wall. Vice Ravana, clad in a golden robe, joined the fray. Behind him followed a ceremonial procession, musicians playing unique Mahakara melodies to honor the king's arrival. 8 powerful steeds neighed, their voices seeming to join the subjects in praising the king's achievements. The overwhelming aura pressed down on Lin Ze with an unprecedented intensity, transporting him back to facing Nasir in the demon realm. Unlike Nasir's wild and untamed aura, Bishamontan radiated an overbearing presence befitting a supreme ruler in indescribable majesty. Lin Ze dared not take any chances. He immediately broke free and activated the formation behind him without hesitation. The 7-kill soul binding formation was meant to temporarily hold off the high priest, while the heavenly support 4 symbols formation was his primary tactic against Vice Ravana. Standing within the formation, Lin Ze's heart surged with an intense desire to win. Raising his hand, 4 swords imbued with the power of the 4 symbols materialized around him. With the first strike, Lin Ze channeled the power of the Azure Dragon, conjuring 2 massive wooden dragons that soared toward Vaireva. The wooden dragons moved with blinding speed, reaching before him in the blink of an eye. These wooden dragons contained the true might of ancient timber. Upon seizing their opponent, they not only sealed the flow of their magical power but also devoured their vitality and mental energy in utterly ruthless attack. Yet Vaisravana merely transformed his weapon into a golden battle axe, leaping high into the air to meet the two charging wooden dragons. With a thunderous crash, Vishvakarma's immense power cleaved the two wooden dragons cleanly into 4 pieces. Metal inherently overcomes wood, and bolstered by such immense force, Vishamantan successfully countered this move with a single strike. Lin Ze felt the immense power surging within him, his excitement growing even more intense. Only by defeating the strong can one surpass oneself. Without such conviction, one could never break through their own limits. He thought, then struck again. Since you're also skilled in the art of metal and stone, why not try this move? Lin Ze silently murmured to himself. The second sword slashed out, its platinum-hued blade gleaming like the sun. Instantly, it fragmented into countless razor-sharp blades in midair, raining down upon Vishamantan like a torrential storm. This was the might of the white tiger, the ultimate blade imbued with the aura of slaughter. Upon striking its target, it would inject this killing intent into the body, swiftly disrupting bodily functions. The wounds inflicted by this strike were exceedingly difficult to heal. The overwhelming blade storm reached Vaisravana in an instant. Countless blades coalesced in the air, forming a colossal illusory white tiger, its terrifying aura striking fear into anyone who dared to look upon it. Chapter 170, Trial Complete. Mythic Grade Weapon. Vaisravana did not meet the attack head-on as before. Instead, he raised both hands toward the heavens. Golden light erupted from his body, and the silhouette of an ancient god slowly materialized behind him. This was Mahakala, the legendary celestial deity who founded the Mahakala clan. He too presided over the aura of slaughter, possessing the power to turn stone into gold and command all armies under heaven. Bathed in the golden radiance emanating from behind Vishamantan, the blade rain instantly melted into pools of golden liquid, losing all control as it rained down onto the ground. A golden rain instantly fell outside Maha City. The spectacular sight caused soldiers from both sides to turn their gaze toward this battle between two kings. After the final blade melted away, Vishamantan appeared greatly drained. The shadowy figure behind him flickered, growing faint before gradually vanishing. Yet he launched his attack without hesitation, conjuring a golden spear in his hand. With a thunderous roar, he hurled it toward Lin Ze. The spear streaked like a golden lightning bolt toward Lin Ze, poised to pierce his throat only to be halted by a rippling black light. A serpentine mark slowly appeared on Lin Ze's face, his hair instantly turning dark green, and his pupils blazing crimson. Around him, the dark ripples grew larger and larger, gradually coalescing into a massive, shadowy form of the black tortoise, enveloping him within its embrace. Feeling the Xuanwu power surging within him, Lin Ze smiled faintly. He raised his hand and made a punching motion toward Vishvakarman. The shadow of the black tortoise let out a hissing roar in sync with his movement, its two front legs stomping heavily onto the ground. The immense force caused the entire Mahakashayapa ancient city to tremble as a surging black light crashed toward Vairava. It was a primordial pressure and attack as heavy as Mount Tai that slammed into Vaisravana, making him grunt and stumble back a step. Though not swift, the attack carried an inescapable force that drew a smile from Vaisravana. So this is the ancient and mysterious power of the East? Young man, you are indeed formidable. As he spoke, a golden glow coalesced once more in his hand. Then let this strike decide the outcome of this battle. He roared, suddenly leaping into the air. Placing his hands behind his head, his body arched like a bow as he channeled every ounce of his power into a strike potent enough to pierce through anything. The golden spear sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, hurtling toward Lin Ze at the speed of light. At that very moment, Lin Ze's fourth sword had also been fully formed. Of the 4 symbols, only one remained to unleash its full might. With a piercing cry, Lin Ze gripped the sword embodying the spirit of the vermilion bird, unleashing a fiery sword sheath several zhang wide. The flames spread relentlessly through the air, gradually coalescing into a perpetually burning vermilion bird. With terrifying might, it collided with the golden spear. A terrifying explosion erupted, and a blinding light instantly illuminated the entire ancient city of Mahakala. The illusory vermilion phoenix seemed to ignite the entire world, stripping the scene of all color and sound. The intense heat instantly melted the roaring golden spear, propelling it dozens of meters further before crashing violently into the body of Vaisravana, triggering a second explosion. Boom! Watching the flames gradually consume everything, Lin Ze gasped for breath, yet a smile spread across his face. Fire overcomes metal. This technique proved exceptionally effective against enemies skilled in metal-based abilities. However, the previous attack had completely depleted the spiritual energy within Lin Ze, leaving him unable to sustain the heavenly support 4 symbols formation any longer. Without Lin Ze's control, the 4 symbol spirits each dissolved into streaks of light and vanished, leaving only 4 piles of shattered sword dust behind. With the aura of Vaisravana gone, the outcome of the battle was now inevitable. With the high priest simultaneously facing Zhang Sanzio Yulan and Xiao Tianqiu Lan, bolstered by Lin Ze's 7-kill soul-sealing array, defeat was merely a matter of time. Liahao had also successfully inflicted severe injuries on the general, leaving behind considerable traces of flame energy within him. Lin Ze had now grasped the mechanics of Liu Hao's self-created technique, the Burning Heaven 9 forms. By striking the same acupoint repeatedly, he channeled the flame energy into his opponent's body. Finally, based on the number of acupoints struck, this technique targets one of the 9 vital death points on the body, detonating the opponent's internal flame energy in one fell swoop to inflict immense damage in an instant. The first form required striking 12 acupoints, each at least once, needing only a small amount of flame energy to trigger the detonation. The ninth form, however, requires striking 108 acupoints while simultaneously concentrating a massive amount of flame energy throughout the entire arm. Finally, an accelerated elbow thrust instantly detonates all the gathered flame energy, reducing the enemy's body to ashes in an instant. This ninth form is named Heaven Scorching Charge God Shattering Style. According to Liu Hao, even in life he could never execute this technique, it existed only in theory. His previous body could never withstand such an assault nor contain sufficient flame energy within his arm. But now, he truly possessed the means to wield it. Yet at this moment, Liu Hao had only unleashed the third form, and it was already sufficient to annihilate his current opponent. With Lin Ze's final sword strike landing, the battle came to a complete end. Congratulations, young man. You have successfully passed all my trials and shall receive the sacred artifact passed down for 1,000 years by the Manhwa clan. May you, after obtaining it, remain true to your heart, strengthen our human race, and protect a pure land for humanity amidst the new cosmic calamity, never repeating the mistakes of the past. The voice of Vice Ravana grew fainter and fainter, as if gradually fading into the distance. Lin Ze silently mourned for a moment in his heart for this ruler of mankind, who even in his final moments still thought of his people. Then he lifted his head once more. The surroundings shifted once more, placing Lin Ze before a palace resplendent in gold and splendor. The interior was vast, yet contained only a single object. A pool of liquid radiating brilliant golden light. Equipment, Gilded Sovereignty. Grade, Rainbow. Bonus? Level requirement, Level 35. Mythical nature weapon manifestation. This is the companion entity of a certain deity, existing as an unformed pool of golden energy. Upon binding to a lord, it can transform into any weapon according to the wielder's intent. Its properties vary depending on the weapon's form. Tier 1 Mythic Grade Weapon. A Mythic Grade Weapon. A flash of astonishment crossed Lin Ze's eyes as he reached out toward the golden liquid. Chapter 171, Mythic Grade Weapon, Gilded Sovereignty. As if sensing Lin Ze, the liquid gradually flowed into his arm, solidifying into a golden pattern. The pattern depicted a three-eyed deity, likely the first owner of this mythic tier weapon. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine his first mythic tier weapon would be obtained within this secret realm. This single weapon alone represented an immense stroke of fortune. Lin Ze felt the surging power within him and thought to himself. Unfortunately, even after advancing 2 levels during the trial, he still fell 1 level short of binding this mythical grade weapon. But inability to bind didn't mean Lin Ze couldn't wield it temporarily. Having approached its level requirement, coupled with Lin Ze's attributes far surpassing those of lords at his level, he could still briefly wield the weapon. Before he could test the weapon's capabilities, Lin Ze suddenly felt an intense gravitational pull, sucking him outward. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back within the secret realm. The sand painting seemed slightly altered, yet Lin Ze couldn't immediately pinpoint the changes. The instant Lin Ze was teleported out, everyone else who had entered the Hall of Illusory Sands alongside him was also transported out. Damn it, how far did you guys get in the trial? I got knocked out in the 2nd stage. You're pretty weak then. I made it all the way to the 6th stage. As soon as they emerged, several familiar students began discussing the trial's contents. Moments later, their gazes all turned toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze, did you pass this trial? Su Yile, a first-year freshman, grinned awkwardly as he addressed Lin Ze. But from his tone, he seemed quite certain Lin Ze had already passed the trial. Lin Ze didn't answer. He merely smiled faintly and revealed the golden pattern on his arm to them. The dazzling radiance and the immense power it contained instantly made everyone gasp in awe. Is this a legendary grade equipment? No. I've seen legendary gear before. It radiated a powerful aura too, but nothing compares to the brilliance of this thing. This must be mythic tier equipment. A third-year student, more knowledgeable than most, immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. At this declaration, the crowd gasped in shock. Mythic tier equipment. This was the ultimate way for future lords to establish dominance. The gap between a lord wielding mythic gear and one without was like night and day. In other words, a single mythical grade item could easily grant a combat advantage equivalent to a minor tier between 2 lords of equal rank. Seeing Lin Ze obtain such a divine artifact, everyone cast envious glances his way. Xu Yao, Shi Cheng, and the others were especially delighted, genuinely happy for Lin Ze. Afterward, everyone shared their experiences from the trials. Shi Cheng, Xu Yao, and the others had all persevered until the 8th stage before being defeated, while Chen Yeshi had fought all the way to the 9th stage, the ultimate trial, before falling beneath the walls of Maha City. Each of them had obtained a legendary grade piece of equipment, and Chen Yeshi had additionally gained enough experience points to level up. Beyond them, most others had only managed to reach around the 6th stage, though they still obtained epic tier equipment. Once all the Qingbei representatives emerged, High Priest Ismar reappeared. His gaze toward Lin Ze now brimmed with amusement, his face radiating satisfaction likely over finally fulfilling his mission. Simultaneously, the legacy of their nation, Manhwa, had been secured, ensuring it would no longer be buried in the dust of history. Young ones, it has been an honor to serve as your temporary guide. In you, I see the hope of the future of the human race. It is a warmth and strength like the rising sun. I believe you will surely bring new change to this generation of humanity. However, the time has come for us to part ways. Ismail smiled gently at the group, extending his hand in a priestly salute. The Qingbei group, deeply moved by this high priest who had willingly endured 1,000 years of solitude to keep his promise, returned the gesture in spontaneous reverence. Ismail's form gradually began to dissolve, scattering into starlight that fell one last time upon the land he had once guarded and cherished. This was his homeland, where everything he cherished was buried. With this, the ancient kingdom of Mahakala was utterly extinguished, leaving not a single soul behind. Lin Ze silently watched Ismar's dissolution, a deep sense of admiration welling up within him for this man and his nation. After resting briefly at the site, the group departed the ancient city of Mahak, choosing not to explore further. They had gained enough, there was no need to disturb the land further. After documenting the site, several students interested in history made plans to return before their departure for an archaeological study of the ancient city of Mahak. After departing, the group slowly began exploring in another direction. Along the way, Lin Ze and his companions encountered numerous monsters they had never seen before, likely species that had vanished with time, buried in the abyss alongside this era. This secret realm was indeed terrifyingly vast, but fortunately, the monsters it contained weren't particularly powerful. This gave the students ample time to explore. Meanwhile, within another ruin on the opposite side, Mu Lingxue led a group of students from the capital university in a fierce battle against a horde of colossal mechanical stone statues. The faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth clearly indicated she was locked in a fierce battle. We can't hold out much longer, Captain. We need to find a way to escape. If we stay trapped here, these things will wear us down until we're finished. Someone beside her pleaded to Mu Lingxue. But she only gritted her teeth, swinging her weapon once more to cleave a mechanical statue into fragments. Lin Wanwan, holding a jet-black staff, watched Lingxue with deep concern as she teetered on the edge of collapse. If only Lin Ze were here. For some reason, a towering figure suddenly appeared in Lin Wanwan's mind, smiling gently at her. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had leisurely found a flat spot and planned to rest for the day. After leaving the ancient city of Manhwa, the group explored the surrounding area but found no other places worth visiting. The days of constant travel had left everyone feeling weary, so they decided to have a picnic in this confirmed safe zone. They had now left the desert behind and entered a relatively flat, open plain. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ze turned out to be the best cook among them. Watching Lin Ze skillfully catch several fish from the stream, clean them with practiced ease, and then begin grilling them, everyone was stunned. The aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, and when they saw Chu Yao's delighted expression after taking a bite, they were completely won over. Chapter 172, The Crisis Facing the Capital University Team. Indeed, true geniuses possess terrifying talents in all sorts of unexpected fields. After eating their fill, the group sat on the plain, enjoying the evening breeze and admiring the sunset that spanned 1,000 years. As night fell, Lin Ze had just arranged his familiars for the night watch when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura, causing his brow to furrow. Closing his eyes, he expanded his mental detection once more and finally pinpointed the target. Mu Lingxue? However, her aura was extremely unstable, suggesting she had suffered severe injuries. She was currently running in his direction, pursued by several creatures whose auras he couldn't identify. Had she encountered danger? Having met her several times before, Lin Ze held a favorable impression of her. He naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing, immediately taking flight to leave. Before departing, he left a brief message for Chu Yao and Chen Yeshi. Already at level 34, Lin Ze's speed increased another notch. His highly enhanced physique allowed him to approach supersonic speeds when flying at full power. Mu Lingxue's aura was now only 10 kilometers away, and he quickly located her. But what met his eyes was a group of students in utter disarray, frantically fleeing none other than the Beijing University group. Mu Lingxue lay unconscious across the back of one student. What's going on? Lin Ze frowned and demanded immediately. Before the students could answer, several colossal monsters behind them provided the response. 7 or 8 colossal beasts, their bodies composed entirely of metal and stone, roared as they charged toward the students below. Terrifying energy fluctuations radiated from their forms, while basketball-sized pupils glowed with an eerie red light. Several mechanical voices repeated phrases in a language Lin Ze couldn't understand. Though unsure of the situation, Lin Ze knew these beasts were no friends. He acted instantly. 8 wooden dragons shot forth from the talismans in Lin Ze's hands, instantly halting the beasts' advance. This was another application of the Azure Wood Talisman. Combined with the 5 elements escape technique, it unleashed a scaled-down version of the Azure Dragon's Wrath, using wooden dragons to bind the opponents. To execute this technique, he had to use talismans personally refined by Lin Ze. Immediately after, 18 pitch-black portals appeared, from which several zombies the size of the stone-clad beasts burst forth. Lin Ze sensed through his psychic powers that these stone-clad beasts were no ordinary foes. Each possessed physical strength comparable to a platinum-tier monster boss. However, they seemed to lack self-awareness, functioning more like robotic entities that attacked solely by following commands. The wood dragon seal proved equally effective against these stone beasts, swiftly disrupting the energy flow within their bodies and plunging them into a state of malfunction. The 5th-tier evil rock giant zombies seized the moment of their opponent's stun to launch a frenzied assault. Soon, 5 of the stone beasts were torn apart, rendered completely useless. The remaining 3 emitted a red glow from their eyes and managed to break free from the wood dragon's restraints, returning to normal. But with only 3 left, they were clearly no match for Lin Ze. Under the assault of thousands of zombies, they too were soon reduced to fragments. After dealing with the beasts, Lin Ze frowned and turned to the still-shaken Beijing University students, asking again, "What happened? How did you end up in such a mess?" Among the group, someone quickly recognized Lin Ze. The pent-up emotions within them suddenly erupted and they burst into tears. Everyone is dead. There were so many monsters in that ruin. They all got killed by those monsters. The leader risked her life to get us out. After speaking, the person began wailing uncontrollably, clearly overwhelmed by the day's events. Hearing this, Lin Ze frowned and immediately checked Mu Lingshue's condition. Thankfully, she seemed to be unconscious only from exhaustion. All her injuries were external, with no internal organ damage. Though Lin Ze's medical skills couldn't match Chu Yao's, he led the group back toward Qingbei University's base camp. Along the way, they encountered Chen Yeshi and Qi Chang, who had come to assist upon hearing the news. When Chen Yeshi saw Mu Lingshue's injuries, her pupils suddenly contracted. She immediately demanded angrily, "Who did this?" After hearing the others recount the ordeal faced by the Beijing University group, Chen Yeshi fell silent. He understood that the immediate priority was to get Mu Lingxue back for treatment. Revenge would have to wait. Lin Ze remained equally silent, silently sighing to himself, his heart filled with a sense of melancholy. With his psychic abilities, he had already scanned the entire group thoroughly, yet he hadn't seen that timid little face. Yes, Lin Wanwan hadn't escaped with the others. Judging by what the man had just said, she was most likely among the casualties. Lin Ze had genuinely grown fond of that adorable little girl. The group soon returned to their encampment, where Chu Yao immediately began treating the severely injured. Through recent trials, Chu Yao had not only made significant strides in combat but also achieved new breakthroughs in her specialty healing. Within 20 minutes, not a single wound remained on Mu Lingshue's body, not even a scar. Her spiritual energy was rapidly recovering, and faint signs of her regaining consciousness began to appear. Moments later, she finally awoke. The moment she opened her eyes, she looked around in confusion. Her eyes immediately filled with tears. Yet she uttered not a sound, mechanically rising to her feet as if intent on returning to the very spot where Lin Ze had discovered them. Those around her immediately stopped her. Only after Chen Yeshi's gentle reassurance did Mu Lingxue, her voice low and emotional, begin recounting what had happened. It turned out that shortly after gathering, the group from Capital University had discovered a peculiar ancient ruin. Strangely, the entire interior contained no records about this nation, let alone any treasures. It was several students from Jingcheng University with deep expertise in ancient architecture who deduced that the main part of the ruins must lie underground. The group immediately began exploring, and one young man actually discovered a mechanism, successfully entering the interior of the ruins. It was a massive subterranean ancient city. This unknown nation seemed highly skilled in bronze casting and steam machinery, suggesting it was an ancient civilization focused on scientific research. Everywhere they looked, they saw various bronze artifacts and ingenious mechanical devices. This technology, far ahead of its time, fascinated the Beijing University students, who lingered to study it further. Unexpectedly, while they were studying, disaster struck. Chapter 173, Lin Ze steps in. To the rescue. Someone triggered a mechanism, causing the underground city's layout to shift instantly. As a result, some members of the group were immediately separated from Mu Lingxue and the others. Lin Wanwan was among those separated. Before long, massive beasts forged from bronze, stone, and unknown substances, the very creatures Lin Ze had witnessed, began surging forth from all directions. At first, Mu Lingxue could barely protect the surrounding students with her formidable abilities. But as the beasts multiplied like ants, even Mu Lingxue struggled to withstand such overwhelming foes. Several students who hadn't summoned their familiars in time were instantly crushed into pulp by the beasts. To cover her comrades' retreat, she took a direct hit from one of the beasts. Even so, she forced herself to remain standing, directing her familiars to shield the remaining comrades until their retreat was complete. Only then did she collapse, exhausted and unconscious. After hearing the full account, the group fell silent. Though many present were in their 20s, witnessing the death of a comrade proved overwhelmingly heavy for them. Especially witnessing a comrade they'd once shared daily life with being obliterated in a single blow by the monster, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. This brutal reality pushed the students of Jingcheng University to the brink of emotional collapse. Mu Lingxue was consumed by guilt. She believed that the deaths of those students and the loss of others were all due to her own inadequacy as the team leader. Staggering to her feet, Mu Lingxue suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Ze. Lin Ze, thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving these students from Jingcheng University. Lin Ze stepped forward and reached out to help her up. Their eyes met, and Lin Ze understood the meaning behind Mu Lingxue's gaze. Mu Lingxue intended to return alone to that ancient city to search for the missing students. She knew full well that with her abilities, this journey would be a suicide mission. Yet she resolutely chose to go, likely driven by the guilt weighing on her heart. Even so, she did not ask Lin Ze for help, only imploring him to look after the survivors from the capital university. What a fiercely independent woman she was. Lin Ze sighed inwardly. But Lin Ze? He wasn't about to stand idly by. Moments later, Lin Ze spoke up. I won't let you go alone. Lin Ze said calmly. At these words, Mu Lingxue paused slightly, then her gaze hardened once more. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Ze continued. As fellow students of the Dragon Nation, we can barely call ourselves friends. I won't stand idly by on this matter. I'll go in with you to search for their traces, even if their chances of survival are slim. Besides, you haven't done anything wrong. I only saw a great lord who was willing to risk his life to protect his comrades. Lin Ze finished speaking and offered a faint smile. His words stunned Mu Lingxue. After a moment, her tears finally broke free, rolling down her cheeks in heavy drops. That smile would be deeply etched in her heart, shining upon her like a new sun. Though Mu Lingxue was older than Lin Ze, she felt inexplicably as though he were her elder brother. Chen Yeshi stood by, utterly confused, unable to grasp the meaning behind their exchange. But he caught Lin Ze's final words. Instantly, he walked over and patted Lin Ze on the shoulder. I'll go too. Though he didn't grasp their earlier conversation, he knew Lin Ze's actions would bring Mu Lingxue some comfort, and that reason alone was enough. At those words, the students of Capital University instantly realized Lin Ze and the others actually intended to return to that subterranean ruins. Recalling the perilous scenes within, the students instinctively opened their mouths to stop him. But the image of Lin Ze's godlike performance moments ago flashed through their minds. The words caught in their throats. Perhaps Lin Ze truly could bring back those missing students. The crowd said no more, only silently casting grateful glances toward Lin Ze. To venture inside and search for the missing students, they couldn't go in too few. But based on Mu Lingxue and the others' experiences, rushing in unprepared would be suicide. Therefore, the selection of those accompanying him had to be made with utmost care. Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi were essential participants. Both stood at the pinnacle of combat strength among this group of students, representing their current peak combat capabilities. Mu Lingxue must also go, as her familiarity with the terrain would be crucial for navigating the area they had once traversed and searching for the missing students. Considering certain troop types would be restricted within the underground ruins, Lin Ze deliberated briefly before selecting Xiaoanyu, Zhu and a fairly capable third-year student to accompany them. The expedition comprised 6 elite members. Though Chuyao and Xiaoanyu were lower in rank, they possessed complementary skills. Xiaoanyu's arcane magic could prove invaluable in many situations, while Chuyao's life-sensing abilities would aid the group in their search. Additionally, both were skilled in defensive and healing tactics during stationary combat, effectively serving as the rear support. Lin Ze and Chen Yeshi were both over level 30 lords, while Mu Lingxue had recently broken through to level 30. Combined with Luo Feng, the level 29 junior, their combat strength was formidable. After giving a few instructions to Qi Cheng, who was stationed to guard the area, Lin Ze led the group to rest and regroup before setting off toward the location Mu Lingxue remembered. Returning to the spot where Lin Ze had first encountered them, he briefly assessed the terrain before indicating the direction they had come from. After walking in that direction for about 10 minutes, Mu Lingxue sensed the ruins again. Unexpectedly, there was more than one ruin in this vicinity. Lin Ze's perception far surpassed everyone present. He had already detected no fewer than 3 ruins. After careful identification, Mu Lingxue took a deep breath and nodded to the group. This is the place. Lin Ze nodded, immediately taking over as pathfinder while summoning his weapon and a few familiars, commanding them to stand guard. He then immediately began using his psychic powers to scan the area, instantly locating the entrance to the subterranean section. The scans revealed an underground complex of unimaginable scale, with numerous areas shielded from psychic detection, likely the presence of some technological device. Feeling the immense underground palace, a serious expression appeared on Lin Ze's face. Once we descend, we must proceed with extreme caution. Preliminary scans indicate not only moving inanimate objects below, but also numerous traps and mechanisms. Yeshi, protect on you. With that, he led the group toward the entrance. Ever since Lin Ze and Xu Yao had signed their contract, a subtle psychic connection had formed between them whenever they were together. Chapter 174, Arrival at the Ruins. Bronze Age Civilization? Simultaneously, he unlocked a peculiar ability. With Chuyao's consent, he could instantly teleport her into his domain, much like summoning a familiar. In this state, Chuyao wasn't treated as a lord but rather as a unit akin to a spirit hero. Thus, her safety was guaranteed during crises. This explained why Lin Ze had instructed Chun Yeshi to focus solely on protecting Xiaoanyu. Soon, a bronze gate imbued with both religious and technological flair appeared before them. Judging by the engravings and decorations on the bronze, the deities revered by this nation were likely of a bloody and violent nature. The reliefs carved into the bronze gates depicted nothing less than a living human sacrifice. This jarring clash between primitive faith and advanced technology left everyone with an indescribable sense of unease. For some reason, the gate had closed again, but this posed no challenge to Lin Ze and his companions. Luo Feng, the third-year student, fiddled with the door for a few minutes before successfully unlocking it. This door may look primitive, but it's actually quite sophisticated. Inside are several identification systems, plus a strange circuit connected to what seems like some kind of alarm system. Luo Feng mused, stroking his chin. His familiar was also a tech-oriented type, skilled in mechanics, and quickly deciphered the door's secrets. This display of skill made Mu Lingxue look at him with newfound respect. But then she thought, after all, students at prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking University were bound to have some talent. Once the door opened, a long downward slope came into view, flanked by bizarre lamp beasts. The lights on the walls, powered by some unknown energy source, emitted a faint orange-yellow glow. This is the place. We came down through a different door earlier. After entering the underground palace, Mu Lingxue's mood grew restless and low. She kept glancing around, as if expecting her companions to suddenly appear from some corner. Lin Ze always maintained caution when facing unknown threats. After observing the air currents within the underground palace, he began laying traps on the ground. Once finished, he led the group to begin exploring the underground palace. They traversed one intersection after another, yet found no written records or other clues. They didn't even encounter the giant beasts that Mu Lingxue and the others had faced earlier. Strange. Could it be that those monsters only appear when triggered? It seems those monsters were some kind of technological creation used by this nation to guard their kingdom, part of their security system. Luo Feng seemed fascinated by these artifacts, constantly probing the surroundings. Mu Lingxue couldn't care less about these things. She only wanted to find the missing students as quickly as possible. For some reason, deep down, she still believed they were alive. The situation changed as they rounded another corner. 5 mangled masses of flesh lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. Vaguely discernible within the 5 pools of blood were the outlines where human bodies had once lain. The moment Mu Lingxue saw this scene, her breathing quickened. This was the very spot where they had encountered those golden stone beasts earlier. These 5 pools of blood belonged to the 5 students from their university. But strangely, most of the bodies had vanished, leaving only scattered fragments of flesh and small bones still clinging to the walls. It looked as if a careless janitor had cleaned the area, yet failed to remove everything. Lin Ze's expression also grew much more solemn. He was highly sensitive to the scent of blood, yet here he could detect not a trace. What was here that was interfering with his sense of smell? Thinking this, Lin Ze immediately walked over to Chuyao, bent down, and sniffed the area around her neck. Sure enough, he detected no scent whatsoever. Chuyao always carried a faint, fruity forest-like fragrance about her, one that wouldn't fade even after 10 days without bathing. But now, even with Lin Ze so close, he couldn't smell it. This clearly meant his sense of smell was definitely off. Chuyao, her face flushed crimson from Lin Ze's sudden action, was about to ask when she heard him announce his discovery to the others. Before the others could discuss why, a sudden, exceptionally crisp sound echoed. Like rusty gears turning after years of neglect, it sent ripples through the air, causing the surroundings to jolt violently. Moments later, Lin Ze immediately sensed numerous objects hurtling toward them at high speed. It's those golden stone beasts. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Lin Ze bellowed, instantly summoning his familiars. With no time to spare protecting the subterranean ruins, Lin Ze swiftly assessed the surroundings, pinpointing several load-bearing walls. He then hurled several shattered kill talismans, instantly blasting open the layered walls that had encircled the area. The space suddenly felt much larger. Everyone hurriedly summoned their respective familiars, but the limited space prevented them from bringing out all their familiars at once. They could only summon the higher-tier familiars first. Mu Lingxue had suffered a major setback earlier due to this, but fortunately, Lin Ze had anticipated this possibility and reacted promptly. Soon, several smaller bronze beasts roared as they charged toward Lin Ze and his companions. However, everyone present was a skilled fighter. Unlike the surprise attack at Capital University earlier, they had summoned their familiars in advance, quickly repelling the bronze beasts' onslaught. Due to space constraints, Lin Ze only summoned humanoid zombies, yet their combat prowess remained monstrous. They practically tore the bronze beasts apart with their bare hands. Soon, the ground was littered with countless bronze fragments. Only after the last bronze beast was vanquished did the group finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Lin Ze keenly noticed a problem. These bronze beasts seemed to have emerged directly from beneath the ground, some had even burst through walls. There was definitely something peculiar about these walls. Moreover, during the mere seconds they appeared, Lin Ze had sensed several human auras. Though faint, they should still be alive. Lin Ze relayed each of these discoveries to the others. Hearing that those people were still alive, Mu Lingxue was so moved she shed tears. Indeed, Lin Ze surpassed her in every way. She was such an inadequate captain. Mu Lingxue thought to herself, and Lin Ze's standing in her heart suddenly soared, reaching the level of a formidable figure she now looked up to. Lin Ze, oblivious to the shift in her gaze, remained focused on examining the floor and walls alongside Luo Feng. I think we should save these for later analysis. Since our priority is rescuing people, let's use the most primitive yet effective method. After a moment of observation, Luo Feng suddenly addressed Lin Ze. Chapter 175, The Underground Bronze City. Mechanical Monsters. Lin Ze paused for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Regardless of what Luo Feng suggested, he had already intended to proceed this way. What was the simplest way to destroy the maze? Simple brute force. Absolute, unrelenting force. Simply smash every wall in the maze, and it would lose its purpose, unable to trap anyone anymore. And after Luo Feng's research, he had reached a conclusion about this underground palace. This was a colossal labyrinth, with every wall designed to mislead intruders. If they lingered in one spot for too long, it would trigger the security system, unleashing endless waves of bronze beasts to attack. In his words, the entire underground level was likely a deception. A sleight of hand. The nation's true secrets must lie buried deeper still. Without delay, the group immediately began planning their route of destruction. All present were top students. Such basic theoretical knowledge posed no challenge. They swiftly mapped out a logical route. Once the target location was confirmed, the group unleashed their skills, transforming into a demolition squad and smashing away with frenzied intensity. Every weapon and attack was unleashed upon the ground, while various equipment effects energized the demolition crew. When it came to wrecking, the most skilled among them was none other than Luo Feng. His kin were subhumans, peculiarly shaped humanoid creatures. Their special ability lay in an exceptionally complex technological tree, making them masters of steam-powered machinery. Their combat prowess stemmed entirely from cutting-edge technology, somewhat akin to the principal's mechanical race. Steam hammers, steam drills, and various device enhancements meant he alone could match the digging speed of all the other followers combined. Once they reached a certain depth, Lin Ze deployed his own malignant rock giant zombie to assist, further accelerating the excavation. After relentlessly digging for over 20 minutes, a gap suddenly appeared in the ground. "We're through!" The group gasped in unison, immediately widening the opening before leaping down. But unexpectedly, the distance to the surface was far greater than they had imagined. Fortunately, Lin Ze possessed sword-riding skills, otherwise, they would have been crushed into mincemeat. Nearly all of them were commander-type lords, and their physical strength was nothing to write home about. Under Lin Ze's precise control, everyone landed safely on the ground. Only when their feet touched solid ground again did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Before they could savor the moment, however, they were stunned by the spectacular sight below. Hundreds of meters below the surface lay a magnificent bronze city. The entire city was cast from bronze, glowing with a faint blue-green sheen under the light of the artificial moon above the dome. Not only that, but the dome even featured a simulated star chart, its pitch black, profound appearance as magnificent as the real night sky. It was of civilization. Before this colossal bronze city, everyone felt as insignificant as grains of sand. What nation could this be? To construct such a magnificent edifice, yet leave no trace in history? Luo Feng murmured to himself. Just as the group was lost in awe at the bronze city's grandeur, a piercing, drawn-out horn blast suddenly pierced the air. The sound carried frequencies unbearable to human ears, causing everyone to feel as though they might vomit blood. Lin Ze reacted first, instantly summoning his domain portal to transport his followers over. He sensed numerous entities containing various energies rapidly approaching their location. Enemy approaching. Everyone, be on guard. Lin Ze bellowed, then soared into the air first. 6 long swords swirled behind him before coalescing into a streak of light, hurtling toward the dense swarm of metallic monsters. The swords sliced through the air, and upon contact with the monsters, a shrill metallic screech echoed. Guardian Omega Type T225. Level? Description: a mechanical organism constructed by a mysterious civilization, utilizing advanced bioenergy systems. One of Norton City's guardians. Staring at the creature's panel information, Lin Ze froze in surprise. These monsters didn't display levels. This was truly the first time he'd encountered such a thing. The once awe-inspiring bronze city instantly transformed into a hellish realm of despair. Countless mechanical monsters surged forth like a tidal wave, plunging Lin Ze and his companions into a desperate struggle. Above the bronze city, a humanoid creature constructed entirely of metal floated slowly in the air, silently observing the events unfolding below. New test subjects, huh? I sense power from another world. These people will be the key to my breakthrough in this space. Bring them back to me. I want them alive. The metal being issued the command with keen interest to several giant robots of varying appearances behind it. Then, astonishingly, it dissolved into a cloud of floating metallic particles, vanishing into the air. Meanwhile, Lin Ze stood alone against more than half the mechanical monsters, while behind him, Xiao Anyu and Chu Yao continuously buffed both Lin Ze and the zombies. Under the combined healing effects, the zombies recovered from damage in less than a second, truly undead. No need to think about defense, just kill all enemies as fast as possible. That was Lin Ze's order to them. Lin Ze himself was far from idle. Spells and talismans drifted ceaselessly through the air, elemental attacks flying toward the mechanical monsters under his command. Like a human artillery turret, Lin Ze delivered relentless, high-efficiency firepower. Though wounded earlier, Mu Lingxue fought with unwavering valor, wielding an ice-blue greatsword with the fierce grace of a valkyrie. Her attacks carried a bitterly cold aura, swiftly freezing the mechanical monsters' hardened bodies into fragile ice, shattering them with a single strike. Extreme cold was the nemesis of these metallic beasts. During the initial surprise attack, Mu Lingxue hadn't had time to react. Now that she had summoned her familiars in advance, how could she be defeated again? A burning rage simmered within her, finding no outlet. Encountering these monsters now felt like enemies meeting with a fierce, mutual hatred. Numbering over 10,000, the mechanical horde was swiftly annihilated under Lin Ze's iron-fisted command of the battlefield. It must be said that Lin Ze's presence could significantly turn the tide of battle. He was a born war commander, operating like a machine without error, each command an optimal solution. His personal combat prowess was also staggering, which was why Lin Ze had almost never tasted defeat. At this moment, Mu Lingxue finally understood why Chen Yeshi had said it before. Lin Ze truly was a natural-born leader, a true king. Chapter 176, Confronting the 7 Mechanical Demons. Only those below level 30 failed to grasp that this regal aura was, in truth, a blessing from the way of heaven, an innate presence bestowed upon every superpowered being at birth. Through their combined efforts, the mechanical monsters were utterly annihilated. But before they could catch their breath, a colossal figure suddenly hurtled toward them at breakneck speed from the sky. Boom! It was a steel giant, entirely clad in pitch-black armor. The sheer force of its landing sent shockwaves through the air, causing everyone's expressions to turn grim. Following the first giant's descent, a second, third, fourth. Finally, a total of 7 steel giants, each with a distinct design, appeared before Lin Ze and the others. Intruders, lay down your weapons. We will guarantee your safety. The steel giant at the front took 2 steps forward, extending a finger to point at the group. His voice was devoid of emotion, a synthetic electronic tone, likely another product of advanced technology. Purgatory Mech Demon God Alpha Alpha 1 Model. Classification? Description: an ultimate bioengineered entity forged from the remains of a fallen demon god. Capable of wielding the demon god's powers while equipped with hundreds of weapons, it is a terrifying force capable of single-handedly slaughtering an entire city. Platinum Tier Boss. Gazing at the interface of the lead metal colossus, Lin Ze couldn't help but inwardly gasp. This was a demonic creature forged from a demon god's remains. Its power had reached the pinnacle of platinum tier bosses, approaching the terrifying strength of a diamond tier boss. Diamond tier bosses were entities capable of standing against level 50 lords. And there were 7 such formidable foes. Lin Ze's expression grew grave as he frantically pondered strategies to defeat them. Just as Lin Ze was about to agree to their demands, planning to infiltrate the interior and devise a strategy later, he suddenly saw Liu Hao roar and charge forward. Damn it! Forgot about this guy. Lin Ze inwardly sighed with bitter laughter, yet his hands moved without a moment's delay. Instantly, he summoned his flying sword and unleashed his most powerful slash. Extreme Prison, Thousand Hands Peerless. This was a combo technique combining the active skill of the Grey Nether Sword, Extreme Prison Destruction Slash, with several Bluewood Talismans as the main attack, paired with several other long swords imbued with special effects. It could deal massive damage while also providing a control effect. He chose the Tsingmu Talismans because only this technique could buy him enough time to set up his formation. As Lin Ze had anticipated, even a platinum tier peak boss was successfully restrained when struck head-on by this strike. Countless vines and branches erupted from the ground in an instant, binding all 7 mechanical demon gods tightly within seconds. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Ze manipulated the 5 elements escape technique once more, slapping another azure wood talisman onto his chest. Instantly, a vast surge of wood elemental power erupted. 5 elements escape technique, Forest of 10,000 Phenomena. Countless saplings erupted from the ground, instantly forming a dense forest that firmly bound the 7 mechanical demons. The vines then burrowed into the crevices of their mechanical bodies, beginning to voraciously drain their energy. If a living being were trapped by this technique without escaping in time, it would gradually be drained into a desiccated corpse. Feeling the boundless feedback of psychic power and energy from the forest of all things, Lin Ze exhaled deeply. His hands moved like phantoms, instantly completing 2 formations and stacking them together. Yin Wounds, Yang Annihilation, layered with heaven leans on the 4 symbols. As Lin Ze placed the erase core into position, the colossal fusion array with Lin Ze himself as its focal point was fully established. Heavenly Guardian, Inner 4 Symbols Array. Instantly, Lin Ze felt boundless elemental power surge through his body. His 5 elements escape technique broke through instantly, briefly reaching Earth grade before continuing to rise. It only halted when it neared the threshold of Heaven grade. Within this formation, all familiars would receive the protection of the 4 symbols, granting them massive bonuses. Azure Dragon Power Bonus grants subordinates a massive increase to maximum HP and HP regeneration. Ignores 50% of all debuffs. Attacks have a chance to trigger Azure Lightning damage. White Tiger Power Bonus doubles the minion's attack power. Attacks ignore 30% of the enemy's armor and deal a portion of soul damage. Vermilion Bird Power Bonus allows followers to resurrect once upon their first death. Grants substantial damage reduction. Xuanwu Power Boost continuously grants a fixed 20 damage reduction. Periodically gains a purification effect, removing all negative status effects. If no negative effects are present, gains the Xuanwu's Wrath effect, causing attacks to inflict waterlogging. This formation's effects are truly game-changing, but the cost is immense. Lin Ze must expend massive amounts of talismans, precious items, and a portion of his vitality. Moreover, it cannot be manually deactivated. Once activated, it can only be deactivated after exhausting all mental energy and vitality within his body. In other words, activating this formation means Lin Ze is fighting for his life. If he fails to defeat his opponents before burning himself out, Lin Ze will be left defenseless and vulnerable. Empowered by the immense boost from the 4 symbols' protection, the zombies briefly gained the strength to stand against these mechanical demon gods. Under the Erase enhancement, Lin Ze could already feel the golden patterns on his right arm growing faintly warm, clearly unable to contain themselves. Fine. Let's see what you've got. Lin Ze smiled faintly, raising his right hand high. A brilliant golden energy coalesced in his palm, gradually forming into a long sword. Gilded Sovereignty Sword Form. Grade, Rainbow. Bonuses, plus 950 damage, plus 10% damage penetration, plus 12% speed. Mythic property Sword of 10,000 Blades, when transformed into a sword, grants additional speed bonus. Each swing inflicts gilded sword chi, leaving a gilded mark upon enemy hits. Accumulating 8 layers directly dissolves one piece of the opponent's armor. Restores vitality to the wielder based on the armor's quality. Special mythic property Ultra Sharp Slash, attacks deal 100% additional metal element damage and ignore 80% of the target's elemental resistance. Description: this embodies the ultimate essence of swordsmanship, unmatched sharpness. The terrifying bonuses and downright insane skills made Lin Ze burst into laughter instantly. This is a heavy armor killer. Just 8 strikes could obliterate an enemy's armor piece while restoring the user's health, utterly terrifying. And this is merely the first tier. Mythical tier weapons can be upgraded through special methods. The highest tier is the 9th level. It's said that a 9th tier mythical weapon is already a true divine artifact. Even a mortal wielding such a weapon could ascend to godhood instantly. But that remains a distant dream for Lin Ze at present. He hasn't even fully bonded with this mythical weapon yet. But being able to wield it briefly was sufficient for now. These enhancements instantly elevated Lin Ze's damage output to a whole new tier. Chapter 177, Deadly Crisis. Dragon Chi Protection. Lin Ze, unleashing full firepower, quickly made the 7 mechanical demon gods sense danger, prompting them to immediately activate combat mode. Suddenly, a burst of black light erupted from Alpha, the lead mechanical demon god, enveloping everyone within its glow. Then, a torrent of black spears rained down from the sky, pelting the ground before Lin Ze like a storm. But these dark spears were blocked by Lin Ze's manipulation of the heavenly guardianly 4 symbols formation. Behind Lin Ze, the colossal spirit of Xuanwu roared with fury. The sound was thunderous and piercing, instantly interrupting Alpha's skill casting. The dark prison began to show signs of collapse, but Alpha swiftly reprogrammed its code to sustain the skill. Alpha's prototype was a demon god of the Dark Demon clan, ranked 4th on the demon rankings, a creature specializing in dark magic. Though few in number, they were exceptionally powerful. This dark demon lord had perished millions of years ago, yet parts of its body were re-engineered to become the mightiest of the 7 mechanical demon lords. His skill, Dark Prison, is an immensely potent domain-type ability. It directly engulfs all enemies within its reach with darkness, continuously eroding their will while dismantling their defenses. Moreover, within the prison, he gains certain bonuses, and all skills he unleashes are enhanced versions. Lin Ze instantly identified Alpha species and quickly devised a countermeasure. With a piercing cry, an orange-red figure materialized behind Lin Ze, once more a colossal bird with iridescent tail feathers and a fiery crimson plumage. It was the Vermilion Bird. Fire could dispel darkness. Through this formation, Lin Ze could temporarily wield the Vermilion Bird's true flame, one of the natural enemies of darkness. Endless waves of flame surged forth, shattering Alpha's dark prison with a single strike while leaving a wound upon its body. System malfunction. System malfunction. Minor damage detected. External armor damaged at 12.3%. This strike dealt significant damage to Alpha, melting the outer ring of metal and exposing the internal muscle tissue. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified as error messages flashed incessantly. Seizing this brief moment of paralysis, Lin Ze struck again. 6 flying swords instantly tore through the air, leaving several wounds of varying depths on Alpha's body. Meanwhile, the mechanical demon gods behind Alpha weren't idle either, launching their own assaults. First came a barrage of cluster missiles hurtling toward Lin Ze, followed by countless crimson demonic energy projectiles, and then a swarm of devourer-class mini-robots engulfing the sky. The ground suddenly erupted with countless emerald vines. Upon closer inspection, these vines bore strange patterns and even arched their bodies like snakes, writhing menacingly. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately activated his eternal shield and switched his main formation spirit to Xuanwu, unleashing a Xuanwu's blessing. Several AoE skills were blocked without a scratch, while those carrying elemental attributes were completely annihilated by the reinforced zombies. Simultaneously, Lin Ze successfully inflicted 8 wounds on Alpha using Gilded Sovereignty, instantly activating its mythic trait. As a brilliant golden rune flashed, Alpha's entire external armor instantly liquefied into golden fluid, completely absorbed by the gilded longsword. Lin Ze felt a colossal surge of vitality flood into his body, fully replenishing the energy expended when he had activated the Celestial Guardian 4 symbols formation. Deprived of its external armor, Alpha's defenses plummeted dramatically, instantly becoming the focal point of concentrated fire. Shen Yeshi and the others weren't idle either, unleashing their most powerful techniques to furiously attack Alpha, now stripped of its external armor. With Lin Ze's spinning slash, Alpha was finally destroyed. It seemed he had overestimated these guys' combat capabilities. Lin Ze thought to himself. After being modified, these creatures' fighting spirit was clearly weaker than when they were alive, and their ability to utilize their own powers was greatly diminished. Relying solely on artificial intelligence to control them was no match for a flesh and blood opponent like himself. Human emotion and will forever surpass cold metal and data. Successfully defeating a mechanical demon god boosted everyone's morale immensely, filling them with fierce fighting spirit. Their coordination gradually shifted from the earlier awkwardness to growing proficiency. Though Lin Ze dealt most of the damage, the support from his allies made the fight considerably easier for him. Soon, leveraging the armor-piercing effect of sword control and the unique properties of the Golden Sovereign's authority, Lin Ze swiftly dismantled 2 more mechanical demons. His own energy depletion was gradually replenished by the absorbed vitality. This equipment paired with the Celestial Guardian 4 symbols formation was practically a perpetual motion machine. Lin Ze thought to himself. Just as the last 4 mechanical demons were about to fall, a metallic figure suddenly materialized in the sky. "Ha! I never imagined you would be this powerful. I thought 7 prototype demons would be enough to handle you. It seems I must intervene personally." The metallic being addressed the group in an icy tone, as if Lin Ze and his companions were nothing more than ants before him. As he finished speaking, a brilliant white light suddenly appeared in his hand, dazzling like a star. After a brief charge, the light expanded into a terrifying beam, shooting straight toward Lin Ze. Its overwhelming power sent a chill of mortal danger through Lin Ze. Instinctively, he elevated his defenses to their absolute peak. Yet even the combined might of the Xuanwu force and the Eternal Shield proved insufficient to block this terrifying beam. A slender beam pierced straight through Lin Ze's body, continuing its terrifying flight backward for an unknown distance. A single drop of blood slowly fell to the ground, only to vaporize instantly upon contact. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief at the gaping hole in Lin Ze's chest. What on earth was this metal man? How could he unleash such a terrifying attack? Among them all, only Chu Yao reacted first. Her body still in mid-stride, tears already streaming down her face. The moment the metal man fired the beam, Chu Yao had sensed the danger and instinctively tried to shield Lin Ze. But how could her speed possibly outrun light? Just as everyone's shock turned to despair, a miracle occurred. Lin Ze, pierced through the chest, seemed completely unharmed. His expression remained calm as he unleashed an attack toward the metal man. A small golden dragon slowly swirled and coiled around his body before finally diving into Lin Ze's chest. Faint dragon roars echoed around them. Lin Ze felt an indescribable surge of power within his body. Lin Ze quickly recalled that when he had met Shi Tian earlier, the strongest warrior of the Dragon Nation had bestowed upon him a breath of dragon energy. It was said to withstand one fatal blow. Chapter 178, Refining Dragon Chi. The Truth of Bronze City. However, it seemed this dragon energy possessed more than just that effect. Lin Ze's emotions quickly settled, and he slowly descended to the ground. The formation had been forcibly terminated, and it appeared Lin Ze had lost the ability to continue fighting. Yet Lin Ze showed no sign of defeat or dejection. Instead, he closed his eyes. Moments later, he suddenly grinned, opening his eyes once more. His pupils had turned golden, and an ancient, majestic aura erupted from his body. Behind him, the shadowy form of an eastern dragon slowly materialized. What? Impossible. That's the pressure of a demigod. The metal man was sent flying several meters by the powerful shockwave. Mid-air, he sensed the sudden aura emanating from Lin Ze. No, you can't possibly be a demigod. It must be residual energy left behind by some demigod within you. But the metal man quickly regained his composure, snarling at Lin Ze. Lin Ze merely smiled indifferently, slowly extending his hand toward the metal man. Though I am not a demigod, what difference does it make when this power serves me? Goodbye. Lin Ze uttered these two words slowly. Then, a dragon seal abruptly appeared in his palm, unleashing the overwhelming, absolute pressure of an ancient true dragon that swept toward the metal man like a tidal wave. This pressure was a unique psychic assault capable of inflicting direct damage upon the soul, rendering all physical defenses utterly useless. Only those worthy enough to stand beneath the divine dragon could remain unbowed. Such was the true dragon's majesty. Though the metal man was a mechanical body, it remained a sentient being with self-awareness, and thus was still affected by this attack. No! I refuse to accept this. I was so close. I could have escaped this place. No! The metal man screamed in despair, but it was futile. Under this palpable, visible pressure, he gradually crumbled into dust. After the metal man's demise, the mechanical demon god's eyes lost their luster, seemingly slipping from control. After unleashing that strike, Lin Ze's body went limp, on the verge of collapsing, but was caught by Chenyeshi and the others. Lin Ze's condition was now at its absolute worst. While the dragon energy had saved his life, the injuries within his body hadn't fully healed. The immense exertion, coupled with the searing burns inflicted on his internal organs by that beam, meant Lin Ze had barely managed to muster the overwhelming force left to him by Qi Tian through sheer willpower alone. Every inch of his body throbbed with agony, as if he'd been tossed into a churning vat of acid. The moment he opened his mouth, a metallic sweetness flooded his throat. He gagged and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could utter another word, his consciousness faded due to the immense drain on his mental energy. When he awoke again, Lin Ze found himself inside Bronze City. His eyes fluttered open to see Chu Yao, her face worn with exhaustion, diligently casting healing magic. Her haggard expression clearly revealed she had barely rested. Spotting Lin Ze's awakening, Chu Yao immediately dropped her wand in excitement, rushing to his bedside and pulling him into an embrace. Thank goodness! You're finally awake! Chu Yao choked out, tears streaming down onto Lin Ze's chest. Lin Ze gave a wry smile and said, "If I'm still injured, a hug like that would peel the skin off me, even if it doesn't kill me." At his words, Chu Yao snapped back to her senses, quickly releasing her grip. She began asking about his condition, her words tumbling out in a flustered rush. "This must be what they call caring so much it makes you lose your head?" Lin Ze smiled helplessly, shaking his head. Fortunately, Lin Ze's physique was exceptionally resilient. Combined with Chu Yao's relentless treatment for a full day and night, his body had recovered almost completely, with only minor injuries remaining unhealed. However, misfortune had brought unexpected fortune. After triggering the dragon energy, Lin Ze had fallen into a near-death state, which had allowed him to unexpectedly reabsorb the dragon energy back into his body. With Chu Yao's continuous healing, Lin Ze had completely integrated this dragon energy into his body. This resulted in a tremendous enhancement of his physical prowess. His level broke through once more, reaching level 36. This breakthrough allowed Lin Ze to fuse with the mythical great equipment, the Gilded Sovereignty, further elevating his power. But the benefits didn't stop there. Lin Ze could sense that all the followers within his domain now carried a faint layer of dragon energy. Not only did their base attributes increase, but they also gained the formidable effect of converting physical attacks into soul attacks. Though the conversion rate was modest, the cumulative effect added a full 10% to his overall combat power. An additional damage type meant the zombies had gained another layer of lethality. Moreover, this ability seemed to evolve alongside the zombies' advancement in tiers. This development held immense potential for Lin Ze's future growth. For now, Lin Ze had only detected these changes. Yet he remained convinced that the enhancement granted by this dragon breath was far more profound than what he could perceive. Soon, news of Lin Ze's awakening drew everyone to the scene. Through conversation, Lin Ze learned about this place. This nation, or rather this civilization, called itself the Pioneer Civilization. The underground Bronze City was their former capital, the City of Progress. The people of this nation worshipped science, believing it to be humanity's sole hope and the only shortcut to becoming the rulers of all worlds. This worship was fanatical, more extreme than the blind devotion of feudal cultures. But before they could complete their so-called mechanical ascension, this place suffered a great catastrophe. The surviving high-ranking members uploaded their consciousnesses to the data center within the Bronze City, thus preserving a faint spark of the pioneer civilization. After this place became a secret realm, only one consciousness sealed within the data center awoke. That was Victor, the metallic being Lin Ze and the others had encountered earlier. Victor had been the chief scientist of the City of Progress, believing more fervently than anyone in the power of science and advocating strongly for the so-called Mechanical Ascension project. This so-called Mechanical Ascension essentially involved transforming human bodies into steel-clad forms. After awakening, Victor spent considerable time crafting a new, formidable body for himself. He also reactivated portions of the city's security systems, the mechanical monsters and mechanical gods. He had been searching relentlessly for a way out of this hidden realm, finding nothing until the arrival of Lin Ze and his companions. After hearing the entire story, Lin Ze fell silent for a moment before letting out a wry, resigned chuckle. "Well, I never imagined the people here would be this mad. So, did any of their technology or knowledge survive? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Luo Feng interjected. Their technology was highly advanced, though it would be quite difficult to replicate in the real world. However, we could attempt to study it within the Lord's space. Beyond the technology, I believe what's more useful to us is the energy core that powered the City of Progress. Chapter 179, The Windflower Team's Assault. At this mention, Lin Ze perked up, jumping off the bed. Let's go. We can't come all this way for nothing. Just as he spoke, Lin Ze suddenly spotted Lin Wanwan outside the room and froze in surprise. It turned out that Lin Wanwan and her group had been luckier than Mu Lingshue's team. They hadn't encountered those golden stone beasts but had instead stumbled into the Bronze City by accident. But as soon as they entered, they were captured by Victor's mechanical monsters and brought back for research experiments. They were also intended to serve as carriers, to be used for teleportation into the real world. Before the experiments could begin, however, Lin Ze and his group had arrived to eliminate them. After hearing this, Lin Ze couldn't help but sigh with emotion, while Lin Wanwan's resolve only grew stronger. Even if she never married in this lifetime, she would wait for Lin Ze. She had already heard from Mu Lingxue the reason Lin Ze and the others had come down, and she knew it was Lin Ze who had risked his life to defeat the mechanical demon god in Victor. This debt of gratitude would forever remain engraved in her heart. The group followed Lin Ze to the central district of the City of Progress, where mechanical devices sustained the entire Bronze City's operations. At the core of the massive power supply apparatus sat a prismatic gemstone, constantly rotating and emitting a brilliant glow. The gem emitted a bright silver aura, radiating immense power that could be sensed without even touching it. The moment he drew near, a prompt sounded in Lin Ze's mind. Ding! Detected powerful energy entity near host. Proceed with extraction? Lin Ze froze, surprised the system had this function. He immediately agreed to the request. A blinding silver flash erupted, and the gem vanished before their eyes, leaving the crowd behind him stunned. Acquired high-grade energy evolution core X1. Host may place it within their territory. Regaining his composure, Lin Ze turned to explain to the others that his territory was unique, allowing him to take the gem directly. He would later submit it to the academy for research. Shen Yeshi was unfazed by this spectacle. He'd witnessed Lin Ze snatch away another Lord's crystal before carrying off an energy crystal was nothing compared to that. The moment the evolution core vanished, Bronze City plunged into utter darkness. Even the artificial sun in the sky lost its color. The subterranean space fell silent once more. With the person accounted for and the object secured, the group had no reason to linger. After Luo Feng finished copying all of Victor's stored data and research findings from the data center, the group departed this magnificent yet solitary structure. Back on the surface, everyone took a deep, satisfying breath of fresh air. But before they could exchange a few words of reflection, Lin Ze suddenly sensed a palpable aura of impending danger. A battle was raging nearby. Lin Ze immediately reacted, expanding the range of his psychic detection. Seconds later, Lin Ze soared into the sky, heading straight for the base camp the Qingbei group had established earlier. Qi Qing is fighting a group of strangers. I'll go support him first. With that, he led the way back toward the resting place where the others had been staying. Upon hearing this, the others immediately summoned their unique abilities and rushed back. Lin Ze's flight speed was extraordinary, and he reached the original campsite in under 5 minutes. There, he immediately saw Qi Qing single-handedly holding off 7 or 8 lords, while the students within the camp were also locked in a fierce struggle. Judging by the numbers, Qi Qing was clearly at a disadvantage. Yet his formidable individual combat prowess rendered the 7 lords surrounding him utterly helpless. After yet another fierce charge, Qi Qing suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. You bastards, my brother's back. You're all dead. With that, he swung his sky-piercing spear horizontally and charged forward once more. The 7 lords were puzzled when they looked up and saw Lin Ze had appeared above them, a brilliant golden longsword in hand, smiling down at them. It's the captain from Qingbei Academy. The lords recognized him instantly. But Lin Ze paid them no mind. With a light flick of his wrist, 4 swords, each radiating a distinct glow, shot toward the lords below. In a single exchange, 3 were instantly slain. Are you mad? Do you know who we are? The remaining lords were stunned. Once they regained their senses, they shouted at Lin Ze in a mix of shock and fury. Lin Ze had recognized them the moment he arrived. Weren't these the very individuals from Fenghua University? Though he didn't know why they were attacking Qi Qing, Lin Ze had sensed the 2 members were missing from his academy, the 2 freshmen. Given the circumstances, if they weren't with their classmates, it was highly likely they had already been killed. Since they dared to lay a finger on Qingbei students, Lin Ze saw no point in reasoning with them. Seeing Lin Ze ignore their words, the group finally felt fear. They immediately dropped to their knees, crying out to Lin Ze. No, no. Don't hurt us. We know we were wrong. We surrender. Before the words had even faded, the leader who had shouted the loudest was impaled by Qi Qing's spear, sent flying through the air, and slammed hard onto the ground. Surrender? Will your surrender bring my junior back to life? You scum! You did such a disgusting thing, and now you want to surrender? Surrender my ass. Chi Ching snorted angrily, twirling his spear before charging forward again. At that moment, a furious voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Hold your fire. Chi Ching. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chi Ching turned impatiently to see the captain of Manhwa University's team, flanked by 2 clan guards. They glared at him menacingly, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Seeing Chi Ching actually halt his movements, Manhwa University's captain, Wang Tian, assumed his authority had intimidated the other. He snorted coldly. So what if 2 penniless freshmen died? They're just lowly outsiders. Is it really worth getting so worked up over? And yet you still dare to lay a hand on our Manhwa people. His expression turned even colder as he glanced at the 4 bodies on the ground. You dare kill Manhwa students? You're truly courting death. Do you even know who we are? Lin Ze, listening from above, felt his rage intensify. He let out a cold snort and flew before him, his voice icy. So Manhwa University students have precious lives, while my Tsinghua and Peking students are mere commoners? Lin Ze's tone carried a hint of icy coldness. Such contempt for life had already stirred his murderous intent. Did being a privileged elite grant them the right to act with impunity? Wang Tianyi nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world and replied. Of course. Rage twisted into a bitter laugh as Lin Ze shook his head. With a flick of his wrist, a flying sword shot toward Wang Tian's head in an instant. Just as the blade was about to pierce Wang Tian's skull, the 2 henchmen behind him struck. Chapter 180, Slaying Wang Tian. Avenge my junior. A metallic clang echoed as one of the henchmen blocked Lin Ze's flying sword with a broad machete. To actually block his furious strike, he had some skill after all. Lin Ze was momentarily surprised, but his expression quickly hardened into its usual icy coldness. To him, the 3 before him were nothing but ants. Wang Tian, who had narrowly escaped death, broke out in a cold sweat but quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. You actually dare to attack. Originally, I was thinking, for the sake of Tsinghua and Peking University, I'd let you 2 go back with 1 arm each severed. But now it seems unnecessary. You stay right here and join my classmates in the grave. Wang Tian snarled with a savage expression. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he saw it was the attendant who had just intercepted the flying sword. Young master, this man's strength is not quite right. We should deliberate further. The attendant whispered in a low voice. Unbeknownst to Wang Tian at that moment, the attendant's right hand had already begun to twist slightly, and countless fine cracks had appeared on the broad machete he held. A single strike had shattered the man's hand. Before Wang Tian could respond, the attendant could no longer hold himself up. He suddenly collapsed to his knees and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The force from Lin Ze's earlier strike hadn't been fully dissipated. Instead, it had traveled through his shattered arm and into his body, now causing severe internal injuries to all his organs. Only then did Wang Tian grasp the gravity of the situation. He swallowed hard, his gaze shifting nervously toward Lin Ze. He knew the strength of these 2 attendants. Both were level 30 lords, considered top-tier geniuses. They were lords cultivated by the Wang family at enormous cost, specifically to assist Wang Tian. Now, they had been crippled with a single strike, proof of Lin Ze's terrifying power. Fear gripped Wang Tian, but having just issued his threats, begging for mercy now would be a massive blow to his pride as the young master of the Wang family. He resolved to intimidate Lin Ze and his men into leaving of their own accord. Before his words could escape his lips, a cold, gleaming blade was already pressed against his throat. The sharp blade glinted coldly, ready to slit Wang Tian's throat with the slightest touch. No! 2 Wang family guards cried out in alarm, but with their young master's life held in the enemy's hands, they dared not make a move. Well then, tell me, how exactly do you expect me to accompany you in death? Lin Ze spoke coldly, slowly advancing toward Wang Tian. Seeing Wang Tian already under control, the remaining members of Manhwa University dared not make a move, all eyes fixed on Lin Ze's figure. Chi Ching planted his spear into the ground and delivered 2 crushing punches, shattering most of Wang Tian's teeth. You beast! Chi Ching, seething with rage, was about to deliver another 2 punches when he was stopped by another Wang family bodyguard. Not yet at level 30, Chi Ching struggled against this guard. After exchanging 1 blow, he retreated. Today's incident was indeed our fault. I offer my apologies on behalf of the young master. We hope you gentlemen will let this matter rest. Do us the favor of sparing the Wang family's face. What do you say? This guard was quick-witted. Instead of escalating the confrontation, he adopted a conciliatory tone toward Lin Ze and his companion. Oomph. When you harmed my 2 juniors and then tried to shift the blame, why didn't you admit your fault then? Chi Ching roared with fury, yet unable to overcome the guard before him, he turned his gaze to Lin Ze. This bastard encountered monsters while exploring the secret realm. He couldn't handle it himself, so he dragged our 2 freshman juniors along and tossed them to the monsters so he could escape. When I confronted him about it, he actually had the nerve to say protecting those 2 lowly commoners was an honor for them nobles. By this point, Chi Ching was seething with rage, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. Lin Ze hadn't expected the truth to be even more outrageous than he'd imagined. His expression grew even colder. So that's the arrogant Wang family for you. I'll see just how far they can push their luck. No sooner had Lin Ze spoken than he struck again. The grey nether sword and the heaven-shattering feather sword flashed left and right at lightning speed toward Wang Tian, closing in on him in an instant. The guard reacted with lightning speed, drawing his weapon to block while simultaneously activating a defensive piece of equipment. Wang Tian, too, snapped into action, hastily activating the 3 pieces of equipment he wore. Judging by the energy unleashed, all 3 were likely legendary-grade equipment, each imbued with defensive skills. But Wang Tian was an incredibly foolish fellow. Though he could have activated them separately in 3 separate instances, fear clouded his judgment, and he activated all 3 at once. What could have been several hits absorbed was now reduced to a single strike. The longsword pierced through the double defenses of the Wang family guards and slammed heavily into Wang Tian, instantly shattering one layer of his shield. Lin Ze sneered coldly, waiting for the perfect moment. Once Wang Tian's shields had completely dissipated, he struck again. This time, Lin Ze embedded a refined gold talisman into the strike, doubling its destructive force. No! Don't kill me! Wang Tian's face had gone deathly pale with terror, his legs shaking like a sieve. Upon closer inspection, a faint, foul-smelling dab patch could be seen. Such a worthless creature, what gave him the right to consider himself superior? What gave him the right to believe his life was more precious than others? As the grey nether sword traced a graceful arc through the air, Wang Tian's pig-like screams abruptly ceased. A large head rolled to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The body twitched a few times before collapsing stiffly onto the ground. Wang Tian, the arrogant young master of the Wang family, was dead. The scene froze every student of Manhwa University present. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into blood-curdling screams. The Wang family bodyguard stared blankly at Wang Tian's corpse, drawing a deep breath. "You really have some nerve, sir," he said to Lin Ze in a voice as cold as ice. Ignoring his words, Lin Ze recalled the flying sword from the sky and then slowly walked toward the main camp. Watching Lin Ze's retreating figure, the Wang family guard helplessly unclenched his fists inside. With the young master dead, his own fate could hardly be any better. But he couldn't die yet. He had to deliver this news to the master first to fulfill his duty. Wang Tian's death had shaken the Manhwa University students to their core. Their earlier arrogance and insolence vanished, replaced by timid obedience like frightened quails. Now, only one thought occupied their minds: to flee this secret realm as quickly as possible, keeping as far away from Lin Ze as they could. When Shen Yeshi and the others returned to camp and heard the news, each of them was furious beyond words. It turned out that during the days Lin Ze and his group spent in the underground ancient city, Qi Qing had unexpectedly discovered another ancient structure. Chapter 181, Searching for the Core. Encountering the red-robed cultists again. Staying here guarding the site grew tedious, so Qi Qing decided to take several sophomore and junior students inside to explore. They discovered the city possessed a peculiar characteristic. Time seemed to pass more slowly here than outside, and the gravitational force inside was nearly several times stronger than outside. The closer they got to the center, the more pronounced these effects became, sparking Qi Qing's intense curiosity. However, after being dissuaded by the other juniors, Qi Qing abandoned his plan to explore deeper alone and decided to wait for Lin Ze's return before venturing further together. Given the unusual properties of this place, Qi Qing assigned the freshmen to conduct physical training in the outer areas, where they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Unexpectedly, just as Qi Qing returned to the previous campsite intending to leave a message for Lin Ze, an incident occurred. People from Manhwa University had also discovered this place and headed straight for the core area. Then, the incident Qi Qing had mentioned unfolded. Those Manhwa University students had awakened the ancient guardians of the core zone. While fleeing their pursuit, they had actually grabbed the 2 freshmen still training in the outer perimeter and tossed them to the guardians. The freshmen, only around level 10, were no match for the ancient guardians and met a gruesome end at their hands. The remaining students from Tsinghua and Peking University witnessed this scene and were filled with rage. However, Manhwa University's overwhelming numbers, coupled with the monsters chasing them, forced them to retreat from the area for the time being. They decided to wait for Qi Chang and Lin Ze to return before making any further plans. Upon his return, Qi Qing discovered the city teeming with monsters. After inquiring, he learned the full story and immediately sought to confront the guardians. The seniors had risked everything to lead their juniors to safety, nearly all of them wounded. Engaging in conflict now would place the Tsinghua Peking group at a severe disadvantage. Therefore, they planned to wait until their injuries healed before confronting Manhwa University. Qi Chang agreed, deciding to wait for Lin Ze's return before making any moves. Unexpectedly, however, the Manhwa University people came knocking on their door. They immediately hurled insults like scum and demanded to know how Qi Qing had instructed his men to dare lay a hand on them. Such outrageous remarks instantly ignited the hot-tempered Qi Chang, and both sides soon erupted into a fight. What followed was the scene Lin Ze witnessed upon his return. After hearing Qi Qing recount the entire incident, Lin Ze sighed. This incident, he realized, was partly his own fault. As the team leader, he had failed to protect them. Though Wang Tian was dead, this debt would clearly be settled with every member of the manhwa team. At this thought, Lin Ze's expression turned icy once more. He wasn't one to seek trouble, but he certainly wasn't afraid of it either. However, the more pressing concern now was how to mitigate the fallout from Wang Tian's death. Through Chen Yeshi, Lin Ze learned that this Wang Tian was one of the older brothers of Wang Liang, the other young master Lin Ze had beaten up before, and the eldest son of the Wang family. Though not the most accomplished, he possessed considerable ability and was deeply favored by the Wang family patriarch. If it were just a beating, a few words might have settled it. But killing the man outright? That would truly require a serious reckoning with the Wang family. Still, this matter would have to wait until they were out. For now, Lin Ze's top priority remained locating the core of the secret realm. Having already lost a team member, this situation was classified as highly dangerous under the secret realm exploration protocols. They needed to evacuate immediately and could only resume exploration after receiving reinforcements or adjusting the team composition. Therefore, the immediate priority was locating the secret realm's core and escaping through it. This expedition yielded substantial rewards. Lin Ze acquired a mythic tier weapon and a high-grade energy crystal, while also leveling up several times. Level 40 was now within reach. The other Tsinghua and Peking University students also reaped rewards, each securing at least one epic tier piece of equipment. Beyond that, the underground Bronze City held various advanced technological documents and other treasures. After announcing this objective, everyone unanimously agreed. Qingbei University lost 2 freshmen, but Beijing University's losses were far greater. 5 sophomores and 1 junior had perished, a dire situation demanding immediate withdrawal. Had Lin Ze not been present this time, the losses for Beijing University would likely have been even more devastating. Though Mu Lingxue said nothing, she silently took note of everything. After a brief regrouping, the joint expedition team from both academies began exploring the core area of the secret realm. The secret realm proved so vast that after 2 days of searching, they found no clues pointing to its core. But on the 3rd day, the situation changed. That morning, Lin Ze was resting in the temporary camp when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura nearby. After carefully discerning it, Lin Ze rose to his feet in surprise. It was the aura of those red-robed cultists who had previously invaded his territory. How had they arrived here? How had they gotten in? Lin Ze was deeply puzzled. But one thing was certain, the arrival of these creatures could not possibly be a good thing. Lin Ze immediately summoned his minions, and hordes of zombies appeared outside the makeshift camp. Seeing this, everyone immediately grew tense. Usually, when Lin Ze suddenly wore a pensive expression and then immediately summoned troops, it meant enemies were approaching. Having fought alongside Lin Ze for several days, the group instantly shifted into combat readiness. The various familiars swiftly elevated the camp's defenses to a new level. As he sensed the enemy slowly approaching, Lin Ze grew increasingly puzzled. Who exactly were these people? Had they come here solely to find him? Or were they connected to this secret realm? Before Lin Ze could continue his speculation, a dark mass of figures appeared on the horizon. It was an undead army composed of countless corpses, among which were many enemies Lin Ze and his companions had faced during the illusionary trial. But they were long dead. These were merely empty shells now. Above this horde of monsters, a group of mysterious figures clad in crimson robes floated slowly. Who'd have thought we'd meet here, kid? Should I say you're unlucky, or I'm just too lucky? The leader's voice, hoarse as a rusty gong, echoed through the air. As the words fell, the leader pointed a finger. Instantly, thousands of monsters on the ground erupted into frenzied rage. Their eyes blazed crimson as they charged toward Lin Ze. Chapter 182, Battle Against the Blood Clan. 10,000 swords converge as one. This was a realm long since destroyed, only reappearing within the rift of time and space due to certain peculiar forces. The ones responsible for its destruction were this fanatical cult of demon worshippers and the vast dark organization behind them. Seeing the enemy's fierce advance, Lin Ze wasted no time in ordering his zombies to engage. Hundreds of figures, each as massive as small mountains, materialized and charged headlong into the horde of undead creatures, clashing fiercely. Lin Ze calmly cast several talismans, granting the zombies various attribute enhancements. The others each engaged a group of undead, creating a vast battlefield that stretched thousands of meters in an instant. This battle resembled Lin Ze and his group simultaneously confronting every creature within the entire secret realm, with powerful spells erupting everywhere. Amongst the fray, several technological nations launched countless oddly shaped missiles the moment combat commenced, filling the battlefield with constant roars of explosions. For a time, the situation on the battlefield reached a stalemate. Through observation, Lin Ze noticed the enemy seemed significantly stronger than when they had last appeared in his territory, radiating an intensely potent magical aura. Sure enough, the crimson-robed leader could no longer hold back. He raised his staff high, and a scarlet magic circle instantly appeared on the ground. The array rapidly expanded upon its manifestation, instantly enveloping a vast swath of soldiers. Among them, numerous familiars classified as normal creatures were affected, writhing in agony. Chen Yeshi's undead and Lin Ze's zombies, however, showed no reaction. This is a blood clan spell. Xiao Anyu quickly recognized this peculiar magic and exclaimed in shock. The Blood Clan, like the Star Clan, was one of the ancient 8 great races of the Lord Realm among the earliest civilizations to inhabit it. Their defining traits were terrifying near immortality and eerily potent blood magic. The vampire Lin Ze had encountered in the United States was a descendant of the Blood Clan. However, vampires were clearly not as powerful as their ancestors. True Blood Clans possess no weaknesses and fear neither sunlight nor silver. Moreover, every Blood Clan member is a formidable mage, capable of manipulating blood through magic to launch attacks. Could this cultist be a member of the Blood Clan? Lin Ze looked up at the crimson-robed leader in the air. After expanding the magic array to a certain radius, the figure suddenly swung his staff. Instantly, a flash of crimson light erupted from the ground. All creatures caught within the spell's reach writhed in agony as blood began to seep eerily from their bodies. Gradually, it pooled before the crimson-robed leader, forming a small crimson vortex. This single move instantly killed nearly 1,000 followers. Lin Ze couldn't help but be secretly astonished. What a brutal ability! Forcing the extraction of blood from any target within range, it was practically an unavoidable killing blow. Fortunately, this technique seemed ineffective against undead creatures. Lin Ze looked toward the patch of ground where the spell had been cast. The diverse array of minions that had once thrived there was now nearly wiped out, with only the zombies and undead remaining unaffected. But it wasn't over. After gathering the minions' blood for half a minute, the crimson-robed leader transformed it into a terrifying energy orb, glowing blood red as it hurtled toward Lin Ze. However, before it could strike, Lin Ze had successfully activated the 4 symbols formation and summoned the Golden Sovereign. Harnessing the power of the 4 symbols, Lin Ze erected a 4-colored barrier. Combined with his 2 equipment pieces in domain, he successfully blocked this crimson assault. The violent explosion shook the very earth. Lin Ze immediately launched his counterattack, unleashing a series of combined 5 elements power assaults. The Xuanwu domain empowered the Sanluo Wanyang. This was followed by the Lian Ryu dance. Finally, the 10,000 ridges returned to 1, infused with the might of heavenly thunder. The battlefield's terrain shifted relentlessly as over a third of the enemies were engulfed by this barrage of elemental assaults. Single-handedly, Lin Ze had annihilated 1/3 of the foes. Amidst the thunderous roar, countless condensed swords materialized behind Lin Ze. With a single hand forming a sword seal, his eyes wide open, a sharp aura erupted from his body. Pointing into the air, the 10,000 blades behind him moved as he commanded, once again unleashing the ultimate essence of sword control. Sword control art, 10,000 swords converge as one. With his level increase, Lin Ze no longer required extensive array power to wield this technique independently. With the aid of the refined metal talisman and the White Tiger's power to create a sufficient number of swords, combined with the special effects of the Gilded Sovereignty, he could unleash an instantly terrifying strike. Each sword forged temporarily by the refined metal talisman and White Tiger power carried a portion of the Golden Sovereign's passive effects while also inflicting multiple types of special damage. This was because Lin Ze had integrated his most frequently used swords into the sword formation as the primary blades. As all the swords flew toward the crimson-robed leader in perfect unison, everyone watched in stunned silence. Such an assault would likely overwhelm even a level 40-50 lord, couldn't it? Sword control already carried armor-piercing effects, and with 7 array damage types stacking on top, even a single sword could likely one-shot a silver-tier monster boss. And there were 10,000 swords? Couldn't that instantly kill a diamond-tier monster boss? Lin Ze was terrifying indeed. The crimson-robed leader was even more astonished than the others. It hadn't been long since their last encounter with Lin Ze. How could this kid have grown so rapidly? At that moment, 10,000 swords rained down like slanting hailstones before the crimson-robed cult, threatening to overwhelm them. The crimson-robed leader roared in fury, his body erupting with a deep crimson glow. Behind him, a massive blood-red wheel spun, radiating in overwhelming divine pressure. Countless incantations covered the crimson wheel behind him, instantly coalescing into a red light barrier that completely repelled Lin Ze's 10,000 swords converging. Yet such a formidable assault could not be entirely repelled. Numerous flying swords pierced through the crimson barrier, embedding themselves into the bodies of other cultists. These cultists were clearly no match for their leader, and with the constant strain of maintaining the undead summoning, they could be dispatched in just 3 or 4 sword strikes. The crimson-robed leader, bearing 99% of the assault, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The red glow enveloping his body dimmed considerably, revealing he had sustained significant injuries. Only about 100 flying swords managed to pierce the crimson-robed leader's defenses, yet they killed roughly 1/5 of the cultists. This significantly slowed the pace of the undead summoning, allowing Lin Ze and his companions' familiars to launch a counterattack. Lin Ze's use of 10,000 swords converging into one had taken a heavy toll, draining his mental energy to less than 10%. Yet it was sufficient. For he still had the array's enhancement and a super healer. A flash of emerald light instantly surged over Lin Ze's body, generating a surge of life energy within him. This energy could temporarily substitute for his depleted spiritual power. Chapter 183, Secret Realm Exploration ends. Return to reality. Momo gently landed on Lin Ze's shoulder, her tiny hand clutching a branch as she continuously channeled life's blessing, providing massive healing to both the zombie and Lin Ze. Her healing wasn't limited to restoring vitality alone. It was indiscriminate restoration across all attributes. Stamina, mental energy, and even portions of magical power could all be proportionally restored. This was the blessing of the goddess of life. In Momo's hands, this skill surpassed even Chu Yao's healing effects. However, its duration was shorter than Chu Yao's healing magic. After all, most of Momo's abilities relied on the two types of elemental energy provided by Lin Ze within his domain. If the expenditure becomes too great, Momo will fall back into slumber. With the restorative effect secured, Lin Ze grinned, shifting the seals on his hands once more. He channeled the four symbols' power, intending to unleash a devastating attack to wipe out those crimson-robed cultists in one fell swoop. The crimson-robed leader sensed Lin Ze's intent. His blood-red eyes locked onto him for a long moment, all traces of frivolity vanishing from his face, replaced by boundless hatred. Damn brat! You just wait. Next time, even if it costs me everything, I will kill you. The red-robed leader spat venomously. Suddenly, his hand shot through the body of a nearby cultist, pinching out a globule of blood essence which he promptly swallowed. The follower from whom the blood was taken instantly withered like a dried flower, turning into a desiccated corpse that fell straight to the ground. Immediately after, the crimson-robed leader wielded his staff once more, summoning a towering pillar of crimson light that engulfed them. Seeing the cultists about to escape, Lin Ze urgently unleashed the four symbols' power, sending a terrifying combo attack hurtling toward them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as the attack was about to strike the red-robed group, their leader successfully activated a teleportation portal, instantly vanishing with the surviving cultists. With their departure, the undead on the ground lost their source of life, collapsing to the earth and returning to dust. The corpses of the red-robed cultists left behind gradually dissolved into pools of crimson blood, seeping into the earth. Gazing at the sky that had returned to calm, Lin Ze looked thoughtfully toward the direction where the red-robed cultists had appeared. As Lin Ze had surmised, the core of the secret realm lay precisely where the cultists had emerged within a dilapidated temple. At the temple's highest point, four faintly discernible statues stood arranged in a specific pattern. 3 stood in parallel below, while 1 occupied the highest position above. But now, all 4 statues had vanished, leaving only a desolate, ruined hall. Lin Ze could sense that the core of the secret realm lay precisely at the center where these 4 statues had once stood. It seemed the reason for the secret realm's formation and its source of energy lay in the power of faith possessed by these 4 unknown deities. But if the cultists appeared here, could this be the very temple of death they worshipped? But why were there 4 statues? Could it be that the god of death, or rather, the evil god, had lesser deities? Gazing at the temple, its former splendor long faded by the passage of time, Lin Ze pondered. After some investigation, the group finally succeeded in opening the portal to the demon realm, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they could go home. An hour later, Lin Ze stood in the principal's office, reporting every discovery and acquisition from this secret realm expedition. This included the final battle with Manhwa University before their departure, along with the reasons behind it. After listening, the principal's expression turned grave, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. Those spoiled brats are getting more and more out of hand. How dare they say such things? The principal snorted coldly, then looked up at Lin Ze and said, "You needn't worry about this matter. We hold the moral high ground. Neither the Wang family nor Manhwa University can influence the outcome. I'll see if they dare lay a finger on you. Besides, with the recent upheaval in the capital, it's high time certain individuals were expelled." The principal sighed again, his gaze drifting to the photographs of the 2 deceased students on the desk. "Once I'm done with this, I'll personally inform these 2 children's parents. You needn't trouble yourself. You handled this operation exceptionally well. Their deaths are not your fault. All right. The academy will review this and provide you with appropriate rewards. You should go rest now. You've been working yourself to the bone these past few days." The principal stood up, patting Lin Ze on the shoulder as he spoke. The expedition into the ancient kingdom's secret realm had come to an end, and Lin Ze returned once more to the familiar campus. His abilities had skyrocketed during this expedition, like riding a roller coaster, leaving the facilities and troop types within his domain struggling to keep pace. Thus, for the next 2 weeks, Lin Ze remained within his domain, focusing solely on upgrading facilities and enhancing troop types. The spirit hero within the domain had ascended to Tier 2, gaining another boost in power. The total number of troops had surpassed 10,000, with high-tier units of Tier 5 and Tier 6 alone accounting for half of them, elevating the overall strength to a new level. Lin Ze now possessed the absolute power to overwhelm any ordinary level 40 lord. He even harbored the confidence to challenge a level 45 lord. The domain scale had expanded considerably once more. Lin Ze had tripled the size of the main city, specifically dividing it into 2 zones for zombie forging and zombie cultivation, complete with short-range teleportation gates. Additionally, the main city of the Federation Lin Ze had previously registered was now fully constructed, a project that had kept Xu Yao busy for quite some time. Lin Ze decided to name the Federation after his domain, calling it the Tianqing Federation. Since Qi Cheng and Shen Yeshi's naming suggestions were far too abstract, Lin Ze had no choice but to take on this responsibility himself. After establishing the Federation, there wasn't much need for travel. In the early stages, gradual development would suffice. After leaving some family members in the Federation's capital city, Lin Ze chose not to annex the territory directly. Instead, he established a portal connecting it to the domain. The primary reason for this was his concern that the unique properties of his domain might affect others. The others had no such concerns and merged their territories directly into the main city. The once desolate surroundings of the main city instantly grew livelier, finally showing signs of vitality. Soon, several months passed. Lin Ze had barely left his domain during this period, preoccupied with developing his territory and leveling up. Occasionally, he also assisted in building the Federation, keeping him thoroughly occupied. Over these months, Lin Ze had leveled up once more, reaching the 37th tier. Chapter 184, The Wang Family's Revenge. The five-man assassin squad. Even among geniuses, there are gaps. Lin Ze was a prodigy among prodigies, a man destined to shoulder great responsibilities. With a week left before the tournament began, Lin Ze finally had a few days to himself. He planned to rest properly before participating in the competition. Thinking he hadn't been out in ages, Lin Ze invited Xu Yao to join him for a stroll. Xu Yao had also made significant progress during this period, reaching over level 20 and ranking among the top players in her sophomore class. The rare outing together naturally lifted both their spirits. Shortly after leaving the campus gates, Lin Ze suddenly sensed someone following behind him and immediately grew alert. But when he turned around, he saw nothing unusual. Lin Ze pondered for a moment, then sent a text to the principal. After receiving a reply, he nodded, put away his phone, and dismissed the matter. It turned out that the matter of Wang Tian's death hadn't been properly resolved. In response, the Wang family had publicly declared war on Qingbei Academy, vowing that Lin Ze must pay with his life for their son. Such foolishness naturally earned the scorn of Beijing's elite families. What was Qingbei? The premier academy in the Dragon Nation. Backed not only by the government, but also by countless distinguished alumni who now occupied high-ranking positions. While the Wang family possessed considerable wealth and influence, they still fell short compared to a pinnacle institution like Qingbei Academy. But cornered dogs will bite. While not fearing the Wang family's retaliation, the principal could not ignore Lin Ze's personal safety. The principal finally dispatched a team of elite guards to protect Lin Ze. After understanding the situation, Lin Ze put it out of his mind and focused on accompanying Xu Yao as they strolled through the streets. Little did they know, in a car not far away, four highly trained assassins sat, their eyes coldly fixed on Lin Ze. That kid is our target this time. He's surrounded by at least 7 or 8 level 50 lords. Direct assassination is impossible, so we must ambush him. Third and fourth, you two handle contacting the experts from the Wang family to distract his guards. The lead assassin spoke, then patted the person beside him. Me, number 2, and number 5 will surround and attack him, aiming to take him down as quickly as possible. Regardless of success or failure, we withdraw 10 minutes after the operation. Understood? The assassin leader addressed the men behind him. The assassins responded one by one. They were all lords in their 30s, a band of desperados who dared take on the Wang family's contract. The Wang family knew full well that Lin Ze would have protection, so they had provided these lords with teleportation stones beforehand. These stones would pinpoint their location, allowing the Wang family's elite fighters to intercept Lin Ze's guards. Once Lin Ze was dead, no matter how furious Qingbei became, they couldn't change that fact. And they certainly wouldn't go to war with the Wang family over a dead man. Just as the group was about to strike, Lin Ze suddenly furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the vehicle carrying the assassins. The assassins inside the vehicle were startled. Had this kid spotted us already? The assassins thought to themselves. But now, the arrow was on the string and had to be released. The assassin leader immediately pulled open the door, jumped out, and charged toward Lin Ze with 2 other assassins. Raising their weapons, they were about to strike. Lin Ze reacted faster. In the blink of an eye, he summoned the Lord Crystal, pulling all 3 of them inside. He had sensed the killing intent long ago. He had already used his psychic powers to scan the surroundings beforehand, and sure enough, he had detected a car full of lords in their 30s and 40s. But before Lin Ze could alert his teachers nearby, these assassins had already launched their attack. The teachers assigned to protect Lin Ze were stunned. They never imagined the enemy would be so brazen as to attack in broad daylight. If they were killed here, there'd be nowhere to seek justice. After committing such an act, both the police and these teachers had the right to kill the attackers outright. But Lin Ze had already dragged them into the Lord's space. The teachers were helpless, forced to subdue the remaining few and wait for Lin Ze to emerge. After all, they weren't professional bodyguards. Though the teachers possessed formidable strength, they lacked the decisive action required, allowing these reckless assassins to succeed. Seeing the plan proceed smoothly, the assassin leader Chen Feng was highly satisfied. Completing this job would secure their financial future for the rest of their lives. Killing just one sophomore would net them 100 million yuan. Where else could they find such a lucrative opportunity? Chen Feng had already made up his mind. This operation was far too dangerous for all 5 of them to walk away unscathed. The 2 assassins left outside to distract the Qingbei teachers had already been written off by Chen Feng. They both carried cursed contracts. If necessary, Chen Feng could control their actions. Moreover, he had already placed curses upon them. A single activation would be enough to tie up those professors and police. All he needed to do was eliminate the student, activate the curse, and then stroll away unhindered. With this plan in mind, Chen Feng excitedly led his followers toward Lin Ze. Little did he know, a nightmare was about to descend. Lin Ze, targeted for assassination once more, was thoroughly fed up. Couldn't he even enjoy a rare outing without trouble? Did they really want his life that badly? Frowning, Lin Ze immediately opened the West City Gate, normally reserved for the zombies' rest. Sensing the intruder's presence, Liu Hao rushed out of his quarters and flashed instantly to Lin Ze's side. What's going on? More monsters? Liu Hao rubbed his head sleepily, clearly still catching up on sleep after last night's hangover. Lin Ze recounted his attack, but Liu Hao waved him off. Alright then. If they're enemies, that's fine. Doesn't matter if they're human or monster. Just wait here. I'm going to wring its neck and kick its head like a ball. With that, he stretched his limbs, leaped onto the city gate, and charged straight out of the city. His impatience drew a helpless smile from Lin Ze, who then led his zombie army out to meet the enemy. Soon, the 3 assassins had gathered their minions, intending to destroy Lin Ze's Lord Crystal in one decisive strike. Barely 2 minutes into their march, a crimson figure charged toward the assassins' minions like an enraged bull. What is that? Asked Wu Fa, the 5th assassin, in confusion. Before the 2nd assassin, Wu Tian, could answer, their eyes widened in unison. Liu Hao charged forward, fiercely and swiftly like a blazing inferno, plunging into the assassins' allied forces. He completely ignored the ranged attacks, arrows, light bullets, and the like, and had already broken through their lines in less than 3 seconds. What followed was a slaughter-like battle. Each of Liu Hao's punches sent waves of soldiers flying. The fire damage accompanying his attacks kept the allied forces at bay, forcing them into passive defense. In that moment, over 10,000 men were held back by a single individual. Chen Feng was stunned. He had just glanced at Liu Hao's stats. They were absurdly high, almost inhuman. Chapter 185, Lin Ze's counterattack. Unrivaled among peers. Such staggering attack and defense stats, he was practically a human-grade monster. Where the hell did this thing come from? Before Chen Feng could process it, something even more monstrous happened. The allied soldiers suddenly noticed the sky had grown noticeably darker for some unknown reason. They looked up and were instantly struck speechless. Hundreds of meteorites, each as large as small mountains, were densely packed across the sky. The intense fluctuations of Earth elemental energy made the soldiers' legs tremble. Then, a mysterious army appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see. At its head was a long-haired youth in a Taoist robe, floating mid-air and gazing at them coldly. As a golden light flared from the youth's arm, countless golden flying swords once again filled the sky. The entire battle lasted less than 5 minutes. To call it a battle was a misnomer. It was more like Lin Ze's one-sided slaughter. The zombies' combat prowess was roughly double that of the 3 assassins' familiars. Combined with Lin Ze's formidable spells and the enhancement of talismans, the 3 assassins were utterly overwhelmed, unable to mount any resistance. Watching Lin Ze slowly float in the sky, Chen Feng and his 2 companions still felt a sense of unreality. As a renowned assassin organization with over a decade of experience operating across the United States, Chen Feng had never encountered anything this bizarre. A mere 20-year-old greenhorn had single-handedly taken on 3 of them, all nearly level 40 lords, and utterly crushed them. What the hell was going on with this world? Chen Feng swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Lin Ze as a resolute expression hardened on his face. Damn it! After over a decade in this business, I never thought I'd fall to a greenhorn. I'll take you down with me. Chen Feng's face twisted into a hideous grimace as he summoned his 2 heroic spirits. A dark, eerie energy erupted from his body. This was one of his domain traits, an ancient and vicious curse power. All units and heroes within his domain would be cursed. Upon death, they would become vengeful spirits that could ignore all physical damage while their attacks inflicted curses. This curse embedded within attacks steadily eroded life force until death. However, actively activating this ability required sacrificing Chen Feng's own life force. Once activated, Chen Feng's life force begins to wither away. Yet, upon invoking the curse, not only are all fallen followers resurrected, but the effects of the cursed power are doubled. As Chen Feng willingly unleashed the cursed power within his domain, eerie black smoke began rising from the corpses of his fallen minions scattered across the ground. Then, distorted faces materialized above the corpses, the cursed souls of soldiers resurrected by the curse. Thick black smoke began to rise from the 2 heroes as well, their features twisting into savage grimaces. Die, boy! Chen Feng roared savagely, a pitch-black mark suddenly appearing on his hands as he hurled a cloud of black mist toward Lin Ze. The black mist moved with blinding speed, reaching Lin Ze in an instant. But Lin Ze reacted with lightning speed. He flicked 2 fire-release talismans from his palm and swung his long sword with a fierce strike. A sword chi, trailing intense flames, dispersed the black mist imbued with cursed power. Gazing down at the reanimated ghost soldiers below, Lin Ze sneered in contempt before several thunder charms appeared in his hand. Daring to play with the undead in front of him? They must have had enough of living. Not only were most zombie spells designed to attack souls, but every talisman in his hand was specifically crafted to counter evil vengeful spirits. A single thunder talisman might only inflict severe wounds on a living target, but against a soul-bound entity? Anyone surviving that strike without their soul being utterly obliterated would be a true hero. Clearly, Chen Feng had no clue about Lin Ze's capabilities. If he did, he'd be slapping himself silly. The dense swarm of undead on the ground dissolved into wisps of black smoke after several bolts of heavenly lightning. A pungent, burnt odor filled the air. More than half of the vast tide of cursed soldiers had already been killed or wounded, and the remainder were swiftly dispersed by Xiao Yulin and her group of demonic zombies. As the spirits faded, Chen Feng's vitality reached its end. He opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, his face now as pale as gold paper. In his final moments, Chen Feng fixed his gaze on Lin Ze's impassive face, as if striving to etch his features deep into his memory. After a long moment, Chen Feng drew his final breath and died completely. In the Lord campaign without a connected crystal, if a Lord depletes their vitality, they will die immediately. The corpse will return to the real world and reappear at the Lord duel location. Witnessing this, the remaining 2 assassins lost all desire to continue fighting and surrendered their weapons. They were utterly shaken, their minds now clouded by fear of Lin Ze. This youth must be a monster. A monster. Lin Ze paid them no mind, calmly shattering both Lord's crystals before returning to the real world. Outside, several teachers had already dealt with the 2 assassins tasked with delaying them. The skilled fighters from the Wang family had only intervened to buy the 2 a little time before departing immediately. Such matters left no room for loose ends. But the 2 assassins were left cursing bitterly in their hearts. Now, their only hope rested on Chen Feng. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Chen Feng had already gotten a head start on them. With a flash of light, Lin Ze and the 3 assassins reappeared in the real world. Chen Feng lay dead on the ground, his life extinguished. The other 2 assassins were barely clinging to life. A lord stripped of his domain was like a cripple, and with the severe injuries they'd sustained in the recent battle, even standing was an immense struggle. Seeing Lin Ze emerge, the teachers hurried over to check on him. Relieved to find him unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. "We're truly sorry, Lin Ze. We failed to protect you," the lead teacher said guiltily. Lin Ze waved it off casually. "It's fine. Those guys were pretty weak anyway. It just gives me another reason to confront the Wang family." With that, he handed the 3 assassins over to the teachers to deal with and returned to Qingbei with Xu Yao. After the commotion, neither felt like continuing their shopping trip. Xu Yao was deeply worried about Lin Ze, yet feeling powerless to help, she could only brood in silence, silently blaming herself. Seeing her distress, Lin Ze offered her warm words of comfort. Upon returning to campus, Lin Ze headed straight for the principal's office. Upon entering, he found both the principal and Luo Kegong present, their expressions grim. "Xiao Ze, take a seat. I've already heard about what happened earlier. Rest assured, this time I'll personally go to their doorstep and demand an explanation." Chapter 186, Threatening the Wang Family. The Federation Rookie Tournament begins. The principal's voice was thick with suppressed anger. Luo Kegong was more direct, snorting angrily as he declared. "The Wang family has truly had enough of living. They hold us in utter contempt, daring to target even the child we at Qingbei vowed to protect. This is outrageous. This won't do. I'm going to the Wang family right now to demand answers." Luo Kegong started to rise. The principal grabbed his arm, signaling him to calm down first, then turned to Lin Ze. "Xiao Ze, will you accompany us? Rest assured, we'll get you justice today." Lin Ze naturally had no objections. He had grown utterly disgusted with the Wang family, who had repeatedly tormented him. Soon, the 3 arrived at an exceptionally luxurious and imposing villa. This prime district of the capital city saw over 1/6 of its villas belonging to the Wang family, a testament to their extraordinary wealth. And the mansion before them was none other than the Wang family's ancestral home. Before they could knock, the door swung open on its own, followed by a hearty laugh. "Principal Zhao, General Luo, what brings you here?" A middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s greeted them with a warm smile, bowing respectfully to each. The principal snorted coldly and said, "Cut the pleasantries, Wang Genua. We're here to cause trouble today." Such bluntly offensive words stirred anger among the crowd behind the middle-aged man, but upon learning the visitors' identities, they dared not speak up. The man called Wang Genua, however, maintained his smile, though it now held a hint of frost. "Huh, is that so? But since you're here, you're our guests. Why not come in for a cup of tea first? We can discuss matters properly afterward." With that, he gestured invitingly. Luo Kegong and the principal exchanged a glance, then suddenly sneered in unison. "Fine. Let me see how the Wang family treats its guests. With that, he strode into the Wang residence with Lin Ze in tow. Upon entering the tea room, Wang Genhua first instructed servants to brew 2 pots of tea, then sat alone in a chair. Once the tea was ready, Wang Genhua spoke slowly. "Gentlemen, what brings you here to cause trouble for the Wang family?" Luo Kegong snorted coldly. "What matter? You dare to do it but not own up to it?" Wang Genhua also sneered coldly, turning to look at Lin Ze and said, "What? He can kill my son, but I can't kill him? Even if you come knocking yourselves. My stance remains unchanged. I'm taking this brat's life." With that, Wang Genhua fixed Lin Ze with a sinister stare. Lin Ze showed no reaction whatsoever, lifting his teacup to take a sip as if he hadn't heard a word. Hearing Wang Genhua's words, the principal let out a cold laugh and slowly rose to his feet. "What? You think it's justified that your son maimed 2 of my students from Qingbei? It seems your Wang family has other ambitions lately. Let me offer some advice. The Wang family lacks the pedigree to ascend among the 5 clans of the Dragon Nation. I urge the head of the Wang family to conduct himself with integrity and steer clear of any underhanded schemes." With that, he prepared to depart. As he turned to go, the principal shot the head of the Wang family a meaningful look and added, "If you lay a finger on this child again, don't blame me, Jia Shanha, for showing no mercy." With that, he departed with Lin Ze. Wang Genhua stared at the 2 teacups on the table, their surfaces now reduced to powder from his erratic tremors. This was a blatant show of force. Wang Genhua hurled the teacup in his hand to the floor in fury. He sat in his chair for a long while, trying to calm himself, before finally summoning Fu Bo. "Notify the shadow guards. Locate that brat's territory and connect to the demon realm. I'll make sure that brat pays with his life," Wang Genhua said coldly. Fu Bo hesitated for a moment before respectfully nodding and departing. "Jia Shanha, Luo Kegong, don't think you're so great just because you can suppress me now. Once that plan is complete, you'll be waiting to be buried alongside my son." In the empty tea room, Wang Genhua spoke coldly. Meanwhile, after returning to Qingbei, Lin Ze suddenly received a call. "Tomorrow is our Federation's first rookie tournament. Remember to come." "Why are you telling me this now?" Lin Ze asked, his face darkening. "Really? I thought I told you ahead of time. You must have forgotten." On the other end of the line was Qiao Anyu's voice. Lin Ze suddenly recalled that Qiao Anyu had indeed mentioned it to him a few days ago. However, he had been engrossed in studying the advancement corps he'd brought back and hadn't paid much attention at the time. The Federation had recently recruited several promising new members, all brought in by Qiao Anyu. Considering his own lack of interpersonal skills, Lin Ze had simply handed over personnel matters to Qiao Anyu, content to sit back and let her handle it. The territory scale had gradually expanded, and the Federation's operations were steadily improving. Once more people were recruited, they could establish a market for economic trade. Lin Ze had once been a fairly well-off lord, but since starting the Federation, he finally understood what it meant that even heroes can be brought down by a single penny. After calculating last month's income and expenses for his domain, Lin Ze couldn't help but start worrying. It seemed he'd have to find some way to bring in money. Otherwise, before the Federation's market opened, he'd be spending more than he earned, and his meager savings wouldn't last long. Still, he'd better enter this Federation rookie tournament first. He'd heard the champion got a hefty cash prize. Lin Ze stroked his chin thoughtfully. The next day, Lin Ze arrived early at the competition venue, the capital's No. 3 Lord Battle Center. This government-built facility was dedicated to hosting various competitions. The Federation Rookie Tournament was essentially a stage for showcasing one's strength and resources. With few existing members in the new Federation, Dragon Nation employed this method to recruit new personnel for the Federations while simultaneously generating publicity. Federations that performed well in this tournament would naturally have no shortage of applicants. The Dragon Nation government could also use the tournament results to identify federations with strong potential and establish cooperative relationships early on. The competition venue was already bustling with participants, federal members, prospective investors, and low-tier lords considering Federation membership. The Tianqing Federation participated in the level 30 tier competition, classified as mid-tier and also the most populous category. Only 2 match types existed, individual combat and team combat. Victory earned the winning federation 1 point and a 10-minute presentation slot to promote itself and attract investment. Zhong Yu and Xu Yao were responsible for crafting the federation presentations. After all, among the 5 members, they were the most efficient and resourceful when it came to getting things done. Chapter 187, Lin Ze vs. the Single Dogs Alliance. Soon after the host finished their introduction, the Federation Rookie Tournament officially commenced. Each federation must have a minimum of 10 members, and the level difference among participating team members cannot exceed 20 levels. The other 5 members were recruited by Qiao Anyu, students from Qingbei University. Among them were several familiar faces. One was Su Yile, the freshman who had previously joined Lin Ze on the Secret Realm expedition. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Su Yile greeted him cheerfully. Ever since Lin Ze saved him last time, Su Yile had become his #1 fanboy. Rumor had it that the guy even started a Lin Ze society during freshman year, establishing a dedicated fan club. Lin Ze found it both amusing and exasperating. Whenever this topic came up, Su Yile would adopt such a pitiful expression that Lin Ze could only let it slide. The competition began with individual matches, opponents determined by lottery. Each federation sent representatives to compete. Winners of individual matches could choose to face the next opponent from the losing side, continuing until they were defeated. The federation that secured 5 victories first would win the individual competition, earning 1 point for their federation. Lin Ze was widely acknowledged to have good luck with draws, so naturally, he took charge of the lottery. As the light screen descended, Lin Ze actually drew an opponent who seemed to be of average strength. His opponent's name was equally peculiar, the Single Dog Alliance. Its members were all men, uniformly so, and all rather intimidating in appearance. Several could even be described as having bizarre looks. Facing their hostile stares, Lin Ze was utterly baffled. He couldn't fathom why such intense animosity existed before any interaction had even begun. It wasn't until he turned his head and saw Chu Yao, her face radiant with affection, wrapped her arm around his, that it all clicked. The match commenced swiftly. After deliberation, the team unanimously decided to have Lin Ze charge in and take on all 5 opponents at once. Xiao Anyu's reasoning was that this would be visually spectacular, making it easier for the audience to remember their federation. Currently, the Tianqing Alliance didn't have much to boast about. Their only real selling point was Lin Ze, the alliance leader. Lin Ze agreed, reasoning it was essentially grinding experience points, and accepted the tactic. As the tactical time concluded, the first contestant from each side stepped before the Lord's Crystal. Lin Ze's opponent was a hideously ugly, scruffy giant, likely the deputy leader of the Single Dog Alliance or something similar. Pretty boy, don't cry when I beat you up later. The burly man snarled at Lin Ze, his voice dripping with envy. Lin Ze responded with a faint smile, extending his index finger toward the man before shaking his head pityingly. Lin Ze's mockery carried far more sting. Paired with his long hair, that dismissive smile only made him look devilishly handsome. The crowd in the stands noticed the commotion and began murmuring. It was that innate Chinese love for gossip, and they were all curious about what had transpired between Lin Ze and the burly man. The director, ever the professional, promptly cut away from Lin Ze's scene. As both combatants entered the simulated battlefield, the match officially commenced. The individual matches uniformly adopted an offensive-defensive format. Each player controlled a city, and the first to capture the opponent's city claimed victory. After 5 minutes of preparation, Lin Ze stood ready at the edge of the light screen with his zombie army. The moment the screen descended, he launched his assault. The spectators in the stands erupted into commentary at the sight. This kid's got some nerve. He hasn't fortified his city at all. If he can't take it down soon, won't he get wiped out in one wave? Yeah. And his opponent's minions are the gangly tribe known for their exceptional defensive capabilities. Looks like this kid's going down. He's just too inexperienced. Look at his opponent, he's clearly skilled. Those defenses are well built. This youngster is going to suffer. Many spectators in the stands murmured among themselves, holding little hope for Lin Ze. After all, they'd witnessed both sides' capabilities firsthand. An excellent lord would always fortify defenses before launching an attack, basic tactical theory. Only a handful who had heard of Lin Ze's reputation held a different view. In truth, facing an opponent 4 or 5 levels below his own, Lin Ze had no real need to build city defenses. He could eliminate the enemy in a single wave. Retreating was unnecessary. As the light screen descended, Lin Ze slowly floated in the air. Pointing toward the enemy city, he commanded his zombies to charge. The Brute clan possessed exceptionally high physical resistance, though their weakness lay in their sluggish movement speed. These tall, durable units were practically born for city defense, so the Great Han's strategy was straightforward. Leverage the defensive advantage to wear down Lin Ze until his casualties mount, then sortie and annihilate them in one decisive strike. Lord Nyo Dagon was supremely confident. Among lords of his rank, fewer than 100 in the entire capital could breach his fortifications within half an hour. But unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Ze, a man who could only be described as monstrous. As the zombies approached the walls, Nyo Dagon immediately ordered his ranged troops to block their advance. Simultaneously, he activated the newly constructed siege crossbows, aiming them directly at the undead horde below. This time, Lin Ze hadn't brought all his high-tier forces. Instead, he'd brought some subordinates who hadn't seen much combat before. This zombie horde consisted mainly of demonic creatures. Lin Ze intended to use this battle to assess their combat capabilities. Leading this horde was the special zombie forged when Lin Ze obtained the Grey Nether Sword, the Divine Zombie Curse Storm. This zombie had ascended to Tier 4, boasting attributes rivaling those of a Tier 6 subordinate. Moreover, it had mastered all 4 zombie skills, making it a true all-around warrior, a jack of all trades. With each level gain, its intelligence grew increasingly sharp, and it retained fragments of its memories from its former life. This battle marked his first command as a zombie commander, and Cursestorm was determined to repay Lin Ze with a resounding victory. The arrows flying toward them were nothing more than a tickle to the zombies. The only real threat came from the 3 massive siege crossbows. These steam-powered crossbows fired thick bolts bound with flint, causing explosions upon impact that greatly amplified their lethality and destructive force. Given the zombies' attributes, only those of tier 4 or higher could withstand a single shot. Even a tier 4 zombie hit head-on would suffer severe injuries. Only 6th tier zombies could withstand the blow purely through physical resilience. After observing the enemy's defensive positions on the city walls, Jolan sneered dismissively, instantly formulating a countermeasure. Chapter 188, Hoyu's Special Ability. The crossbow's position was too far on the outer perimeter, making it difficult to station many soldiers in front or on either side, a fatal flaw. This meant the giant crossbow could not be adequately protected. Simply destroying the base where it connected to the city wall would cause the crossbow to plummet to the ground, and the zombie spells could easily accomplish this. With that thought, he immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, after casting several talismanic enhancements for the zombies, Lin Ze began laying out an array formation on the ground. The competition had always been held here, the venue would not change. Therefore, the next opponent would still defend this very city. Thus, Lin Ze could begin setting up his formations in advance. After all, this opponent wasn't particularly strong. He might as well let Cursed Gale get some practice. Lin Ze didn't even summon Liahao, all for the sake of honing Chulin's skills. After hundreds of battles, large and small, Lin Ze had noticed a pattern. Among the undead, there were very few familiars capable of serving as commanders. Apart from Zhang San and Xia Yulan, whom he had begun refining, there were essentially no other familiars capable of leading troops into battle. The only spirit in the domain is purely combat-oriented and utterly incapable of commanding troops. That's why Lin Ze had always wanted to cultivate several more spirits who could serve as commanders, making battles much easier. While Lin Ze was setting up his formations, Qilin had already successfully knocked down 4 giant crossbows and commenced the assault on the city. It wasn't until the two-side spirits clashed that Niu Dagong truly felt the immense pressure and understood why Lin Ze had bypassed fortifications entirely. Rushing straight here from the start, his gangly tribe followers were renowned for their brute strength, resilience, and prowess in positional warfare. Yet facing these zombie-like creatures resembling various demons, he discovered their stats were not only absurdly high, but they possessed more skills than his own. Worse still, the zombies' mobility left the gangly clan in the dust. If not for the high walls and the zombies' mediocre flying ability, the gangly clan wouldn't even be able to touch them. If Lin Ze's elite demon zombies had arrived, the gangly clan would have been stuck on the ground, helplessly watching as the zombies unleashed a barrage of spells. The spectators outside were equally stunned. They knew the gangly clan well, in siege warfare and fortress defense. They were a force to be reckoned with, matching most troop types. Their formidable defensive capabilities, coupled with the tribe's unique unit, the barbarian strongman, could even rival the core troops of a golden lord in certain situations. Yet now, the gangly tribe was being completely overwhelmed by a group of entirely unfamiliar troops in their own specialty. Could it be that this young man named Lin Ze was a golden lord core? Many in the spectator stands pondered this question in confusion. All the voices questioning Lin Ze had vanished, and everyone silently watched the battle unfold. In truth, had Lin Ze personally joined the fray, the situation would likely have tilted even more drastically. Yet even with only his vassals, not even his main force's vassals, Niu Dagong was already overwhelmed. He was the first to summon his spirit. His heroic spirit was still a tier 1, a blue-quality heroic spirit. The moment it appeared, the heroic spirit roared, granting the soldiers of the gangly clan offensive and defensive bonuses. The boosted gangly tribe soldiers' morale soared, and they began pushing the zombies back from the city walls. Below the walls, Lin Ze, who had just finished setting up 2 formations, saw this and immediately grew displeased. "You think I don't have buffs? Ha?" Thinking this, Lin Ze flung several refined gold talismans and azure wood talismans. These not only dealt massive damage but also granted the zombies significant damage and health boosts. Niu Dagong's spirit had barely been summoned when it was pierced by a million blades. Before its corpse had even cooled, it was swallowed whole by 3 enormous wooden dragons, drained dry in an instant. Staring at the 3 wooden dragons circling overhead, Niu Dagong was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? Wasn't this kid a commander-type lord? How could he possess so many offensive methods? The ensuing battle became utterly meaningless. With Lin Ze joining the fray, Niu Dagong couldn't last 5 minutes before being utterly crushed and routed. The sheer dominance left the spectators in the stands nodding in admiration. showering Lin Ze with praise. This young man Lin Ze is incredibly strong. Nyo Da Gung. Who's supposed to be his equal? Looks like he's 2 tiers below him and is getting utterly crushed, and this is in Nyo Da Gung's strongest domain. The defensive battle. Yeah, his raw combat prowess is insane. Those last few moves could easily one-shot a gold tier boss. Rumor has it this Lin Ze hails from Qingbei Academy. Their entire Federation contingent comes from Qingbei. No wonder he's so formidable. Qingbei is Dragon Nation's top academy, it's no surprise they produce a few prodigies. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their initial attitudes shifting as they began to praise Lin Ze. Some merchants had already begun privately contacting the Tianqing Federation's provided channels, intending to discuss investment opportunities. Lin Ze's demonstrated prowess was already enough to convince these people to take a gamble. When it came to investments, the earlier one made contact, the greater the leverage one held. Soon, Xiao Anyu's phone rang. Unbeknownst to Lin Ze on the field, he was contemplating whether his next performance should be more spectacular, perhaps a lightning-fast kill, to deliver a more visually striking impact. As Lin Ze pondered, the second contestant from the Single Dog Alliance had already connected to the simulation space. While the previous opponent, Nyo Da Gung, had been a burly giant, this new challenger was as thin as a twig, extremely short, and had a face somewhat resembling a monkey. Ho Yu, level 35 Lord, Purple Core, with the Holy Ape clan as his followers. Ho Yu was relatively polite, likely having observed Lin Ze's previous match and choosing not to be disrespectful. Interestingly, Ho Yu's followers perfectly matched his appearance, a troop of monkeys. However, these were monkeys of the sacred attribute, making them a rather rare type of familiar. Lin Ze politely shared his level but kept his domain core level and familiars undisclosed. He himself didn't know what color his domain core level should be classified as now. After multiple absorptions, the Lord Crystal had gradually transformed from its initial gray hue into a peculiar dark red, now shimmering with flecks of gold. After the introductions concluded, the 10-minute pre-match construction period began. Lin Ze was only permitted 5 minutes of construction, as he had also participated in the previous match. Ho Yu did not choose to rapidly build defenses like Nyo Da Gung. Instead, he began summoning his minions right below the city walls. After summoning his minions, he constructed a peculiar structure, a divine statue. Chapter 189, The Battle Saint Ape and Divine Attributes. The statue appeared to be a monkey clad in armor, wielding a golden red staff, exuding an air of defiant arrogance. Upon the statue's placement, the Holy Ape Tribe's followers fell into a frenzied state, squeaking and chattering excitedly as if greatly inspired. Not only that, but a golden glow began emanating from their bodies. Most wielded staff-like weapons, their eyes fixed on the light screen with eager anticipation. Ho Yu smiled smugly. This statue was no ordinary artifact, it originated from a legendary structure within the Lost Secret Realm. It was a battle god from another realm, capable of granting his followers substantial armor and attack power bonuses. Moreover, inspired followers would ignore all fear effects, maintaining peak combat effectiveness at all times. For some reason, the statue's buffs proved unexpectedly potent for his followers, seemingly granting them significantly greater enhancements than other races. His followers already excel at skirmish combat, and with this structure's blessing, their strength rises to a whole new level. In truth, the Holy Beast tribe holds a natural advantage over Lin Ze, as his zombies also belong to the undead category, and the holy attribute is the nemesis of the undead. Yet Lin Ze remained unconcerned. With the sheer power of his zombies, combined with his own buffs, Lin Ze remained unfazed even against an attribute that should have completely countered him. Nevertheless, to ensure complete dominance, Lin Ze summoned Liahao directly. The spectators in the stands, witnessing Lin Ze summon his spirit, began speculating about its attributes. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the light barrier between the two sides descended. The battle officially commenced. Both sides had positioned themselves at the edges of the barrier, so they immediately clashed in close combat, tangling together in a chaotic melee. The match restricted the number of units, with both sides totaling around 10,000 soldiers. Yet the intensity of their clash felt like a million soldiers clashing. Lin Ze's zombies were the first to ascend into the air, unleashing a barrage of firepower. A barrage of soul-piercing spells erupted, each possessing distinct elemental properties. The Holy Wolf clan, however, relied on their racial innate ability, diamond hardness, to block them. This talent was exceptionally powerful, granting proportional damage reduction while rapidly boosting defenses against specific attack types. However, against mixed-type damage, this talent couldn't maximize its effectiveness. Nevertheless, it remained an exceptionally potent ability. One of the key reasons the Holy Wolf clan had attained the status of a purple-tier vassal race. As the battle commenced, the zombies finally experienced the full brunt of holy attribute attacks. It felt as though every enemy strike landed as a critical hit. inflicting massive piercing and scorching damage. While not lethal, it was excruciatingly painful. Hou Yu was stunned. Upon seeing the enemy's familiars appeared to be undead, he had been overcome with uncontrollable elation. He was renowned as the Undead Slayer. Against undead foes, he could unleash 300% of his power. But today, this undead slayer had been thoroughly outclassed. Despite the elemental advantage, the zombies still managed to suppress the Holy Wolf tribe, though not as overwhelmingly as before. It was a real, tangible suppression of the Holy Wolf clan. Despite being the disadvantaged side, they still managed to fight back. How terrifying was that elemental combat power? Hou Yu's heart skipped a beat as he immediately activated the second form enhancement of the divine statue. The second form's enhancement granted his minions massive additional damage, doubling their elemental attacks. This meant the holy damage dealt by the Sacred Beast clan in a single attack would now be doubled under this enhancement. With the second form's enhancement activated, the Holy Beast clan finally managed to fight the zombies to a stalemate. Seeing this, Lin Ze smiled faintly. Several mystic water talismans appeared in his hand, which he tossed onto the ground. The area where both sides stood was instantly engulfed by the Xian water domain. The sacred burning effect that had been inflicted upon the zombies was instantly purified. All the zombies regained their health and saw their defenses bolstered, immediately launching a counterattack. Lin Ze wasn't idle either, hurling one talisman after another to grant the zombies substantial boosts to both offense and defense. Li Hao, unable to contain himself any longer, charged toward the holy monkeys. As he activated his fire virtue true form, Li Hao, engulfed in flames, instantly captured everyone's attention. Seeing Lin Ze summon his spirit first, Hou Yu refused to be outdone and immediately called forth his own spirit. Hou Yu's spirit was a tall, hairy man wielding a staff similar to the one seen on the divine statue. Upon closer inspection, however, it bore subtle differences. Notably, this man possessed 6 ears, his face adorned with a wicked grin, giving him an air of extraordinary nature. The moment the 6-eared man appeared, Li Hao noticed him, a flicker of interest passing through his eyes. Looks like we've got a decent opponent here, Li Hao murmured excitedly, casually punching away several holy monkeys attempting to attack him. He beckoned the 6-eared man with a curious flick of his finger. Their gazes locked mid-air, sparks flying between them. Without a word, they charged into battle. The staff swung down with a force like 1,000 pounds, crashing heavily toward Li Hao's head. Li Hao refused to be outdone. Flames surged and compressed along his arm as he braced it firmly to block the blow. Fine stick. Again! Li Hao excitedly parried the staff, laughing heartily. Observing the opponent's heroic spirit, Lin Ze found himself intrigued. This fellow seems like a figure from the myths of a past life. Could it be that they too truly existed in this world? Lin Ze pondered, his hands never ceasing their movements. He soared upward, 6 swords suddenly appearing behind him. A brilliant golden light surged from his right arm, making him appear as majestic as a god. Go! Lin Ze barked the command. The swords instantly streaked across the sky like shooting stars, hurtling straight toward Hou Yu. Each blade carried a unique effect, their multicolored halos radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Hou Yu dared not take this lightly, swiftly activating the ornament on his body. A peculiar shield materialized before him. The shield provided him with a protective barrier covering his entire body, clearly a treasure of extraordinary grade. Lin Ze merely smiled faintly. A brilliant golden light flared from his right arm. The special effect of the gilded sovereignty had already been imbued into those swords. This was a new application Lin Ze had developed recently. Instead of attacking with the golden sovereignty itself, he could now imbue other weapons with its power, still applying the buff to his enemies. Moreover, under the gilded sovereignty's enhancement, the sword's attack power would increase several-fold, though not as terrifying as when used alone. The armor melting speed was significantly faster. Soon, all 6 swords successfully stacked 8 layers of passive effects. Lin Ze immediately activated the special property of all things mimic weapon, sword, directly dismantling the equipment on Hou Yu's body. This special property bore a formidable name, Annihilation of All Phenomena. Chapter 190, Bargain Hunting. The greedy Zhang San. This move instantly dissolved one of Hou Yu's accessories, sending a shock through him. What kind of move is this? My mountain stone ring didn't trigger at all, Hou Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Ze offered no explanation, instead activating his sword control technique once more to unleash 2 distinct sword energies. With no other option, Hou Yu, now stripped of his defensive gear, could only flee, relying on his familiars to buy him time. He was a standard commander-type lord, possessing almost no offensive capabilities, only buff-type skills. Seeing this, Lin Ze didn't bother pursuing him. Instead, he unleashed a combo to eliminate Hou Yu's familiars outright. With that thought, Lin Ze immediately activated the 5 elements escape technique while several talismans appeared in his hands. These talismans were also elemental in nature. The elemental power they released could be directly manipulated by the 5 elements escape technique to amplify the escape method's potency. Certain specific techniques absolutely required the power of the 4 symbols to be released. For instance, the wood attributed Senra Banxiang, the fire attributed Yi Yan Frencher. Lin Ze held nothing back, unleashing a complete cycle of the 5 elements' mutual generation. First came the earth element, the earth shattered, its core churning. In the instant earth shook and mountains trembled. Water elements silently covered the ground. Earth and water gave birth to wood. Combined, these 2 elements unleashed the wood attribute skill Senro Wanyang, carrying the might of the azure dragon, which nearly engulfed the entire battlefield. The entire holy beast tribe was bound by branches and vines, their vitality and spiritual energy steadily drained. Following this technique came the element of fire. Fire overcomes wood, amplifying the burning effect of this strike several-fold. Compounded by the deadly poison within the trees of Senrao Wanxiang, the lethality was multiplied. The scarlet phoenix's piercing cry echoed as a colossal 7-colored firebird abruptly materialized in the sky, hurtling straight toward the center of the battlefield. The explosion, mixed with searing flames, instantly killed over 70% of the sacred beast tribe. Next came the metal element. Metal and fire fused, unleashing an even more devastating assault. The charred trees on the ground vanished completely, replaced by countless steel spikes erupting from the earth. Though gradually melted by the scorching flames, their lethality became even more terrifying. As the red-hot metal spikes covered the entire battlefield, every last member of the Holy Beast clan was annihilated. Ho Yu, who had not been caught in the blast, stared blankly at the scene, a bitter smile spreading across his face. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly grasp how utterly futile resistance was against such godlike might. Ho Yu finally understood why Nyo Dagon, whose mouth was usually tougher than titanium alloy, had remained utterly silent afterward, showing not a shred of defiance. Having lost all his kin, struggling on held no meaning. Though Ho Yu still had some moves left, they were practically meaningless now. They would only make Lin Ze work a little harder. Ho Yu sighed, clasped his fists in a salute toward Lin Ze, then recalled the spirit warrior still locked in combat with Lai Hao, conceding defeat. Lai Hao, who had been thoroughly enjoying the fight, suddenly found it ending. Still craving more, he pointed at the man with 6 ears and declared, "Next time." The 6-eared man offered no reply, merely hoisting his staff and chuckling darkly with his back turned to Liu Hao. This battle had left every spectator present utterly stunned. The power Lin Ze had displayed far surpassed that of a mere level 30 lord. Judging by his slightly nonchalant expression, it seemed he hadn't even exerted his full strength. What a formidable young man! He'll surely become a dominant force in the future. Admiring murmurs of praise for Lin Ze rippled through the spectator stands. Some savvy individuals had already begun inquiring about Lin Ze, eager to secure an early stake in this dark horse alliance, dark as night. The subsequent battles were anticlimactic. Lin Ze single-handedly routed the entire opposing team, descending from the arena without a hint of fatigue. A player of such formidable strength quickly drew the arena's attention, and spectators began focusing on Lin Ze's matches. The team match proved equally one-sided. Even if the Single Dogs Alliance threw their entire roster at him, they might not have stood a chance against Lin Ze alone, let alone when he was facing opponents with teammates. After conceding defeat, Ho Yu, the leader of the Lonely Hearts Alliance, gazed thoughtfully at Lin Ze on stage and sighed helplessly. Their alliance had been considered reasonably strong, but they'd stumbled upon a monster right off the bat, leaving them no choice but to swallow their pride here. The Tianqing Alliance, having secured the first victory, earned a 10-minute introduction slot. However, both Chao Anyu and Chu Yao felt it was unnecessary. After all, the match had barely ended, and their phone lines were already flooded with calls, all inquiries about partnerships, affiliations, or investment opportunities. Lin Ze had no interest in these matters and entrusted everything to Chao Anyu and Chu Yao. With the first match over and nothing else to do until the next day's competition, Lin Ze simply handed the matters over to Chao Anyu and took Chu Yao out for some fun. He justified it with the line, "With great power comes great responsibility. Old Chao, you deserve this." Watching the two depart with such nonchalance, Chao Anyu let out a rare curse before smiling helplessly. This guy sure knows how to boss people around. Despite his complaint, he diligently spent the entire afternoon screening worthy candidates and compiling a list. By the time he'd scheduled appointments with each merchant and family, evening had fallen. The next day, after a night of battling, Lin Ze slept in late for a change, rising only at noon. After a quick wash, Lin Ze brought Chu Yao to the competition venue. No sooner had they arrived than Lin Ze received a call from Chao Anyu. Zhou Yu's tone on the other end of the line was somewhat displeased. "There's been a problem. A family wants to force a takeover of our federation, offering 3 million yuan to make us one of their organizations." Before she could finish, Lin Ze already understood. Letting out a cold laugh, These aristocratic families sure know how to pick up bargains. A forced takeover? Expecting us to become lackeys for their family? And only 3 million? Did they think Lin Ze had never seen money before? Lin Ze instantly grew irritated. After asking Xiao Anyu for the location, he headed straight there. The meeting spot wasn't far from the competition venue. Since Lin Ze and his team wouldn't compete until the afternoon, they had plenty of time to see what these overbearing families were really made of. Soon, Lin Ze arrived at the tea house. Upon entering, he found Xiao Anyu seated across from a slovenly-looking fellow who was guzzling expensive poor tea as if it were soda. This nouveau riche behavior quickly drew disapproving glances from several patrons in the tea house. The moment Chu Yao entered, the man's eyes widened, his throat visibly gulping. His lecherous expression only deepened Lin Ze's irritation. Chapter 191, Another Ambush. Lin Ze takes on 10. Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Zhang San, the eldest son of the Zhang family from the capital. Would you mind sharing your contact information? Lin Ze, standing right beside Chu Yao, was completely ignored. Chu Yao couldn't be bothered to engage him either, so she let Lin Ze step forward. Lin Ze didn't immediately slap him across the face, but instead sat down. Zhang San, I hear you intend to acquire our federation? Zhang San froze, finally realizing the main player had arrived. He pretended to adjust the few strands of hair on his head, cleared his throat, and said, correct. Our family is highly optimistic about the growth prospects of your federation and is willing to offer the sum. We have only one requirement, 51% controlling stake. He glanced at Chu Yao, chuckled, and added, additionally, I want this beauty to serve as my liaison and co-manage the alliance as my secretary. Lin Ze snorted coldly, picking up a cup of tea without waiting for a response. 3 million. That's a lot of money. How about this instead? I'll pay 5 million. How about you just go die? Lin Ze spoke, his expression a mix of amusement and mockery as he looked at Zhang San. He then added, additionally, I'll personally add another 250,000 yuan as funeral expenses for young Master Zhang. How does that sound? Zhang San froze for a moment before erupting in rage. Kid, do you know who I am? My father is Zhang. With that, he stood up proudly, his face beaming with arrogance. Lin Ze's face darkened. How could so many rich kids be this thick-headed? Fine, I'm not wasting my breath on you. Apologize to my girlfriend, then make a graceful exit. We'll pretend this never happened. Seeing his attitude, Lin Ze lost interest in teasing him further and waved his hand dismissively. Unexpectedly, Zhang San only grew more animated, shouting again, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'll tell you again, my father is Zhang. Lin Ze was utterly speechless. I'll say it one more time, apologize. Then leave. If you want to talk, send someone from your family who can make decisions. Lin Ze still tried to reason with him calmly, but Zhang San remained unyielding. My father, Zhang. Enraged, Lin Ze rose abruptly. A dark red lord core appeared in his hand, and the aura he had been concealing erupted outward in an instant. The overwhelming pressure and frenzied aura instantly sobered Zhang San. His legs trembled, and he ended up kneeling on the ground. Sister, I was wrong. Zhang San's reaction was lightning fast. He immediately shifted his tone and addressed Chu Yao. Sister, I was wrong. Lin Ze stared at the kneeling Zhang San with a face full of exasperation. Finally, he shook his head, thinking to himself, what a complete idiot. He couldn't be bothered with further words and simply called out to Xiao Anyu and Chu Yao to leave. Only after the three had departed did Zhang San regain his breath. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for air, his eyes gradually filling with venomous hatred. Dare to bully me like this? Think being a lord makes you special? Just you wait. With that, he rose angrily, dusted off his clothes, and stormed out of the tea house. After leaving the tea house, Lin Ze immediately took Xiao Anyu and Chu Yao with him, intending to rent a dedicated space in the real world for handling alliance reception matters, though he was strapped for cash in the Lord's world. In the real world, Lin Ze was undeniably a high-flying, wealthy, and handsome figure. After spending several 100,000 yuan, Lin Ze quickly secured an office building near Qingbei University as the alliance's temporary headquarters. With that matter settled, it was already noon. After lunch, Lin Ze and the others headed to the arena for the afternoon matches. Today's opponents proved weaker than yesterday's single-dog alliance. Lin Ze sent Chen Yeshi to solo a wave, demonstrating that his federation possessed strength beyond just himself. Following a devastatingly one-sided battle, the Tianqing alliance secured another point, cementing their status as the tournament's standout team. After the match concluded, the group planned to grab dinner before heading back to Qingbei. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped outside, they spotted several shady-looking individuals lurking suspiciously, their eyes fixed on Lin Ze. Lin Ze frowned, instantly recognizing them as the Zhang family's young men from earlier that morning, come to cause trouble. He let out a cold laugh and stepped forward to confront them. Seeing Lin Ze approach them, the men paused in surprise before quickly regaining their composure. "Kid, you've messed with the wrong people. You know that?" One of them, looking every bit the thug, spoke up first, his tone thick with menace. Lin Ze chuckled. "Is that so? What do you want?" Perhaps Lin Ze's attitude was too brazen. Thug number 1 snorted angrily and said, "Either apologize and hand over this woman, or else, get ready for us to cripple you." With that, he shed his aura of concealment, revealing himself to be a level 30 lord as well. However, he had only just crossed the level 30 threshold, which was merely average for someone his age. As his words fell, his henchmen stepped forward, flashing lecherous grins at Chu Yao. There were over a dozen of them, all lords in their 20s and 30s. They were local bullies recruited by Zhang San, unworldly and foolishly believing sheer numbers could overcome the advantage of higher levels. Seeing this, Lin Ze smiled. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Lin Ze stared at Thug A with keen interest. Thug A, whose real name was Lu Mangjia, wasn't new to this sort of thing. He immediately concluded that Lin Ze was already scared, just putting on a brave face to try and scare him off. "Humph. I've been in this line of work for over a decade, I'm not easily intimidated." Lu Mangjia sneered inwardly. They had 18 men on their side, while the other side had only 10, and they were all just students, so the advantage was clearly on his side. With that thought, Lu Mangjia instantly adopted what he considered his most menacing expression and addressed Lin Ze. "Kid, you better know your place, or don't blame me for being rude." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Ze dropped all pretense. He summoned his Lord Crystal and, with lightning speed, pulled the thugs inside. A few misfits like them didn't even require Chi Cheng and the others' help. Lin Ze alone could wipe them all out. The thugs who had been dragged into the Lord's space were furious, convinced Lin Ze was courting death. How could they, outnumbering him, be defeated by a mere 20-something kid? But when they saw Lin Ze floating in the sky with a smile, surrounded by countless zombies radiating terrifying auras, a sudden, ominous foreboding flashed through their minds. Amidst thunderous roars and blood-curdling screams, Lin Ze shattered every single one of their Lord Crystals. The entire ordeal took less than 10 minutes. Soon, Lin Ze's figure reappeared in the real world. The thugs, looking as if they'd seen a ghost, returned to reality. "Tell me where the one who sent you is." Lin Ze gently bent down, smiling warmly as he spoke to Lu Mangjia. Chapter 192, Zhang head of the Zhang family. That smile was terrifying as death's summons. With his courage already shattered, how could Lu Mangjia dare to keep up his act? He immediately spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. After Lin Ze recorded every detail, he finally released the group. Qing Qi and Chen Yeshi, who were nearby, were the type who loved a good spectacle. They immediately chimed in unison. "So what? Are we gonna do it or not?" Lin Ze chuckled and said, "They've come right to our doorstep. If we don't demand an explanation, that just won't do. But we can't let that person think I'm easy to push around." With that, he escorted Chu Yao back to the academy first. He didn't let the freshman brothers tag along either, claiming it was to keep them from picking up bad habits. Finally, the 4 Lin brothers set off for the Zhang residence. Chen Yeshi knew a thing or two about this Zhang family. Originally a prominent clan, they had split into separate branches due to a certain incident. Zhang the father of Zhang San, was part of the faction that split off and became independent. Zhang wasn't particularly powerful, only around level 50, and having had Zhang San late in life, he doted on him excessively. This indulgence shaped Zhang San's somewhat foolish personality. For years, Zhang had followed the Lu family, an affiliate of the Wang clan. Leveraging his past connections, he managed to accumulate some wealth. Believing his own days were numbered, he resolved to teach Zhang San some skills before his departure. He gave him a sum of money, instructing him to seek out promising new talent within the Federation to invest in. Little did he expect that Zhang San, that scatterbrained fool, would go and provoke Lin Ze and his crew. Soon, the car pulled up in front of a villa that could be considered respectable. After ringing the doorbell a few times, a servant promptly opened the door. "Who are you?" the maid asked, puzzled. Just as Qi Qing was about to speak, Chen Yeshi interjected. "We're friends of your family's 3rd young master Zhang." "Friends of 3rd young master Zhang?" The servant's eyes betrayed a hint of distrust. "Master Zhang San's friends are either wealthy or noble. How come these folks are dressed so shabbily?" The servant muttered under his breath but still ushered them inside. All of them had keen hearing, and upon overhearing this, they couldn't help but chuckle. Shabby? Even Xiao Anyu, the least wealthy among them, came from a family worth tens of millions. Yet here they were, being mocked as shabby by a mere servant. Truly a new experience in life, a first for all of them. Ignoring the servant, they proceeded directly to the reception room to await the arrival of the head of the Zhang family. Zhang. Before long, An elderly man nearing 70 hurried over. His eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Chen Yeshi. Then, spotting Lin Ze and Qi Chang, he froze for a moment before panic set in. These were no ordinary figures. What were they doing here? Zhang Eri knew his son's character well enough to realize he could never have befriended someone of the Chen family's young master's stature. Not to mention Lin Ze and the young master of the Qi family were here too. His good-for-nothing son must have provoked them somehow. Countless times, Zhang Eri had regretted not holding back a little longer, letting the gun misfire and creating this demon child. With that thought, Zhang Eri immediately put on a friendly smile and said, "My apologies, gentlemen. I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive my failure to greet you properly." This display of deference caught Lin Ze and his companions slightly off guard. They had assumed that anyone capable of raising a son like Zhang San couldn't be a good person. Yet here he was, quite adept at handling himself and his affairs. Moreover, his discernment was remarkable. Recognizing Qi Qing's identity was no small feat. Seeing him so courteous, Lin Ze chose not to press the issue. Instead, he sat down and said with a smile, "Do you know why we're here?" Zhang Eri had already guessed most of it. His son had undoubtedly stirred up trouble with the wrong people again. He sighed inwardly, but his smile remained unchanged. "I'm afraid I don't know. Might this young friend enlighten me?" Lin Ze smiled faintly and said, "Your son's quite the character. When he couldn't force us to buy, he tried to hire thugs to cripple us. I wonder, Mr. Zhang, are you aware of this incident?" Zhang Er's heart sank. He knew this matter wouldn't end well. Hiring thugs privately, even if the target were an ordinary family, would mean trouble if they reported it to the authorities. Zhang Er would have to go to great lengths to ransom Zhang San back. And the targets of these hired thugs were a group of young masters with such deep-rooted backgrounds? How could this be tolerated? Everyone knew these young masters were the worst kind to provoke. Push them too far, and they'd fly into a rage. Their families would inevitably intervene afterward. Death would be a waste. A bitter expression crossed Zhang Er's face. He gritted his teeth and was about to kneel down. Lin Ze reached out to stop him, merely smiling as he watched. If kneeling could solve everything, then there'd be no problems in this world. Zhang Er stared blankly at Lin Ze, suddenly grasping something. "This matter stems from my failure as a father to properly guide my son, causing him to offend you gentlemen. But I beg you, for the sake of that boy's tender age, spare his life. If you truly cannot contain your anger, take it out on this old man instead. Do not harm my third son." Zhang Er steeled his resolve, his voice breaking as tears streamed down his face. With that, he dropped to his knees. "I, Zhang, am but a humble man. My household holds little of value. If you gentlemen would not disdain it, I have several million in spare cash here, all of which I shall present to you." Qi Qing snorted coldly and retorted, "Who wants your money? We're here to cause trouble." But before he could finish, Lin Ze stepped in. Seeing Zhang Er's demeanor, Lin Ze suddenly recalled something. Currently, they did need merchants like this to invest and help establish their alliance market. The Zhang family happened to be in that line of work. Perhaps this opportunity could solve that problem. With that thought, Lin Ze chuckled and said, "It's certainly not that serious, but proper compensation is still required. Besides, it's not you who should apologize, it's your son. If an adult still requires their parents to handle every matter for them, it only proves those parents are useless. The Zhang family head's indulgent approach will only ruin your child, turning him into another useless waste of space." Lin Ze said calmly, "Besides, there's no animosity between us. The head of the Zhang family is of a certain age now, there's no need for this." With that, he stepped forward to help Zhang Er to his feet. Having navigated the rough and tumble of society for so many years, Zhang Er, though lacking in strength, possessed keen insight and a sharp mind. He instantly grasped the meaning behind Lin Ze's words. Combined with his recent actions involving his son, a plan began to form in his mind. "Thank you, young Master Lin. I am truly grateful. I have learned my lesson." Zhang Er's face remained etched with heartfelt gratitude, leaving no room for criticism. Chapter 193, Turning Swords into Plowshares. But after hearing this, Lin Ze's smile held a hint of something unreadable. "Oh, you know me?" After all, he hadn't mentioned his name at all just now. In the capital, few knew of Lin Ze. Only members of prominent families could learn of him through their intelligence networks. As for Zhang Er's clan, its scale was far too small to warrant any subordinate families dedicated to gathering intelligence on his behalf. This old codger was probably involved in some shady dealings behind the scenes. For instance, an intelligence broker. Hearing this, Zhang Er realized he'd let something slip. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Lin Ze's keen insight. But at this point, there was little left to conceal. He proceeded to recount everything in full detail. It turned out that Zhang Er wasn't just involved in investment and trade, privately. He was also the renowned intelligence broker Xianxiao in the capital. But Xianxiao wasn't a single person, it was an entire organization. This revelation touched upon even deeper issues. After hearing his story, Lin Ze found himself intrigued. An intelligence broker held considerable value. If he could turn him to his own advantage, it would save him a great deal of trouble. Lin Ze pondered inwardly. In that case, collaborating with this old man was definitely worth serious consideration. Zhang Er also knew that since the other party was aware of his true identity, they wouldn't rashly attack him. Moreover, this might present an opportunity. Collaborating with these individuals wouldn't be a bad deal for him. Not only did each of these individuals possess astonishing potential, but their backgrounds were far from ordinary. He had some spare cash, but if it came down to an armed conflict, he was no match for them. In the world of feudal lords, money was useless, power was the true path to dominance. Without sufficient strength, one could only rely on a formidable status to stand above the masses. Zhang Er sensed that Lin Ze before him was destined for greatness. If he supported him before he soared to greatness, then in the future, he himself would be counted among the dragon's loyal subjects. Wouldn't the rewards be immense? Zhang Er understood this well, so he immediately proposed the matter that interested Lin Ze most: alliance investment. After hearing Zhang Er's terms, Lin Ze was thoroughly satisfied. Not only would he fund the construction of all market buildings for the Lin Ze Federation, but he would also inject a substantial amount of gold coins as initial capital. Additionally, he possessed some cargo channels within the Lord's world, all of which he could introduce to Lin Ze. He personally volunteered to handle these matters on Lin Ze's behalf, guaranteeing the Tianqing Federation would be operational within 3 days. Hearing this, Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. They discussed a few more details, agreed to meet again for further talks, and then departed the Zhang residence with his entourage. No sooner had they stepped outside than Qi Qing scratched his head and asked, "Weren't we here to beat the crap out of him? Why are we suddenly talking about cooperation?" Xiao Anyu chuckled and replied, "That guy's a shrewd operator. He knows exactly what he's doing." "What do you know, you brute?" Taken aback by Xiao Anyu's remark, Qi Qing felt a bit put out. He playfully punched her shoulder and retorted, "What's that supposed to mean? I'm just asking because I don't get it. So tell me, why?" Xiao Anyu sighed in exasperation and explained, "Zhang Er has been navigating the capital for decades. Are we really going to kill him? Because he's in the wrong here. He has to compensate us. It just so happens our alliance is short on funds, investment, and someone who knows the ropes. Under normal partnership procedures, we'd need to allocate a portion of the alliance's shares. After all this commotion, we've ended up with a free investment, goods, and an expert in the field. Isn't that far more satisfying than just beating the guy up?" Xiao Anyu paused after speaking these words, then glanced behind him. If I'm not mistaken, the fact he revealed his true identity so readily suggests he's also considering cooperation. As for his son, I trust Zhang Er will give us a satisfactory explanation. Just as Xiao Anyu had anticipated, Zhang Er was now scolding his son. "Zhang San, how have I taught you? Be kind to others, be humble. There are countless people in this world better than your father. I can't protect you every single time." Zhang Er scolded him with frustration, yet couldn't bring himself to be too harsh. After all, he was his only son, and Zhang Er still hoped for his well-being. Watching the silent Zhang San, Zhang Er sighed inwardly, his mind drifting back to the words Lin Ze had spoken earlier. The next day, Lin Ze participated in the Federation Rookie Tournament as usual. Today's match held little significance, the opponent was neither strong nor weak. Lin Ze still crushed his rival with overwhelming dominance, earning a round of applause. By this point in the tournament, Lin Ze's background was brought to light. Titles like the Uncrowned King of Qingbei Newcomers and Dragon Nation's Strongest Youth reached the ears of the merchants, leaving them utterly astonished. This Lin Ze was actually this formidable? A figure destined to become a dominant force in the future was someone they naturally had to cultivate a relationship with. Thus, every time Lin Ze appeared on the competition stage, he was met with waves of cheers. Privately, he was frequently invited to dinners, but Lin Ze couldn't be bothered to attend, declining them all. He couldn't be bothered with the daily social niceties required by these merchants. That kind of brain-draining work was best left to Xiao Anyu. After finishing today's match, Lin Ze headed to a tea house. Today was the scheduled meeting with Zhang Er. Though he was the one conducting the talks, it was all Xiao Anyu's work. Lin Ze was merely there as a figurehead. When it came to the alliance market, he was completely clueless. Soon, the agreed-upon time arrived. Zhang Er arrived punctually, accompanied by a dejected-looking Zhang San. The moment they met, Zhang San hung his head dejectedly and bowed to Lin Ze. "Brother Lin Ze, I'm so sorry. I was blinded by my own stupidity and offended you and your wife." Zhang San spoke in a low, dejected tone, unable to resist rubbing the still aching bruise on his buttocks. Just yesterday, his father, Zhang Er, had beaten him for the first time. Seeing Zhang San looking half dead, Zhang Er was displeased and immediately snapped sternly, "Is this how your father taught you? Say it again." With more sincerity. After speaking, he apologetically smiled at Lin Ze and said, "This child has truly been spoiled rotten by me. Young friend Lin Ze, I beg your indulgence." Zhang San, his confidence shattered by his father's outburst, suppressed his resentment deep within. Taking a deep breath, he repeated his earlier words with genuine sincerity. Only now did he realize that his self-perceived arrogance stemmed solely from his father's indulgence. Chapter 194, Heading to Bear Country for the competition. Without his father, Zhang San was nothing but a useless good-for-nothing. Lin Ze couldn't care less about Zhang Er's parenting methods. After Zhang San apologized to both him and Chu Yao, Lin Ze nodded, signaling that the matter was settled. Zhang Er sighed inwardly, glancing at Lin Ze sitting calmly before him, then at his good-for-nothing son. Lin Ze was 3 or 4 years younger than Zhang San. Both were young men, so why was the gap between them so vast? After presenting a costly gift as an apology, Zhang Er finally dismissed Zhang San and began discussing the details of the collaboration with Lin Ze and Xiao Anyu. After an afternoon of discussion, a preliminary plan was finalized. With Lin Ze's role concluded, Xiao Anyu would handle all further coordination. With this matter resolved, Lin Ze was in high spirits. He immediately took Chu Yao and Xiao Anyu out for a nice meal. Following this, the Tianqing Alliance successfully clinched the championship in the rookie tournament, securing a substantial reward and becoming a key focus of the Dragon Nation's newly drafted New Alliance Support Program. The Dragon Nation government's support was anything but stingy. The first batch of aid alone equaled Lin Ze's earnings from 2 months of grinding monsters. Over the next 2 years, the Tianqing Alliance received support supplies every 6 months, with each batch exceeding the previous one in quantity. They gained priority access to various events and gatherings, and could use VIP channels for administrative procedures. The Tianqing Alliance's marketplace soon opened its doors and began operating smoothly under the dedicated efforts of Zhang Er and Xiao Anyu. Various goods were purchased and continuously sold. Membership swelled to nearly 100. Comprising new recruits handpicked by Chu Yao for their exceptional potential, alongside several promising borderline graduates. Lin Ze focused intently on leveling up, determined to break through the level 40 barrier as soon as possible. During these days, Lin Ze took on several bounty missions with generous rewards, significantly expanding his territory once more. His level had climbed to just over 38, with level 40 within reach. Since the marketplace began operating, Lin Ze's wallet had gradually grown fatter. The perk of having money? Crafting talismans became much more convenient. Moreover, he could unearth some higher-grade materials, resulting in talismans with enhanced effects and longer durations. After some time, Lin Ze had accumulated enough talismans to last him a solid hour or more. Gazing at his backpack brimming with inventory, Lin Ze suddenly felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, most of the talismans required Lin Ze's hand seals and incantations to achieve their full potential, making it impossible to distribute them widely. Still, Lin Ze prepared several for Qi Cheng, Xiao Anyu, and the others to use as magic scrolls. The midpoint of his sophomore year was fast approaching, and the time to compete in the Global Elite Lords Finals drew ever nearer. But with Lin Ze's current strength, winning the championship was a foregone conclusion. Who the hell reaches nearly level 40 in their sophomore year? Besides Lin Ze, who else could possess such a vast domain and retinue at this age? Lin Ze's combat prowess was now approaching the level of a level 50 lord. At this level, he would still be a force to be reckoned with even in the third-year competition. Thus, Lin Ze approached the tournament with the mindset of going on a leisurely trip. Soon, the day of the tournament drew near. Compared to the preliminary rounds, the finals saw a significantly smaller turnout. The principal did not personally lead the team this time. Instead, honorary Professor Luo Kegong took charge. Luo Kegong, who hadn't seen Lin Ze in quite some time, was as cheerful as ever. The moment they met, he laughed heartily and slapped Lin Ze on the shoulder. "Little Ze, I hear you've become quite the celebrity in the capital lately." "That's right. You're far more driven than that kid Chen Yeshi." Luo Kegong chuckled, not missing the chance to take a dig at his disciple Chen Yeshi. But such remarks had long ceased to faze the thick-skinned Chen Yeshi. His utterly unfazed expression drew a look of exasperation from Luo Kegong. Lin Ze simply smiled at the two men, saying nothing. Beyond Lin Ze's own diligence, his extraordinary talent was the true key to his formidable abilities. As their parting approached, Chu Yao showed great reluctance. Yet with numerous matters demanding her attention recently, she couldn't accompany him. Thus, she could only mutter complaints about Lin Ze under her breath, looking every bit like a wronged young wife. Seeing this, Lin Ze smiled faintly and leaned in for a deep, passionate French kiss. After a long while, they finally parted. Chu Yao's face was flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with lingering passion. "Don't forget to miss me, okay?" Lin Ze affectionately ruffled her hair, waved goodbye, and turned to leave. Watching Lin Ze's tall, imposing figure recede into the distance, Xu Yao felt a wave of sweetness wash over her heart. This competition was held in another country, Bear Nation. Bearing country bordered Dragon country, so the journey was considerably shorter than traveling to beautiful country. Along the way, admiring the natural scenery, Lin Ze couldn't help but relax. The climate of Bear country differed from Dragon country. Summers there were brief and cool, while winters were bitterly cold and long, a true northern realm. It was now June, and the weather was pleasant. After 2 days of travel, Lin Ze and his group arrived at the competition venue, Mo City, the capital of Bear country. Mo City's security and appearance were significantly better than those of Liberty City in the United States, though it still lagged far behind Dragon country. It lacked the glitz and glamour of a bustling metropolis, instead radiating a warm, pastoral charm reminiscent of a rural countryside. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Ze dropped off his luggage. The competition wouldn't begin until tomorrow, which was also the day of the opening ceremony. With nothing to do today, Lin Ze welcomed the leisure and planned to go out for a stroll. He called Chen Yeshi, and the two of them walked out of the hotel together. The moment they stepped outside, they spotted a dark-haired lowly standing in the lobby entrance. Her blood-red pupils made Lin Ze pause in surprise. She seemed vaguely familiar. As Lin Ze pondered this, he suddenly noticed the girl also freeze upon seeing him, her expression immediately shifting to one of profound resentment. This girl was none other than Lilia, whom Lin Ze had briefly met before in the United States. Lin Ze pondered for a moment before remembering. But what did that look mean? Confusion swirled in Lin Ze's mind until a sudden memory struck him. It seemed she had invited me to dinner before, but that night, I happened to run into the Brahma Society people, so I stood her up. Did she think I stood her up on purpose? Recalling the past incident, Lin Ze couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead with a wry smile. After a moment's thought, he decided to go up and explain. Lilia, who had been glaring at Lin Ze with a look of resentment, saw him approaching and immediately lifted her skirt like a startled fawn, preparing to run away. For the past 6 months, Lilia had been fixated on that dinner party. Countless times, she'd imagined the stuffed bear on her bed as Lin Ze, pounding its chest with her tiny fists. But after each beating, she'd always feel guilty, gently stroking the chest of the bear-shaped Lin Ze before planting a few resentful kisses on it. Now, seeing Lin Ze in person, Lilia felt a sudden wave of timidity wash over her. She found herself hesitating to face him. Seeing her strange behavior, Lin Ze couldn't fathom what she was thinking. He steeled himself and called out to Lilia, who was about to flee. Stammering in her somewhat stiff American English, she explained, I didn't attend the dinner party last time because something unexpected came up that day, and I couldn't get away. It wasn't intentional. Lilia froze upon hearing this, turning her head to stare blankly at Lin Ze. Her two doll-like, sparkling eyes blinked rapidly. Then, a flicker of delight spread across her face, and she smiled happily. So he didn't skip it because he disliked me, Lilia thought, her heart leaping with joy. Seeing her reaction, Lin Ze felt a bit puzzled himself, but since he'd already explained himself, there was no need to say more. With that thought, he prepared to leave, but Lilia suddenly gathered her courage and called out to him, her words stumbling out. Would you like to have dinner together tonight? Chen Yeshi, standing nearby, shot Lin Ze a peculiar look before glancing at Lilia's flushed face. A mischievous grin spread across his lips. Sure thing, Ze. Your popularity with the ladies is truly unmatched. You've got little admirers wherever you go. Ha, and each one hotter than the last. Before Lin Ze could protest, Chen Yeshi cut him off with a knowing look. Just remembered I have something to do. Can't hang out with you guys anymore. With that, Chen Yeshi vanished at lightning speed. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Ze gave a helpless smile, just as he was about to decline Lilia's offer. Their eyes met, hers filled with hopeful longing. It was the gaze of a lonely little animal, wandering for so long, finally encountering its beloved master. Lin Ze's heart softened. The words of refusal suddenly stuck in his throat. In the end, he could only sigh and strike up a conversation with Lilia. Through their conversation, Lin Ze learned Lilia's identity was far from ordinary. She was the eldest daughter of one of the two great royal families of the beautiful nation, the renowned princess of the Night Clan. The Night Clan was one of the most powerful families in the United States, with a rival clan known as the Day Clan. Lin Ze had heard rumors about these two clans and couldn't help but be secretly astonished. This identity was truly astonishing. In ancient times, she would have been a princess through and through, yet Lilia didn't possess the refined, noble demeanor one might expect of a princess. Instead, she was like a lively, playful kitten, radiating a pure, almost innocent charm. What Lin Ze didn't know was that Lilia only revealed this side of herself to a select few close to her. towards those who didn't interest her. No matter their status, Lilia wouldn't bother exchanging more than a few words. Her obsession with Lin Ze stemmed from the moment she first laid eyes on him. She'd been utterly captivated by the man who radiated an aura of royalty. After a period of secret observation, Lilia found herself hopelessly in love with this youth from the East. Chapter 195, New World, New Adventures, End of book. Even after Lin Ze had returned, Lilia still thought of him every day, fantasizing about this love that was destined to have no outcome. Lin Ze remained unaware of this, only noticing that Lilia always seemed strangely off when she looked at him. Yet sensing no ill will, he simply attributed it to the peculiarities often associated with those of noble birth. After chatting with her for a while, Lin Ze grew increasingly convinced that Lilia didn't quite match her apparent age, retaining a certain childlike quality. Since Lin Ze had planned to go out for a stroll anyway, he simply told Lilia, "See you tonight," and left. That afternoon, Lin Ze wandered around Emo City, snapping numerous photos to share with Chu Yao and picking up some Bear Country souvenirs along the way. He didn't return to the hotel until dinner time. The moment he entered his room, Lin Ze suddenly sensed an unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar presence within his domain. Startled, he immediately entered his lord's space. No sooner had they entered the territory than they spotted Liahao facing off against a burly man sporting goat horns. Even Liahao, who usually feared nothing under heaven, was visibly tense at this moment, a clear testament to the sheer intensity radiating from this imposing figure. Lin Ze froze for a moment upon seeing this figure, instantly recognizing him. This man with goat horns, radiating a molten aura, was none other than Aristastos, the deity they had encountered in the ancient battlefield secret realm. What was he doing here? What was his purpose? Lin Ze pondered in confusion. Aristos, noticing Lin Ze's arrival, finally stirred. He smiled as he looked at Lin Ze. "We meet again, young one." Lin Ze felt a chill run down his spine. Facing the divine pressure of a god, he currently possessed no means to resist. Is there something you need from me? After a moment's thought, Lin Ze decided to ask directly. Aristos let out a thunderous laugh, then suddenly reached out and forcibly summoned the mythic tier summoning artifact from Lin Ze's backpack, the one that required a level 40 character to bind. "I've come to claim a place to call home. The world tree has awakened. This world will once again face calamity. It is time for vengeance." As Aristos spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. His tone shifted from amiable to commanding, radiating an innate authority without anger. But what astonished Lin Ze even more were his words. A place to stay? Could he possibly mean to become a spirit hero within my domain? Lin Ze finally felt a surge of astonishment. For according to the texts, the gods valued freedom above even life itself. They considered enslavement by humans a profound disgrace, preferring death over becoming a human spirit hero. Thus, throughout history, there seem to be no recorded instances of humans ever signing a spirit contract with a deity in their true form. And now, Aristos was actually requesting it himself. This truly astonished Lin Ze. Seeing Lin Ze's puzzled expression, Aristastos chuckled softly and spoke again. "I am a relic of the old age, long dead. Had you not awakened me from the tomb of the gods, I would likely still be trapped within that damned nightmare. Truthfully, the last time we met, I already knew that my Varric had been destroyed. Along with my physical form, it vanished entirely." As Aristos spoke, he extended his hand, gathering a ball of energy before placing it before Lin Ze. It was a ball of pure furnace flame, a companion to Aristos for countless millennia. It was said this flame never died and could incinerate an entire world. Yet now, Aristos could only gather a small flame in his hand, a far cry from the descriptions in the history books. "You see, even I, the once great god of forging, can no longer wield the power I once did. The strength I command is pitifully small." With that, Aristos sighed and rose to his feet once more. "Yet since I have been reawakened, I bear the mission to avenge my people, the Varric tribe. Only the world tree can stand against its existence." Aristos spoke, turning his gaze back to Lin Ze. "Which means only you have the chance to prevent this great calamity." Lin Ze paused slightly, then looked at Aristos. Aristos once more handed the small hammer to Lin Ze. "Allow me to lend you my strength. We share a common enemy. As the vessel of the world tree, I trust you wish to protect this world, and I seek to slay it to avenge the fallen Varrics," Aristos declared solemnly. Lin Ze said nothing, silently accepting the hammer from his hand. Instantly, a colossal surge of energy erupted, its primal force so overwhelming that Lin Ze felt his domain begin to crack. Fortunately, this force subsided after only a few seconds. The mythic tier summoned artifact in his hand radiated an ever-brightening glow, as dazzling as a star. Lin Ze sensed a new notification pop up in the spirit-gathering altar. "You have successfully forged a contract with the mythic tier heroic spirit Aristos. The heroic spirit registry has been updated. Following this notification, an immense and magnificent magical formation abruptly materialized beneath Lin Ze's feet. Aristos let out a low growl before gradually soaring into the air. Boy, prepare to witness my true form. He flashed Lin Ze a brief smile before his gaze sharpened. Mid-air, he transformed in an instant into a colossal figure 100 meters tall, with the head of a goat and the body of a man. Blinding, molten lava flowed ceaselessly across his form. His eyes burned like the sun, and his body radiated a searing heat powerful enough to warp space itself. As Aristostos' true form manifested, the surrounding space echoed with the crisp, ethereal clang of hammer blows. Even Lin Ze couldn't help but utter a sigh of awe at such a spectacular sight. Was this the true form of a god? Truly majestic. As the contract concluded, Aristostos gradually shrank, finally transforming into an orange-red streak of light that plunged into the spirit-gathering altar. Then came a massive surge of experience points. Thanks to this contract, Lin Ze had directly broken through to level 40. Feeling the power surging through his body, Lin Ze felt utterly brimming with strength. The swords in his backpack flew out uncontrollably, circling around his body in a whirlwind. Ha ha ha! Are these little trinkets your weapons? Aristos' voice echoed from all directions. Moments later, a miniature goatman appeared before Lin Ze. The little goatman gripped a long sword, then held it up to examine it closely. This forging method is such a waste. Poor little iron pieces like these must be crying after being treated this way. Ha! Let me reforge you. Aristos spoke to himself with rapt attention, completely oblivious to Lin Ze's astonished expression. Could it be, this guy's purpose is to help me forge weapons? Then wouldn't I never have to worry about equipment again? Lin Ze suddenly recalled Aristos's miraculous forging technique back in the secret realm. Sure enough, after muttering to himself for a moment, Aristos grasped at the air, and a small hammer instantly materialized in his hand. Then, a forge suddenly materialized on the ground. Clang! 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 Placing the long sword upon the anvil, Aristos delivered 3 swift hammer blows, instantly shattering the blade into fragments. Lin Ze froze in shock. Wait, what about the promised reforging? Why smash it outright? His heart sank even further when he recognized the sword as his beloved Heaven's Fury feather sword. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw Aristostos grasp the fragments of the heavenly flame feather sword in his hand. Then, 2 flames appeared, flames so terrifying that just looking at them made Lin Ze feel uneasy. These were the flames born alongside Aristostos himself, the heaven and earth furnace flames. Legend spoke of their power to incinerate an entire world. The sword fragments melted into molten iron under the flame's intense heat. Then, Aristostos played with the molten iron as if it were clay before finally placing it on the forge. Clang! 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 3 more hammer blows, and a brand new Heaven's Fury feather sword appeared before Lin Ze. Take it! See what you think? Aristos' tone brimmed with confidence, as if certain Lin Ze would be utterly impressed. Lin Ze instinctively took the newly forged Heaven's Fury feather sword. Upon seeing its properties, he instantly sucked in a sharp breath. Weapon Heaven's Fury feather sword. Grade, Gold, Legendary. Bonuses, plus 500 damage, plus 35% speed bonus, plus 20 agility. Special property Cloud Chase, the wielder may expend mental energy to fly. Special attack Shatter Void, the wielder can expend mental energy to unleash wind elemental sword chi, inflicting lacerating damage upon the target. Special property Soul Burning Wind Slash, infused with a unique force. This weapon's elemental nature transforms, unleashing a more potent attack, a slash that scorches the soul. Description: crafted as a replica of the divine sword revered by the celestial flame bird clan for generations, it grants immense speed bonuses, allowing its wielder to soar through the skies as the favored child of the wind element. This weapon has been reforged by the gods, gaining new attributes and traits. 6 hammers, directly forging the epic tier Skyfire Featherblade into a legendary weapon. And not just any legendary weapon. Its stats and properties rank among the finest even among legendary weapons. Lin Ze was thoroughly satisfied, giving a thumbs up to the smug-faced Aristostos. Ha ha ha, if you ever need anything forged again, just come find me, Aristos declared proudly, then suddenly rubbed his hands together awkwardly. Oh, right, I'm kinda hungry. Before he could finish, Lin Ze pulled out over a dozen types of special metals from his backpack, making Aristostos' eyes light up. Oh, I like you more and more, kid. These all smell fantastic. Lin Ze generously handed all the metals to him, then declared with a flourish, help yourself. If you run out, I've got more. Oh, and if you want a drink, go find that guy over there. Lin Ze pointed toward Liahao as he spoke, but just then, the heavens and earth suddenly shifted. Everything in the world was transported into a higher dimensional realm by a pillar of light. When Lin Ze opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar land. Here, he would continue his unfinished adventure. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618 more book recommendations in my moments. Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.